Traversing a fantastical realm, Lin Xuan has become the scion of the esteemed Lin family, a member of the sacred clan of Zhongzhou. Just as he believed he would lead a mundane existence for the rest of his life, the system was activated. Ding! The clan destiny system has been successfully activated. Moreover, it commenced with a sign-in that granted him the supreme Emperor Scripture. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor Scripture. 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Technique. Henceforth, the era of the Lin family officially commenced. What? Template of the Flame Emperor? Template of the martial Ancestor? Or perhaps, I am of the Lin lineage. Lin Xuan gazed at a fire lotus formed by hand. 2 youths who incessantly poked others with their fingers instantly felt elated. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. From now on, the Flame Emperor shall be my junior. The martial Ancestor shall be my enforcer. Under Lin Xuan's leadership, they would strike down the immortal beings of the heavens above and the various fledgling fighters below. Whether the heavens are in chaos or not, the Lin family shall have the final say. Let us behold how Lin Xuan leads the Lin family, starting from Zhongzhou, one step at a time, to conquer the myriad realms. From a sacred clan to gradually becoming a quasi-emperor clan, then an emperor clan, a celestial clan, and ultimately an ultimate emperor clan, until they dominate the annals of time. The Lin family's motto, Lin Yin, I am the Flame Emperor, and all fires in the world heed my command. Lin Dong, I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of listening. Great wilderness prison sky, finger. Lin Howren, I perceive that you fellow Taoists are fated to my human sovereign banner. Please enter the banner swiftly. Lin Tianhai, I do not wish to cultivate this rapidly, but my son insists. Ancestor of the Lin family, who understands the sensation of preparing to recline in repose only to be unexpectedly uplifted by one's own descendants. Chapter 1. The Clan Destiny System. Abundant Rewards. Zhongzhou, the sacred clan of the Lin family. 16 years. A full 16 years. Do you know how I've spent these 16 years? Within the grand and imposing ancestral grounds of the Lin family, in a luxurious hall, an exceptionally handsome youth clad in white robes was exclaiming with fervent excitement. Yet, apart from him, the hall was utterly vacant. The youth, named Lin Xuan, is the illustrious heir of the renowned sacred clan of the Lin family in the Tianlong Empire of Zhongzhou, possessing an exceedingly noble status. It can be said that he was born at the pinnacle of existence. From a moment of his birth, he reached a destination that countless cultivators in the central region could only aspire to throughout their lives. However, he harbored a tremendous secret known only to himself. He is, in fact, a time traveler. Unlike those time travelers from novels in his previous life who would possess a soul that directly usurps the body of the original cultivator, he is a genuine product of a decade-long gestation. Upon realizing he had entered a fantastical world, Lin Xuan, who had previously been unburdened in his former life, felt a flicker of excitement, imagining that he too could emulate those protagonists, sweeping all before him and subduing the world. However, after a full 16 years, he discovered that he lacked the fate of those protagonists. He possessed neither a golden finger nor a wise elder, let alone a system. He was merely an ordinary scion of the sacred clan. Although he was born into the esteemed Lin family of the sacred clan and was the young master with top-tier talent in the central region, his experience as a seasoned reader of novels in his past life taught him that if one does not stand at the summit, there will come a day when one will not even know how to meet death. For on any given day, a powerful being far beyond his comprehension could engage in a cataclysmic battle, unleashing a shockwave that could obliterate him and his Lin family. And he certainly did not wish to experience death again. Thus, over the years, he diligently practiced cultivation while seeking his own cheat. Although his cultivation prowess already surpassed that of the younger generation in the Lin family, he had yet to discover his cheat. Just as he was preparing to resign himself to fate and abandon the fantasy of possessing the fortune of a protagonist, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the blue star consciousness ready to give up, the clan fortune system is activating and binding. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xuan, who had been poised to accept his fate, felt his pupils dilate in an instant, followed by an overwhelming surge of excitement. Thus, the recent scene unfolded. Ding! Clan fortune system binding successful. Ha ha ha! From this moment on, I too shall possess a cheat. After a hearty laugh, Lin Xuan eagerly inquired, System, what functions do you possess? Ding. The functions of this system are as follows. The host may review them at will. Immediately, a translucent screen, visible only to Lin Xuan, appeared before his eyes. Clan Fortune System. Host, Lin Xuan. Bound Clan. Lin Clan of the Sacred Clan in the Central Region. System functions. Clan Fortune Sign In. Clan Fortune Lottery. Clan Fortune Mall. Clan Fortune Eye. Clan Fortune Sign In. The host may perform a daily sign-in once, a monthly sign-in once, and an annual sign-in once, with the rewards increasing in value accordingly. Clan Fortune Lottery. The host may utilize a certain number of Clan Fortune points to participate in a lottery, with specific rules to be elaborated. Clan Fortune Mall. The mall contains all treasures that have ever appeared across myriad worlds. As long as the Clan Fortune points are sufficient, the host may exchange for any desired treasure. Clan Fortune Eye. The host may view information regarding clan members, including their age, cultivation level, physique, aptitude, fortune, and loyalty to the clan. I see. So, it is meant for me to develop the clan. Lin Xuan instantly comprehended the path he was to take upon reviewing the system's introduction. In summary, the better the clan develops, the more substantial the rewards he would receive, leading to an accelerated enhancement of his strength. Ding! Upon the first sign-in, the host will receive a novice gift package. Would you like to sign in? Just as Lin Xuan contemplated how to better develop the clan in the future, the system's prompt rang again, abruptly pulling his thoughts back. Wait, system. Shouldn't a novice gift package be given directly? Why must I waste a sign-in opportunity with you? You aren't deliberately trying to withhold my sign-in chances, are you? Lin Xuan did not immediately respond to the system's inquiry, but instead spoke with a look of suspicion. Damn, this wretched system is definitely trying to cheat him. With no response from the system forthcoming, Lin Xuan had no choice but to relent and declared, Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time, receiving a novice gift package. Open the novice gift package. Lin Xuan continued without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a physique enhancement card. Physique enhancement card can elevate any special physique to its strongest form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial level technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Primordial Divine Tree. Primordial Divine Tree, a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Within the aura of the Primordial Divine Tree, the cultivation speed is enhanced, comprehension is temporarily increased, and it subtly enhances the cultivator's aptitude and understanding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 clan fortune points. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Xuan instinctively inhaled sharply. These rewards are simply too generous. Not to mention anything else, just the Primordial Divine Tree, if utilized correctly, could allow the Lin family to develop into a terrifying force that commands respect across the heavens. Although he was uncertain about the status of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the astonishing effects of the Primordial Divine Tree made it easy to surmise that it was undoubtedly among the most exceptional treasures in the world. After all, from a certain perspective, as long as one remained within the range of the Primordial Divine Tree, the enhancement of cultivation speed and comprehension would be permanent. How astonishing is that? Moreover, the better the surrounding environment, the more terrifying the enhancement would be. Stay calm, stay calm. First, let's enhance myself before anything else. Lin Xuan murmured to himself while suppressing the excitement and shock within. He then gazed at the physique enhancement card within the system's inventory, eagerly speaking, use the physique enhancement card. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Sword Body. As the scion of the Sacred Clan Lin family, Lin Xuan possesses unparalleled prowess among the younger generation of his clan, boasting exceptional innate talent. From birth, he has been endowed with a unique constitution known as the Chaotic Sword Body. The Chaotic Sword Body is a supreme royal physique that significantly enhances one's cultivation in the path of the sword, making the journey towards mastery remarkably efficient. With the Lin family's guidance, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, his ascension to the status of Sacred Emperor is virtually assured. The classifications of physiques are as follows: mortal body, spiritual body, treasure body, royal body, emperor body, sacred body, and celestial body. The cultivation realms of the southern underworld continent include body refinement, Tao Foundation, Yuan Dan, Divine Sea, Cave Heaven, Law Manifestation, King, Venerable, Saint, Great Saint, Sacred King, Sacred Emperor, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. As Lin Xuan's words faded, the system's notification tone resounded once more. Ding, physique enhancement card in use. Suddenly, a mysterious orb of light enveloped Lin Xuan, and he recognized this as a function of the system, thus offering no resistance. As time passed, an exhilarating sensation surged through Lin Xuan's crown, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief. With each fleeting moment, Lin Xuan's transformation continued unabated. As his physique evolved, his innate qualities soared, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. 5th level of Cave Heaven, 6th level of Cave Heaven, 7th level of Cave Heaven. Before long, Lin Xuan's cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of Law Manifestation, and the pace of his advancement showed no signs of slowing. 1st level of Law Manifestation, 2nd level of Law Manifestation, 3rd level of Law Manifestation. Throughout this ascent, Lin Xuan remained acutely aware of the importance of a solid foundation. Therefore, he devoted the majority of his energy to refining his base, seeking to elevate his depth of cultivation. After all, a robust foundation and profound depth are the cornerstones of transcending realms, and he was determined not to be content merely dominating his current tier. A cultivator who neglects to establish a solid foundation early on may find it nearly impossible to make amends later, potentially stalling their progress indefinitely. Lin Xuan acted swiftly, utilizing the vast energy within him to continually refine his meridians, physique, and even his soul. He repeatedly concentrated his spiritual energy, making it increasingly solid and abundant, while its quality improved as well. As the scion of a sacred clan, Lin Xuan's foundation was already formidable, yet this transformation only served to augment it further. As he transmuted the energy within him into a robust foundation, his cultivation continued to advance steadily. Ultimately, he achieved the 6th level of Law Manifestation, where his progress gradually stabilized. The entire process lasted a full hour. Lin Xuan finally completed his metamorphosis, with his tightly shut eyes suddenly flying open, an imposing aura, far surpassing that of Law Manifestation, erupted forth, toppling everything in his vicinity. Had it not been for the high quality of the items around him, they would have been reduced to dust. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, reveling in the changes throughout his being, and could not help but exclaim, "I feel that if I were to suppress myself to my former cultivation level, I could easily defeat my past self in a single strike." At this moment, Lin Xuan's meridians, physique, and soul had all improved by at least several dozen times. He believed that his physical prowess alone was sufficient to vanquish cultivators at the 6th level of Law Manifestation, relying solely on his raw physical strength without any enhancement from spiritual energy. Should he choose to harness his spiritual energy, he felt confident that he could dominate the realm of Law Manifestation, at least within the Central State and Southern Underworld continent. Open Personal Panel. Lin Xuan eagerly wished to examine his current status. Ding, the personal panel has been opened for the host. Please review it yourself. Soon, a translucent light screen materialized before Lin Xuan, displaying all his information. Name, Lin Xuan. Gender, male. Age, 16. Identity, scion of the sacred clan Lin family in the Central State. Cultivation, 6th level of Law Manifestation. Physique, chaotic sword body. Talent, supreme. Comprehension, supreme. Cultivation technique, chaotic sword art, in the Southern Underworld continent. The grades of cultivation techniques and martial arts are classified as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, royal, venerable, sacred, and emperor, with each grade further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary tiers. System evaluation, a talentless novice with a heaven-defying aptitude. Upon seeing the assessment, Lin Xuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Not only had he acquired the unparalleled chaotic sword body, but he also possessed the accompanying chaotic sword art, marking it as the 2nd item of chaotic rank he had obtained aside from the primordial divine tree. One could only surmise that this technique would be exceptional, and the fact that the chaotic sword body came with such a high-level technique affirmed its supreme status. However, how powerful could this supreme physique truly be? It should be on par with the celestial body, right? In his understanding, the celestial body represented the pinnacle of physical prowess. Although he was uncertain of the origins of this knowledge, after all, there had never been any mention of physiques exceeding the emperor body throughout the Southern Underworld continent. If this was the consensus among the major powers, then it must hold some truth. Yet, upon reading the system's final evaluation, Lin Xuan's expression darkened instantly. Calling me a novice is one thing, but what does talentless mean? Am I truly that lacking? Where am I deficient? Even at my previous strength, I had quelled the younger generation of the Lin family. And now, having not only acquired the chaotic sword body but also advanced to the 6th level of Law Manifestation, my abilities could easily annihilate all cultivators within the Law Manifestation realm. and I could effortlessly cut down those of the king realm. How is that weak? Are there really 16-year-old emperors out there? Or 16-year-olds who have attained immortality? System, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Tell me, where am I lacking? Lin Xuan protested. Ding. This system conducts a comprehensive analysis based on the circumstances of all young talents across the myriad realms, ensuring accuracy in its evaluations. Ding. As for the reasoning, the host must understand that aside from innate talent, resources are paramount in cultivation. Do you believe that a celestial prodigy with a sacred body, nurtured by the finest resources of the sacred clan, would not break through to the saint realm by the age of 16? Keep in mind that you were merely a royal body and your family is just a sacred clan, yet you have already reached the cave heaven realm. This system can assure the host that 16-year-old emperors are not a rarity, and they are indeed terrifying geniuses capable of defying the heavens and transcending the mortal realm. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan was instantly taken aback. 16-year-old emperors, defying the heavens and transcending the mortal realm. Lin Xuan's expression transformed from astonishment to solemnity. After a prolonged moment, he self-deprecatingly mused, how absurd that in 2 lifetimes, I would still commit such a fundamental error. At that moment, the arrogance he had felt from obtaining the system and experiencing his astounding transformation dissipated entirely. He recognized that he could not afford to be blindly arrogant. Despite possessing a system and this remarkable talent, he and the Lin family had yet to truly grow. Countless forces and individuals capable of obliterating them existed, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise and the extinction of their clan. While those prodigies and the powers backing them were indeed formidable, he firmly believed that given enough time, he and the Lin family would eventually surpass them all. Lin Xuan vowed that he would never be inferior to anyone in his lifetime. The Lin family would not be outmatched by any force. Chapter 3. Clan Fortune Mall. Clan Fortune Lottery. The Gambler's Breakdown. Subsequently, Lin Xuan ceased to dwell on the matter and redirected his focus towards the exploration of the system. After all, living in the present was of utmost importance. System, display the family information. Ding. The family panel for the host has been activated. Bound family, Xianxiaaudiobooks Lin Clan. Family rank, Holy Clan. Influence status, first-class power in the southern underworld continent. The powers within the southern underworld continent are categorized by strength into inconsequential powers, third-rate powers, second-rate powers, first-rate powers, superpowers, and hegemonic powers. Clan leader, Lin Tianhai. Number of clan members, 563 for 150. Family fortune, 200,000. Clan luck points, 101,000. System evaluation. A formidable entity in the southern underworld continent, yet a mere weakling across the myriad realms. After reviewing the basic information of the Lin clan, Lin Xuan murmured, alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. My Lin clan must strive harder. His aspirations were clear, to elevate to a quasi-emperor clan and become a top-tier first-class power in the southern underworld continent. A quasi-emperor clan, as the name suggests, possesses quasi-emperor level cultivators, a status that stands at the pinnacle of first-class powers, commanding respect even from superpowers, which would think twice before incurring their wrath. Though both are classified as first-class powers, the disparity between a holy clan and a quasi-emperor clan is monumental. After all, a quasi-emperor cultivator can effortlessly annihilate any holy emperor, and the sheer number of their holy emperors and holy kings far surpasses that of the holy clan. Next, Lin Xuan examined the requirements for the clan's ascension to quasi-emperor status. Holy Clan to Quasi-Emperor Clan. Ascension requirements. 1. Possess 3 Quasi-Emperor Realm Cultivators. 2. Have 10 Holy Emperor Realm Cultivators. 3. Maintain 50 Holy King Realm Cultivators. 4. Family fortune must reach 500,000. Upon contemplating these conditions, Lin Xuan could not help but shake his head, sighing, alas, the journey ahead is long and arduous. However, he questioned, system, isn't it sufficient for a clan to have just 1 quasi-emperor cultivator to be considered a quasi-emperor clan? Why do you require 3? And why all these additional conditions? Lin Xuan regarded the system with skepticism. In response to Lin Xuan's doubt, the system promptly provided an explanation. Ding. This is the universally recognized standard for evaluating powers across the myriad realms and will never err. Should the host not believe it, they may investigate once they leave the southern underworld continent to ascertain the truth. Seeing the system's unwavering confidence, Lin Xuan reluctantly decided to let go of his doubts. After all, it was not in the system's interest to deceive him. Then, Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the substantial 101,000 clan luck points. His eyes sparkling as he remarked, with such an impressive sum, it is imperative to indulge in a shopping spree at the marketplace. He mused, with this wealth, acquiring imperial weapons and celestial scriptures should be a mere formality. As he spoke, he opened the clan luck marketplace interface, but before he could fully indulge in his dreams. The first item that caught his eye shattered his unrealistic expectations. Heavenly Sea Sacred Spear, price, 150,000 clan luck points. What? How much? 150,000. Surely, there must be a decimal point missing. Lin Xuan was utterly astonished. If even a pinnacle Holy King weapon was priced so exorbitantly, what of Imperial weapons? Let alone celestial scriptures. After browsing through a few more items in the marketplace, he decisively closed the Clan Luck marketplace interface. For he was met with Tianqing Dragon Emperor Art, Imperial Grade Cultivation Technique, price, 500,000 Clan Luck points. Destruction Divine Fist, Celestial King Level Martial Art, price, 100,000 Clan Luck points. Ancient Holy Body, Top Tier Celestial Body, price, 999 Clan Luck points. Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, price, 100 billion Clan Luck points. Penga's Blood Essence, price, 100 billion Clan Luck points. Goodness, looking at this is exhausting. Lin Xuan lamented as he gazed at the string of numbers that felt longer than his own life. The sensation of something being tantalizingly within reach, yet utterly unattainable, was too tormenting. Of course, there were still many items within the marketplace that Lin Xuan could afford, such as resources for cultivation suited to his current realm, secret techniques, and weapons. However, aside from those rarer items, Lin Xuan was certainly not lacking in ordinary cultivation resources, especially considering that the Lin clan boasted the presence of Holy Emperor-level powerhouses. Thus, these lower-tier resources were abundant. Moreover, since ordinary treasures offered little enhancement to Lin Xuan's abilities, his desire for them was minimal, resulting in his lack of interest in further exploration or purchases. Next, Lin Xuan opened the Clan Luck Lottery interface, which presented a prize pool reminiscent of a lottery from his previous life. The display indicated 10,000 Clan Luck points for a single Clan Luck draw, 100,000 Clan Luck points for a 10-draw Clan Luck lottery. He then discovered that the rewards in the Clan Luck lottery pool would refresh periodically, specifically once a month. The prizes were categorized as top tier, high tier, and ordinary prizes, denoted by gold, purple, and green colors, respectively. Among them, the gold prizes were the rarest, with the lowest probability of being drawn, followed by a larger quantity of purple prizes with a somewhat higher probability, while the green prizes were the most abundant, offering the highest chance of selection. Lin Xuan noted that in this current prize pool, there were only 3 gold top-tier prizes: the Imperial Grade Supreme Imperial Weapon, Heavenly Origin Cauldron, a Spirit Washing Pool, and a low-grade True Celestial Level Technique, Xiaoyue, Celestial Scripture. The number of purple high-tier prizes had increased to 30, encompassing items ranging from Saint level to Quasi-Emperor level. As for the green ordinary prizes, they numbered in the hundreds, including treasures suitable for the body refinement realm to those appropriate for the venerable realm. Gazing longingly at the 3 items radiating brilliant golden light, Lin Xuan was consumed with desire, wishing fervently to conduct a 10-draw lottery and claim them all. However, recalling his dismal luck in past lottery attempts, which had been akin to that of a cursed individual, he hesitated. After a protracted deliberation, he thought, what the hell, let's gamble. After all, clan luck points are accrued daily. Perhaps I might be the lucky one after all. Embracing his inner gambler, Lin Xuan declared, system, initiate a 10-draw lottery. Ding. Consuming 100,000 clan luck points. The 10-draw Clan Luck Lottery is in progress. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a surge of anxiety, not forgetting to fervently pray, let it be gold, let it be gold. At the very least, grant me a Holy King level reward, or else I shall suffer a great loss. With 100,000 Clan Luck points, he could procure Holy King level items from the Clan Luck marketplace. If this turn yielded only low-tier treasures, he would indeed be at a considerable loss. Just then, a flash of green light appeared, revealing a thumb-sized pill on the panel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade body refinement pill. Lin Xuan was left flabbergasted. What the hell? A body refinement pill? Seriously? You dare to offer me this when the marketplace sells it for a mere 1 clan luck point? Are you even human? He felt as if his heart were bleeding. With 10,000 clan luck points spent, he had merely exchanged them for a pill worth a solitary clan luck point, and Lin Xuan was utterly infuriated, vehemently cursing the system for its unscrupulousness. It is hardly surprising that Lin Xuan feels this way. It is indeed a sight that would bring tears to even the most stoic capitalist. Chapter 4. The Springtime of the Gambler. Lin Tianhai. TSK. With the first reward, Lin Xuan has practically lost everything, down to his very undergarments. It is evident that being a gambler yields no favorable outcomes. However, the system remains indifferent to Lin Xuan's vulnerabilities, and the 10 consecutive draws persist unabated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade 4th-tier medicinal pill, 1 9-turn vitality pill. Damn, you need vitality, you wretched system. Your entire family needs it. I am barely hanging on. After losing his pants twice in a row, Lin Xuan was utterly incensed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 sacred herbs. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. After 2 consecutive losses, Lin Xuan's luck finally erupted with the 3rd reward. The value of these 10 sacred herbs has far surpassed the 3 consumed points of clan fortune, granting Lin Xuan a modest profit at last. Phew, at least it wasn't a total loss. Lin Xuan gazed at the 10 sacred herbs, exhaling in relief. At least he had not returned empty-handed. Whether it was a stroke of good fortune or not, the subsequent 3 rewards were all at least of sacred tier, causing Lin Xuan to amass a considerable bounty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bottle of top-grade sacred breaking pill. Top-grade sacred breaking pill. A sacred-level pill that increases the success rate for practitioners at the Supreme Realm to break through to the Saint Realm by 70%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade Quasi-Imperial formation, the 9 Profound Emperor Array. 9 Profound Emperor Array. A top-grade Quasi-Imperial formation that not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but also exhibits excellent offensive strength and the ability to gather spiritual energy. Its defense can withstand attacks from a practitioner at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm, provided there is sufficient energy lasting for an hour. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special sword technique, Divine Evasion. Divine Evasion, a unique sword technique with the characteristic of continuous advancement, currently at the low-grade sacred tier. Haha. Indeed, how could I possibly be a mere unlucky fool? Has my fortune finally turned for the better? The consecutive strokes of good luck left Lin Xuan unable to contain his excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up, nearly impossible to suppress. If only the system could continue to deliver, a golden prize would be most welcome. Just as Lin Xuan anticipated further strokes of good luck, the next 3 consecutive green prizes extinguished his hopes in an instant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 mid-grade, 3rd-tier spiritual veins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade 1st-tier magical artifact, the Haotian Hammer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a high-grade 6th-tier magical robe, the Heavenly Feather Silk. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuan's earlier excitement dissipated, and he no longer held any illusions about the last remaining prize. Well, at least this 10 consecutive draw was not a loss. In fact, it was quite profitable. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. Of course, how could there be a loss? The worth of a single 9 Profound Emperor Array alone far exceeds the value of the 100,000 clan fortune points spent on the 10 draws. Not to mention the sacred herbs, sacred breaking pill, and the sword technique, along with several other less useful items. Particularly noteworthy is that sword technique, which possesses the potential for continuous advancement. Its value is beyond estimation. Among these rewards, Lin Xuan places the utmost importance on this sword technique. The others are of little use to him at present, given his current realm. However, this sword technique can indeed be cultivated, serving as a powerful trump card that significantly enhances his strength. Just as Lin Xuan was momentarily distracted from the lottery interface, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, dazzling his eyes. A golden legend. Before Lin Xuan could fully comprehend the situation, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spirit washing pool. Spirit washing pool, capable of automatically generating sacred spirit liquid, which can cleanse the meridians and bones, eliminate internal impurities, heal hidden injuries, and enhance a practitioner's aptitude, albeit only for those below the Saint Realm. Ding. This 10 consecutive draw has now concluded. All acquired prizes have been automatically stored in the system's backpack. The host may check or utilize them at their discretion. Holy cow. The springtime of the gambler has arrived. However, on another note, I was on the verge of giving up, and then you present me with a golden legend? Are you toying with me? And it happens to be the immensely valuable spirit washing pool. That is a treasure capable of enhancing one's aptitude. Which faction would not covet it? I dare say. Should this item appear in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among all the factions across the continent. Even those lofty Heavenly Emperor factions would be embroiled in bloodshed over it. Naturally, he would never allow it to surface in the external realm, as the Lin family has numerous clan members waiting to benefit. With this spirit washing pool, coupled with various resources, the comprehensive strength of the Lin family will surely soar. Lin Xuan gazed at the description of the spirit washing pool, bursting into laughter. After glancing once more at the treasures within the system's backpack that could catalyze a transformation for the Lin family, Lin Xuan departed the Grand Hall, hastening toward a certain direction within the Lin family. The era of the Lin family has begun. The Heavenly Sacred Hall. The Heavenly Sacred Hall serves as the venue for Lin family discussions, and the place where the clan leader manages family affairs. At this moment, a man in his 30s, exuding an air of authority and confidence, was diligently attending to the intricate clan matters before him. This man is none other than Lin Tianhai, the clan leader of the Lin family and Lin Xian's father, a powerful figure at the initial stage of the Great Saint realm. Meanwhile, a youthful figure hurriedly approached the entrance of the grand hall. The newcomer was none other than Lin Xian. Upon seeing him, the guards at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully and greeted, "We pay our respects to the young master." Lin Xian waved his hand in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes. I have something to discuss with my father. You may continue your watch." Without further ado, he strode into the grand hall. "Greetings, father." Lin Xian respectfully saluted Lin Tianhai, who was seated above. "Ah, it is my son Xian. What brings you here?" Lin Tianhai set aside his tasks, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. In truth, Lin Tianhai was quite eager for Lin Xian to seek him out, as his son not only possessed remarkable talent, but had also been exceptionally composed and diligent since childhood, requiring little guidance. This left Lin Tianhai with a sense of unfulfillment as a father, yearning for the chance to exhibit his paternal grandeur in a manner akin to ordinary fathers. Lin Xian, oblivious to his father's subtle thoughts, directly stated, "Father, I have acquired several treasures." "Oh, what treasures?" Lin Tianhai responded with a chuckle, adopting a demeanor of unwavering composure. He was skeptical, doubting that his son could present anything of significance. "I estimate that it is likely nothing more than a few 7th or 8th tier trinkets." He thought he would simply brush off this conversation with the boy. Chapter 5. Lin Tianhai's Astonishment. The Forbidden Land, Tianyan Sea. Lin Xian, naturally unaware of Lin Tianhai's musings, pressed on with the excuse he had meticulously crafted, recounting his tale. After all, he needed a plausible explanation for the origins of those precious items. "Father, about a month ago," as Lin Xian recounted his tale, Lin Tianhai, who had initially appeared calm and composed, began to exhibit a myriad of emotions. The entirety of the events unfolded thus. After a considerable time, as Lin Xian's words concluded, Lin Tianhai transitioned from his earlier serenity to a state of shock and incredulity. He gazed at Lin Xian, his face a portrait of astonishment, and uttered, "Xianer, are you saying that a month ago you inadvertently entered a realm of supreme power and were subsequently favored by that mighty being who bestowed upon you a legacy? This legacy can only be gradually unlocked as your cultivation advances, allowing you to acquire treasures contained within it, and that your recent breakthrough has partially unsealed this legacy, granting you several artifacts?" "Indeed, father, that is approximately how you understand it," Lin Xian replied, feeling a pang of guilt as he nodded. This was the most plausible excuse he could conjure. Although it sounded somewhat fantastical, the realm of cultivation is fraught with wonders. Instances of individuals defying fate to obtain legacies from powerful beings are not unheard of. While Lin Tianhai had not witnessed such phenomena, he had heard tales, thus harboring only slight doubts without probing further. He then turned to Lin Xian and inquired, "So, Xianer, what is your current cultivation level?" Due to the system obscuring Lin Xian's realm, Lin Tianhai was unable to discern his actual level and could only inquire directly. Upon realizing he could not detect Lin Xian's cultivation, Lin Tianhai was internally astounded. After all, given his own cultivation at the Great Sage level, he should have been able to perceive at a glance the level of a junior at the Cave Heaven stage. Yet, with his son, his consciousness could glean nothing, as though ensnared in a void of chaos. Such a phenomenon was typically encountered only when facing beings far beyond his own level of power. How could this rascal be so? In response to his father's inquiry, Lin Xian dispelled the system's concealment, revealing his true realm. Instantly what? The 6th layer of the Law Manifestation Realm. "Xianer, you have broken through to the Law Manifestation Realm and ascended to the 6th layer?" Lin Tianhai was utterly flabbergasted. Just a month prior, he distinctly recalled his son being at the 4th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Yet, in the span of a mere month, he had surged to the Law Manifestation Realm, and that too, to the 6th layer. How could this not leave him in awe? Even in the countless years of the southern underworld, he had never heard of any prodigy with such rapid cultivation speed. Advancing a major realm within a month, was that something a normal person could achieve? At this juncture, Lin Tianhai began to entertain the notion that his son truly had received a legacy from a supreme being, for how else could his cultivation have escalated so dramatically? "As you have observed, father, I have indeed reached the 6th layer of the Law Manifestation Realm," Lin Xian directly affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai momentarily fell silent before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha, you are indeed my son, Lin Tianhai. With you around, how can my Lin family not prosper?" Witnessing his father's prideful demeanor, Lin Xian refrained from interrupting, offering only a faint smile. After a considerable time, once Lin Tianhai had calmed down, he promptly urged, "Xianer, quickly, Take out the treasures you mentioned earlier so that I may behold them. Father here? Lin Xuan glanced around, his meaning unmistakable. Upon observing this, Lin Tianhai's expression grew stern. He surmised that the items Lin Xuan was about to present were likely extraordinary and not of ordinary value, hence the caution. Come, follow me. Lin Tianhai recognized the gravity of the situation and led Lin Xuan away from the heavenly sacred hall to the Lin family's sacred ground, the Heavenly Cloud Sea. The Heavenly Cloud Sea was the Lin family's forbidden area, a retreat for their esteemed ancestors and elder clan members at the Sage King level. Typically, only Lin Tianhai, as the clan leader, could enter freely, while other clan members were forbidden to approach, as it housed the family's greatest treasures. Before long, Lin Tianhai and Lin Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Cloud Sea. The moment they arrived, an elder clad in coarse robes appeared before them. He was the guardian of the Heavenly Cloud Sea's entrance and a Sage King elder of the Lin family. Junior Lin Tianhai pays his respects to Elder Lin Mo. Junior Lin Xuan greets the elder. Upon seeing the elder, both father and son immediately bowed respectfully. Haha, no need for such formalities. Young Hai, are you here to enter the Heavenly Cloud Sea? Elder Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Indeed, Elder. I have important matters to discuss with our ancestor and seek your assistance, Lin Tianhai promptly responded. Very well, then proceed, Elder Lin Mo declared, raising his hand to reveal a passageway that materialized before them, gesturing for the two to enter. Thank you, Elder. Lin Tianhai expressed his gratitude and, accompanied by Lin Xuan, stepped into the passageway. Upon entering the Heavenly Cloud Sea, Lin Tianhai and Lin Xuan found themselves suddenly on a vast plain. Is this not the sacred ground of our Lin family, the Heavenly Cloud Sea? Lin Xuan mused, observing the surroundings, which bore no distinction from the outside world save for the significantly denser spiritual energy. This was his first time stepping into this hallowed place revered by all Lin family members, and he could not help but curiously survey his surroundings. Ah, Xuaner, you will have ample time to explore the Heavenly Cloud Sea in the future. For now, let us seek out our ancestors, Lin Tianhai remarked with a smile. Recalling his own initial experience in this sacred place, much like Lin Xuan, filled with curiosity and an insatiable desire to explore. However, given the pressing matters at hand, they had to set aside their curiosity for the moment, knowing there would be plenty of time for Lin Xuan to learn more later. Acknowledging his father's words, Lin Xuan suppressed his curiosity and nodded, saying, Hee, it's only natural to be curious on my first visit. Let us proceed, father. Let us go? Our ancestors await us at the center of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, Lin Tianhai replied, leading Lin Xuan towards the sea's center. The great sage-level cultivators possessed remarkable speed, capable of traversing the void, thus making their journey swift. However, within their own family grounds, there was no need for such traversal. Hence, Lin Tianhai simply relied on his own speed, and within less than a minute, they arrived at the center of the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Oh, is that not young Hai? Have you become so leisurely in your role as clan leader that you can spare time to visit us old codgers? Chapter 6. The Imperial Level Technique Shocks All. As Lin Tianhai and Lin Xuan reached the center of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly reached their ears. A figure appeared before them, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile as he regarded them. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of this figure, Lin Tianhai and Lin Xuan were genuinely startled. Lin Tianhai exhaled softly, addressing the figure with resignation. Ancestor, why do you still love to appear so mysteriously? The figure, seemingly unconcerned by Lin Tianhai's words, adopted a playful tone akin to that of an old trickster. What is the matter? Is it not permissible for this old man of over 10,000 years to amuse himself by teasing his own descendants? Is it true that you, my boy, have ascended to the position of clan leader, your wings now fully unfurled, such that even I, your old man, can no longer jest with you? Alas, I am growing old, and it seems even my own descendants have begun to look down upon me. Perhaps it is best for me to retreat to my coffin and await my demise. Witnessing the manifestation of the third ancestor's spirit, which was becoming increasingly pronounced, Lin Tianhai hastily offered his apologies. Of course, how could it be otherwise? The entirety of the Lin family is at your disposal, dear ancestor. Especially my younger brother, Lin Tianyu, who speaks of you daily, yearning for your guidance. Oh, is that so? There exists such a thoughtful descendant. Where is he now? The ancestor inquired, his interest piqued. I have always relished mentoring the younger generation. I must ensure he experiences the warmth of my affection. The third ancestor, who had been in the throes of dramatic performance, abruptly halted, turning his attention to Lin Tianhai. Meanwhile, at a location in the central continent known as the Bahue Gate, a sacred power base, Lin Tianyu, who had just concluded a battle and was commanding the Lin clan members in confiscating resources from those who dared provoke them, suddenly sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Achoo, achoo, achoo. What is happening? Could it be that my elder brother is contemplating what rare treasure to reward me with? After all, I have performed splendidly in this task. Surely a grand holy weapon would not be too much to ask. Lin Tianyu mused with a smile on his lips. Little did he know. As for the third ancestor, young master has gone to deal with an unwise sect and has yet to return, Lin Tianhai answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, the third ancestor's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a cold smirk. Humph, it seems there will always be those who lack discernment. But what of the involvement of those particular families? According to our investigation, it appears this incident has no connection to them. It is merely a case of ignorance. Lin Tianhai replied. Ah, that is for the best. While Lin Tianhai and the third ancestor conversed, Lin Xuan had already begun to use his clan's Eye of Destiny to probe into the information regarding the third ancestor. Name, Lin Changfeng. Identity, third ancestor of the Lin family. Cultivation, 5th layer of the Saint Emperor realm. Physique, Azure Wind King body. Talent, exceptional. Comprehension, exceptional. Age, 13. 000 years. Loyalty to the clan, 100. Fortune, about to receive a gift from the clan's younger generation. Just as Lin Xuan finished examining the third ancestor's information, the ancestor's voice suddenly reached his ears. So this is your son, Xiaohai? Indeed, ancestor. He has come here precisely because of Xian'er. Lin Tianhai nodded in affirmation. In that moment, Lin Xuan snapped back to attention and immediately bowed respectfully. Young descendant Lin Xuan pays his respects to the third ancestor. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. You surpassed the young Xiaohai of your by leaps and bounds. At such a young age, you have already attained the 6th layer of the law manifestation realm. It seems the Lin family has a bright future ahead. Although Lin Changfeng was astonished by Lin Xuan's remarkable cultivation at such a tender age, he understood that everyone possesses their own opportunities and secrets, thus refraining from further inquiries, instead bursting into hearty laughter. Such a prodigy, if nurtured well, might very well lead the Lin family to produce a great emperor, becoming a formidable imperial clan that commands respect across the central continent. Ancestor, I still have a long way to go, Lin Xuan humbly replied. Modesty is commendable. By the way, Xiaohai, you mentioned that you came here because of Xian'er. Did something occur in his cultivation that you could not resolve? The third ancestor remarked with a smile, then turned to Lin Tianhai. Ancestor, it is not that Xian'er has encountered a problem in his cultivation. The matter is as follows. Lin Tianhai quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. Is what you say truly the case? Though the third ancestor directed his question at Lin Tianhai, his gaze had already shifted to Lin Xuan. Upon noticing their attention focused on him, Lin Xuan no longer hesitated and began to retrieve the items he had placed within his storage ring, presenting them one by one. The first item he produced was the Imperial-level martial art, 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor technique, and as soon as the third ancestor and Lin Tianhai laid eyes upon it, they immediately seized it for examination. Upon discovering that the martial art was classified as Imperial level, they could not help but exclaim, an Imperial-level martial art. As they uttered these words, an overwhelming aura surged throughout the Tianyan Sea, swiftly converging towards Lin Tianhai and the others. In no time, numerous figures arrived at the scene. Greetings, third ancestor. Is this truly an Imperial-level martial art? Indeed, third ancestor. If this is an Imperial-level martial art, our Lin family will surely thrive. The gathered individuals, prominent elders of the Lin family who had been cultivating in the Tianyan Sea, eagerly sought the third ancestor's confirmation, their expressions a mixture of urgency and anticipation. After all, an Imperial-level martial art was something the Lin family had never possessed. Their highest attainment had been a Saint Emperor-level technique, and they had never even laid claim to a Quasi-Imperial-level martial art. This was precisely why, despite standing for several 100,000 years in the central continent, the Lin family had yet to produce a power beyond the Quasi-Imperial level. Everything stemmed from a lack of suitable martial arts. Otherwise, how could the Lin family still be regarded merely as a sacred clan? Consider their most formidable ancestor, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. Possessing immense battle prowess, having once fought a quasi-imperial expert for an entire day and night before ultimately retreating unscathed, such a formidable individual, had he access to proper techniques, would have surely broken through to the quasi-imperial level, rather than remaining ensnared in the Saint Emperor realm. Over the years, the Lin family had never ceased their search for a martial art suitable for their great ancestor, yet they had found nothing. As for creating their own martial arts, that was a feat achievable only by a select few, let alone an imperial-level art. The third ancestor, while unsurprised by the crowd's inquiries, forced himself to suppress his excitement and nodded. Indeed, it is an imperial-level martial art, and it is the most suitable lightning attribute technique for the eldest to cultivate. Its name is the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor technique, which can ultimately be cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm. Let me see it. Third Ancestor. Before the crowd could fully absorb the shock of this revelation, two figures, one male and one female, exuding an aura of formidable power, emerged above them. It was none other than the Lin family's great ancestor, Lin Xianxiao, and the second ancestor, Lin Xianxia. Upon their arrival, the crowd, unable to contain their excitement, immediately bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the great ancestor and second ancestor. Eldest brother, second sister, you have come. Chapter 7. Various treasures astonished the crowd. The third ancestor, upon seeing the newcomers, showed no signs of surprise, merely stating casually, if one were to consider who within the Lin family longed most fervently for an imperial-level martial art, it would undoubtedly be the great ancestor, Lin Xianxiao. Not to mention an imperial-level martial art. Even a quasi-imperial-level technique was a dream he yearned to possess. For only then could he break through to a higher realm and elevate the Lin family to new heights. Originally, both the great ancestor Lin Xianxiao and the second ancestor Lin Xianxia had been sequestered in their respective chambers, engaged in intensive training. Although they sensed Lin Tianhai and the others' arrival, they chose not to appear, trusting that as long as the matter was not overly grave, the third ancestor could handle it. However, upon hearing of an imperial-level martial art, particularly one perfectly suited to his lightning affinity, Lin Xianxiao could no longer remain seated, promptly appearing alongside Lin Xianxia above the crowd. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. Lin Xianxiao nodded at the crowd, then raised his hand, summoning a torrent of profound spiritual energy that lifted everyone effortlessly before he spoke again. Is this truly an imperial-level martial art? Present it to me for examination. The third ancestor uttered nothing, directly transferring the martial arts technique in his possession to the grand ancestor. Upon receiving the technique, Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao immediately began to peruse it. After swiftly scanning through the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor's technique, he discerned its profound nature and formidable power despite never having practiced it himself. He even surmised that this technique might surpass the typical imperial-level arts. For him, this technique was nothing short of perfect. Ha ha ha, with this technique, my breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm is imminent. The Lin family will ascend to new heights. Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao exclaimed joyously after completing his review. He had awaited this day for far too long, and it had finally come to fruition. Congratulations, elder brother. Wishing you an expeditious breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm, leading our Lin family to greater glory. Congratulations, Grand Ancestor. May you achieve the Quasi-Emperor realm soon. The onlookers chimed in with their well wishes. Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao merely nodded with a smile before turning his gaze towards Lin Xuan, saying, Xianer, this technique is yours. Speak up, what reward do you desire? Whatever is within my power, I shall grant it. Indeed, Xianer, do not hesitate to ask, I assure you. All of us elders will comply, added second ancestor Lin Xianxia, who had remained silent until now, also smiling. Even the many clan elders nearby joined in the merriment. Xianer, you have rendered such tremendous service to our Lin family. Even if you desire the daughters of other sacred clans, I will procure them for you. Xianer, if there are any junior members who have bullied you, I shall personally deal with their elders to avenge you. I happen to have a low-grade sacred fire temporarily stored at the Fire Element sect. Would you fancy that? If so, I shall retrieve it for you today. Wait, elders. Can we be a bit more serious? One might think our Lin family is a demonic sect. Lin Xuan internally scoffed, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. He understood that the elders were acting out of goodwill, and he felt grateful to have such a supportive group of seniors. This was the fundamental difference between his Lin family and other factions, where schemes and self-interest prevailed. In his family, the majority of members coexisted harmoniously, although competition existed. It was healthy, devoid of treachery or harm among kin. Esteemed elders, I do not require any rewards. As a member of the Lin family, especially as the family's young master, contributing to our clan is simply my duty. Moreover, Lin Xuan smiled. I have not merely acquired the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor's technique. Hee. What? There's more? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the three ancient ancestors of the Lin family looked at Lin Xuan with wide eyes, as if trying to see through him. Xianer, what else do you have? Show us. Lin Tianhai exclaimed after recovering from his shock. Lin Xuan nodded and began to produce items one by one. 10 sacred herbs, a vial of top-grade broken sacred pills, the sword technique divine evasion, a quasi-emperor level formation, the 9 mysterious emperor array. While the first few items were indeed precious, the Lin family was not entirely without them. However, when the quasi-emperor level formation was revealed, the crowd was once again taken aback. This is a quasi-emperor level formation, and it's a top-tier one at that, capable of momentarily resisting the terrifying power of a first-level emperor. Such formations are beyond the reach of even most quasi-emperor level formation masters. With this formation, as long as the Lin family refrained from provoking imperial level forces or those with heavenly emperor level powers, they could rest easy. Indeed. But before they could fully process their astonishment, Lin Xuan further astonished them. A massive pool, large enough to accommodate 1,000 people, suddenly appeared with a resounding crash nearby. Before anyone could inquire, Lin Xuan began to explain. This pool is called the Spirit Cleansing Pool, capable of automatically generating a liquid known as Sacred Spirit Liquid. Cultivators who immerse themselves in this liquid can purify their meridians, eliminate impurities from their bodies, heal hidden injuries, and even enhance their innate qualities. However, this effect is limited to cultivators below the Sage realm, and it is ineffective for those above the King body level. As Lin Xuan's words concluded, the scene fell into a profound silence. It wasn't until several breaths later that the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Hiss. What? Is this true? Not only can it purify meridians and heal hidden injuries, but it can also enhance qualities? Is there truly such a treasure in the world? If what Xian'er says is true, what worries do we have for the future of the Lin family? How can we lack in prodigies? Even the usually composed Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao couldn't help but widen his eyes, eagerly inquiring of Lin Xuan. Xian'er, this pool, the Spirit Cleansing Pool, truly possesses such miraculous effects. Grand Ancestor, it is absolutely true, Lin Xuan affirmed without hesitation. With Lin Xuan's confirmation, doubts dissipated, and the crowd erupted into joyous laughter. Ha! Heaven bless our Lin family. Heaven bless our Lin family. Although the Spirit Cleansing Pool would be of no use to them personally, its significance for the Lin family's development was immeasurable. In fact, in their eyes, its value surpassed that of all the previous treasures Lin Xuan had presented combined. With the Spirit Cleansing Pool, the Lin family would never again worry about lacking in geniuses. The importance of geniuses to any faction is self-evident, as they are the key to the continuation and inheritance of power. To ensure the unbroken legacy and continuous growth of a faction, the emergence of geniuses is indispensable. Only through geniuses can a faction thrive and expand. Furthermore, with the Spirit Cleansing Pool, the Lin family would not only see a steady influx of talents, but the baseline of their clan would also be significantly elevated. Those who previously struggled to break through due to lack of talent would succeed in their ascension, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the Lin family. Just considering the clan members who were once trapped in the venerable realm, after immersing themselves, many would undoubtedly break through to the Sage realm, thereby substantially uplifting the Lin family's prowess. After all, those below the Sage realm are mere ants. The worth of a Sage-level cultivator cannot be matched even by 100 venerable-level cultivators. Chapter 8. The Family's Arrangements. After the excitement subsided, the clan elders began to lavish praise upon Lin Xuan. A clan elder clad in a Taoist robe looked at Lin Xuan and began to extol his virtues. Ha! Our Lin family is truly blessed to have produced such a fortuitous child as Xian'er. Not only does he possess extraordinary luck, achieving a miraculous inheritance, but at such a young age, he has reached the astonishing law manifestation realm. The future holds limitless potential for him, and under his leadership, our Lin family shall undoubtedly rise to become an imperial clan or even a celestial clan. Ha! In response, other clan members echoed his sentiments. Indeed, our Lin family is truly blessed. Ha! What do you youngsters know? Our Lin family is not just blessed, it's as if our ancestral graves have exploded. Ha! The third ancestor Lin Changfeng, completely devoid of any pretenses, laughed heartily, correcting them. Little did he know, before he could finish his laughter, the grand ancestor Lin Changxiao, who had somehow appeared beside him, delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Smack! You rascal! What nonsense are you spouting? Upon witnessing the aftermath of the reprimand from the grand ancestor Lin Changxiao, his gaze turned dangerously upon the third ancestor Lin Changfeng, who, with a sheepish demeanor, scratched the back of his head and muttered, "I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong." Lin Changxiao simply responded with an exasperated expression, while Lin Changfeng remained unable to meet his gaze, speaking softly. As this scene unfolded, the onlookers could no longer contain their amusement. Yet, constrained by the presence of the ancestors, they stifled their laughter, feigning calmness, though their trembling bodies betrayed their true feelings. Apart from Lin Xuan, the others were acutely aware that the third ancestor only exhibited such deference in front of the grand ancestor and the second ancestor. In the presence of others, he was a person unafraid of heaven or earth, a fierce individual who would not hesitate to act. Fortunately, Lin Changxiao's reprimand was merely a light scolding, devoid of genuine anger. Following his admonishment, he cleared his throat and stated, "All right, this time, Xian'er has brought forth an opportunity for the Lin family to rise. Our foremost task now is to deliberate on how to optimally utilize these treasures to swiftly bolster our family's strength. Moreover, We must promptly implement rewards for xian'er. According to our family rules, those who contribute must be rewarded, and any transgressions must be punished. Given xian'er's substantial contribution, the reward must be commensurate with his efforts. We must not let any family member who has aided the clan feel neglected. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with solemnity. Yes, Grand Ancestor. We shall ensure that no family member feels unappreciated. As the assembly was about to commence discussions, Lin Xuan interjected once more, esteemed ancestors and elders. Actually, I have one more item to present to the family. Lin Xuan expressed his exasperation, wondering why the ancestors and elders were so impatient, as he hadn't even finished his initial presentation. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the individuals who were prepared to begin deliberations turned their astonished gazes towards him. Lin Xuan's father, Lin Tianhai, quietly inquired, "Xian'er, you mean there is more?" Yes, there is one more item," Lin Xuan affirmed with a nod. Without waiting for further inquiries, he produced a small sapling enveloped in magical energy. A sapling? What sort of sapling is this? I have lived for 5,000 years and have seen countless rare treasures, yet I cannot recognize this one. Elder Yin, have you encountered this before? I have not, came the reply from the crowd, who soon found themselves embroiled in speculation. After a brief period, it became evident that none could identify the sapling. Even the venerable Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao shook his head in resignation, admitting his unfamiliarity. Thus, the assembly turned to Lin Xuan, inquiring, "Xian'er, what is this object? What purpose does it serve?" Lin Xuan promptly elaborated. This tree is known as the primordial divine tree, a treasure of chaos. If planted upon a spiritual vein or dragon vein, it can emanate a certain mysterious Tao rhythm within a designated area. Cultivators who train within its range will not only experience accelerated cultivation speed, but will also temporarily enhance their comprehension. Most importantly, it can subtly augment a cultivator's innate talents. As long as one remains within the Tao rhythm's influence, these effects will persist indefinitely. The extent of the influence will vary according to the environment, specifically the grade of the spiritual or dragon vein. The higher the grade, the more expansive the influence. The crowd gasped collectively, astonished into silence as if they had been struck by a spell, rooted in place for what felt like an eternity. After a minute, murmurs of astonishment began to circulate once more. The primordial divine tree, such an extraordinary spiritual plant exists in our world? Spiritual plant? This divine object deserves far more than that mere classification. It is nothing short of a celestial root. Pray tell, what tier does this chaotic treasure belong to? I have never heard of it before. Who knows? After all, the highest rank known throughout the southern abyss continent is merely celestial tier. And I suspect the primordial divine tree would rank among the top treasures across all realms. Why ponder so deeply? With such a divine object in our possession, the foundation of the Lin family is secured for generations. Our current focus should be on how to best utilize this tree and how to prevent information regarding it from leaking. Should news of this escape, our family could face annihilation. Seeing the crowd in animated discussion, the second ancestor Lin Xianxia furrowed her brow and spoke. As the only female among the three ancestors, her cultivation had reached the seventh heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, granting her immense respect within the Lin family. Upon hearing her words, the crowd instantly quieted, standing obediently in place. "Sister, what do you propose we do?" The third ancestor inquired tentatively. After casting a glance at the third ancestor, Lin Xianxia looked to the Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao, who nodded in agreement, before addressing the assembly. First and foremost, Xian'er, as the rightful owner of these treasures, has willingly offered them to the family, making his contribution invaluable. Therefore, my recommendation for Xian'er's reward is that all family resources should be made available to him at no cost, allowing him to utilize any resource preferentially. Furthermore, his contributions must be duly recorded in the family genealogy and historical accounts, ensuring that future generations remember his deeds, and he should have unrestricted access to these treasures. Regarding the allocation of these treasures, I propose that the spiritual cleansing pool be made accessible to family members below the Saint realm in exchange for a certain number of contribution points, the specifics of which you may discuss among yourselves. As for the primordial divine tree, it shall be our family's most profound secret. All who are privy to its existence must swear an oath to maintain confidentiality. I believe the best location for its placement would be Tianyunhai, our family's sacred ground, which is well guarded by various formations and overseen by us, ensuring its utmost safety. To ensure fairness in training beneath the divine tree, apart from Xian'er, all others must exchange contribution points for training time, including us three ancestors. Anyone wishing to train must earn contribution points through service to the family. Regarding the allocation of training slots, I suggest we implement a trial. Only those who pass the trial will be deemed worthy to know of the divine tree's existence and to redeem training time. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? The second ancestor Lin Xianxia had merely outlined the critical arrangements concerning the spiritual cleansing pool and the primordial divine tree, leaving the decisions regarding the other treasures to Lin Tianhai, the family patriarch. I believe the second ancestor's proposal is already optimal. However, we must discuss certain details further. Indeed. For instance, what kind of trial should we establish? What aspects should it assess? The assembly nodded in agreement, eager to voice their opinions. They then turned their attention to the grand ancestor Lin Xianxiao, aware that such a momentous decision regarding the family's fate required the input of their steadfast anchor. As the crowd looked to him, Lin Xianxiao slowly began, I have no objections to Xianxia's arrangements, but regarding the prevention of information leaks, I believe that an oath alone is insufficient, as there are countless secret techniques in the world. Furthermore, when selecting family members eligible to redeem training time under the divine tree, I have but one stipulation. They must be 100% loyal to the family. Otherwise, regardless of their talent or cultivation level, they shall not qualify. The assembly nodded in agreement, yet soon a clan elder raised a concern. However, both of these stipulations present challenges. Firstly, our Lin family lacks an infallible technique that cannot be deciphered. Secondly, how can we ascertain the absolute loyalty of a family member? In response, the crowd found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as the tension mounted, a somewhat youthful voice resonated among them. Actually, I have a solution. Chapter 9, Secret Techniques. Family Calamities. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, which belonged to Lin Xuan. Lin Tianhai immediately inquired with urgency, Xianer, you claim to have a solution, pray, what is it? Is it difficult to implement? As Lin Tianhai posed his question, the surrounding crowd gazed at Lin Xuan with curiosity, eager to discover what surprises this prodigious scion of the Lin family could unveil. Lin Xuan, without any hesitation, divulged. The solution lies in the two secret techniques I acquired from that inheritance. One is called Forbidden Spirit. The practitioner of this technique not only cannot divulge any information they possess, but also, regardless of the methods employed by unscrupulous cultivators, the secrets of the Lin family remain utterly secure. The other technique allows for the verification of a family member's absolute loyalty to the clan. However, this technique is exclusive to me, and I shall not elaborate further on it. Nevertheless, I assure you, I can stake my life on its infallibility. In truth, Lin Xuan's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. The Forbidden Spirit technique indeed existed, temporarily granted to him by the system, leading Lin Xuan to incur a substantial debt of clan fortune points. As for the second technique, it was non-existent. However, he possessed the Eye of Clan Fortune, enabling him to monitor the information of family members at will, which proved to be far more practical and error-free. According to the system, no matter how powerful the cultivator or what other techniques might be employed, Forbidden Spirit could not be cracked or circumvented to extract information. Lin Xuan distinctly recalled the system's fervent assurances. Ding. This system guarantees exceptional quality. Ding. Do not attempt to question this system. It takes its duties seriously. Ding. Do not compare those dazzling charlatans to this system. Ding. If the effectiveness of this technique were to falter, I would be too embarrassed to face the clan of systems. Despite the system's guarantees, the price was steep, leaving him with a staggering debt of 2 million points, which he could not refuse if he wished to secure the promised protection. Fortunately, the system allowed a generous time frame of 1 year to repay this debt. With such a substantial period, he was confident he could settle it. Lin Xuan then presented the Forbidden Spirit technique, stating, Esteemed elders, please observe. This is the Forbidden Spirit technique. Suddenly, a jade slip appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, inscribed with the details of the technique. The crowd quickly began to examine the contents of the jade slip, discovering that it indeed contained the information Lin Xuan had promised, even with greater detail. Furthermore, they noted that the difficulty of cultivating this technique was remarkably low, making it accessible to nearly everyone, and it could be completed within a single day. Seeing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. At least those qualified family members could be entrusted with these secrets without fear of exposure, allowing for a rapid enhancement of their kin. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly, my Lin family's prodigy has resolved these challenges for us. Now we can act decisively, propelling our Lin family to greater strength without hesitation. Ha! Indeed, indeed. Those major factions. Beware, the Lin family shall soon crush you all. As the crowd gradually settled, the venerable ancestor Lin Xianxiao gazed solemnly at Lin Xuan and declared, Xianer, your monumental contribution to the clan merits grand rewards. However, regrettably, our family lacks the strength to provide you with substantial assistance. Rest assured, while you are still growing, we older fellows will shoulder the burden. Even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we shall ensure your safety and nurture your growth. Xianer, on behalf of all the members of the Lin family, I thank you for your significant contributions. With that, He prepared to perform the highest honor of their clan before Lin Xuan, and the others nodded in agreement, beginning to pay their respects. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but he could not intervene in time and hurriedly dodged. "Oh my goodness! Ancestor, are you trying to make me faint on the spot?" Lin Xian's heart raced with panic. How could he dare to accept such homage? Apart from his father Lin Tianhai and a few of his grandfather's generation, everyone else here were his ancestors, especially the three venerable ancestors who were the epitome of lineage. While Lin Xian's contributions to the family warranted such respect, he could not accept it with a clear conscience. After evading, Lin Xuan addressed the venerable ancestors and clan elders, saying, "Esteemed ancestors and elders, you are granting me an early demise. The Lin family is my home, and contributing to the family is my duty. Moreover, the family has nurtured me for 16 years. How could I not repay the clan's prosperity? Should the family face adversity one day, I shall wield my sword against the heavens, vanquishing foes to forge the Lin family's glory with the blood of our enemies." Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed momentarily frozen in place. After a long pause, venerable ancestor Lin Xianxiao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! What a declaration to forge the Lin family's glory with the blood of our enemies. Even I, an old man, am stirred by your fervor. With you, Xianer, our Lin family shall rise, even without those fortuitous treasures." The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, the greatest fortune of our Lin family is not those seemingly precious treasures, but you, Xianer. Absolutely. As long as Xianer is here, what do we care for a few treasures? Ha ha. The next day, to the outside world, the Lin family appeared remarkably tranquil. However, this was merely a facade. Unbeknownst to the outside world, the Lin family had already begun its meticulous operations. Unwitting clan members were being arranged for Lin Xuan to assess, and those who met the criteria were being taken to Tianyang. Naturally, the true circumstances would not be disclosed to them. They were merely informed that the family had acquired an opportunity, though the specifics remained unknown to them. However, these clan members were unconcerned, wholly loyal to the family and unwilling to betray it. The more opportunities the family obtained, the better. They only needed to focus on their cultivation to contribute to the clan. Through Lin Xian's thorough investigation, he discovered that the vast majority of the Lin family members were devoted to the clan, with only a small number serving as genuine calamities to the family. Among these individuals were those who betrayed the family's interests, those who acted out of self-interest, and even those who had turned traitor, serving as spies for opposing factions. The higher-ups of the Lin family were naturally outraged. While they anticipated some treachery within the family, they were astonished to find that the number exceeded several hundred. Yet, in truth, the Lin family was fortunate. With a base of hundreds of thousands of clan members, only a few hundred were disloyal. A far cry better than many other factions. In the midst of the Central Plains, there once emerged an extraordinary faction, peculiar in nature, where a mere 30% of its members genuinely aligned with its ideals, while the remaining 70% were nothing more than spies from various rival forces. When this revelation surfaced, it astonished numerous factions, instilling a sense of vigilance that prompted them to thoroughly investigate their own ranks. In response to these familial calamities, the Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao issued a decree to strip these individuals of their cultivation and confine them within the family dungeons, awaiting a public trial in 1 month, thus serving as a warning to the clan members. Chapter 10. The Grand Ancestor breaks through to Semi-Emperor. The Lin clan's power source. A month later, at the heavenly cloud sea, a thunderous roar reverberated through the previously tranquil waters. In the central region, a congregation of Lin clan members gathered, their expressions a mix of excitement, anxiety, and concern, yet all were intently focused on a singular figure in the distance, undeterred by the tumultuous storm of heavenly tribulation. That figure was none other than the Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao himself, who was currently facing the formidable Semi-Emperor Thunder Tribulation, a phenomenon both yearned for and dreaded by countless cultivators across the Central Plains. The yearning stemmed from the universal aspiration to transcend to a higher realm, to relish a prolonged lifespan, and to earn the admiration of multitudes. Conversely, the fear was rooted in the terrifying nature of the Semi-Emperor Thunder Tribulation. For cultivators lacking sufficient strength or adequate backing, surmounting it was an arduous endeavor. However, Lin Xianxiao was entirely unconcerned by such apprehensions. Not only was his own strength formidable, but he also specialized in lightning, granting him an innate resilience to thunder tribulations far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Even without external assistance, he could navigate through the tribulation with ease. Moreover, the Lin clan had equipped him with various tribulation-evading treasures, including a defensive imperial weapon bestowed by Lin Xuan, enabling Lin Xianxiao to traverse the Semi-Emperor Thunder Tribulation with remarkable ease. Yet, at this moment, as he faced the tribulation, Lin Xianxiao had no intention of relying on these artifacts. He sought to conquer the semi-emperor Thunder Tribulation through sheer will and strength. Fully aware of his capabilities, he chose to confront the Thunder Tribulation head-on as it commenced, remaining unfazed by the initial 6 bolts of lightning, enduring them with his physical form to temper his body. Has the Grand Ancestor always been this formidable? A clan member, who happened to be cultivating beneath the primordial divine tree and was unaccustomed to such sights, gaped in astonishment at the calm demeanor with which Lin Xianxiao effortlessly weathered the first 6 bolts of lightning. Turning to the third ancestor Lin Chongfeng, he exclaimed in disbelief. Unfazed by the awe of the younger generation, Lin Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such astonishment. The Grand Ancestor has always been this way. You shall grow accustomed to it in due time." "Yes, third ancestor," the clan member replied respectfully. Yet, within Lin Chongfeng's heart, things were not as tranquil as they appeared. Reflecting on his own past tribulations, though he had emerged unscathed, he had often been left in disarray. In stark contrast, Lin Xianxiao appeared only slightly disheveled, igniting a sense of envy within Lin Chongfeng. Those who toy with lightning are truly insufferable. Great offense and immense power are one thing, but to have an innate immunity during tribulations is downright abnormal. Boom. With the 7th bolt of lightning, Lin Xianxiao finally took decisive action. Grasping a spear, he charged directly into the heart of the tribulation. In mere moments, he pierced through the 7th bolt, reserving a mere remnant of energy to further refine his physique. Subsequently, the 8th and 9th bolts met the same fate, as Lin Xianxiao forcefully overcame the semi-emperor Thunder Tribulation. Witnessing this, the Lin clan members rushed forward to extend their congratulations. "Congratulations to the Grand Ancestor for overcoming the Thunder Tribulation and becoming our clan's first semi-emperor powerhouse. Hurrah! Our clan has finally produced a semi-emperor." Lin Xianxiao observed the jubilant crowd, his heart swelling with joy. He had not disappointed the hopes of the clan's forebears, successfully ushering forth a semi-emperor into the Lin lineage. Of course, he was acutely aware that this achievement was largely due to Lin Xuan. Without the imperial-grade cultivation techniques bestowed by Lin Xuan, whether he could have achieved a breakthrough in this lifetime would have remained uncertain. By the way, where is Xuan? I owe my breakthrough to him and must express my gratitude. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Xianxiao noticed Lin Xuan was conspicuously absent and inquired, "Where is Xuan?" In response, Lin Tianhai, Lin Xuan's father, stepped forward, saying, "Grand Ancestor, Xuan has entered seclusion for cultivation." "Very well, let us not disturb him. Allow him to focus on his training," Lin Xianxiao replied before continuing, "Little Hai, during this month of my seclusion and transition in cultivation, has our clan encountered any issues?" "Grand Ancestor, there have been no issues this month. However, thanks to Xian's treasures, our clan's strength has significantly increased compared to a month ago." Lin Tianhai spoke, a smile of pride creeping onto his face. "Pray enlighten me," Lin Xianxiao urged eagerly. Even the surrounding clan members, though mostly high-ranking officials, looked on with anticipation. For Lin Tianhai, as the clan leader, was most privy to the overall situation. Without further ado, Lin Tianhai began. "In this month, our clan's overall strength has surged remarkably. Under the cleansing of the spirit washing pool, the talents of our clan members below the Saint Realm have seen substantial enhancement. We have witnessed the emergence of several exceptional prodigies, and even many members who had exhausted their potential have achieved breakthroughs. Over 100 have ascended to the Saint Realm. And this is merely the beginning. I believe many more who were previously unable to break through will soon reach the Saint Realm, significantly bolstering our upper echelon strength. As for those who were previously at the Saint Realm, they have also made notable progress, with at least everyone advancing by one minor realm. Among them, 10 Saint Realm members have ascended to the Great Saint Realm, and 5 Great Saint Realm members have reached the Saint King Realm, while only the senior clan elders Lin Daoqing and Lin Daod have attained the Saint Emperor Realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward the senior clan elders, eyes gleaming with expectation. The Saint Emperor Realm, though the Grand Ancestor now stood as a semi-emperor powerhouse, remained the pinnacle of strength for the Lin clan. Each additional Saint Emperor would exponentially elevate the clan's power. Even a multitude of Saint Realm and Saint King Realm cultivators could not rival the formidable presence of a single Saint Emperor. Faced with the eager gazes of the assembly, the elder Lin Daoqing and Lin Daod, clad in robes and bearing the visage of seasoned sages, chuckled and said, "We only broke through a few days ago. We initially intended to surprise everyone, haha. Well, Xiao Cheng and Xiao De may lack in talent, but a breakthrough is a breakthrough. It's better than having only us old fellows holding up the fort in the clan's Saint Emperor ranks." The third ancestor Lin Chongfeng clapped the shoulders of the 2 elders, adding, "And to the younger generation, you must diligently pursue your cultivation, lest you find yourselves surpassed by the likes of Little Hai and his peers." "Yes, third ancestor, we shall strive for a breakthrough as soon as possible." The unexpectedly targeted elder members responded, their expressions filled with embarrassment. The focus then returned to Lin Tianhai, who continued to elaborate on the clan's developments. The Lin family currently boasts a lineage of 563, 200 members, with 1 at the Semi-Emperor realm, 4 at the Saint Emperor realm, 18 at the Saint King realm, 60 at the Grand Saint realm, 200 at the Saint realm, and 5,000 at the Honorable realm. Chapter 11. The Semi-Emperor of the Void. This outlines the present condition of the Lin family. Overall, compared to a month ago, our family's strength has surged over tenfold. As Lin Tianhai's words gradually settled, the others present could not help but display expressions of joy, reveling in the power of their clan and feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. They firmly believed that if this pace of development continued, it would not be long before the Lin family completely caught up with those venerable semi-emperor families, becoming a true semi-emperor clan. Our Lin family has now tentatively stepped into the realm of semi-emperor forces. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, it is only a matter of time before we rival the likes of Tianzuan Mountain and the Li family, those established semi-emperor powers, proclaimed one of the clan elders with a hearty laugh. What a lack of ambition. With the treasures bestowed by Xian, how can your vision be so narrow? Our Lin family's goal is to become an imperial clan. Others echoed, voicing their discontent with the earlier elders' remarks. At this moment, Lin Tianhai could not help but interject. Elders, your aspirations are too limited. What do semi-emperor clans and imperial clans matter? Even if one becomes a celestial emperor, they are still confined to the central continent and the southern underworld. But what of the legendary immortals and their kind? They traverse the starry seas, roam the myriad realms, enjoy eternal life, and ensure the immortality of their powers. So why should we, the Lin family, not aspire to that? Who among the myriad forces does not wish to become the singular entity of the ages, the unrivaled hegemon? In this regard, our Lin family cannot afford to fall behind. Lin Tianhai's impassioned voice resonated throughout the gathering, reverberating in the hearts of those present and igniting a fervor within them. However, as he finished speaking, a twinge of regret washed over Lin Tianhai as he thought, why can't I keep my mouth shut? What if the ancestors think I, as the clan leader, lack gravitas and decide to unseat me? Nonetheless, Lin Tianhai felt no remorse for his words, for he harbored an unshakable intuition that his son, Lin Xuan, would undoubtedly lead the Lin family to the pinnacle of power. As Lin Tianhai grappled with his thoughts, the 3 ancestors of the Lin family, Lin Xianxiao among them, expressed their satisfaction with his remarks. Well, truly, our Lin family leader possesses exceptional vision. It seems that appointing you as the clan leader was indeed a sagacious choice. Our leader must possess such foresight. Xiaohai, the second ancestor, certainly did not err in his judgment of you. Even the other clan elders began to jest at the expense of the elder who had spoken previously. No wonder Xiaohai is the clan leader. Just look at the nonsense you were spouting. Tianzuan Mountain and the Li family? How laughable. Ha. That old fool knows nothing beyond his muscles. Where do you think you stand? You're just as limited in vision. Alright, is there anything else? If not, let us return to our cultivation. I shall consolidate my realm, and in 3 days, we will convene the family judgment conference. As Lin Xianxiao spoke, his expression grew increasingly stern. Upon hearing this, the crowd adopted serious expressions and nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to depart, Lin Tianhai suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Ancestor, should we disseminate the news of your breakthrough? And should we hold a grand celebration inviting all major forces? There is no need to disclose my breakthrough for now, nor to hold any celebrations. The Lin family should focus on developing in secrecy, unless absolutely necessary. We must strive to conceal our strength. However, when the time comes to reveal it, we must not hesitate and must not allow other forces to perceive us as easy prey. In summary, let them not offend us, lest we offend them. As the elder of the Lin family, Lin Xianxiao understood what was most beneficial for the Lin family. With the presence of the Hongming divine tree and the spirit cleansing pool, the Lin family merely lacked time and should not attract attention through ostentation. It was paramount to accumulate strength while the other forces remained unaware. Once their power was sufficiently formidable, they would have no reason to fear any future intentions from those forces. Understood, Ancestor. Lin Tianhai responded with a cupped fist, and then he, along with the others, departed. Since Lin Xianxiao's breakthrough to semi-emperor, the fervor for cultivation among the Lin family had reached its zenith, propelling the clan into a period of rapid development. Meanwhile, billions of miles away, within the small world of the Void. The Void small world is an exceedingly advanced realm. Though small, its spiritual energy is exceptionally dense, rivaling that of the sacred grounds where semi-emperor level dragon veins are found. The owner of this small world is a wandering semi-emperor from the central continent, the Void Emperor. At the heart of the small world stands a magnificent hall, where the Void Emperor sits cross-legged, his eyes shut in deep meditation. At a certain moment, the Void Emperor abruptly opened his eyes. This action seemed akin to the splitting of heaven and earth. The hall, which had been his abode for a millennium, was suddenly torn asunder by an unstoppable, overwhelming force. It was not merely a gradual fracture, but an entire spatial realm groaning under the pressure of a newly awakened, tempestuous power, leading to its utter annihilation. Boom! The light from the outside world, long awaited and infused with the essence of heaven and earth, surged in. Along with it came an immense tide of primal vitality, rejoicing and leaping as if in homage to a newly ascended ruler. Flooding into the Void Emperor's withered form that had sat for a millennium. His desiccated meridians were instantly filled with this rushing power, echoing like a roaring river. The dormant imperial blood began to boil, with each drop of blood seemingly transforming into a burning star, radiating intense heat and light. An indescribably vast momentum erupted, centered around the Void Emperor. Roar! A long cry erupted from the depths of the Void Emperor's throat. This roar shattered gold and split stone, embodying a millennium of suppressed humiliation, resentment, and fury, along with boundless ecstasy at breaking free from shackles and ascending to a higher realm. The sound wave acted like a tangible ring of destruction, rapidly expanding from the spot where he sat. After a millennia of stagnation, a new realm was breached in an instant. Only a singular silhouette remained, bathed in the luminous column of gathered heavenly essence. Surrounded by a terrifying pressure that warped and trembled the very fabric of space. Semi-Emperor, second heavenly layer. The Void Emperor slowly rose, his bones cracking like the awakening of an ancient deity stretching its slumbering form. He lowered his gaze to his clenched fist. Beneath his skin, bulging purple veins pulsed, the flowing blood imbued with the power to shatter stars. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs and bones, permeating his soul and consciousness. Power. The Void Emperor's voice came out hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp yet infused with a searing intensity. This is the power of the second heavenly layer. I, the Emperor, have finally broken through. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the endless void, fixated on a distant place known as Tiansheng Mountain. That place bore the weight of his 1,000-year grudge. It was the name that had turned him into a laughingstock in the central continent, Lin Xuan. Chapter 12. The Shame of the Semi-Emperor. The Arrival of the Void Emperor. The scene of humiliation from a millennium ago flashed vividly in his mind. At that time, he had just ascended to the position of the Quasi-Emperor, brimming with youthful exuberance, looking down upon the cultivators beneath his rank with utter disdain. In his eyes, those below the Quasi-Emperor were nothing but mere ants. It was only after he had oppressed 2 saint sovereigns, those insignificant ants, that he attracted the ire of Lin Xuan, who would become a source of mockery for him over the next millennium. Initially, he believed that a Quasi-Emperor should effortlessly crush a saint sovereign, subduing them with a mere flick of his wrist. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face, providing the entire central continent with a joke that would last for 1,000 years. That Lin Xuan, that accursed peaked saint sovereign. He wielded the ferocious and unparalleled path of thunder, whose might astonishingly grazed the threshold of Quasi-Emperorhood. When the battle erupted, lightning cleaved the heavens, and the laws lamented. Kong Yuan, in his fury, discovered that the Quasi-Emperor laws he took great pride in were utterly incapable of suppressing the other's unyielding, destructive thunder that carried the aura of divine punishment. Lin Xianxiao's thunder techniques were extraordinarily fierce, as if possessed by a demon. Each strike imbued with a resolve to annihilate everything, completely unbecoming of a mere saint sovereign. The battle raged on for a day and a night. Kong Yuan unleashed all his means, but could not completely subdue Lin Xianxiao. The latter was like an unyielding piece of iron, tempered by the mighty hammer of Quasi-Emperor laws, growing ever more resilient. In the end, Kong Yuan was grievously injured by a divine thunder that rent the void, his blood surging, his imperial robe charred and tattered. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxiao, though drenched in blood and his aura waning, still stood proudly in the void, holding the heavenly thunder, his gaze icy as he watched him. A draw. The esteemed Quasi-Emperor had been left in a state of utter disarray by a mere peak saint sovereign, resulting in an inconclusive outcome. In that moment, Kong Yuan seemed to hear the derisive laughter emanating from countless corners of the central continent. Those who were also Quasi-Emperors, those powerful beings aligned with various forces. Those cultivators akin to ants, their gazes pierced through the void like the sharpest of poisoned barbs, embedding themselves in his very soul. From that moment forth, he bore the accursed title of the shame of the Quasi-Emperor. The scorn and ridicule from those cultivators lingered in his mind, haunting him to this day. Kong Yuan? Oh, that Quasi-Emperor who was forced back by a saint sovereign? The shame of the Quasi-Emperor indeed lived up to its name. Kong Yuan, the Quasi-Emperor? Spare me. It would be more apt to call him the joke of Kong Yuan. After millennia of arduous cultivation, he finally ascended to the emperor's rank, only to be left in a pitiful state by a saint sovereign. Truly, what a disgrace. What a shame brought upon us quasi-emperors. These voices, both tangible and intangible, gnawed at his dignity like maggots in his flesh during his 1,000 years of seclusion, tormenting his very soul. Each failure to break through his bottleneck, each instance of bearing the backlash of the laws magnified these derisive words 1,000-fold, becoming the deepest of his inner demons. Kong Yuan suddenly clasped his head, letting out a howl intermingled with pain and fury. The resentment and hatred that had accumulated over a millennium erupted like a dormant volcano, catalyzed by the powerful force of breaking through the second heaven. Lin Xiao. He gritted his teeth, every word laced with blood and hatred. Lin family. He slowly released his grip, his eyes devoid of any pain, replaced solely by the cold, murderous intent that could incinerate galaxies and a mad confidence that looked down upon all. A millennium of humiliation. Today shall be washed away in blood. Kong Yuan's voice was deep like the cold winds of the netherworld, yet held a resolve to sever all ties. I shall make you kneel before me, witnessing the obliteration of your bloodline, your legacy, turned to ashes. I shall extract your soul, refine your bones, and imprison your true spirit in the cold abyss of the netherworld, leaving you with neither the ability to live nor die. And to those fools who have mocked me. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping across the endless starry sky, as if to penetrate the myriad barriers of realms, seeking those who had once cast scornful glances upon him. I shall strike you with the blood of Lin Xianxiao and the bones of the Lin family. Let you know who the true joke is, the shame of the quasi-emperor. From this day forth, this title shall be cleansed by your fear and reverence. With a single step, he advanced. Boom. The void beneath his feet shattered like a fragile glass mirror, instantly creating a massive black hole. The turbulent currents of time and space surged forth, yet under the unparalleled domain of quasi-emperor laws surrounding him, they behaved as docile as tamed pets. The target, the Lin family. Kong Yuan's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind the utterly obliterated ruins of the Grand Hall, along with ripples of dust solidifying, symbolizing the intertwining of destruction and rebirth. Lin Xianxiao broke through to the second heaven of the quasi-emperor. On this day, the Lin family remained tranquil. Lin Xianxiao was consolidating his cultivation, while the other members of the Lin family were diligently practicing their skills. The ancestral ground of the Lin family was majestic, with towering spiritual mountains and sprawling palaces, exuding an aura of celestial magnificence. However, at this moment, dark clouds suddenly loomed over the Lin family. A shroud of gloom enveloped the entire Lin family in an instant. This unexpected development swiftly drew the attention of the Lin family. With the great ancestor Lin Xianxiao preoccupied with consolidating his cultivation, the second ancestor Lin Xianxia and the third ancestor Lin Xiangfeng, being the last of the high-ranking cultivators, immediately appeared above the Lin family's ancestral grounds. Behind them were Lin Tianhai and other high-ranking members of the Lin family. Their arrival was ominous. Tianhai, quickly activate the protective formation. The second ancestor Lin Xianxia gazed into a certain void, her expression tightening. Yes, second ancestor. I have already ordered the formation hall to fully activate the protective formation. Lin Tianhai promptly replied. Soon, the Lin family's protective formation, the 9 Xian Emperor formation, was activated to its utmost limits. A layer of solidity, shimmering with countless arcane runes, enveloped the entire Lin family like a gigantic, inverted glass bowl, safeguarding them within. From the outside, this formation appeared unremarkable, seemingly just an ordinary array, lacking any display of strength. Yet, its true power could only be appreciated through first-hand experience, revealing its terrifying nature. Outside the formation, high in the heavens, a figure slowly emerged, exuding a terrifying pressure that made heaven and earth bow in submission. Quasi-Emperor Kong Yuan. He did not deliberately release his aura, merely hovering there. He became the absolute center of this realm. The sunlight around him twisted and dimmed, and space rippled like water. Clad in a dark black imperial robe, his face shrouded in a veil of quasi-emperor law brilliance, rendering it indistinct, yet his eyes, cold, indifferent, imbued with endless mockery and brutal murderous intent, were seared into the eyes of every Lin family member through the protective barrier. That gaze was akin to 1,000-year-old ice, freezing the very soul. It's him. Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Xianxia and Lin Xiangfeng both frowned. Second ancestor, who is this person? Why has he come with murderous intent? Some younger members of the Lin family, unfamiliar with Quasi-Emperor Kong Yuan and unaware of his connection to the Lin family, inquired. Lin Xianxia and Lin Xiangfeng exchanged glances and slowly explained. This individual is a scattered Quasi-Emperor who, a millennium ago, injured both of us while attempting to seize our resources. Subsequently, your great ancestor, in a fit of anger, confronted him with peak Saint's sovereign prowess, battling for a day and a night. That clash utterly astonished the world, as your great ancestor managed to leave him unable to retaliate, and even injured Quasi-Emperor Kong Yuan, who eventually had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. From that day forth, Quasi-Emperor Kong Yuan was branded with the title of the shame of the Quasi-Emperor by the cultivators of the Central Continent. He has harbored resentment towards your great ancestor and our Lin family ever since. After Lin Xianxia concluded her explanation, she speculated, "It seems he has broken through in strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come knocking." I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Humph. The wretched Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor truly deserves contempt. First, he oppressed the second ancestors, only to be repelled by the grand ancestor, and now he dares to invade my Lin family. He is utterly detestable. Humph. With the grand ancestor having already transcended the Zhuan Emperor realm, should he dare to approach today, he shall certainly meet an end from which he cannot return once the grand ancestor consolidates his power. Indeed. Chapter 13. To annihilate my Lin family? To sever my bloodline? You presume to have the right. The grand ancestor is still in the process of fortifying his cultivation. We must not disturb him, but rather devote our efforts to maintaining the defensive formation. Lin Tianhai spoke with gravity. Father, have no worries. Such a so-called Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor cannot even breach the Jiushuan Emperor array, let alone pose a threat to my Lin family, Lin Xian remarked with a faint smile. Confidence etched upon his lips. The Jiushuan Emperor array is an exceptional formation of Zhuan Emperor level, one that even peak Zhuan Emperors cannot contend with, much less a disgrace like Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor. Xian'er speaks truthfully. We shall await the Grand Elder's emergence, added the third ancestor, Lin Chongfeng, with a smile. However, the Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor remained oblivious to the Lin family's resolve and the intricacies of the Jiushuan Emperor array, continuing his brazen taunts from without. Lin Chongxiao, his voice, though not loud, pierced the Jiushuan Emperor array with chilling clarity, striking every Lin family member's eardrum like a cold iron spike. I have arrived. You should hastily emerge. Prostrate yourself and accept your doom. The Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor's arrogant tone dripped with a cruel mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Prostrate. Do so until I am satisfied. Perhaps. A cruel smile curled upon his lips as he surveyed the densely packed Lin family members below, regarding them as a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. Out of my benevolence, I shall grant your Lin family a swift end, sparing you from the torment of soul refining and marrow extraction. Silence enveloped the air, yet the Lin family remained unmoved. Boom. Oomph. Daring to ignore me, perish. Xuan Yuan's cold gaze fell upon the Lin family, and he struck with his palm. Yet, the grand formation he anticipated to shatter did not yield, and the scene of blood flowing as rivers did not materialize. His strike fell like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring not a ripple. Huh. The turtle shell is rather tough, he scoffed derisively, as if merely appraising an amusing toy. He believed the Lin family had merely lucked out in blocking his strike. Alas, before me, they are but paper. He gradually raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Within his palm, a dark point, profound to the extreme and seemingly capable of devouring all light, began to coalesce and swirl. The essence of heaven and earth began to violently retract, consumed by that dark point, forming a colossal vortex of energy. The sky abruptly darkened, and a tempest howled, with sand and stone swirling as if the apocalypse had descended. Since you, Lin Xianxiao, are so resolute in being this millennia's turtle, let these worthless bloodlines bear the brunt. Xuan Yuan's voice surged, akin to a judgment from the nine heavens, cold yet grand, reverberating through the cosmos. Then I shall grant you this. First, I shall crush these bothersome ants. Then dismantle your shell. I shall observe how long you, old turtle, can retract. Today, the entire Lin family shall be annihilated. The final word, annihilated, thundered like a celestial bolt. Xuan Yuan's raised hand slammed downward. Boom. The dark point, that which devoured all, suddenly expanded. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying meteor, 100 feet in diameter, ablaze with black flames of obliteration. It bore the unmatched might of cosmic destruction, hurtling toward the Jiushuan Emperor array below. Wherever it passed, space crumbled inch by inch, cloaking the entire Lin family estate in this cataclysmic spectacle. Suffer, wail, despair, blame your wretched ancestor. Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor's laughter echoed maniacally, as he envisioned the Lin family's ruin and the sounds of their lamentation. Yet, moments later, the anticipated scene of the Lin family's destruction did not unfold, nor did the cries of despair arise. His full-force strike against the formation, aside from causing a slight ripple, failed to even make the array tremble. How is this possible? Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor's expression shifted to one of shock. At that very moment, Within the Lin family's Tianyunsi, Lin Changxiao, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, lightning flickering within, before gradually fading, leaving only a pair of profound and imposing orbs. In the next instant, he stepped forth, appearing above the Lin family, standing with hands clasped behind his back, emitting no aura, resembling a mere mortal. In stark contrast to Xianyuan's Zhuan Emperor, who radiated an overwhelming presence. Yet, even without an aura, the entire realm seemed to tremble beneath his feet, quaking in fear. The moment Lin Changxiao appeared, Lin Xuan had already expended a hefty portion of the family's resources to seal the secrets of this realm and its space, ensuring that no other forces would detect the Lin family's movements, thus concealing their strength. He did not wish to reveal too soon that the Grand Ancestor had already transcended. Upon witnessing Lin Changxiao's emergence, Xuanyuan's heart erupted with alarm. A name that had tormented him for millennia surged forth, icy with dread. Lin Changxiao. In the next moment, a calm, indifferent voice imbued with supreme authority resonated, clear and penetrating the very souls of all present. To annihilate my Lin family. To sever my bloodline. Who grants you such audacity? Xianyuan. As the last two words fell, an overwhelming murderous intent enveloped Xianyuan's Zhuan Emperor. As if he had just traversed the depths of hell, cold sweat breaking out upon his back. Grand Ancestor. It is the Ancestor. The weaker members of the Lin family reacted, their excitement erupting into joyous exclamations. Humph! This despicable creature is doomed. The Ancestor shall not spare him. The Ancestor has emerged. The Ancestor has arrived. Ancestor! 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 Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor fixed his gaze upon the sudden appearance of Lin Changxiao, his heart swirling with incredulity akin to crashing waves. It is him, truly Lin Changxiao. A millennium has passed, yet he remains unscathed? Even more shocking was the aura emanating from him. Xuanyuan's spiritual sense brushed against Lin Changxiao's form. Peak Saint Emperor realm. He remains at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Though more refined and profound than 1,000 years ago, he is undoubtedly still at the Saint Emperor level. Yet, what Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor failed to grasp was that he could not discern Lin Changxiao as breakthrough to the Zhuan Emperor realm simply because Lin Changxiao had deliberately concealed it. Lin Changxiao aimed to instill a glimmer of hope in Xianyuan, only to plunge him into utter despair. How could one who dared to attack the Lin family be granted an easy demise? Upon realizing that Lin Changxiao still remained at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, Xianyuan Zhuan Emperor straightened his back, sweat no longer trickling, his voice steadying. The tide of doubt receded, replaced by an even fiercer and more frenzied rage, mingled with a sense of humiliation for having been deceived. That fleeting moment of unease must have been a mere illusion. He had been unsettled by the unexpected entrance. Ha ha! Xianyuan erupted into maniacal laughter, the sound shaking the void, filled with boundless mockery and delight. Lin Changxiao, you ancient turtle, have you finally emerged from your shell? He stepped forward, unleashing the terrifying imperial might of the second layer of the Zhuan Emperor realm, cascading down like a simultaneous eruption of 1,000,000 volcanoes. Transformed into a more ferocious and refined manifestation of the power of the laws, a tangible black tide surged violently against the space below, seeking to completely engulf and obliterate the solitary azure shadow. Kong Yuan, do you expect me to kneel and plead for mercy? Lin Changxiao's eyes glinted with mockery. Kneel and plead for mercy? Kong Yuan's face twisted grotesquely, his eyes shimmering with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint. It's too late. Have you witnessed my current might? Second level of the Quasi-Emperor. You shall never attain such heights in this lifetime. He opened his arms, as if embracing his supreme power, his voice thundering like a storm across the heavens. I am no longer the being I once was. And you, Lin Changxiao, a millennium wasted, still mired in the pitiful quagmire of the saintly emperor realm. Before me, you are but an ant, easily crushed. Today, I shall shatter your long-lost grandeur from 1,000 years ago, along with your decayed saintly body and the filthy bloodline of the Lin family. Kong Yuan's voice escalated to a fever pitch, tinged with a deranged frenzy, as his right hand shot upward, pointing fiercely at the azure figure below. I will reduce you to dust. Let your Lin family be forever erased from the myriad realms, to cleanse my 1,000-year shame. Die for me. The Destruction Dao Finger. Chapter 14, An Unilateral Battle. With his final roar, the fingertip he had pointed suddenly ignited. The energy coalescing, there was no longer the previous ominous black light, but a point of purest essence, as if it had distilled the negative foundations of myriad realms into the origin of calamity. A terrifying force that threatened to plunge all of existence into ultimate silence locked onto Lin Changxiao. This finger encapsulated Kong Yuan's deeper comprehension of the path of annihilation following his breakthrough to the second level, representing one of the most formidable offensive techniques he could wield at this moment. He aimed to decisively alter the course of fate, using the most indisputable power to completely crush Lin Xianxiao along with all his pride. He sought to demonstrate to the people of Zhongzhou that he, Kong Yuan, was no disgrace to the quasi-emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xianxiao revealed a cold smile. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly. His gaze, as profound as an ancient well, remained calm and unperturbed, as if reflecting not a finger capable of annihilating stars, but merely a trivial speck of dust. Then, he extended a hand. There was no cataclysmic surge of power, no intricate seals being formed. He simply flicked his finger lightly towards the destruction Dao finger, which contained the power of annihilation. The gesture was casual, almost poetic, as if brushing away a grain of dust from his sleeve. "Oh!" Lin Xianxiao's indifferent voice rang out, clearly overshadowing the piercing shriek of the calamity fingers slicing through the air, reaching Kong Yuan's ears, as well as those of every tense Lin family member below. "Unfortunately for you, you are far too weak." As those three words fell, a slender arc of violet lightning leapt silently from Lin Xianxiao's fingertip. This arc appeared unremarkable, devoid of any grandiose spectacle, lacking brilliance that would illuminate the universe, and seemingly insignificant. However, at the moment this thin violet lightning manifested, all sounds in the world seemed to vanish. The wind ceased. The clouds solidified. Even the spatial obliteration and the wails of the laws instigated by Kong Yuan's annihilation finger were instantaneously quelled by a power of a higher order. It seemed to move slowly, yet it surpassed the limits of perception, traversing the seemingly insurmountable distance between the two in the billionth of a second, precisely landing upon the fingertip of Kong Yuan that exuded the force of annihilation. It struck the origin of calamity that had coalesced from Kong Yuan's second level of cultivation. Confident in its ability to obliterate all paths, there was no cataclysmic clash of energies as anticipated, no violent spectacle of law shattering, only an exceedingly subtle sound, akin to the gentle shatter of a glass lantern falling to the ground. Pop! The expression of grotesque madness and assured victory on Kong Yuan's face froze like ice, instantly replaced by sheer bewilderment, disbelief, and an overwhelming terror that surged forth from the depths of his soul, drowning all rationality. He watched in horror as his attack and hand vanished in an instant, obliterated by that arc of lightning. An indescribable agony surged from his fingertip, radiating through his entire arm, sweeping through his body. It was not merely the pain of flesh and blood. It was the terrifying ache of his foundational path being violently shaken, ruthlessly crushed by a power of a higher echelon. Kong Yuan could not help but emit a shrill scream, akin to a ferocious beast that had its tail stepped on. He hastily retracted his partially severed arm, the immense quasi-emperor's spiritual energy within him surging wildly toward his right hand, attempting to extinguish the encroaching violet lightning and repair the damaged foundational path. However, that slender violet lightning, though seemingly weak, contained an unparalleled will of judgment that transcended his path of annihilation. His spiritual energy, upon contact, was swiftly erased. Yet, he could not surrender, and could only desperately strive to suppress the violet lightning. Yet, as he attempted to suppress the injuries within his body and arm, a towering realm of lightning descended upon him. The lightning domain descended. The imperial might was as oppressive as a prison. Quasi-emperor. How could Kong Yuan not realize that Lin Xianxiao had merely been toying with him? He had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Impossible. This cannot be. Kong Yuan's mind screamed in madness, his spirit trembling. A millennium. Just a millennium. He had spent 3,000 years to achieve this step. And that was after he had already cultivated the quasi-emperor techniques. Yet Lin Xianxiao had only taken 1,000 years. Why? After the initial shock, a bone-chilling coldness enveloped him. An unprecedented sense of impending doom coiled tightly around his heart, like a frigid serpent. Lin Xianxiao was a quasi-emperor. Moreover, given how effortlessly he had dispelled one of his strongest techniques, alongside the terrifying imperial might of the lightning path now emanating, it was likely that Lin Xianxiao's power surpassed his own. Flee! That thought sliced through Kong Yuan's mind like lightning, instantaneously overpowering all feelings of humiliation, resentment, and murderous intent. What shame! What obliteration of the Lin family! What slap to Zhongzhou! In the face of life and death, all of it became meaningless. He just wanted to escape this place immediately, to flee from this monstrous entity masquerading as a fool. What dignity! What honor! They were worthless in the face of life. Kong Yuan hesitated not for a moment, even too weary to utter a single parting remark. His internal energy ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, erupting with force. The spatial laws around him quaked violently, his imperial robe billowing as he transformed into a streak of black light, tearing through the void at a speed that defied limits, racing towards the endless starry sky away from the Lin family. Trying to escape? Lin Xianxiao's indifferent voice rang out, as if stating a conclusion long since determined. He watched the fleeing black light with eyes that remained tranquil, yet beneath that calm lay a frigid, killing intent capable of freezing the rivers of stars. Do you think the Lin family is a place you can come and go as you please? Offending my clan warrants death. As his words fell, Lin Xianxiao took a step forward. This step appeared unremarkable, yet it seemed to tread upon the very core of the lightning domain. The purple dome of pure thunderous laws beneath his feet suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Countless bolts of purple thunder, as thick as mountains, surged forth like ancient thunder dragons awakening from a deep slumber, unleashing roars that shattered the stars. In an instant, they tore apart the fabric of the void, intertwining to form a colossal net of thunder that enveloped the entire sky, sealing off all dimensions above, below, and in every direction. Each bolt of lightning harbored the highest will of judgment, decree, and termination. The thunder prison of the nine heavens, the dark light of Kong Yuan, moving at an unparalleled speed, approached the utmost limits of his quasi-emperor cultivation at the second level. However, just as he was about to slip into the void and escape the confines of the thunder domain, the net woven by countless raging thunder dragons had already been established. With a piercing sound, a cry of excruciating pain erupted from Kong Yuan. His once proud quasi-emperor protective aura, capable of withstanding the impact of stars, was torn apart and annihilated the moment it encountered that purple thunder, as if it had met its nemesis. Chapter 15. Slaying the Quasi-Emperor Kong Yuan. The ferocious power of thunder surged through the breach in his protective aura, mercilessly scorching his imperial body and lashing at his soul. He felt as if he were a moth that had flown into an endless sea of thunder. The power contained within the lightning was tyrannical, pure, imbued with a judgmental essence that transcended his path of annihilation, fervently destroying his vitality and eroding the very foundation of his Tao. The dark light dissipated in an instant, and Kong Yuan's figure was forced back by the overwhelming thunder, his imperial robe blackened and torn in numerous places, revealing skin marred by thunder burns. With a trickle of shocking imperial blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, he struggled to steady himself, his heart pounding as he surveyed his surroundings. What once was the familiar sky was now replaced by an infinite expanse, a terrifying prison of pure, violent purple thunder. Countless thunder dragons roared through the prison, their lightning illuminating his face in a ghastly hue of purple. Space had been entirely sealed, the laws forcibly rewritten, leaving only an endless torrent of thunderous power rampaging and roaring. This was the domain of the thunder, the absolute realm of Lin Xianxiao. Lin Xianxiao. Kong Yuan's voice trembled with uncontainable fear as he shouted, his tone a facade of bravado. As fellow quasi-emperors, why must you pursue a total annihilation? Let me go, and let this matter rest. I swear by the heavens, I shall never offend the Lin family again. Otherwise, I will bring your Lin family down with me, even if it means the destruction of my own Tao. He attempted to threaten with mutual destruction. However, the response he received was Lin Xianxiao's cold, emotionless gaze and the slow raising of his right hand. Mutual destruction? You think you are worthy? Lin Xianxiao's right hand, fingers splayed and palm facing down, pressed down towards the center of the thunder prison where Kong Yuan stood. Thunder punishment, divine retribution. Boom. The nine heavens thunder prison erupted in a cataclysmic frenzy. No longer a net, it transformed into a world-destroying torrent. Billions of purple divine thunders, varying in size and shape, some like furious dragons in a wild dance, others like divine spears piercing the void, and yet others resembling colossal axes cleaving the heavens, bore the supreme will to judge all evil and eradicate all malevolence. Cascading down upon Kong Yuan like a torrent from the Milky Way, tearing apart every inch of the thunder prison. No escape, no refuge. Annihilation wheel of silence. Protect my true form. Kong Yuan's soul screamed in despair. He formed seals with his hands, and the remaining quasi-emperor energy within him, along with the essence of his path of annihilation, surged forth unreservedly. A colossal wheel, its edges aflame with a pale white fire, and its center in absolute darkness that devoured all light, quickly coalesced above his head. The wheel began to rotate slowly, attempting to withstand the cataclysmic tide of annihilation. Sizzle. The torrent of thunderous punishment collided violently with the wheel of silence. Boom. Purple lightning danced, and black radiance shattered. The annihilation wheel, embodying Kong Yuan's lifetime of cultivation and the essence of his Tao, held against the relentless thunderous onslaught for less than 3 breaths before it was utterly obliterated. Crack, crack. The piercing sound of shattering echoed, akin to the lament of Kong Yuan's Tao heart fracturing. Boom. On the 3rd breath, the phantom of the annihilation wheel erupted completely, dispersing into a sky filled with black fragments of law, which were then thoroughly purified and consumed by the subsequent wave of thunderous punishment. Puff. His innate divine ability was forcibly shattered, and Kong Yuan, struck as if by a weight of 10,000 June, violently spat forth a mouthful of imperial blood, shimmering with fragments of his Tao. His aura plummeted to its nadir, his imperial body covered in deep, charred lightning scars, resembling a kite severed from its string, tumbling helplessly within the raging sea of thunder, mercilessly lashed by countless bolts. Defeated, thoroughly defeated, unquestionably overwhelmed. The shadow of death, cold as a rising tide, swiftly engulfed Kong Yuan. He could distinctly feel his imperial body disintegrating under the relentless, thunderous punishment, his soul seared by lightning in excruciating agony. Even the very foundation of his Tao beginning to fracture. At this rate, within 10 breaths, he would surely perish, his spirit and form obliterated within this thunder prison. No. A frenzy of madness and unwillingness erupted in Kong Yuan's eyes. Lin Xiao, you have forced my hand. He let out a beast-like roar, filled with the resolve of mutual destruction. Even if I fall into the endless void, my spirit and form annihilated, I will make you pay. I will drag your Lin family down with me, burn my imperial blood, ignite my imperial soul. Annihilation Tao, ignite for me. Boom. Let us die together. Lin Xiao, annihilation blood soul explosion. He sought to drag Lin Xiao, along with the ancestral grounds of the Lin family below, into the eternal abyss of annihilation. Faced with this desperate strike, fueled by the burning of imperial blood, imperial soul, and even the essence of the Tao of annihilation, a blow that surpassed the third level of Quasi-Emperor, Lin Xiao dared not be negligent. He slowly raised his right hand. With his movement, the entire Nine Heavens thunder prison suddenly fell into an absolute silence. The billions of bolts of lightning that had been roaring and rampaging just a moment ago were, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, instantly frozen in mid-air. The lightning still flickered, yet it had lost its sound and motion, resembling a magnificent mural of pure thunder, frozen in time. An indescribable, ancient, vast, and supreme will of thunder, as if originating from the very dawn of the universe, began to emanate from Lin Xiao. This will transcended judgment and decree. It was the thunder itself, the source of all lightning, the very womb of the storms. Lin Xiao parted his lips, his voice low yet resonant, echoing within the frozen thunder prison, reaching the depths of Kong Yuan's burning soul, returned to the source of thunder. His right hand pressed down forcefully towards the blood flame meteor charging at him, radiating the essence of annihilation. Boom! The still thunder prison sprang to life. But it was no longer the chaotic tempest of before. Centered around Lin Xiao, the purple sky formed by the laws of thunder collapsed downward, as if the heavens themselves were toppling. An unfathomable torrent of condensed purple thunder essence surged down, like the Milky Way pouring forth from the heavens. Below, the ground of the thunder prison was ablaze with flickering runes of thunder, wildly combining and coalescing to form an enormous, bottomless vortex. This vortex radiated a terrifying power of devouring, as if connected to the ultimate resting place of thunder, the abyssal thunder pool. The blood flame meteor, born of the void, crashed into the purple thunder pool. Within the thunder pool, myriad bolts returned to their source, dissolving all laws. Ah, no, it cannot be. The remnants of Kong Yuan's divine soul emitted a last, faint, yet profoundly despairing and incredulous wave of thought. He could distinctly perceive that his world-destroying power was instantly erased from existence within the seemingly tranquil, yet inherently imbued with the ultimate essence of thunder, purple thunder pool. His explosive fury, born from the burning of everything, appeared as insignificant as dust in the face of this overwhelming force of returning thunder. An eternal pool, the emperor of refinement, as its source. When the last trace of Kong Yuan's unwilling and resentful divine soul imprint was utterly shattered by an inconspicuous tiny arc of electricity at the deepest depths of the thunder pool, transforming into nothingness, the entire Nine Heavens thunder prison suddenly contracted inward. Boom! The colossal purple thunder net that enveloped the heavens and earth instantly dissipated. The once mighty Kong Yuan, the Quasi-Emperor, met his end. The world regained its clarity. Sunlight once again cascaded down, illuminating the ravaged yet steadfast ancestral ground of the Lin family. The wind gently swept through, carrying the refreshing scent of rebirth after calamity. High above, only one figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully. His aura was entirely restrained, as if the thunderous emperor who had just refined the Quasi-Emperor and executed divine retribution was merely a figment of illusion. Below, a profound silence reigned. In the Lin family, one could hear a pin drop. All the clan members stared blankly at the now tranquil, empty sky, seemingly still searching for the once mighty figure of the Quasi-Emperor. Is it over? The formidable Kong Yuan, who had threatened to annihilate the Lin family, has just vanished? Was he effortlessly refined by the Ancestor, as if erasing a speck of dust? The immense contrast left everyone's minds momentarily blank. Following this brief silence, the might of the ancestor, the unparalleled might of the ancestral deity. In that moment, every elder, every steward, every young disciple, regardless of age or gender, instinctively knelt, pouring out from the depths of their souls a thunderous, euphoric cheer. Ha ha ha, the mighty ancestor. The ancestor is truly formidable. No wonder he is my idol. The cries surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the ancestral ground of the Lin family, echoing endlessly. Lin Xianxiao quietly bore this overwhelming wave of adoration, a gentle smile gracing his lips. All right, rise. The enemy is dead. You may disperse. Cultivate diligently. The future of the Lin family depends on you. With that, Lin Xianxiao returned to the Tianyun Sea, and the Lin family once again fell into tranquility. Chapter 16, Family Judgment. 3 days later, Dong, a resonant, ancient bell toll echoed throughout the Lin family estate, shattering the previous calm. All members of the Lin family, regardless of their location or engagement, upon hearing the bell's first toll, promptly set aside their affairs and hurried towards the largest square in the central area of the estate. Cousin, what on earth is happening? The family is actually ringing the ancestral bell to summon all clan members? A recently emerged member from seclusion, bewildered, inquired of another as they rushed towards the square. I'm sorry, cousin, I'm not sure either, but we should hurry. We'll know soon enough. I heard it might be related to the members the family apprehended a month ago. Speculating is futile. Let us move quickly, lest we be reprimanded by the stewards for tardiness. Yes, let us hurry. The Lin family members moved swiftly, gathering at the square in no time. At that moment, before the multitude of Lin family members, several hundred individuals, stripped of their cultivation and in wretched states, knelt before them, their vacant eyes drawing murmurs of discussion from the arriving clan members. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the clan leader Lin Tianhai, accompanied by a group of core elders, made his entrance. Salutations, clan leader. X999. Upon seeing Lin Tianhai and the others, the Lin family members reverently bowed. Rise. Lin Tianhai nodded, his voice carrying a certain gravitas that resonated throughout the assembly. Thank you, clan leader. X999. The crowd stood, awaiting Lin Tianhai's address in silence. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Tianhai's voice rang out again. Today, I have summoned all members of the Lin family to convene a family judgment assembly before the entire clan. As for the subjects of this judgment, I believe you can see them before you. These family calamities. The reasons for their trial will be announced shortly. This assembly can be regarded as the largest in the history of the Lin family, with even the ancestors personally attending. At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What have these individuals done to warrant such severity that even the ancestors are personally involved? Indeed, the ancestors are the Lin family's pillar of stability. They usually remain in seclusion, and it is inconceivable that they would emerge unless it was a matter of great importance. As the discussion swirled among the crowd, Lin Tianhai spoke once more. The family judgment assembly officially commences. As Lin Tianhai's words fell, ripples suddenly emerged in the void before the crowd, followed by radiant beams of holy light spreading through the air. To the astonished gazes of the Lin family members, 3 figures, enveloped in holy light and exuding an aura of terrifying dominance, stepped forth from the void, ultimately standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, their deep-set eyes surveying the crowd without revealing any emotion. These 3 were the Lin family's most esteemed ancestors. The Grand Ancestor, Lin Xianxiao. The Second Ancestor, Lin Xianxia. The Third Ancestor, Lin Xianfeng. Salutations, ancestors. As the clan leader Lin Tianhai led the way, the previously stunned Lin family members quickly regained their composure, their hearts racing with excitement, yet they maintained a facade of respect as they bowed. Salutations, ancestors. XN. The resonant and respectful voices of the crowd echoed throughout the Lin family estate. Chapter 17, Crimes. Fury. The flushed faces, filled with excitement, and the trembling bodies of the clan members clearly manifested the profound respect held for these 3 ancestors who had silently safeguarded the Lin family for countless millennia, shielding them from innumerable calamities. In the hearts of the Lin family members, the status and esteem of the 3 ancestors were unparalleled, transcending all, even that of clan leader Lin Tianhai. The deeds of the 3 ancestors and their contributions to the family were lessons ingrained in every Lin family member from their studies. How many times had the family faced crises, only to be saved by the 3 ancestors' valiant efforts, battling fierce foes to secure the lineage of the Lin family? There was a time when the Lin family nearly faced annihilation. At that moment, the ancestral figure of the sacred emperor had exhausted his lifespan, leaving the family without a sacred emperor to protect them. Seeing the opportunity, opposing forces gathered 3 sacred emperors to besiege the Lin family. plunging them into a crisis of extinction, with countless clan members perishing. Fortunately, the Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao broke through in time, successfully crossing the thunder tribulation under the watchful eyes of 3 opposing sacred emperors, and thereafter single-handedly battled 3, bloodily fighting against the heavens. Ultimately, with a staggering record of slaying 1 enemy and severely injuring 2 others, the adversaries were repelled. However, he himself sustained grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of death. It was only after the Lin family had exhausted a significant portion of their resources that they managed to exchange for a healing elixir of quasi-imperial grade from a sovereign force in Zhongzhou, which was administered to the venerable ancestor, Lin Xianxiao, thereby preserving his life. Yet, even so, the venerable ancestor required a full 3 years of recuperation before he fully recovered. The second and third ancestors also shared a similar fate. During every family crisis, they stood resolutely alongside the venerable ancestor at the forefront, battling formidable foes. It is precisely due to the unwavering dedication of these 3 elders that the Lin family enjoys its current status and tranquility. Thus, how could the family members not hold deep respect for the 3 ancestors who have sacrificed so much for the lineage? Many even regard them as idols and aspirations, hoping one day to uphold the family's future as they have. "Arise," Lin Xianxiao said, casting a satisfied glance at the Lin family members below. "Thank you, venerable ancestor," they chorused. "You are all commendable. I am confident that with your collective efforts, the Lin family will surely flourish," Lin Xianxiao continued, his voice steady and calm. However, before the crowd could revel in joy, Lin Xianxiao swiftly added, "Yet, amidst our united endeavors, there will invariably be a few miscreants who betray the family and their kin. I am aware that such occurrences are unavoidable, yet I never anticipated the extent of calamity within the Lin family. This was the very reason for convening the trial assembly, to hold these familial malefactors accountable before the entire clan. And those malefactors, as you can see, are these individuals before you," he declared. "Without eradicating these pests, the Lin family shall never know peace." With that, Lin Xianxiao gestured for Lin Tianhai to take over. He, along with Lin Changxue and Lin Changfeng, each conjured golden lotus platforms from the void, seated themselves in meditation, and gazed solemnly at the scene below. Behind them, the various elders of the Lin family, having appeared in the void at an unknown time, stood quietly, equally grave in their expressions as they observed the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the family members below began to murmur amongst themselves. "How could this be? My brother would never betray the family. He has always treated me and the others with such kindness. Isn't that Lin Zhongqing, the steward? I never would have guessed that the seemingly upright man was a familial scourge. Truly, one cannot discern the heart from the face. How could an esteemed elder of the Dan Hall turn traitor? Thankfully, among them, he is the highest in rank. Otherwise, we shudder to think of the potential losses to the Lin family. Humph, these wretches deserve death. They are truly heartless, akin to wolves. Execution is the only fitting end." Indeed, spitting on the ground, a pack of disgraceful curs who have shamed our Lin family. Responding to the signal, Lin Tianhai addressed the crowd, as the venerable ancestor stated. "These individuals before you, stripped of their cultivation, are the scourge of our Lin family. Among them may be your own brothers and sisters, perhaps even those with whom you share a close bond. You may think, based on their past behavior, that they could never betray our kin. Yet, I assure you, none of them are innocent." Lin Tianhai then turned to the elder beside him, saying, "Elder, please proceed." The elder nodded and retrieved a tome documenting the transgressions of these individuals, beginning to read each offense aloud. "Lin Chang, captain of the family merchant convoy, profited by selling family information to rival forces, resulting in the loss of resources during transport and the deaths of 80 clansmen, incurring damages exceeding 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Lin Jiajin colluded with other factions to murder 5 clansmen. Lin Shi transmitted the whereabouts of clansmen to enemy forces, leading to the ambush of 15 clansmen, 6 of whom were forever barred from cultivation. Lin Mark illicitly sold family resources for profits exceeding 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Zishu, under the influence of rival forces, secretly practiced demonic arts, resulting in the deaths of 130 clansmen and 20,000 affiliated personnel over 5 years. One by one, the names and shocking deeds flowed from the elders' lips, leaving the unsuspecting assembly in a state of utter disbelief. But soon, that disbelief transformed into an unquenchable fury. How dare they commit such heinous acts? How could they bring themselves to harm their own kin? These were their brothers, relatives, and friends. These individuals were utterly unworthy of being called human. These wretches possessed the hearts of wolves and the lungs of dogs. I long to see them torn to shreds to appease the spirits of our fallen kin. That would be too merciful. They should be made to suffer for 100 years, their souls used as torches. You, It was you, Lin Xuan, you despicable creature who caused my father's demise. Return my father's life to me. Calm down, little Xuan. The clan leader will not let him go easily. Let us observe for now. Uncle, let go of me. I will kill him to avenge my father. I will kill him. Chapter 18. The new family system. The elder's voice echoed on, unceasing. While the rage of the Lin family members showed no signs of abating, in fact, it only intensified. The actions of these traitors were nothing short of appalling and loathsome. The relatives and friends of the victimized clansmen were on the verge of losing control. Had it not been for the assembly and the restraint of their fellow clansmen, they would have rushed forward to dismember these familial malefactors. They could accept their fathers, brothers, and friends being slain by enemies. Such circumstances would only fuel their hatred toward those adversaries, compelling them to train harder for future vengeance. But the betrayal and murder by those they had once regarded as kin struck far deeper. The agony of such treachery was excruciating. How could anyone who had not experienced this understand? Accompanying that heart-wrenching pain was an unending fury. The thought of these vile individuals who had murdered their closest kin while masquerading as allies was unbearable, and an overwhelming rage surged forth from within their hearts. This fury, akin to a torrential flood, swiftly engulfed their reason, and not only the family members below, but even the elders in the void, including Lin Xianxiao and the other two venerable ancestors, were no longer able to maintain their previous solemnity. Instead, their brows furrowed, and their faces were etched with anger. They had only been aware of a certain group of malefactors, but had not anticipated the severity of their transgressions due to their focus on cultivation and the trust they placed in Lin Tianhai's leadership. Initially, they believed the situation would not be so dire. However, it was becoming starkly evident that the truth was the opposite. These individuals had betrayed the family, acted as spies for rival factions, sold family secrets for profit, and, most alarmingly, directly or indirectly caused the deaths of their own kin while practicing demonic arts. While other offenses might not threaten the family's foundation, the practice of demonic arts could plunge the Lin family into an abyss from which there was no return. It is essential to recognize that the overall dynamics of Zhongzhou are divided among the righteous human forces, the demonic tribes, and the forces of the dark path, forming a precarious balance of power. Due to the bloodthirsty and brutal nature of demonic cultivation techniques, which can easily corrupt one's mind, practitioners of dark arts often resort to mass slaughter and annihilation of entire clans. Consequently, both the righteous factions of humanity and the demon race exhibit an unwavering zero tolerance towards all matters pertaining to the demonic path. The moment anyone is discovered to be practicing such forbidden arts, they are mercilessly dealt with, regardless of their identity. And even their affiliated powers may find themselves embroiled in the aftermath. Therefore, should it come to light that a member of the Lin family has engaged in demonic cultivation, and this information is disseminated by rival factions with ulterior motives, the Lin family would find themselves in grave peril. Those imperial-level forces would not concern themselves with whether the accused were unjustly framed. They only believe what they see, and it matters not if the faction is innocent. In their eyes, a mere holy clan is but an insignificant insect, easily extinguished without affecting the overall balance of Central Continent. The Grand Elder's declaration persisted, and as time wore on, his voice involuntarily carried a note of fury. Despite having reviewed the information numerous times, the sight of it once more ignited a surge of anger within him. The entire reading lasted a full half-hour before concluding, at which point all clan members were made aware of the heinous deeds committed by these familial scourges. It could be said that, according to clan regulations, any single act committed by these individuals was sufficient grounds for the family to execute them on the spot. Were it not for the high-ranking officials of the Lin family convening this trial assembly to awaken the clan, these offenders would have been dispatched the moment their misdeeds were uncovered, and they would not have lived to see this day. Lin Tianhai, standing beside the Grand Elder, surveyed the assembly and spoke again. These are the heinous acts of these wretches. It would not be excessive to execute them 1,000 times over. When I first laid eyes upon the records of their misdeeds, I was inclined to slay them on the spot. However, the Ancestor insisted on holding this trial assembly, and I understood his intent. For some of you have never endured the clan's trials and tribulations. You have long forgotten the honor of our family, only seeking personal gain and indulgence, even neglecting the very essence of what it means to be a member of the Lin family. This time, we confront these grave threats to our family, unworthy of being called Lin clansmen. Yet, among you are many who, despite your usual arrogance and hedonism, contribute nothing to the family. Out of consideration for your ties to the Lin family, we have chosen not to punish you this time, but this is your final opportunity. If from this day forth, you persist in your ways, the family will show no mercy. Those deserving of death shall die. Those deserving of having their cultivation stripped shall have it stripped. Take heed. Lin Tianhai's cold voice reverberated throughout the plaza. akin to arrows of ice piercing the hearts of the audience, rendering the entire space silent. Those who were typically arrogant and self-indulgent felt a chill wash over them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, consumed by fear. They understood that the family was resolute in its intent to rectify the clan. And should they continue in their previous manner, no one would be able to shield them from the consequences. Lin Tianhai's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, observing the myriad expressions on the faces of his kin, but he chose not to speak further. Instead, he announced a significant decision. Henceforth, I declare that the family will implement an annual assessment system. This will include both annual and decadal evaluations, with criteria encompassing cultivation metrics, task completion, and various other indicators. Each individual's evaluation criteria will differ, and achieving 80 of the designated goals will be deemed satisfactory. Should one fail to meet the standards even once, family benefits and resources will be halved. Fail twice, and all benefits and resources will be revoked, with the elders directly held accountable. Fail 3 times, and one's cultivation will be nullified, resulting in expulsion from the Lin family, forever severing ties with our lineage. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished at the sudden announcement of such a stringent new policy. It appeared that complacency would no longer be tolerated. Of course, this sentiment was primarily held by those who had been languid in their efforts, for those diligent practitioners who toiled earnestly for the family's advancement. The assessments would bear little significance. The Grand Elder and the elders had already deliberated on the evaluation criteria, with the enforcement hall entrusted to oversee the assessments. Lin Tianmo, the hall master, I trust you will bear this burden with diligence. Lin Tianhai proclaimed. Lin Tianmo, the hall master of the enforcement hall, immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Indeed, clan leader, the enforcement hall shall not disappoint the family, ensuring fairness, impartiality, transparency, and thorough examination. Lin Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. I have faith that Hall Master Lin Tianmo will not let the family down. Chapter 19, Public Execution. Thus concludes the family's new decisions and arrangements. I urge all clansmen to fulfill the assessment requirements punctually, as this directly pertains to your future welfare and cultivation resources. Remember, the primary purpose of a cultivator's training is to attain greater strength, to avoid being oppressed, and to secure a longer lifespan. If one does not strive, even the most exceptional talent is of no avail. Cultivation does not grow on its own. It requires our own effort. Consider this. Do you wish to remain forever trampled beneath others, merely a backdrop, living out a fleeting existence of mere decades or centuries? I have said my piece. Those of you who are lax, indolent, or even arrogant should reflect on your circumstances. Should you face punishment, or worse, expulsion from the family, do not blame the clan for its lack of mercy. As Lin Tianhai spoke, his gaze swept slowly across the assembly. His piercing and authoritative stare bore down like an unyielding weight, instilling trepidation in those who had exhibited such behaviors. They dared not meet his gaze, hastily averting their eyes, fearful of attracting his attention. In stark contrast, those who had consistently applied themselves remained unfazed, meeting his imposing gaze with calm resolve, their expressions unwavering. It was as if they sought to demonstrate their unblemished conscience and unwavering determination to Lin Tianhai. Furthermore, some of the previously confused clansmen seemed suddenly awakened by Lin Tianhai's words, igniting a fierce resolve within them. They gazed at him with gratitude, their eyes filled with fervor, as if wishing to express their respect and appreciation through their unwavering stares. At that moment, the atmosphere in the plaza became uniquely charged. Some were anxious and restless, others collected and composed, while still others felt a swell of gratitude. This medley of emotions created an oddly charged atmosphere that enveloped the gathering. This peculiar scene persisted for several moments until Lin Tianhai's voice once again shattered the silence. What has transpired thus far was merely a prelude. We shall now return to the matter at hand, the punishment for these familial scourges. Lin Tianhai's expression transformed into one of icy resolve, his cold voice resonating throughout the plaza. Upon hearing his words, the assembly momentarily cast aside thoughts of the annual assessments, refocusing their attention on the hundreds of culprits kneeling before them. An overwhelming wave of indignation surged through the crowd once more. These individuals had betrayed their kin, harmed their own, and inflicted irreparable damage upon the family, an unforgivable sin. Upon the family's decree, these individuals shall be entirely stripped of their clan membership, forever severed from the Lin lineage. They are to be publicly executed today, and even in death, they shall not find repose within the Lin ancestral tomb or clan shrine. A monument to their familial sins shall be erected today, wherein their names will be inscribed, serving as a perpetual reminder for future generations of those who have committed grave transgressions. Lin Tianhai's voice, as cold and piercing as ice, struck like a razor-sharp blade, aimed directly at the kneeling disgrace of the family. It resonated as if from the depths of a frigid hell, inciting involuntary tremors in those wretched souls, as if they were ensnared in a glacier for millennia, every inch of their skin devoured by the numbing chill. This decision by the family was undoubtedly the most brutal punishment they could endure. Even in the underworld, they would not be granted a moment's peace. For this decree signifies that even in death, they shall remain the objects of scorn and contempt for generations of the Lin family, eternally burdened with infamy. Their names will be reviled like a plague, their actions serving as cautionary tales for posterity, subjected to endless condemnation and criticism. One can only imagine that in the long years to come, whenever the Lin family speaks of them, it will be with clenched teeth and fiery glares, uttering the most venomous curses against them. This psychological torment is far more excruciating than any corporeal suffering, an inescapable torment. No, Patriarch, I was wrong. I am a beast. I deserve to die. Please, do not inscribe my name on the monument. Patriarch, please grant me another chance. I do not wish to die. Patriarch, I am willing to atone. I only ask that the family refrain from marking me on the monument of sins. The hundreds kneeling on the ground began to plead for mercy. They were utterly terrified. They regretted their past missteps that led them astray. Alas, regret is a luxury the world does not afford, and the Lin family would show no mercy. Otherwise, how could they provide an account to those family members who had suffered at their hands? How could they justify it to the bereaved families and friends? Awaiting them was only death, accompanied by the condemnation and disdain of generations yet to come. Where is the enforcement team? Lin Tianhai paid no heed to their pleas. His voice low and commanding. Enforcement Team 008, reporting to the Patriarch. Please issue your orders. A squad clad in black armor suddenly appeared before Lin Tianhai, shouting in unison. With a grave expression, Lin Tianhai commanded, execute. As you command, Patriarch. The enforcement team bellowed, drawing their long swords and marching step by step toward the hundreds kneeling on the ground, resembling harbingers of death, closing in relentlessly upon them. Upon witnessing this, the kneeling individuals turned ashen, fully aware that their demise was inevitable. Thus, they offered no resistance, their eyes vacant as they awaited the arrival of death. Moreover, even if they wished to resist, it would be futile. Stripped of their powers, they faced an enforcement team whose lowest rank was that of a sovereign. Such opposition was impossible. Even if their powers had not been stripped, survival would still elude them. For should the ancestors in the void but exhale, they would meet their end without a chance for reprieve. Crack, crack, crack. The enforcement team struck with swift precision, severing heads as they fell. And in less than a minute, all hundreds of the family's scourges were executed. In the face of such a bloody spectacle, the onlookers felt no discomfort or hesitation. Instead, they found great satisfaction. This was a realm of cultivation, and if one could not bear witness to such slaughter, they were unworthy of being a qualified cultivator. In this world, bloodshed was commonplace, and its rules dictated acceptance. Otherwise, one would be the one to perish. Good. Well done, Father. Those who harmed you have finally paid the price they deserved. It is a pity that I only discovered the identity of the murderer today and could not avenge you myself. Woe is me. Brother, you may finally rest in peace. Chapter 20. The Ninth Heaven of the Dharma Realm. Witnessing the malevolent individuals who had brought great loss to the family finally received their just punishment, executed on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of Lin family members were filled with jubilation, their excitement palpable, as thunderous applause and cheers erupted around them, especially for those who had suffered greatly. Having lost their beloved kin, the hatred that had long been bottled up within them was finally unleashed, tears flowing like a torrential flood. Overwhelmed with joy and unable to contain themselves. Thus, the judgment assembly reached its conclusion. Yet, the higher-ups of the Lin family did not immediately announce a dispersal. Instead, they allowed the crowd to vent their emotions freely. They understood that in the face of such events, the clansmen needed to express their feelings, having bottled them up for far too long. Through this incident, the Lin family's leaders also realized the inadequacies in their management of the clan. There were minor details and deficiencies in the management of the lower-tier members. Some systems were not well developed. It would be unjust to lay blame solely on any individual leader. Rather, it was an opportunity for the Lin family as higher-ups to reflect and improve, devising concrete solutions. The monthly and annual assessment system emerged as the first resolution from the Lin family's leadership, with more specific plans, regulations, and systems to be implemented to enhance the clan's management and prevent similar situations from arising in the future, safeguarding the family. After a lengthy outpouring of emotions, the Lin family's higher-ups waited patiently for the crowd's voices to gradually subside before Lin Tianhai slowly addressed them. This judgment assembly is hereby concluded. You may disperse at your leisure. With Lin Tianhai's declaration, the assembly came to a formal and satisfactory close. Subsequently, amidst the respectful gazes of the crowd, The figures of Lin Xianxiao and the other ancestors gradually vanished into the void, returning to the Tianyun Sea for seclusion. The Lin family members also began to call out in unison, "We bid farewell to the esteemed ancestors." Once the ancestors departed, the clan members gradually left the scene, returning to their respective places. The following day, in the central area of the Tianyun Sea, a striking transformation was evident compared to a month prior. A massive cultivation tower now stood erect, with Lin family members occasionally seen entering and exiting. This tower had been crafted specifically by the Lin family to facilitate the cultivation of its members under the aegis of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. Within the tower, individual cultivation rooms had been established, complemented by formations designed to minimize disturbances during breakthroughs, thereby preventing disruptions to other cultivators. The surrounding area was still relatively small. Should a member make a breakthrough, it could easily disturb others. For any cultivator, being interrupted during cultivation is a significant taboo, at best. It could result in a wasted effort, and at worst, it could lead to backlash that nullifies all their hard work and even damages their foundation. However, with the establishment of this cultivation tower and its accompanying formations, each cultivator could be separated, thus alleviating any potential interference, allowing the clan members to cultivate in peace. This was the very purpose behind the Lin family's construction of the tower, which they aptly named the Tower of Creation. From an external perspective, one would observe that this place is dominated solely by a creation tower, with not a trace of the primordial divine tree in sight. This is due to the fact that the primordial divine tree has completely merged into the void, rendering it imperceptible to the average observer. This ability to blend seamlessly into the void is indeed one of the divine tree's capabilities, allowing it to elude even the keen senses of a quasi-emperor like Lin Xianxiao. One might consider this a form of self-preservation for the primordial divine tree. After all, it does not possess formidable offensive capabilities. Without skills such as merging into the void, it would be exceedingly vulnerable. The number of powerful beings across the myriad realms vying for its essence is staggering, with no cultivator able to resist its allure. Some may ponder whether the primordial divine tree possesses intelligence. Indubitably, it does. How could a treasure of such caliber lack sentience? Even imperial weapons exhibit a modicum of awareness, let alone the primordial divine tree, which far surpasses them in rank. Yet, due to systemic constraints, the intelligence of this particular tree has wholly submitted to Lin Xuan. At this moment, within a secluded chamber of the creation tower, a young man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, sits cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. The swirling spiritual energy surrounding him signifies that he is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. This white-clad youth is none other than Lin Xuan, diligently refining his skills. After a considerable time, Lin Xuan suddenly opens his eyes with a fierce intensity, and a surge of power radiates from him, signaling his attainment of the 9th layer of the law manifestation realm. A voice tinged with joy escapes his lips. He rises slowly, first taking stock of his current state. Name: Lin Xuan. Age: 16. Identity: young master of the Lin Clan. Central continent: cultivation, 9th layer of the law manifestation realm. Physique: chaotic sword body. Talent: supreme. Comprehension: supreme. Cultivation techniques: chaotic sword art, sword path, divine ability, divine evasion. Great flame diamond body, ninefold soul refinement technique. System evaluation: a minor improvement, insignificant one. Upon reviewing his information, Lin Xuan feels a sense of satisfaction. As for the system's final remark, he has grown accustomed to it and chooses to ignore it. Although his attributes are already quite impressive, he recognizes that there are certain deficiencies, specifically in the realms of body refinement and soul cultivation. While his physical and spiritual forms are robust, the techniques he employs in these areas lag behind his techniques for spiritual energy cultivation and divine abilities. This disparity will only widen with further cultivation. After all, superior techniques yield greater advancements for cultivators. Otherwise, why would everyone aspire to possess extraordinary methods? Unfortunately, the Great Flame Diamond Body and Ninefold Soul Refinement Technique are the best body refinement and soul cultivation techniques available in the Lin Clan. And Lin Xuan has yet to acquire superior techniques from the system. For now, he must continue to cultivate these. Indeed, these techniques are commendable. Achieving perfection in them could even rival the strength of a sage emperor. However, when compared to the chaotic sword art and the ever-evolving sword path divine ability, divine evasion, they fall short. Chapter 21. Lin Xuan emerges. A conflict. Subsequently, Lin Xuan turns his attention to the condition of his clan. A shimmering, ethereal screen materializes, revealing the information of the Lin Clan. Bound force: Lin Clan of Central Continent. Clan rank: Sacred Clan. Clan leader: Lin Tianhai. Strongest clan member: Lin Xianxiao. Number of clan members: 563, 200. Clan Fortune, 300. 000. Clan Fortune points, 560. 000. Current Clan Fortune sign-in count, 15. System evaluation, a top-tier sacred clan on the verge of quasi-emperor status. After reviewing this, Lin Xuan is filled with joy. The Kai clan and the Bai clan may relish their fleeting moments of existence. He can't help but smirk at the thought. Next, Lin Xuan examines the 15 accumulated Clan Fortune sign-in opportunities, which he has amassed while focusing on his cultivation. The resources he has utilized this month have proven beneficial, and he has retained those that are useful, leaving behind what is unnecessary for the clan. The only defensive imperial weapon he obtained was given to the venerable ancestor Lin Xianxiao, a decision he does not regret. For the weapon's efficacy is greatly enhanced in the hands of the clan's elder, ultimately benefiting the Lin clan. Moreover, he anticipates acquiring even superior treasures in the future. Relinquishing one imperial weapon is a minor sacrifice. Even though Lin Xuan offered it willingly, Lin Xianxiao, as the clan's elder, would not accept such a gift without reciprocation. He pledged to forge a set of quasi-emperor level techniques for Lin Xuan as a safeguard once he ascends, assuring him that he could seek assistance for any need. System. Proceed with Clan Fortune sign-in. Utilize all available sign-in opportunities. Lin Xuan commands without hesitation. Ding. Understood, host. Clan Fortune sign-in is underway. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one inferior sacred pill, purifying wind poison pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 mid-grade spiritual plants of the 6th tier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an 8th tier premium spiritual mine, Crimson Fire Xian Gold Vein. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a great sage level technique, Bis Hui Tian Sacred Scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 inferior dragon veins of the sacred tier. What a pity, nothing exceptional emerged. Lin Xuan sighs as he surveys the rewards from the 15 sign-ins. While the items are numerous, they are rather mundane, with the most valuable being only of sacred level quality, which holds little significance for Lin Xuan or the Lin clan at this juncture. However, he quickly dismisses his momentary disappointment, reminding himself that these rewards were free. After selecting a few items beneficial for his cultivation, he places the remainder into another spatial ring, intending to find an opportunity to present them to the clan. Though these resources hold no value for him, they will undoubtedly be useful for the clan, as the vast number of Lin clan members require an extensive array of resources. Later, Lin Xuan checks the status of the Clan Fortune lottery pool, which has refreshed after a month. He had not had the chance to examine it before. So now is an opportune moment. Let me see what treasures await in this lottery pool, Lin Xuan muses as he accesses the lottery interface. After several moments, he comments. Not too shabby. Lin Xuan discovers that the current lottery pool still contains 3 golden top-tier prizes, 30 purple high-tier prizes, and a plethora of green ordinary prizes. He deduces that the pool structure is fixed, with only the prizes subject to change. The 3 golden top-tier prizes include a first-layer Emperor puppet, a Celestial Emperor's Edict, and a Dao Sword embryo. Every single item ignited a yearning within Lin Xuan, compelling him to immediately engage in a series of 10 consecutive draws. Eager to claim them all. Yet, reason reminded him that such a feat was fundamentally improbable. Although his last 10 draws had yielded extraordinary luck, including the acquisition of a precious artifact like the Spirit Cleansing Pool, Lin Xuan perceived that this was merely a fleeting stroke of fortune, unlikely to recur. Furthermore, he sensed that his luck today was lacking. His 15 recent sign-ins had not rewarded him with anything of value. Should the lottery prove equally unkind, he would suffer a considerable loss, especially considering he had painstakingly amassed these few clan luck points. This accumulation was largely due to the clan's current brief period of explosive growth, where many members, previously stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation, had collectively broken through. In just a month, they had gathered hundreds of thousands of clan luck points, a feat that would have been unattainable otherwise. However, as the situation stabilized, the frequency of short-term breakthroughs would inevitably dwindle, and the clan luck points generated in such a manner would no longer be as abundant. Moreover, he needed to retain some points as a safeguard, allowing him the opportunity to procure powerful means from the marketplace in the event of unforeseen circumstances affecting the clan. After considerable reflection, Lin Xuan decided against utilizing the clan luck points for a draw, instead suppressing his restless desires and closing the system interface. Perhaps it was best to exit the confines first. Meanwhile, several tens of millions of miles away from the Lin family estate, 3 factions stood poised in the air, their gazes locked onto one another with intense scrutiny. The arrangement of these factions indicated that they hailed from 3 distinct powers. Each faction comprised dozens of individuals, with their leaders being formidable 9th-level experts in the revered realm, the weakest among them possessing the strength of a monarch realm cultivator. Clearly, They represented the elite of their respective forces. Captain, what should we do? Though our strength is sufficient to face any one of them, both factions harbor enmity towards us. They will likely conspire to eliminate us first, leaving this newly emerged secret realm out of our grasp, one member voiced anxiously. Indeed, Captain. This secret realm appears to be no ordinary one. It seems to be a holy level secret realm. We must stake our claim. And the only way to do so now is to contact the clan, another concurred. Agreed. Captain, we must reach out to the clan. Only with their involvement do we stand a chance to partake in this venture. Otherwise, look at how those two factions are exchanging glances. It is evident they harbor malicious intent, remarked a member from one of the factions. The leader of that faction, with a serious expression and furrowed brow, reluctantly replied, Alas. We must contact the clan. In the end, our strength is insufficient. With that, he produced a jade slip and promptly crushed it. Chapter 22, The Secret Realm. As the jade slip shattered, a spectral figure abruptly manifested in the void, followed by a surge of formidable aura. The other two factions, previously composed, were instantaneously overwhelmed, forced to kneel in the air. Even the two ninth-level revered realm cultivators leading those factions were no exception. The pressure of the aura rendered them breathless. An icy dread akin to standing at the edge of an abyss surged within them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. The mere presence of such a spectral figure spoke volumes of the power possessed by the newcomer. For those present, their previously vaunted monarch and revered realm strengths seemed pitifully weak in the face of such overwhelming force. They were clearly on entirely different levels. They had no doubt that this phantom could erase them with a mere flick of its finger, obliterating their very essence. As the two factions were firmly constrained in the air, the group that had crushed the jade slip respectfully bowed and addressed the figure. We pay our respects to the clan leader. What brings you here? Have you encountered an insurmountable issue? Inquired the imposing phantom, who nodded before directing its abyssal gaze towards the two factions, the implication unmistakable. Members of the Kai and Bai families, I presume? This calm inquiry sent a wave of terror through the members of the two factions, as if they had just traversed the gates of hell, their faces pale with fear and cold sweat trickling down. It's over. We're doomed. The spectral figure was none other than Lin Xuan, and this apparition was a fragment of his divine consciousness sealed within the jade slip, capable of unleashing the might of a saint at a critical juncture. His main body would learn of all events in a timely manner, serving as a trump card for this small team. Just as the two factions believed their demise was imminent, two chilling voices echoed, granting them a momentary reprieve and restoring control over their bodies. Finally, we've escaped a calamity. The illustrious clan leader of the Lin family bullying a group of juniors. How shameless. Lin Xuan, do you believe you can intimidate the Bai family with your presence alone? As the cold words resonated, two more spectral figures, radiating terrifying auras, materialized in the air. Forming a triangular formation with Lin Xuan's apparition, their icy gazes fixed upon him. Lin Xuan was all too familiar with these newcomers. They were none other than the leaders of the Kai and Bai families. Kai family leader, Kai Ji. Bai family leader, Bai Qi. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's spectral form, the leaders of the Kai and Bai families immediately recognized that the ensuing situation was beyond their capacity to manage. For the sake of their own lives, they unhesitatingly revealed their respective trump cards, culminating in the current scene. Our clan leader has done nothing. They are merely the ones who chose to kneel and pay their respects. Fools, don't tarnish our clan leader's reputation with your foolishness. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Lin Xuan dismissed their words with nonchalance, maintaining an air of composure. You at this. The leaders of the two families were poised to retort, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Wait, why do we feel as though we have been insulted by Lin Xuan? Confused, they could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Ultimately, they could only respond with a scowl. Lin Xuan, do you truly believe we fear you? If it comes to blows, the outcome is uncertain. While others cowered before the Lin family leader's status, they remained unafraid. With that, the two leaders began to exude rising auras, prepared for a fierce confrontation with Lin Xuan at a moment's notice. They disregarded their clan members, fixated solely on preserving their pride, oblivious to the two factions struggling to maintain composure behind them. The unfortunate members of the two prominent families, who had just regained their breath, found themselves once more crushed under the weight of their leaders' auras, unable to move. The dual pressure rendered them even more incapacitated, their bones audibly creaking under the strain. At that moment, they desperately wished to cry out, "Clan leader, please, look at us." Regrettably, they could not even manage to utter a word, let alone voice their concerns. Meanwhile, the Lin family members, shielded by their clan leader's presence, felt no impact whatsoever and watched with amusement as the previously defiant factions lay prostrate in the air, akin to defeated hounds. Ha ha ha. Facing the audacity of the two leaders, Lin Tianhai suddenly burst into laughter, recalling something, before mocking. Ah, you incompetent fool. It has barely been a century. And you've already forgotten who among us was thoroughly thrashed by our esteemed clan leader, looking like a beaten pig, necessitating the intervention of your venerable ancestor. Silence. Lin Tianhai. Cease your slanderous words. Kai Ji and Bai Qi immediately recalled the incident, yet to maintain their authority before the younger generation, they stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Whether it is true or not, you are well aware. Observing their shamelessness, Lin Tianhai chose not to engage in further debate. Nevertheless, the truth was evident to anyone with eyes. The members of the Lin clan were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the leaders of two of the most prestigious holy clans possessed such a dark history. Truly, it was astonishing. The clan leader is not here to waste time on frivolities. Let me be straightforward. The Lin clan shall certainly claim a portion of this secret realm. Lin Tianhai did not continue to spar verbally, instead diving straight into the matter at hand. Without requiring reports from the Lin clan members, he had already gathered substantial information about the situation upon his arrival. Particularly striking was the immense entrance of the secret realm, which continuously absorbed and exhaled the energies of heaven and earth, gradually taking shape. The reason Lin Tianhai only mentioned that the Lin clan would claim a share, rather than monopolizing it, was not due to a lack of strength, but because this site was situated at the juncture of the Lin, Kai, and Bai clans. It could be considered a shared possession of all three, or alternatively, not owned by any one party. Therefore, in such a scenario, the Lin clan's ambition to monopolize would undoubtedly meet with resistance from both the Kai and Bai clans, leading to inevitable conflict. Although the Lin clan currently possessed the strength to vanquish both clans, such an action would prematurely reveal their capabilities, attracting undue attention and heightening the risk of exposing their treasured possessions. After all, major factions could generally gauge one another's strengths to some extent. Even if one were to exceed expectations, it would not be by a vast margin. A sudden surge in power would inevitably raise suspicions regarding the acquisition of a treasure. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's direct approach, the leaders of the Kai and Bai clans scoffed coldly, but subsequently reined in their aggressive demeanor. They understood that fighting at this juncture would serve no purpose. Simultaneously, the oppressive air surrounding their respective clans dissipated instantly, leading those behind them to visibly brighten with relief. Clan leader, you have finally remembered us. Woo. Chapter 23, The Tri-Clan Decision. A Council of the Lin Clan. Lin Tianhai, by what right do you presume that we would share this secret realm with your Lin clan? The two of us could effortlessly join forces to expel your Lin clan and claim this realm entirely for ourselves, thus garnering far greater benefits. Bai Qi, the leader of the Bai clan, fixed his gaze upon Lin Tianhai, sneering. Beside him, Kai Ji echoed with a knowing smile. What my friend Bai suggests is indeed accurate. Would it not be more advantageous for our two clans to divide the spoils rather than share them with the Lin clan? Therefore, Lin clan leader, it would be prudent for you to withdraw willingly, lest we are compelled to take more forceful measures to escort you away. With that, their eyes glinted with menace as they focused intently on Lin Tianhai and his companions, as if the outcome were already within their grasp. Even the members of their clans behind them appeared eager to engage, as though prepared to charge forth at any moment to clash with the Lin clan. Meanwhile, the Lin clan members, witnessing this turn of events, instantly adopted grave expressions. The situation was dire. Their opponents outnumbered them 2-1, and under normal circumstances, victory was virtually unattainable. Yet, they did not cower or retreat. Instead, they gripped their weapons, adopting a fighting stance. At the mere command from their leader, they would abandon all hesitation and plunge into battle with their adversaries, fighting to the bitter end. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. As seconds ticked by, Lin Tianhai remained silent. Just as Bai Qi and Kai Ji prepared to speak again, Lin Tianhai finally spoke, his voice calm. If you desire to invite additional forces into this matter, what harm would it do for me to withdraw? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Kai clan retorted coldly. Are you threatening us? Lin Tianhai merely smiled knowingly in response. A mutual understanding indeed. Bai Qi and Kai Ji's expressions darkened. They comprehended that Lin Tianhai was fully capable of executing such a move. Should more forces become involved, their potential gains would undoubtedly diminish. This secret realm was akin to meat at their doorstep, and they could not allow others to stake a claim. The more factions involved, the less meat there would be for them to consume. Yet, as the secret realm lay at the intersection of the three clans, even if they attempted to seal it off, any forces Lin Tianhai wished to invite could still gain access through the Lin clan, rendering them powerless to obstruct. In that moment, both leaders found themselves ensnared in a quandary. They desired to suppress the Lin clan, while simultaneously preventing other forces from intervening and snatching away their share. Unfortunately, their plans were destined to falter, The Lin Clan, whether relying on its own strength or inciting other factions to vex them, was assured of securing a stake in the secret realm. Silence fell over the assembly. After a prolonged silence, Kai Ji and Bai Qi exchanged glances, ultimately addressing Lin Tianhai with cold resolve. We shall jointly explore the secret realm, and any reward shall be determined by our respective capabilities. However, the Lin Clan must not divulge any information about the secret realm. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. As long as you refrain from any underhanded tactics. The Lin Clan has always honored its commitments. Lin Tianhai replied dismissively. Humph. Kai Ji and Bai Qi scoffed in unison, choosing not to elaborate further. The three leaders tacitly ceased their exchanges, redirecting their focus towards the secret realm itself. Subsequently, the phantoms of Lin Tianhai and his companions began to employ various techniques to probe the general circumstances of the secret realm, as well as some of its internal conditions and entry restrictions. As time progressed, their phantoms became increasingly ethereal, verging on invisibility, as though they might dissipate at any moment. It was evident that the energy sustaining their phantoms had nearly been depleted, reaching its limit. Suddenly, the three simultaneously halted their actions, each imparting final instructions to their respective clans before their phantoms quietly vanished. The members of the Lin Clan only heard their leaders' words about the general situation of the secret realm being ascertained and the directive to guard this location, forbidding anyone from approaching, with reinforcements from the clan arriving shortly. Following this, Lin Tianhai's phantom disappeared without a trace. The circumstances were similar for the members of the Kai and Bai clans. The three factions once again found themselves in a silent standoff, glaring at one another. Meanwhile, within the Lin Clan, upon the immediate disappearance of Lin Tianhai's phantom, the actual Lin Tianhai within the clan became aware of all that had transpired. He learned through the information that the secret realm was a top-tier holy realm, exceptionally resource-rich, with an estimated value comparable to 1/3 of the total assets of the Bai and Kai clans. This level of secret realm had never been possessed by any of the three clans. Their highest grade realm was merely the Lin Clan's upper-tier holy realm, the Azure Sky secret realm. Although there was only one tier of difference between an upper-tier holy realm and a top-tier holy realm, the disparity in the quantity and quality of resources contained within was vast. The mere fact that a top-tier holy realm could yield a substantial amount of resources suitable for cultivation at the Sacred Emperor level was sufficient to overshadow an upper-tier holy realm, not to mention the plethora of other resources available. In the past, secret realms of such caliber were typically controlled by Quasi-Emperor level forces or even stronger entities, leaving no opportunity for Holy Emperor level forces like the Lin family or the Bai family. Now that such a secret realm has appeared at their doorstep, naturally, all three families aspire to claim it for themselves, though they are acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Primarily, it is the Bai and Kai families that cannot allow it, while the Lin family merely contemplates the possibility. This elucidates why the Bai and Kai families initially sought to expel the Lin family. After all, with one less contender, each family would be able to reap more for themselves. With Lin Tianhai's summons, the core elders of the Lin family swiftly assembled. Lin Tianhai wasted no time, promptly conveying all the pertinent details to the gathered assembly. The elders were elated, for who would ever complain of an abundance of resources? Brother, allow me to lead this expedition, boldly declared a formidable man, rising to volunteer. This man was none other than Lin Tianhai's younger brother, Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianhai made no objections, replying, "Very well, Tianyu, you shall lead this venture. Remember, the secret realm and its resources are not the foremost priorities. The safety of our Lin family members is paramount. Rest assured, elder brother, I will ensure their safe return," Lin Tianyu promised, patting his chest confidently. "Then it is settled. This expedition to the secret realm will be led by Lin Tianyu, accompanied by elders 14 and 15, along with an additional 300 clan members," Lin Tianhai decisively announced. "Yes, clan leader, we pledge to fulfill this mission." The three responded in unison. Chapter 24, Lu Mingxin, Departure to the Border. "Now, you three may go forth and gather the clan members. As for who to select, that is for you to decide." "Understood, elder brother, clan leader." Lin Tianyu and the others clasped their hands in salute before departing the grand hall to select their kin. While Lin Tianhai engaged in discussions regarding the secret realm, Lin Xuan, who had just emerged from seclusion, made his way to the Fengqing Hall to pay respects to his mother, Lu Mingxin. "Son Lin Xuan, I come to greet you, mother," Lin Xuan announced as he entered the hall, observing the beautiful woman seated and conversing with a maid, bowing respectfully. "Xuaner, you've emerged from seclusion? Come, sit by me and share some words. It has been a month since I last saw you," exclaimed the lovely woman, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to Lin Xuan, rising to embrace him and guiding him to sit beside her. initiating a warm conversation. Lin Xuan responded with a smile, engaging in her chatter without a hint of impatience. Such is the nature of motherhood. Though it may seem nagging, it is, after all, a manifestation of care and affection. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan utilized the capabilities of his system to assess his mother Lu Mingxin's cultivation progress. After all, they were his biological parents, and he felt a strong sense of responsibility towards them. He did not wish for a future where he would be left alone to traverse the path of the Tao. He yearned for his parents, relatives, and kin to accompany him on the journey towards immortality. Prior to acquiring the system, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts. But now, with the system as his ally, all possibilities lay before him. Name, Lu Mingxin. Identity, matriarch of the Lin family, mother of the host. Age, 256. Cultivation, 9th level of the Sage Realm. Physique, Dream Illusion Physique. Talent, Superior. Comprehension, Superior. Loyalty to the family, 100. Fortune, the host is Lu Mingxin's greatest fortune. 9th level of the Sage Realm. I recall that mother was merely at the 6th level of the Sage Realm a month ago. Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy upon realizing this. It is increasingly challenging to elevate one's cultivation as one progresses. For her to ascend from the 7th to the 9th level within a month is commendable, largely due to her solid foundation and the benefits derived from the primordial divine tree. Otherwise, achieving even a single small breakthrough in a month would be an arduous task. For ordinary cultivators, advancing even a small level beyond the Sage Realm typically requires decades, if not more. A month is nothing short of fanciful. The rapid progress of Lu Mingxin and the other Lin family members is not solely attributable to the primordial divine tree's enhancement of their cultivation speed, but also due to its influence on their comprehension, allowing them to grasp the Tao swiftly, an essential factor in their rapid breakthroughs. After all, as one advances in cultivation, comprehension becomes increasingly significant. If one's understanding of the Tao is lacking, even with a swift cultivation speed, one cannot transcend to the next realm. Lin Xuan, having devoted most of his time this past month to mastering the Chaos Sword technique and honing his divine escape abilities, had only managed to reach the 9th level of the Law Manifestation realm. He must find a way to enhance the talents of his father and mother. Their physiques still lack the requisite strength. Royal physiques are necessary. Lin Xuan mused. However, he lamented, I'm broke. To this day, he still could not afford even the cheapest royal physique. The most affordable option in the clan's fortune mall demanded 1 million fortune points, a sum he could only dream of. Such matters cannot be rushed. He must take it slow. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. Just as Lin Xuan and his mother, Lu Mingxin, were enjoying their conversation, a maid hurriedly entered the hall. Greetings, matriarch, young master. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan and his mother turned their gazes towards the bowing maid, who was met with Lu Mingxin's calm voice. Rise. You seem flustered. What has transpired? In response to Lu Mingxin's inquiry, the maid promptly replied, reporting to the matriarch. The clan leader has sent me to inform the young master that the family has discovered a sage-level secret realm, and the young master is to accompany second master for some practical training. As Lin Xuan was a cherished member of the Lin family, his safety was of utmost concern. Thus, his whereabouts were consistently monitored by the clan. The moment Lin Xuan exited the Creation Tower, news of his emergence and activities had already reached Lin Tianhai's ears. Consequently, Lin Tianhai decisively commanded the maid to notify Lin Xuan so that he could gain practical experience. True strength is not solely attained through solitary meditation, but is forged through trials and tribulations. A sage-level secret realm, how intriguing. Upon hearing the maid's report, Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Ever since he had broken through to the Law Manifestation realm, he had only engaged in sparring with the clan's elders and had yet to face any real adversaries. This would be an excellent opportunity to test his recent cultivation results. In sparring with the clan's elders, they often suppressed their realms to avoid harming Lin Xuan, while he, as a junior, dared not unleash his full strength, fearing to embarrass them. Thus, their exchanges were often limited and unsatisfying. In the secret realm, however, numerous demonic beasts would allow Lin Xuan to unleash his abilities fully, providing a perfect opportunity to assess his training outcomes. Lu Mingxin, upon hearing of the sage-level secret realm, also displayed a delighted expression. The Lin family had gained yet another avenue to acquire resources. As a former wandering cultivator, Lu Mingxin had encountered Lin Tianhai through fate. From the moment she married into the Lin family, she had wholeheartedly embraced her role, dedicating herself to assisting Lin Tianhai in managing and developing the family. As long as it benefited the Lin family, she found joy in it. Over the years, the Lin family has treated her exceptionally well, not only showing her the utmost respect, but also providing her with abundant resources for cultivation. This alleviated her initial concerns, allowing her to fully immerse herself in the Lin family. as Lin Xuan began to shine brightly within the family, emerging as the foremost figure among the younger generation. The respect from her relatives only intensified. "Xianer, I share your father's sentiments. I encourage you to seek diverse experiences and hone your skills," Lu Mingxin remarked, turning to Lin Xuan with a warm smile. Although she adored her child, Lu Mingxin was resolute in not indulging her, believing that such leniency would ultimately be detrimental to her child's growth. "Rest assured, mother. I had already intended to venture into the secret realm to engage in battle with the beasts within, testing the fruits of my recent cultivation," Lin Xuan replied, grinning broadly. "Now, I shall take my leave to find second uncle. We must not keep him waiting," she added. Lu Mingxin nodded approvingly. "Very well, go. But remember, the secret realm is fraught with dangers. You must take care to protect yourself. Stay close to your second uncle, and should you encounter insurmountable peril, do not hesitate to shatter the talisman I gave you. Our ancestor will come to your aid immediately." A warm current coursed through Lin Xuan's heart. With a serious expression, he assured her, "Do not worry, mother. I value my life above all else." After bidding farewell to Lu Mingxin, he departed the Fengqing Hall, guided by a maid. In the family square, Lin Tianyu had just finished gathering 300 clan members. "Second uncle, I apologize for the wait," Lin Xuan said, soaring towards Lin Tianyu with an expression of regret. "Haha, Xiana has arrived. I had only just concluded," Lin Tianyu replied, beaming with satisfaction at his nephew. "Greetings, young master." Upon Lin Xuan's arrival, the assembled clan members hurriedly bowed in reverence. "Everyone, there is no need for formality," Lin Xuan responded, gesturing to the crowd. "Now that everyone is present, let us depart." Chapter 25, Lin Xuan, A Father's Love. With everyone gathered, Lin Tianyu wasted no time and promptly issued the command. Raising his hand, he gestured towards the void, and suddenly, a spatial passageway materialized above them. "Enter," Lin Tianyu commanded, and he, alongside elders 14 and 15, swiftly dove into the spatial corridor. Lin Xuan and the others followed suit, leaping into the passageway without hesitation. As the last clan member vanished into the void, the massive spatial corridor gradually closed, disappearing entirely within mere moments. The tranquility of the void was restored. "May all proceed smoothly," Lin Tianhai murmured, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the spot where the passage had been. Within the spatial corridor, the Lin family members traversed swiftly. Given that the secret realm lay at the fringes of the Lin family's territory, it was a distance of several million miles from their ancestral ground. Even with Lin Tianyu, a first-layer sage, leading them, it would take some time to arrive. The stability of the central continent's space meant that only those at the saint level and above could tear through the void and traverse it, unaffected by the chaotic currents of space, thus expediting their journey. This starkly illustrates why practitioners at the saint level possess speed that far exceeds that of those at the respect level. After all, one relies on spiritual energy to fly, while the other has begun to navigate the very fabric of space. How could they be compared? It is akin to a martial artist battling a cultivator. The outcome is quite evident. At that moment, Lin Xuan gazed at the swirling currents of space and storms whirling past them, his eyes deep with contemplation. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a youthful voice chimed in beside him. "Xiangu, what are you thinking about?" Lin Xuan glanced at the boy beside him, who had casually thrown an arm over his shoulders, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much." The boy chuckled. "I thought you might be daydreaming about some celestial maiden." "Get lost," Lin Xuan retorted playfully. Then, as if realizing something, he teased, "By the way, Howren, your cultivation has progressed remarkably this month. You've reached the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. It seems you've been working hard." At that moment, Lin Xuan's gaze landed on a screen displaying information about his companion. Name, Lin Howren. Gender, male. Age, 16. Identity, a prodigy of the Lin family. Son of Lin Tianyu. Cultivation, 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. Physique, dark treasure body. Talent, superior. Comprehension, exceptional. Loyalty to the family, 100. Opportunities, awaiting activation. System commentary, just like the host. A fledgling. Lin Xuan, unaware of the implications, closed the system interface in a huff after mentally cursing the system. "Damn, I merely wanted to check another's profile. And yet this wretched system looked down on me." Hearing Lin Xuan's teasing, Lin Howren grinned proudly. "Of course. You should know that I spent all my previously accumulated contribution points on the Tower of Creation this month. If I hadn't achieved this level of improvement, I would have been in tears." But his pride lasted only 3 seconds before he grimaced. "Your good little brother is now completely broke. I had no choice but to join this secret realm exploration to earn resources and contribution points." At that moment, Lin Howren suddenly realized that the invisible rich was right beside him. While others might not be aware of Lin Xuan's wealth and the fact that he could enter the Tower of Creation without needing contribution points, as a brother who had grown up alongside him, He certainly did. Immediately, he began to flatter Lin Xuan. Xian go at those words, Lin Xuan shuddered, and goosebumps erupted all over him. He quickly shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder, a look of disdain crossing his face. Get away. Speak properly. Or just keep your mouth shut. Hey, come on, Xiangu, help out your good little brother. Your little brother is on the brink of starvation. Lin Xuan returned to his normal demeanor. Just 1,000. 5,000. 5,000 is fine. If not, even 1,000 will do. Lin Xuan, fearing Lin Xuan might refuse, hurriedly interjected before Lin Xuan could finish. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. He promptly smacked Lin Xuan on the head and then took out his family token, transferring 10,000 contribution points to Lin Xuan's account. All right, I've transferred you 10,000. Thank you, Xiangu. You are so generous. Don't worry, Xiangu. I will definitely repay you in due time. Lin Xuan, originally intending to borrow only 1,000, was taken aback when Lin Xuan generously gifted him 10,000, showering Lin Xuan with praise. Forget about repaying, you don't need to. It's not like I'm short on contribution points. After all, who else would I care for if not my brother? Lin Xuan had amassed a considerable number of contribution points, especially after handing over various treasures to the family, which had granted him a staggering 100 million contribution points, far more than he could ever spend. Thus, this sum was of little consequence to him. Lin Xuan was utterly moved. His eyes were filled with admiration for his elder brother. Were it not for the blood ties that bound them as siblings, he would undoubtedly have called him father twice. Brother Xian, I have made up my mind. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother. Whatever you say goes. If you tell me to go east, I shall never venture west. Even if you commanded me to slap our family's old dang, I would do so without a moment's hesitation. The spirited Lin Xuan completely disregarded the fact that Lin Tianyu was still present. Smack. In an instant, Lin Xuan's head suffered a brutal blow. Immediately following, Lin Tianyu's furious voice echoed from behind him, unfilial son. Repeat that. Lin Xuan clutched his head, secretly lamenting his carelessness. He hastily attempted to argue. Father, that's not what I meant at all. I had no intention of disrespecting you. I merely what? Merely that you've not been punished recently, and your skin is itching for a beating? Lin Tianyu paid no heed to his excuses and produced his supreme belt crafted from the hide of a sacred beast. For reasons unknown, ever since he had wielded this instrument during Lin Xuan's childhood, he had become utterly enamored with this parenting tool. Whenever he felt the urge to discipline his son, it was the go-to choice. The grip was superb. The effect was unparalleled. Upon seeing that nightmare-inducing belt, Lin Xuan immediately cried out, Father, Father, Father. He endeavored to awaken the paternal love within his father's heart. Unfortunately, it was utterly futile. A wave of paternal affection surged forth, both overwhelming and burdensome. Father, I was wrong. Chapter 26, When Enemies Meet. Observing this tumultuous lesson in love, the members of the Lin family, long accustomed to such spectacles, showed no signs of surprise or intent to intervene. Instead, they delightedly munched on their snacks, occasionally throwing in a teasing remark. Here we go again. Do you think this Xuan lad will ever learn his lesson? Who could say otherwise? Look, he's getting another beating from the second master. But honestly, every time I see the second master thrash that young rascal, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. I wish I could return home and give my own unfilial child a good thrashing. Me too. I must ensure that when I return, I give my own little rascal a proper spanking. How about this? After we return, we host a disciplining unfilial children contest. Each person contributes a treasure, and whoever wins gets to claim all the treasures. What do you think? That's a splendid idea. Count me in. Me too. Add me to the list. The unfilial children. So, are we merely pawns in your little game? Foolish younger brother. Why can't you remember that your second uncle is also present? As Lin Xuan shrieked in agony, Lin Xian's gaze was filled with amusement, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his expression. Just then, after a particularly loud cry from Lin Xuan, he cast a desperate look towards his elder brother Lin Xuan, as if pleading, Brother Xian, save me. In response, Lin Xuan shrugged his shoulders, conveying his inability to assist. It's not that I don't want to help you. I simply can't. Besides, after being beaten so many times, this one won't make any difference. Lin Xuan sent a message through a knowing glance that only brothers could understand. Rejected without hesitation by his beloved elder brother, Lin Xuan stood there, dumbfounded. It wasn't until the refreshing sensation of the supreme belt struck him again that he snapped back to reality. He glared at Lin Xuan, as if to say, You, Lin dog, are so ungrateful. Don't even think about me repaying those 100,000 contribution points. Lin Xuan, unfazed, continued to enjoy his snack. This is truly delightful. 10 minutes later, the Lin family members were nearing their destination, and the lesson in love had recently concluded. Why are you staring at me? It was your second uncle who dealt you that blow, not me. Lin Xuan finally couldn't bear Lin Xuan's unrelenting gaze and spoke up. You lack loyalty. You no longer love me. Whatever happened to brotherhood? Lin Xuan unleashed a barrage of complaints. His expression was one of sorrow, akin to that of a wronged spouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan quickly interjected, Stop. Enough. Don't say such things. We are merely brothers. There is no love involved. If he didn't interrupt Lin Xuan. He feared his own reputation might be tarnished. We are pure youths. Our affections are reserved for fairies and saintesses. Lin Xuan, stare. After a moment, Lin Xuan could no longer endure it and casually remarked, I was initially contemplating gifting my younger brother a couple of sacred artifacts upon my return. But it seems someone has no interest. So be it. Brother Xuan, brother, beloved elder brother. I want them. How could I not want them? I was merely joking. Please don't take it seriously. Are you tired standing there? Let me give you a massage, heh. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly approached Lin Xuan, eager to curry favor. Lin Xuan casually produced 2 sacred artifacts and tossed them to Lin Xuan, mockingly chiding him. All right. Thank you, Brother Xuan. Lin Xuan exclaimed, standing to the side with a serious demeanor, though his gaze frequently darted towards the 2 sacred artifacts Lin Xuan had given him. One was a high-grade saint-level shield, and the other was a high-grade saint-level flying vessel. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Lin Tianyu, positioned at the forefront of the group, suddenly called out, We've arrived. Follow me through the passage. With a wave of his hand, an exit appeared before them, allowing the group to glimpse the outside world. Then, everyone eagerly leaped through the passage, returning to the outside world. Once they set foot outside, breathing in the familiar air, the oppressive sensation that had lingered during their time in the spatial passage vanished. After all, the outside world was the most suitable space for their existence. Seeing the sudden arrival of a large group of people, the Lin family members who had remained behind rushed joyfully to greet Lin Tianyu and the others. Greetings, Second Master. You have finally arrived. The leading figure, a member of the Lin family at the 9th level of the esteemed realm, spoke first. Well done, everyone. You have discovered another crucial secret realm for the family. As a reward, the family has decided to grant each of you 100,000 contribution points, 3 days of free training in the Tower of Fortune, and 1 free study of saint-level cultivation techniques, martial skills, and divine abilities from the Scripture Pavilion. Furthermore, all gains from this secret realm will belong to you, with no need to surrender anything to the family. Lin Tianyu promptly announced the rewards that had been previously discussed by the Lin family regarding this group of family members. The Lin family never hesitated to reward those who contributed to the family's development. This is one of the reasons why Lin family members always think of the family first in times of good fortune. They know that the family will never slight them. Upon hearing this, the group of Lin family members excitedly exclaimed, Thank you for the family's generous rewards. This reward is truly substantial. Even without considering the gains from the secret realm, the family's reward alone exceeds 500,000 contribution points. It is worth noting that even the esteemed member among them would not possess more than 500,000, showcasing the true value of this reward. This is what you all deserve. In the Lin family, contributions are always rewarded, and transgressions are always punished. I only hope you will never forget your original intentions and continue to contribute to the family. Lin Tianyu's firm voice resonated once more. We, as a collective, shall not fail the expectations of our lineage and will continue to contribute to the family's development. The chorus of agreement resonated among the crowd. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lin family, buoyed by the arrival of Lin Tianyu and others, the atmosphere was vibrant. In stark contrast, the Kai and Bai families, whose reinforcements had yet to arrive, could only tremble in the distance, feeling vulnerable. Fortunately, it was not long before the reinforcements from both families arrived, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and cast haughty glances at the Lin family, completely forgetting their earlier trepidation. Lin Tianyu, I never expected you to lead the charge. Are you not afraid of returning empty-handed? Upon the swift arrival of the Bai family's support, their leader, Bai Yin, hastily mocked Lin Tianyu. Not to be outdone, Kai Niao, the leader of the tardy Kai family, coldly added, Bai's words ring true. After all, danger lurks in every corner of the secret realm. If you perish, no one will know, and no one will come to your aid. The emphasis on the word perish was palpable. With the arrival of reinforcements from both families, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. The members of the Lin family were fully prepared for battle, as it was not the first time that skirmishes had occurred between them and the Kai and Bai families. Returning empty-handed? Are you certain you are not referring to yourselves? Historically, the two of you combined have never managed to best me, Lin Tianyu scoffed, his expression betraying nothing but disdain and contempt for the two. Although the two were of similar cultivation levels, whenever they encountered Lin Tianyu individually in the past, they had always fled in haste. Only when both were present or accompanied by formidable allies from their families did they dare to bark at him. Yet even when united, they could only match Lin Tianyu's prowess, and arguably, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. In summary, Lin Tianyu could easily suppress them, yet he could not achieve a decisive victory. However, if he were to confront either of them alone, he could easily overpower them, and given the right opportunity, even eliminate them on the spot. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's remarks, Kai Niao and Bai Yin recalled some humiliating memories, their faces turning an ashen hue. Yet, they could not refute the truth of his words and could only feign composure, retorting, Lin Tianyu, you are not the same as you once were. Do not cling to past glories. We are not necessarily weaker than you now. Kai Niao's tone was equally cold, indeed. The outcome of a confrontation will reveal who is stronger. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the two, signaling their readiness to engage Lin Tianyu in a battle to prove themselves. It had been decades since they had last fought him, and their current strength far surpassed that of their earlier selves. They were confident that they were no longer inferior to Lin Tianyu. As the tension escalated, everyone awaited Lin Tianyu's response, which would determine whether a fierce battle would ensue. Suddenly, two youthful and somewhat immature laughter broke the tension. Haha, Xingu. Do you think these two are fools? Do they truly believe they have grown stronger during this time? Hee, at least Uncle 1T lose to these two clods. It was the unabashed Lin Xuan and his brother. The unexpected laughter startled the members of the Kai and Bai families, who looked at the two in disbelief. How dare they? These were two esteemed figures of the sacred realm. Did they truly have no fear of mockery in front of them and the gathered crowd? Were they so naive to think that their status as prodigies of the Lin family would protect them from being harmed? Audacious! Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, how dare you mock the second elder of the Bai family? Shouted a figure from their ranks, a young master from the two families. His gaze fixed angrily upon Lin Xuan and his brother. Kai Kuan, a fifth-layer cultivator of the cave heaven realm, possessed the Tian Kuan royal body. Bai Li, also a fifth-layer cultivator of the cave heaven realm, wielded the berserk battle body. So what? Are we not allowed to speak? Or are you simply unable to handle the truth? If you cannot defeat my father, then admit it. Besides, my Xiangu is the young master of the Lin family and the future patriarch. His status surpasses yours by a long shot. Lin Xuan retorted vehemently, fully prepared for a verbal duel. How dare you challenge me? I have never lost in a war of words. Lin Xuan declared, while Lin Xuan stood by, offering encouragement with a steadfast thumbs up. Kai Kuan and Bai Li were left speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. After all, it was a fact that Kai Niao and Bai Yin had previously been unable to defeat Lin Tianyu. How could they argue against that? Moreover, Lin Xuan's status was indeed on par with that of Kai Niao and Bai Yin, making it difficult for them to counter. Faced with their inability to respond, the two could only glare at Lin Xuan, wishing to tear him apart for his insolence. Insect, you are courting death, Kai Niao shouted furiously, preparing to teach these presumptuous insects a lesson. At that moment, Lin Tianyu finally spoke up, his voice radiating authority as he defended his sons. Kai Niao, dare you? If you lay a finger on my son or nephew, I shall be the first to slay you. With that, he unleashed a formidable aura that soared into the heavens, one that surpassed even that of Kai Niao and Bai Yin. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Lin Tianyu's aura, the expressions of Bai Yin and Kai Niao turned grim. Damn it, why are you still stronger than us? But they could not afford to retreat now. To do so would mean losing all face. Who's afraid? We shall see who falls first, they declared, their own auras flaring as they faced Lin Tianyu. Just as they prepared to join forces against him, two other sacred realm experts from their respective families quickly intervened, restraining them. Second elder, we must remain calm. Now is not the time for conflict with the Lin family. We must first fulfill the tasks assigned by our patriarch in the secret realm, one urged. Indeed, we must prioritize the greater good. The other sacred realm expert from the Bai family added, urging Bai Yin to reconsider. After a long pause, Bai Yin finally relented, muttering, very well. Let us spare Lin Tianyu for now. He then fell silent. The situation was similar for the Kai family. Observing the sudden quietude from his adversaries, Lin Tianyu smirked and retracted his aura, choosing not to provoke them further. After all, the secret realm took precedence. Some matters and individuals could be dealt with later. The atmosphere gradually returned to calm, although currents of tension still simmered beneath the surface. The three factions tacitly ceased their verbal hostilities and turned their attention toward the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, the entrance had ceased to expand, but it had yet to stabilize, preventing anyone from entering. They could only wait until the entrance was fully secure, for forcing their way in would risk collapsing it, leaving them trapped. After all, the secret realm often held the entrance as its exit. At that time, unless someone could refine the core of the secret realm and completely master the entire domain, none of the individuals present could guarantee that they would be able to locate the core once inside. If they failed to find it and the exit collapsed, they would truly be trapped within the secret realm. Thus, the three factions did not rush. Observing the situation at the entrance, it seemed that it would stabilize soon enough. What harm was there in waiting? As expected, after half an hour had passed, the entrance to the secret realm finally stabilized completely. The Bai family. Enter the secret realm with this elder. Kai family, let us proceed. The two prominent families, already growing impatient, rushed forward the moment they noticed the entrance's stability. With Bai Yin and Kai now leading their respective groups into the secret realm, vanishing from sight. However, Lin Tianyu remained unhurried, instead reiterating instructions to the members of the Lin family. Once we enter the secret realm, we will be randomly dispersed. You must regroup with me at the earliest opportunity, and then we shall explore together. Only in this manner can we mitigate significant injuries and better guard against the Kai and Bai families. They will undoubtedly not explore quietly. They will seek trouble with our Lin family. Therefore, until you have regrouped with me, avoid direct confrontations. If you encounter insurmountable situations, retreat and evade their wrath. Of course, if you can overpower them, do not hold back. Kill without hesitation. Our family will bear the consequences. Yes, second master. The group responded in unison. Lin Tianyu nodded and turned his gaze to Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, his son and nephew, respectively. Their safety was his greatest concern during this venture. Yet, for their growth, he could not shield them entirely from experiences, so he specifically cautioned them, especially the two of you, do not act recklessly. If you cannot win, flee. Do not hesitate to use your protective techniques. Above all, prioritize your lives. Father, rest assured, I value my life above all. Lin Xuan replied, grinning. Uncle, fret not. I have plenty of trump cards, Lin Xuan assured, both of them promising. Good, as long as you understand. Now, let us enter the secret realm. With that, Lin Tianyu was the first to soar towards the entrance, stepping inside. Following suit, Lin Xuan and the others entered the secret realm one by one. Chapter 28. Entering the secret realm honestly, my luck is unmatched, Lin Xuan lamented. Upon stepping into the secret realm, he barely had time to observe his surroundings, merely catching a glimpse of the vast, boundless plain in which he found himself. However, just as he contemplated further exploration of this place, a shadow darted towards him like a bolt of lightning. Roar! Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal black wolf, its fur bristling like steel needles, lunging at him with bared fangs and claws. This creature exuded a chilling aura, its bloodthirsty eyes shimmering with malice towards Lin Xuan, as if it longed to tear him to shreds. Lin Xuan thought to himself, with this kind of luck, if I were to participate in a lottery, I would surely lose everything. This was a three-tiered king-level celestial star wolf, renowned for its astonishing speed and formidable attack power, particularly its innate supernatural ability, Celestial Roar, capable of unleashing devastating star power attacks. Additionally, it possessed a faint trace of a holy beast's bloodline, with the potential to evolve into a holy beast in the future. Even if it did not ascend to that status, once matured, its strength could rival that of a respected warrior. Unfortunately for the celestial star wolf before Lin Xuan, it had yet to reach maturity, being merely at the three-tiered king level. Despite its higher realm, it was about to face a grave misfortune. Its life would be the cost. Though Lin Xuan felt unfortunate to be targeted by such a formidable beast upon entry, he merely sighed in frustration, his reaction swift. Evading the wolf's attack, he promptly summoned his artifact, the Celestial Sword, an 8th-tier premium weapon. While he could not unleash even half its power at this moment, he could exert a significant portion of the revered weapon's might. This was why, despite possessing holy swords, he chose not to wield them. Brute, die! Lin Xuan exclaimed in a low voice, unleashing a sword light towards the beast. Dawn. This was one of the sword techniques he had recently learned from the chaotic sword manual. Facing a mere three-tiered king-level celestial star wolf, he did not use his full strength, applying only a third of his power. The sword light shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as if capable of piercing through endless chaos and illuminating the vast universe. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, directly targeting the celestial star wolf. At that moment, the wolf realized that its once proud speed was rendered futile before this sword light. A profound sense of danger enveloped its heart, and it recognized that it could not evade this strike. Rather than retreating, it opened its massive maw, preparing to fight back, gathering a tremendous amount of star power. It took mere moments to accumulate. Then it closed its mouth and suddenly unleashed a terrifying beam of star energy towards the oncoming sword light, attempting to shatter it. This was the celestial star wolf's innate ability, Celestial Roar. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided, resulting in a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated everything within a 10-mile radius of the prairie, leaving nothing but a barren expanse. After a brief standoff, Lin Xuan's sword light ultimately prevailed, shattering the equilibrium and cleaving through the wolf's attack, continuing its relentless path towards the celestial star wolf. The sword light struck true. Puff! The celestial star wolf was instantly decapitated, blood gushing forth, its life extinguished. After slaying the beast, Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He nonchalantly collected the wolf's corpse and departed the scene, continuing his exploration within the secret realm. It seems I have become quite scattered from everyone, Lin Xuan sighed. Half an hour had passed, and he had left the prairie, now entering a dense forest. Holding the specially crafted locator artifact from the Lin family, he observed that it displayed no signs of any Lin family members' locations. He could only let out a resigned sigh. Second uncle, it's not that I disregarded your advice to regroup immediately. I simply cannot find anyone. This artifact could pinpoint the locations of all Lin family members within a 1,000,000-mile radius, and each member was provided one to facilitate swift reunions. Yet, having wandered for half an hour, Lin Xuan had yet to see a single family member. This only underscored the vastness of the secret realm. To date, Lin Xuan had not encountered any Lin family members, nor had he seen anyone from the Kai or by families. Instead, he had encountered numerous beasts along the way, ranging from weak first- and second-tier creatures to formidable 8th-tier demon lords, all of which fell under his blade. The abundance of beasts allowed Lin Xuan to test out all the new techniques he had learned, providing him with a more comprehensive understanding of his own strength. The multitude of battles has significantly fortified his realm, a rather unexpected boon. Naturally, the treasures and resources amassed along this journey are abundant, befitting a top-tier sacred secret realm. However, Lin Xuan is rather dismissive of the common resources, yet the family's needs are paramount. Thus, throughout his journey, he has primarily acted as a relentless harvester of resources, diligently collecting all useful materials to present to his family upon his return. As the scion of the Lin family, he has always enjoyed the finest resources and training, and it is only right that he contributes in whatever capacity he can. In stark contrast to Lin Xuan, within a mysterious cavern in a certain section of the secret realm, a youthful figure is gleefully tossing resources into a spatial ring, incessantly murmuring, "My goodness, so many treasures. This sword is splendid, I shall take it. This bow is excellent as well, I shall take that too. This brick looks like it could deliver quite a blow. I shall take it. And this cultivation technique, the alchemical inheritance, the holy medicines, collect, collect, collect. There's no end to it, absolutely no end." If a member of the Lin family were present, they would instantly recognize this figure as the young Lin Xuan. Clearly, he has stumbled upon an inheritance cavern and is now eagerly gathering treasures. Chapter 29, The Child of Fortune. Unlike Lin Xuan, who was assailed by monstrous beasts upon his entrance, Lin Xuan's initial half hour in the secret realm has been remarkably smooth, a stroke of incredible luck. Half an hour prior, upon entering the secret realm, Lin Xuan found himself teleported to the vicinity of a long-abandoned spiritual herb garden. Is this a spiritual herb garden? After surveying his surroundings, Lin Xuan focused on the enormous garden shrouded by a formation. Although enveloped by the formation, it had deteriorated over time due to neglect, and within moments, Lin Xuan shattered the formation and entered. Upon entering, he discovered that despite the lack of care, the garden still harbored a plethora of spiritual herbs, including quite a number of holy medicines. However, the disarray was evident. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth watering at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a large array of spatial rings and transformed into a harvester of spiritual herbs, fervently digging them up. Not only did he collect mature herbs, but he also spared no effort in gathering seedlings. His approach was akin to plucking feathers from a goose, digging 3 feet into the ground. As Lin Xuan put it, after all, this secret realm does not belong solely to my Lin family. If I do not take these resources, shall I leave them for the Kai and by families? Bringing them back to the Lin family to cultivate further is far more advantageous. Although Lin Xuan worked at an astonishing pace, the sheer quantity of spiritual herbs was overwhelming. He spent a full 10 minutes collecting everything in the vicinity, filling 3 to 4 spatial rings. Fortunately, he had come well prepared, having brought along a staggering 1,000 spatial rings. Such extravagance. What cultivator carries such a plethora of spatial rings on their journey? After clearing the abandoned spiritual herb garden, Lin Xuan continued to explore toward the center of the secret realm. The rationale for this direction was clear. The finest treasures of the secret realm typically reside in its central region, which is also the main battleground for the 3 families. Thus, it was only natural that the members of the 3 clans would consistently make their way toward this central area, culminating in a final showdown for the most exceptional resources within the secret realm. It was in this locale that he had the greatest likelihood of encountering members of the Lin family, thereby facilitating their reunion. As Lin Xuan departed the abandoned spiritual herb garden and traversed over 100 miles toward the center of the secret realm, he encountered 2 severely injured high-ranked demon beasts, locked in a fierce struggle in a canyon. Not far from them stood a sacred spiritual plant, the Ninyao Zhu fruit tree. At that moment, 9 plump, vibrant fruits hung from the tree, indicating their ripeness. Lin Xuan recognized that these two high-ranked demon beasts must have fought over the 9 Yaozhu fruits, resulting in their current state of mutual destruction. The sight brought a smile to Lin Xuan's face. What a fortuitous turn of events, he mused. He promptly drew a holy sword and donned a holy armor, cautiously approaching the two wounded beasts, preparing to deliver the final blow. Lin Xuan thought to himself, high-ranked demon beasts should be treated with caution, even in their weakened state. One can never know if they might unleash a final desperate attack. After all, a dying high-ranked demon beast's last strike could easily overwhelm an unprepared cultivator of the cave heaven realm. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this human ant, sword in hand, the two demon beasts roared in defiance, attempting to intimidate Lin Xuan. Roar, roar, enough of your roaring. I know you are at your limits, so save your strength. Just extend your necks for me to send you off with this holy sword. This will spare you further suffering. I, Lin Xuan, am merciful. Observing that the demon beasts did not assault him immediately, but instead attempted to scare him off, Lin Xuan realized they were utterly spent and possessed no power left to retaliate. He grinned. High-ranked demon beasts are highly intelligent and can comprehend human speech. They might even transform into human forms, though they typically disdain to do so. Thus, hearing Lin Xuan's words, they were filled with rage that this once insignificant human dared to speak to them in such a manner, yet they continued to roar in anger without articulating a response. Unperturbed by their roars, Lin Xuan continued to advance, and as he reached one of the bovine demon beasts, he cackled, die. He unleashed all his spiritual energy, and with a swift stroke of his holy sword, he cleaved the beast's neck, sending it to meet its ancestors. Roar. Next, he approached the other feline demon beast, employing the same method with swift precision. I'm coming for you too, Lin Xuan exclaimed. He promptly stored the corpses of the two demon beasts in his spatial ring before advancing to the 9 Yaozhu fruit tree. First, he carefully placed the 9 ripe fruits into specialized containers, then tossed them into his spatial ring. This was the best way to preserve their medicinal potency and extend their shelf life. After completing this task, he uprooted the entire 9 Yaozhu fruit tree, soil and all, packing it away. Although the Lin family is vast and prosperous, they adhere to the principles of frugality and resourcefulness. If something is useful, it must not be overlooked. In the words of the Lin family progenitor, if it were not for such diligence, how could I have established the Grand Lin family? This phrase and this virtue have been inscribed in the ancestral teachings of the Lin family. From the moment they enter the clan school, members of the Lin family must study its contents and philosophies. Consequently, every time the Lin family faces extermination or annihilates opposing forces, those cultivators hoping to profit from the aftermath harbor a deep resentment toward the Lin family, for upon their arrival, they discover that the scene is cleaner than their own pockets. Not only can they not find any spoils, but they even begin to suspect that this was once a desolate land devoid of spirits. Yet reason tells them that this is indeed the former stronghold of a powerful force. After collecting the fruit tree, Lin Xuan resumed his journey of exploration. By sheer fortune or fate, merely half an hour into the secret realm, he stumbled upon a cave protected by a formation on an island in a lake. Through careful observation, he discerned that it was a defensive formation of only low-grade saint level. With his own strength, he would undoubtedly be unable to breach the formation. Thus, after much internal conflict, he reluctantly retrieved a protective token bestowed upon him by his father, a piece imbued with Lin Tianyu's full force. I hope this cave does not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall suffer a great loss, he whispered before shattering the token. Instantly, Lin Tianyu's attack, sealed within, surged forth and struck the formation. Boom. After a tremor, the sound of the formation shattering echoed through the air. Crack. A look of joy spread across Lin Xuan's face. And as the formation vanished completely, he rushed inside. Upon entering, he was enveloped by an atmosphere of spiritual energy that was several times denser than outside, prompting him to eagerly begin his exploration of the cave. The cave was vast, featuring some facilities from the previous owner's daily life in its center, while several stone chambers with tightly shut stone doors surrounded it. After surveying the center and finding no treasures, he turned his attention to the stone chambers. Upon opening the first one, he was immediately taken aback by rows of jade boxes, strings of spatial rings, and slabs of jade placed upon shelves, alongside a pile of intact and damaged magical artifacts. His excitement surged as he began to examine each item, leading to the earlier scene of him enthusiastically tossing treasures into his spatial ring. Chapter 30. Possession. If Lin Xuan were to learn of Lin Xuan's encounters thus far in the secret realm, he would undoubtedly exclaim, a child of fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan himself had just faced an attack from a beast of a higher realm than his own upon entering, which would have likely resulted in an ordinary clan member meeting their demise right at the start. Subsequently, he was besieged by beasts, And yet the resources he gathered paled in comparison to the value of the spiritual herbs Lin Xuan had amassed from his own spiritual herb garden. Who could he complain to about this? Lin Xuan mused. Is being a child of fortune really this delightful? Living so well? The system interjected. Host, such thinking is simplistic. With this system at your side, what is a child of fortune to me? Can they summon the blood of Pangu? Can they extract the hair of the red-haired beast? But if you work hard enough, everything can be yours. So strive on, young man. Lin Xuan replied. I sense you are merely painting illusions. Within the cave, Lin Xuan continued his search among the magical artifacts, diligently sifting through each one. Any artifact that had not completely lost its spirituality was swiftly tossed into his spatial ring. The intact ones were ready for use, while those that had lost their spiritual essence but were not entirely devoid of it would require the craftsmanship of the Lin family's artifact masters to be reforged. Ultimately, Lin Xuan gathered a total of 108 artifacts, whether intact or damaged, all above the 7th rank, with the finest being a mighty hammer of the great saint level. As for those below the 7th rank, their low levels had rendered them devoid of essence over the passage of time, transforming them into mere mundane objects. He then began inspecting the boxes displayed on the shelves, discovering that they were intended for precious spiritual and holy herbs. However, due to the excessive passage of time and the inherently fragile nature of herbs compared to artifacts, most boxes contained nothing but remnants of medicinal dregs, scattering to the winds as he opened them. Nevertheless, a small number of spiritual and holy herbs remained relatively intact. Although their potency had diminished, they still held some value. Lin Xuan disregarded the rest, collecting any herb with remaining potency into his spatial ring, leaving the matter of their potential value to the family's alchemists to ponder. His sole responsibility was to bring them back. He then turned his attention to the jade slips and spatial rings, meticulously examining each one and discovering numerous martial arts techniques, divine inheritances, and other resources that made it impossible for him to suppress the smile from his lips. I've struck gold, he thought, envisioning the substantial contribution points he would receive upon returning to the clan with these resources to turn in. Lin Xuan was eager to luxuriate in the Tower of Creation and the Spirit Washing Pool. Once he had collected all the resources, he made his way toward the remaining caves to continue his investigation. Meanwhile, far from Lin Xuan's awareness, atop a distant peak, Lin Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Beside him stood Elder 14 and Elder 15, two experts of the Saint Realm, with hundreds of Lin family members respectfully assembled behind them, awaiting Lin Tianyu's command. Clearly, the Lin family members had nearly all congregated, with only Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, and a handful of others yet to join them. Have there been no updates on Wanner and Xianu? Lin Tianyu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The two elders exchanged glances before shaking their heads. There has been no news of the young master or Howren. However, there is no need for concern. Both the young master and Howren are no longer children. They know how to protect themselves, and they possess the family's trump cards, so they should be fine. Lin Tianyu offered no reply. After a long silence, he finally spoke. There is no need to wait any longer. Everyone disperse and maintain a distance of 100,000 miles from me as you gradually explore the center of the secret realm. Should you encounter any danger, call for help, and the two elders and I will hasten to your aid. The 100,000 miles is the maximum range that Lin Tianyu's divine sense can cover, as well as the distance he can traverse in the shortest time to rescue his kin. Yes, second master. The assembled clan members responded respectfully. With eager anticipation, they scattered, embarking on their individual journeys of exploration. Lin Tianyu and the two elders also advanced slowly into the void, employing their vast divine senses to continuously survey the situation ahead. Should any beast of Saint Realm or above appear, they would decisively strike down the threat to prevent significant casualties among the Lin family. As for those beasts beneath the Saint Realm, Lin Tianyu and his companions chose not to intervene, regardless of their numbers. The Lin family sought to cultivate formidable individuals capable of standing alone, and to nurture such clan members, they must be allowed to engage in battles and endure trials, growing amidst blood and tears. Only those nurtured in this manner would not merely possess cultivation, but would embody true substance, worthy of bearing the family's responsibilities. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan and Lin Howren, they were each navigating their own paths, battling ferocious beasts, and collecting resources to hone their skills. One was still joyfully exploring the cave, collecting all the valuable treasures within. Only one stone chamber remained. Lin Howren gazed at the tightly shut stone door of the final chamber, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Earlier, he had thoroughly explored the previous 4 chambers. 2 of them were entirely devoid of any useful items, while the other 2 contained a few resources, albeit meager. Lin Howren felt a twinge of disappointment regarding this. But the thought of the last chamber and the considerable gains he had already amassed quickly dispelled any lingering discontent. He then approached the final stone chamber, preparing to open the door and investigate further. With a rumble, the heavy stone door creaked open, and Lin Xuan stepped inside. Upon entering, he exclaimed in shock. What the hell? He was startled by a humanoid skeleton that had suddenly risen before him. Why would a mere skeleton frighten Lin Xuan? It was because, at the very moment he crossed the threshold, the skeleton, which had been lying on the ground, abruptly stood upright and stared intently at the intruding Lin Xuan, sending a chill down his spine. As Lin Xuan warily observed the peculiar skeleton, it finally moved again, collapsing once more, and a wisp of white smoke began to rise from it. Following this, a spectral figure of a man gradually materialized. Young friend, do not be alarmed. I am merely a remnant of the will of a deceased person. A voice, heavy with ancient sorrow, echoed in the air. Startled, Lin Xuan instinctively took a step back, drawing out his protective talisman, bracing himself against the apparition of the man. Who are you? Do you seek to possess me? If so, I advise you to relinquish the idea. My father is currently within this secret realm, and should you dare to act rashly, he will not let you off lightly. Neither will my ancestral protector. Lin Xuan immediately thought of the rumors surrounding possession and promptly issued a warning, attempting to deter the figure from any hostile intentions. Chapter 31. The Soul Banner? No, it is called the Emperor's Banner. The apparition paused, realizing that the young man before him had misunderstood his intentions. He then replied with a smile, Young friend, I have no intention of committing such a despicable act. Moreover, in my current state, even if I wish to possess someone, I lack the strength to do so. Thus, you need not fear that I will harm you. The man's expression was one of sincerity. Seeing the honesty in the apparition's demeanor, Lin Xuan recognized his misunderstanding and chuckled. Haha, my apologies, esteemed elder. I was merely momentarily startled. Please do not take offense. May I inquire about your purpose for manifesting? Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ready to activate his protective talisman at the slightest hint of danger. Understanding that time was of the essence, the apparition swiftly got to the point. I am a core elder of the Sacred Heaven Palace, a quasi-emperor level power from 1,000,000 years ago in Central Continent. Our sect met with calamity, and I, along with a portion of my fellow disciples, fought desperately to escape, ultimately finding refuge in this secret realm. However, we were all gravely injured and could only meet our end with unfulfilled desires. Initially, I was consumed by a desire for vengeance and thus left a fragment of my will within this skeleton, hoping that one day, when the time was right, I could possess the one who enters here and seek retribution when my power was restored. As he spoke, the apparition exuded a palpable aura of malice. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's hair stood on end, and he silently cursed the old man for his sinister intentions. What a wicked old man. Lin Xuan heightened his guard, his gaze fixated on the apparition, his hand hovering over his protective talisman. Noticing the wariness in Lin Xuan's expression, the apparition revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Your disposition is commendable, he continued. However, as time passed, I gradually came to understand that I am merely a relic of a bygone era. Why should I bring calamity upon the youth of this new age? Moreover, what would vengeance accomplish? My loved ones and friends have long since departed. I exist alone in this world. What meaning is there in such a solitary existence? As he spoke, a sense of profound loneliness enveloped him. Esteemed elder, you possess great virtue. I bid you farewell. Lin Xuan suddenly interjected. Yes, I understand. So please, do take your leave, he added, cutting off the elder's emotional monologue. The apparition, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xuan's unexpected interjection, regained composure after several breaths and shook his head. Indeed, they are merely past events. It is better not to dwell on them. He paused, then fixed Lin Xuan with a serious gaze. Young friend, let us speak plainly. I possess treasures and legacies here, and I can grant them all to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a divine realm attack upon the mysterious figure before him long ago. What are your conditions? Please, esteemed elder, lay them out plainly. Lin Xuan understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and since the apparition had made such an offer, it was clear that there would be conditions attached. Rest assured, young friend, I shall not make things difficult for you. My only condition is that I hope you will one day rebuild the Sacred Heaven Palace and continue its legacy. In return, I will bestow upon you the vast majority of the sect's resources entrusted to me by the former sect master. Furthermore, the legacies of the Sacred Heaven Palace can also be passed down to your family to help bolster your lineage, but it must remain confined to your family alone. As you understand the nature of such legacies, the apparition elaborated extensively, detailing both his conditions and the benefits Lin Xuan would receive. How does that sound? Young friend, take your time to consider. The The apparition gestured towards Lin Xuan. Feigning indecision for a moment, Lin Xuan ultimately nodded and spoke. Esteemed elder, I agree. The apparition seemed taken aback by Lin Xuan's swift acceptance, momentarily surprised. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized that the Sacred Heaven Palace had once been a quasi-emperor level force, and who wouldn't desire its legacy? Observing Lin Xuan's naive demeanor in the previous chambers, it was evident he did not hail from a prominent family, likely lacking substantial resources, perhaps even devoid of any sacred king-level techniques. It seemed probable that his family was merely a minor lineage of sages. However, out of consideration for Lin Xuan's dignity, the apparition refrained from probing further. Noticing the apparition's silence, Lin Xuan assumed he had reconsidered and quickly urged, Esteemed elder, please grant me the legacies. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Ahem, young friend, let us establish a celestial oath. The apparition realized he had been remiss and quickly cleared his throat. Oh, I understand. What is your name, esteemed elder? Xianming Sacred Emperor. Lin Xuan chuckled, then solemnly declared, By the heavens above, I, by Li, vow here that upon receiving the legacies of the Sacred Heaven Palace promised by esteemed elder Xianming, I shall surely aid in its reconstruction. Should I fail to fulfill this oath, I shall be struck by countless calamities and perish, never to enter reincarnation. Ha ha ha, young friend, you are indeed forthright. The apparition exclaimed. I have little time left. Remember, on the lower right corner of the wall to your left, there lies a control stone for a passage. Open it, and you may enter. At the passage's end, you will find the resources and legacies I promised. Take what you wish, young friend. Farewell. Before him, the ethereal visage of the Xianming Sacred Emperor began to gradually dissipate, yet his expression conveyed a sense of liberation. I bid you farewell, esteemed elder. Lin Xuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, genuinely sincere in his sentiments. Once the apparition vanished, the skeletal remains, bereft of the Sacred Emperor's lingering will, swiftly crumbled into dust, scattering upon the ground, easily dispersed by the slightest breeze. In reverence, Lin Xuan erected a monument in honor of the Xianming Sacred Emperor and bowed once more before he endeavored to open the passage as instructed. After a brief exploration, indeed, a pathway materialized before him. It became evident that the wall was crafted from materials designed to suppress spiritual perception, explaining why his own awareness had detected no flaws. Lin Xuan, upon realizing this, displayed a knowing expression. He then ventured forth along the passage, soon reaching its terminus. Goodness, this is astonishingly opulent. Upon beholding the mountains of spirit stones safeguarded by an extraordinary formation and heaps of other resources, even Lin Xuan, a prodigy of the Lin family, well-versed in the ways of the world, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, utterly astonished. Without hesitation, he produced a multitude of spatial rings and dove into the treasures, eagerly collecting them. The protective formation merely served to preserve these resources from the ravages of time and posed no threat to cultivators. Ha ha ha, this is true fortune. What I found before pales in comparison to even a fraction of this. Lin Xuan was utterly enraptured, laughing like a fool as he gathered the riches. The empty spatial rings he had prepared were visibly diminishing. What is this? Suddenly, Lin Xuan emitted a soft exclamation. He was gazing intently at a peculiar box in his hand, which was adorned with seals, as though it contained some malevolent entity. However, emboldened by his skill and courage, Lin Xuan dismissed any trepidation, his curiosity about the box's contents overwhelming him. He attempted to open it, but despite his mastery at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, he found it unyielding. With no other option, he retrieved the trump card bestowed upon him by his father. Well then, I can always ask old Deng for assistance later. Though reluctant, Lin Xuan steeled himself. Here goes. With a crack and a resounding boom, two distinct sounds echoed in succession. At last, the box yielded. As the seals dissipated, Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Let us unveil your secrets. A minute later, he erupted in laughter. Am I truly the fabled child of fortune? The soul-gathering banner? No. It is the Emperor's banner. Chapter 32. The Council of an Ancient Power. Lin Xuan scrutinized the small banner in his grasp, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Upon opening the jade box, he discovered merely 3 items within: a letter, a mysterious beast skin, and the small banner. After examining them, he learned that the banner was originally named the Soul-Gathering Banner, a mystical artifact of unknown rank. The beast skin contained a description of the Soul-Gathering Banner as well as methods for its refinement, alongside a complementary yet enigmatic technique known as the Soul-Gathering Scripture. According to the beast skin, the Soul-Gathering Banner was forged by an unparalleled being, capable of capturing the residual souls of any creature after death, allowing them to ascend continuously. The more souls it ensnared, the higher its rank and might, and it could even refine these captured souls into soul servants. These soul servants could be summoned in battle against foes, and upon their defeat, they would automatically return to the soul-gathering banner, rejuvenating over time to rejoin the fray. The accompanying technique was equally formidable. For each soul servant captured, the cultivator would receive a measure of cultivation feedback. This entire system could be likened to a veritable cultivation cheat. However, it required the banner's master to have slain a sufficient number of beings to expedite their own advancement. Yet, indiscriminate slaughter could lead to the individual becoming a target of hatred and pursuit from countless cultivators and races. Remarkably, the soul-gathering scripture differed from other demonic techniques. Its practice did not imbue the host with demonic energy, rendering it difficult for others to detect any anomalies. Moreover, it did not compromise one's mental faculties like other demonic arts. Thus, those who practiced it could appear indistinguishable from ordinary cultivators, provided they could resist the allure of rapid power gains and control their desires. After all, without demonic energy and excessive bloodshed, who would suspect one of practicing demonic arts? As a cultivator, who among them did not carry the weight of numerous enemies' lives? So long as one did not engage in wanton slaughter of cities or races, few would take issue with them. The worth of treasures is determined by their wielder. With such a wondrous artifact in hand, wielding it wisely could elevate one to the status of an emperor. Moreover, once cultivated, it bore little difference from before. As long as one refrained from exposing the soul-gathering banner in front of outsiders during their weaker moments. Having perused the descriptions, Lin Xuan did not discard the items due to their demonic nature. Instead, he felt elated. This is my destiny. He believed that as long as he grew sufficiently powerful, no one or no force would dare to oppress the Lin family, allowing them to flourish and rise. This opportunity was his foundation for leading the Lin family to greatness. Who else but me? However, possessing a pure heart, Lin Xuan felt the name soul-gathering banner bore an ominous connotation, more befitting of demonic artifacts, and thus opted to rename it the Emperor's Banner, which resonated more with his identity. He then turned his attention to the letter. Upon opening it, he read the following. Future generations, should you behold this letter, it signifies that you have indeed unlocked this box, whether by fate or fortune. You are likely aware that these items are of demonic origin. While they lack the drawbacks of other demonic artifacts, they are nonetheless more terrifying and potent. A moment's carelessness could spawn an unparalleled demon, a calamity for our southern underworld continent. Lin Xuan continued reading. When I once chanced upon these items, I sought every means to destroy them, yet my efforts were in vain. Reluctantly, I sealed them within this box. At my former cultivation at the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor realm, none in the southern underworld should have been able to breach the seal. However, time has passed, and the seal has grown exceedingly weak. In conclusion, I implore you, do not attempt to use them, for human desires and greed are the most susceptible to trials. Otherwise, you may easily become a slave to your own cravings and ultimately transform into a legendary demon. Alas, I am powerless to destroy them and have left this malevolent artifact for posterity. The letter concluded there. After reading it, Lin Xuan realized that these items were not sealed by the Holy Heaven Palace. They had likely been acquired by chance, their seal still robust at the time, leading to their careless placement among this treasure trove. Lin Xuan could also sense that the once formidable being who had reached the terrifying 9th heaven of the Heavenly Emperor realm was undoubtedly a person of noble character, detached from fame and fortune, and a champion of righteousness. Otherwise, upon recognizing the human emperor banner, he would not have instinctively sought to destroy it. And when that proved impossible, he would not have been the first to seal it away, never considering using it to achieve a higher realm. Although Lin Xuan admired this quality, he could not concur. As he always asserted, treasures do not inherently possess virtue or vice. It is the wielder who determines their worth. He was certainly not a pedantic individual. Rest assured, esteemed senior, while I cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, I hold no desire to associate myself with practitioners of the demonic path, Lin Xuan stated earnestly. He then refrained from collecting the treasures and instead began the process of refining the human emperor banner according to the method inscribed on the animal hide. As time flowed steadily by, a day had swiftly passed since the group entered the secret realm. From a divine perspective, one would observe that to the east of the secret realm, Lin Tianyu and other members of the Lin family had advanced from the east into the inner regions of the secret realm. If they continued at this pace, it was likely they would reach the core area within a day or two. Meanwhile, two other teams were pushing towards the center from the north and west. Unmistakably the Bai and Kai families. Like the Lin family, they had gathered most of their clan members before embarking on their exploration of the central area, collecting resources along the way. However, the vastness of the secret realm meant that none of the three families could gather all their members, with some scattered throughout various regions. These dispersed individuals were divided into smaller groups, exploring the east, west, and north, while the majority were located in the southern direction, including Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. Chapter 33, The Center of the Secret Realm, a reunion of the three families. At this moment, in a certain part of the secret realm, a captivating chase was unfolding. A youth wielding a mysterious banner was fervently pursuing two individuals who were fleeing in panic. The boy wore a devilish grin, shouting, "Friends from the Bai family. Don't run. I, with my pure heart, would never deceive you. You are truly destined to possess my human emperor banner. Joining it would make achieving immortality a mere trifle." However, the two desperate fugitives were filled with indignation upon hearing these words. One could not help but turn back and curse, "Stop spouting nonsense. Lin Xuan, who doesn't he see that your human emperor banner is nothing but a cursed object? Once we are drawn in, we might not even have the choice to end our own lives." The other gritted his teeth and spat, "You scoundrel. How dare you claim to be pure-hearted? You are utterly shameless." Upon hearing their insults, the youth, Lin Xuan, remained unfazed, his smile growing more wicked. "I am merely trying to assist you in achieving the Tao. Why flee?" he scoffed. "Have some dignity. The human emperor banner? You dare refer to that ominous flag exuding black mist as the human emperor banner? Are you blind or foolish? It is clearly a demonic artifact. You dare use a demonic artifact so brazenly, Lin Xuan. You must be a practitioner of the demonic path. We will report you. Prepare for the judgment of the major factions for sheltering a demon." They shouted in unison. You cannot escape." Lin Xuan mused to himself, and with that, his speed surged once more, closing the distance between him and the Bai family members. At the center of the secret realm, after enduring a grueling exploration, Lin Tianyu and the main body of the Lin family finally arrived at the core area of this enigmatic realm. However, the sight before them was starkly different from their initial expectations. They were greeted by an expansive, boundless lake of astonishing scale. Upon closer inspection, they discovered numerous islands of varying sizes scattered across the lake, resembling brilliant pearls embedded within. In the very center of this lake lay an enormous island, so vast that it occupied nearly 3/5 of the lake's surface. On these islands, traces of past human activity were unmistakable. Some were protected by arrays, while others bore remnants of human architecture, confirming that this secret realm was not a natural phenomenon, but rather one once governed by a powerful faction. For reasons unknown, it had now become a realm without a master. Nonetheless, during their previous explorations, the Lin family had already noted signs of human activity, and witnessing such evidence in the heart of the secret realm only solidified their suspicions. Second Master, it appears this was indeed once controlled by a formidable faction. As we suspected, one member of the Lin family remarked, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the vast expanse of water and myriad islands. Moreover, from our preliminary observations, aside from some islands still guarded by formidable arrays, the others are overrun by numerous powerful beasts. Some of these beasts are quite formidable, with some even reaching the level of respectable and saint realms. On the central island, there are even terrifying beasts of the great saint realm, another added, his gaze sweeping across the islands, a hint of gravity in his countenance. The richer the resources of an island, the stronger the beasts inhabiting it. If we wish to secure these resources, we will need to expend considerable effort to deal with these beasts, Elder 15 interjected. Our concerns extend beyond just the beasts. Lin Tianyu stated, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant void. You arrived rather promptly, Bai family, Kai family, he continued, and as his words fell, the space he was observing began to warp, two spatial passages appearing as figures from the two families emerged from the void. Leading the charge were Kai Niao and Bai Yin. It is well known that the greatest opportunities often lie at the center of the secret realm. How could we allow the Lin family to monopolize it? Kai Niao declared, fixing Lin Tianyu with a cold gaze. Unbeknownst to her, this secret realm was an exception. The greatest opportunity within was not at the center, but had long since been secured by Lin Xuan. Brother Kai is correct, and we certainly will not allow the Lin family to monopolize this. However, what Brother Kai seems to have overlooked is that the Lin family must possess the strength to monopolize it. Ha ha ha. Bai Yin corrected with a chuckle. Ha ha. It seems I, Kai, have been remiss. Do not take offense, Brother Bai. Ha ha. I would not dare. The two bantered back and forth, while Lin Tianyu chose to disregard them entirely, too apathetic to engage. Noticing Lin Tianyu's indifference, the duo felt as though they were hitting cotton with their fists. This Lin Tianyu dares to ignore us. Brother Bai, should we not deal with this nuisance from the Lin family first, and then divide the islands and resources between us? Kai Niao proposed, her irritation palpable as she spoke to Bai Yin. Upon hearing her suggestion, Bai Yin paused, contemplating his response. Such matters, which involve the lives of kin and immense interests, are not ones he can decide upon lightly. Chapter 34, The Situation of the Super Island. Although the Bai family and the Kai family share a united front against the Lin family, they are merely temporary allies. In everyday circumstances, the relationship between the two families remains relatively harmonious. However, for the various factions, interests are the paramount consideration. Interactions between powers are invariably governed by self-interest. Interests can foster collaboration, yet they may also lead to bitter enmity. For instance, when facing the Lin family together, cooperation can maximize the benefits for both parties, thus allowing them to forge an alliance. Yet, should situations arise that contravene their respective interests, they will not hesitate to part ways. Noticing Bai Yin lost in contemplation, Kai Niao did not relent and continued to transmit. Brother Bai, if we eliminate the Lin family, their resources will belong to both our families. The magnitude of these resources is considerable. Are you truly unmoved? Moved. How could one not be moved? Yet, the question remains, can the two of them truly contend with Lin Tianyu? Reluctant to admit it, but judging by the aura Lin Tianyu exuded outside the secret realm, he was undoubtedly superior to them by a significant margin. Individually, either of them might not stand a chance against Lin Tianyu. Even when joining forces, he felt a sense of insecurity. As long as Lin Tianyu remained a threat, even if they were to annihilate the other members of the Lin family, what would it matter? If Lin Tianyu wished to kill the remaining members of their families, it would be a trivial endeavor. Without any concerns, Lin Tianyu would undoubtedly launch his attacks without restraint, and at that juncture, they might fail to protect their kin. After all, with their level of cultivation, even the slightest residual force from a battle could be unbearable for those at the king or venerable realms. It would be impossible for them to shield everyone from all the aftermath of combat. Such a feat is utterly unattainable. Contemplating this, Bai Yin resolved to observe the situation further, assessing the opportunities presented here. If the prospects were indeed promising and the rewards substantial, joining forces with the Kai family would not be too late. Otherwise, if the opportunities were mediocre, it would hardly be worth engaging in a fierce conflict with the Lin family over such trivial gains. Thus, he decisively transmitted, Brother Kai, I believe it is prudent to observe the situation first, to gauge the opportunities here. If they are sufficiently grand, we can then unite to oust the Lin family. What do you think? After all, if the opportunities are ordinary, we need not exhaust ourselves fighting the Lin family over such minor interests. Upon hearing this, Kai Niao felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Bai Yin's reasoning was not without merit. After all, there was no rush. He expressed an agreement. What Brother Bai says holds truth. Let us heed your advice and observe for now. Excellent. The two concluded their transmission and turned their attention to Lin Tianyu. Bai Yin spoke. Lin Tianyu. Aside from the central super island which we shall contend for based on merit, the other islands shall be divided equally among the three families. Furthermore, my Bai family shall claim the islands in this vicinity, while your Lin family may seek out other locations. The first statement bore no weight. Yet the latter was merely Bai Yin's attempt to vex Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu, of course, recognized his intent, but was indifferent to it. Such antics were inconsequential to him. After all, the surrounding islands were quite similar, and it mattered little where one went. As for the central super island, both parties displayed a degree of sensibility, at least publicly refraining from the notion of monopolizing it. Otherwise, he would have had to discuss their cultivation over the years. You shall head north of the lake, striving to occupy as many islands as possible, but do so within your limits. If you encounter islands that pose insurmountable challenges, make a note of them. Once I and the two elders have explored the central super island, we will address those. The resources obtained from this place can be retained at 30% for yourselves, with the remaining 70% submitted to the family. Lin Tianyu's gaze swept over the assembled individuals, his tone unremarkable. Understood, second master. The crowd nodded in unison before employing their techniques to soar northward along the lake's edge. Elders, let us depart as well. Lin Tianyu glanced at elders 14 and 15 beside him, smiling gently. Both elders nodded, then took flight alongside Lin Tianyu towards the central super island. Brother Kai, we should also make haste, lest Lin Tianyu and his cohort arrive first. Indeed, let us go. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures promptly detached from the two families' ranks. Likewise soaring towards the central island of the secret realm. Lin Tianyu and his companions moved swiftly, arriving at the super island in less than 5 minutes. Before them lay a vast array of palaces, some in ruins, while others remained intact. Wow, such dense spiritual energy, even when compared to our Lin family's ancestral land. It is not lacking. Below this island, there must be a supreme holy dragon vein. The two elders gasped in astonishment upon sensing the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy of the island. Isn't it only to be expected, my dear elders? If even the center of the secret realm did not possess a supreme holy dragon vein, it could hardly be considered a top-tier holy secret realm. Lin Tianyu replied with a hint of a smile, as Lin Tianyu and his companions set foot on the super island. A series of ferocious roars erupted from the island's center, seemingly warning them against delving deeper into the heart of the island. Roar, roar, roar. Oh, it seems they have detected our presence and, quite evidently, are not welcoming us, Lin Tianyu remarked with a calm smile, not taking the beast's warnings to heart. They had come with the intent of securing their gains. They had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Haha, second master. These are powerful beasts of the saint or great saint realm. They are hardly ordinary creatures and could not have missed our presence. As for their welcome, given that we are here to seize their resources, it would be strange if they were to greet us warmly, Elder 14 chuckled. Elder 14 speaks truth. Yet we must remain vigilant. Judging by the earlier commotion, there are likely more than 10 great beasts of the saint realm on this island, perhaps even more. Are you from the Lin family frightened? The members of the Kai and Bai families had also arrived. Lin Tianyu and his companions. Ignoring these fools, Lin Tianyu and his companions disregarded the Kai and Bai families, resolutely advancing into the island. You guys observing this scene, the expressions of the two families turned ashen. Damn, what are you pretending for? It would be best if the beasts on the island were to tear you apart. Let us see how you enjoy your charade. Lin Tianyu and his companions expressed, we do not converse with fools. Humph, we shall also depart. One member took off in a different direction, instructing, if anyone encounters them being besieged by beasts, remember to give them a send-off. Kai Kuan coldly directed at the two elders behind him. You too. Baiyin similarly commanded his two elders. Understood, we comprehend. Chapter 35. Unexplainably acquiring a little brother? Boom. With a thunderous sound, the earth began to shake violently. Beast, depart quickly if you know what's good for you, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Tianyu's gaze turned icy as he regarded the colossal creature before him, the heavenly poisoned profound python, wielding a gleaming long knife in his hand, emanating a fierce aura. With a swift slash of his blade, Lin Tianyu unleashed a dazzling arc of light that cleaved through the void with a speed akin to lightning. Imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority and power, striking fiercely at the celestial poison python. The force of this strike was astounding, propelling the serpent back hundreds of meters. Roaring in fury, the celestial poison python, having been repelled by Lin Tianyu's blow, opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously, its eyes flashing with rage and murderous intent. Human, do not overstep your bounds. It is you who intruded upon my territory. It is you who should depart. The voice of the celestial poison python was deep and hoarse, saturated with anger and indignation. It believed itself to be the rightful sovereign of this domain, and Lin Tianyu's incursion was a profound affront to its dignity. At that moment, Lin Tianyu hovered above a vast lotus pond on the island, filled with the rare and precious seven-colored sacred lotus. These lotus plants held immense value. Their seeds could be refined into the seven-colored sacred pill, one of the finest elixirs for enhancing the cultivation of saint and great saint realm practitioners. However, due to the extreme scarcity of the seven-colored sacred lotus in the central continent, they were often more valuable than available, with genuine pills being exceedingly hard to procure. After all, those who possessed such elixirs were often unable to spare them for sale among their ranks, as spirit stones paled in comparison to the importance of cultivation. Moreover, the lotus pods could be combined with other spiritual herbs to concoct various pills, and even the lotus roots could be utilized to create certain unique elixirs or to forge clones. It could be said that every part of the seven-colored sacred lotus was treasure, which was the primary reason Lin Tianyu sought to expel this beast. These seven-colored sacred lotuses belonged to the Lin family. As for why he did not simply slay the creature, it was because Lin Tianyu feared that their battle would damage these precious lotuses, a thought that would surely pain him. Thus, it was preferable for the celestial poison python to depart of its own accord, allowing him to achieve his objective without harm to the sacred plants, a true win-win scenario. Of course, should this little serpent prove obstinate, Lin Tianyu would not hesitate to send it to the cycle of reincarnation. Your territory? What of it? From this moment forth, this place is mine. If you dare to defy me, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Lin Tianyu's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent, and a terrifying aura unique to the great saint realm erupted from him, pressing directly upon the celestial poison python. Initially, the python had not discerned Lin Tianyu's realm, which had emboldened its arrogance. However, the overwhelming pressure, far beyond its own capabilities, struck the once enraged serpent with clarity, prompting it to prostrate itself and plead for mercy. Esteemed human elder, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the greatness before me. I shall never dare again. Please, do not take offense. Let this little serpent go. Oh, by the way, esteemed elder, these are all the treasures I have amassed over the years, presented in homage to you. It hastily produced a plethora of items, laying them before Lin Tianyu in a smooth, flowing motion that left the latter in awe. "What has become of your dignity as a mighty beast of the Saint Realm?" Lin Tianyu instinctively remarked. Upon hearing his words, the celestial poison Xian Python felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly replied with respect, "Esteemed elder, do not jest with me. Dignity? Can it be consumed? Can it grant me immortality? If it could, I would exclaim, 'Damn it, dignity? My life is at stake. And you speak of dignity.'" Lin Tianyu was intrigued by the python's unexpected sense of pragmatism and decided against killing it. "Very well. You may depart. I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, the serpent felt as if it had been granted a reprieve and prepared to leave. Yet, a thought suddenly crossed its mind. What would become of it once it departed this place? Would it not remain trapped in this secret realm for eternity? The world beyond must be wondrous. This elder clearly belonged to a powerful faction. If it accompanied him, might it not escape this confinement, free from the bullying of formidable beasts? Moreover, if it proved itself, perhaps it could even ascend to greater heights in the future. As it pondered, the celestial poison Xian Python found its mouth watering. Seeing the creature hesitate to depart, Lin Tianyu assumed it had reconsidered and, with a flick of his blade, spoke slowly. "What? Do you require me to escort you away?" Realizing the elder's misunderstanding, the python hastily clarified, No, esteemed elder, you have it wrong. I harbor no other intentions, merely." After a moment of internal conflict, it finally expressed its desire. "Please, esteemed elder, accept me as your subordinate. I have lived my entire life in this secret realm, yearning for the outside world, and I hope you can take me with you. Rest assured, I am quite obedient and will not trouble you. I can assist you with any tasks, allowing you more time for cultivation." The celestial poison Xian Python rambled on, anxious that Lin Tianyu might refuse. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyu was taken aback. Was it truly seeking to become his subordinate? Had his charisma grown so potent that even a Saint Realm beast would come to him seeking servitude for the sake of resources? A beast of the ninth heaven of the Saint Realm, its strength was commendable. It could serve as cannon fodder or a shield when necessary. Lin Tianyu mused. After all, he stood to lose nothing. Indeed, this great beast might even yield unexpected benefits. Resolving to consider the proposition, Lin Tianyu decided to accept the creature, observing it first, and, if necessary, he could always eliminate it later. "I can take you under my wing." "Really? Thank you, esteemed elder." "Thank you, master." The python quickly altered its address, eager to please. "Wait, let me finish," Lin Tianyu interrupted decisively. "Speak, master. Please do." The python nodded fervently, its eyes brimming with sincerity. "Very well. I will accept you as my subordinate, but you must offer your soul-less blood. You understand, I cannot trust you outright, and for the safety of those around me, I must impose certain restrictions. However, I promise that if you perform well in the future, I shall return your soul-s blood, and no further restrictions will apply. You may take your time to consider and respond. Should you refuse, I will spare you this time, but next we meet, the outcome may differ." Lin Tianyu was forthright. After all, the celestial poison Xian Python was merely a Saint Realm beast. Its significance to him and the Lin family was moderate. Upon hearing the requirement for soul-s blood, the python instinctively wanted to refuse, yet the allure of the offered benefits left it conflicted. After several moments of deliberation, as Lin Tianyu grew somewhat impatient, the python finally made up its mind and spoke. "Master, I have decided. I wish to leave with you." With that declaration, it summoned its spiritual energy and extracted a drop of its soul-s blood. Lin Tianyu smiled faintly at the droplet hovering before him. "You shall not regret your decision today." Such confidence. This was Lin Tianyu's assurance, bolstered by the extraordinary contributions of Lin Xuan to the family. "Transform into human form. It will be more convenient for you to accompany me," Lin Tianyu remarked, observing the immense size of the celestial poison Xian Python. The python, resolute, transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his countenance casting a slight shadow. Lin Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. "Once I have collected the colorful sacred lotuses from this place, we shall proceed to other locations." With that, he prepared to take action. However, the Tian-Du Xian Python hastily interjected. "Boss, how could you deign to handle such trivial matters? Allow me to take care of it." It promptly began to gather the lotuses, not granting Lin Tianyu the opportunity to retort. This industrious little brother is quite commendable. He has great potential. Chapter 36, Mutual Gains. The Battle of the Sacred Realm is about to commence. The Tian-Du Xian Python worked swiftly, and in no time, it had collected all the colorful sacred lotuses from the lotus pond, carefully storing them in a spatial ring. Subsequently, it presented the ring to Lin Tianyu with a flourish, stating, "Boss, all the colorful sacred lotuses are here, 13,000 in total, of which 108 are of the saint grade, while the remainder ranges from the 1st to the 8th grade. For the Tian Du Xianin python, these colorful sacred lotuses held no value, which is why it felt no pang of regret. It remained in this location solely because it could not access better cultivation grounds on the island. Well done, Lin Tianyu remarked, accepting the spatial ring with a nod of approval. Hee, this is merely what a subordinate ought to do. By the way, Tian Du, having lived here for so many years, you must be quite familiar with the island's situation, right? Lin Tianyu suddenly inquired. Of course, boss. There is not a single corner of this island where your subordinate has not ventured. The Tian Du Xianin python, upon hearing Lin Tianyu's question, became animated and was eager to recount its past glories. Stop. We can discuss your tales another time. For now, tell me about the precious resources and treasures on the island and their specific locations. Lin Tianyu interrupted, as he had no time to listen to its exploits. In response, the Tian Du Xianin python quickly provided several locations along with details about them. Boss, the island is rich in resources and treasures, but the most valuable is undoubtedly the Eastern Spirit Herb Garden. It is home to many rare spirit herbs and fruits, but it is occupied by two powerful Great Saint Realm mighty apes. It would be unwise for you to consider it. They are exceedingly dangerous. Each time the Tian Du Xianin python recalled the various spirit herbs and fruits found there, it salivated at the prospect. Had it been able to seize that spirit herb garden, relying on those resources, it would have long since ascended beyond the Great Saint Realm, rather than remaining stuck at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, that place was firmly held by two Great Saint Realm mighty apes and their kin. Not only it, but even the other two Great Saint Realm beasts that attempted to challenge them had met with failure. It is noteworthy that there are only 4 Great Saint Realm beasts on the entire island, and 2 of them occupy the Spirit Herb Garden. Other beasts, including the Tian Du Xianin python, despite their envy, dared not harbor any thoughts of contention. The tempers of those 2 mighty apes were notoriously volatile, and any approach would result in immediate attack. The Tian Du Xianin python still bore the psychological scars from a prior encounter, having been severely injured out of sheer curiosity, and now feared that Lin Tianyu might venture there, hastily advising against it. Is there anything else? Lin Tianyu inquired, as the Tian Du Xianin python, unable to fathom Lin Tianyu's intentions, continued. Yes, boss, there are indeed more. There are 4 Great Saint Realm mighty beasts on this island. Besides those 2 mighty apes, the other 2 are the Purple Thunder Sacred Ox and the Golden Giant Scorpion. Their territories are second only to the Spirit Herb Garden and are equally resource-rich. Splendid. At last, I shall have the opportunity for a proper battle, Lin Tianyu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Since entering the secret realm, he had not encountered any worthy adversaries, and he was itching to test his newfound strength after his recent breakthrough to the Great Saint Realm. Lead the way, Tian Du. Lin Tianyu commanded immediately. Upon hearing this, the Tian Du Xianin python was taken aback, realizing that its previous counsel had fallen on deaf ears. Boss, are you truly going? Those 4 brutes are formidable. Enough of your prattle. I instructed you to lead. Do so diligently. And remember, the most formidable presence here is your boss. Very well, boss, please follow me. As Lin Tianyu prepared to seize the island's finest resources at a grand hall on the island, Elder 14, Elder 15, a certain elder from the Kai family, and an elder from the Bai family, for figures, were vigorously assaulting the protective array surrounding the hall. Under the relentless onslaught of the 4 Saint Realm powerhouses, the array soon began to show signs of strain, with cracks appearing. Upon witnessing this, the Bai family elder's face lit up with excitement as he shouted, "We're close. Keep pushing." His tone was reminiscent of a superior commanding subordinates. This irked elders 14 and 15, who immediately scoffed. Humph. Mind your tone. We are not your subordinates, nor do we require your orders. Should this happen again, do not blame us for turning hostile. Even the Kai family elder furrowed his brow, uncharacteristically refraining from supporting the Bai family's elder, clearly disapproving of his behavior. Though the Kai family shared a common goal with the Bai family in dealing with the Lin family, they had a decent rapport otherwise, and it was not the Bai family's place to dictate terms to them. You all, the Bai family elder, noticing that even the Kai family elder had not come to his defense, felt his expression darken. Yet he refused to reflect on his actions, believing himself to be in the right. However, he dared not provoke further, knowing that the Kai family elder might not support him again. Without that support, he would surely be no match for elders 14 and 15, so he could only endure in silence. Seeing the Bai family elder's silence, elders 14 and 15 exchanged glances of disdain before returning their focus to the array. Crack. Boom. After another half-minute of concentrated assault, the array finally shattered. In the instant the array broke, the 4 of them, in perfect synchrony, surged inside. They quickly discovered that this was a private hall, and judging by the strength of the array, it was evident that its previous owner held a significant status. As they swept through, any valuable items encountered were swiftly collected by the four. Ah, the fiery sky cannon, a supreme Saint Emperor-level technique. Elder 14 exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he quickly skimmed through the text. A Saint Emperor-level technique was a rarity even in the Lin family, which possessed only a handful of such tomes. Now, having acquired another, the Lin family's foundation in martial arts would be further solidified, providing their clan members with additional choices and techniques. He was about to secure it when the by-family elder, who had been observing him closely, detected the fleeting excitement that Elder 14 had tried to conceal. Although he was unaware of the specific level of the technique, he surmised that it must be extraordinary if it could evoke such enthusiasm from a Lin family elder, likely ranking above Saint King level. With this thought in mind, the by-family elder shouted, Linda, hand over the technique you possess so we may transcribe a copy. As we broke the array together, it rightfully belongs to us as well. The Kai family elder, though unsure of the by-elder's motives, lent his support, saying, my brother is correct. That technique belongs to us too. Hand it over so we can transcribe a copy, or we shall not relent. Upon hearing the shameless remarks of the two individuals, Elder 14 was infuriated and immediately retorted, enough of your nonsensical drivel. You think you can just take for yourselves? What about the martial techniques you just acquired? Why not share those with us as well? By Xian, Kai Mang, let me make this clear. Acquiring those techniques is out of the question. Very well, then do not hold us accountable for our actions. By Xian, the elder of the Bai clan, responded icily, his gaze sharp and foreboding. Brother Bai, why waste words on him? Let us seize him. Kai Mang, the elder from the Kai clan, was evidently more direct, and without further ado, charged towards Elder 14. Die, star plucking hand. Kai Mang bellowed, as his spiritual energy surged. Manifesting a colossal hand formed from pure energy that suddenly appeared before him, striking towards Elder 14 with tremendous force. This energy hand was as large as a small mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine of any onlooker. Seeing Kai Mang take action, Bai Xian naturally could not lag behind. With a cold snort, he unleashed his own spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged straight at Elder 15. Black Tiger Fist. With a furious shout, a massive black tiger's phantom erupted behind him, letting out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, a gigantic black tiger-shaped fist was unleashed from his own fist, targeting Elder 15 with a fierce intensity. Thus commenced a grand battle. Chapter 37. The Clash of Titans. Faced with the formidable assaults of the two adversaries, Elders 14 and 15 had no intention of retreating. They immediately met their opponents head-on, engaging in fierce combat. Do you think I would back down? Elder 14 shouted, his movements swift as he formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic earth-toned dragon, several dozen meters in length, burst forth from the ground, roaring as it lunged towards Kai Mang. Simultaneously, Elder 15 was not to be outdone, his figure flashing as he charged directly at Elder Bai. The two collided, and an intense duel erupted. Their strikes were relentless, akin to a torrential storm, with each impact generating violent waves of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The battle among the four was extraordinarily fierce, causing the already precarious hall to tremble under their onslaught. In no time, the entire structure was reduced to ruins. As the confrontation escalated, they soon found themselves soaring into the air. At this juncture, their assaults intensified, gradually igniting true fire. However, as all four were formidable beings at the 9th layer of the Saint Realm, the disparity in their strengths was not significant, resulting in a stalemate that seemed unlikely to resolve in the near future. The outcome of this conflict would hinge on who could endure until the final moment. While Elders 14 and 15 engaged in their fierce battle, Lin Tianyu, under the guidance of Tiandu, had arrived at the territory of the mighty Saint Realm beast, the Purple Thunder Sacred Bull. Roar. Tiandu, how dare you betray us and align yourself with these humans? What has become of your pride and dignity as a beast? You bring shame to our kind. The Purple Thunder Sacred Bull glared coldly at Tiandu, who had taken on human form beside Lin Tianyu. Despite Tiandu's transformation, the longtime inhabitant of the island could easily recognize him as the Tiandu Xianin Python. Unfazed by the bull's wrath, Tiandu remained resolute, knowing he had no choice but to see this through. Boss, deep within is a cave, the lair of the Purple Thunder Sacred Bull, which houses a treasure you will surely covet. Tiandu dismissed the bull's ire and divulged the secret of the place. Lin Tianyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, do tell. Indeed. Within the lair of this old bull lies a vein eye, which produces a precious substance known as Earth Spirit Milk. Tiandu licked its lips, clearly enticed by the Earth Spirit Milk as well. Earth Spirit Milk, an exceptional liquid for cultivation. Excellent. This treasure belongs to my Lin family, Lin Tianyu declared, asserting ownership as if the Purple Thunder Sacred Bull were non-existent. Is it truly yours? You simply decide. The purple thunder sacred bull seethed with indignation. Having never encountered such audacity. Roar! You have both chosen death. Unable to contain its fury any longer, the bull launched an attack. Enveloped in crackling purple lightning as it charged towards Lin Tianyu with the speed of a thunderbolt. Boss, it's your turn. Good luck. Tiandu hastily retreated hundreds of meters, realizing that it could not participate in a battle of such magnitude. Lin Tianyu, however, prepared himself. Extreme Pathblade. His aura surged dramatically, and after a brief moment of concentration, he swung his blade with ferocity. Boom! The blade clashed against the bull's horn, sending sparks flying as they found themselves locked in a momentary stalemate in midair. Ultimately, Lin Tianyu prevailed, forcing the purple thunder sacred bull back. Following a few more exchanges of blows, both adversaries retreated a short distance, locking eyes with one another. From their earlier skirmish, both understood the rough measure of each other's strength. Saint Realm, second layer, impressive. Yet, are you truly unwilling to withdraw? Lin Tianyu spoke calmly, appearing utterly unfazed, as if he were not embroiled in a fierce battle with a formidable foe. In stark contrast, the purple thunder sacred bull's expression betrayed a hint of gravity. This human is exceedingly powerful. Despite its disbelief, repeated probing confirmed that the individual before it was indeed at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Yet his prowess evoked an unsettling sense of depth. Nevertheless, the earth spirit milk was vital for its cultivation, and it would never concede. To retreat? Impossible. Only death would suffice. The purple thunder sacred bull roared defiantly. Humph, stubborn as ever. Then you leave me no choice but to eliminate you. Lin Tianyu's patience had clearly worn thin. Extreme Path Blade Technique, Extreme Path Breakthrough. With that, the battle resumed with renewed vigor, both combatants no longer holding back. Yet, Tiandu observed that from the very beginning, Lin Tianyu had maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressing the purple thunder sacred bull, making victory merely a matter of time. This realization brought relief to Tiandu. Otherwise, it would have been in grave danger, having led Lin Tianyu into this confrontation. If Lin Tianyu were to falter, the purple thunder sacred bull would certainly exact retribution, jeopardizing its very life. Phew. Thank goodness boss is incredible. Meanwhile, the once majestic hall had been reduced to mere ruins. A testament to the fierce clash between the four powerful beings, which had transformed the area into a desolate wasteland, littered with deep craters and fissures. This destruction stemmed from their aerial battle. Had it occurred on the ground, the place would have long been sunk beneath their tumultuous struggle. The four individuals had been engaged in a fierce battle for a full hour, each bearing their own wounds. However, after such a prolonged conflict, the situation began to clarify. The treacherous scoundrels of the Bai family, it is time to send you on your way. With a fierce determination, the 15th Elder unleashed the Earthly Fist, the 9th level of the Heavenly Fist Cannon. Die! His right fist clenched tightly, a terrifying energy coalesced within it. Suddenly, it surged above the Bai family elder, and that newly mastered unparalleled strike descended with an explosive force. Wherever it passed, the space seemed as fragile as paper, shattering into fragments. How could this be possible? When did you break through to the 9th level? With your talent, how could you have advanced so swiftly? The Bai elder gazed at the fearsome fist. Disbelief etched on his face. Previously, this 15th elder could only wield the 8th level of the Heavenly Fist, and logically, such a rapid breakthrough was unfathomable given his innate abilities. The 15th elder replied defiantly, and what of it? If my talent is lacking, so be it. After all, I have a young master who grants me extraordinary advantages. Behold the primordial divine tree. Chapter 38, Slaying the Opponent. The core of the secret realm. Though the Bai elder was astonished, his movements were remarkably swift. Spirit power defense. Azure Shin Shield. Golden Flame Sacred Armor. He understood that he could not withstand this attack head-on, so he made no attempt to confront the 15th elder directly, opting instead to employ all his defensive measures. If he failed to block this strike, it would indeed be his end. However, he overlooked a crucial point. Even if he managed to defend against it, he would still be no match for the 15th elder. The 15th elder, merely using the first 8 levels of the Earthly Fist Cannon, could already engage him in a stalemate. Now that he had ceased hiding his true power, what could the Bai elder use to contend with him? He had exhausted all his techniques over the past hour, and still found himself unable to gain the upper hand against the 15th elder. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed. And just as the Bai elder completed his defenses, the 15th elder's fist crashed down upon his barriers. Bang! Crack! In the Bai elder's horrified gaze, his outermost spirit power defense shattered almost instantaneously upon impact. As it broke, the Bai elder's body trembled, clearly suffering from the backlash. No worries. I still have the Azure Shin Shield and Golden Flame Sacred Armor. Yet, the Azure Shin Shield was obliterated by the 15th elder's earthly fist before his very eyes. Then, There's still the golden flame sacred armor, but the 15th Elder's fist continued its relentless trajectory towards his head. Bang! In an instant, the Elder's skull exploded like a watermelon, showering the surroundings with a rain of blood. He was dead beyond any chance of revival. Humph! Do you take me for a fool? Knowing you wear sacred armor, yet still trying to strike your body? The 15th Elder shook the blood from his fist, speaking with disdain. Thus, the Elder departed this world in a state of profound humiliation, meeting his end. The 15th Elder glanced at the slowly descending headless corpse of the Elder and intended to assist the 14th Elder. Old 14, I'm coming. Just as the 15th Elder turned around to speak, he saw the 14th Elder gripping the neck of the Kai family elder, lifting him above his head, and turning his head to look at him, saying, What brings you here? At this moment, it was evident that the Kai elder had lost all signs of life. Cough, no matter. The 15th Elder cleared his throat, concealing his inner awkwardness. Without further thought, the 15th Elder collected the Kai elder's spatial ring and tossed the corpse aside like refuse. The two then took half an hour to recover, and upon regaining their peak condition, they departed the area. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Tianyu had arrived at the territory of the second great Saint Realm demon beast, the golden giant scorpion. As for the purple thunder sacred bull, it had long since become a casualty beneath Lin Tianyu's blade, with all its resources, including the earth spirit milk from its cave, thoroughly claimed by him. He even spared not its remains. The great Saint Realm demon beasts were treasures in their entirety, and Lin Tianyu would not let such opportunities slip away. Upon reaching the golden giant scorpion's domain, Lin Tianyu, as before, first attempted to persuade it to leave voluntarily. However, like the purple thunder sacred bull, he ultimately failed. It seems not every demon beast possesses the wisdom to recognize the times, Lin Tianyu mused to himself. Without further ado, he brandished his great sword and charged at the golden giant scorpion, engaging it in combat. Meanwhile, Tian Du cheered him on from the sidelines. Go, boss. Cut it down. Aim for its legs, its tail, its head. Silence. If you keep babbling, I'll toss you over to feed the scorpions. Lin Tianyu could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter and bellowed. Tian Du quickly covered his mouth. Boss, I'm sorry. Once Tian Du quieted down, Lin Tianyu was finally able to concentrate on the battle, wielding his great sword with remarkable skill, driving the golden giant scorpion into retreat. After an intense 10-minute struggle, he succeeded in slaying it. Tian Du, ever astute, swiftly gathered the resources from the area and presented them to Lin Tianyu, throwing in a few compliments for good measure. Subsequently, the duo departed the scene. System, is there a way to quickly locate the core of this secret realm? At this moment, Lin Xuan, having reunited with the Lin family's main force after capturing a resource island, posed the question. He approached it with a sense of tentative hope, not expecting much in terms of a response from the system. After all, this system was primarily designed for family development, not treasure hunting. To Lin Xuan's surprise, the system responded. Ding. For 200,000 family luck points, this system can assist you in pinpointing the location. What? Are you out of your mind? 200,000 family luck points? How dare you utter such a sum? Lin Xuan exclaimed in outrage. I don't need it, just leave. Upon hearing the hefty price of 200,000 family luck points, Lin Xuan erupted in a tirade against the system. Damn it. This ridiculous system is crazed for family luck points. Does it think I'm a wealthy benefactor? Who would agree to such a deal? In response to Lin Xuan's outburst, the system calmly explained and reasoned. Ding. Host, this is already the best offer available. It's important to understand that handling matters unrelated to the family incurs a certain cost. This 200,000 family luck points is not excessive. Ding. Moreover, consider this. If you locate the core of the secret realm and refine it, you will gain control over the entire realm. Wouldn't the value of the entire secret realm far exceed 200,000 family luck points? Ding. Host, for 200,000 family luck points, you won't suffer any loss or deception. The pricing is transparent, fair for both young and old. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another. Upon hearing the system's reasoning, Lin Xuan fell into deep contemplation. The system was not without merit. Once the secret realm was under the Lin family's control, it would yield a continuous flow of resources. In the long run, its value would indeed surpass the 200,000 family luck points. Even the resources currently within the secret realm far exceeded what 200,000 family luck points could represent. Furthermore, he could accumulate that amount within half a month to a month, which wasn't insurmountable. However, he was reluctant to part with such a significant portion of his total family luck points, which amounted to just over 500,000. To surrender 200,000 at once was indeed a painful prospect. After much deliberation, Lin Xuan ultimately gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well, 200,000 it is. System, please direct me to the location of the core of the secret realm. Ding. Host, do not rush. Allow this system a few moments. In a mere 5 seconds, The system provided Lin Xuan with a response. Ding. Host, it has been located. It resides on the large island at the center of the lake. For further specifics, please refer to the display. Subsequently, a translucent screen materialized before Lin Xuan, revealing a detailed topographical map of the island, with the precise location of the secret realm's core clearly marked. Chapter 39, Striking at the Root. Refining the core of the secret realm. Ah, so it is here, Lin Xuan murmured, his eyes reflecting newfound clarity as he gazed at the ethereal screen. At that moment, the system's notification echoed within his mind. Ding. Deducting 200,000 clan fortune points. Seeing his fortune points, which had initially begun with a 5, suddenly dropped to a 3, Lin Xuan instinctively felt a pang in his heart. Just as he had begun to warm up to the idea, nearly half had vanished. Alas, even with his resolve, a twinge of regret was inevitable. Once Lin Xuan composed himself, he chose to disregard the system for the time being. Just then, a member of the Lin clan approached him respectfully, stating, "Young master, all the resources that can be taken from the island are contained within these spatial rings. Shall we proceed to the next island?" Lin Xuan did not collect the spatial rings, for his sole responsibility was to slay the beasts. He had no inclination to handle other troublesome matters. He was essentially acting as a dismissive overseer. You may retain these resources for now and report back to the clan later. Additionally, I intend to visit the central island shortly. You may continue to seize the nearby resource islands without concern for me. With that, after casting a glance at the surrounding clan members, he soared into the air, heading towards the center of the lake. Understood, young master. The Lin clan members responded, bowing in acknowledgement. As Lin Xuan made his way to the central island, Lin Tianyu, guided by the celestial poison, arrived at the lair of the last 2 formidable beasts at the spirit herb garden. Unlike before, upon his arrival, he found that others had already taken the initiative and were engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 powerful apes. Among the humans capable of contending with the 2 mighty apes, aside from Lin Tianyu, there were only Bai Yin and Xianxiao. Observing the situation, Lin Tianyu remained calm, choosing instead to watch the skirmish with keen interest. Noticing Lin Tianyu's reaction, the celestial poison inferred that the 2 were not allies of his master. With a crafty grin, he communicated telepathically, "Boss, it seems these 2 are not with you. Why not take advantage of their ongoing battle and strike them while they are distracted? They will either perish or be left severely weakened, leaving the spirit herb garden solely for us." Hee hee. While I would like to, unfortunately, they have already spotted us. Lin Tianyu replied, having come to understand the nature of the celestial poison during their time together, labeling him as a pure schemer, without a shred of morality. As the battle raged on, Bai Yin soon noticed Lin Tianyu's presence and quickly relayed a warning to Xianxiao, who was also embroiled in combat with the mighty apes. "Kai, it's that wretched Lin Tianyu. We must tread carefully and avoid his ambush." Xianxiao replied hastily, "Bai, continuing to engage these powerful apes is perilous. One misstep could render our efforts futile, allowing Lin Tianyu to reap the benefits. Shall we halt for now?" While fending off the fierce attacks from the mighty apes, Bai Yin contemplated, and after a few moments, nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us cease our assault." In perfect synchrony, they unleashed a combined strike that pushed the 2 mighty apes back, retreating to a safe distance while casting wary glances at Lin Tianyu. The 2 mighty apes, equally cautious, refrained from pursuing, having recognized Lin Tianyu as a newcomer. Uncertain whether he was allied with the humans they had just battled, they remained on guard, unwilling to launch an attack. Thus, the 3 parties maintained a tense stalemate in midair, with neither side willing to relent. As for forming a coalition to eliminate one another, such an occurrence was utterly implausible. Lin Tianyu and the duo of Bai Yin and Xianxiao would likely turn on each other before they could collaborate against the mighty apes. The mighty apes, too, harbored no trust for humans. What resolution could be reached? "Kai and Bai, do you truly believe you can contest resources with my Lin family? Watch as I orchestrate your downfall. You shall no longer have access to this secret realm. It now belongs to my Lin family." Lin Xuan mused with a smile as he surveyed the ruins before him. Raising his right hand, Lin Xuan summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring 2 colossal hands of energy that hovered in the air. With a mere thought, these ethereal hands began to swiftly clear the debris. Before long, as the ruins were cleared away, the spiritual hands continued their descent, excavating deeper. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. This is divine sealing stone. No wonder I couldn't detect any information about the core of the secret realm. Lin Xuan's expression shifted to one of realization as he examined the dark stone in his hand. It was clear why neither the beasts residing in the secret realm nor his uncle, who had explored the island for so long, had succeeded in locating the core. The divine sealing stone obstructed the probing of divine consciousness. Moreover, they could not afford to dig indiscriminately. The vastness of the secret realm made such an endeavor impractical. The core of the secret realm need not reside at its epicenter. It could manifest anywhere within, even taking on various forms to enhance its protection. Of course, the core was devoid of consciousness. These were merely its inherent defenses. Soon after, Lin Xuan found himself in a peculiar small space, where at the center stood a stone emitting 5 colors, roughly the size of a human head. Is this the core of the secret realm? Observing the multicolored stone, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. After surveying it thoroughly, he settled beside it in a meditative posture, taking the stone in his hands and commencing the process of refinement. Chapter 40. Bewildered Kai and by Families. Returning with the secret realm. Lin Xuan was acutely aware that the refinement process would not be brief. Therefore, prior to his descent, he had established a grand illusion array and a formidable defensive array at the entrance to deter any potential interruptions from intruders or beasts during his endeavor. While Lin Xuan was engaged in his refinement, the interior of the secret realm remained a cacophony of activity. The 3 major factions were embroiled in a fierce competition over the resource island. In the face of undeniable interests, the alliance between the Kai and by families appeared utterly feeble, shattering in an instant. Skirmishes over the resource island at the boundary of their designated territories were frequent, although both sides refrained from resorting to lethal force out of respect for their higher-ups, merely driving each other away. Nonetheless, it was evident that the camaraderie between the 2 families was merely superficial. Once sufficient profit was at stake, they could easily part ways. Indeed, were it not for their common adversary in the Lin family, it was doubtful that they would be able to sit down amicably for discussions. As tumultuous as the situation was between the Kai and by families, their struggles against the Lin family were even more ferocious, with both sides suffering considerable casualties in the battle for the resource island. However, the Lin family had experienced significant growth in strength over the past month, not only in terms of cultivation but also in their combat prowess. Within the Creation Tower, bolstered by their innate understanding, every member had achieved a notable enhancement in their techniques, martial skills, and supernatural abilities, leading to a substantial increase in their combat capabilities. Thus, when contesting the resource island against the other 2 families, they fought with exceptional valor. Although the opposing factions were of comparable realms, their combat strength far exceeded that of the Kai and by families. Yet, due to the necessity of simultaneously confronting both families, the Lin family's casualties were not negligible. On one resource island, the battle had recently concluded, and the Lin family members were engaged in clearing the battlefield. Young Master Howren, the battlefield has been processed. We have slain 4 cultivators from the Bai family, severely injured 9, and 20 have fled, reported one of the clansmen. Leading the group of over 20 Lin family members was Lin Howren, who had finally reunited with the main contingent of the Lin family just an hour prior. Since acquiring the greatest opportunities in the secret realm, along with the Emperor's banner, he had been diligently seeking suitable beasts and cultivators from the Kai and Bai families to contribute to his cultivation endeavors. It was indeed an honor for them. However, he only sought beasts above the cave heaven realm, dismissing those below as too weak. He discovered that creatures beneath the cave heaven realm contributed negligibly to his growth. And the higher the realm, the stronger the soul slaves he could refine. Thus, he entirely abandoned the lower-tier beasts, focusing solely on those above the cave heaven realm for his refinement. Thanks to his efforts, he had successfully broken through to the first level of the law manifestation realm, experiencing remarkably rapid growth. It was noteworthy that just before entering the secret realm, he had only recently achieved the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, and now, within a day or 2 of entering, he had made a significant breakthrough, a major realm advancement. Such a pace of cultivation, aside from Lin Xuan, who possessed extraordinary luck, was unparalleled. How are our casualties, Lin family? Lin Howren inquired of the clansman. In this battle, we have lost 1, 5 are severely injured, and the rest have only minor wounds, the clansman replied. Very well, leave 2 individuals to care for the severely injured, and the rest should briefly recover before we proceed to the next resource island, Lin Howren commanded. Understood, young Master Howren. Within a structure on the central island, Elder 14 and Elder 15 were rapidly examining the jade slips in this location. Elder 15, it seems we are quite fortunate. This is actually a scripture repository. Elder 14 exclaimed with excitement. In response, Elder 15 nodded, though his expression bore a hint of regret. It is a pity that there are no techniques or supernatural abilities above the Imperial level. Well, be content. Having 2 royal level techniques is commendable enough, Elder 14 chided playfully. A minute later, the 2 had collected all the jade slips and were preparing to depart. Which direction shall we proceed? Elder 15 asked Elder 14. Let us head north this time, came the reply. Meanwhile, on the Spirit Herb Garden side, a chaotic melee was unfolding. 3 individuals and 2 apes unleashed their full firepower. hurling an array of martial techniques and supernatural abilities at one another, each strike lethal. All three factions were intent on eliminating the others, resulting in utter disorder. For instance, the two powerful apes might be battling Kai Niao and Bai Yin one moment, only to turn their aggression toward Lin Tianyu the next. Just as Lin Tianyu countered, he found himself embroiled in combat with Bai Yin again. It was a true free-for-all, chaotic beyond measure. Even the watching Tian Du felt dizzy from the spectacle, unable to predict the unfolding events. Boss, this isn't my fault. I genuinely don't know how to cheer you on. This chaotic brawl continued for half an hour until, suddenly, the secret realm trembled, and in the next moment, everyone felt as though the world was spinning. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back in the outside world, precisely at the original entrance to the secret realm. However, at that moment, where was the entrance to the secret realm? What is going on? Weren't we just vying for the resource island? How did we suddenly end up outside? Damn it. I was just about to seize a holy herb. We're out. Damn. I was just about to slay that Kai Shao scoundrel. Why do we have to leave now? All were bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, instantly erupting into heated discussions, some even resorting to foul language. The architect of this chaos, the dashing young Master Lin, was secretly chuckling to himself, though outwardly he feigned confusion, displaying no hint of a flaw. Had this been his previous life, he would undoubtedly have earned an Oscar. Just moments prior, he had successfully refined the core of the secret realm. Upon its refinement, he gained complete control over the entire realm, including the ability to expel anything within it. He then ejected all living beings from the three families, himself included. This was the Lin family's secret realm. Allowing the Kai and Bai families to linger even a second longer would be a loss for the Lin family, and that simply could not stand. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he promptly expelled everyone. As for removing Lin family members without prior notice, it was to prevent the Kai and Bai families from realizing it was the Lin family, specifically Lin Xuan, who orchestrated this. After all, quiet accumulation of wealth is the ultimate strategy. Not only had he secured the secret realm, but he also managed to vex the Kai and Bai families while witnessing such an entertaining spectacle. It was truly a trifecta of success. The trio, engaged in fierce combat, were abruptly transported out, and even with their strong composure, they couldn't help but display signs of disarray. However, they quickly regained their bearings. Their immediate suspicion was that it was the doing of the opposing families, but as they surveyed the area, they noticed that every face was painted with surprise and bewilderment. Is it not the Lin family, the Kai family, or the Bai family responsible for this? Then it is indeed perplexing. Why would such a situation arise? Such occurrences have never been reported in any secret realm before. The thoughts of the three individuals converged in surprising harmony. Ultimately, after exhausting their mental faculties in deliberation, they could not fathom the reason behind this anomaly, and could only conclude, in the realm of cultivation, the extraordinary knows no bounds. They have indeed witnessed this firsthand. Thus, the three families returned to their respective clans, laden with questions and dissatisfaction, save for Lin Xuan. Chapter 41. Returning to the Lin family. Rewards and arrangements. What? Xianer, are you speaking the truth? You have already refined the core of the secret realm? The earlier unforeseen circumstances were orchestrated by you to confound the Kai and Bai families? Lin Tianyu gazed at Lin Xuan in shock, hoping to glean the truth from his expression. Just moments ago, the group had been engulfed in confusion and dissatisfaction due to the unexpected events in the secret realm, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Yet now, Lin Xuan claimed that he had actually refined the core of the secret realm and that the group had been expelled by him using the realm's power. The reason for his silence was to avoid raising suspicions from the Kai and Bai families about the Lin family's acquisition of the secret realm, thus minimizing potential troubles. Lin Xuan's revelation was akin to a thunderous explosion, stirring a colossal wave of astonishment among the members of the Lin family, who stared at him in disbelief. Even Lin Tianyu was no exception. His nephew had indeed managed to deceive everyone. Haha, second uncle, I would never deceive you. If you do not believe me, I can take you back inside to see for yourself, Lin Xuan replied with a calm smile. With Lin Xuan's affirmative response, Lin Tianyu's doubts dissipated, and he was eager to return to verify the truth. Xianer, let us go back for a moment. I had captured a small snake within the secret realm that is still there. Lin Xuan naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. As the group turned back, they retraced their steps to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon their return, they found the area devoid of any cultivators. Clearly, the Kai and Bai families had already departed, never suspecting that the Lin family would return. Enter, Lin Xuan called out, providing the group with a moment to prepare mentally. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves once again within the secret realm, and due to Lin Xuan's deliberate control, they all landed upon the vast island. As they surveyed the familiar surroundings, excitement surged among the group. Ha ha ha, it is true. The young master has indeed gained mastery over this secret realm. From now on, this realm belongs solely to the Lin family, free from the need to share with the Kai and Bai families. How exhilarating. I cannot imagine the expressions on their faces when they discover that this supreme holy grade secret realm is under our control. Haha, their faces will surely resemble that of someone who has consumed too much. Wonderful. Xianer, you are indeed a blessing for our Lin family, bringing us back a top-tier holy grade secret realm. Lin Tianyu exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. He then turned to poke fun at Lin Xuan. Unlike this ungrateful wretch, who only knows how to vex me. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words, Lin Xuan immediately took offense and retorted, Old dang. I have obtained a great opportunity this time, the value of which is not inferior to that of Brother Xian's secret realm. You insolent brat. I would be grateful if you did not infuriate me. Do you expect me to rely on you to make significant contributions to the family? If you truly manage to make a notable contribution, I promise not to interfere with you for half a year. Indulge yourself as you wish, and my personal treasury will be at your disposal. Lin Tianyu dismissed Lin Xuan's claims, viewing them merely as banter and not taking them to heart. Lin Xuan, irked by his disbelief, seethed with indignation. Fine, old dang, you said it. Do not regret it later. Just wait. If I do not shake out all your hidden funds. I am not your son. No, I was his son to begin with. Curse it, this identity is such a disadvantage. The group did not linger within the secret realm for long, and soon set out on the path back to the Lin family. Second uncle. This is the 5-colored stone that controls the secret realm. I shall give it to you so that the family can arrange to reclaim the secret realm for our Lin family, Lin Xuan said, directly offering the stone to Lin Tianyu, who accepted it without hesitation. At the Lin family estate, a sudden spatial fluctuation occurred, and a spatial passage slowly manifested, instantly capturing the attention of the Lin clansmen. Upon recognizing Lin Tianyu and the others, they felt at ease and resumed their previous activities. Haha, we have returned. Once Lin Tianyu and the others had disembarked, they found Lin Tianhai and several elders waiting for them. Brother, father, uncle, greetings, clan leader. The group bowed respectfully to Lin Tianhai. Lin Tianhai waved his hand and surveyed the gathering. Noticing the significant reduction in numbers compared to their departure, he could not help but sigh. Without further ado, Tianyu, you will report on the situation shortly. The rest of you may return to rest. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. I assure you, the clan will reward your efforts handsomely based on your performance. And we will ensure that the families of those who sacrificed will receive the utmost care and support. Yes, clan leader. The assembly responded accordingly before dispersing to their respective quarters. Once everyone had departed, Lin Tianhai turned to Lin Xuan, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. It is good that you are safe. Go and greet your mother. Do not let her worry. Father, I will take my leave. Soon, only Lin Tianyu, Lin Tianhai, and several elders remained. Second brother, let us go to the heavenly sacred hall and discuss the details of this secret realm expedition. In the following days, the Lin family assessed the spoils of the secret realm and distributed rewards to all participants, the generosity of which brought joy to the clansmen who had entered the realm. Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan each made remarkable contributions, one securing an entire secret realm for the family, while the other brought back a substantial legacy and heritage from an ancient quasi-emperor level force, astonishing the Lin family. Given the magnitude of their contributions, the rewards could not be trivialized. Ultimately, the patriarch decreed that Lin Xuan would enter the creation tower for cultivation, with only a symbolic 10% of contribution points collected, while all resources would be prioritized for both him and Lin Xuan. As for Lin Xuan, the family had no choice. He had already been treated with the utmost regard, and thus, no additional rewards could be allocated. He was to maintain the status quo, a matter of little concern for him. Lastly, the patriarch granted both Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan 3 quasi-emperor decrees, which would protect them in times of danger and provide the patriarch with time to support them. Once the rewards for all surviving clansmen had been dispensed, the Lin family conducted a respectful burial for the fallen, providing substantial resources and enacting favorable policies to ensure the well-being of their families. Moreover, for those clansmen with offspring or descendants, all cultivation resources until they reached the age of 18 would be covered by the family. The multitude of clansmen expressed their utmost satisfaction with the family's affairs, and the lives of the Lin family gradually began to return to a state of tranquility. Chapter 42. Breaking Through to the King Realm. The sword embryo of the Great Tao. The fallen genius rises again. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 8th-tier robes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legacy of saint-level artifact forging. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Upon witnessing these rewards, Lin Xuan shook his head in regret. During this period, The rewards he had received from sign-ins were merely mundane items, lacking any noteworthy brilliance. It was to be expected. After all, it was unrealistic to anticipate daily strokes of extraordinary fortune, Lin Xuan consoled himself. He then turned his gaze to the system panel. Name, Lin Xuan. Gender, male. Age, 16. Identity, young master of the Lin family. Cultivation, first layer of the King realm. Physique, chaos sword body. Talent, supreme. Comprehension, supreme. Techniques and abilities, chaos sword art. Sword Dao technique, divine avoidance, great flame diamond body, ninefold soul forging art. System commentary, a talent with astonishing potential, yet still a novice. Aside from the cultivation section, there were no significant changes elsewhere. Just yesterday, he had officially broken through to the first layer of the King realm, elevating his strength to a new tier. System, can you not change your commentary? Lin Xuan felt utterly speechless each time he read this. At times, he couldn't help but question himself. Was he truly that weak? Ding. No. Fine. Just wait. One day I will make you aware of who truly holds the power. Lin Xuan threatened through gritted teeth. Damn. A lottery draw. A 10-time draw. I need to vent my frustration. Ding. Consuming 100,000 clan luck points. The 10-time clan luck lottery is now underway. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of first-tier golden slippers. Damn it. Lin Xuan couldn't hold back his expletive. His anger only intensified. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ton of supreme version potent invigorating pills. The air suddenly fell silent. You beep. Damn it, beep ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-tier Quasi-Emperor level dragon vein. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a treasured item, the sword embryo of the Great Tao. What? The moment Lin Xuan laid eyes on these two items, his previous fury vanished without a trace, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He was a completely different person from before. Sword embryo of the Great Tao, a supreme treasure birth from the Great Tao, the finest material for forging one's life sword. A sword forged from it is indestructible and can conquer all. Regardless of the host's strength, it can unleash 120% of their power. Reading the description of the sword embryo, Lin Xuan was instantly astounded. Possessing it meant he would have a permanent 20% increase in strength. How utterly extraordinary. Ecstatic. Lin Xuan had long been troubled over what materials to use for forging his life sword. Previously, he had sought suitable materials, but found none to his satisfaction. He knew that if he used ordinary materials, they would inevitably hinder his full potential at higher realms. He had even attempted to purchase materials from the Clan Luck marketplace, but upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the items he desired, he quickly abandoned the thought. His meager Clan Luck points were nowhere near enough to afford even a fraction of those materials. Initially, he had resolved to postpone the forging of his life sword until he had ample Clan Luck points. To his astonishment, today, the materials he had long yearned for had miraculously appeared in his lottery draw. Truly a stroke of luck. Subsequently, Lin Xuan was too exhilarated to pay attention to the remaining draws and immediately entered seclusion to forge his life sword. In the vast expanse of Central Continent, although the territory of the human race occupied merely 1/3 of the entire region, it was still immensely expansive, subdivided into countless areas. On the eastern edge of the human territory, there lay a region as vast as that of an imperial power. However, due to its barren resources, no imperial forces were willing to govern it, eventually evolving into a peculiar area composed of numerous nations of varying sizes, thus earning the name among the people as the 10,000 Dynasties domain. Within this 10,000 Dynasties domain, there existed an unremarkable dynasty, the Kanglan dynasty, which housed a medium-sized city known as Salt City. Within Salt City, there were 4 predominant forces: the City Lord's Mansion, the Yun family, the Lu family, and the enigmatic Lin family, whose origins remained unknown. Lin family. Yinner, have you truly resolved to attend that so-called 3-year appointment? That is the Heavenly Shin sect, the mightiest existence in the entire Kanglan dynasty. It is said that their sect leader is the only terrifying powerhouse to have broken through to the Cave Heaven realm in the entire dynasty. Even if you managed to defeat Lu Ruyan, it would be tantamount to slapping the Heavenly Shin sect in the face. How could they possibly let you off? That Cave Heaven realm powerhouse is not someone you can contend with. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Lin family, a middle-aged man seated in the place of honor, filled with concern, was persuading the young man clad in black robes before him in an attempt to sway his decision. This man was Lin Xuan, the head of the Lin family in Salt City. The young man in black before him was Lin Yin, the young master of the Lin family, his son. Father, rest assured, Yinner is not afraid of these challenges. Moreover, I have my trump card. Even the sect leader of the Heavenly Shin sect would find it difficult to deal with me. Lin Yin replied confidently to Lin Xuan. Simultaneously, his fingers gently brushed over an ancient ring, as if it were the source of his confidence. Furthermore, Father, this matter arose because of me. I must personally bring it to a conclusion. If I were to evade responsibility, what face would the Lin family have? What dignity would remain? I will not allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the young man's spirited and impassioned voice resonated throughout the grand hall, prompting Lin Xuan to reminisce about 3 years prior. At that time, Yinner was merely a waste youth ridiculed by countless individuals. Yet, in just a short span of 3 years, Yinner had transformed into a prodigy whose strength far surpassed his own. If Yinner could return safely this time, perhaps he truly had the opportunity to stand out at that grand event and fulfill the long-held dreams of their ancestors. Lin Xuan understood that no matter how he attempted to persuade, it would be in vain. He could only sigh, "Alas, Yinner, I know I cannot stop you, but I hope you prioritize your own life above all else. Even if you fail, it is of no consequence. As long as you live, there is hope. Promise me. You must return alive." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt a lump in his throat. He deeply bowed to Lin Xuan before turning to leave, leaving behind a single sentence. "Father, I will definitely return alive." Lin Xuan watched as the young man's figure disappeared, letting out another heavy sigh. It was his own inadequacy. As the family head, he had to rely on Yinner to uphold the family's honor. Alas. Chapter 43. Attending the 3-year appointment. The honor of the Lin family shall not be trampled by others. Master, do you think our journey will go smoothly? Soaring through the skies, Lin Yin gazed at the ancient ring in his hand, beginning to murmur to himself. In the next moment, the ring suddenly stirred, and a phantom abruptly materialized before Lin Yin. Before them stood an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal grace. With a kind gaze directed at Lin Yin, he spoke slowly. "Little Yin, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. I shall be here for you." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he smiled and added, "Moreover, you are no longer the useless boy you were 3 years ago. At 16, having attained the first level of the Divine Sea realm, you are a formidable talent, even among the royal and sacred dynasties of the myriad Dawn domain. I believe you will surely prevail against Lu Rian. As for the sect master of the Heavenly Profound Sect, I have regained some strength over the years. Through your body, I can unleash the power of the Cave Heaven realm. Therefore, fight with abandon." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin nodded, his face etched with determination. He held no doubts regarding his master's words. His teacher had once been a 9th-level sage, having reached perfection in that realm, just a step away from becoming a transcendent being. Particularly renowned for his unparalleled alchemical skills, he had earned the title of the foremost alchemist in the myriad Dawn domain. Known as the Alchemy Sovereign, Dan Xian, had it not been for the treachery of his former disciple during the heavenly tribulation, his master would not have fallen, leaving only a remnant soul behind. As these thoughts coursed through Lin Yin's mind, a surge of rage ignited within him. "Xiao Tao, one day I, Lin Yin, shall take your life to avenge my master." Heavenly Profound Sect. This unassailable ruler of the Kanglan dynasty stood majestically atop the sole, 5th-tier spiritual vein, surveying the entire realm with an air of supremacy. Anyone daring to offend would meet a singular fate, death and destruction, obliteration of their clan. Today, this lofty sovereign faced yet another challenger. A youthful voice shattered the tranquility of the Heavenly Profound Sect. "From the Lin family, Lin Yin has come to fulfill our 3-year agreement." In an instant, a young man clad in black robes materialized before the sect, capturing the attention of all within the Heavenly Profound Sect, as well as the throngs of onlookers. After a brief silence, the atmosphere surged with excitement, and the crowd began to murmur. "Who is this? How dare he provoke the Heavenly Profound Sect? Is he seeking death? I remember now, that is Lin Yin, the young master of the Lin family from Yin City, who was publicly rejected by the sect's young master, Lu Rian, 3 years ago. Oh, I recall. They had set a 3-year agreement, but initially, no one took it seriously, thinking it mere bravado from Lin Yin. Yet here he stands today, having actually come. Is he not courting death? In just 3 years, does he truly believe he can defeat the entire Heavenly Profound Sect? Heh, such youthful arrogance. Who does this fool think he is, daring to create chaos in our Heavenly Profound Sect?" Instantly, a group of individuals surged forth from the sect, led by several elders, one of whom had just spoken. Upon recognizing the visitor, their expressions shifted to shock, followed by stern rebukes. "Humph, Lin Yin, how dare you return to the Heavenly Profound Sect? Do you truly think we fear to kill you?" Lin Yin, however, paid them no heed. "I am here to fulfill our 3-year agreement. Summon Lu Rian." The elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Yin had actually come. "The young master has no time for you. Leave at once, or we shall slay you where you stand." Lin Yin was far from satisfied with their response. "Lu Rian, I proclaimed 3 years ago that on this day, I would ascend to the Heavenly Profound Sect and utterly defeat you. Here I am." His voice echoed throughout the sect, eliciting grim expressions from the elders. You seek death. One elder bellowed, preparing to subdue Lin Yan. At that moment, a young woman appeared, positioning herself before the elders. Elders, this matter pertains to Lu Ruyan and me. You need not intervene. A breathtakingly beautiful girl hovered in the air, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yan, her lips moving softly. Yes, young master. The elders of the heavenly profound sect, upon hearing her words, silently retreated. Lu Ruyan, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Lin Yan regarded the girl before him, the one who had almost become his wife, yet had trampled upon the dignity of both him and the Lin family 3 years prior. His eyes grew increasingly frigid. I admit, I underestimated you initially. I never expected that the former waste would reclaim the path of cultivation and reach such heights in merely 3 years, she reflected. Not angered by Lin Yan's words, but rather contemplative. Yet, she quickly regained her former haughtiness and coldly declared, but I have no regrets about the annulment. My partner must be an unparalleled genius, capable of suppressing all. You, Lin Yan, are unworthy of me. Ha ha, unworthy of you indeed. Lin Yan laughed heartily, only to be seized by anger. You could have privately returned the marriage contract to my family, as it was merely a relic of bygone days. I, Lin Yan, would not have pursued you. Yet you, Lu Ruyan, insisted on having the heavenly profound sect publicly annul our engagement, trampling on the honor and dignity of the Lin family in front of all Yin City. His furious voice reverberated through the air, releasing the pent-up rage he had harbored for 3 long years. I acknowledge my past actions were somewhat inappropriate, but it was not out of fear of your entanglements. Enough. I came today with a singular purpose, to utterly defeat you and return the humiliation you inflicted upon my family. Lin Yan's voice thundered, interrupting Lu Ruyan. The moment he did so, Lu Ruyan's expression turned icy. Then I shall show you that a waste is ultimately a waste. I am not in the wrong. With that, she swiftly drew her long sword, pointing it at Lin Yan, the immense aura of the first level of the divine sea realm erupting around her. In response, Lin Yan refused to be outdone. He unslung the black ruler from his back, gripping it with one hand, his gaze sharp as he locked onto Lu Ruyan, his own aura surging to match hers. Chapter 44, The Battle with Lu Ruyan. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In a sudden burst, Lin Yan propelled himself forward, charging toward Lu Ruyan. As he reached her, he swung the heavy ruler down upon her. Lu Ruyan, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising her sword to block his ferocious blow. The two were soon embroiled in a fierce battle, and the surrounding spectators erupted with excitement. This is going to be a spectacle. Look, they're fighting. Fellow cultivators, who do you think will emerge victorious? Without a doubt, it will be young Master Lu Ruyan. Need you even ask? She is the young master of the heavenly profound sect, while Lin Yan is merely the scion of a small family. How can he compare? I would argue that Lin Yan might not necessarily lose. After all, who would willingly walk into death without some measure of confidence? Nonsense. What grounds does Lin Yan have to win? If he can, then I, Wang Heir, will marry and have children without any desire for a future. Wow, you're impressive, brother. While the multitude engaged in heated debate, Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan had already battled for dozens of rounds. Both displayed their full array of skills, sparing no effort. With every strike aimed to kill, resembling two mortal enemies locked in a fierce struggle. Their dazzling and powerful martial techniques clashed repeatedly, leaving the onlookers in a daze, simultaneously showcasing the extraordinary talents and strength of both combatants. The astonishing prowess of Lin Yan, capable of contending with senior sister Ru Yan to such an extent, was indeed remarkable. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that in the end, senior sister Ru Yan will emerge victorious. The disciples of Tianxian sect were compelled to acknowledge Lin Yan's genius and might. He was an unparalleled prodigy, unmatched by any of them. At one moment, as Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan collided, both were abruptly forced back, and then the spectators beheld Lin Yan suddenly erupting in a torrent of azure flames. In an instant, the temperature of the entire venue surged rapidly. Some of the less powerful onlookers could hardly withstand the terrifying heat and hastily retreated to a safer distance, their faces painted with fear. What is that flame? How can it possess such horrifying heat? Could that azure flame be one of the heavenly spirit fires? Hiss! The heavenly spirit fire? Impossible. Such a rare entity could never manifest in the hands of a mere sea of God's cultivator like Lin Yan. It's inconceivable. Indeed, I refuse to believe it. The heavenly spirit fire is exceedingly rare, and capturing it is a monumental challenge. Lin Yan, being merely at the sea of God's realm, lacks the capability to seize it. Before he could refine it, he would likely be reduced to ashes upon mere proximity. Lin Yan, however, paid no heed to the crowd's reactions, his focus solely on the girl before him, Lu Ruyan. He observed as the azure flames around him swiftly coalesced onto his heavy ruler, followed by an overwhelming aura emanating from it. Heavenly Flame Ruler. Lin Yan's heart roared as the veins on his hands bulged, and he swung the ruler with great force. In that fleeting moment, a colossal beam of flame, shaped like a ruler, surged forth with the intent to obliterate everything in its path, hurtling toward Lu Ruyan at incredible speed. Upon witnessing this terrifying flame, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not falter. A clear, commanding voice echoed through the air. Wind spirit fragmented sword. As her voice fell, Lu Ruyan pointed her sword at Lin Yan, and 5 energy remnants of swords abruptly materialized behind her. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the 5 swords, imbued with formidable might, to quiver slightly before they shot towards Lin Yan. The energy remnants sliced through the air, the pale azure energy splitting from their tips, resembling a meteor as they collided fiercely with the flame ruler. Boom! The impact unleashed a catastrophic energy storm, dispersing the clouds above in an instant, leaving behind a vast expanse of clear sky. The 2 attacks remained locked in a stalemate, ultimately canceling each other out amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Yet their fierce battle was far from over. Without a moment's pause, they charged at each other once more, resuming their fierce engagement. After exchanging over 100 blows, Lin Yan suddenly seized an opening in Lu Ruyan's defense. His speed surged, propelling him swiftly behind her. Heavenly Extreme Fist. Lin Yan delivered a powerful punch that sent Lu Ruyan flying. In contrast, after receiving Lin Yan's tremendous blow, she immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, her delicate face paling visibly. Cough. Lin Yan, you truly have surprised me. Regardless of the outcome, I must admit, you are no longer the wasteful young master of the Lin family from years past. Lin Yan made no response to Lu Ruyan's words, merely casting her a fleeting glance. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan unleashed a surge of even greater power from within, azure spiritual energy gushing forth. I do not wish to dwell on past grievances. This is my strongest move. I hope you do not perish beneath its might. With her declaration, a tempest of azure wind erupted in the air, and countless swords of wind began to coalesce around Lu Ruyan. As Lin Yan felt the fierce winds stinging his skin, his expression grew serious. Abruptly, Lu Ruyan's icy voice rang out once more. Wind swords, 3,000 azure blades. Instantly, numerous azure wind swords shot forth, propelled by an overwhelming sharpness, hurtling toward Lin Yan. Clang, clang, clang. In response, Lin Yan held nothing back. Azure flames surged around him once more, and to the astonishment of the crowd, an abundance of blue flames erupted, enveloping him entirely, rendering his figure indistinct. 2 types of flames. The spectators gasped in shock. We can't endure this heat. It's unbearable. The extreme temperature forced many onlookers to retreat to a safer distance. Unable to withstand the oppressive heat. Merge for me. Lin Yan, enveloped by the flames, suddenly uttered a low command. The 2 distinct flames began to converge rapidly toward his hands, and what transpired next was a sight that would leave them in awe for a lifetime. The 2 flames, which should have been utterly incompatible, gradually merged within Lin Yan's grasp without any hint of repulsion. After a brief moment, a lotus of azure and blue flames emerged before their eyes. Incredible. The crowd was left utterly astounded. They could sense that while the flame lotus contained an immense and terrifying energy, it remained remarkably stable in Lin Yan's hands, devoid of any chaotic energy. Suddenly, Lin Yan's voice rang out once more. Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus. Chapter 45. Defeating Lu Ruyan. Xianxian appears. The flame lotus, imbued with terrifying energy and searing temperature, surged toward Lu Ruyan under Lin Yan's control. The fire lotus spun as it flew, melting the fierce azure winds in its wake, while the countless azure wind swords cleaved through the surrounding oppressive heat with their razor-sharp edges. Ultimately, the 2 forces collided with great intensity. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the collision occurred. Although azure wind swords were continuously melted by the fire lotus, dissipating into gentle breezes. Their sheer number allowed many to persistently strike the fire lotus, advancing relentlessly as if endless. Though the fire lotus was formidable, it was destined to exhaust its energy eventually. It seemed that the deputy sect master of Tianxian was indeed slightly stronger. This thought flashed through the minds of the crowd. Lin Yan, concede. That fire lotus cannot hold out much longer. In this 3-year agreement, I shall ultimately prevail. Lu Ruyan, sword in hand, her azure robe billowing with the wind, showcased her exquisite figure, her delicate face radiating pride and confidence as she urged Lin Yan to surrender. However, her gaze no longer regarded Lin Yan as the once ineffectual young master. His ability to contest her to such an extent was sufficient to affirm his talent and strength. Even if she were to win, she could no longer deem him a waste. Though Lu Ruyan is proud, she is certainly not one to shy away from acknowledging the excellence of others. However, faced with the skepticism of the crowd, along with Lu Ruyan's confident persuasion, Lin Yan merely remarked, Lu Ruyan, do you truly believe you have already secured victory? Although doubt flickered in Lu Ruyan's heart, she immediately became vigilant. Observing her reaction, Lin Yin smiled enigmatically. Explode, he bellowed. Instantly, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the terrifying azure and blue fire lotus erupted into a magnificent explosion. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Ruoyan attempted to evade, but the events unfolded too swiftly for her to react. She could do little more than brace herself for impact. The deafening roar of the explosion left the bystanders momentarily stunned. Countless azure wind swords in the air were engulfed by the explosion of the fire lotus, dissolving into wisps of energy that dissipated into the atmosphere. Even Lu Ruoyan, caught too close to the epicenter, was directly affected by the blast. The horrifying explosion transformed that space into a realm devoid of spirit. The shockwave radiated outward, reaching hundreds of miles away. "Young master!" The elders of the Xianxian sect exclaimed in alarm, but with Lu Ruoyan shrouded in the explosion, they could not discern the situation within. As for rescuing her, the fearsome energy of the blast posed a grave threat. Even to their own cultivation level, a moment's carelessness could result in severe injury or worse. They were not prepared to gamble their safety for Lu Ruoyan's. People are inherently selfish, and sect members are no exception. Expecting them to risk their lives for someone who is neither kin nor friend was overly ambitious. Nonetheless, they still needed to maintain a basic attitude, otherwise, they might incur the wrath of the sect leader, which they could not afford. Thus, one elder of the second level of the divine sea realm angrily addressed Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, should anything happen to the young master, you shall face dire consequences. Even your Lin family will not escape unscathed." In response, Lin Yan's expression darkened. He despised nothing more than having his family used as leverage against him. The Lin family was his absolute taboo. "If you wish for death, I would gladly oblige." Lin Yan's gaze turned icy as he pointed his heavy ruler at the elder. The elder's face turned ashen, having risen to his position. No one had ever dared to threaten him so brazenly, and he was about to teach this young wretch a lesson. "Enough. We must protect the young master. Otherwise, if the sect leader's wrath descends, both you and we shall bear the consequences." Another elder intervened, restraining him. Reluctantly, the elder relented. Seeing this, Lin Yin chose to remain silent, gradually lowering his heavy ruler. The terrifying energy from the explosion raged through the air for a considerable time before finally beginning to subside. Coughing, Lu Ruoyan emerged slowly, but the once proud and ethereal figure was now a picture of disarray, blood staining her lips, her complexion pale and frail, her gaze dimmed. Stripped of any fighting spirit, had she not been holding on with sheer will, she would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Lost, Lu Ruoyan murmured. Lost in thought. She had never anticipated her defeat, particularly at the hands of a once inconsequential youth whom she had never regarded highly. Lu Ruoyan. The 3-year agreement has concluded. From this day forth, there shall be no further ties between you, me, and the Lin family. Lin Yin produced a letter of divorce, casting it before the onlookers, who watched as it spontaneously ignited, quickly reducing to ashes that were carried away by the wind. Just as Lin Yin had stated, there would be no further entanglements, not even the slightest trace remaining. With that, Lin Yin gripped his heavy ruler and slowly approached Lu Ruoyan. In response, the elders of the Xianxian sect rushed to shield her, one elder immediately offering her a healing pill. "Young master, quickly consume this healing pill. Your injuries are severe. Stand aside. This is a matter between Lu Ruoyan and me. You have no right to interfere," Lin Yin coldly replied to the Xianxian sect elders. However, before they could respond, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from the back mountain of the Xianxian sect. "Youngster, do not act too recklessly, especially before you have fully matured." The statement sent a shockwave through the crowd, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be? Someone gasped. The unfolding events quickly validated their suspicions. From the back mountain of the Xianxian sect, a powerful aura unique to a cave heaven realm expert erupted, and soon after, a figure appeared above the Xianxian sect. With a single step, the figure traversed the distance, effortlessly positioning themselves above Lu Ruoyan and the Xianxian sect members, standing with arms crossed, gazing down upon Lin Yin. The expression in their eyes was akin to that of one observing mere insects, lofty and disdainful. Lin Yin immediately recognized the newcomer as the sect leader of the Xianxian sect, the Soul Cave Heaven Realm expert of the Kanglan dynasty. Xianxian. Chapter 46. The appearance of Dan Lao. Confrontation with Xianxian. The onlookers gasped in awe upon recognizing the visitor. The esteemed Xianxian had personally made his appearance. This was indeed the only Cave Heaven Realm expert of the Kanglan dynasty, exuding an overwhelming presence, even without intentionally exerting his pressure. A mere Yuandan realm cultivator like Lin Yin found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. It seemed that Lin Yan's fate was sealed. The Xianxian sect would not easily let him off the hook. He brought this upon himself, defeating the fairy Lu and failing to flee immediately. attempting to take advantage of such a beauty? Such a despicable person deserves punishment. Dog licker. Who are you calling a dog licker? Who else but you? You act as if your frantic flattery would cause Fairy Lu to spare you a glance. As the elders of the Tianxian sect bristled with indignation, Lin Yin regarded the man clad in brocade robes, his white hair billowing in the wind, his expression inscrutable, and his visage mature. Internally, Lin Yin heightened his alertness, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. This was indeed a bona fide cave heaven realm expert, and the reputation of Tianxian, who commanded dominance over the entire Kanglan dynasty and had a resounding name in neighboring realms, indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Xiaoyan, do not be overly anxious. The sect leader of the Tianxian sect has only reached the first level of the cave heaven realm, comparable to what I can currently unleash. With me here, he cannot harm you. Dan Lao's voice resonated within Lin Yan's mind, providing a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan exhaled in relief, grateful that his master was capable of handling the situation. Otherwise, he would have to consider fleeing. Although fleeing would be dishonorable, preserving his life would allow him to seek vengeance when he became stronger in the future. He was not a single-minded individual, nor was he incapable of enduring. Seeing Lin Yan remain silent for an extended period, the exalted Tianxian slowly spoke. Young one, you are quite impressive to have defeated my meticulously cultivated Ru Yan. How about this? I shall offer you an opportunity. If you join my Tianxian sect and take me as your master, I will overlook your transgression against my sect today. I can even appoint you as the young sect master, and your Lin family may relocate to Tianxian sect, becoming a direct affiliated family. Furthermore, I will personally host a grand wedding for you and Ru Yan, allowing you both to support each other and together strengthen my sect. What say you? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. What had they just heard? The venerable Tianxian had not directly reprimanded Lin Yan, but rather extended an olive branch. After a brief moment of shock, the members of Tianxian sect could no longer contain themselves, clamoring for Tianxian to retract his offer. Sectmaster, you cannot. This Lin Yan has brought disgrace upon our Tianxian sect. How can we simply let him go? Please, retract your command. Think carefully, Sectmaster. Lin Yan is exceedingly arrogant. He even attempted to slay me moments ago. Most importantly, he publicly challenged the dignity of our Tianxian sect. He must not be spared. Please, retract your command. The clamor echoed. Retract your command. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. He bellowed, silence. My decisions do not require your approval. Anyone who speaks out again shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Seeing the sect master truly enraged, the members of Tianxian sect, though reluctant, obediently fell silent. They could not afford to have their cultivation stripped away, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Such a fate would be worse than death itself. Humph. With a heavy snort, Tianxian ceased his reprimand. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Heh, there is no need for such theatrics. I, Lin Yan, have no interest in your sect's invitation, nor do I hold your Tianxian sect in high regard. As Lin Yan's words fell, the atmosphere in the venue abruptly froze, and it felt as though the very temperature plummeted. The tension was palpable, reaching a critical point. Suddenly, a voice laden with fury resonated from above, its once muted tone exploding in their ears like a thunderclap, sending chills down their spines. An ant dares to speak so presumptuously. Since you refuse to recognize a good opportunity, I shall not allow you to persist. Boom. The formidable aura unique to the Dongtian realm erupted forth without reservation. Tianxian gazed down at Lin Yan, his voice a chilling whisper reminiscent of death itself. Young one, will you seal your fate, or shall I assist you? Lin Yan remained silent. Just as Tianxian prepared to strike, a voice, distinct from Lin Yan's, emanated from within, causing Lin Xuan's vigilance to spike. If you wish to harm my disciple, you, a mere Dongtian realm cultivator, hardly possessed the qualifications. Moments later, a powerful aura, equally as potent as Lin Xuan's but markedly different, erupted from Lin Yan, instantly pushing back Lin Xuan's overwhelming presence. Dongtian realm? How could Lin Yan exude the aura of a Dongtian realm cultivator? Had he not just been at the first level of the Shanghai realm? The countless onlookers, unable to discern Lin Yan's current state, were left agape, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Who are you? Do you intend to meddle in my affair with this young man? Although Tianxian could not fathom Lin Yan's current situation, he recognized that Lin Yan was no longer the same as before, and thus issued a warning. Lin Yan soared to the same height as Tianxian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In response to Lin Xuan's admonition, he casually remarked, Who I am is beyond your comprehension. As for meddling, you seek to slay my disciple. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by. Regardless of your identity, you shall perish. Tianxian roared, launching an attack. A colossal palm print descended from the heavens, aimed fiercely at Lin Yan. Humph, mere trifles. Lin Yan coldly scoffed, meeting the attack with a palm of his own. Boom. The two palm strikes collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest that sent the onlookers, unprepared for the ensuing chaos, tumbling hundreds of meters away. Quick, activate the protective array. Otherwise, the battle between the sect master and this one will devastate our sect. The elders of Xianxia's sect hurriedly commanded, fearing that any delay would lead to the obliteration of their home. Observing this spectacle, Xianxian furrowed his brow, contemplating drawing the battlefield to the skies. However, Lin Yan showed no interest in complying, forcing Xianxian to engage in fierce combat right where they stood. Boom. Bang. Die. The clash between the two was extraordinarily intense, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Chapter 47. The repeated setbacks of Xianxian. The two figures danced through the air, colliding in a fierce struggle, neither side willing to yield. Each strike, each maneuver, was executed with bold precision, devoid of hesitation. Their power far surpassing that of Lin Yan's previous battle with Lu Ruyan. At a critical moment, Xianxian seized the opportunity. Soul-devouring palm, he shouted, his form darting like a phantom, nimbly evading Lin Yan's attack. His right palm suddenly infused with a surge of black energy. It shot towards Lin Yan's body with ferocious intent. This technique possessed the ability to devour souls, specifically designed to counteract the souls of cultivators. The reason for employing this move was that Xianxian sensed an otherworldly soul fluctuation emanating from Lin Yan. He suspected that this mysterious powerhouse was utilizing Lin Yan's body to fight through the manipulation of his soul. Thus, he sought to weaken that soul, once diminished. The mysterious entity would be no match for him, regardless of the identity of this mysterious figure, as long as their true form did not manifest. No one could prevent him from slaying Lin Yan. Little did he know, the old Dan was merely a remnant of a soul. Where would a true body come from? If he truly possessed a physical form, how could a mere Dongtian realm wretch dare to act so brazenly? A mere breath from the old Dan would obliterate him. Meanwhile, the old Dan, controlling Lin Yan's body, quickly deduced Tianxuan's intent upon seeing the approaching palm. He realized that Tianxian aimed to weaken his residual soul's power, thereby rendering him vulnerable to suppression. Thus, he immediately began to retreat, employing the wooden prison technique to ensnare Xianxian. Although it could not hold him for long, it was sufficient to create distance between them. As expected, the wooden prison only managed to restrain Xianxian for a few fleeting moments before he broke free. However, by this time, the old Dan had already distanced Lin Yan from him, losing any chance to attack. He knew that a wary opponent would not allow him to approach easily. Damn it, so close. Xianxian glared at his opponent, gritting his teeth. Yet, he did not despair. He quickly devised a new strategy. If these tricks will not suffice, then I shall suppress you with raw strength. Seething with anger, Xianxian summoned ferocious gusts of azure wind that coalesced around him. Soon, as with Lu Ruyan before, numerous azure swords of wind began to materialize around him. Die! He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of wind swords that surged forth, threatening to drown Lin Yan beneath their overwhelming force. 3,000 azure blades. Clang, clang, whoosh. Though the techniques were identical, the execution of this move by Lu Ruyan paled in comparison to that of Xianxian. In Xianxian's hands, the breadth and potency of the technique far surpassed what Lu Ruyan had previously demonstrated. Naturally, Elder Dan was unwilling to be outdone. Divine art, celestial flame, meteor. As Elder Dan unleashed his divine art, the sky was instantly engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. In the blink of an eye, colossal meteors encased in flames, resembling fiery shooting stars, hurtled toward Xianxian with astonishing velocity. This time, Elder Dan chose not to counter his opponent's technique, but rather aimed directly for his adversary's essence, intending to exchange blows. Although he could currently only unleash the strength of the first layer of the cave heaven realm, as a former contender for the status of a saint, he possessed a plethora of strategies far exceeding that of Xianxian. Thus, Elder Dan was entirely confident in his ability to withstand the opponent's strike, which was why he opted for this exchange. Whether Xianxian could endure his assault was of little concern to him. If he could not, it would merely make things easier. If he could, it would only require him to expend a bit more time. Unbeknownst to Xianxian, he could only see that Elder Dan intended to exchange blows with him. He thought to himself, has this mysterious figure gone mad? Does he truly intend to trade injuries? Let us see who can endure until the end. Though uncertain of his opponent's thoughts, Xianxian remained vigilant and had little choice but to act. As he witnessed the opponent's technique barreling toward him, both combatants hastily deployed their defensive measures. Surrounding Lin Yan's body appeared an immense golden energy bell, completely enveloping him and providing steadfast protection. 8th tier high-grade martial technique, Diamond Celestial Bell. Conversely, Xianxian lacked the extensive foundation of Elder Dan and could only resort to a 5th tier mid-grade magical artifact, 5th tier, mid-grade artifact, Celestial Star Map. The Celestial Star Map, propelled by Xian, swiftly ascended above him, expanding to form a 10-foot wide shield, safeguarding him from below. Almost as soon as both warriors had completed their defensive measures, their respective attacks collided forcefully against each other as barriers. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught of their strikes surged forth like an overwhelming tide, relentlessly battering their defenses and stirring up fierce winds and waves of residual energy. The onlookers, having retreated to a safe distance, gazed upon the grand spectacle, marveling at the might of the two combatants. This is astounding. If I were in their place, I wouldn't stand a chance against even a single strike or a mere flaming meteor. It would surely spell my demise, remarked one onlooker. At least you could perish beneath their attacks. I doubt I would even survive within their strike range, as the residual energies would likely obliterate me. Well, I dare say I could withstand at least one strike or a flaming meteor. Pardon me, but I could endure 2 strikes or 2 meteors. Humph. None of you can match my prowess. I could withstand 3. The exchange of their attacks persisted for a good 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Observing their conditions, Elder Dan's energy bell appeared faintly ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment, yet he remained otherwise unscathed. In stark contrast, Xian coughed. He suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, his face ashen as he exclaimed, "Damn it! My Celestial Star Map has been destroyed." Although his physical form remained unharmed, the Celestial Star Map bore multiple fissures and had lost its initial brilliance. Clearly, while the map had defended against Elder Dan's assault, it had been utterly ruined in the process. The blood he coughed up was a consequence of the backlash from the destruction of his artifact. At that moment, he was consumed with hatred toward Lin Yen and that infernal mysterious figure. Had his gaze been lethal, Lin Yen would have surely perished beneath the weight of his seething glare. Haha, what now? Do you still wish to continue? Elder Dan, controlling Lin Yen's body, spoke with a mocking tone. Instantly, Xian's expression darkened further. Humph. Do not grow too complacent. This is merely a temporary advantage. Chapter 48, The Final Showdown. The outcome remains uncertain. Xian gritted his teeth, seething as he addressed Elder Dan. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of trepidation within. This mysterious figure was astonishingly formidable. Presently, he lacked confidence in his ability to subdue him, but he could not afford to yield. To do so would not only tarnish his reputation but also severely diminish the esteem he had painstakingly built within the Kanglan dynasty and the surrounding realms. Should he falter, those who once feared him would no longer hesitate to challenge him and the Tianxian sect. Thus, for the sake of his own dignity and the safety of the Tianxian sect, he could not relent. Noticing the gradual resolve in Tianxian's eyes, Elder Dan, having immersed himself in the cultivation world for many years, saw through his thoughts and calmly stated, "Reveal all your trump cards. I shall receive them all." Without uttering a word, Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, in an instant, unleashed torrents of azure spiritual energy. This time, the magnitude of his outburst was unlike any prior. He was drawing upon the entirety of his spiritual essence. As the spectators looked on, the azure energy began to rise, coalescing into a towering, grotesque demon of wind, slowly taking shape. Wind's extremity, Great Wind Demon. Xian cast a glance at the demon forming above him, a burgeoning confidence flickering in his gaze. This technique was destined to be decisive. It was his most powerful move. Throughout his cultivation journey, countless cultivators had perished beneath its might, and he had no doubt it would suffice to vanquish his opponent. Meanwhile, among the onlookers, some knowledgeable cultivators, upon witnessing the demon taking form, were struck with astonishment. Is that the Great Wind Demon? This is the signature move of the Tianxian sect master. It boasts a fearsome reputation across several nearby kingdoms. An elder exclaimed. His words instantly piqued the curiosity of those around him, especially the younger cultivators who had not encountered or heard of it before. Elder, are you referring to the technique currently being executed by the Tianxian sect master? Is it truly formidable? Why haven't we heard of it before? Before the elder could respond, other informed bystanders eagerly interjected. You young ones are still inexperienced. It's perfectly understandable that you haven't heard of it. After all, the previous decade saw Tianxian making no moves, let alone deploying his renowned signature technique. Just know that it was this very Great Wind Demon that propelled the former Tianxian to the Cave Heaven realm. And the number of powerful foes who have fallen to it is beyond our imagination. The incident that catapulted the Great Wind Demon to fame occurred decades ago when Tianxian, still in the Divine Sea realm, single-handedly obliterated a formidable sect in the neighboring Tianyan dynasty, which had 6 Divine Sea realm experts. Upon hearing this, the uninformed young spectators gasped in disbelief. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. No wonder he is the only Cave Heaven realm expert in our Kanglan dynasty. He truly is formidable. Soon, someone remarked, isn't that Lin Yen doomed? This is hard to say. After all, judging from the earlier situation, Lin Yin had not fallen into a disadvantage during his battle with Elder Tianxian. It is still too early to speculate on the outcome. The friend made a valid point. While everyone was engrossed in discussions about Elder Tianxian's assault, Elder Dan had already begun to prepare his own attack. At that moment, Lin Yan's body was enveloped in a chilling white flame. A third type of flame? The onlookers in the distance were once again taken aback by the spectacle. Just how many mysterious flames does Lin Yan possess? It seems he produces one at will. To their perception, these eerie white flames were extraordinarily peculiar, alternating between searing heat and extreme cold. They had never encountered such a wondrous flame before. Little did they know that these flames did not belong to Lin Yan, but were Elder Dan's spiritual fire. Divine technique, explosive flame dragon. The white flames gradually coalesced into a towering fire dragon, several dozen feet in height, hovering above Lin Yan. Roar, roar. As the flame dragon took shape, it and the wind demon erupted with deafening roars, as if declaring their emergence and instilling fear in their adversaries. Under the intentional control of Elder Dan and Tianxian, the two colossal entities charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. The wind demon launched the first strike, swiftly unleashing razor-sharp wind blades from its maw, aimed directly at the fire dragon. Following this, its wings flapped vigorously, summoning powerful azure tornadoes that raced toward the fire dragon with a force capable of tearing everything apart. The fire dragon, however, was equally unyielding. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of white fireballs that intercepted the azure wind blades. Suddenly, a ring of fiery barriers emerged around it, preventing the azure tornadoes from coming within 3 yards. Elder Dan and Tianxian exerted their utmost effort to manipulate their respective fire dragon and wind demon, locked in a fierce standoff where victory remained elusive. The clash raged on, 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute. Such relentless assaults took a significant toll on both participants. One consumed spiritual energy, while the other drained soul power. Within Lin Yan's spiritual sea, his soul avatar watched as Elder Dan's form grew increasingly ethereal, prompting him to urge, "Master, cease this battle. You cannot sustain this much longer and may even fall back into slumber. Let this be the end for today. I will handle Tianxian when I cultivate successfully." Yet, Elder Dan interrupted him. "Little Yan, you have completely offended the Tianxian sect. If I do not assist you in dealing with him today, even if you manage to escape, have you considered the fate of your Lin family?" "But master," Lin Yan understood Elder Dan's words. He was torn between the mentor who had ignited his rebirth and the safety of his family, unwilling to lose either side. "Fear not, little Yan. I have everything under control. I will be fine, and the moment is drawing near," Elder Dan comforted him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a tumultuous mixture of emotions, both touched and anxious, filling his heart. As time passed, Elder Dan's form became even more insubstantial. Suddenly, he spoke. "Now is the moment." Chapter 49, Slaying Tianxian, Annihilating the Tianxian Sect. Seeing Elder Dan's sudden declaration, Lin Yan was perplexed and initially intended to inquire further. However, he suppressed his curiosity, fearing he might disturb his teacher. Elder Dan, absorbed in a critical moment, paid no heed to Lin Yan's reaction. The reason for Elder Dan's urgency became clear as, just before he spoke, Tianxian, having sustained significant damage from the wind demon, suddenly experienced a backlash that drained the color from his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was precisely this brief interval of vulnerability that Elder Dan had been waiting for, seizing the opportunity to strike. Soul technique, shattering divine spike. Previously, due to Tianxian's constant vigilance, and with Elder Dan being merely a remnant soul whose soul power was no match for his opponents, any hasty attempt at a soul attack would easily be detected and countered. Thus, he had bided his time for a decisive strike, and the fleeting moments of Tianxian's sluggishness provided the perfect opportunity. As Elder Dan unleashed his soul attack, an imperceptible divine spike, no larger than a thumb, shot forth, aimed directly at Tianxian's forehead. A sense of impending doom washed over Tianxian as he felt a lethal instinct surge within him. Although he couldn't pinpoint its source, he instinctively sought to flee the area. However, it was too late. In the next instant, the shattering divine spike pierced his forehead, crashing into his soul. His soul was instantly ravaged. The overwhelming agony of his soul being violently shattered forced Tianxian to clutch his head and roll frantically in midair, letting out anguished howls, as if such actions could alleviate the excruciating torment of his soul. The pain of the soul far surpassed that of the body, a truth evident from Tianxian's desperate demeanor. With Tianxian's control lost, the wind demon promptly dissipated. Thus, the outcome of the battle became glaringly clear. Tianxian had no chance left for resistance. All of this transpired in mere moments, the rapid succession of events leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. "What just happened?" one exclaimed. How did the sect master of Xian end up like this? I didn't even see Lin Yan launch another attack. I don't know. I blinked. And suddenly their battle transformed. Many bewildered onlookers were left questioning. Yet, never underestimate the acumen of the spectators. Soon, a venerable elder with white hair trembled as he spoke. It is a soul technique. I never expected such a thing to emerge in our humble Kanglan dynasty. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly inquired, Elder, what is a soul technique? Is it powerful? Indeed, it is. The elder paused, then elaborated, soul techniques are martial arts executed through soul power. They do not harm the physical body but directly attack the practitioner's soul, rendering defenses nearly futile. However, compared to martial techniques, soul techniques are exceedingly rare. It is said that only great powers with masters at the venerable level or above possess them. Our Kanglan dynasty and the neighboring realms are not even qualified to have them. They have never appeared before today, marking a first for our dynasty. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, their eyes glinting with avarice and longing. Seeing this, the elder cautioned, I advise you not to covet this soul technique. You have witnessed the strength of that young man, Lin Yan. Do not risk your lives. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly regained their composure. We dare not. We have yet to live enough. They chuckled nervously. Very well, Xiaoyanzi, that day, Xian was grievously wounded in spirit by my soul technique, and no longer poses a threat. As Elder Dan spoke, he suddenly staggered. Master, are you alright? Lin Yan's spirit avatar rushed over to support Elder Dan, his face etched with concern. In response, Elder Dan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. It's merely that this time my soul power has been excessively depleted. I fear I shall need to enter a deep slumber for a while. During this time, Xiaoyanzi, you must take care of yourself. The remnants of Elder Dan's soul gradually departed from Lin Yan's sea of consciousness, returning to the ancient ring. Master, Lin Yan called out, a pang of guilt striking his heart. Damn it, it's because I helped him that Master has fallen into slumber once more. But soon, he steadied his emotions. This was not a time for sorrow or self-reproach. Master, I will undoubtedly seek out treasures to restore your spirit, so that you may awaken soon. In the future, I shall also assist you in refining the most suitable body, allowing you to be reborn. Lin Yan gazed resolutely at the ring in his hand. Within the ring, as Elder Dan was on the brink of closing his eyes to fall into slumber, he smiled in contentment upon hearing Lin Yan's words. Then fully closed his eyes, entering a lengthy sleep. Xiaoyanzi, I await the day you grow powerful enough to revive me. Zhongzhu, are you alright? Please do not frighten us. A group of elders and disciples from Tianxian sect surrounded Tianxian, urgently inquiring. In stark contrast, Tianxian stood motionless, no longer howling, but entirely dazed, unresponsive even as the elders and disciples called out to him. The elders and disciples, agitated as ants on a hot pan, leaped about in distress. Clearly, Tianxian had sustained such a severe blow to his spirit that his consciousness had descended into chaos, leaving him in a state of stupor. To make matters worse, the members of Tianxian sect noticed Lin Yan approaching them slowly. Lin Yan, what do you intend to do? An elder from Tianxian stammered. The others also involuntarily stepped back, their faces filled with fear. They were evidently terrified by Lin Yan's combat prowess. Today, the people of Tianxian sect shall perish. Lin Yan approached Tianxian, uttering not a word, and with a single palm strike, Tianxian was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Boom. Henceforth, Tianxian was dead. Subsequently, Lin Yan embarked on a massacre of Tianxian sect. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Tianxian sect was obliterated. Chapter 50, The Secret of the Lin Family in Yinxing. After slaying Tianxian, Lin Yan cast a cold gaze upon those with ulterior motives who sought to plunder Tianxian sect's resources. Are you all not leaving? Do you wish to join me in visiting Tianxian sect? He stated, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, those who had intended to wait until Lin Yan departed to scavenge quickly recalled the terrifying strength of the youth, hastily clasping their hands in respect and retreating. And no need for concern, young Master Lin. I shall take my leave at once. An old man stammered. My legs are merely a bit unsteady. Please do not mind me. Young hero Lin. Originally, there were many people around, but in a mere few seconds, only Lin Yan and Lu Rian remained. Indeed, Lu Rian had not left. Why are you still here? Lin Yan's voice was exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. Lu Rian gazed at the boy before her with a complex expression. Everything that transpired today felt surreal, as though it were a dream. In less than a day, she had been defeated by the once dismissed wasteful young master and had witnessed her master perish at his hands. Her once proud sect had been utterly destroyed. The immense disparity left her in disbelief, yet the undeniable reality stood before her. As she fell silent, Lin Yan lost interest in her and proceeded to collect the resources of Tianxian sect. At that moment, Lu Rian finally spoke up. Lin Yan halted, impatience edging into his voice. Speak quickly. I hope you can spare the Liu family. It was my fault for insisting on the annulment of our engagement. They are not to blame. If you could spare them, I, Liu Rian, will serve you as a maid, at your beck and call. Liu Rian grasped Lin Yan's right hand, pleading earnestly. Lin Yan coldly withdrew his hand, continuing forward, and spoke blandly. I do not kill you out of respect for the fact that you did not act against my Lin family. Moreover, when I defeated you and burned the letter of annulment, I declared that we would have no further ties. Your Liu family is, therefore, no longer connected to my Lin family. As long as your Liu family does not offend mine, I have no time to concern myself with them. Without a shred of hesitation, the young figure swiftly vanished from Liu Rian's sight, entering Tianxian sect. As Liu Rian watched his slowly receding silhouette, a bitter sensation inexplicably welled up within her. After a long while, Liu Rian also departed, her back appearing somewhat forlorn. Perhaps I do regret it. Regret my actions back then. Within Tianxian sect, Lin Yan was the first to arrive at the treasure vault, eager to discover if there were any elixirs, herbs, or treasures that could restore spirit. His singular focus was to aid Elder Dan in awakening swiftly, as the sole cave realm power in the Kanglan dynasty. Tianxian sect harbored a considerable amount of treasures, albeit mostly of levels 1 to 5, with the 5th tier items being exceedingly scarce. However, for Lin Yan and the Lin family at present, they were sufficient. After several minutes, Lin Yan meticulously catalogued everything within the treasure vault, but regrettably found no items capable of restoring spirit. Alas, it seems there truly is none. Although he had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still lingered. Treasures that restore spirit are inherently rare and extraordinarily precious. It was not surprising that Tianxian sect lacked them, yet disappointment was inevitable. After gathering all the resources, Lin Yan proceeded to the sect's scripture building and herb garden. By the time he had cleared out all valuable items from Tianxian sect, 2 hours had elapsed. Before leaving, Lin Yan also extracted the 5th tier spirit vein located beneath Tianxian sect, intending to take it back to the Lin family in Yinqing and secure it underground. With this 5th tier spirit vein, the cultivation speed of the Lin family members would undoubtedly increase significantly. For now, the Lin family in Yinqing only possessed a 3rd tier premium spirit vein, which paled in comparison to this 5th tier medium spirit vein. It is time to return. My father must be quite worried. With that, Lin Yan set the entire Tianxian sect ablaze, reducing it to ashes. At the Lin family hall in Yinqing, a woman fretted, sigh, it has been half a day, yet I still know not how Yen fares. At that moment, Lin Xuan comforted her, saying, Madam, do not worry. When has Yen ever deceived us? He said he would return, and he surely will. How could I not worry? It is Tianxian sect we are speaking of. Is it not akin to a den of dragons and tigers? But before she could finish, a servant rushed in breathlessly. Head of the family, it is the young master. The young master has returned. As the servant finished speaking, Lin Yan promptly stepped inside. Father, mother, I have returned. Upon seeing their son, unscathed, Lin Xuan and his wife immediately rose with palpable excitement. It is good that you are back, it is good. Let me see if you are hurt, Yenner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with his parents, Lin Yan, in front of numerous clan members, disclosed the shocking news of Tianxian's demise and the annihilation of the Tianxian sect. This revelation left the crowd in utter disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock and incredulity, as they struggled to regain their composure. It was only when Lin Yan produced a substantial amount of resources looted from the Tianxian sect that the clan members began to accept the monumental truth of its destruction. That night, in Lin Xuan's study, he gazed at Lin Yan with a serious expression and inquired, What do you think of our Lin family? At that moment, the study was occupied solely by the two of them, as Lin Xuan activated a formation to prevent any outsiders from eavesdropping. Lin Yan, taken aback by his father's sudden question, was unsure of the reason for this summons and could only respond based on his understanding. Father, as far as I know, our Lin family has been established in Yin City for over 700 years, spanning 7 generations, with a current population of 750. Aside from myself, the strongest among us is you, at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm. While our Lin family's strength is respectable in Yin City, it remains too feeble compared to the powerful dynasties and esteemed families of other regions. However, rest assured, Father, I will ensure that our Lin family becomes a force to be reckoned with, far surpassing them, so that we will no longer have to cower in this small Yin City. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, leaving Lin Yan perplexed, thinking his father did not believe him. Father, are you doubting me? No, Yenner, you misunderstand. What I wish to convey is that they are unworthy to even carry our family's shoes. In the presence of my true Lin family, those so-called dynasties and noble clans are but ants that can be easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Even the entirety of the Wanqiao domain is merely a larger gathering of ants. Lin Xuan spoke with immense pride. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. But, Father, when did our Lin family become so formidable? How is it that I was unaware of this? Or is it that you and the elders are all hidden powerhouses, while I am merely a novice? Lin Yin blurted out. That is not the case. Your father indeed possesses the current cultivation level. Lin Yin responded, all right, let me be frank. The Lin family of Yin City is a branch of one of the top sacred families in Zhongzhou, and our main family is supported by a powerful force with a Saint Emperor Ancestor overseeing it. Lin Yan's shock was instantaneous. His family in Yin City was a branch of a top-tier sacred family, which was rumored to be guarded by a formidable Saint Emperor. But, father, why have I never heard you or the other elders mention this? There is not even a hint of documentation within the family records. Lin Yin expressed his inner doubts. Logically, if the Lin family of Yin City possessed such a powerful background, this critical information should have been recorded prominently. Why was there no documentation whatsoever? Yenner, this matter is known only to me and a few elders, and our choice to conceal it has been a long-standing family regulation. Furthermore, our branch family generally develops independently. Unless faced with the threat of annihilation or the emergence of a peerless talent, we typically do not reach out to the main family, Lin Xuan explained. Lin Yin remained silent, his expression reflecting understanding. Then, father, why have you suddenly decided to disclose this to me? Lin Xuan, gazing at his son who had already surpassed him in strength, could not contain his satisfaction. The reason I have chosen to inform you is that with your strength and talent, I believe you are sufficiently qualified to cultivate in the main family. The Kanglan dynasty is far too diminutive and would squander your talent, which I would never desire. There, you will receive the finest training, witness a broader world, and meet many more formidable geniuses. Lin Xuan's words ignited Lin Yan's imagination, conjuring images of such a scenario. The finest resources, the best guidance, and powerful talents brimming with combat spirit, all from forces far more formidable than the Kanglan dynasty. The thought of facing such powerful talents in battle sent thrills through Lin Yan's veins. What genius lacks a competitive spirit? He was no different. However, how would he reach the main family? Lin Yan looked up at Lin Xuan, who immediately discerned his son's anxiety and smiled reassuringly. In a little over a month, our Lin family's decade-long genius competition will commence once more. At that time, all branch families may send their talents under 30 years of age to compete in the main family. The higher the ranking in the competition, the more resources the main family will provide over the next decade. Those ranked within the top 100 will be able to cultivate in the main family, while the top 3 will be directly relocated to the main family, establishing their roots there. Of course, there are also rewards for participating talents, with more substantial rewards for higher rankings. After hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Lin Yan began to grasp the concept of the genius competition. He then asked, father, what has been our Lin family's previous performance in the competition? Lin Xuan sighed heavily, his expression growing somber. Unfortunately, we have never placed within the top 1,000. Is that so? Father, do not worry. I will not disappoint you in this upcoming competition, Lin Yan declared with unwavering determination. Very well, Yenner, I believe in you. By the way, here is all the information regarding the competition, along with details from previous contests. You may take a look, Lin Xuan added, handing Lin Yan a token that represented their Lin family identity and an introduction to the main family's location. You will find this useful when the time comes. Alas, I was originally supposed to lead, but now the strongest in our Lin family is you, so my presence is no longer necessary. As Lin Xuan spoke, he passed a token and several jade slips to Lin Yan. After accepting them, Lin Yan chatted with Lin Xuan for half an hour before leaving the study and returning to his room to examine the jade slips. The main family of the Lin family is situated in the eastern central region of the human territory, in the domain of the Tianlong Empire. In a cultivation chamber of the sacred Lin family, Lin Xuan gazed at the sword crafted from the essence of the great Tao, a smile gracing his lips. After 2 days of refining, he had finally completed the forging of his life-bound sword. After carefully inspecting it, Lin Xuan willed the Xunyuan sword to merge into his dantian, where it would be nourished continuously. Having completed his task, he left the cultivation chamber and strolled through the Lin family estate, savoring a moment of tranquility. 3 days had passed since their return from the secret realm, and the Lin family was gradually returning to a state of calm. Of course, this calm was merely superficial, as the members of the Lin family were fervently engaged in their cultivation, with abundant resources at their disposal, as well as the spirit washing pool and the creation tower serving as cultivation aids. The enthusiasm for training within the Lin family had reached unprecedented heights. If it were not for the lack of contribution points and the necessity to undertake tasks to earn them, they would scarcely pause for breath. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's estate, a luxurious war chariot hurtled through the void from afar, arriving at the Lin family grounds in the blink of an eye, ultimately hovering in midair. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the chariot, the guards stationed at the Lin family's mountain gate hastened to the front, clasping their hands in greeting, and inquired, Might I ask which esteemed lord from the Heavenly Dragon Empire has graced our Lin family with their presence? From within the chariot came a chilling voice. It is Lord Lin Xuan of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The guard, realizing it was indeed Lord Lin Xuan, quickly apologized. My sincerest apologies. It is my duty to inquire. I have already informed the patriarch. Please, do step inside. After saying this, the guard retreated to the side. The occupant of the chariot offered no further response. And in the next moment, the chariot entered the Lin family estate. Upon receiving the guard's notification, Lin Xuan, though somewhat puzzled about the purpose of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's visit, nonetheless summoned the elders to accompany him in welcoming the esteemed guests. For they were elders from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and it would be remiss to treat them with any disrespect. At the entrance of the Heavenly Sanctum, upon seeing a guard leading a middle-aged man clad in royal attire, Lin Xuan and the elders hurriedly approached to offer their greetings. Ah, it is indeed Elder Lin Xuan. Welcome. Welcome. It has been decades, yet your charisma remains undimmed. Your cultivation has deepened immeasurably, huh? Elder Lin Xuan, facing Lin Xuan and the others, dispelled his earlier cold demeanor and responded with a smile. Haha, it is you, Patriarch Lin, who has surpassed expectations. After so many years, I find your cultivation has grown to the point where even I cannot discern its depths. Though his expression remained tranquil, Lin Xuan was inwardly astonished at the profound advancement Lin Xuan had achieved in the few decades since their last meeting. Once, their cultivations had been comparable, yet now, backed by the might of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, his own growth paled in comparison to that of this patriarch of a saintly clan. This disparity was truly astonishing. Chapter 52. The Invitation from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Crown Prince's Coronation Ceremony. Yet, despite his astonishment, Lin Xuan was no naive individual, well-versed in the ways of the world, and thus refrained from prying into the cultivation matters of others. It is well known that inquiring into another's cultivation is a grave taboo among cultivators. Such indiscretion could lead to offense, or worse, to fatal consequences. As Lin Xuan pondered in astonishment, Lin Tianyu deftly brushed aside Lin Xuan's remarks and invited him into the Heavenly Sanctum. Haha, Elder Lin Xuan, shall we retire inside for a cup of tea before we engage in further conversation? Our Lin family's Qingling Sacred Source tea has just reached maturity. Would you care to try it? Ah, as a guest, I shall follow your lead. I have long heard tales of your noble family's Qingling Sacred Source tea, renowned as the finest, and have yearned to taste it. Alas, your family rarely sells it to outsiders, so I am indeed fortunate today. Lin Xuan responded with a smile, the sincerity of his words known only to him. Both were cunning foxes, and Lin Xuan paid little mind to the exchange, continuing with the pleasantries. Since you enjoy it so, Tianyu, prepare half a pound of Qingling Sacred Source tea for Elder Lin Xuan to take with him. Elder Lin Xuan, please do not decline. It is but a small token of my appreciation. Feigning reluctance, Lin Xuan eventually nodded in agreement. Well, in that case, I shall acquiesce to your kindness, Patriarch Lin. However, you must visit the Heavenly Dragon Empire next time so that I may extend proper hospitality. Indeed, I shall make every effort. Lin Xuan responded with a warm smile. Now, Elder Lin Xuan, let us not linger outside any longer. Please, allow me to lead you inside. Within the Heavenly Sanctum, after exchanging pleasantries and tea for roughly 10 minutes, Lin Xuan finally broached the subject of Lin Xuan's visit. Elder Lin Xuan, may I inquire about the purpose behind your royal summons today? Upon recognizing the shift towards serious matters, Lin Xuan's demeanor also grew somber. He paused momentarily before speaking. Since you have asked, I shall not keep you in suspense. I have come to deliver an invitation. The Heavenly Dragon Empire formally extends an invitation to the Lin family to attend the coronation ceremony of Crown Prince Long Outyin, to be held 3 days hence in the Heavenly Dragon City. The mention of the Crown Prince's coronation elicited surprise from Lin Xuan and the elders. According to their understanding, the current emperor had only announced the intention to establish a crown prince 3 years prior. They were astonished that a resolution had been reached in such a brief span. The contest for the crown prince position within the royal family was notoriously fierce and intricate, often involving numerous factions. In powerful nations, such competition was all the more intense and convoluted, making it seemingly impossible to reach a conclusion in a mere 3 years, particularly for an empire of the Heavenly Dragon's stature. Historical records showed that previous struggles for the crown prince title had persisted for over a decade, with some lasting even a century. Thus, the rapid rise of Long Outyin to the position of crown prince certainly hinted at extraordinary circumstances. However, Lin Xuan and the others quickly regained their composure. After all, the Lin family had always maintained a neutral stance and refrained from engaging in royal disputes. As long as the royal family did not target them, it mattered little to them who ascended to power. Elder Lin Xuan, may I be so bold as to ask why such a swift resolution has occurred this time? Of course, if it is inappropriate to disclose, please disregard my inquiry. While I cannot divulge all the details, I can certainly provide an overview, Lin Xuan replied with a chuckle. Then I shall be all ears. Lin Tianhai urged attentively. Lin Xuan nodded and continued. The contention for the crown prince title primarily revolves around the factions of the first prince, third prince, and fifth prince, as the other princes lack the strength to compete. Initially, the three princes were fairly evenly matched in terms of both personal strength and factional support, leading us in the royal family to believe it would be a prolonged struggle. However, the first prince seemingly encountered an unexpected opportunity, experiencing a significant surge in power, and garnered the support of a mysterious faction. This powerful faction swiftly aided the first prince in dismantling the alliances of the third and fifth princes, allowing him to decisively claim the title of crown prince, hence the need for this coronation ceremony. Though Lin Xuan belonged to the first prince's faction, even he had no knowledge of the origins of this mysterious force. In fact, only the first prince himself was privy to this information. Even those in his inner circle remained in the dark. Ah, I see. Lin Tianhai and the others exchanged knowing glances, yet they opted not to pry further. Lin Xuan had shared all he could. To press for more would be to overstep their bounds. Thank you for your enlightening disclosure, Elder Lin Xuan. Rest assured, the Lin family will be punctual in attending the coronation of Crown Prince Long Outyen. Lin Tianhai stood and offered a respectful bow. On behalf of the Crown Prince, I extend my gratitude to the Lin family. Lin Xuan reciprocated the gesture. After Elder Lin Xuan spent an hour at the Lin family, he departed amidst the warm farewells of Lin Tianhai and others, setting out for the next influence, the Heavenly Sacred Hall. 3 days hence, I shall personally make the journey. After all, we must show sufficient respect to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Furthermore, I shall invite Xian'er and Howren along, for as the hopes of our family, it is crucial for them to gain experience in such occasions, Lin Tianhai decisively proclaimed. The others expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. 3 days later. No, father. I was just about to begin my cultivation. Why are you dragging me out? Lin Howren exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at Lin Tianyu. Today, you are to accompany your uncle to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to attend the prince's coronation ceremony, Lin Tianyu explained. What business do I have with that insipid coronation? I refuse to go. I wish to cultivate. The thought of feigning politeness with those factions irritates me, Lin Howren retorted, clearly disinterested in such gatherings. However, Lin Tianyu remained indifferent to his reluctance, insisting on dragging him forward, chiding, you will eventually assist your elder brother in managing the family. If you do not acclimatize and learn in advance, how will you better support him in the future? Lin Howren stubbornly replied, Xiangu can handle this. Besides, I am not suited for it. I am far more adept at dealing with external threats. Will you go or not? No, I will go. But father, could you please conceal that terrifying supreme belt of yours? It's utterly frightful. Just as he contemplated refusing again, he caught sight of the gleaming supreme belt in Lin Tianyu's hand, prompting a hasty change of heart. Chapter 53, Journey to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Entering the venue. Upon seeing that nightmarish relic from his childhood, he dared not utter another word of refusal. Otherwise, he had no doubt that it would manifest upon him in an instant, delivering an overwhelming sensation. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't go? Yet here you are, going? You should think it through. Father is not forcing you, Lin Tianyu teased, deliberately showcasing the supreme belt even more prominently. Of course, father wouldn't force me. This is all voluntary on my part, voluntary. Lin Howren managed a strained smile. That detestable old man. Let us be off, my dear son. Why do you look so disenchanted? Lin Xuan remarked, observing Lin Howren's forlorn expression. It's all that old man's fault. With Xiangu around, what need do I have to attend? Once Xiangu manages the family, what more will be required of me? I can simply be the muscle. Lin Howren whispered, frustrated. If uncle hears you say that, you can expect another beating. If you wish to avoid uncle's ire, remember that in the years to come, you will be responsible for half of the family's management. Xiangu, you lack martial ethics. Lin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. I, your brother, aspire to be a hands-off manager. My apologies, dear brother. A competent younger brother must be cultivated from a young age. Indeed, a moment of pleasure from teasing my brother leads to a lifetime of enjoyment. Let us depart. With Lin Tianhai's command, a luxurious carriage adorned with the Lin family's banner swiftly vanished from sight. Guided by a member of the Xianxian Guard, the Lin family's carriage traversed the void with remarkable speed, finally arriving at the capital of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, after half a day's journey. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial City is the largest and most central city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, serving as its economic and political heart, as well as the residence of the Imperial Palace and royal family. Consequently, the entire Imperial City is immense and prosperous. Spanning an area 3 times that of the Lin family's territory, divided into the outer city, inner city, and the central palace area. The outer city houses the original local factions and external merchants, while the inner city is home to the officials and their families of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. To maintain the majesty of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it has been decreed that, aside from other Imperial-level forces or Celestial Emperor-level powers, no other factions are permitted to fly over the Imperial City. They must traverse on foot. Thus, the Lin family's carriage was compelled to halt outside the Imperial City. After the guards at the city gate verified their identities, they were permitted entry. Upon entering the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, Lin Xuan and his companions did not meander about. Instead, they made their way directly to the location of the teleportation array, intending to use it to travel directly to the palace. As flying over the Imperial City is forbidden and the city itself is vast, the Heavenly Dragon Empire has established designated teleportation arrays throughout the Imperial City, allowing one to travel to any location in the outer city by paying a fee in spirit stones. However, access to the inner city and palace requires an invitation or relevant proof. Equipped with the invitation from Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan and his group faced no obstacles on their journey. The cost to travel to the palace is 1 high-grade spirit stone per person, to the inner city is 100 medium-grade spirit stones each, and to the outer city is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each. The Heavenly Dragon Empire certainly knows how to profit from spirit stones. I can only imagine the fortune they amass annually from these teleportation arrays, Lin Xuan remarked, recalling the soldier's explanation at the teleportation array. Well, that's what happens when one possesses great power. If one day my Lin family reigns supreme over the southern mist continent, we could charge them tenfold. And who would dare utter a word against it? All unreasonable practices must yield to absolute strength. Other factions can only comply, Lin Xuan remarked, his tone calm. Lin Xuan and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as their driving motivation behind their relentless cultivation efforts, aspiring for the Lin family to stand above all factions, becoming the true arbiters of fate. With the teleportation array's assistance, they soon arrived at the palace area. May I inquire if you are here to attend the prince's coronation ceremony? A soldier stationed outside the teleportation array asked Lin Xuan and his companions. Indeed. Please present your invitation. Lin Xuan handed over the invitation. After confirming its authenticity, the soldier respectfully returned it and gestured, "Esteemed members of the Lin family, please follow me. I shall escort you to the banquet hall. Thank you for your assistance." Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, the soldier announced, "Esteemed guests, we have arrived. I shall take my leave now." After the soldier departed, Lin Xuan and his companions proceeded into the venue. "Ha ha ha, is that you, clan leader Lin? Welcome, welcome." As the trio approached the entrance, a welcoming elder from the Heavenly Dragon Empire promptly greeted them with enthusiasm. Lin Xuan responded with a smile. "I did not expect Elder Longyan to be here to receive us. It is an honor. This is a small token from my Lin family to congratulate the prince on his coronation. I hope he finds it to his liking," Lin Xuan said, presenting the prepared gift to Elder Longyan. "Ha ha ha. On behalf of the prince, I extend my gratitude, clan leader Lin. I am certain the prince will appreciate the thoughtful gift you have prepared," Elder Longyan replied warmly. "Please, come inside. The banquet does not commence for another 2 hours. You may enjoy some spirit delicacies and tea in the banquet hall. However, Dragon is obliged to attend to other guests and cannot accompany clan leader Lin, for which I sincerely apologize. Next time, I shall certainly share a drink with clan leader Lin. No worries, no worries. The matters at hand for Elder Longyan are of utmost importance." Following this, Lin Xuan and the others were guided by a maid to the exclusive area of the Lin family. Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan casually selected a spot to sit down and began to wait with great ennui. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was engaged in polite conversation with the leaders and masters of several top-tier sacred-level forces. During the course of Lin Xuan and the others' wait, a continuous stream of forces arrived. Among them, the sacred-level and quasi-emperor level forces from the Heavenly Dragon Empire were the first to arrive, including the Bai family and the Kai family, who were naturally at odds with the Lin family. It seemed that, whether by misfortune or fate, these two families were assigned to positions near the Lin family, leaving Lin Xuan and his companion utterly speechless. Why are these two nuisances everywhere? Their faces displayed unmistakable disdain. Entirely unmasked, which was promptly noticed by Kai Kuan and Bai Li, who were closely monitoring the situation. "What kind of expression is that?" "As if we wish to see you." Chapter 54, Digging a Pit. The arrival of Long Out Yin. "Lin Xuan, what kind of look is that? You think we want to see you?" Bai Li, with a grim expression, spat out his words through gritted teeth. The two remained indifferent, their expressions only growing more contemptuous. "Brother Xuan, should we seize the opportunity to dispose of these two nuisances? It would save us from their daily irritation," Lin Xuan suggested with a cunning glint in his eyes. "But you need an opportunity, too. These two are constantly protected by the strong from their families, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack, unless we can lure them into a fight, and then, while they are still caught off guard, we could eliminate them swiftly. However, they have already witnessed my strength in the secret realm, so they surely won't fall for it again. I can only rely on you, Lin Xuan mused. Lin Xuan was not one to adhere rigidly to principles. He was indifferent to whether it was a direct confrontation or a sneak attack. If the timing was right, he would not hesitate to resort to subterfuge. In his eyes, as long as the enemy was slain, the means employed were inconsequential. After all, only the dead enemy is a good enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan said nothing further. With his current strength, as long as he caught the opponent off guard, dispatching 2 7th-layer Dantian realm practitioners would be a simple task. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and his companion were plotting the demise of Bai Li and Kai Kuan, unaware that the two were fuming over being ignored. Damn it, I, the young master, will one day have my revenge on you. Bai Li seethed inwardly. However, they were at the prince's coronation ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and even in their fury, they could not afford to display it. Lest they offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire, a consequence the Bai family could not withstand. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a superpower with an ancient emperor overseeing it, and it is rumored that there is more than one emperor. Such a force could extinguish the Bai family as easily as crushing an ant. You two worthless fools. I have been displeased with you for quite some time. Do you dare to face me in battle after the coronation ceremony? I'll let you use just one hand. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's provocative transmission echoed in their minds. The abrupt challenge caught them off guard. After a moment, they regained their composure, instantly infuriated, and retaliated through their thoughts. Lin Xuan, who the hell are you calling worthless? Lin Xuan may be one thing, but you, Lin Xuan, think you're worthy to call us worthless? I see you're courting death. Even if they could not overpower Lin Xuan, they could still dismiss him. But you, Lin Xuan, a former subordinate we easily bested, dare to speak so boldly? Who gave you the courage? In their perception, Lin Xuan was still that Dantian realm practitioner whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. Little did they know, he had long surpassed them in strength, leaving them far behind. In response to their indignant thoughts, Lin Xuan simply raised his middle finger slowly, a smirk of mockery on his face as he communicated, "Don't be afraid. Just admit it. If you're scared, remember to avoid me in the future to spare my eyes." He had learned the gesture from Lin Xuan, not entirely understanding its meaning, but feeling it was a perfect form of ridicule to use on others. Bai Li and Kai Kuan could hardly contain themselves, their faces turning ashen as they retorted, "Who said we're afraid? Just because of you, Lin Xuan? You're not worthy of instilling fear in us. Just wait until after the coronation ceremony at Tianfeng Valley. When you're missing arms and legs, it will be your own fault." Huh. I'm just afraid you won't have the courage to show up. Lin Xuan chuckled. His imperial banner would soon be unfurled again. Time passed slowly, and the commencement of the coronation ceremony drew ever nearer, with increasingly formidable forces arriving. Look, it's the Quasi-Imperial Clan. I can't believe the first imperial-level force to arrive is them. Suddenly, someone in the guest area exclaimed. Coincidentally, the Lin family's position was in the central area, so Lin Xuan and the others naturally heard this. The seating arrangements made by the Heavenly Dragon Empire were determined by strength. The more powerful the force or individual, the closer their position to the front. Since the Lin family had not revealed their strength, they were placed in the middle, neither high nor low. Before the Lin family were the quasi-emperor level forces, while those with emperor level powers were situated even further ahead. Generally, the dominant forces with celestial emperor level practitioners would not attend such gatherings, as the Heavenly Dragon Empire could not invite them. The Quasi-Imperial Clan Lin Xuan gazed at the approaching delegation of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, recalling the family's descriptions of them. The Quasi-Imperial Clan, a powerful imperial clan that had existed for millions of years, boasts a population of over 10 million and countless strong practitioners. It is said that they possess 3 emperor-level ancestors supporting their foundation, but the specifics about their cultivation levels remain unknown. The Quasi-Imperial Clan is most renowned for their physical prowess, as they possess a clan-specific technique, the Gongsun body technique, dedicated to cultivating the body. The physique developed through this technique surpasses that of ordinary body refining techniques by a significant margin. Historical records indicate that standard attacks from practitioners of the same rank could hardly breach the defenses of those from the Quasi-Imperial Clan. However, Lin Xuan was not overly concerned. There was no practitioner of the same rank whose physique he could not overcome. He possessed the confidence and strength. Shortly after Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze, another imperial-level force arrived on the scene. It was the Wanbao Pavilion, and they had come as well. This was to be expected. Aside from profit, what merchants value most is connections, and the Wanbao Pavilion would certainly not miss this opportunity. As time progressed, the Yin God Empire, the Tsongfeng Empire, the Huang family, the Lu family, and the Lei Emperor Palace All renowned imperial forces from the central continent arrived in succession, causing the originally boisterous banquet scene to fall silent. The minor forces grew hushed, seemingly terrified of offending the prominent figures ahead and incurring the wrath of the powers backing them. The venue was left with the prominent leaders of the major forces, engaged in lively discussions, exchanging pleasantries, and making small talk. At a certain moment, a youthful figure, appearing to be in his 20s, clad in a python robe and exuding an imposing aura, slowly entered the venue, flanked by a throng of core members from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of all the guests attending the coronation ceremony. The newcomer was none other than the protagonist of today's event, Lin Xuan. Upon reaching the center of the stage, the young man gradually came to a halt, gazing at the crowd with a smile, and said, "I sincerely apologize for keeping you all waiting. As the crown prince, I must first extend my apologies to everyone." He then performed a respectful gesture towards those below. Observing this, the crowd rose in unison, reciprocating the gesture. "No worries, no worries. As the main character of today's ceremony, Prince Outyin must have been busy. We understand," one remarked. "Ha ha ha, Brother Outyin, you are too modest." We did not wait long at all. Chapter 55, the coronation ceremony begins. While Lin Xuan engaged in pleasantries with the crowd, the Lin brothers were also scrutinizing him from the stage. They had indeed heard of him and even seen him before, yet had never interacted. Lin Xuan, the eldest prince of the former Tianlong Empire, possessed the Quasi-Imperial body. His current realm remained unknown, but it was rumored that he had already broken through to the king's realm 3 years prior, making him a renowned prodigy in Zhongzhou. Whispers suggested that Lin Xuan was inherently suspicious and possessed a deep cunning, though the truth remained elusive. "Brother Xian, that Lin Xuan does not seem like a virtuous character. His face is rife with treachery and hypocrisy," Lin Xuan remarked disdainfully. Hearing Lin Xuan's thoughts, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Although Lin Xuan appeared to wear a pleasant smile and maintained a humble demeanor, it was merely a facade. It matters not, as long as he does not provoke the Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Xuan left his statement hanging, but Lin Xuan clearly understood his implication. With a sly glint in his eyes, he inquired, "So does this mean you, Brother Xian, have a trump card against the Tianlong Empire? Do share it with me." "Get lost." Lin Xuan firmly dismissed him. It was no jest. His secrets were his alone, and he would never divulge a word, not even to his kin. "Come on, Brother Xian, just look." Lin Xuan continued with a barrage of persuasion, but Lin Xuan remained impervious to his antics. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Xuan threatened, "Be quiet. Otherwise, you shall not benefit from any good fortune in the future." At this, Lin Xuan promptly conceded, declaring he would no longer ask. "Very well, Brother Xian. I shall refrain from further inquiries." After exchanging pleasantries with the various dignitaries, Lin Xuan signaled to an elder from the empire, who, upon receiving the cue, solemnly announced, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed seniors, fellow cultivators, and young friends for attending the coronation ceremony of the Tianlong Empire's crown prince. I hereby declare that the ceremony officially begins." As the elder's words echoed, the venue fell into a solemn silence. The elder surveyed the audience, seemingly capturing every expression in his gaze. He then continued, "We shall now commence the first order of the coronation ceremony. May the emperor personally bestow upon the crown prince the token and crown that symbolize his royal identity." With the elder's proclamation, all eyes turned forward. Suddenly, a figure emerged, clad in a magnificent dragon robe, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and authority. This middle-aged man was none other than the current emperor of the Tianlong Empire. His entrance transformed the atmosphere into one of grave solemnity. Though the emperor did not deliberately project his might, the overwhelming pressure he emanated was palpable to the majority present. The term quasi-emperor flickered in the minds of the crowd. Moreover, this emperor was not merely any quasi-emperor. He was a top-tier powerhouse who had traversed far along this path. At that moment, aside from the representatives of the imperial-level forces in attendance, only the trio from the Lin family showed no signs of trepidation. Whether it was Lin Tianhai, Lin Xuan, or Lin Xuan, their gazes towards the emperor were filled with awe, yet devoid of fear. If one were to inquire why they felt no fear, it would be absurd. Among the three, two were formidable powerhouses, and the third was the son of one. The emperor was merely an old man destined to be trampled beneath their feet. What was there to fear? Moreover, the Lin family had never harbored any grievances with the Tianlong Empire. Why would the emperor seek to trouble them? It would be far better to devote that time to seclusion and cultivation. As the emperor's gaze swept across the scene, he swiftly assessed the situation. Everything appeared normal until his eyes brushed over the Lin family trio, causing him to pause momentarily in surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure and shifted his attention away. Dismissing them as mere insignificant ants, unfamiliar with their own insignificance. Long Huang, my old friend, it has been a while. After a brief moment of astonishment, representatives from various factions promptly offered respectful greetings. The Emperor of Tianlong wore a smile, reciprocating the gestures towards the powerful figures of the imperial clans, while merely nodding at the others. I appreciate your presence, friends and young ones, at Tianer's coronation ceremony. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing these words, a flock of sycophants rushed to ingratiate themselves, including individuals from the Kai and Bai families. Your Majesty speaks too highly. It is our Bai and Kai family's utmost honor to attend the Empire's coronation ceremony. The Empire's hospitality has been impeccable. No, it is we who are at fault for requiring such hospitality from the Empire. Witnessing this scene, the Lin trio exchanged glances of disbelief and promptly distanced themselves. We do not know them, they thought. Goodness, to have such enemies is truly a tragedy. The disdain of the Lin family went unnoticed by the Kai and Bai clans, who were still fervently currying favor. The Emperor, indifferent to the flattery, turned his attention to the powerful figures of the major imperial clans, inviting them, esteemed friends. Once the ceremony concludes, I would be delighted to share a drink with you. Naturally, the representatives of the imperial clans would not decline, responding with jovial laughter. How could I refuse an invitation from you, Long? I have long wished to share a drink with you, and this occasion fulfills that desire. May the Emperor bestow upon Long Outyin the Crown Prince token and the crown. As the ceremony commenced, the previously silent elder's resonant voice reverberated throughout the venue. Soon, a maid approached, bearing the Crown Prince's crown and a jade box containing the prince's token. The Emperor first presented the token, symbolizing the Crown Prince's identity, to Long Outyin, before personally placing the crown, forged from various top-tier minerals, upon his head. To honor, from this moment forth, you shall be the Crown Prince of the Tianlong Empire, its sole heir. I hope you will diligently cultivate and learn to manage state affairs, so that you may one day become a wise ruler, leading our Tianlong Empire to further greatness. The Emperor patted Long Outyin's shoulder, imparting his expectation. In response, Long Outyin earnestly declared, "Rest assured, Father, I will devote myself to studying statecraft, and will strive to elevate our Tianlong Empire to new heights." At that moment, his heart swelled with exhilaration. The position he had yearned for over the years was finally within his grasp. Chapter 56. The ceremony concludes. The fish has taken the bait. In response, the Dragon Emperor was exceedingly pleased. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance, before offering further encouragement and falling silent. Tianer, it is commendable that you possess such intent. I hope you shall not let down the expectations of the entire empire. Upon hearing these words, Long Outyin felt a surge of ambition swell within him. He straightened his back and, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Father, I shall not disappoint you." At that moment, the elder presiding over the ceremony observed the scene and promptly interjected, "Let us proceed to the next matter, the sacrificial prayer." As his words fell, a maidservant raised her voice, announcing, "Present the offerings." A procession of elegantly dressed maidens approached, gracefully bearing various sacrificial items, their steps light, as if performing a beautiful dance. The offerings included an array of spiritual flowers, fruits, and wines, each of divine quality, emanating an enticing fragrance. Remarkably, there were even offerings such as pig demons, cow demons, and sheep demons, exuding an aura of quasi-emperor rank. The maidens meticulously arranged these sacred items upon the altar, their movements tender and precise, as if handling precious treasures. In no time, the altar was adorned with a multitude of sacrificial goods, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Once the maidens completed their task, the presiding elder spoke once more. "Prince, please ascend the altar to commence the sacrificial rites." In response, Long Outyin took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and approached the altar with steady strides. Each step he took was imbued with confidence and authority, commanding the attention of the gathered crowd below. As he stood upon the altar, he felt the weight of their gazes, yet he did not falter or feel anxious. After all, as the first prince of the Dragon Empire, his esteemed status had accustomed him to such grand occasions. A mere ritual would not unsettle him. Let the sacrifice begin. At that moment, a booming voice resounded, followed by a thunderous drumbeat. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated throughout the square like a clap of thunder, awakening slumbering deities. Following this, Long Outyin initiated the sacrificial rites in accordance with the customs of the Dragon Empire. The entire ceremony lasted only a few minutes before reaching its conclusion. "Now, let us pray to our ancestors." "Prince, please," the elder continued. Long Outyin nodded and began his prayer. "O ancestors of the Dragon Empire, I, Long Outyin, officially assumed the role of the 78th prince today." The coronation ceremony of the Dragon Empire continued for a full half-hour before it was finally completed. Haha, esteemed friends. Since the ceremony has concluded, why not join me inside for some fine wine? Let us not hinder these young ones in their revelry. The Dragon Emperor invited the leaders of the various imperial factions. Naturally, the dignitaries obliged enthusiastically. Indeed, Taoist Long is correct. Look at these young ones. So tense they can hardly relax. Let us remove ourselves and allow them to mingle, they agreed. Excellent. Esteemed friends, please follow me. With that, the Dragon Emperor led the assembly of quasi-emperor powerhouses away from the scene, turning to Long Outyin to say, Toner, be sure to entertain our young friends well. Yes, father. I understand, Long Outyin nodded. As soon as the Dragon Emperor and his entourage departed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming vibrant and lively. The young elites from various factions flocked to Long Outyin, eager to engage. Prince Outyin, I am Bai Li from the sacred clan of the Bai family. It is a great honor to meet you. May I have the pleasure of sharing a drink with you? Bai Li was the first to approach, keen to establish his presence. Seeing this, Kai Kuan was not one to back down, quickly flattering Prince Outyin. I am Kai Kuan from the sacred clan of the Kai family. I have admired you for a long time. May I become your subordinate? I possess many skills. Long Outyin had never heard of either of them, while he had some awareness of the Bai and Kai families as prominent clans within the Dragon Empire. He dismissed them from his mind. Initially, he intended to brush them off, but then a voice interrupted. Brother Outyin, are you engaged in conversation with friends? If so, I shall return later. With this, he found himself spared the need for an excuse to dismiss them. No, Brother Huang, you misunderstand. What business do you have with me? Long Outyin responded, choosing to ignore the two and making his way toward a young member of the Huang family instead, leaving Bai Li and Kai Kuan awkwardly standing in place. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter reached their ears, snapping them back to reality. They turned to see Lin Xuan not far away, laughing heartily at their expense. Lin Xuan, standing beside him, wore a similarly mocking expression, amplifying the embarrassment of Bai Li and Kai Kuan, whose faces shifted from pale to crimson, akin to a theatrical performance. Yet, in the midst of the banquet, they dared not react. Any outburst could lead to them being reprimanded by the Dragon Empire's powerful figures for disrupting the coronation ceremony. Thus, they could only convey their ire telepathically to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. After the banquet, whoever shirks the battle at Tianfeng Valley is a coward. This time, they were serious. Initially, they had only intended to annoy Lin Xuan, fully confident they would not attend. However, their minds had shifted. They felt compelled to fight, for otherwise, their resentment would remain unresolved. Oh, this time you won't be backing out, will you? Lin Xuan, well aware of their tendencies, dismissed their earlier challenge as inconsequential. Yet now, it seemed the bait had truly taken. Heh, we have made a vow. Whoever does not attend is a coward. We shall invoke the heavenly oath, they proclaimed with fervor. Very well, let us do so. Agreed. By the heavens above, I, Bai Li, and Kai Kuan formally challenge Lin Xuan to a battle at Tianfeng Valley. If we do not go, I shall be Lin Xuan's grandson, and upon meeting him, I must call him grandfather, or face a fate worse than death. After making their vow, they turned to Lin Xuan, gritting their teeth and declaring, now it is your turn. Lin Xuan, displaying unwavering determination, immediately swore, by the heavens above. I, Lin Xuan, accept the challenge of Bai Li and Kai Kuan. Should I fail to attend, I shall surely suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 57. The Sparring Competition. Neither Bai Li nor Kai Kuan had anticipated Lin Xuan's resolute response, devoid of even the slightest hesitation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, donning expressions of assured victory. Lin Xuan, you have chosen your own demise, they thought. As a secondary figure from the Lin family's younger generation, daring to provoke them repeatedly was a grave mistake. They intended to demonstrate the vast chasm separating their strengths. Brother Bai, I shall take his 2 legs. The rest is yours to decide, Kai Kuan communicated through thought. Hee, then I shall claim his 2 hands. They envisioned their glorious triumph. Meanwhile, the young elites from various imperial factions gathered in anticipation. At long last, Brother Aotian, you've arrived. We were merely awaiting your presence. Come, let us indulge in a drink together. A youth, of similar age to Long Aotian, and adorned in the distinctive garb of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, called out to the approaching Long Aotian. His demeanor was refreshingly boisterous, devoid of the haughty airs typical of other prodigies from imperial factions. This individual was none other than Gongsun Yunyang, the current scion of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, a paragon of strength and reputation who stood shoulder to shoulder with Long Aotian. In response, Long Aotian smiled and replied, my apologies, Brother Yunyang. I find myself rather busy today and unable to entertain you all properly. To express my contrition, I shall pour myself 3 cups. With that, he proceeded to down 3 cups of liquor before the gathering. The others, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Ao Tan's generosity is indeed commendable. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. Count me in as well." The atmosphere of the banquet was vibrant, with various factions engaging in lively discourse. Some sought alliances, while others found themselves enamored with fellow prodigies, nurturing budding relationships. Meanwhile, lesser factions were fervently extolling the virtues of the eminent prodigies, hoping to forge connections. Ultimately, this was the primary objective for many factions attending the ceremony, to seize the opportunity to interact with individuals or powers usually beyond their reach, thereby securing advantages for themselves or their backing factions. Even if success was not guaranteed, the endeavor was deemed essential. After all, one could only hope. Observing the scene, Lin Tianhai couldn't help but reflect, were it not for Xian'er's treasured possession, my Lin family would likely find ourselves in a similar predicament, endlessly navigating the treacherous waters of various factions for trivial gains, all while striving to appease the formidable powers. Fortunately, his Lin family was now fortunate enough to possess their own strength and no longer needed to curry favor with anyone, which was undeniably liberating. Some factions familiar with the Lin family were perplexed to see them doing nothing but enjoying their drinks and tea in their designated area. Occasionally responding to greetings or engaging in brief conversations, they appeared utterly at ease, as if waiting for fish to bite. This attitude left them questioning. What is the Lin family up to? Have they simply given up, or are they wallowing in despair? Yet, their curiosity was fleeting, as they had no desire to delve deeper. After all, the Lin family's affairs were of no concern to them, and they certainly had no inclination to meddle. Why do we keep attracting odd stares? Lin Xuan thought to himself, feeling a flicker of irritation. He dismissed the matter, feeling merely disgruntled. In contrast, Lin Xuan and Lin Tianhai exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the implications behind those gazes, yet chose to remain silent. Brother Ao Tian, it is said that your strength has surged recently. Might we have the privilege of witnessing it firsthand? It would be illuminating to gauge the disparity between us now. A young man clad in a purple robe, with a formidable visage, approached Long Ao Tian with a grin. This individual was none other than Lei Jia, the young master of the Thunder Emperor Palace. With a spark of competitive spirit, Lei Jia awaited Long Ao Tian's response. Before Long Ao Tian could reply, other top-tier prodigies from various imperial factions expressed their interest, chiming in, "Count me in as well. It has been too long since I last sparred with Brother Ao Tian. I wish to see your skills. Though my abilities are modest, I too wish to exchange a few techniques with you all. I hope you will guide me." The young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, a shrewd businessman, quickly proposed, "Why not hold a sparring competition? All young talents present may voluntarily participate, selecting their opponents. And if both agree, they may ascend the stage to duel, with the understanding that it is merely for practice, with no penalties for the defeated. The Thunder Dragon Empire shall reward the victors with small gifts as encouragement." Upon hearing this, the assembly of elite prodigies nodded in agreement, evidently supportive of the young master's suggestion. However, they recognized that Long Ao Tian was the centerpiece of the day's events, and thus turned their attention to him. Awaiting his response, Long Ao Tian, with a calm smile, spoke, "Since my esteemed friends have expressed such sentiments, I certainly would not dampen your enthusiasm. Let us proceed as suggested by the young master." This response elicited a chorus of approval. "Splendid. Brother Long truly does not disappoint. In that case, please follow me to the martial arena of the Thunder Dragon Empire." With the decision made, Long Ao Tian led the gathering to one of the martial arenas within the Thunder Dragon Empire. As they arrived at the once quiet arena, it transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Some may have wondered why the Crown Prince had brought them here. He took a moment to clarify. "Earlier, I conferred with my friends about hosting a sparring competition. All young talents may voluntarily participate, choosing their opponents. And only if both agree may they ascend the stage to duel, with the understanding of a friendly exchange. There will be no penalties for the defeated, and the Thunder Dragon Empire will offer small gifts to the victors as a token of encouragement. I hope everyone will actively participate." With this explanation, the guests quickly grasped the purpose of their gathering. Enthusiasm surged as many began to express their eagerness to join in. "This is splendid. Not only can one showcase their prowess, but there are prizes to be won. Given the stature of the Thunder Dragon Empire, the rewards should be quite impressive. I've had my eye on Tang San for some time. Although we can only engage lightly, giving him a taste of defeat should pose no issue. Prizes? Count me in." Chapter 58, The Battle of Ling Yin and Lu Meng. Since everyone is so keen, I shall refrain from further verbosity. You may now deliberate on your participation. There are 20 arenas available for your selection, and the Thunder Dragon Empire will appoint officials to ensure fairness and safety during the matches. As he concluded, The guests observed the Thunder Dragon Empire's officials taking their positions above each arena, ready for the proceedings. Initially, it seemed that everyone was hesitant to step forward, perhaps contemplating their choices. Suddenly, a confident voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Since no one wishes to take the stage, allow me to be the first. Let me set the tone for the competition. All eyes turned to a young man in his 20s, clad in green robes, with long green hair and a rather unrefined appearance, who boldly ascended one of the arenas. I am Lu Meng of the Lu family. I wish to engage in a friendly spar with the fairy Ling Yan of the Fengxian Palace. Does she dare to accept my challenge? Upon arriving at the arena, Lu Meng immediately lifted his gaze towards the direction of Fengxian Palace, leering with a lecherous expression at a stunningly beautiful maiden within. He licked his lips and spoke. The identity and background of this man were quickly recognized. Lu Meng, the holy son of the Lu clan, a member of the imperial lineage, was at the 7th level of the law manifestation realm, possessing the rare Songmu divine body. Moreover, he was a notorious lecher, having exploited his status as the holy son over the years to harass countless maidens and married women. He had long coveted the enchanting Lingyan fairy of Fengxian Palace and had made multiple proposals for her hand in marriage. Fortunately, Fengxian Palace was well aware of Lu Meng's true nature and had no intention of allowing their holy maiden to fall into such a perilous situation, thus rejecting him decisively each time. Thankfully, Fengxian Palace was not a force that traded their holy maiden for profit. Otherwise, the fate of such a stunning beauty as Lingyan fairy in the hands of such a scoundrel would be utterly tragic. In the face of Lu Meng's evidently malicious challenge, the members of Fengxian Palace wore grim expressions. That damned lecher, Lu Meng. Let me handle this, sister. He has always harbored ill intentions toward you. A girl in a blue dress, though not as beautiful as Lingyan fairy, yet possessing her own charm, gritted her teeth and declared. Meanwhile, Lingyan fairy, adorned in azure, with her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, possessed a curvaceous figure and skin as fair as jade. Her exquisitely perfect visage would evoke admiration from anyone who beheld her. Yet at this moment, she furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with palpable disgust. She then spoke slowly. Sister, you are not his match. He seeks to challenge me. If I do not accept in front of so many factions and send you in my place, how will the other forces view Fengxian Palace? But, sister, the girl in blue attempted to protest, but Lingyan fairy interrupted her firmly. Do not worry, sister. With his strength, he cannot threaten me. Besides, in front of so many factions, he would not dare to act recklessly. She then soared into the air, her cold voice resonating in the ears of the onlookers. I accept your challenge. As Lingyan fairy descended gracefully onto the arena, wielding her long sword, she coldly declared, let the battle begin. Hee, are you in such a hurry, my little lady? Lu Meng leered at her flawless form with greedy, lascivious eyes, licking his lips. Lingyan fairy felt a wave of revulsion wash over her from his gaze and, without hesitation, swung her sword towards him. This detestable scoundrel would be taught a lesson today. Just as her sword was about to strike Lu Meng's vital points, a vine suddenly emerged before him, blocking her attack. Undeterred, Lingyan swung her sword with rapid precision, launching a series of fierce strikes at Lu Meng from various angles. Lu Meng, however, continuously summoned vines and trees to deflect her assaults. I didn't expect my little lady to be such a fiery little pepper. Quite delightful indeed. Lu Meng chuckled lewdly, his eyes gleaming with more obvious lust. He seized his purely defensive stance and began to close the distance between them, launching his own attacks. Yet, his strikes were as despicable as his character and appearance, targeting Lingyan fairy's vulnerable spots shamelessly. This forced her to evade his lecherous claws, disrupting her own offensive rhythm. At this moment, Lingyan fairy's lovely face was as cold as ice, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. If she could, she would cleave him in two with a single strike. Why are you dodging, little lady? This holy son is quite gentle. Lu Meng leered, his right hand lunging towards her chest. How vile. This Lu Meng is utterly shameless, employing such filthy tactics, always aiming for my sister. The girl in blue, observing the battle from the Fengxian Palace's ranks, was furious, wishing she could leap onto the stage and slay Lu Meng with 1,000 blades. The leading matron of Fengxian Palace also wore a frosty expression, casting a disdainful glance towards Lu's faction. Just a childish scuffle among the younger generation. Deputy Palace Master Qingling, do not take offense. A middle-aged man from the Lu faction, possessing an unattractive appearance, chuckled amiably. However, his gaze towards Deputy Palace Master Qingling was laced with perverse desire. Lu Peng, if you continue to look at me with those repulsive eyes, I will not hesitate to have them gouged out and fed to the dogs. Deputy Palace Master Qingling retorted sharply. Hee. The middle-aged man smirked sinisterly, slowly withdrawing his gaze. On the arena, Lingyan fairy and Lu Meng had engaged in over 100 exchanges, Although Lu Meng's despicable methods initially disrupted Lin Yan's rhythm, allowing him to gain a slight advantage, she quickly recalibrated her strategy. At a critical moment, she unleashed her strength, driving him back, and refrained from close combat, maintaining a safe distance while employing various martial techniques to attack him. This prevented Lu Meng from closing in, causing any prior advantage he held to vanish instantaneously. They continued their fierce duel until their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet neither could claim victory. Their strengths were, in truth, closely matched. Both at the 7th level of the Law Manifestation realm, backed by Imperial-level factions, and their resources were nearly equal. Without a life-and-death struggle, it was indeed challenging to determine a winner. Ultimately, the battle concluded in a stalemate. Chapter 59, Long Outyin vs. Lei Jie. 3 moves to determine victory. The clash between Lu Meng and Lin Yan Fairy was nothing short of exhilarating, much to the delight of the spectators. One must concede that while Lu Meng was not a favored character, his prowess was undeniably formidable, as evidenced by his performance against Lin Yan Fairy. TCH. If it weren't for Lu Meng's underhanded tactics, Lin Yan Fairy would have undoubtedly triumphed over him. Perhaps, did you not notice that neither of them has unveiled their trump cards? This was merely a sparring session. If it were a battle to the death, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. I can't help but feel an itch to join in. Zhang, are you interested in a friendly duel? Haha, I was just thinking the same. Mu, please. Following the fierce battle between Lin Yan Fairy and Lu Meng, the spectators wasted no time and surged onto the arena. In an instant, all the platforms were occupied, leaving the slower young prodigies to watch and wait from the sidelines. Xian, do you have any interest in challenging those young elites from the major factions? If you were to defeat even one of them, the Lin family would gain immense renown. Lin Xuan grinned at the group of Imperial-level prodigies. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan promptly shook his head. Not interested. Besides, it's merely a matter of reputation. It's not worth drawing the attention of those factions for such triviality. If you wish to go, then by all means, I will cheer you on. Lin Xuan chuckled awkwardly in response. Compared to triumphing over them, he preferred to see them as part of someone else's imperial banner. These individuals are undoubtedly the creme de la creme of the Central Plains, each endowed with formidable talents. Should they be refined, they would undoubtedly become a cadre of superior soul slaves. However, such notions were merely fleeting thoughts. He neither dared nor would consider such actions, for doing so would invite relentless pursuit from various formidable factions. He had no desire to embark on an endless path of evasion over a handful of soul slaves, especially as it would jeopardize the safety of the Lin family. He would never allow his own selfish desires to endanger the lives of his kin. As Lin Xuan and his companion observed the unfolding spectacle, in another area where the prodigies of the Empire-level forces had congregated, Lei Jie of the Thunder Emperor Palace extended an invitation to Long Outyin, saying, "My friend Outyin, are you now prepared to spar with me? I have eagerly awaited this moment." His words instantly captivated the attention of the other eminent figures present. All eyes turned towards Lei Jie, who was gazing at Long Outyin with palpable battle intent, exuding an eagerness to engage. Long Outyin, in a display of camaraderie, readily accepted the challenge. "Since my friend Lei possesses such enthusiasm, I cannot disappoint him. I gladly accept your invitation." A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd at Long Outyin's response. Haha, Outyin is indeed forthright. "Please, my friend," Lei Jie said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. "Hee, and you, my friend, as well." Thus, amidst the eager anticipations of the onlookers, the two approached a designated arena. The combatants already engaged on that platform, upon noticing the arrival of Long Outyin and his companion, hastily vacated the area, unwilling to provoke the Titans. Long Outyin and his companion remained unfazed, their focus solely on one another. Standing opposite on the arena, both exuded an aura of fierce determination, coupled with an unshakable confidence in their own capabilities. The spectators, witnessing the impending clash between these two top-tier prodigies, abandoned any interest in the other arenas. Their gazes riveted on this match. Haha, today is a rare treat. Battles between such elite prodigies are a rarity, they murmured among themselves. Speculation arose regarding the outcome, as there had been no prior encounters between the two, at least none that had been made public. On the arena, Lei Jie proposed, "My friend Outyin, I believe we need not engage in trivial probing. It serves no purpose. Instead, why not unleash our full power and exchange a few blows? After all, this is merely a friendly sparring session, and such an approach should suffice to gauge our respective strengths." Lei Jie had been motivated by the recent surge in Long Outyin's strength, coupled with his own newfound abilities, and was eager to ascertain who among them was the mightier. Long Outyin, in agreement with Lei Jie's suggestion, nodded and replied, "Let us proceed as you propose. How about we settle the outcome with 3 decisive strikes?" "Agreed," Lei Jie affirmed. After a moment of preparation, two distinctly powerful auras erupted from their beings. As they ceased to conceal their prowess, the spectators quickly discerned the magnitude of their cultivation levels. Fifth layer of the King Realm, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, both Long Outyin and Lei Jia had reached this formidable stage. The realization that they had ascended to such heights left many in awe, igniting a sense of urgency within the ranks of other prodigies who aspired to keep pace. The young master of the Lu family, Lu Jun, who had previously wished to spar with Long Outyin, felt a surge of anxiety as he recognized his own position at the second layer of the King Realm. Upon returning to my clan, I shall delve into our ancestral empty realm, Lu Jun resolutely communicated to a senior member of the Lu family. Alas, my child, why subject yourself to such risks? You are aware of the perils that lie therein, the elder responded with a tone of concern. Lu Jun remained silent, yet his steadfast expression conveyed his unwavering resolve. Very well, the elder conceded reluctantly. Not only Lu Jun, but also the other elite prodigies from various imperial factions felt an overwhelming sense of urgency upon witnessing the explosive display of power from Long Outyin and Lei Jia. Many resolved to pursue similar paths as Lu Jun, realizing that conventional training would not suffice to catch up to their peers. Only through seizing great opportunities could they hope to bridge the gap, if not surpass them. However, these opportunities often lay in treacherous territories, necessitating a foray into danger to seize them. As Long Outyin and Lei Jia unleashed their prowess, not only did the prodigies of the imperial factions feel the heat of competition, but those of the Saint-level and quasi-imperial forces were equally astounded. Good heavens! Are these two truly part of the younger generation? Fifth layer of the King Realm? I am merely at the Cave Heaven Realm. The disparity between the imperial and quasi-imperial factions became painfully clear. Faced with such elite prodigies, a sense of despair loomed. Yet some began to accept the reality that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Curse it! Such exquisite materials for soul slaves. Ha ha ha. A voice of temptation echoed within Lin Xuan as he gazed at the two combatants on the arena, his mind wrestling between desire and reason. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress at the display of power from Long Outyin and Lei Jia. These two are indeed the progeny of imperial forces. They are truly formidable, Lin Tianhai mused, though a smile soon graced his lips as he glanced at Lin Xuan, feeling an inner satisfaction. Yet, they cannot surpass my exceptional son. Ha ha ha. The thought of the future, when those self-important and lofty factions would witness their carefully nurtured heirs being utterly eclipsed by an unassuming young master of the Lin family, filled him with delight and anticipation. Unperturbed by the reactions around them, Long Outyin and Lei Jia remained focused, unafraid of revealing their strengths, for none dared to entertain thoughts of challenging them. Since we have agreed on 3 strikes to determine the victor, I shall not hold back, Long Outyin declared. Rainbow Dragon Seal. With a commanding shout, he summoned his spiritual energy, which swiftly coalesced above him, forming 4 colossal dragon seals in vibrant hues of red, yellow, green, and azure, each radiating an overwhelming aura. At the moment when Long Outyin unleashed the 7-colored heavenly dragon seal, the onlookers around immediately recognized it, exclaiming in astonishment. That is the legendary martial art of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the 7-colored heavenly dragon seal. Who would have thought that Prince Outyin would use this technique as his first move? It seems he is truly giving it his all. Indeed, the 7-colored heavenly dragon seal is an imperial-level martial art of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. For each different color of the dragon seal that one cultivates, the power of the technique dramatically increases. It is said that upon mastering the 7th seal, its power is comparable to that of an average imperial-level martial art, and beyond the 7th seal lies its most formidable form, the true 7-colored heavenly dragon seal, whose might far surpasses ordinary imperial-level techniques. To everyone's surprise, Prince Outyin had already cultivated it to the 4th seal. One could only wonder how Lei Jia of the Thunder Emperor Palace would respond. Meanwhile, Lei Jia also unleashed his technique. Surrounding him was a terrifying spectacle of thunder, and behind him coiled a 5-clawed purple thunder dragon in the air. Roaring fiercely, the purple thunder dragon seemed to declare its own birth. That was the 9-clawed purple thunder dragon, the highest form of the imperial-level divine ability of the Thunder Emperor Palace, rivaling the power of the 7-colored heavenly dragon seal of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I had witnessed this divine ability before. A senior elder of the Thunder Emperor Palace once used it to obliterate a Holy Emperor-level demon with a single strike, showcasing its overwhelming strength. Lei Jia's divine ability was equally astonishing. In the next moment, the crowd watched as the purple thunder dragon surged forward, charging directly at Long Outyin. Under Long Outyin's control, the 4 gigantic dragon seals above him instantly surged forth to meet the purple thunder dragon head-on. Boom! Upon collision, a tremendous roar erupted. accompanied by a terrifying shockwave of energy. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Empire had set up formations on the arena, which successfully contained the energy backlash, sparing the onlookers from harm. As the cacophony subsided, the spectators turned their gaze toward the arena, now shrouded in dust and smoke, and instinctively began to ask, has a victor emerged? Upon probing with their senses, they discovered that both combatants remained standing, shielded by their respective defensive artifacts from the energy backlash, appearing relatively unscathed. No clear winner, murmured one onlooker. Soon, another voice chimed in. It's only the first move. It's only natural that no victor is determined. The crowd nodded in agreement. In their eyes, both individuals were top-tier prodigies backed by Imperial forces, and given their comparable realms, it seemed implausible for a victor to emerge so easily. Surely, it would take at least the second or even third move for a conclusion to be drawn. However, the subsequent developments took the crowd by surprise. After exchanging a single move, Long Outyin wasted no time and immediately unleashed his second technique. This time, he called upon another foundational divine ability of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Imperial-level Dragon Steel Hand. He had refined this technique even more than the previous 7-colored Heavenly Dragon Seal, and its power had increased significantly. Unwilling to be outdone, Lei Jia also executed another Imperial-level divine ability, the Nine Heavens Thunder Punishment. Upon unleashing this technique, a vast thunder domain enveloped the entire arena. Boom! Thunderous roars rang out incessantly, as if countless bolts of lightning were poised to strike at any moment. Both combatants targeted each other directly with their techniques, determining who would endure to the end. Descend. Go. They both shouted in unison. Instantly, myriad bolts of lightning cascaded down, engulfing Long Outyin within their fury. Simultaneously, the massive golden hand, adorned with dragon scales, crashed down towards Lei Jia. Boom! This clash not only produced a thunderous roar, but also caused the entire arena to tremble. After a considerable pause, as the dust settled, the crowd searched for the two figures on the arena. Cough, cough. Suddenly, two sounds of coughing up blood echoed from the arena, revealing both combatants kneeling on one knee. Blood spilling from their mouths, their faces pale. Though neither had sustained grievous injuries, both were certainly wounded. Overall, neither had gained an advantage from the previous clash. Indeed, Long Daoist is formidable. Even with my utmost effort in 2 moves, I could not best you, Lei Jia acknowledged, gaining insight into Long Outyin's prowess. In response to Lei Jia's commendation, Long Outyin shook his head. Daoist Lei, you jest. Even with my full power, I still cannot surpass your techniques. Ultimately, the two did not proceed to the agreed third round, but instead declared their match a draw. Though both still harbored trump cards, after all, neither had yet activated their unique physiques. Continuing could lead to severe injuries, which would be unwise given that this was not a life-and-death duel. In the following hours, many young prodigies took to the arena, resulting in wins, losses, and draws. However, the prodigies from the Imperial forces did not return to the arena, as they were singularly focused on retreating to cultivate and catch up to Long Outyin and Lei Jia. As time passed slowly, Lin Xuan and his companions participated in the coronation ceremony for most of the day. When they departed the Imperial Palace via the teleportation array, their mission could be deemed a resounding success. The coronation of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had concluded. Chapter 61, The Wind Valley. The challenge begins. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Lin Xuan and his companions did not linger in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, but instead took the sacred carriage straight out of the city. However, the route they took this time was markedly different from the one they had arrived by. Their destination was none other than the Wind Valley, located thousands of miles from the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, merely to fulfill the earlier challenge issued by Lin Xuan to Kai Kuan and Bai Li. Within the Lin family's sacred carriage, Lin Tianhai chided playfully, "You two little rascals really can't sit still for a moment. But no matter, Howren, just give it your all. The rest is on your uncle." After Lin Xuan and his companion explained their intentions and the circumstances leading to their journey, Lin Tianhai was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. After all, there was once a time when the Lin family had to be wary of the Kai and Bai families, but now, the Lin family no longer needed to harbor even the slightest fear. Hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Howren felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had previously feared that Lin Tianhai might disapprove, but with his uncle's support, he felt ready to engage in battle. Haha, uncle, don't worry. I'll take care of those two losers in no time. Lin Howren grinned broadly. As for what to do with them, naturally, he intended to collect them in his treasured emperor's banner. Just then, Lin Xuan teased, careful not to take a tumble later. Lin Xuan was confident in Lin Howren's ability to handle the two, but he couldn't resist poking fun at his overconfident demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's jest, Lin Howren could hardly contain himself and retorted, "Take a tumble? Brother Xuan, are you questioning my capabilities? I am not boasting, I assure you. Those two insignificant pests wouldn't stand a chance even if I let them run a kilometer ahead. You may doubt my character, but my prowess is indisputable. I could dispatch 2 cultivators at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm without breaking a sweat. They could lose a hand and a leg, and still, they would be no match for me. Lin Xuan began to boast to Lin Xuan again, saying, Brother Xuan, just wait and see what I can do with them. At Tianfeng Valley. At this moment, members of the Kai and Bai families had already arrived at the location, gathering together as they awaited the Lin family's arrival. Among them, Bai Li was evidently impatient. Having waited for only a brief while, he began to express his annoyance. Damn those Lin family members. How dare they keep us waiting for so long? They must be too afraid to show up. Beside him, Kai Kuan was equally displeased. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, he immediately added, I reckon that useless Lin Xuan is too cowardly to come. He has likely fled back to the Lin family by now. Just as he finished speaking, the void ahead began to distort, and the Lin family's sacred carriage emerged from within, hovering in the air, gazing down at them from a distance. Then, Lin Tianhai and the others slowly descended, while Lin Xuan did not forget to taunt Kai Kuan and Bai Li. Humph. You two worthless fools think you can intimidate me? What audacity! Given your ineptitude, should I let you fight me with one hand behind my back to spare you the embarrassment of being bullied? With that, he provocatively placed his left hand behind his back, as if to suggest he would only use his right hand to engage them. In response, Kai Kuan and Bai Li's faces darkened, and they shouted in unison, arrogant, seeking death. Brother Kai, allow me to handle this, just watch from the sidelines. I guarantee I will subdue him in under a minute, and then I'll make sure to deliver you his 2 legs. Bai Li, in his fury, spoke with an authoritative tone, oblivious to the implications of his words. This caused Kai Kuan to bristle with irritation as he retorted, Brother Bai, that's out of the question. If anyone is going to face him, it should be me. You can just watch, and I promise to deliver the 2 hands you desire. As the two argued over who would confront Lin Xuan, a voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out from across the way. I say, you two are bound to meet your demise sooner or later. Why bother squabbling over who goes first? Come at me together and save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. You what? The two were nearly incensed to the point of explosion, prepared to rebuke the speaker. However, Lin Xuan impatiently interrupted them. What do you mean? Why are you two acting like a couple of women, dawdling around? When I say come together, I mean it. Enough with the chatter. I have training to return to. This only served to infuriate Kai Kuan and Bai Li further, and they roared in unison, fine. If you seek death, we shall oblige. Brother Bai, Brother Kai, let us go. With their furious shouts, Bai Li and Kai Kuan sprang into action simultaneously. Their figures darted forward like lightning, exuding formidable energy as they charged at Lin Xuan. Storm-rending claw, Kai Kuan shouted, revealing an artifact shaped like a chicken's claw, radiating an unsettling aura. He swung it toward Lin Xuan, unleashing a razor-sharp claw strike that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, causing the atmosphere to tremble. Simultaneously, Bai Li, refusing to be outdone, leaped high into the air wielding a massive white axe, bringing it down upon Lin Xuan. A colossal white axe radiance surged forth, akin to a small mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure as it crashed toward Lin Xuan with a thunderous roar. Thundercleave. Lin Xuan smirked inwardly, thinking, let me enjoy tormenting you both first. Outright killing you would be too dull. However, to maintain the facade, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor in response to their attacks. Clenching his fists, dark energy flickered around him, and he unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a dense black light that collided with the white axe radiance. In rapid succession, he followed up with a second punch, another surge of black energy intercepting the sharp claw strike. Divine technique, dark death ray. Boom, boom. The moment their 4 attacks collided, 2 deafening explosions erupted, reverberating through the air. A powerful shockwave expanded outward, shattering countless spiritual plants and boulders into dust. The massive commotion sent nearby lesser beasts scattering in terror, hastily fleeing the scene, fearing they might meet their end if they lingered a moment longer. Chapter 62. Slaying Bai Li and Kai Kuan. As the smoke began to clear, Lin Xuan's imposing figure reappeared before the two. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan standing there unscathed, without a hint of distress or injury, Kai Kuan and Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you emerge without a scratch? Lin Xuan, you are nothing more than a lowly cultivator barely at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm. How could you possibly withstand our combined assault unscathed? The notion that Lin Xuan, whom they had never considered a rival, could effortlessly fend off their joint strike left them utterly astonished and unable to accept the reality. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it, they could no longer deny that Lin Xuan was now their equal. Damned. Why? Just this? Lin Xuan mocked. You both are lacking. How could you have been so confident before? TSK, TSK, TSK. Practice more if you're so weak. Don't pretend to be strong if you lack the power. Lin Howren's taunts caused Kai Kuan and Bai Li to flush with anger. Each of his words struck them like stinging slaps to the face, leaving them seething with humiliation. They yearned to retort, but found themselves bereft of any counterarguments. Thus, they could only glare at Lin Howren with thunderous expressions, as if they wished to kill him with their gaze. Brother Bai, Lin Howren must have encountered some monumental opportunity to suddenly experience such a surge in strength. From what we've seen, he is likely not weaker than us now, perhaps even stronger. We can no longer underestimate him. We must give our all, or we may very well find ourselves in dire straits. Kai Kuan conveyed with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Bai Li nodded solemnly. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth seemed undeniable. Yet, what on earth had happened to the Lin family? Not only had Lin Xian's strength escalated to an alarmingly formidable level, but now even Lin Howren, who had previously been beneath them, now compelled them to join forces to contend with him. Had the Lin family acquired some extraordinary fortune? Kai Kuan found himself equally perplexed. Yet both were certain that at least Lin Howren and Lin Xian had undoubtedly acquired a mysterious opportunity. How else could one explain the sudden surge in their strength? Given that both had experienced such a monumental increase, the thought of them obtaining that opportunity ignited a fervent desire within the two, their eyes betraying a hint of greed. To seize this chance, they must first subdue Lin Howren. In that moment, as if sharing a silent understanding, they exchanged knowing glances, both instantly grasping the unspoken intent. Onward! They cried in unison within their minds. Subsequently, both activated their unique physiques simultaneously. The Tian Kuan royal body, the berserk battle body, a formidable aura, even more potent than before, erupted from within them with a resounding boom. Upon activating their special physiques, not only did their presence amplify, but their forms also underwent significant transformations. Kai Kuan, enveloped in the aura of Kuan, donned a striking set of black and white armor. Meanwhile, Bai Li, having awakened the berserk battle body, grew to an imposing stature of over 3 meters, his eyes gleaming a fierce crimson, radiating an aura of unrestrained ferocity, resembling a wild beast driven by madness. With a thunderous roar, the furious Bai Li launched himself toward Lin Howren, his fists imbued with the essence of a tempest, hurtling forward like a storm. Seeing Bai Li charge, Kai Kuan hesitated not a moment and followed suit, channeling Kuan energy into his hands to form energy gauntlets. Then delivering a powerful blow, Kuan punch. Yet, amidst the tempest of their formidable strikes, Lin Howren remained unperturbed. Let us play a little longer, he mused, refraining from employing any artifacts, instead unleashing his own fists in a relentless exchange with the two. Boom, boom, boom. However, it wasn't long before Kai Kuan and Bai Li sensed something amiss. They were unable to inflict any substantial damage on Lin Howren. It was as if he could anticipate their movements, evading or neutralizing their attacks with ease. In contrast, their own bodies were being relentlessly battered by Lin Howren's strikes, leaving them significantly injured. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? They shouted inwardly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Howren was merely toying with them, not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, they would have been utterly vanquished long ago. Bai, let us go all out. A combined strike of our utmost power. If we fail to subdue him now, we shall surely be the ones to lose, Kai Kuan declared resolutely, casting a determined glance at Bai Li. Nodding in agreement, they both bellowed in unison. Kuan punch ultimate. Kuan emperor fist. Divine technique, berserk battle axe. In an instant, a colossal fist formed of Kuan energy, imbued with terrifying momentum, hurtled toward Lin Howren. Simultaneously, Bai Li, gripping his massive white axe, raised it high above his head. It rapidly expanded, emanating a lethal aura that sent chills down the spine. Die! He roared, bringing the axe crashing down toward Lin Howren as if to cleave him in twain. Their combined assault surged forth with the intent to annihilate Lin Howren. Observing this, Lin Howren wore a mysterious smile. Time to ensnare them. He ceased holding back, instantly channeling his spiritual energy to its zenith, activating his special physique. The dark treasure body. The divine ability, Dark Realm. In an instant, an enveloping shroud of black mist engulfed the surroundings, expanding rapidly and ensnaring the three within its depths. To the outside observer, it appeared as if an immense sphere of darkness had completely enveloped them. Onlookers could scarcely discern the events transpiring within, relying solely on their spiritual senses, only to discover that this dark sphere even had the capacity to thwart such probing. However, as they intensified their mental focus, the barrier's effectiveness began to wane, particularly for Lin Tianhai and the patriarchs of the Kai and Bai families, whose prowess far surpassed Lin Howren's. Their initial astonishment and curiosity quickly transformed into resolute focus, allowing them to perceive the situation within. What Lin Xuan desired was precisely this fleeting moment. As the patriarchs of the Kai and by families discerned the inner workings, their pupils dilated in horror, followed by an immediate outburst of fury. Insect, you shall pay for this. Their rage stemmed from the grim realization that Kai Kuan and Bai Li had lost all traces of life. This meant Kai Kuan and Bai Li were dead, slain by Lin Xuan. Chapter 63. The two families declare war on the Lin family. Just moments ago, when Lin Xuan unleashed his special physique, Kai Kuan and Bai Li, shrouded in darkness, instantly became vigilant. They were uncertain of Lin Xuan's intentions, but their prior skirmishes had taught them not to relax for a second. Moreover, they found themselves unable to perceive the outside world, their spiritual senses ensnared in an abyss of impenetrable darkness, amplifying their anxiety. However, they maintained a facade of calmness, snorting defiantly. What a trick! Despite their caution, they did not relent in their assault, continuing to unleash attacks upon Lin Xuan. Just as their strikes were about to connect, Lin Xuan's mocking voice drifted into their ears. I'm done playing. It's time to show my true self. Hee hee. Allow me to grant you clarity in your demise. Startled, Kai Kuan and Bai Li turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Xuan. Boom. A formidable aura exclusive to the law manifestation realm erupted from Lin Xuan. How could you possibly be in the law manifestation realm? This is impossible. The terror and disbelief were palpable on their faces. Delighting in their astonishment, Lin Xuan chuckled. Hee hee. Kai Kuan, Bai Li, after all these years, I trust you would be more than willing to assist me in my cultivation, correct? With that, he produced the Emperor's flag, casting a wicked grin at the two before swinging the flag. Boom. With a deafening crash, their attacks were instantly obliterated, dissipating into wisps of energy in the air. In contrast, as their assault was forcefully shattered, both Kai Kuan and Bai Li were thrown off balance, each spitting blood thrice. Regaining their footing, they disregarded their injuries, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on Lin Xuan's peculiar flag, from which black smoke billowed ominously. Demon, a demonic artifact? Lin Xuan, you dare wield a demon weapon. You must be a practitioner of the dark arts. The Lin family has dared to harbor dark cultivators, and for that, you shall face annihilation. As long as we depart from reporting to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, there will be no sanctuary left for the Lin family in the realm of the Central Continent. Your Lin family will inevitably be purged by countless forces, leading to your utter annihilation. Ha! After a moment of shock, the two burst into gleeful laughter, relishing the prospect of reporting to the Heavenly Dragon Empire the moment they left this place. At that time, the Empire would undoubtedly dispatch a formidable army to eradicate the Lin family. They would not even need to lift a finger. The source of their troubles would vanish. And perhaps they could even claim a share of the spoils. Truly delightful. Of course, this is contingent upon their ability to relay the information. Demon cultivators? I do not consider myself one, and you shall find no opportunity to escape from here. Darkness erosion. Lin Xuan launched his attack in an instant. Countless tendrils of black mist began to ensnare the two individuals with alarming speed. Sensing the danger, they desperately attempted to break free from Lin Xuan's grasp. But their efforts proved futile. Soon, an excruciating pain began to spread throughout their bodies. The two cried out in agony, struggling with all their might. But the overwhelming disparity in power rendered their struggles meaningless. Lin Xuan, you practice demonic arts. Your demise is inevitable. We shall await your demise. Their voices, once filled with rage, gradually faded into nothingness. Thus, the two met their end, their wicked lives extinguished. These two had often preyed upon weaker factions and wandering cultivators. Lin Xuan's eradication of them could be seen as a service to the community. Just as he captured their remnants within the Emperor's banner and received a surge of cultivation energy, two thunderous roars, infused with uncontainable fury, suddenly erupted from the outside world. Ants, you shall perish. Lin Xuan snapped back to reality, jolted from the euphoric sensation of his cultivation boost. He realized that under the weight of these furious roars, their dark domain could no longer withstand the pressure and crumbled away. Uncle! Lin Xuan shouted urgently, rushing to stand behind Lin Tianhai, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. It's best to be cautious. My life is paramount. Uncle, I shall rely on you from here on out. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Fear not. With your uncle here, they cannot harm you. Lin Tianhai replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, the furious shouts of Kai Ji and Bai Qi echoed from across the way. Lin Tianhai, hand over that wretched boy. How dare he resort to such lethal means? Killing my Li he must pay with his life. Indeed, Lin Tianhai, that vile boy has slain my Kuan he must die. Surrender him forthwith. Or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Both clutched their sons' lifeless bodies, realizing that there was no hope left for salvation. An overwhelming tide of grief and rage surged forth, threatening Lin Tianhai. To their threats, Lin Tianhai would not yield. He resolutely retorted, "Humph. Their deaths are a result of their own incompetence. As for your demand for me to surrender my nephew, that is a notion best left unthought. Either leave now, or I shall not hesitate to use force to expel you." With that, Lin Tianhai unleashed the terrifying aura of his 5th level of the Great Sage Realm, which surged forth, pressing down upon Kai Ji and Bai Chi. What? When did you break through to the 5th level of the Great Sage Realm? How could your cultivation speed be so astonishing? Upon sensing Lin Tianhai's presence, the two gasped in disbelief. Though they had previously held a power disparity with Lin Tianhai, they had never fallen behind in terms of realms. Now, while they were merely at the 2nd level of the Great Sage Realm, Lin Tianhai had astonishingly reached the 5th level, leaving them utterly astounded. After the initial shock, their expressions turned grim. Given their strength, they were no match for Lin Tianhai. Yet, their sons lay dead at the hands of that vile boy, leaving them in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay. A full minute passed before they darkly declared, "Humph. Lin Tianhai, you and your Lin family shall await our vengeance. The Kai and Bai families will not rest until justice is served." With that, they departed, laden with frustration and rage. Seeing them leave, Lin Tianhai made no attempt to stop them and said, "Let us return to the clan. The coming days will not be peaceful." The group then departed in their sacred carriage. The very next day, as Lin Xuan and the others returned to the Lin family, a shocking piece of news rippled throughout the Heavenly Dragon Empire, spreading like wildfire in just a few hours. The Kai and Bai families, two of the most prestigious holy clans, declared war on the Lin family. The declaration stated, "Today, the Lin family's prodigy, Lin Xuan, employed despicable means to ruthlessly slay our Kai and Bai family heirs. His methods are as cruel as those of demon cultivators. This child has evidently fallen into the path of darkness. Since the Lin family refuses to surrender this boy, we, the Kai and Bai families, for the sake of the common people, and to prevent this child from maturing into a formidable demon lord, hereby declare war on the Lin family. We shall annihilate the Lin family within 3 days." Chapter 64. The Lin family's majestic response. The Holy Clan War is about to erupt. In response to the Kai and Bai family's declaration of war, the Lin family immediately responded with unwavering confidence. "If it is war you seek, then let it be so. The Lin family shall meet it head-on. To attribute the baseless crime of demon cultivation upon us will only invite our disdain. However, since you have declared war upon us, in 3 days, the Kai and Bai families shall no longer exist." The Lin family's retort swiftly reached the ears of the Kai and Bai families. Kai family. The entire estate of the Kai family was built upon the grand Honghu mountain range, rivaling the Lin family in size, grandeur, and cultivation environment. Presently, the Kai family bustled with activity, evidently preparing for the impending battle against the Lin family. Within the halls of the Kai family, a heavily armored guard respectfully reported to Kai Ji, "Patriarch, esteemed elders. This is the latest response from the Lin family regarding our declaration of war against them and the Bai family." Before Kai Ji could respond, an elder of the Kai family interjected with a furious scoff, "Humph. Truly arrogant to the extreme. How dare they claim that there will be no Kai family in 3 days? They should consider their own strength before making such bold assertions." Following this elder's remarks, the other elders of the Kai family nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems the Lin family has succumbed to fear over our declaration. Otherwise, how could they utter such absurd words? This is a joint offensive by the Kai and Bai families. What can the Lin family possibly use to defend against us? Let alone their ambition to extinguish the Kai family. It's utterly laughable. Humph. While the overall strength of the Lin family may slightly surpass ours, the combined might of the Kai and Bai families, in both elite and mid-tier warriors, far exceeds that of the Lin family. What do they have to win? I suspect Lin Tianhai has become arrogant after breaking through to the 5th level of the Great Sage Realm. Does he truly believe his strength can sway the entire battle? The many elders expressed their disdain, dismissing the Lin family's words entirely. However, as the patriarch, Kai Ji clearly pondered more deeply than the others. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, one that he scarcely dared to entertain. Could it be no? That's impossible. He quickly dismissed the thought that crossed his mind. Yet he still arrived at the forbidden grounds of the Kai family, where he informed the 2 venerable ancestors of the Lin family's response. "Esteemed ancestors, may I inquire why the Lin family is so confident? Could it be that their patriarch has truly achieved a breakthrough?" After reporting, Kai Ji promptly voiced his concerns. "This is impossible. Based on my understanding of Lin Xianxiao, if he had truly advanced, he would have attacked our Kai family at the earliest opportunity. There is no way he could have restrained himself until now." Upon hearing this, one of the Kai family's ancestors quickly refuted the claim. He had been in conflict with Lin Xianxiao for nearly a lifetime and knew his character better than most of the Lin family. If he had indeed broken through, how could he allow our family, his sworn enemy, to survive until now? At that moment, another elder of the Kai family spoke slowly. Elder brother is correct. If Lin Xianxiao had truly ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, he would never have permitted us to exist unscathed until now. Thus, young Ji, your concerns are unwarranted. However, in the interest of caution, we must remain vigilant. Elder brother, I believe it is time to employ that measure. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, to be on the safe side, let us proceed with it. As long as we can successfully eradicate the Lin family, every effort will be worthwhile. Satisfied with the elder's responses, Kai Ji departed, ready to continue preparations for the impending battle in 3 days. Not only the Kai family, but the Bai family also reacted similarly upon receiving the Lin family's response. Most regarded the Lin family's words with disdain, dismissing them as madness for daring to utter such bold claims. Even when Bai Li informed the two elders of the Bai family about the situation, they exhibited a similar contempt, not taking it to heart. They merely instructed Bai Qi to continue preparing for battle and to remain alert to the Lin family's movements, emphasizing timely reporting of any developments before returning to their meditative practices. Meanwhile, due to the sudden declaration of war from the two families and the Lin family's audacious response, the outside world was abuzz with excitement. Everywhere one looked, cultivators were engaged in discussions about the matter. In a tavern somewhere in the Tianlong Empire, a conversation unfolded. Hey, brother, have you heard about the recent declaration of war by the Kai and Bai families against the Lin family? Of course, such a monumental event could hardly go unnoticed. This news has spread throughout the entire empire. Who hasn't heard of it? My friends, could you enlighten me? I've been in seclusion, focusing on my cultivation, and just emerged, so I'm not well versed in recent happenings. Wow, there really are people who are completely oblivious to the world around them. My friends, let me treat you to this meal. Please, share the details with me. Haha, gladly. The events unfolded as follows. I see. All three families are formidable forces, second only to the quasi-emperor factions. In the Tianlong Empire, aside from the royal family and the 5 major quasi-emperor clans, they are the pinnacle of power, capable of dictating the fates of countless cultivators. I recall the last time such a grand war occurred was 3,000 years ago. Now that it is happening again, I wonder what kind of spectacle we shall witness. In my life, I have but 2 passions, guiding lost women and reveling in the excitement of the world. How could I miss out on such a splendid show? Would any of you like to band together to witness the battle in 3 days? Haha, we are certainly interested. In the Tianlong Empire, within the royal palace, a shadowy figure addressed the languidly seated emperor. Your Majesty, this is all the information we currently possess. Do you believe our empire should intervene to stop this? The emperor chuckled softly. Stop them? Why would we? This is a boon for our royal family, yielding benefits without any drawbacks. Not only will we avoid direct involvement, but we will also weaken these influential clans while enjoying a splendid spectacle. As long as our reign remains unthreatened and the empire remains stable, they may clash to their heart's content. Ideally, they will inflict mutual destruction. Hehe. The shadowy figure bowed respectfully. Understood, Your Majesty. Subsequently, the figure vanished into the darkness, and the grand hall returned to tranquility. In contrast to the fervor outside, the Lin family, while preparing for battle, exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, they maintained an air of calm, going about their usual activities without any hint of pre-battle anxiety, exemplifying what it means to be as stable as a mountain. Chapter 65. The armies confront each other. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the day of battle between the Kai and Bai families against the Lin family. Consequently, countless spectators, as well as wandering cultivators, gathered early outside the territories of the 3 families, eagerly anticipating their movements. As soon as the armies of the 3 families launched their assault, they would follow closely behind to witness the clash. The reason for such eagerness stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding the battlefield's location. Thus, many chose to wait outside the nearest family's territory. Even some who had traveled from afar arriving the previous day. For the sake of entertainment, these individuals were truly dedicated. Not only the spectators, but the 3 families had also assembled their forces well in advance. Within the Kai family territory, over 100,000 members stood in precise formation, awaiting the command from the Kai family leadership to advance to the battlefield. This contingent comprised all the capable cultivators of the Kai family, excluding the elderly, women, and children, with every member possessing a cultivation level above the Divine Sea realm. At the forefront were the esteemed leaders, including Kai Ji and several elders. In the void above, powerful figures from the Saint King and Saint Emperor realms concealed themselves. At a certain moment, Kai Ji, as the patriarch, surveyed the gathered crowd, and his voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the Kai family grounds. Today marks the day of our decisive battle against the Lin family. And you shall be the heroes of our clan, for we cannot afford to lose. Therefore, do you, my kin, pledge to join me in vanquishing our greatest adversary, the Lin family, and earn the eternal gratitude of our descendants? With Kai Ji's words, the Kai family members erupted in fervent cries, for battle. Annihilate the Lin family scoundrels. Patriarch, my blade has been thirsting for this moment. At long last, the day has come. I have awaited this for far too long. Ha. The insignificant Lin family is destined to become history. With our current lineup, I cannot fathom how we could possibly lose. Ha. Seeing the fiery battle spirit of his kin, Kai Ji nodded in satisfaction before issuing a direct command. In that case, let us charge forth together and obliterate the Lin family. Onward, to battle. The 100,000 Kai family members shouted in unison, then swiftly boarded their war chariots and vessels. Moments later, countless spectators witnessed hundreds of chariots and ships flying out from the Kai family territory in perfect unison, quickly vanishing into the void. The Kai family had set forth. Quick, we must follow. Upon witnessing this, many spectators, momentarily stunned, promptly employed various techniques and powers to pursue the direction taken by the Kai family. By family, this battle shall extinguish the Lin family. Let us advance. With a commanding order from Bai Qi, the patriarch of the Bai family, the formidable forces of the Bai clan, comparable in scale to those of the Kai family, began to march towards a designated direction. Naturally, a multitude of onlookers outside the Bai family's territory followed suit. Simultaneously, the Lin family, one of the key players in this conflict, had already gathered their troops. Before them stood over 200,000 elite warriors from the Lin family, all clad in battle armor, their expressions solemn as they stood in perfect formation, awaiting the command of their leader, Lin Tianhai. In the forefront, Lin Tianhai donned a resplendent golden armor, wielding a golden spear, exuding an aura of determination and authority. His stature imposing and regal, akin to an unparalleled deity of war. Behind him were the senior members of the Lin family, alongside Lin Tianyu, Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan, the exceptional talents of the clan. At a certain moment, Lin Tianhai spoke slowly. The Lin family has always sought stability and growth. Yet there are those who mistakenly believe us weak and attempt to trample upon us. Our two greatest foes have audaciously plotted our annihilation. They presume that their alliance guarantees victory, unaware that it merely hastens their demise. I ask you all, do you possess the confidence to eradicate all invading enemies? As Lin Tianhai's words echoed, a resounding chorus of affirmation surged forth. Yes, yes, yes. Satisfied, Lin Tianhai nodded and proclaimed with a booming voice, excellent. You are all valiant sons of the Lin family. Heed my command. Board the warships, march into battle, and annihilate the Kai and Bai families. At your command. With Lin Tianhai's directive, the over 200,000 members of the Lin family began to mobilize in an orderly fashion according to their prearranged roles. Moments later, as the Lin family's forces prepared for departure, Lin Tianhai shouted, set forth. He then boarded a designated war chariot alongside the elders and the exceptional Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, leading the charge out of the Lin family's territory. Following closely behind were the other war chariots and ships of the Lin family. Simultaneously, within the Lin family's forbidden area, the Tianyan Sea, numerous formidable figures shot forth, hastily pursuing the Lin army. What? The Lin family is actually taking the initiative? How bold! I had assumed they would rely on their protective formations to contend with the Kai and Bai families, murmured the onlookers. What are they thinking? Do they truly believe they can confront two supreme clans with their singular strength? Never mind that. Let us hurry and keep up, or we might miss the action altogether. At the intersection of the three clans, the Tianhuan Forest, typically a forbidden zone for humans and a paradise for countless beasts, now lay devoid of the great demons that usually roamed its expanse. The absence of these formidable beings stemmed from the overwhelming presence of powerful cultivators in the skies above. Terrified, the beasts had fled, including the mighty demons, leaving only lesser creatures behind. Thus, the Tianhuan Forest became the battleground for this momentous clash among the three clans. At present, the forces had assembled, with the Lin family's army standing off against the combined might of the Kai and Bai clans, both sides radiating murderous intent. In terms of numbers, the Lin family appeared to be at a disadvantage, with the combined forces of the Kai and Bai clans exceeding an alarming 300,000, while the Lin family mustered only a little over 200,000. Yet, despite this numerical inferiority, there was no trace of trepidation among the Lin warriors. Rather, they exhibited an air of unwavering confidence, leaving many observers bewildered. Chapter 66. The battle commences. The spectators arriving from the direction of the Kai and Bai families were momentarily struck with shock and confusion upon witnessing the confrontation. Is the Lin family insane? While their strength is indeed formidable, capable of overwhelming either the Kai or by family individually, how dare they engage directly against a coalition with superior numbers? Who knows? Normally, one would expect them to avoid confrontation, relying on their defensive formations to stall for time and seek an opportunity to repel the combined forces. Yet here they are, completely disregarding the conventional strategy. I believe the Lin family is overly confident, truly thinking they can take on two clans? Just watch, they will surely be annihilated. Cut it out, don't assume others are as foolish as you. If the Lin family dares to strike first, they must possess some level of confidence. Otherwise, would they come to their own demise? Who are you calling foolish? As the Lin family's forces approached, the Kai and Bai families were equally astonished. When did the Lin family's strength escalate to such heights? This is intolerable. They must have acquired some significant fortune. Otherwise, how could they have widened the gap with us? Damn it, my Kai family can barely muster a little over 100,000 elite warriors, while the Lin family boasts over 200,000. When did they become this formidable? Instantly, the leaders of both clans scowled, their expressions darkening with anger. Kai Ji, the patriarch of the Kai family, grimaced as he addressed Bai Chi brother Bai. We must annihilate the Lin family today. We cannot allow them to persist, or it won't be long before even our combined forces will prove insufficient against them. While the Lin family has yet to fully establish their power, we still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Bai Chi nodded grimly, taking a deep breath, his eyes glinting with determination. You are absolutely right, Brother Kai. It is fortunate we chose to declare war on the Lin family directly, revealing their strength. Otherwise, if we had remained in the dark and allowed them to consolidate their power, we might not even know how we fell when our time comes. Both leaders resolved that regardless of the cost, they must eradicate the Lin family today. This was not merely a matter of familial interests. Their very lives were at stake. They could not afford to lose. If they were defeated, they would never have another opportunity to turn the tide and would ultimately perish at the hands of the Lin family. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. Oh, you both appear rather unwell. Have you been frightened? Or are you afraid? In stark contrast to the palpable tension of the moment, Lin Tianhai exhibited no signs of disadvantage. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed and relaxed, even taking the liberty to mock Kai Ji and Bai Chi. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he looked at them with a teasing glimmer in his eyes, continuing, just look at how you both appear now. It's utterly laughable. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Kai Ji and Bai Chi darkened further, their eyes flashing with indignation. They had expected Lin Tianhai to exhibit anxiety or fear due to their numerical superiority, yet to their astonishment, he remained so composed and even dared to ridicule them. Submit to us or resist. Either way, it is futile. It would be more merciful to allow us to send you on your way sooner, rather than endure a beating before your demise. What say you? Lin Tianhai's tone dripped with disdain and provocation, as if he were the one holding all the advantages. At his words, Kai Ji and Bai Chi's expressions darkened further, their jaws clenched tight, their hearts ablaze with fury. How could they tolerate such arrogance from someone in a disadvantaged position? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Kai Ji sneered, Lin Tianhai. Though I know not the reason for your Lin family's sudden surge in power, what does it matter? With our two families united, we still far outnumber you. What can your Lin family possibly do to prevail? Remember, the advantage lies with us, not you. Bai Chi echoed, his eyes betraying a sense of confidence. They were resolute. With their combined strength, they could not fathom failing to vanquish the Lin family. Lin Tianhai smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he replied, Oh, is that so? I perceive you as nothing more than a rabble. What does it matter how many of you there are? The true determinant of victory is not mere numbers. He shook his head lightly, seemingly dismissing Kai Ji and Bai Chi's assertions. The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them. They could not comprehend the source of Lin Tianhai's confidence. Did the Lin family possess some hidden strategy or reserve? Regardless, it was evident to all that the advantage lay with them. And they had no reason to retreat. Retreat was out of the question. They refused to believe that the Lin family could bridge the current disparity in strength. Enough talk. Let our actions speak for themselves. Kai Ji bellowed, a powerful aura of the second layer of the great sage realm erupting from him. With a swift motion, he signaled his clan's disciples to draw their weapons and prepare to launch an assault on the Lin family. Bai Chi, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly positioned himself beside Kai Ji, also exuding the formidable aura unique to the great sage realm. Together, they stood resolute, resembling immovable mountains, radiating an intense pressure. Observing this, Lin Tianhai's lips curled into a slight smirk, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. Very well, let us see whose strength prevails. He gestured for the Lin family disciples to prepare for battle. Prepare to meet your end, Lin family. Kai family's warriors. Annihilate every last one of them. Yes. Clan leader. Kill. Lin family scoundrels. Come and die. At Kai Ji's command, the Kai family surged toward the Lin family. Bai Qi similarly shouted, Bai family, advance. Slay every member of the Lin family. Chapter 67. The Fierce Battle. With Kai Ji and Bai Qi's commands, the armies of the Kai and Bai families surged toward the Lin family in an instant. Hundreds, if not thousands, of war chariots and vessels were mobilized, unleashing a barrage of dazzling attacks akin to 1,000 arrows raining down, seemingly intent on overwhelming the Lin family entirely. In response, Lin Tianhai bellowed, warriors of the Lin family, follow your clan leader. Attack. He charged forward, intercepting Kai Ji, Bai Qi, and the two Bai family elders of the 5th layer of the Great Sage Realm. Boom. You face none other than your clan leader. The four were taken aback by Lin Tianhai's audacity, incredulous that he would dare confront them alone, their faces darkening with rage. The two Bai family elders, both at the same Great Sage Realm as Lin Tianhai, were particularly incensed. He was clearly underestimating them. Humph. Arrogance will be your downfall. Prepare to die. The five engaged in a fierce battle, their clash echoing through the void as they exchanged blows, each one powerful enough to fracture the surrounding space. The remnants of shattered stars were obliterated in an instant, scattering into the vast emptiness. Concurrently, the Lin family's forces collided with the united armies of the Kai and Bai families. Hundreds of war chariots and vessels unleashed terrifying assaults, while the remaining warriors sought their respective adversaries. Kai family's trash, perish. Die Bai family's riffraff. Lin family scoundrels, your lives are forfeit. The sheer scale of the conflict, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators engaged in battle, was nothing short of staggering. The once lush Tianhuan forest, spanning millions of miles, lay ravaged and broken, stripped of its former splendor. Although the battlefield below was fierce, the true determinant of victory lay in the depths of the void, particularly within the realm of the sage monarchs. In the profound void, nearly 10 formidable presences faced off against one another. I never imagined your Lin family would gain 2 more sage monarchs. Clearly, your fortunes have been considerable, remarked the elder of the Kai family, gazing with envy at the newly ascended elder and second elder of the Lin family. Not only the Kai clan's elder, but the other sage monarchs from both the Kai and Bai families were equally consumed by jealousy. They longed for additional sage monarchs within their own ranks. But reality was cruel. Unbeknownst to them, the 3rd and 4th elders of the Lin family had also reached the pinnacle of the Sage King realm. Had it not been for this war, they might have already broken through, potentially adding even more to their numbers. However, Lin Xianxia, do not presume that merely having 2 new sage monarchs grants you superiority over us. Bring forth Lin Xianxiao, if you dare. The elder of the Bai family spoke coldly. Indeed, let us see Lin Xianxiao. You are not worthy to impede us. At this moment, the second elder, Lin Xianxia, unleashed a powerful aura that rivaled that of the Kai family elder, pressing down upon the two with overwhelming might. Do you still believe I am unworthy? Moreover, you are not deserving of my brother's involvement. Our strength is sufficient. Lin Xianxia's voice resonated with a chilling disdain. This battle was not intended to summon the elder Lin Xianxiao unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, his awareness remained keenly attuned to the conflict. Should the situation escalate, he would intervene to eliminate the allied forces of the 2 families present. As Lin Xianxia showcased her abilities, the expressions of the 5 sage monarchs from the Kai and Bai families shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across their faces. Among them, the Kai family boasted 2 sage monarchs, while the Bai family held 3. The Kai family elder stood at the 9th layer of the sage monarch realm, while the second elder was at the 7th layer. The Bai family elder was also at the 9th layer, with their second elder at the 6th layer. The 3 ancestors of the Bai family stood at the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor realm. In general, the top combat strengths of both families were relatively comparable. However, upon Lin Xianxia revealing her cultivation, the 3 ancestors, Lin Changfeng, the great elder, and the second elder, also exhibited their prowess, preparing to engage in a fierce battle against the formidable forces of the Kai and Bai families. At this moment, Lin Changfeng had ascended to the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm, having reached perfection in this stage, though he had yet to make a breakthrough. The great elder and the second elder remained at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm, yet they too had cultivated to perfection within this realm. Seeing the Lin family's sudden surge in power, the members of the Kai and Bai families could not help but realize that the Lin family had encountered a tremendous opportunity. Otherwise, how could each individual's strength have increased so dramatically? They even speculated whether Lin Xianxiao had already broken through to the Quasi-Imperial realm. If that were the case, they would be in grave danger. Brother Kai, do you think Lin Xianxiao has? The great ancestor of the Bai family did not continue, but the great ancestor of the Kai family understood his implication. After a moment's pause, he resolutely replied, "Brother Bai, at this point, we have no room for retreat. Regardless of the outcome, today will either see our demise or the complete eradication of the Lin family." The great ancestor of the Bai family nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Subsequently, both parties ceased their words, unleashing their respective auras to their utmost limits, which then erupted forth in a torrent of terrifying attacks hurled at one another. Boom, boom. Amidst this chaos, Lin Xianxiu naturally engaged in battle with the great ancestors of the Bai and Kai families, both of whom were at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Surrounding the second ancestor, Lin Xianxiu, snowflakes danced in the air, emanating an overwhelming chill. Centered around her, a vast expanse of snow-covered land formed within a radius of 10,000 miles. The attacks from the great ancestors of the Kai and Bai families, upon making contact with this snowy domain, were instantly frozen and subsequently exploded into countless tiny ice crystals. Although Lin Xianxiu's combat strength did not match that of the great ancestor Lin Xiangxiao, she was undoubtedly among the elite of her peers at the same level. In contrast, the great ancestors of the Bai and Kai families could only be deemed average among their ranks. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of Lin Xianxiu, even when they combined their strengths, they could not gain the slightest upper hand. However, Lin Xianxiu found herself momentarily unable to decisively overcome them. Moreover, given the minor disparity in their strengths, it was inherently difficult for Saint Emperor realm experts to slay one another. Thus, this battle would not yield a victor in the short term. At this juncture, a full-scale war erupted between both sides, involving everyone from the ordinary divine Sea Realm clansmen to the mightiest ancestors. Chapter 68, An Intense Battle. You two youngsters think that merely breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm allows you to challenge me? You're courting death. The great ancestor of the Bai family sneered at the great and second elders standing before him. He had broken through to the Saint Emperor realm thousands of years ago, but his innate talent had been nearly exhausted. Even after all this time, he had only managed to ascend one level. It was uncertain whether he would even achieve a breakthrough to the 4th level of the Saint Emperor realm before his lifespan expired. Of course, he would not live long enough to see that day. A mere decrepit elder whose talent has been exhausted. We do not claim to be able to defeat you, but we can certainly hold you off, the great elder replied disdainfully. Let us see if you two youngsters possess such ability. With that, the great ancestor of the Bai family charged towards the great and second elders. Unyielding, the great elder and the second elder immediately engaged in fierce combat with him. As the battle commenced, the entire Lin family army unleashed astonishing combat prowess, standing firm against the numerically superior coalition of the Kai and Bai families, even countering them vigorously. The reason for this was that not only did the Lin family members possess superior individual combat strength compared to those of the Kai and Bai families, but their equipment also overwhelmingly surpassed that of their adversaries. Prior to the battle, every participating member of the Lin family was endowed with various defensive measures and offensive trump cards surpassing their own realm. For instance, a Lin family member at the 1st level of the King realm might receive top-tier 7th grade battle armor, mid-tier 7th grade magical artifacts, high-grade 7th grade defensive talismans, and top-tier 7th grade puppets, all containing the full force of a high-level King realm practitioner's strike, among other resources. Furthermore, consumables like defensive talismans were distributed in multiples, often several for each family member. The higher one's status within the family, the better the equipment received. It could be said that every member of the Lin family was armed to the teeth, an extravagant display of wealth. As for why the Lin family was so affluent, it was due to their inherent wealth and the considerable fortune gained from Lin Xuan's prior acquisition of quasi-imperial heritage within the secret realm, as well as the abundant resources awarded to Lin Xuan by the system, benefiting from the techniques, martial arts, and divine abilities acquired from the secret realm, as well as the quasi-imperial methodologies obtained from the system. The combat strength of the Lin family members had undoubtedly surpassed that of their counterparts from the Kai and Bai families. In stark contrast, the Kai and Bai families, lacking such a robust foundation, found their personal strength and equipment woefully inadequate compared to the Lin family. This disparity left them astonished and perplexed. Damn it! Why is the Lin family so extravagant? Each one is armed to the teeth. How infuriating. I, a 9th level King realm practitioner, am still using a 6th grade top-tier magical artifact, while that Lin is merely a 5th level King realm waste, yet possesses a 6th grade supreme artifact. Why is that? Why? If it weren't for these pieces of equipment, I would have long since slain that scoundrel Lin Pong. Even the countless onlookers nearby were utterly astonished by the Lin family's explosive display of power. Initially, they believed the Lin family would be at a disadvantage due to their smaller numbers, but the outcome was a stark slap to their expectations. The Lin family was indeed a quiet force that had suddenly revealed its astonishing capabilities, having secretly developed to such an extent. Who would dare claim otherwise? Given the strength currently exhibited by the Lin family, they were not comparable to any Saint Emperor level force. The question remained as to how they would measure against quasi-imperial forces. As time slowly passed, the battle intensified. Every battlefield was marked by exceptional ferocity. In the realm of the kings, a youth clad in white, wielding a long sword, darted across the battlefield with remarkable speed, akin to the Grim Reaper, continually reaping the lives of the Kai and by family members. Divine evasion. I refuse to accept this. Lin Xuan once again slashed down a 9th-level King Realm practitioner from the Bai family. Next, he murmured, swiftly searching for his next target. At this point, he had lost count of how many adversaries he had slain from the Kai and Bai families. Only aware that within several miles around him, no one dared approach from those families. Thus, he could only seek out targets on his own, which undoubtedly diminished his efficiency in dispatching foes. Meanwhile, the King Realm practitioners from the Kai and Bai families, witnessing Lin Xuan effortlessly eliminate yet another 9th-level King Realm strongman, felt their trepidation and fear escalate visibly, instinctively distancing themselves further. They were truly terrified by this youth. He was too powerful. Overwhelmingly so much so that they felt they were not facing a King Realm practitioner, but rather a formidable being from the realm of the revered. Before long, Lin Xuan encountered another member of the Kai family who was engaged in a fierce battle with a Lin family clansman. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword chi that swiftly dispatched the adversary. The Lin family member, who had been struggling in combat, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing his opponent's sudden demise. Realizing that it was their young master who had intervened, he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, young master." Lin Xuan did not respond verbally, but merely nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his quest to vanquish foes. "Truly, our young master is the strongest prodigy the Lin family has ever seen. His prowess is remarkable," remarked the clansman, gazing at Lin Xuan's departing figure with admiration. Meanwhile, several Lin family members, who had been freed to act due to Lin Xuan's intervention, began to voice their thoughts. The stronger our young master becomes, the better our Lin family can rise. Indeed. Now, let us hasten to assist the others and swiftly bring an end to the Kai and Bai family's antics. Agreed. In the realm of the law manifestation, Lin Xuan, the top prodigy of the Lin family, was naturally afforded special attention by the Kai and Bai clans. Surrounding him were numerous practitioners from both families, each at varying levels of cultivation, relentlessly attacking him. "If there weren't so many of you, I would certainly invite you all into the Imperial Banner for a cup of tea," Lin Xuan mused inwardly. Due to the multitude of spies and rogue cultivators observing from outside, he dared not utilize the Imperial Banner. Otherwise, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar amidst such a crowd of adversaries from the Kai and Bai families. Yet, he had no choice but to rely solely on his innate strength in battle, unable to absorb the power of those he defeated. What a significant loss. However, although Lin Xuan could not employ the Imperial Banner, his combat prowess had grown tremendously since he began practicing the mysterious 10,000 soul scripture. Now, even when besieged by numerous practitioners from both clans, he remained unfazed, occasionally managing to eliminate 1 or 2 foes. It could be said that while his strength did not rival Lin Xuan's, it was still far superior to that of other practitioners. Chapter 69, A Fierce Battle. The formidable strength displayed by Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan astonished some Lin family members who were not fully aware of their abilities, as well as those from the Kai and Bai families who witnessed it firsthand. Yet, due to the sheer scale of the battlefield, with hundreds of thousands of practitioners engaged in combat, their performances did not capture the attention of the countless spectators in the distance. At that moment, most of the onlookers were fixated on the Sacred Realm battlefield, especially in the depths of the void where the grand battle between the esteemed ancestors of both sides unfolded, drawing the gaze of the vast majority. After all, such confrontations among beings of this caliber were rare, and the opportunity to glimpse the extraordinary prowess of Sacred Realm powerhouses was not to be missed. Impressive. Is this what it means to be a Sacred Realm powerhouse? I never imagined that I, Li Air, would witness a battle amongst Sacred Realm masters in my lifetime. It's worth it. How terrifying. Just a casual move from them can shatter the endless void and obliterate stars. We seem like mere ants before them. Indeed. But I wonder which side holds the upper hand. I believe the Lin family has the advantage, especially since their elder has yet to appear. If he joins the fray, the Kai and Bai families will surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Are you referring to the Thunder Emperor? I hadn't realized until you mentioned it. But if the Kai and Bai families lack other trump cards, it could indeed unfold as you say. After all, that elder once faced a Quasi-Emperor head-on. As the mention of Lin Xianxiao arose, the audience suddenly recalled that the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family had yet to make his appearance in this battle. When Lin Xianxiao was evoked, Those in the know recalled the formidable figure who had once battled for an entire day and night against a quasi-emperor at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, only to retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, those unfamiliar with the history and who had not witnessed that epic confrontation grew curious. Esteemed elders, who is this Thunder Emperor you speak of? Is he truly formidable? In response to their inquiries, the knowledgeable cultivators adopted an air of superiority, proclaiming, "You've asked the right person. I was a witness. If you wish to know, lend me your ears." Sacred Realm Battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. This battlefield was undoubtedly the most intense and central part of the entire conflict. Hundreds of Sacred Realm powerhouses unleashed their might, executing various formidable techniques that relentlessly bombarded one another. The very fabric of the battlefield was repeatedly shattered and swiftly restored. Yet, even in a realm as substantial as Xianxiao, the restoration speed of the space felt strained under the fierce clash of these hundreds of Sacred Realm experts. Were it not for their distance from Xianxiao's earth, the entire heavenly illusion forest would have likely succumbed to their assault by now. Sky Poison Roar. In a certain area of the Sacred Realm battlefield, Kai Niao and Bai Yin were originally surrounding Lin Tianyu, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation at their backs. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within them. Instantly, they forced Lin Tianyu back to regroup, but they were ultimately a moment too late. A black beam infused with lethal poison struck them, sending them careening backwards several thousand meters. Turning to identify the source of the attack, they beheld a massive snake. Thousands of feet long, its ebony scales gleaming with mischief as it watched the two retreating figures. It then transformed back into human form. Approaching Lin Tianyu with a sense of pride, "Hee, boss, how was my surprise attack? Not too shabby, right? This strike contained my innate venom. Even if they are Sacred Realm experts, they will surely suffer greatly." Sky Poison laughed wickedly, exuding confidence in its toxic abilities. "Well done, keep it up. If you perform admirably, I shall request resources for your advancement to the great Sacred Realm from the family once this battle concludes," Lin Tianyu affirmed, recognizing the potency of its innate poison. Despite being merely at the Sacred Realm, its venom posed significant challenges even for lower-tier Great Sacred Realm practitioners like Bai Yin and Kai Niao. Of course, against higher-tier Great Sacred Realm cultivators, the potency of Sky Poison's toxin would diminish. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's promise, Sky Poison was elated. Its chance had arrived, and it came swiftly, affirming that its earlier decisions were correct. To think those creatures from the secret realm mocked me for allying with the boss. Look at them now, while I am on the verge of ascending to the great sacred realm. Thank you, boss. Thank you, esteemed family. I shall ensure to slay more of those sacred realm practitioners from the Kai and Bai families, contributing my share to the Lin family's glory. Meanwhile, as the atmosphere remained buoyant for Lin Tianyu, Kai Niao and Bai Yin finally stabilized themselves. They appeared utterly disheveled, their bodies marred with bleeding wounds. Yet, these injuries mattered little to them compared to the potent poison coursing through their veins. Damn it, this toxin is incredibly potent. It cannot be purged in the short term, and we can only suppress it temporarily with our spiritual power. Silver meticulously assessed his own condition, and his countenance darkened immediately. I feel the same, Kai Niao said, her expression equally grim. Their eyes, cold and bloodthirsty, fixated on the heavenly poison, as if they yearned to devour this wretched heavenly poison xianxiaaudiobooks python that had ambushed them. Yet, the heavenly poison remained unfazed, adopting an exceedingly provocative demeanor. This provocation incited an uncontrollable rage in the two, who bellowed, "Damn beast, you shall not escape. Boss, I rely on you. I will deal with the other cultivators from the Kai and Bai clans." Recognizing its disadvantage, the heavenly poison had no qualms about retreating to another battlefield, where it wreaked havoc without restraint. It launched surprise attacks against the two clans, showing no regard for decorum. The cultivators of the Saint Realm were powerless against its venom, and many from the Kai and Bai clans, engaged in fierce battles with the Lin Clan's experts, found themselves immediately at a disadvantage, with some even slain outright. Witnessing this scene, Silver and Kai Niao could hardly contain their fury, their desire to exterminate the heavenly poison reaching a fever pitch. How infuriating! If given the chance, I shall skin this wretched heavenly poison xianxiaaudiobooks python alive, consume its flesh and blood, and torture it for 1,000 years. Amidst their struggle, Lin Tianyu coldly snorted. Daring to lose focus while battling me is tantamount to seeking death. Boom, boom. With a resounding impact, both were once again severely injured by Lin Tianyu. This latest blow nearly caused them to succumb to the toxic affliction within, yet they desperately suppressed it, preventing an internal explosion of venom. However, being repeatedly injured and having to contain the poison diminished their combat effectiveness significantly. Previously, their combined strength was enough to engage Lin Tianyu in a stalemate. Now, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 70. The Intense Battle. Cursed be that wretched serpent. Were it not for it, we would not be in such a dire predicament. After several more rounds of combat, Silver and Kai Niao's injuries worsened, and they found themselves entirely on the back foot, reduced to passive defense. In stark contrast, Lin Tianyu grew increasingly ferocious, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attacks, as if he were devoid of spiritual energy. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it was merely a matter of time before he defeated or even killed them. Brother Bai, continuing this way is futile. We must find a way to cleanse the poison within us, or we will surely perish at his hands, Kai Niao admitted. Though she was reluctant to concede their perilous situation, the formidable Saint Realm experts from both the Kai and Bai clans were unable to come to their aid. As they pondered their next steps, Silver scanned the battlefield and was astonished to find that their clan's Saint Realm experts were all entangled with the Lin clan. Unable to assist them, previously preoccupied with battling Lin Tianyu, he now grasped the gravity of their predicament. Despite their combined forces being greater than Lin's, with a numerical superiority of 15-1, the Lin clan's members seemed undeterred. How is this even possible? Silver murmured in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Brother Bai? Kai Niao's voice jolted him back to reality. Boom. After another clash with Lin Tianyu, Silver quickly interjected, Brother Kai, I possess a one-time treasure capable of absorbing the poison within us, but I lack the time to deploy it due to Lin Tianyu's relentless assault. Unless we can restrain him for 10 breaths, I cannot cleanse the poison. Is there a way to bind him for 10 breaths? Kai Niao pondered, facing a dilemma. Conjuring every resource in his mind, he sought a means or artifact that could restrain Lin Tianyu. Unfortunately, after racking his brain, he found nothing suitable and felt a wave of urgency wash over him. Brother Bai, I apologize, he said, resigned. Silver felt a twinge of disappointment, but could not voice his frustrations. Just then, Lin Tianyu launched another attack. Ultimate Blade, he roared, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that surged towards the two with blinding speed. Both felt an oppressive aura of death enveloping them. With no time for contemplation, Kai Niao charged forward to intercept Lin Tianyu's assault, shouting to Silver, Brother Bai, I will hold him off. You must cleanse the poison from within you. Even if it only helps you, it's better than both of us being unable to fight at full strength. Silver, quick to act, retreated and produced a peculiar jade vial. Directing its mouth towards his spiritual sea, he activated the vial, and soon, dark, viscous venom began to be drawn into it. Observing the scene, Lin Tianyu sneered. You two are no match for me. Do you think you can stop me with just you, Kai Niao? Ridiculous. Humph. Do not underestimate me, Lin Tianyu. While I may not be your equal, I can still delay you. Oh, is that so? I believe I can finish you off in an instant, Lin Tianyu declared. His aura is surging dramatically as he revealed his true strength, elevating from the first heaven of the Saint Realm to the second heaven. He had been holding back all along. This revelation left Kai Niao stunned. After a brief moment of shock, he turned and fled, prioritizing his own life over Silver's. His instincts screamed that if he did not run, he would surely perish. In the blink of an eye, Kai Niao had put several miles between himself and the battle, leaving a dumbfounded Silver behind. Coming to his senses, Silver's fury ignited. Kai Niao. He abandoned the notion of cleansing his poison and hastily fled in another direction, praying that Lin Tianyu would not pursue him first. This demonstrated the pitiful state of their alliance, as they scattered in the face of danger. Lin Tianyu merely smiled coldly. In the face of absolute strength, could fleeing truly save them? He drew forth a magnificent holy bow, pulling it taut until it resembled a crescent moon. Releasing it, a terrifying golden energy arrow shot forth at breakneck speed towards Kai Niao. As it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. Imbued with a force capable of piercing through anything, locking onto Kai Niao with deadly accuracy. Feeling the impending doom, Kai Niao's heart raced, and he ran with all his might, desperate to evade the golden arrow. Yet, to his dismay, no matter how fast he ran, he could not shake it off. The arrow only drew closer. Damn it! How can I not escape? After Lin Tianyu released that arrow, he paid no further heed, confidently turning away and drawing his bow once more in the direction of the fleeing Bai. Another golden arrow pierced through the layers of space and shot towards Bai. With unwavering assurance, he drew the bowstring taut, locking his consciousness onto the two individuals. Bai, who had been fleeing, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Turning his head, he instantly beheld the golden arrow, which was poised to claim his life. Firmly locked onto him, he desperately attempted to evade it, but like Kai Niao, he found himself utterly unable to escape, the arrow drawing ever closer. After running for a while longer, as the golden arrow seemed poised to pierce through his body, Bai gritted his teeth, preparing to fight back. I refuse to believe I cannot stop it. He summoned all his defensive measures for a final struggle. If he could withstand the blow, he might yet survive. If not, death would be his only fate. On the other side, Kai Niao made the same decision as Bai Yin, unleashing all his defensive capabilities. Just a futile struggle. Lin Tianyu coldly scoffed at their actions. Farewell, old rivals. In the next moment, the sickening sounds of arrows piercing flesh echoed, and the vitality of both men plummeted. Life force swiftly draining away. They had exerted every effort, yet still failed to fend off Lin Tianyu's attack. No, how can this be? I refuse to accept it. Lin Tianyu, I curse you and your Lin family to an untimely demise. Their voices grew weaker until they faded into silence. Chapter 71. The Heavenly Spirit Guard makes its debut. Shocking everyone. In no time, the life force of the two completely vanished, their bodies collapsing on the spot. This scene was witnessed by Kai Ji and Bai Qi, who were embroiled in a fierce battle with Lin Tianhai, igniting their fury. Second brother, the two, alongside the two elder members of the Bai family, immediately repelled Lin Tianhai and turned their wrathful gazes towards Lin Tianyu, shouting with rage and murderous intent, Lin Tianyu, how dare you kill my second brother? Tianyu, well done. Lin Tianhai praised with a carefree expression. His commendation struck the two like daggers to their wounds, inciting a desire to tear his mouth apart. Lin Tianhai, you, what is that? Not satisfied with a one-on-one duel? The two lacked the courage to challenge Lin Tianhai, realizing that to face him in combat would be akin to courting death. Thus, they could only glare at him with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyu, unfazed by Kai Ji's accusations, coldly replied, he is dead, so what? Besides, those two were nothing but a waste of spiritual energy while alive. Their demise only enriches the land. I've spared their corpses, so you ought to thank me. With that, he struck a pose as if inviting them to kneel in gratitude. This provocation was intolerable for Kai Ji and his companion, who immediately charged forward, seeking vengeance for their fallen brother. But Lin Tianhai would not allow them to succeed. With a flicker, he teleported between Lin Tianyu and Kai Ji, blocking their path. Do you think I, the clan leader, can be ignored? Lin Tianhai, you will pay for this. The two, infuriated by Lin Tianhai's repeated interruptions, lunged at him in a desperate attempt to fight back. At this moment, they cared little for whether Lin Tianhai was their adversary. All they desired was to unleash their pent-up fury. The two elder members of the Bai family, at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, could only follow suit. In an instant, the battle resumed with even greater intensity than before. Tianyu, it's time to net our prey, Lin Tianhai suddenly instructed. I cannot free my hands for now. The next phase is yours to orchestrate. Heavenly Spirit Guard. Understood, elder brother. Lin Tianyu quickly nodded in response. He soared into the distance before slowly retrieving a golden token, channeling his spiritual energy as he proclaimed across the battlefield, Lin family Heavenly Spirit Guard, heed my command. Quickly form the 9 profound Heavenly Spirit Array and annihilate these scoundrels. Upon hearing this, the ordinary members of the Kai and Bai families were immediately engulfed by a sense of foreboding. This feeling was profoundly unsettling, as if a calamity were imminent. The ordinary clansmen felt this way, but the Saint Realm experts from the Kai and Bai families sensed the danger even more acutely. Knowing with certainty that their ominous premonitions were not misguided, they quickly shouted, all members of the Kai family, retreat. Stay away from the Lin family. Bai family members, abandon your foes and withdraw 100 miles immediately. Alas, it was too late. Whether on the battlefield among the Divine Sea Realm or the Saint Realm, members of the Lin family suddenly erupted, swiftly slaying their opponents. In a matter of moments, the Kai and Bai families lost tens of thousands of members. 1/5 of their combined forces vanished in an instant. This left everyone in shock. As for the Lin family members who had suddenly revealed themselves, they numbered a staggering 20,000, each having concealed at least one minor realm of cultivation. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, these 20,000 Lin family members quickly converged, forming a unique formation. From beneath their feet, countless mysterious golden runes began to appear, gradually coalescing into an enigmatic grand array. The instant the formation was completed, Lin Tianyu surged forward, positioning himself at the heart of the array. With his addition, the grand array was finally complete. This formation was composed of one great saint, 10 saints, and nearly 20,000 cultivators ranging from the Divine Sea Realm to the Venerable Realm. As the grand array was fully established, the collective aura of the participants surged, and under Lin Tianyu's command, a colossal war deity, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, gradually materialized above them. The appearance of this immense war deity left everyone utterly awestruck, for the aura it exuded was a terrifying presence at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What is this? A battle formation? But how can it be so fearsome? Typically, if a battle formation is led by an early-stage Great Saint, it would only reach the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm. Even an imperial force like the Heavenly Dragon Empire which possesses superior formations, would only reach the third or fourth level of the Saint King realm. Indeed, this Lin family formation is even more exquisite and advanced than that of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A formation that can traverse two major realms within the Saint realm is exceedingly rare in the central continent. My friend, it's not just rare in the human realm. I fear only a handful of dominating forces can produce a formation of this caliber. Other imperial forces likely cannot muster one at all. Regardless of the outsider's astonishment, the members of the Kai and Bai families were utterly terrified. How could they withstand a formation at the Saint Emperor realm? Although they also possessed formations, they barely reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, and that was only under the command of a Saint King level expert. To understand that commanding a battle formation is not a privilege bestowed upon all. It requires the principal commander to cultivate a profound synergy with other practitioners of the formation over an extended period. Only through such rigorous practice can a formation truly come to life, unleashing the full potential of its spiritual essence in combat. Both of the strongest formations from the two clans possess but a single commander, each at the second level of the Sacred King realm, barely able to summon the peak battle prowess of a Sacred King. The power of such formations is utterly inadequate to contend with the divine warrior avatar of the Lin Clan. Though the distinction between the peak of the Sacred King realm and the first level of the Sacred Emperor realm may seem but a minor gap, the chasm between them is akin to an insurmountable divide, representing entirely different tiers of strength. It can be asserted that, aside from those extraordinary geniuses capable of transcending their ranks in battle, even a dozen peak Sacred Kings would stand no chance against a single Sacred Emperor of the first level and could easily be annihilated. Furthermore, the elders of both clans at the Sacred Emperor level are currently preoccupied by Lin Clan's second ancestor, leaving them unable to assist. A wave of despair envelopes the hearts of the two armies, as they seem to foresee the grim fate that awaits them. Chapter 72. An Unequal Battle. Heavenly Spirit Guards. Heed my command, attack. Lin Tianyu bellowed. Kill, kill, kill. The Heavenly Spirit Guards echoed, their battle fervor soaring, their momentum like a raging torrent. Under Lin Tianyu's guidance and the coordinated efforts of the Heavenly Spirit Guards, the colossal divine warrior avatar finally sprang to life. It raised its golden spear and swiftly thrust it forward, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden spear lights, instantly enveloping the nearly 100,000 troops of the two clans. In an instant, countless golden spear lights rained down upon the soldiers of the Kai and Bai clans, piercing through one after another. Ah, no. I do not wish to die. Elder, save me. Clan leader, save me. Ancestor, save me. I do not want to perish under such a dense barrage of spear lights. Those ensnared within the onslaught had no means of escape. In an instant, tens of thousands perished, suffering catastrophic losses. As for deflecting these spear lights, that was an impossibility. How could the mere ants beneath the Sacred Emperor realm hope to counter the might of spear lights at that level? They could only desperately evade the onslaught, praying it would not descend upon them. Regrettably, by the time the assault concluded, aside from a scant few fortunate enough to elude disaster, the vast majority of the Kai and Bai clans lay pierced and lifeless, devoid of vitality. Without the sustenance of spiritual energy, a multitude of corpses, accompanied by a torrential rain of blood, began to plummet rapidly. From afar, the sky appeared drenched in crimson, a sight both gruesome and terrifying. Not only the sky, but soon the earth below was also stained crimson, and combined with the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the scene resembled a nightmarish abyss, utterly horrific. This shocking spectacle left the onlooking cultivators in stunned silence. The once lively observation area fell into an eerie hush. After an indeterminate duration, the spectators collectively gasped in disbelief. A single strike, only one strike, and a third of the Kai and Bai armies have been obliterated. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Though the elder had previously acknowledged the might of Sacred Emperor-level practitioners, and recognized that the three clan ancestors were still locked in fierce battle within the depths of the void, the direct encounter with the disparity between the Sacred Emperor realm and those beneath it was now unmistakably clear. Indeed, all beneath the Sacred Emperor were mere insects. It was evident that the Kai and Bai clans were doomed. How could they withstand the onslaught of this battle formation spirit? Indeed, with merely this formidable spirit rivaling the Sacred Emperor realm, the Lin clan can effortlessly dispatch the remaining troops of the Kai and Bai alliance. The remaining contest will hinge upon the strength of their respective ancestors, remarked a fellow cultivator. Meanwhile, deep within the void, the elders of the Kai and Bai clans had also taken note of this grievous scene. Their expressions darkened instantaneously, filled with urgency, as their attacks intensified in ferocity and speed. They understood that someone must assist the battlefield below, otherwise, their clansmen would be systematically slaughtered by the battle formation spirit. This represented nearly all their strength, 2/3 of their kin. Should they perish, both clans would be utterly finished. Even if they survived this onslaught from the Lin clan today, they would gradually fade into obscurity in the annals of history, and that within a remarkably short span of time. Such a fate was one they could never countenance. Lin Xianxia, who would have thought your Lin clan possessed such a trump card? It seems we have indeed underestimated you, spat the patriarch of the Kai clan, his voice laced with fury and hatred. Humph. The foundation of the Lin clan is beyond your comprehension. As for your feeble attempts to assist, do not harbor such illusions. You shall not reach the battlefield below. Instead, watch as my Lin clan decimates your clansmen here. Lin Xianxia retorted coldly, intensifying her own onslaught, leaving the patriarchs of the Kai clan with no opportunity to interfere in the battle below. Humph. How can you know unless you try? We may yet disrupt your plans. The patriarch of the Bai clan scoffed. He then called out to the other two Bai clan elders 2 and 3. We must find a way to shake off the Lin clan's grasp. At least one of us must support our clansmen below, or the Bai clan will be doomed. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the two promptly replied, Elder brother, do not worry. We will do our utmost to escape our opponents. However, Lin Xianfeng and the elder of the Bai clan would not allow them to flee easily, obstructing their attempts to disturb the Lin clan's forces. Humph. Escape? Not a chance. Wrath of the Wind God. Below on the battlefield, the Sacred Realm practitioners of the Kai and Bai clans, after valiantly holding off the Lin clan's elders, finally managed to free 2 of their own Sacred King Realm elders and a dozen or so from the Sacred and Great Sacred Realms. They swiftly converged before the remaining troops of their clans, rallying their kin to form the strongest battle formations of each clan. However, as they departed, the once evenly matched Sacred Realm battlefield quickly tilted in favor of the Lin clan, with the demise of the Kai and Bai forces merely a matter of time. The Kai and Bai clans understood this predicament, yet they had no choice but to act. Otherwise, their kin, lacking even Sacred Realm cultivation, would have no chance of escape. Their mission was solely to secure a slender hope for the majority of their people to flee. As for blocking the battle formation spirit, such a thought had never crossed their minds, nor would they dare entertain it. After all, their own battle formation spirit barely reached the peak of the Sacred King Realm. How could they hope to contend? Soon, the battle formations were complete, manifesting as a colossal purple lion and a gigantic red firebird, each over 1,000 feet tall, soaring above the void. Upon the formation of these two spirits, their resounding roars echoed through the heavens. Roar, caw. Subsequently, the commanders of both clans urgently shouted to their rear. Bai clan members, retreat swiftly. Kai clan members, distance yourselves from the battlefield. Escape as quickly as possible. They then directed their formations to charge towards Lin Tianyu's positioned formation. As the members of the Kai and Bai clans heard the command, they hastily scrambled to flee, wishing they could sprout additional legs to escape faster. Humph. So you think you can run? Do you truly believe we do not exist? Fellow clansmen, follow this young master and intercept them. Upon witnessing the escape of the two clans, Lin Xuan would not allow them to succeed, and he bellowed immediately. He and the remaining clansmen swiftly pursued after them. The speed of those warriors from the two clans was utterly insignificant in Lin Xuan's eyes. It did not take long before they were caught up, and a new slaughter commenced. Chapter 73, the ultimate trump card of the Kai clan. The Ancestor takes action. Meanwhile, confronted with the aggressive advance of the battle formation spirits from the two clans, Lin Tianyu could not help but smirk disdainfully. He then manipulated the war god's golden body, blatantly disregarding the attacks from the opposing spirits, allowing them to strike against his golden form. Regardless of how the two battle spirits attacked, the war god's golden body remained unscathed, sustaining only minor marks on its golden armor. The primary formation masters of the two clans, witnessing that their attacks could not even breach the defense of the enemy's battle spirit, felt a chill wash over them. How could they secure enough time for their clansmen to escape under such circumstances? Since you have had your fill of attacking, now it is time for you to taste our retaliation. Lin Tianyu sneered coldly. He then maneuvered the war god's golden body to launch a fierce thrust towards the opposing battle spirit. Instantly, the massive golden spear, propelled by an overwhelming force, surged forth toward the two clans. Wherever the spear passed, the air shattered layer upon layer. Realizing this, the two clans hastily maneuvered their respective battle spirits to evade the attack. Ultimately, the Kai clan's battle spirit, a red firebird, managed to successfully dodge due to its agility. However, the Bai clan's battle spirit, a purple lion, was not quick enough and was punctured by the spear of the war god's golden body, exploding into a shower of purple fireworks. The cultivators within the Bai clan's formation were instantly struck back, spewing blood and sustaining severe injuries, utterly unable to maintain their formation. How could the disparity be so vast? The main formation master of the Bai clan knelt weakly in midair, staring blankly at the towering war god's golden body, muttering incessantly. Just one thrust. With merely one thrust, the battle formation that his Bai clan had once prided itself upon was effortlessly pierced. How could he possibly accept this? Yet, what good was acceptance when the truth lay before him? No matter how unwilling he was, he could not alter the reality of the situation. Lin Tianyu, however, was unconcerned with his acceptance or lack thereof. After shattering the Bai clan's formation, he swiftly directed the war god's golden body toward the Kai clan's formation. Although the Kai clan resisted tenaciously, the disparity in power was too great, and soon their battle spirit, the Red Firebird, was also impaled by the war god's golden body, transforming into a sky of fireworks. At this point, both clans had utterly lost their capacity for resistance. Perish. But fear not. Soon my Lin clan will send all of your clansmen down to meet you. Lin Tianyu gazed at the tens of thousands of coalition forces from the two clans, now reduced to the state of defeated dogs, kneeling before him, and laughed coldly. The next moment, the golden spear of the war god's golden body swung again, this time aimed not at the battle spirits, but at the tens of thousands of cultivators comprising the two clans' formation. Lin clan, do not be so complacent. One day you too shall join us in the grave. Lin clan scoundrels, I Kaiwan shall not let you off even as a ghost. With my entire Tao, I curse your Lin clan to annihilation. Boring. Do you think if such things were effective against my Lin clan, we would still exist until now? These are merely the futile laments of the weak, unworthy of influencing my Lin clan. Lin Tianyu mocked disdainfully. Soon, the tens of thousands of cultivators from the two clans were reduced to clouds of blood mist beneath the spear of the war god's golden body. As more and more members of the two clans fell, the ground below became increasingly stained with blood, and the once clear lakes and rivers were now entirely dyed red, resembling vast blood lakes and rivers. In the depths of the void, Brother Kai, this is not sustainable. We cannot escape the Lin clan. If this continues, our two clans will be annihilated. The Bai clan's ancestor urgently addressed the Kai clan's ancestor. Do you happen to have any trump cards left? The Kai clan's ancestor was equally anxious. He possessed one ultimate trump card, but it could only be used once. Thus, he inquired of the Bai clan's ancestor, hoping that if the latter had a card up his sleeve, he would not need to use his own. After all, such a resource, once expended, could never be regained. Upon hearing this, the Bai clan's ancestor shook his head helplessly, having exhausted all their resources for this battle, leaving no other trump cards. Otherwise, he would not have endured until now without using it, thus sacrificing half of his clansmen in vain. Brother Kai, do you have any? The Bai clan's ancestor, after exchanging blows with the second ancestor Lin Xianxia, looked expectantly at him. The Kai clan's ancestor remained silent, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding. Seeing this, the Bai clan's ancestor was instantly overjoyed and urged, hurry. Brother Kai, use it quickly, otherwise, our clansmen will be wiped out. The Kai clan's ancestor was not one to hesitate. Upon deciding to use it, he decisively produced an ancient bronze token and crushed it in his grasp. Witnessing the entire process, the second ancestor Lin Xianxia immediately distanced herself. She was uncertain of the token's purpose and its significance, but since it was produced now, it surely was no ordinary object. To avoid any potential horrific attack, she wisely distanced herself to allow for sufficient reaction time. Quite vigilant, aren't you? The Kai clan's ancestor did not pursue, merely throwing out a customary taunt. In response, the second ancestor Lin Xianxia was unperturbed. For someone like you too, it is prudent for me to be cautious. Meanwhile, the third ancestor Lin Chongfeng and others, seeing the standoff, also paused their battle and gathered around. The Kai clan's ancestor did not explain the function of the token, and the Bai clan did not inquire further, nor would the Lin clan, leading to a standoff as they awaited the token's effect to unfold. As expected, after the token was crushed, half a minute passed, and suddenly everyone on the battlefield seemed to be ensnared by a binding spell, unable to move. Not to mention fighting, even speaking was impossible. Only the second ancestor Lin Xianxia and other Saint Emperor realm experts could still move, yet even they felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon them. A powerful presence approaches. Moreover, it is a quasi-emperor level being. The third ancestor Lin Chongfeng spoke with a grave expression. He understood that this must be related to the Kai clan's ancestor because, at that moment, the expression on the Kai clan's ancestor was filled with intense excitement. The next second, a deep voice imbued with the unique authority of a strong presence and laden with commands resonated from the depths of the boundless void. This battle is hereby concluded. All members of the Lin clan below the Saint Emperor realm shall sever an arm and compensate the Kai and Bai clans with 2/3 of their resources to secure their lives. Otherwise, death. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's Tianyun Sea, Lin Xianxiao, who was originally seated in meditation on his cultivation mat, suddenly opened his eyes. A piercing gaze shot forth, imbued with a trace of murderous intent. As he opened his eyes, an invisible aura instantly filled the entire Tianyun Sea, rendering it eerily still. Lin Xianxiao slowly rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his sharp eyes gazing into the distance, revealing no discernible emotion. Until the next moment. A voice reverberated softly. How many years has it been? A quasi-emperor, how fitting. With that, he stepped forward, vanishing from the Tianyun Sea in the blink of an eye. With his departure, the stillness of Tianyun Sea dissipated. Chapter 74. The Grand Ancestor makes a powerful entrance. On the battlefield of the Tianhuan Forest, as that voice echoed, the atmosphere became instantly tense. Everyone looked up towards the depths of the void, a myriad of emotions cloaking their hearts. Who could this quasi-emperor be? Arriving to disrupt the battle between the Kai and Bai clans and the Lin family? It was difficult to ascertain, but from the preceding words, it was clear that this elder was evidently inclined towards the Lin family, placing them in a precarious situation. Alas, it was a pity. The Lin family's advantageous position was nearly won. It truly was unfortunate. Now it rested upon the Lin family's decisions. Should they inadvertently offend this elder, the Lin family may very well face annihilation. As the many observing cultivators speculated, a powerful spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from the boundless void. Following this, a vague silhouette gradually materialized from the depths of the void, and before anyone could react, the figure had already appeared above the Kai and Bai clans. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Ancestor of the Kai clan immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the elder. Thank you for your willingness to lend your strength to my Kai family." It was one of the ancestors from Lingyun Pavilion, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor. Among the observing cultivators were many well-informed individuals who recognized his identity the moment the figure, Songhai Quasi-Emperor, appeared. It dawned on everyone that it was indeed this esteemed elder. Lingyun Pavilion is one of the Quasi-Emperor level forces within the Tianlong Empire, nestled within the renowned and massive Lingyun mountain range. It boasts a lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years, with profound foundations and countless formidable warriors, including several quasi-emperor ancestors who suppress its legacy. Even the Tianlong Empire treats it with a degree of respect, choosing not to provoke it lightly. In the void, Songhai Quasi-Emperor responded, "You need not be so formal. I once promised to assist you once, and with this intervention, all debts between us shall be settled." Facing the flattery of the Grand Ancestor of the Kai clan, Songhai Quasi-Emperor's expression remained unchanged, his tone chillingly indifferent, as if he had dismissed the other entirely. As he had stated, their interaction was merely a transaction. He acted out of a sense of obligation from a prior encounter. To understand why, one must look back several centuries when Songhai Quasi-Emperor was ambushed by demonic cultivators outside the human realms. He narrowly escaped with his life, but sustained severe injuries. Before he could return to Lingyun Pavilion, he collapsed within the Kai clan's territory, his wounds having flared up. At that moment, the Grand Ancestor of the Kai clan happened upon the unconscious Songhai Quasi-Emperor. As an esteemed elder of the sacred clan within the Tianlong Empire, he recognized the identity of Songhai Quasi-Emperor immediately and, after careful consideration, chose to rescue him. In gratitude for his life being saved, Songhai Quasi-Emperor entrusted a token to the Grand Ancestor of the Kai clan, promising that within the limits of his power, he would assist him once in the future. The Grand Ancestor had cherished this token ever since, regarding it as the last resort of the Kai family, to be used only in dire circumstances. Upon hearing Songhai Quasi-Emperor's words, the Grand Ancestor did not dare voice any objections. However, he pondered whether the punishment for the Lin family was too lenient, as he desired their complete eradication. Thus, he cautiously inquired, Yes, whatever the elder says is correct. But regarding the punishment for the Lin family, is it?" Before he could finish, Songhai Quasi-Emperor interrupted him, a hint of anger creeping into his tone. Are you instructing me how to conduct my affairs?" The Grand Ancestor, not daring to press further, quickly lowered himself. "I wouldn't dare. Whatever the elder decides shall be how it is." With a cold snort, Songhai Quasi-Emperor ceased further conversation and turned his gaze towards the Lin family, coldly declaring, "What? Did my previous words escape your understanding? Or do you wish for me to take action personally?" Upon finishing, a terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing towards the Lin family. Instantly, the members of the Lin family felt an overwhelming chill, a powerful suffocating sensation rising within them. Even Lin Xianxia, who stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, could only struggle to maintain her composure. Yet, none among the Lin family displayed a hint of fear. Instead, they glared at Songhai Quasi-Emperor with expressions of rage. This baffled Songhai Quasi-Emperor, who was both confused and infuriated, How dare these insignificant beings gaze upon him with such defiance? He was about to raise his hand to eliminate these bothersome pests when, unexpectedly, an invisible aura surged from a distance, immediately shattering the oppressive force bearing down upon the Lin family, allowing them to regain their ability to act. Who dares? At that instant, Xianxia Quasi-Emperor bellowed, his gaze darting towards the source of the incoming aura with heightened vigilance. Who could this formidable figure be? Meanwhile, the observing crowd erupted in astonishment. Today had exceeded all their expectations. They initially thought it was merely a battle among the three top sacred clans, yet unexpected events continued to unfold. A rarity in a millennium. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and in the next second, a commanding voice resonated from afar. A distinguished quasi-emperor dares to forcibly intervene in the battle of my Lin family, and yet has the audacity to bully my kin. Do you truly believe my Lin family is so easily trifled with? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, do not blame me for my rudeness. The voice arrived before the figure itself. Soon after, a towering silhouette emerged, striding through the void, and in an instant, it stood before the Lin family. The newcomer was none other than Lin Xianxiao, the grand ancestor of the Lin family. At that moment, he made no effort to conceal his aura, a terrifying quasi-emperor pressure erupting from him, overpowering Xianxia Quasi-Emperor's own aura. Those protected by Xianxia Quasi-Emperor fared well, but the observing cultivators suffered greatly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably before such overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, the oppressive force was not directed at them. Otherwise, under such terrifying pressure, most would surely perish instantly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lin Xianxiao have broken through to Quasi-Emperor? They exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it. Why? Why is Lin Xianxiao able to attain Quasi-Emperor status? The members of the two clans, particularly their ancestors, shouted in a frenzy upon witnessing Lin Xianxiao's Quasi-Emperor presence before them. Xianxia Quasi-Emperor, upon recognizing the newcomer as Lin Xianxiao, was equally taken aback. Lin Xianxiao, a formidable figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm and battled a Quasi-Emperor for an entire day and night, had certainly heard of the man before him. However, he was taken aback to discover that the adversary had now ascended to the Quasi-Emperor level, becoming his equal. Xianxia, you have overstepped your bounds. This is a matter of the Lin family and does not concern you. You shall either present sufficient reparations as an apology for your earlier oppression of my kin, or I shall personally come to collect. Lin Xianxiao paid no heed to whether the other was an ancestor of the Lingyun Pavilion or the Lingbird Pavilion. Anyone who dared to oppress his family must be prepared to face the consequences. Upon hearing Lin Xianxiao's words, Xianxia, the Quasi-Emperor, could hardly contain his anger, retorting coldly. Lei Huang, do you truly believe that now that you have reached Quasi-Emperor, you can stand on equal footing with me? Do you think you can disregard my authority and that of Lingyun Pavilion? So, there will be no negotiation? Lin Xianxiao responded icily, with a flick of his sleeve. Xianxia did not utter another word, but his intent was unmistakable. Death awaited. Thunderstorm. In light of this, Lin Xianxiao showed no restraint. Chapter 75. The Ancestor battles the Quasi-Emperor of Lingyun Pavilion. Seeing that his opponent was intent on intervening, Lin Xianxiao wasted no time with words, launching a thunderstorm attack directly. He was not one to engage in prolonged exchanges with his adversaries. Since the other had shown him no respect, he had no intention of conversing further. Today, he aimed to slay this man to establish his authority. Otherwise, there would always be unworthy individuals seeking to disrupt the development of the Lin family. He intended to make it clear that the Lin family was not to be trifled with. Those who dared to extend their feet should be prepared for death. As for the potential repercussions of slaying Xianxia and offending Lingyun Pavilion, Lin Xianxiao remained unfazed. The Lin family was now protected by Quasi-Emperor level formations and had imperial weapons provided by Lin Xuan. Should Lingyun Pavilion dare to attack the Lin family, he would ensure their return was not guaranteed. If they chose to besiege rather than assault, intending to wear down the Lin family, setting aside whether Lin Xianxiao, armed with an imperial weapon, could break through the defenses of the Quasi-Emperors of Lingyun Pavilion, the Lin family's current wealth would allow them to sustain a siege for decades without difficulty. With the treasures provided by Lin Xuan, the Lin family would be unrecognizably strong in a few decades. Annihilating Lingyun Pavilion then would be a mere formality. Witnessing Lin Xianxiao act with such disregard for martial ethics, Xianxia could only respond hastily, seething with fury. Bold. Lei Huang, do you intend to wage war against Lingyun Pavilion? Cease at once, or tomorrow. Our forces shall trample upon your Lin family. Yet, in response to Xianxia's threat, Lin Xianxiao unleashed an even more violent assault. Boom. Bang. Xianxia was forcibly pushed back for over 10,000 miles, his right hand now a deep shade of black, clearly injured by Lin Xianxiao's lightning strike. As he felt the throbbing pain and numbness in his right hand, Xianxia's expression darkened, his gaze toward Lin Xiao brimming with rage and murderous intent. Good, good. A commendable Lei Huang, a formidable Lin family. It seems that Lingyun Pavilion has been too long absent from the fray, allowing you ants to believe we are easy prey. From this day forth, Lingyun Pavilion vows to annihilate your Lin family. Song Hai's frigid voice echoed across the battlefield, sending shivers through the watching cultivators. Humph, bring it on. Until the end, it remains uncertain who will extinguish whom. Lin Xiao replied with unyielding confidence. Seeking death. Today, I shall show you that even among quasi-emperors, there exists disparity. Song Hai vanished in an instant, reappearing merely a mile away from Lin Xiao. Such proximity was negligible for a quasi-emperor. He summoned his life-bound artifact, the low-grade quasi-emperor weapon, the Trident of the Azure Sea. Simultaneously, he unleashed his full power as a quasi-emperor in the third tier. Great waves engulf. Song Hai bellowed, wielding the Trident of the Azure Sea with fervor. In the next moment, an expansive ocean materialized out of thin air, followed by towering waves reaching heights of tens of thousands of feet, surging toward Lin Xiao with an overwhelming force intent on annihilation. The space itself trembled as the waves crashed, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Weaker onlookers nearly lost their footing, but fortunately, some kind-hearted individuals lent their support, preventing them from suffering embarrassment. The might of these monstrous waves was formidable, even among quasi-emperors, and a typical first-tier quasi-emperor would find it impossible to withstand such an assault. However, Lin Xiao was no ordinary first-tier quasi-emperor. As one who had battled quasi-emperors for an entire day and night at the Holy Emperor stage, his combat prowess was indisputable. Furthermore, with his cultivation of imperial-level techniques and the enlightenment from the Hongming Divine Tree, his comprehension of the Tao far exceeded that of his current realm. Hence, his combat strength among peers was vastly superior. Even the disparities between quasi-emperor tiers were far greater than those he faced in the Holy Emperor realm. Yet he could still engage in combat beyond his level. Song Hai, being merely an average quasi-emperor, was by no means a genius. Lin Xiao was confident that he could handle him without any difficulty. Thus, when confronted with Song Hai's terrifying strike, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger skyward, and instantly, thunder rumbled above. Boom. As the thunder intensified, a colossal finger formed from countless bolts of lightning materialized overhead. In the next instant, Lin Xiao curved his finger, and a calm voice resonated throughout the heavens. Thunder Emperor's finger. Fall. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the massive lightning finger descended toward the ocean, just as the titanic waves surged forth to engulf it. Yet, the enormous lightning finger stood unwavering, akin to an unyielding pillar of heaven, remaining steadfast against the crashing waves. With astonishing speed, it continued its descent toward the ocean. Moments later, the lightning finger pierced through the vast sea, utterly dismantling Song Hai's assault. Curse it! How can he be so powerful? Song Hai seethed, gnashing his teeth. Logically, even if Lin Xiao had been unmatched in the Holy Emperor realm, capable of fighting beyond his level, he should have been diminished in strength upon reaching Quasi-Emperor. The disparities between Quasi-Emperor levels were not comparable to those in the Holy Emperor realm. His ability to fight beyond his level should have weakened. Song Hai could not comprehend how Lin Xiao remained so formidable. His own Quasi-Emperor third-tier cultivation should have easily subdued him. Instead, he found himself at a disadvantage in their recent clash. Humph, with such strength, you dare proclaim the annihilation of my Lin family? Lin Xiao scoffed at Song Hai's incredulous expression. Being humiliated before countless cultivators had already enraged Song Hai, but now Lin Xiao openly mocked his wounds in front of everyone, pushing him to the brink of fury. With a roar of anger, he shouted, Lei Huang, do not get too complacent. What transpired earlier was merely a test of my capabilities. What follows will be the true demonstration of my strength. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed ancestor of the Kai family, who had been on edge since the earlier debacle of the Songhai Quasi-Emperor, let out a sigh of relief and murmured to himself. Phew, thankfully, the elder is not truly incapable, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Though the ancestor spoke softly, the presence of numerous formidable beings rendered his words audible. Suddenly, the Lin family could no longer contain their mirth, erupting into laughter. Meanwhile, the countenance of the Songhai Quasi-Emperor darkened to an alarming degree, as if he had just consumed an overwhelming quantity of bitter medicine. Recognizing his blunder, the Kai family ancestor quickly attempted to clarify. Elder, that was not my intention. I did not mean to imply that you were no match for Lin Xiao. No, what I meant was, enough. Step aside. The Songhai Quasi-Emperor bellowed, sending the Kai family ancestor flying with a single palm strike. However, he refrained from inflicting serious harm, for the ancestor had once saved his life. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Thunder Emperor, you have forced my hand. Chapter 76. The escalation of battle ridiculous. Who insisted on interfering in the affairs of my Lin family? Lin Xianxiao retorted with a cold shout. He had witnessed the shamelessness of the Songhai Quasi-Emperor firsthand. Acknowledging that he had no ground to stand on regarding the facts, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor chose not to argue further and merely grunted in response. Without wasting another moment, he unleashed his full power, wielding his trident of the Azure Sea as he engaged in combat with Lin Xianxiao. Lin Xianxiao, undeterred, summoned his own fateful artifact, the inferior Quasi-Emperor weapon, the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor Spear. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, gradually distancing themselves from the land of Zhongzhou and delving deeper into the void. The magnitude of their battle was such that if it were to occur near Zhongzhou, it could cause irreparable damage to the land. The territories of the Lin, Kai, and Bai families, especially those adjacent to the Tianhuan forest, would likely be submerged in the chaos of their conflict. Such occurrences were strictly prohibited within Zhongzhou. It was an unwritten rule in Zhongzhou that to safeguard the land upon which they depended for survival, battles between cultivators of the Saint Realm and above must take place far from the land itself, amidst the void. The destructive power of battles at such heights was simply too terrifying. While Zhongzhou possessed some degree of self-repairability, it was insufficient against the overwhelming devastation wrought by these powerful beings. Consequently, if this were to become commonplace, with one faction sinking a piece of land today and another doing so tomorrow, how could they hope to survive and pass on their legacy in Zhongzhou? While Lin Xianxiao engaged in combat with the Songhai Quasi-Emperor, the members of the Lin family were not idle. Sister, since our elder brother has held off that old dog Songhai, we can proceed to deal with the scoundrels from the Kai and Bai families. Lin Changfeng spoke slowly. In agreement, Lin Changxua nodded, her icy voice resonating in the ears of all Lin family members. The hindrance has been eliminated. All clansmen, follow me. Annihilate the Kai and Bai families. Obey the elder's command. Kill those Kai family scoundrels. Perish. Why sure, take this. Trash from the Bai family. Lin grandfather is here to send you to hell. The Lin family members surged towards their adversaries, unleashing a barrage of vibrant attacks upon the remaining members of the Kai and Bai families. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia and other top-tier warriors once again clashed with the elite of the Kai and Bai families. How dare you, Lin Xianxia? That Songhai elder is still present. Do you not fear retribution upon your Lin family? The Kai family ancestor shouted with a face like thunder, attempting to compel Lin Xianxia to relent. Yet, Lin Xianxia disdainfully scoffed, "Humph, let him return alive first." She had never doubted her elder brother's strength, though he had recently ascended to the Quasi-Emperor realm. His lack of concern indicated that the Songhai Quasi-Emperor was not a formidable opponent for him. "Humph, arrogant. Do you truly believe that Lin Xianxiao, having just broken through to Quasi-Emperor, can contend with Elder Songhai? The Songhai elder has been a terrifying presence since breaking through thousands of years ago. How could Lin Xianxiao possibly be his match?" The Kai family ancestor was resolute in his disbelief that Lin Xianxiao, a newly minted Quasi-Emperor, could rival such a seasoned adversary. "That is not for you to worry about. You won't be alive for long anyway." With that, Lin Xianxia produced a lotus-shaped Quasi-Emperor weapon and activated it. As she did so, the lotus began to spin slowly, rising from her hands, growing larger, and emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. At this sight, both the Kai and Bai family ancestors were thrown into a panic, exclaiming in unison, "How is it possible? How could you possess another Quasi-Emperor weapon? With the resources of your Lin family, it should be impossible to acquire two Quasi-Emperor weapons so swiftly." Their eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. Lin Xianxia, however, remained silent, focused solely on the activation of her Quasi-Emperor weapon. As she ceased to hide her strength and prepared to conclude the battle, the Lin family army, in concert with the battle array spirit controlled by Lin Xiangyu, wreaked havoc, resulting in the fall of numerous Kai and Bai family members. It would not be long before the Lin family would eradicate the forces of the Kai and Bai families entirely. In the depths of the boundless void, an abyss of darkness devoid of light lay before them, where a profound silence and chill reigned. Yet, amidst this seemingly eternal tranquility, an extraordinary and fierce battle unfolded. Two figures, akin to burning meteors, collided with breathtaking speed, their movements a blur. Each impact resonated with earth-shattering roars, reverberating through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. The aura emanating from these two combatants was utterly formidable. Even the residual energy was enough to tear the surrounding space into shreds. Below, countless onlookers gaped in astonishment at the spectacle, utterly transfixed, their breath caught in their throats. To them, each careless strike exchanged between the two combatants contained the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With every attack that landed, Myriad stars shattered like fragile glass orbs, scattering into the void as glimmering starlight. The area of conflict itself transformed into a chaotic maelstrom. Yet, even more astonishing to the onlookers was the display of strength exhibited by Lin Xiao. In their eyes, the Xianxia quasi-emperor was being outmatched. Gasp! The Lin family ancestor is astonishingly powerful. He is actually suppressing the Xianxia elder in battle. Among the crowd, someone was the first to regain their senses, gasping in awe. Soon, others began to murmur amongst themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. Boom! The Xianxia quasi-emperor and Lin Xiao clashed once more, suffering yet another minor setback. Cursed be this fate. At this moment, he was utterly disheveled, his lips stained with blood, and a gaping wound marred his right shoulder. Remnants of thunderous laws lingering within it. His entire frame bore the marks and injuries inflicted by the relentless onslaught of lightning. However, he had no time to attend to his wounds, for Lin Xiao's ferocious assault was upon him once more. Purple lightning dragons raced towards him with blinding speed. He could only hastily defend himself while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Boom! Lin Xiao once again treated the quasi-emperor Xianxia to a tempestuous banquet of thunder, leaving Xianxia in an even more desperate state, his injuries intensifying. He could even smell the charred scent of flesh, a testament to Lin Xiao's thunderous strikes. Chapter 77. The ultimate assaults of both sides. How could your strength possibly be so formidable? You must have encountered a great fortune, Xianxia probed, having suffered multiple setbacks. He found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao's terrifying power could stem from mere talent alone. Even if Lin Xiao cultivated the path of thunder, renowned for its might, Xianxia doubted that the Lin family's foundation could enable someone who had only recently ascended to quasi-emperor status to wield such extraordinary strength. Yet, faced with Xianxia's probing, Lin Xiao coldly replied, "No comment." He continued, "You are not my match. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Relinquish all your treasures, and I shall allow you to depart. Remember, this is your last chance, given in consideration of Lingyun Pavilion. Depart at once if you know what is good for you." Lin Xiao's frigid voice resonated through the air, laden with a palpable warning. The Lin family sought stability and development. He had no desire to engage in another conflict with Lingyun Pavilion so soon after vanquishing the Kai and Bai families, despite their enmity being solidified through recent events. As long as he did not slay Xianxia, Lingyun Pavilion would refrain from initiating a direct confrontation, for it was not merely Xianxia's domain. As for the demand that Xianxia relinquish all his treasures, those who dared interfere with the Lin family must pay the price. However, should Xianxia choose to remain obstinate, Lin Xiao would show no mercy. He would slay him without hesitation. Regarding Lingyun Pavilion's potential retaliation, let it come, the Lin family would stand firm. At most, they would sacrifice some time for development and extinguish another sect. Having already annihilated 2 families, eliminating one more would pose little difficulty. Thunder Monarch. You are not worthy to make me retreat. Xianxia, confronted with Lin Xiao's final warning, chose to remain resolute. He could not afford to retreat today. A multitude of factions and rogue cultivators were observing. As a seasoned quasi-emperor who had broken through millennia ago, if he were to be intimidated into surrendering his treasures and departing in disgrace before a newly ascended Lin Xiao, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. He could only imagine the mockery that would ensue. Moreover, the disgrace would reflect poorly on Lingyun Pavilion as well. After all, a quasi-emperor force with a lineage spanning millions of years, and a seasoned quasi-emperor being scared off by a novice, regardless of their background or time of ascension, would be a scandal witnessed by countless powers. Such a humiliation would surely hinder Lingyun Pavilion's development, and even other quasi-emperors within the pavilion might hold him accountable. After much contemplation, although Xianxia realized he might not be Lin Xiao's opponent, he resolutely chose to engage, even at the risk of defeat. It was far better than allowing others to think he was frightened into retreat. The distinction between losing and being scared away was painfully clear. Since you are so unyielding, I shall kindly send you to meet your ancestors at Lingyun Pavilion. Seeing the other party's obstinacy, Lin Xiao grew weary of further warnings and spoke coldly. Grasping the Jyotian Thunder Emperor spear, his veins bulged as he thrust it forward with tremendous force. Instantly, a colossal spear light cleaved through layers of void, arriving before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. In response, Xianxia quickly summoned a massive blue bell to shield himself. Boom! The spear light collided with the bell, producing a thunderous explosion. Ultimately, Xianxia's bell managed to absorb the impact, yet it bore numerous cracks. This artifact was merely a low-grade quasi-emperor weapon, and although its quality was average, it underscored the immense power contained within Lin Xiao's seemingly inconspicuous strike. Seeing that the bell was now rendered unusable, Xianxia reluctantly stored it away. He then took the initiative to attack. knowing that passively enduring strikes would inevitably lead to his defeat at Lin Xiao's hands. Only through proactive engagement might he find a slim chance of victory. Raging Sea, Wild Waves, Blue Sea's Triple Divine Slaughter. Songhai unleashed two potent Quasi-Emperor techniques in quick succession. Instantly, an ocean far larger than before manifested in the void. Its energy more terrifying and surging than ever. Towering, tumultuous waves, thousands of feet high, crushed through layers of space and charged fiercely toward Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, Songhai stood atop the boundless ocean, raising the blue sea trident high. Countless droplets of seawater ascended rapidly, coalescing into a massive trident that exuded an utterly fearsome aura, hovering above him. In the next instant, he swung the trident down with great force. 3 strikes, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, pierced through layers of space and descended upon Lin Xiao. Under the relentless barrage from Songhai, Lin Xiao soon found himself completely encircled, surrounded by monstrous waves. With 3 colossal tridents plunging from above and an endless ocean summoned by Songhai beneath him, he felt like a caged bird ensnared within. However, Lin Xiao was not slow to react. He first hurled his spear, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, the Jutian Thunder Emperor spear became enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, arcs of electricity flickering wildly as an aura of pure, terrifying, and lethal power began to emanate. Just its mere presence caused the surrounding space to shatter and collapse. The ultimate intent of the spear, coupled with an unparalleled sharpness, filled the entire void. Countless onlookers, merely casting a glance, found their consciousness pierced by the overwhelming spear intent, prompting them to hastily retract their focus. Too intimidated to gaze upon the Jutian Thunder Emperor spear any longer. How terrifying! Merely a glance, and we were instantly wounded by that spear intent. In the face of such an attack, even I, a peak Saint Emperor, feel like an ant. Esteemed seniors, what did you witness? My cultivation is too low to comprehend the battle between the 2 Quasi-Emperors. From your words, does it mean I could not withstand even a breath of their aura? Sensing the overwhelming dread, the crowd was left in shock and trepidation. Had they delayed in retracting their consciousness any longer, they might have suffered irreparable harm, leading to their demise. Divine Punishment Spear. Go. Chapter 78. Slaying the Songhai Quasi-Emperor. Annihilating the Kai and by clans. As Lin Xiao's voice resonated lightly, the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor spear vanished instantaneously, leaving behind a trail of shattered space, while countless stars inexplicably disintegrated in an instant. Even the furious waves that obstructed Lin Xiao's path were pierced through in a flash, creating a colossal rift across the ocean, giving the illusion that the entire expanse of water had been forcibly cleaved apart. Once Lin Xiao had completed his assault, he summoned a ding-shaped mid-tier Quasi-Emperor weapon, enveloping himself securely within its protective embrace. Clearly, in the face of the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's 2 formidable attacks, Lin Xiao dared not to underestimate his opponent, promptly deploying this defensive Quasi-Emperor artifact. On the other hand, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor, confronted with the swiftly approaching 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor spear, initially attempted to evade. However, he soon realized that no matter where he turned, he could not shake off his pursuer, who had firmly locked onto him. Damn it! The Songhai Quasi-Emperor cursed, ceasing his attempts to dodge, for he understood that escape was futile. Thus, he was left with no choice but to employ all his defensive measures. He first conjured a layer of spiritual defense, then produced a mid-tier Quasi-Emperor defensive talisman, and finally, sensing the inadequacy of his defenses, he retrieved his sole mid-tier Quasi-Emperor artifact. The Wanling Map. Although it was not primarily a defensive weapon, it nonetheless possessed commendable protective capabilities. After completing these preparations, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Boom. The 2 attacks collided almost simultaneously against their respective defenses, unleashing a deafening cacophony that echoed throughout the void. After a prolonged moment, as the dust settled, the silence of the cosmos returned. A feeble voice emerged slowly. Songhai, you have been defeated. Lin Xiao's icy declaration followed, revealing that Songhai Quasi-Emperor in a state of weakness, as he promptly spat forth a mouthful of blood. Although he had managed to block Lin Xiao's attack, he had suffered a backlash, exacerbating his injuries. While he still possessed the strength to fight, it was evident, as Lin Xiao stated, that he had lost. Why? Because, at this moment, aside from a slight instability in his aura and some superficial wounds, Lin Xiao was largely unscathed, in a far superior condition compared to the Songhai Quasi-Emperor. I am not defeated yet. The Songhai Quasi-Emperor bellowed, unwilling to accept the grim reality. As a proud veteran Quasi-Emperor and the esteemed ancestor of the Lingyun Pavilion, he could not bring himself to acknowledge defeat at the hands of a newly ascended Quasi-Emperor like Lin Xiao. Stubborn and obstinate. Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. preparing to eliminate his adversary once and for all. Gripping his spear, he launched a renewed attack. Naturally, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor would not yield without a fight. Raising the Beihai Trident to engage Lin Xianxiao in combat once more. The outcome was predictable. It was a one-sided affair. The Songhai Quasi-Emperor, besieged by Lin Xianxiao's relentless onslaught, found himself struggling merely to defend, with no opportunity to counterattack. Even when he managed to find an opening, Lin Xianxiao would either block his strike or deftly evade it. In contrast, due to his injuries, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor often found himself unable to dodge Lin Xianxiao's strikes, forced to endure them with his flesh. Consequently, in just over a dozen exchanges, several gaping wounds appeared on the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's body, each inflicted by Lin Xianxiao's Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor spear. Moreover, the lightning imbued with the laws of thunder surged through the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's physique and meridians, wreaking havoc within him, subjecting him to excruciating dual torment from both internal and external assaults. As time wore on, the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's condition deteriorated rapidly. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Xianxiao decisively thrust his spear through the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's heart, delivering a devastating blow. He followed up with several additional thrusts, ultimately extinguishing the Songhai Quasi-Emperor's life. No, I refuse to accept this. The Lingyun Pavilion will not let the Lin family go unpunished. The Songhai Quasi-Emperor's vitality waned, soon extinguished entirely. The Songhai Quasi-Emperor had perished. Victory belonged to the Lin family's esteemed ancestor. No one anticipated that the formidable Songhai Quasi-Emperor would meet his demise here. It was truly unforeseen. However, the Lingyun Pavilion would undoubtedly be stirred into action, and one could only speculate on their eventual response. The Lin family had acted recklessly, incurring the wrath of the Lingyun Pavilion, and now they had irreparably offended them. Meanwhile, in the Lingyun Pavilion, situated billions of miles away, a disciple tasked with guarding the soul tablets suddenly discovered, in horror, that one of the tablets at the top had shattered. This revelation sent him into a panic, prompting him to hurriedly scurry toward the ancestral peak. After a considerable time, numerous Lingyun Pavilion disciples heard the thunderous roars of wrath emanating from the forbidden grounds of the sect. Who dares to kill our ancestor from the Lingyun Pavilion? Investigate this at once. Whoever is responsible shall face the full wrath of the Lingyun Pavilion. We will annihilate their kin and obliterate their lineage. The murderer shall be subjected to torment for 1,000 years until death. The entire Lingyun Pavilion erupted into action, with waves of disciples mobilizing to thoroughly investigate the incident. Yet, the Lin family remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within the Lingyun Pavilion, as they were engaged in concluding the ongoing sacred clan war. At this moment, the battlefield had largely ceased hostilities, with only a few skirmishes remaining unresolved. For instance, Lin Tianhai and Kai Ji, as well as the second ancestor Lin Xianxia against the great ancestors of the Kai and Bai clans, and a handful of clan elders at the sacred king level battling their counterparts from the Kai and Bai families. The Lin family members, including Lin Xianxiao and other peak experts, refrained from intervening in these fights. After all, it was only a matter of time before Lin Tianhai and his companions triumphed over their foes. The primary reason was that Lin Tianhai had instructed everyone not to interfere, and naturally, the others respected his wishes. With the other battles concluded, many clan members began to clean the battlefield. Simultaneously, the Lin family dispatched 2 teams of clan members to the strongholds of the Kai and Bai families, intending to annihilate both clans completely. Minutes later, the remaining battles began to yield outcomes as well. Lin Tianhai was seen gripping Bai Qi by the neck, lifting him high, while simultaneously stepping on Kai Ji's face. I have always promised to slay you, and now it is time to fulfill that promise. Lin Tianhai, you will meet your doom. You have offended the Lingyun Pavilion, and you shall soon join us in death, and it will not be long before that happens. Ha ha! Crack! With a decisive twist, Lin Tianhai snapped Bai Qi's neck, while simultaneously crushing Kai Ji's skull beneath his foot, ensuring their demise. Before long, Lin Xianxia and others also dispatched their opponents with ruthless efficiency. Thus, all combatants from the Kai and Bai families were exterminated by the Lin family. At the same time, outside the strongholds of the Kai and Bai families, 2 teams of extermination experts from the Lin family suddenly appeared. Each team consisted of 1,000 formidable warriors, all above the king realm, with Lin Tianyu and the clan elder leading the charge against the Bai family, while the second elder and the grand elder spearheaded the assault on the Kai family. Upon reaching the strongholds, the Lin family's 2 teams immediately commenced their campaign of annihilation against the 2 clans. Kill. Remember, the great ancestor has decreed, no trace of the Kai and Bai families shall remain. Even the earthworm must first be vertically split into 4 segments, and then chopped into 10 pieces. The eggs must be shaken until they are completely scrambled 100 times. In summary, apart from the spiritual resources, leave no survivors. Understood. An hour later, there were no living souls left from either family. Thus, the Kai family is extinguished. The Bai family is extinguished. This battle of the sacred clan concludes with the annihilation of the Kai and Bai families by the Lin family. Chapter 79. The Fugitives of Two Families. The tremors brought by the Lin family. Ancestor, second master, apart from a few members of the Bai family who managed to escape early, the rest have all been slain by us. A venerable member of the Lin family approached the clan elder and Lin Tianyu to report the results. You may proceed to scour the resources of the Bai family and tally them upon your return to the clan. The clan elder nodded and instructed. Yes, Ancestor. Should we immediately issue a bounty for the fleeing members of the Bai family? Lin Tianyu inquired, casting a glance at the clan elder. The members of the Bai family who did not participate in the battle were not foolish. Upon realizing the significant shattering of their soul tokens, they surmised that the frontline battle might have ended in defeat. Thus, to preserve their lineage, the Soul Saint-level cultivator remaining in the Bai family promptly selected a portion of the most talented young clan members, dividing them into several teams. Under the protection of a few venerable cultivators, they fled in different directions, carrying a part of their ancestral heritage. To maintain their survival, each team was kept small to avoid drawing attention, comprising merely around 100 individuals, totaling to about 1,000. This information was fortuitously uncovered by the Lin family upon their arrival at the Bai family, when they stumbled upon one team preparing to depart and gleaned details through soul searching. Unfortunately, this team was unaware of the whereabouts of the other teams. Each team was privy only to their own escape route, a precaution the Bai family had deliberately arranged to prevent the current predicament. Indeed, the central continent is vast, and finding these hundreds of individuals with the Lin family's strength is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, given that the Bai family's members are mostly at the venerable level or even below, they certainly have not fled far yet, so our chances of capturing them remain substantial. Therefore, Tianyu, hasten to report the situation here to Tianhai, and have him issue a bounty under the Lin family's name. Make the rewards generous. Surely, someone will be tempted by wealth. The clan elder spoke slowly. As he mentioned, the Bai family's members, being mostly at the venerable level or even less, would not be able to escape swiftly. Furthermore, the Dragon Empire is quite extensive. Even a saint-level cultivator would require at least 2 to 3 days of continuous spatial traversal to leave the Dragon Empire from the Bai family. Those carrying their ancestral legacy, being mostly inexperienced members of the Bai family, would find it impossible to depart in less than several months. As for using the teleportation formations, they would not dare, as the Lin family would naturally station cultivators to lie in wait at such conspicuous locations. The Bai family, not being foolish, would avoid using the teleportation arrays. Yes, clan elder, I shall return to report immediately. Lin Tianyu bowed respectfully to the clan elder and then vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the situation on the Kai family's end mirrored that of the Bai family, with a portion of the Kai family members also fleeing. Half a day later, the Lin family's actions were swift. Within a short span, a bounty notice with exceedingly generous rewards was disseminated throughout the Dragon Empire, and the Lin family also arranged for their members to lie in wait at the teleportation formations. The moment any members of the two fleeing families appeared, they would be captured without delay. Lin family bounty notice. Those providing information regarding the whereabouts of the fleeing members of the Kai and Bai families will be rewarded with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, regardless of their current or previous locations, for killing or capturing a member of the Kai or Bai families. The rewards are as follows. 1 person, 1 8th grade low-grade revered artifact, and 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 people, 1 8th grade mid-grade revered artifact, and 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 50 people, 1 8th grade high-grade revered artifact, and 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 people, 1 8th grade supreme revered artifact, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 people, 1 low-grade saint-level weapon, and 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Due to the exceedingly lavish rewards set by the Lin family, countless cultivators and factions within the Dragon Empire, whether enticed by the bounty or seeking to curry favor with the Lin family, mobilized to conduct a thorough search. The outcome was remarkable. It wasn't long before information regarding the whereabouts of members from both families began to pour in, prompting the Lin family to dispatch members to attempt to eliminate them. Moreover, numerous cultivators arrived at the Lin family, either presenting the severed heads of the fleeing members or capturing them alive to claim their rewards. Within a mere half-day, the number of fleeing members from both families had already halved. Complete resolution was not far off. Most of these were responses from rogue cultivators and minor factions. While the major powers were more focused on the outcome of the war and the rise of Lin Xianxiao, the newly ascendant quasi-emperor. Both the result of the battle and Lin Xianxiao's brutal slaying of the long-established quasi-emperor, Songhai, undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout the Dragon Empire. This incident, without a doubt, became the foremost hot topic within the Dragon Empire. Countless cultivators and factions in the Dragon Empire were abuzz with discussions about this matter. In an inn within the Dragon Empire, "Hey, brother, have you heard? The Kai and Bai families were obliterated by the Lin family. I even heard that the Lin family has produced a quasi-emperor powerhouse." Haha, brother, of course, I have heard of such monumental news. I even heard that the Lin family's quasi-emperor powerhouse publicly slaughtered an elder from the Lingyun Pavilion during that battle. Is what you two friends say true? I have just emerged from seclusion and am unaware of the latest developments in the outside world. Would you kindly enlighten me? Haha, naturally. Here is how the events unfolded in the esteemed sacred clan, the Lei family's forbidden ground. Daocheng, is it true? Did the Lin family truly annihilate the Kai and Bai families? And that Lin Xianxiao has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm? A venerable ancestor of the Lei family gazed in shock at the family head, urgently inquiring. Indeed, Daocheng, is this true? Another venerable ancestor of the Lei family also pressed for confirmation. Faced with the inquiries of the two ancestors, the Lei family head dared not conceal the truth and swiftly recounted the events that transpired. Ancestors, this is the essence of the matter. A moment of silence ensued, and then several sighs echoed in the stillness. Alas, while my friend Xianxiao has broken through to quasi-emperor, where is my own chance for such a breakthrough, alas? Daocheng. Relay the order that no member of the Lei family shall offend the Lin family. Should anyone offend them, they must voluntarily withdraw from the Lei family and no longer be counted as part of us. Understood, Ancestor. Chapter 80. The Lingyun Pavilion Strikes. Requesting Imperial Weapons. In the Imperial Palace of the Dragon Empire, in the same Grand Hall, the same two individuals, yet with differing reactions. This succinctly encapsulates the current scene. Your Majesty. This concludes the report on the events of the recent battle. The shadowy figure in a black robe respectfully bowed to the ruler of the Dragon Empire, presenting a recording stone to him. At this moment, the Celestial Dragon Emperor was no longer the indifferent figure he had been upon hearing of the conflict between the Lin, Kai, and Bai clans. His brow furrowed slightly, and with a solemn gaze fixed upon the shadow stone in his hand, he finally spoke after a prolonged silence. It appears that the Celestial Dragon Empire harbors many hidden talents. These prestigious families and ancient sects, with legacies spanning decades or even millions of years, are indeed far more complex than they appear. If it is the Lin clan this time, who might be next? Your Majesty, you are perhaps overthinking this. The path to the semi-emperor realm is not easily traversed. Our royal lineage, with its millions of years of profound heritage, boasts only a few dozen semi-emperor experts. For those sacred clans and sects lacking semi-emperor inheritances, producing a semi-emperor is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. The Lin clan was merely an unexpected anomaly, opined the figure cloaked in shadow, seeing the Lin clan's success as mere fortune. Only the Lin clan. That cannot be entirely true. However, this is ultimately the Celestial Dragon Empire, the domain of our royal lineage. Whether it be the old established semi-emperor forces or the Lin clan, or any other faction, those who dare to harbor ambitions toward our empire shall meet their demise. The emperor's voice grew imbued with a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. After an extended silence, the figure in black cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, what stance should our royal family take in this matter? There are many awaiting our declaration. Upon hearing this, the emperor pondered briefly before responding. Now is not the time to sever ties with these esteemed families and ancient sects. Send someone to the Lin clan to extend our congratulations, demonstrating the grace of our royal family. We shall publicly declare that the matters between the various factions are of no concern to us, and our royal family shall remain uninvolved. Understood, Your Majesty. In the Lingyun Pavilion, within its forbidden grounds, a furious elder smashed a boulder with a single hand, exclaiming, What audacity! The Lin clan and Lin Xianxiao have utterly disregarded our Lingyun Pavilion. The recent events had stirred a considerable uproar, and the Lingyun Pavilion had swiftly uncovered the truth behind the fall of the semi-emperor Songhai. It was revealed that Songhai had intervened in the Lin clan's conflict to repay a favor to the Kai family, only to be slain by Lin Xianxiao, who had inexplicably broken through to the semi-emperor realm. However, the members of the Lingyun Pavilion were unconcerned with the reasons. They only knew that the Lin clan had killed one of their semi-emperor ancestors, significantly diminishing their strength. The Lin clan is courting death. Uncle Master, I shall eradicate the Lin clan at once to uphold the dignity of our Lingyun Pavilion, exclaimed a scheming elder, addressing an ordinary-looking old man with white hair respectfully. The others turned to the white-haired elder with reverence, as he was the most senior member of the Lingyun Pavilion, a being who had lived for tens of thousands of years and possessed formidable strength, having reached the astonishing ninth heaven of the semi-emperor realm. He was renowned throughout the Celestial Dragon Empire, being one of the pinnacle powerhouses aside from the few reigning emperors, known as the Lingyun Ancestor. In the midst of the respectful gazes directed at him, the Lingyun Ancestor's previously murky eyes suddenly ignited with a ferocious, murderous intent. Kill. A voice, cold as death and bearing the weight of judgment, rang out, as if condemning the Lin clan to their fate. Yes, Ancestor. Uncle Master. The Lingyun Pavilion's leader hastily replied. I shall gather the disciples and elders of the sect at once. Please wait a moment. He began to step away, but was abruptly interrupted by the Lingyun Ancestor. No need. It is merely the Lin clan. You few shall accompany me for a swift resolution. As he spoke, the Lingyun Ancestor cast a glance at the other semi-emperor elders, who instantly understood his intent. In a flash, they vanished from sight, leaving only the pavilion master behind. Why do I have this ominous feeling that our ancestors' mission may end in failure? No, that cannot be. The Lin clan shall undoubtedly be exterminated today. Meanwhile, the Lin clan, fresh from the aftermath of battle, was in the process of recuperation, tending to their wounds and recovering. The trials of war had even led many clan members to break through their bottlenecks and enter seclusion to advance their cultivation. However, with any battle, casualties are inevitable, especially in a chaotic clash involving hundreds of thousands. Despite every member of the Lin clan being well prepared, they could not avoid losses. The Celestial Sanctuary reported, in this battle, our Lin clan suffered 654 fatalities and 800 injuries. The remaining clan members are largely unharmed, yet among the severely wounded, 3,000 members will permanently bid farewell to their cultivation paths. The Grand Elder trembled as he held the information, suppressing his sorrow before gravely announcing. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was suddenly enveloped by despair, with the elders and the Lin Tianyu brothers falling into a somber silence, each lost in their own grief. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, startling the senior members of the Lin clan. Not good. Someone is attacking our Lin clan's great formation. Lin Tianhai quickly deduced the situation and formulated a response. Tianyu, you must monitor the core of the formation to ensure it operates normally. The rest of you, follow me to confront the enemy. Yes, elder brother. Understood, clan leader. They all acknowledged, and the next moment, they vanished from their location, reappearing above the Lin clan's ancestral grounds. However, Lin Xianxiao and others had already arrived before them. Ancestor. The group promptly bowed, and then turned their attention to the formation's exterior. They saw several figures exuding a terrifying aura relentlessly bombarding the Lin clan's Xianxiaaudiobooks formation. These are the old monsters from Lingyun Pavilion. I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. The others furrowed their brows upon recognizing the intruders. Ancestor, what should we do? While they cannot breach our formation, we cannot allow them to attack unchallenged. That would be too humiliating, one elder spoke up, prompting nods of agreement from the others. The situation was clear. While the Lingyun Pavilion members could not breach the Lin clan's Xianxiaaudiobooks formation, the Lin clan, relying solely on their own strength, could not drive them away. After a lengthy pause, Lin Xiangxiao's calm voice resonated in their ears, causing their pupils to dilate. Summon the Imperial Weapon. Chapter 81. Lingyun Ancestor takes action. Imperial Weapon emerges. The tremendous commotion quickly drew the attention of numerous Lin clan members, who began to investigate the source of the disturbance. This noise indicates someone is assaulting our Lin clan's formation. Look, it's our ancestors. They have already mobilized. Can any of our elders or clan members tell me who those old bastards attacking our formation are? Why have they unjustly attacked the Lin family? Young one, it is quite normal for you to be unaware, as those individuals are the esteemed ancestors of the Lingyun Pavilion. Now you understand their motives for assaulting my Lin family. Do you not? Infuriating. It is that old dog from the Songhai who meddled in our family's affairs, and yet they have the audacity to attack us. Such is the world. Hence, you young ones must strive diligently in your cultivation. As long as our Lin family grows formidable enough, who would dare to infringe upon us? Meanwhile, the Lingyun Pavilion's quasi-emperors, having attacked for so long without making any dent in the Lin family's great formation, began to feel a mix of astonishment and disbelief. How is this possible? What level of formation is this? Despite our relentless assaults, it remains unbroken, and it doesn't even show a hint of a crack. The beady-eyed quasi-emperor of Lingyun Pavilion could not help but exclaim, why does the Lin family possess such a formidable formation? This formation's rank must be at least of high-grade quasi-emperor level. Another ancestor of the Lingyun Pavilion echoed the sentiment. Initially, they had assumed that while the Lin family's formation would pose some difficulties with their combined might, it should not take long to dismantle it. After all, the weakest among them had reached the second level of Quasi-Emperor, and the strongest, the Lin Xuan Old Ancestor, had achieved the terrifying ninth level of Quasi-Emperor. Although their master had yet to intervene, the strongest among them had already reached the sixth level. 5 Quasi-Emperors ranging from the second to the sixth level should easily overpower a newly emerged Quasi-Emperor family, yet they cannot even breach the formation. If this were to spread, where would they put their faces? Fortunately, their actions had not caused too much commotion, so it was unlikely anyone would know. Master, it seems we are powerless. We must ask for your assistance. Ultimately, the few of them had no choice but to seek help from the Lin Xuan Old Ancestor above. High in the sky, the Lin Xuan Old Ancestor, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. His right hand, which had been resting behind his back, began to rise. He did not respond to the others, but instead commenced his actions directly. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, causing the surroundings to swirl violently. Even as he merely unleashed his presence, the very space around him began to shatter and collapse under the pressure. Even the other Quasi-Emperors of Lin Xuan Pavilion appeared diminutive in the face of this torrential aura, feeling as if they were mere ants. It had been ages since they had witnessed their master unleash his full power. The Lin family's protective shell is surely doomed now. This is but natural. While the Lin family's defenses may be sturdy and troublesome for us, for our master, it is merely a trivial task. The Quasi-Emperors of Lin Xuan Pavilion could not help but feel a sense of excitement. As the Lin Xuan Old Ancestor took action, a colossal yellow spike, forged from spiritual energy, materialized above the Lin family's great formation. Gazing upon this spike, which shattered space, dimmed stars, and trembled the very essence of the Tao, the Quasi-Emperors of Lin Xuan Pavilion were enveloped by a chilling sense of impending doom, causing them to shiver involuntarily, even though the spike was not aimed at them. In the next moment, the spike shot forth, piercing through layers of space with an overwhelming momentum, and struck fiercely against the Lin family's Zhuchuan Emperor formation. Boom. Bang. The collision unleashed a thunderous explosion that resonated through the heavens, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Outside the Lin family territory, countless towering mountains were instantaneously flattened, creating vast chasms that extended for thousands of miles and plunged deep into the earth, eradicating innumerable feeble creatures without leaving a trace. At last, the Lin family's protective shell has been shattered. The Quasi-Emperors of Lin Xuan Pavilion wore expressions of delight. However, before they could savor their triumph, the Zhuchuan Emperor formation reappeared before their eyes. Upon observing the formation now, aside from its violent trembling, it showed no signs of shattering, let alone being breached. In fact, after only a brief moment of shaking, it swiftly restored itself to its original state, appearing utterly unchanged from before. This utterly astonished the Quasi-Emperors of Lin Xuan Pavilion, leaving them dumbfounded in place. The Lin Xuan Old Ancestor furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the Zhuchuan Emperor formation as if attempting to see through its essence. However, despite his seemingly calm demeanor, a hint of astonishment flickered in his murky eyes. Clearly, his heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. I did not expect that such a small family as the Lin could possess such depth. It seems today I shall not achieve my goals easily. After lamenting, the Lin Xuan Old Ancestor prepared to strike again. Just then, a figure surged forth from the formation, followed by a cold voice imbued with murderous intent that echoed in the ears of the Lin Xuan Pavilion members. Dare you assail my Lin family formation? Do you truly believe my Lin family is easy to bully? The members of Lin Xuan Pavilion instantly recognized the figure as Lin Xianxiao. Upon seeing him, one of the Quasi-Emperors immediately retorted, Lin Xianxiao, you dare emerge from your Lin family's protective shell? Do you intend to court death? In response, Lin Xianxiao remained silent, simply standing in the void, coldly meeting their gazes, before bellowing, Spear, come. Boom. Following Lin Xianxiao's command, a shadow shot forth from the depths of the Lin family territory, rapidly arriving before him. It was a black spear adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Named the Dragon Phoenix God-Slaying Spear, a supreme imperial weapon. It was left to the family by Lin Xuan as a manifestation of their utmost heritage. Lin Xianxiao glanced at the spear, then grasped its shaft with his right hand. Instantly, the eyes of the dragon and phoenix on the spear gleamed, as if they had come to life, and 2 colossal phantoms of a true dragon and true phoenix emerged behind him. Roar, cry. The resonating roars of the dragon and the piercing cries of the phoenix echoed through the heavens, as they spiraled and danced in the air like true beings. And not only the dragon and phoenix phantoms, but the moment Lin Xianxiao grasped the dragon phoenix God-Slaying Spear, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted forth from the spear. It was an aura of supreme authority, capable of subjugating all and making the very Tao tremble. Even Quasi-Emperors, who could annihilate entire star realms with a mere wave, found themselves overshadowed, feeling as insignificant as ants, compelling countless cultivators to prostrate and gaze up in awe. Chapter 82. The Imperial Weapon Unleashed. The Lingyun Pavilion flees. In the Tianlong Empire, within a certain forbidden area of the palace. The aura of an imperial weapon. Is it possible that besides our royal family, the Tianlong Empire possesses another imperial weapon? It is indeed hard to fathom, yet the matter of imperial weapons cannot be overlooked. Summon the current emperor to meet with us at once. At your command. After Lin Xianxiao summoned the imperial weapon, the members of Lingyun Pavilion could no longer remain calm. Erupting in shouts, what? An imperial weapon? How can this be? How could the Lin family possibly possess an imperial weapon? That is an imperial weapon. Even the venerable Lingyun old ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was hardly swayed by any events, now bore a countenance filled with profound astonishment. However, Lin Xianxiao paid no heed to their reactions. The moment he grasped the dragon and phoenix slaughtering divine spear, he unleashed his entire spiritual power with fervor. As a quasi-emperor, although he could not fully harness the might of the imperial weapon, wielding 70 to 80% of its power was well within his capability. With a resounding chant, a tremendous beam of spear light erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, aimed directly at the individuals from Lingyun Pavilion. Witnessing this, Lingyun old ancestor urgently shouted to the others, flee. He then produced his own life-bound artifact, executing his most formidable strike in an attempt to thwart the imperial weapon's assault. The remaining members of Lingyun Pavilion, upon hearing their elder's cry, promptly fled at full speed, their hearts racing with the dread of imminent demise. Indeed, the power of the imperial weapon at 70 to 80% was not something they, quasi-emperors of the 2nd to 6th celestial realms, could withstand. A mere encounter would spell certain death for them. With a thunderous roar, the heavens returned to tranquility. A figure, bloodied and battered, with one arm severed, was sent flying, ultimately crashing through hundreds of mountains before coming to a halt. Master, the quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion, who had retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, were struck with horror upon witnessing this scene. They rushed back, extracting the severely weakened Lingyun old ancestor from the mountains. Master, are you all right? They inquired anxiously. Lingyun old ancestor replied, just now, if I hadn't timely used an ultimate trump card preserved for over 10,000 years, I would have perished beneath Lin Xianxiao's strike. He coughed. I'm not dead yet, but we must flee. He wields an imperial weapon. We are no match for him. Returning to Lingyun Pavilion, relying on the sect's grand formation and its millennia of heritage, we may withstand this. Remaining here is tantamount to courting death. Having barely uttered these words, Lingyun old ancestor succumbed to unconsciousness. The other quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion swiftly administered several healing pills to him before decisively fleeing the scene. Their speed exceeded that of their arrival by an immeasurable margin. Though Lin Xianxiao wished to pursue, he found himself unable to summon the imperial weapon again due to the immense spiritual energy he had just expended. Moreover, he had just extinguished the Kai and by families and vanquished the quasi-emperor of the Songhai, drawing considerable attention. To annihilate Lingyun Pavilion, a long-standing quasi-emperor power, would be excessively ostentatious. Moderation is key. Excessive prominence is not always advantageous. After all, the imperial family of the Tianlong Empire was still watching closely. Should they discover that the Lin family possessed an imperial weapon, it was likely they would attempt to seize it, for who could resist the allure of such a treasure? Fortunately, apart from the members of Lingyun Pavilion, no other outsiders had witnessed the event. Even the emperors of the Tianlong Empire could only sense the aura of the dragon and phoenix slaughtering divine spear without being able to discern its precise location. After all, imperial weapons are entities of the same caliber as emperors, and the dragon and phoenix slaughtering divine spear was an unparalleled supreme-grade imperial weapon, not easily traceable. Indeed, within the imperial palace of the Tianlong Empire, several terrifying figures were fervently attempting to unravel the mystery, yet after much deliberation, they remained at an impasse. Unable to deduce its origin, this imperial weapon is indeed remarkable, one figure remarked, unless a formidable force is concealing the secrets of heaven. Ultimately, these formidable figures reluctantly abandoned their calculations and turned their attention to the visibly anxious Tianlong Emperor. One of them inquired, as the Emperor, have you recently detected any new Emperor-level powers or imperial forces emerging in or around the Tianlong Empire? The Tianlong Emperor responded respectfully, reporting to the Ancestor, I have not heard of any new Emperor-level powers or imperial forces appearing in or around the Tianlong Empire. Strange, remarked another figure. The aura we sensed was undoubtedly that of an imperial weapon, distinctly unfamiliar and not belonging to any of the major imperial forces nearby. Why then have no new emperors or imperial forces appeared? Could it be that this force is concealing its strength? That does not seem plausible. Our royal family is acutely aware of the strengths of all major factions within the Tianlong Empire. There is no possibility of an imperial weapon existing among them. After considerable contemplation, these formidable figures could not arrive at a conclusion. They continued to question the Tianlong Emperor. Have there been any significant events in the imperial court recently? The Tianlong Emperor, after a brief recall, replied, reporting to the Ancestor, the court has been peaceful lately. The most significant occurrence is the emergence of a quasi-emperor from the Lin family, who has annihilated 2 saint families and become the 8th quasi-emperor level power within our Tianlong Empire. Upon hearing this, the formidable figures immediately lost interest. For beings of their caliber, a mere newly emerged quasi-emperor and a nascent quasi-emperor faction were hardly worth their attention. They regarded them as insignificant ants, easily extinguishable with a mere wave of the hand. They could not fathom linking an imperial weapon to a newly emerged quasi-emperor faction. In their eyes, such a notion was implausible. They would sooner believe that established quasi-emperor forces like Lingyun Pavilion possessed imperial weapons to uphold their heritage. Very well. Keep a close watch for any news of imperial weapons and the activities of those established quasi-emperor forces to ascertain if they are involved. You may leave now. Yes, Ancestor. The younger generation takes their leave. After witnessing the members of Lingyun Pavilion vanish in an instant, Lin Xianxiao put away the imperial weapon. He then waved his hand, causing the vast fissures outside the Lin family estate to close and the mountains to rise anew, restoring the area to its former majestic celestial splendor. Having completed all this, he stepped back into the grand formation and returned to the Lin family estate. Chapter 83. Lin Xianxiao's breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor. Upon Lin Xianxiao's south return to the estate, countless members of the Lin family, who had witnessed their ancestor forcefully repel the invaders, erupted into jubilant exclamations. Ancestor is magnificent. Is this truly the legendary imperial weapon? I never imagined I would behold such a mythical object in my lifetime, and to think it belongs to my Lin family. I would gladly face death now. Ha. With the imperial weapon to safeguard us, the rise of my Lin family is imminent. As long as we do not provoke those imperial forces, our family shall stand invincible. Elder brother, Ancestor, are you unscathed? Lin Xianxiao's kin, including Lin Xianxia, rushed forward to inquire, their concern palpable despite having witnessed the entire ordeal. Lin Xianxiao was the Lin family's anchor, and it was crucial that he remained unharmed. Ancestor, I have recently acquired several healing quasi-emperor pills from our heritage. If you are injured, you should consume them promptly, Lin Xuan stated, producing several jade vials containing the healing quasi-emperor pills he had obtained through the system's rewards. The numerous high-ranking members of the Lin family were well aware that Lin Xuan, the family's prodigy, had acquired an extraordinary inheritance. There was no hint of surprise among them. Instead, their eyes were filled with eager anticipation as they turned towards Lin Xianxiao. Witnessing their concern warmed Lin Xianxiao's heart, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. He had defended against external threats, safeguarded his kin, and protected the family, and in return, the family and its members cherished and respected him. This was the true essence of his guardianship over the clan. Eventually, Lin Xianxiao shook his head and said with a smile, "No worries. I am quite well." He then gestured to the crowd, indicating that the formidable foes had retreated, and they could now attend to their own affairs. In response, countless members of the Lin family offered respectful bows to Lin Xianxiao before returning to their respective tasks, resuming their interrupted endeavors. Before long, only Lin Xianxiao and the senior members of the Lin family remained, standing above the clan's grounds. Lin Tianhai at once. Deploy someone to keep a vigilant watch on the movements of Lingyun Pavilion. The rift between us has been irreparably torn. Though they currently pose no threat to our Lin family, we must remain ever vigilant. Lin Xianxiao addressed Lin Tianhai, his tone steady. Although he had successfully repelled Lingyun Pavilion, Lin Xianxiao recognized that annihilating them would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Celestial Dragon Empire, perhaps even prompting direct intervention. After all, no one would wish for a potential threat to linger near their abode. The imperial weapons, without a doubt, represented a formidable danger to them. If the Lin family sought to eliminate Lingyun Pavilion, they would need to rely on imperial weapons, a fact they could no longer conceal. This time, fortune favored them. The individuals from Lingyun Pavilion had approached stealthily, remaining unnoticed, and Lin Xianxiao's single strike had been swift and discreet, not drawing outside attention. However, an attempt to eradicate Lingyun Pavilion would surely create a significant uproar and take time, making it nearly impossible to avoid scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai promptly replied, "Rest assured, Ancestor, I shall have the shadow spirits monitor Lingyun Pavilion closely, and any developments will be reported to you at once." Very well. Has the casualty count from this battle been compiled? Please share the details, Lin Xianxiao continued to inquire. Yes, Ancestor. The statistics have been gathered. In this battle, Our Lin family suffered a total of Lin Tianhai, quickly recounted the casualties in detail to Lin Changxiao, the 3 elder ancestors, and the other clan elders. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somber, yet the members of the clan were no longer novices in the path of cultivation. They understood that such losses were inevitable. Ultimately, Lin Changxiao and the others exchanged only a long sigh. Such tragedies were unavoidable. The most pressing matter now was to devise the best arrangements and comforts for the fallen clan members and their loved ones. Those who participated in the battle deserved substantial rewards. This task would be entrusted to Tianhai and the others, and they were to formulate a plan promptly. Understood, Ancestor. Lin Tianhai and the elders responded with deep respect. After outlining the main points, Lin Changxiao and the others returned to Tianyunsi, while Lin Tianhai and the elders proceeded to the sacred hall to discuss and arrange various matters. Time flew swiftly, and 5 days had passed. During this period, the Lin family had undoubtedly become the focal point of fervent discussions among countless cultivators within the Celestial Dragon Empire. Even after 5 days, the events surrounding the Lin family remained the most sensational topic, with throngs of cultivators passionately debating the family and the recent battle at every gathering. Thanks to the conflict and Lin Changxiao's ascension to Quasi-Emperor status, as well as his decisive defeat of the veteran Quasi-Emperor Songhai, the Lin family's prestige and standing had experienced a remarkable surge. In these days, whenever Lin family members ventured outside, they were invariably surrounded and fawned upon by numerous cultivators. Even those top-tier holy-level powers, who once considered themselves on par with the Lin family and dismissed them, now sought to curry favor, clinging to them like a stubborn plaster. Moreover, even individuals from the other 6 quasi-emperor level forces, aside from Lingyun Pavilion, no longer approached Lin family members with their former arrogance and disdain. Instead, they began to extend friendly overtures. Regardless of the external circumstances, since the battle concluded, the Lin family had maintained an unparalleled calm, with its members wholly devoted to their cultivation. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through Tianyunsi. Boom, boom. Is that the Quasi-Emperor's tribulation? Has the second ancestor finally made her breakthrough? It seems our Lin family is to gain another Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. Ha! The tremendous commotion quickly captured the attention of all Lin family members, who soon understood the situation and erupted in excitement. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xianxia's figure appeared in the sky, surrounded by rapidly gathering dark thunderclouds and the rumble of thunder. As the storm amassed, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down towards Lin Xianxia with a resounding crash. Boom. Yet, Lin Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. She had adequately prepared for this tribulation and was not the least bit anxious about overcoming it. In the face of the first lightning strike, she made no move to evade, evidently intending to withstand it with her physical body to temper her resilience. The bolt of lightning struck with incredible speed, crashing into her form in an instant. However, even after the first tribulation lightning subsided, Lin Xianxia did not retreat a single step, her demeanor remaining unaffected. Showing no signs of injury, the tribulation did not cease. The second, the third. It was not until the 6th bolt that Lin Xianxia ceased to endure passively, beginning to actively defend herself. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, with a deafening roar that surpassed all preceding thunder. The 9 bolts of Quasi-Emperor tribulation were unleashed in their entirety. Boom. After a brief pause, a majestic aura unique to the Quasi-Emperor realm surged through Tianyunsi, signifying that Lin Xianxia had officially entered the Quasi-Emperor stage, becoming the second Quasi-Emperor powerhouse of the Lin family. Chapter 84. The Great Competition Approaches. Congratulations, second ancestor, on your breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha ha. With the second ancestor's ascension, our Lin family's strength has ascended to new heights. First, the grand ancestor broke through, and now the second ancestor has also achieved Quasi-Emperor status. The true rise of our Lin family is imminent. Ha ha. As they witnessed Lin Xianxia's successful tribulation, the members of the clan rushed forward, showering her with heartfelt congratulations while laughing in exuberant delight. They were genuinely overjoyed by the elevation of their family's power. Elder brother, I have finally caught up to you. Lin Xianxia beamed at Lin Changxiao, her smile radiant amidst the crowd. She then turned to the other Lin family members, saying, "You little ones are too kind." As the only female elder of the Lin family and the strongest among the women, Lin Xianxia had always been determined and held great respect for her elder brother, viewing him as a target to aspire towards. Hee, it's wonderful that you have broken through, Xianxia. As for me, I merely paved the way for you all. In fact, I would be delighted if each of you surpassed me in cultivation, Lin Xianxia replied with a smile. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the elders of the clan, the contemporary leaders such as Lin Tianhai, and the top-tier prodigies like Lin Xuan. These words are also meant for you youngsters, he proclaimed. I hope that each of you will surpass me in the future and strengthen our Lin family. He harbored no fear of being outdone by the younger generation. Rather, his concern lay in the absence of successors who could eclipse him. The emergence of prodigies was the only testament to the Lin family's continual progression, rather than stagnation or decline. Genius is, and will forever remain, the cornerstone of a lineage's enduring legacy. Great Ancestor, we shall diligently cultivate and strive to keep pace with your illustrious footsteps. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the assembly responded with resolute expressions, echoing their intent vocally. Observing this, Lin Xiao and his companions nodded in satisfaction. After a considerable time had elapsed, Lin Xianxia took her leave, as she needed to consolidate her cultivation. Once she departed, Lin Xiao inquired about the recent developments. Tianhai, has there been any movement from the Lingyun Pavilion lately? Upon hearing Lin Xiao address serious matters, Lin Tianhai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he recounted the recent circumstances. Reporting to the Great Ancestor, the Dark Spirit Guards have been closely monitoring the Lingyun Pavilion's every action. They discovered that since their retreat, the Lingyun Pavilion has activated its protective grand formation and sealed its mountain gates. To this day, the Dark Spirit Guards have yet to witness any member of the Lingyun Pavilion emerge. I dare to speculate that the Lingyun Pavilion fears our Lin family's approach with the Imperial weapon, hence their decision to fortify their defenses and rely on the sect's foundation for protection. Moreover, with the Lingyun ancestors severely injured by you, Great Ancestor, they are likely preoccupied with devising a method to heal that old wretch, rendering them hesitant to act against us. Therefore, I believe we need not worry about any clandestine maneuvers from the Lingyun Pavilion for the time being. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Xiao but also the others nodded in agreement, clearly aligning with Lin Tianhai's conjecture and perspective. Just as Lin Tianhai had surmised, within the Lingyun Pavilion, the atmosphere was rife with anxiety due to the threat posed by the Imperial weapon and the Lingyun ancestors' injuries. It is still inadequate. A venerable figure of the fourth stage of Quasi-Emperor lamented, although our master's external wounds have mostly healed, the Imperial weapon's extreme power within him is beyond our capability to eradicate. This power incessantly wreaks havoc on our master's flesh and meridians. Even with our combined efforts and the master's utmost suppression, we can only manage a temporary containment. If this continues, our master may. The other members shared in his palpable anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Cough, cough, cough. Enough. You need not concern yourselves with my injuries. I can still manage to suppress it for a while longer. What you must focus on now is guarding against the Lin family's surprise assaults. You have witnessed the Imperial weapon's might. We can only rely on the protective grand formation and the sect's resources for any chance of defense. However, this hinges on being aware of the Lin family's movements. Otherwise, they may launch a sudden attack while we are unprepared, and it would be too late then. Therefore, you must assign someone to monitor the Lin family's every action, the Lingyun ancestor spoke weakly. Rest assured, Master. The Dark Hall has been keeping a close watch on the Lin family, and they have yet to make any moves. By the way, Great Ancestor, in 7 days, our Lin family will hold the Decadal Family Competition. Given the current circumstances, should we consider postponing it? Lin Tianhai suddenly recalled something and respectfully inquired of Lin Xiao. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Xiao and the others, who were preparing to leave, became intrigued. The family competition, also known as the Lin Clan's Great Competition, encompasses not only the main lineage but also all branches, serving as the greatest event for the younger generation of the Lin family and an excellent opportunity to assess their overall capabilities. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiao replied slowly, "Let it proceed as scheduled. With the current strength of our Lin family, we need not regard any ordinary adversaries. As for those top-tier and hegemonic forces, if they intended to act against us, they would have done so long ago rather than waiting until now." The assembly nodded in agreement, affirming Lin Xiao's statement. As he had articulated, given their Lin family's current prowess, boasting 2 quasi-emperors and the formidable might of the Imperial weapon, they harbored no fear of any forces apart from the top-tier and hegemonic powers of the central state. Moreover, 5 days had elapsed since the end of the Great Battle, and if those top-tier forces sought to make a move against them, they would have done so already, rather than delaying until now. I understand, Great Ancestor. I shall convey the message that this competition will proceed as usual. Lin Tianhai promptly responded with a bow after receiving Lin Xiao's consent. He then departed with the elders to discuss and arrange the various matters concerning the upcoming family competition. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. In the Wanzhou domain, Salt City, before a grand estate stood a young man, resolute and dignified, with a black staff slung across his back, bidding farewell to a multitude of people. "Father, esteemed elders, fellow clansmen, please return. This time, I shall ensure that the Salt City Lin family regains its status as the main lineage, fulfilling the aspirations of our ancestors. The young man spoke with unwavering confidence, his posture proud and his strides vigorous, yet he did not look back, leaving the onlookers with a silhouette that seemed destined to transcend an era. In the Wanzhou domain, Tianyan dynasty, Fu City, an elderly man stood before several hundred individuals, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the strikingly handsome youth. Be cautious on your journey. Our family is incapable of providing protection. You must rely solely on yourself. Before the youth could respond, the others behind the man began to voice their concerns, leaving him momentarily at a loss, until he finally asserted resolutely, "Father, esteemed clansman, rest assured. Lin Dong will not disappoint you. I shall secure first place in this competition." Having said this, the young man offered a respectful bow to the assembly before turning away without a glance back. Chapter 85. The First Encounter of Two Great Talents. Is this truly the Tianlong Empire? Lin Yan mused, awestruck. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the core region of the central state. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incomparable to the barren outskirts of the Wanzhou domain. The moment he stepped onto the territory of the Tianlong Empire, Lin Yan was astounded by the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. At this juncture, 3 days had passed since his departure from Salt City. After navigating through multiple teleportation arrays, he had finally emerged from a teleportation array in the city of Ziji Shangqing, officially entering the realm of the Tianlong Empire. In those 3 days, he first reached the nearest dynasty to the Kanglin dynasty, utilized its teleportation array, and arrived at the only holy dynasty within the Wanzhou domain, the Tianshan Holy Dynasty. From there, he boarded the sole long-distance teleportation array in the Wanzhou domain, heading towards the core area of the Central State's human territory. And after transferring through 2 additional arrays, he finally arrived at Ziji Shangqing. "Why are you just standing there? Move quickly," a voice suddenly urged from nearby, jolting Lin Yan from his reverie. He looked up to find a cultivator overseeing the teleportation array. Not feeling irked, Lin Yan approached the attendant and casually handed over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, smiling as he said, "Senior, please pardon my delay." The attendant accepted the stones with a feigned nonchalance, his earlier arrogance dissipating, and he replied amiably, "No problem at all." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan inquired, "Senior, might there be a teleportation array leading to Tianxing City?" Tianxing City is the largest and most prosperous city within the Lin family territory, serving as the family's gateway to the outside world. The ordinary factions, or rogue cultivators, can typically only access the Heavenly Saint City, while the Lin family itself is beyond the reach of common powers. Only those of the Saint-level forces possess the qualification to engage directly with the Lin family. And in the past, only those factions with a Saint Emperor-level powerhouse were deemed worthy of conversing as equals with the Lin family. Nowadays, only those of Quasi-Emperor-level forces are considered capable of such interaction, rendering even Saint Emperor-level forces inadequate. Due to his unfamiliarity with the area, Lin Yan had no choice but to consult the local cultivators. His cultivation level was still low, and traveling alone would not only be time-consuming, but also fraught with dangers. Thus, he primarily utilized the teleportation arrays, moving swiftly from one to another without daring to wander alone. After all, this place was vastly different from the small region of Wanzhou. It was teeming with formidable warriors, a genuine realm of hidden talents, where manifestations of the law were as numerous as dogs. Even cultivators at the King realm were merely regarded as ordinary practitioners. Only those at the Venerable realm held any significant status, and only those of the Holy realm could truly be considered powerful. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the warmth on the cultivator's face vanished in an instant, his tone turning frigid. The Lin family's Heavenly Saint City? No such thing. However, having accepted Lin Yan's spirit stones, he begrudgingly pointed him in a direction. Head east for 8,000 miles to the Flowing Cloud Holy City. There lies a teleportation array to the Heavenly Saint City. Now, be gone. Lin Yan could only leave in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, the master of the Purple Extreme Holy City, the Purple Extreme Holy Sect, had been suppressed by Lin Tianhai no less than 8 times, each encounter ending in utter defeat. This led to their current strained relationship, resulting in a complete cessation of communication. This was the underlying reason for the abrupt change in demeanor of the guarding cultivator. After departing from the Purple Extreme Holy City, Lin Yan began to make his way towards the Flowing Cloud Holy City, guided by the map he had just acquired. Having traveled for most of the day, he finally arrived within 100 miles of the Flowing Cloud Holy City. Just as he was about to proceed, a fierce battle ahead forced him to halt. "Is that a robbery?" Lin Yan murmured, gazing ahead. Before him, several figures cloaked in black were besieging a young man in brocade, roughly his age, accompanied by a purple marten. The black-clad figures were all at the celestial realm, with one reaching the peak of the 9th layer, while the others were no less than the 5th layer. In contrast, the young man and the Marten were both at the second layer of the celestial realm. And though the Marten was slightly stronger at the fourth layer, they were still at a distinct disadvantage in both numbers and cultivation. Yet, the boy and the Marten did not appear to falter at all. Rather, the black-clad attackers looked increasingly beleaguered. How powerful! This is a true prodigy. Lin Xuan fixated on the boy's fierce combat stance, his eyes betraying a fervent fighting spirit. At that moment, perhaps by coincidence, the battling youth seemed to sense something and instinctively glanced back. Their gazes met, and the boy instantly recognized the fighting spirit in Lin Xuan's eyes. This person is extraordinary. A thought arose in the boy's mind. Perhaps this was the remarkable connection between prodigies. However, engrossed in battle, the young man quickly turned his attention back to the fray. After observing for a while, Lin Xuan chose to discreetly bypass the scene. Lingering any longer might lead the others to suspect his intentions. Although he felt a pull towards the boy, wishing to engage and spar, the timing was evidently not right. Therefore, he opted to depart, confident that with the boy's talent, they would undoubtedly cross paths again in the future, devoid of any need for haste. Shortly after Lin Xuan's departure, the battle concluded. Lin Dong, what was that about? You were distracted. The purple Marten scolded, floating before Lin Dong with arms crossed, a look of indignation on its face. If it weren't for me blocking a strike, you'd still be in danger. Lin Dong recalled the figure of the boy he had glimpsed earlier and smiled faintly. Nothing much, just saw an extraordinary being. And for your help, little Marten, here is a 5th grade top-tier spirit herb. He produced the herb and handed it to the purple Marten. The Marten promptly swallowed the herb. Satisfaction evident on its face, though it feigned indignation. Fine, while this 5th grade trash spirit herb is beneath my notice, I shall accept it as a gesture of goodwill. It continued to boast, you should know, in my Xianxiao Marten clan, such low-grade herbs are akin to weeds by the roadside. I usually wouldn't even glance at them. Seeing the Marten's arrogance, Lin Dong swiftly interrupted. All right, let us go. We can't miss the grand competition. With that, he seized the Marten by the scruff and soared away from the scene. How dare you? Lin Dong, release your noble Marten. It protested. I am a majestic Xianxiao Marten. And you dare to grasp my neck? Chapter 86, Sign-in Rewards. Arrival of various branches. In the Lin family system, Lin Xuan's voice resonated. Sign in. Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100,000 family fortune points. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 heavenly fire rock. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 ton of 3rd grade top tier gathering yuan pills. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 physique enhancement cards. Observing these rewards, Lin Xuan murmured, it appears that as the family's strength and reputation have grown, so too has its fortune. The system's various rewards are determined by family fortune. The stronger the fortune, the more substantial the rewards, as evidenced by this sign-in. In the past, while Lin Xuan did receive good items during sign-ins, they were scarce, mostly yielding ordinary rewards. However, this time, the majority were exceptional, indicating that the Lin family's fortune had significantly improved since its inception. Among these rewards, upon seeing the physique enhancement cards, Lin Xuan lost interest in the others. He had previously obtained a super-tier enhancement card, while these were of a lower grade. Curious about their effects, he quickly examined them. Physique enhancement card, capable of elevating the physique of the target by 1 tier, applicable only to physiques below the holy body. Upon reading the description, Lin Xuan understood the card's effects and limitations. It was clear that this lower-tier physique enhancement card was incomparable to his earlier super-tier card, which could elevate any physique to its highest form without restrictions. The differences were stark and undeniable. Nonetheless, despite this, he remained exceedingly delighted. With these 10 cards for enhancing physical attributes, the Lin family would gain 10 prodigious talents, unrivaled in Zhongzhou, thus hastening the family's ascent. Regrettably, there were only 10 cards. Whom should he bestow them upon? His father, mother, 3 esteemed ancestors, second uncle, Howren, grandfather, grandmother, who then should receive the final card? Lin Xuan began to deliberate on the allocation of the enhancement cards. He had no need for one himself, naturally, so it must be reserved for his family. However, with only 10 cards available, his first thoughts gravitated towards those he held most dear, as well as the 3 venerable ancestors. As for his father and those closest to him, their claims were self-evident. After all, even within the same family, there existed varying degrees of closeness. Humanity, by nature, harbors selfishness. Furthermore, he questioned himself and found no guilt regarding his family's welfare. Regarding the 3 ancestors, they were the family's most formidable force, the steadfast pillars of support, and their cultivation would undoubtedly benefit from accelerated enhancement. Thus, he unhesitatingly resolved to allocate 3 of the enhancement cards to the 3 ancestors. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma over the last card. Within the Lin family, both elders and clan seniors had always treated him with kindness, and among his peers, there were numerous individuals with whom he shared a good rapport. All of these individuals were core members of the family, each deserving of nurturing. Regrettably, only one card remained, and he could not ascertain whom to bestow it upon. After several more minutes of contemplation, Lin Xuan remained at an impasse, feeling overwhelmed. Ultimately, he decided to leave the matter to his father, letting him grapple with the headache. Once this decision was made, Lin Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. System, open the family panel. As Lin Xuan's words echoed, the system's prompt sounded abruptly. Ding. The family panel has been opened. Clan Fortune System, Bound Clan, Xianxiao Lin Family. Clan Tier, Sacred Clan, Host, Lin Xuan. Triple Heaven of the King Realm, Clan Leader, Lin Tianhai. Fifth Heaven of the Great Sage Realm, Clan Strongest, Lin Xianxiao. Second Heaven of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, Clan's Fortune, 400,000. Clan Population, 540,000. Fortune Points, 302,000. Evaluation, a formidable power in Zhongzhou. Upon seeing the Fortune Points section, Lin Xuan was reminded of his recent gambling spree, brimming with confidence as he attempted a tenfold draw, only to be met with dismal results. The outcome was as dark as coal. Unwilling to concede defeat, he proceeded to lavishly spend on 2 more tenfold draws. The results? Each subsequent attempt was worse than the last. The total value was less than half of what he had originally spent on fortune points. 300,000 fortune points. The thought made his heart bleed. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his gambling urges, avoiding further loss. Otherwise, he feared he would squander not just 30,000, but rather 20,000 entirely. Fortunately, the day's sign-in rewards were sufficiently generous, alleviating his earlier despair. Afterward, Lin Xuan resumed his review of his own and his family's circumstances. Meanwhile, the Lin family's grand competition drew ever closer. Today marked the arrival of the first team from the Lin family's branch, and in the subsequent time, more teams continued to arrive. These teams varied in size and strength, presenting an uneven display. The stronger teams boasted dozens of members, led by formidable figures of the Sage Realm, while the weaker teams might consist of only 2 or 3 individuals, with their strongest perhaps merely at the Cave Heaven realm. This disparity illustrated that among the numerous branches of the Lin family, some had flourished while others had languished, or even failed to develop at all. After all, the most powerful cultivators sent out from the Lin family branches were only at the respectful realm, and their numbers were exceedingly few. Yet, the emergence of Sage Realm experts indicated that some branches had thrived remarkably well. Conversely, those that had not progressed faced various challenges, perhaps due to the initial generation of cultivators being weak, a lack of genius, or severe suppression from local forces, hindering their growth. In any case, there were myriad reasons. However, the Lin family had never treated its branches differently based on their development. All were treated equally, and those from branches that had not prospered were met with no disdain or indifference. On the contrary, all arriving branch members received the highest level of hospitality from the Lin family. This approach allowed those from less fortunate branches, who had initially felt anxious and fearful of the main family's reception, to finally relax and mingle comfortably with both the main family and members of other branches. Chapter 87. The astonishment brought by the attribute enhancement cards. Grandfather, is this truly the main family of the Lin clan? How magnificent, how grand. A young girl, visiting for the first time from a branch family, stepped into the Lin family's territory, her gaze captivated by the splendid and imposing tall structures, ethereal floating islands, majestic peaks piercing the clouds, and soaring celestial cranes. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, unable to rest. The clan leader was indeed not mistaken. Our Lin family is truly a top-tier force in Zhongzhou. Such vastness, resembling a celestial paradise, constitutes the ancestral land of our Lin family. I feel as though I am dreaming. Upon hearing this, the young talents accompanying her expressed their astonishment in unison. Hee. Do you little ones now believe the words I once spoke? In the Tianjiao domain, even the mightiest force, the Meijia clan, which possesses Sage Realm experts, pales in comparison to our Lin family's main estate, easily extinguishable with a mere wave of the hand. This is why I have always advised you to act with caution in the Tianjiao domain. Avoid provoking others, but do not cower in fear, even if confronted by members of the Meijia clan. For we stand behind the sacred clan Lin, supported by ancestors of the Saint Emperor realm. Observing the expressions of his younger kin, the elder felt a nostalgic warmth, reminiscent of his own youthful days, and chuckled while stroking his beard. Hadn't he, too, felt the same awe upon his first visit to the main estate? Haha, so it is the clansfolk from Lingqing. Welcome, welcome. Cousin Junwei, long time no see. Haha. At that moment, a steward from the Lin family, responsible for welcoming the various branch families, approached the elder, Lin Junwei. and warmly invited his group to the designated reception area. Seeing the visitor, the elder responded with a hearty laugh. Haha. I did not expect it to be Brother Junpeng hosting today. It has been far too long since we last met. Ever since our parting a decade ago. I have often reminisced about sharing a drink with you. Upon finishing, he turned to the young ones and jested, You little ones, why don't you greet Grandpa Pong? In response, the youths respectfully bowed in unison. Greetings, Grandpa Pong. Haha, splendid, splendid. Come. Here are some gifts from Grandpa for you all as a token of our meeting. After receiving Lin Juanhui's approval, the young ones joyfully accepted the gifts and once again bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, the group, under the guidance of the steward, proceeded to a designated resting area for a brief respite. Such occurrences were commonplace in the final 3 days leading up to the grand competition, primarily due to the considerable distance separating the numerous branches of the Lin family from the main household, necessitating a significant travel time. At this moment, Lin Xuan had arrived at Lin Tianhai's location, prepared to present one of his physique enhancement cards to Lin Tianhai, with the intention of augmenting his physical constitution. Divine Sanctuary. Xianer, what brings you to seek your father? Lin Tianhai inquired with a smile, observing Lin Xian's entrance. During the past month, whenever Lin Xian visited him, it was typically to share good news or present something of value. Thus, he had grown accustomed to these visits and could often anticipate the nature of the situation without Lin Xian uttering a word. His tone, although framed as a question, was imbued with a sense of affirmation. Lin Xian, unfazed, replied with a smile, Father, I recently acquired a source of physique essence which I have no use for, so I bring it as a token of filial piety. It can elevate your unique physique by 1 tier, reaching the royal physique level. Prior to this, Lin Xian had instructed the system to transmute the physique enhancement card into the guise of a physique essence, facilitating Lin Tianhai and the others' acceptance and preventing unnecessary complications. With that, Lin Xian presented a luminous energy sphere, the source essence, to Lin Tianhai. Lin Tianhai numbly accepted the energy sphere, his gaze fixated upon it. An astonishment overtly manifested upon his face. He examined it closely, confirming that it was indeed capable of refining and enhancing one's physical constitution. Furthermore, within his perception, the energy emanating from the sphere was significantly more potent than his own Golden King body, instilling within him a sense of being overshadowed. After a prolonged moment, Lin Tianhai gradually regained his composure and stated solemnly, Xianer, your father cannot accept this. It is better suited for you. Or if you truly do not require it, you may give it to your mother or our ancestors. Acknowledging the value of this item, he had promptly declined, believing it most appropriate for his son. Should Lin Xian have already utilized it, then it would be given to his wife, Lu Mingxin. As the husband and father of their small family, he naturally prioritized the well-being of his wife and son. Lin Xian had anticipated this response, offering a reassuring glance as he continued, Rest assured, Father, I have obtained a total of 10 of these. Enough for 10 individuals to refine and enhance their physiques. I shall also be delivering some to Mother and the others shortly, so you should proceed with the refinement to enhance your capabilities. With the Royal Physiques Endowment, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly increase, significantly shortening the time required to reach the Sacred King realm. And it is not beyond possibility that you could become a formidable emperor or even a heavenly emperor in the future. Lin Xian then produced another piece of physique essence for Lin Tianhai to see. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words and witnessing the second piece of essence, Lin Tianhai surrendered to the inevitable, accepting it. I truly do not know how our Lin family has been so fortunate to have you, Xianer, as our prodigious child. He marveled. If that is the case, I shall shamelessly accept it. I will strive to refine it swiftly, hoping to protect you for a longer duration. He understood that Lin Xian would someday surpass him, and that day was not far off. By refining and enhancing his own physique, he could hasten his progress, delaying the moment of being surpassed by Lin Xian. His sole desire was to safeguard his son for as long as possible. A few minutes later, Lin Xian departed from the Divine Sanctuary, heading to deliver the physique enhancement cards to his mother, Lu Mingxin. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhai promptly attended to family affairs before resolutely entering seclusion to begin refining the physique essence. Lin Xian swiftly delivered 8 of the physique enhancement cards to Lu Mingxin and the others, provoking a wave of astonishment and admiration from them. Consequently, Lu Mingxin and her companions immediately entered seclusion to refine the essence, aspiring to enhance their physiques and expedite their strength progression to better protect the yet-to-mature Lin Xian and safeguard the family. As for the final physique enhancement card, Lin Xian entrusted it to the elder, allowing him to decide who would refine it. The primary reason was Lin Xian's reluctance to deal with the hassle of deciding. In the end, the elder resolved to utilize it as a mysterious reward for the upcoming family competition, to be distributed alongside the chief reward for this competition's victor. Chapter 88. It turns out they are kin. The day before the grand competition, Lin Tianhai and the other 9 had successfully refined the physique enhancement cards provided by Lin Xuan, resulting in a substantial transformation in their physical constitutions. Among them, Lin Tianhai and the 2 elder ancestors, Lin Xianxiao and Lin Xianxia, had evolved from the king body to the royal body. Their innate talents surged, rendering them extraordinary prodigies within the southern dark continent. Following this transformation, not only did their talents improve dramatically, but their cultivation levels also ascended significantly. Lin Tianhai directly advanced from the 5th layer of the Great Sage realm to the 8th layer, while Lin Xianxiao reached the 3rd layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm, and Lin Xianxia attained the 2nd layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was anticipated that Lin Changfeng would soon break through to become the 3rd Quasi-Emperor of the Lin family, thereby significantly enhancing the family's strength and potentially elevating the Lin family to the status of a Quasi-Emperor clan. Naturally, this would depend on whether the number of Sacred Emperor and Sacred King realm members in the Lin family met the system's requirements. Otherwise, Lin Xian's system would still regard the Lin family as not a Quasi-Emperor clan. However, the system's rules were immutable, leaving no room for alteration. Yet, in the eyes of other factions in the central continent, the Lin family was undeniably a genuine Quasi-Emperor clan. As for Lin Xian's mother, Lu Mingxin, and his grandparents, as well as his second uncle, Lin Tianyu, and Lin Hauran, they too had transformed from the treasure body to the king body, with their talents and strengths similarly experiencing a surge. Notably, Lu Mingxin ascended from the 9th layer of the Sage realm to the 2nd layer of the Great Sage realm, while Lin Tianyu reached the 5th layer of the Great Sage realm. Lin Xian's grandparents, who were originally peak Great Sage realm elders, also took the opportunity to enter the Sacred King realm, adding 2 more 2nd layer Sacred King realm experts to the Lin family. As for Lin Hauran, due to the presence of the Human Emperor banner and the 10,000 soul scripture, he could not be assessed by conventional standards. Although his original unique constitution, the Dark Treasure Body, was only at the Treasure Body level, his cultivation speed rivaled, and even surpassed, that of other prodigies with a King Body. Following this transformation, his Dark Treasure Body evolved into the Extreme Dark King Body, significantly enhancing his innate talent. Coupled with the Human Emperor banner and the 10,000 soul scripture, his cultivation speed now surpassed even that of the royal physique prodigies from the great emperor families and sects of the southern dark continent. It could be said that Lin Hauran, apart from Lin Xuan, had become one of the most exceptional prodigies in the southern dark continent. In the young Master Hall, it appears that our Lin family will soon officially become a Quasi-Emperor clan. I wonder what bountiful rewards await us then, Lin Xuan mused, gazing at the system's nearly fulfilled promotion requirements, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Lin family, Holy Clan Quasi-Emperor clan. Promotion conditions: 1. Possess 3 Quasi-Emperor realm cultivators. 2. Possess 10 Sacred Emperor realm cultivators. 3. Possess 50 Sacred King realm cultivators. 4. Family fortune reaches 500,000. Previously, the system had informed Lin Xuan that each elevation in the family S rank would bestow exceedingly generous rewards, which is the primary reason for his anticipation of fulfilling these conditions promptly. Without such incentives, he might have shown some interest, but certainly not an overwhelming one. Nor would he have been filled with eager expectations. After all, he could utilize that time to cultivate further or to enhance the family's development. While Lin Xuan was preoccupied with the family's rank advancement, outside the Lin family estate, 2 remarkably poised young men encountered each other. To my surprise, I meet a fellow cultivator here once more. Truly a stroke of fate, exclaimed one. I did not expect to cross paths with you so soon. Indeed, the ties of destiny are ineffable. They both echoed in unison, exchanging smiles. The young man, bearing a black shirt, was the first to introduce himself. I am Lin Yan of the Lin family. May I inquire your esteemed name, my friend? Lin Dong nearly blurted out. I am Lin Dong of the Lin family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Yan. Lin Yan was taken aback, astonished to discover that his counterpart shared the same surname. However, he was left pondering whether Lin Dong belonged to the main Lin family or was part of a branch family like his own in Yinqing, or perhaps even from another lineage of the Lin surname. After all, there existed countless Lin families across the land, far beyond their own. Thus, Lin Yan could not help but inquire, It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Dong. I must admit, I did not anticipate our shared surname. May I ask, what is your connection to the Lin family of this sacred land? Upon asking, Lin Yan gazed at Lin Dong with eager anticipation. If Lin Dong were indeed from the same Lin family, it would be an extraordinary coincidence. Lin Dong, equally astonished to find a namesake in Lin Yan, gradually revealed, I am from a branch of the Lin family in this sacred land. And you, Brother Yan? As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, a look of incredulity washed over Lin Yan's face. His pupils dilated slightly as he gazed at Lin Dong, incredulously pondering. How could such a remarkable coincidence exist? This man, exuding an exceptional aura and striking presence, was also a member of the Lin family's branch. To think that he had merely encountered Lin Dong by chance in this vast sea of humanity, believing it to be a fleeting encounter, only to discover such profound connections. I truly did not expect, Brother Dong, that you are indeed of the Lin family. Lin Yin exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. You are from the Lin family? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he countered, could it be that Brother Yin is as well? Indeed. I hail from the Yinqing branch. Lin Yin laughed heartily. Ah, I see. I am from the Fuqing branch. Lin Dong responded with a courteous bow. The two exchanged smiles, each recounting their origins. Their shared lineage fostered an innate sense of camaraderie, and given their mutual admiration, it was not long before they became as familiar as old friends. Unbeknownst to them, a feeling of regret for not having met sooner began to surge within their hearts. Several minutes later, Lin Yin remarked with a smile, Haha, brother. Shall we proceed? To be honest, I have long been curious about the main family. Although both young men were 17, Lin Yin, being 3 days older than Lin Dong, chose to refer to him as brother to avoid any formality. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Haha, by all means, Brother Yin, after you. He gestured invitingly. Brother, please. They then walked side by side, officially stepping into the Lin family estate. Although they had both arrived alone, after confirming their identities, the reception staff of the Lin family warmly welcomed them, showing no signs of neglect due to the lesser status of their branch families. On the contrary, the reception staff displayed even greater warmth. Chapter 89. I respect you as the young master. Welcome, young brothers. This hall will be your residence during your stay. I trust your journey has been long and tiring. Feel free to rest or explore the family grounds. This evening, the family has prepared a banquet for all the distant kin to welcome you, and you are invited to partake. A Lin family member responsible for their reception guided Lin Yin and Lin Dong to the entrance of a grand hall, smiling as he spoke. The two young men promptly expressed their gratitude, assuring they would attend the banquet. Thank you for guiding us, brother. We will certainly join the banquet. Next time you have the opportunity, we shall treat you to a drink. Ah, splendid. I shall look forward to sharing a drink with both of you next time. The Lin family member replied with a smile, bowing politely before departing. After he left, Lin Yin proposed, Brother, would you be interested in touring the main family? Of course. They agreed, and thus began their exploration of the Lin family estate. They traversed numerous areas. Yet the vastness of the estate made it uncertain how long it would take to explore it entirely on foot. Being newcomers, they presumed that a powerful family such as the Lins would have many strict rules, so they refrained from flying through the estate to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and complications. Nevertheless, as they absorbed the abundant spiritual energy and observed various cultivation sites, along with the imposing presence of the Lin family members, they were left in awe. In such an environment, one could only imagine the extraordinary speed at which cultivation might progress. It was no wonder the Lin family boasted an abundance of formidable talents. Lin Yin spoke with profound astonishment. Lin Dong nodded in agreement, expressing, Indeed, Brother Yin, just the individuals we've observed during our walk have displayed a level of power that is truly astounding. It is no exaggeration to say that the main family could easily crush 99% of the forces in our realm with merely one elder. Compared to the main family, the once formidable dynasties and venerable families in their realm now seemed insignificant, as feeble as ants beneath the might of the Lin family. However, the most crucial point was that the scene before them might only represent the tip of the iceberg of the main family's vast strength. Who could fathom the hidden, formidable powers lurking in the unseen depths? At that moment, Lin Yin seemed to recall something and, after a brief pause, said, Brother, I heard some rumors during my journey here. It is said that the Lin family has given rise to a superpower of quasi-emperor level. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong could not help but gasp, his face a mask of disbelief. Is that truly the case, Brother Yin? Lin Dong's eyes widened, fixated intently on Lin Yin, as if he sought an answer from the expression of his companion. The two of them had traversed the Lin family estate for half a day before finally returning to their designated lodgings. Upon Lin Yan's return, after activating the formation, the ethereal visage of Dan Lao appeared before him. Indeed, due to Lin Yan's diligent efforts over the past period, Dan Lao, who had been plunged into slumber due to the excessive consumption of his residual soul essence, had recently awakened. Master Yu. Before Lin Yin could finish his sentence, Dan Lao, bursting forth in trepidation, exclaimed, Xiao Yanzi, what formidable domain have you entered? Have you arrived at some top-tier power? Since entering the Lin family, he had sensed an incessant flow of formidable consciousness sweeping across the ancient ring where he resided, each more terrifying than the last. Although he had once been a top-tier master on the brink of the Sage realm, Before those consciousnesses, he felt as insignificant as an ant, aware that their owners were formidable beings beyond the sage realm. Such powers, even in his lifetime, had been a rarity when he had encountered them. He could only observe from a distance in utmost reverence, daring not to make any move. The sheer number of consciousnesses he had just perceived was no fewer than 100. What an alarming quantity. This indicated that at least 100 formidable beings above the sage realm were nearby. If this assembly was due to various factions converging, it would be one thing. But if it belonged to a single power, that would spell terror. Master, we are currently within the ancestral territory of my Lin family. I have come here representing the Lin family branch from Yinxing to participate in our clan's great competition. Lin Yan, aware that his master had only recently awakened and that he had not yet had the chance to explain, patiently elucidated. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, Dan Lao gasped, "What? This place is the main family of your Lin clan? Did you not say that your Yinxing Lin family is merely a minor power, lacking any significant background?" To this, Lin Yan could only force a sheepish smile and replied, "Master, I actually learned from my father only after the incident at Tianxian sect that our Yinxing Lin family is one of the branches of the Central Continent's sacred clan Lin. You were in slumber at that time, and I have been preoccupied with my journey these past few days, so I hadn't had the chance to inform you." Heh. He continued, "Moreover, if I can secure a place in the top 3 in this great competition, our Yinxing Lin family can return to the main family, thus becoming a member of the main house and enjoying the same privileges." Silence. The atmosphere froze for several seconds. Dan Lao was now processing this astonishing revelation. His face a canvas of shock. A branch family, the main family, a superpower boasting at least 100 formidable beings above the sage realm. Securing a place in the top 3 could lead to a return to the main family. The magnitude of this information was overwhelming. Wait, could this not be the opportunity one had been waiting for? With such an immensely powerful main family backing Xiaoyanzi, even as a branch, as long as Xiaoyanzi proves to be sufficiently talented, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of this superpower, thus reaping countless benefits and opportunities. At that time, as Xiaoyanzi's master, even if I do not contribute directly, my efforts will be acknowledged, and any minor favor from this superpower could be enough to allow me to reshape my physical form, or even progress further, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. Enlightened by this realization, Dan Lao felt as if the entire world had suddenly brightened. His gaze turned fervent as he looked at Lin Yan. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, Xiaoyanzi, may I discuss a matter with you?" Dumbfounded, Lin Yan could only murmur, "Ah? What is it, master? Your disciple will certainly do his utmost to assist you." Dan Lao, with an earnest expression, firmly stated, "It is thus, from now on, we shall each maintain our respective titles. You shall refer to me as master, and I shall regard you as young master." Chapter 90. The great competition begins. The proclamation was startling. Lin Yan stood frozen, his mouth moving yet no sound escaping. He gazed at Dan Lao, his eyes filled with intense curiosity, attempting to decipher what had led his master to jest in such a shocking manner. Lin Yan's mind raced through various possibilities and reasons, yet he could not comprehend the intent behind his master's unexpected declaration. However, regardless of Lin Yan's reaction, Dan Lao remained utterly serious, his gaze unwavering, showing no sign of humor. "Master, if you are under threat, just blink." Lin Yan felt it was plausible that his master might have been discovered and threatened by a mysterious powerful being. After all, his master had once been a peak expert in the realm of respect. If someone could detect his presence, that individual must not be an ordinary cultivator, but rather one of the terrifying sage realm masters. With this thought, Lin Yan grew anxious again. "Master, rest assured. My Lin family main house possesses formidable ancestors at the Sage Emperor realm, so you need not worry about that mysterious presence. It is quite safe here." Observing Lin Yan's demeanor, Dan Lao realized that the young man had misunderstood, and thus shook his head helplessly. "Young master, I am not threatened by any powerful being. I speak sincerely. From now on, we shall maintain our respective titles. You shall call me master, and I shall honor you as young master." Lin Yan replied, "But master, what of that glint of expectation and fervor in your eyes?" Lin Yan intended to persuade further, as this was simply too absurd. How could such a thing be? Yet before he could finish, Dan Lao interrupted, "Enough. It is settled. Young master, you are still young. You do not understand. This is an unparalleled opportunity. If it slips away, you will regret it for a lifetime." Time swiftly passed to the evening, and Lin Yan and Lin Dong appeared punctually at the banquet prepared by the Lin family. The gathering brought together all the distant branch family members and a significant number of the main family clan. Even the clan leader Lin Tianhai made an appearance to welcome the visiting branch family members. However, he did not linger long, as he needed to finalize arrangements for the upcoming great competition. His presence might have caused the attendees to feel constrained. Hence, after extending his welcome, he departed, leaving the gathering to the attendees. Ultimately, the banquet lasted several hours before concluding. The numerous young members of the branch families gained a deeper understanding of the main family. Of course, most of the younger generation was primarily focused on observing their competitors for the upcoming great competition. After all, it was essential to have a general understanding of their opponents. Lin Yan and his companion, having arrived alone without the escort of elders and not hailing from particularly powerful branches, appeared somewhat inconspicuous at the banquet, akin to a hidden dragon in the depths, unnoticed by many. In contrast, the young prodigies from the stronger branches garnered considerable attention from their peers. Even the main family geniuses participating in the great competition paid them significant regard and interest. For instance, the Lin family's 3 strongest branches, which boasted masters in the Sage realm, Lingxi's Sacred Dynasty branch, Tianhea branch, and Nanyangju branch. Additionally, there were 10 formidable branches that housed peak experts in the realm of respect. The young generation emerging from these families were also not to be underestimated and were the focus of many gazes. Certainly, the most noteworthy are the prodigies of the main family, who undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle to all the branch family members participating in the grand competition. Consequently, those branch family elites who are confident in their ability to achieve commendable results have been inquiring incessantly about the foremost prodigies of the main family participating in this grand contest. Ultimately, the names that emerged were but 3: Lin Zai, Lin Beixian, and Lin Yuan. These 3 stand as the mightiest among the main family's prodigies in this competition, holding the highest prospects of securing victory. Apart from the exceptional Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, they represent the pinnacle of strength within the Lin family. Each of them possesses a rare and extraordinary physique, classified as a treasure body. As for Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, they have chosen not to participate in this competition, as their powers have long surpassed those of their peers, rendering their participation unnecessary. After all, they do not need to prove themselves to the family through these contests. Their previous performances have already established their status, making them the zenith of the younger generation of the Lin family, an insurmountable peak, currently unattainable by anyone else. The following day, at dawn, dong, 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 3 resonant chimes echoed throughout the territory of the Lin family, heralding the commencement of the Lin Clan's grand competition. It has finally arrived. The decennial clan contest of the Lin family. Who knows what splendid spectacles await us this time? Ha ha ha. Let us hurry and secure a prime vantage point. It will be far more enjoyable to observe from there. You all can chat a little longer, but soon you'll need to obediently watch from the corner while I make my way there first. Haha. Damn it, Lin Dazhuang, you lack martial ethics. How dare you dash ahead alone? Brother, you still need to practice. Sanyun Peak, the venue for this grand competition of the Lin family, was a colossal mountain that should have pierced the heavens, yet had been bisected as if by a divine blade, creating an immense, level summit. Upon the peak, numerous small arenas were set up, alongside a grand central arena, encircled by extensive spectator areas. Above these arenas floated 11 ethereal thrones shimmering with golden holy light, reserved for the clan leader and the 10 elders. Flanking these golden thrones were several silver thrones, prepared for the influential factions that might come to observe. After all, the Lin family's competition is no secret, nor has the family ever sought to conceal it. How could so many branch families gather without attracting the attention of other factions? Thus, it is better to display it openly, as those interested in the Lin family are typically of equal or lesser standing. The Lin family harbors no fear of disturbances or ulterior motives from them. As the resonant chimes reverberated throughout the Lin family, countless members hastened to the site, rapidly filling Sanyun Peak with Lin clan members. The previously quiet Sanyun Peak transformed into a bustling scene. The younger generation of the Lin family participating in this competition arrived early, their hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 91, The Lin Family Competition. Half an hour later, amidst the respectful gazes of numerous Lin family members, 11 figures gradually materialized in the air without any forewarning. Concurrently, many Lin family stewards and other elders suddenly appeared at various positions around the venue, each assuming their designated roles. We welcome the clan leader. 999. We welcome all esteemed elders. 999. A resounding chorus of greetings echoed across the heavens. Countless Lin family members bowed deeply. The magnitude of this display surpassed even the grandest of royal receptions. The 10 elders observed this scene with nods of satisfaction, their previously stern expressions softening into smiles of approval. As for Lin Tianhai at the forefront, his demeanor remained largely unchanged. His profound gaze swept across the assembly before he spoke with an authoritative voice. Today marks the decennial clan competition of the Lin family, the most significant event for our younger generation. I trust you are all aware of the rules, so I shall not elaborate further. I also hope that each of you will showcase your most brilliant performances and strive for the honors you rightfully deserve. Furthermore, the champion of this competition will not only receive the previously announced rewards, but will also be granted a new mysterious prize, which will be revealed alongside the others at the conclusion of this contest. Now, I declare that the Lin Clan's grand competition has officially begun. With Lin Tianhai's resounding proclamation, a fervent and exhilarating drum roll erupted, signaling the fierce commencement of the competition. Simultaneously, as if preordained, various factions intent on observing arrived in droves. Haha, Clan Leader Lin. We from Fengxian Palace have come uninvited. I hope you do not mind. Clan Leader Lin, the Liu family intrudes. The Holy Palace has come without invitation. I trust you will not take offense, my friend. Representatives from numerous factions, including the 6 quasi-imperial forces of the Tianlong Empire, such as Fengxian Palace, the Liu family, the Holy Palace, the Luo family, Tongtian Tower, and Biyun Palace, gathered to express their desire to observe the contests of the Lin family's youth. With the emergence of a quasi-emperor from the Lin family, the power dynamics within the Tianlong Empire shifted, transforming the previous hierarchy into a new structure with 1 pavilion, 1 tower, 3 families, and 3 palaces. In addition to these 6 quasi-imperial factions, several other sacred-level forces also made their presence known. Ultimately, even the Tianlong Empire sent representatives. Familiar faces once more: Tianlong Empire, Lin Xuan, bringing my junior along. Apologies for the intrusion, Clan Leader Lin. Observing the multitude of factions arriving, Lin Tianhai felt no surprise or discontent. He merely returned their gestures of respect with a courteous nod. It is indeed an honor for our younger generation to have you all witness their battles. The Lin family would never dream of dampening your spirits. Please, take your seats, Lin Tianhai said with poise. With a grand gesture, 7 distinct ethereal thrones materialized, 6 positioned at the forefront of the sides, elevated above the other thrones, reaching the same height as Lin Tianhai's exclusive throne, while the remaining 1 appeared beside Lin Tianhai's throne, evidently reserved for Lin Xuan of the Tianlong Empire. These 6 thrones were unmistakably designated for the 6 quasi-imperial factions. Lin Tianhai's actions were a testament to his respect, ensuring they stood apart from other factions without losing their dignity. On behalf of the Lin family, I extend a warm welcome to all. Please, Lin Tianhai gestured invitingly, then took his seat, with the 10 elders following suit on the thrones behind him. The 6 factions and the representatives of the Tianlong Empire were quite pleased with Lin Tianhai's attitude and treatment, feeling they had received the respect they deserved. Thus, the leaders of the 6 major factions and the Celestial Dragon Empire all nodded in agreement before taking their seats. Meanwhile, those representing the saint-level factions instinctively moved to the observation area below. Only those factions possessing powerful sovereign-level experts were afforded the privilege of occupying the lowest tier of the ethereal thrones. Once everyone settled, Lin Tianhai turned to Lin Tianyu beside him, giving a nod of acknowledgement. Lin Tianyu ascended to the vast arena above, and with a resounding voice that echoed throughout the Tsunyun Peak, he proclaimed, "I am Lin Tianyu, and I shall preside over this grand competition." Now, all young clan members participating in this event, step forward. As Lin Tianyu's words resonated, a vibrant array of youthful figures, brimming with vitality, confidence, and exuberance, transformed into dazzling streaks of light as they soared onto the stage. In mere seconds, over 10,000 young individuals, aged between 16 and 30, had gathered on the platform, including Lin Yin and Lin Dong. So many formidable experts, the two remarked, gazing at the awe-inspiring figures seated upon the ethereal thrones, radiating an extraordinary divine light. Their hearts were filled with an overwhelming sense of astonishment as they beheld such a congregation of terrifying powers for the first time. In the past, the rare saint-level beings in the Wanshao domain were few and far between, yet here they numbered in the hundreds, leaving them utterly astounded. While Lin Yin and Lin Dong were captivated by these unparalleled powers, Lin Tianhai waved his hand, and instantly, a myriad of luminous streams shot forth, ultimately landing in the hands of all participating Lin clan members. Is this a token? What purpose does it serve? They wondered. The clan leader had mentioned that in previous competitions, no such token existed. Could this year's contest be markedly different? Observing the tokens in their hands, the young clan members began to murmur with excitement. Even the distinguished talents from the branch families were equally puzzled. I hadn't heard from the Ancestor that there would be changes in this competition, Lin Jingyan muttered, examining the token in his grasp. He hailed from the Lingxi Sacred Dynasty branch family, the strongest talent of Lingxi, and had the illustrious divine body of heavenly might, rivaling even the top geniuses of the main family, like Lin Beixian. As one of the 3 mightiest branch families of the Lin clan, the Lingxi branch was well acquainted with the rules and procedures of the decade-long clan competition. Traditionally, these contests were conducted through a draw for one-on-one battles, advancing step by step until the final two contenders vied for the championship. There had never been a mention of a token before. However, this time, an unusual process had emerged. This competition will undoubtedly unfold in a different manner, he mused. Chapter 92, The Lin Clan Competition. Beixian. As the leading talents of the main family, have you heard that this competition will take various forms? Lin Jinyan inquired, approaching Lin Beixian with a respectful gesture. He believed that Lin Beixian and the others, as the central family's elite, would possess more insightful information. Dressed in a flowing robe and cradling a long sword, Lin Beixian regarded him with a composed demeanor and replied, I'm afraid, Jinyan, I have not heard anything myself. It was evident that he was aware of Lin Jinyan's reputation within the Lin family. Despite being from a branch family, Jinyan had made quite an impression. Very well. Thank you, brother, Lin Jinyan conceded, realizing he could glean no further information. If even Lin Beixian and his peers were unaware, he had little hope of discovering answers. Thus, he resolved to await the clan's official announcement. If the top talents like Lin Beixian and Lin Jinyan were in the dark, it was evident that ordinary young talents like Lin Yin and Lin Dong were even less informed. Consequently, the participating clan members erupted into a flurry of speculation. Just as the participants were engaged in fervent discussions, Lin Tianyu's voice once again captured their attention. You should have all received the tokens. This item will play a crucial role in this competition. Shortly, you will seal a fragment of your spiritual energy within it. The purpose will become clear as you explore its potential. Now, I shall announce the structure and rules of this competition, and I implore you to listen attentively. After a brief pause, Lin Tianyu continued, this year's competition will differ from the past. It is divided into three main segments: assessment, combat, and contest. The first segment, assessment, can be likened to a preliminary round. Here, your willpower and temperament will be tested. Those who fail to meet the standards will be directly eliminated, forfeiting their chance in the subsequent events. The second segment, combat, will see you enter a fractured realm teeming with demonkin and magical cultivators. Your task will be to slay them and accumulate points over a span of 3 days. The top 100 scorers will qualify for the final contest. The third segment, contest, will resemble previous competitions, wherein the 100 advancing participants will draw lots for one-on-one battles. Victors will advance until the champion is determined. Moreover, I declare a new family initiative, the Sacred Dragon List. Only those who secure a position among the top 100 in this decade-long clan competition will be eligible for this list. Those who make the list will enjoy various lucrative benefits and substantial support from the clan. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Additionally, those on the list may challenge those ranked above them. Should they succeed, they will ascend to the corresponding rank and receive the associated benefits. For those who do not make the list, there remains an opportunity. If you rank among the top 10 of the clan's hidden dragon list, you may challenge the Sacred Dragon List and replace those you defeat. Lin Tianyu's voice resonated with every attendee, igniting a fervor among the Lin clan members. They never anticipated such extensive changes to the competition, expanding from a single event to 3 distinct segments. The introduction of the Sacred Dragon List sparked an immediate sense of excitement and anticipation. Curiosity abounded as to who might ascend to the Sacred Dragon List and what rewards and benefits awaited them. Would these incentives surpass those of previous clan lists? Would they be more generous or merely comparable? What new benefits would be offered? Undoubtedly, the consensus was that the rewards and benefits would surpass those of prior lists. Given that only the top 100 from this decade-long clan competition could qualify, a distinction far beyond that of any other list, the rewards, naturally, could not be lacking. The specifics, however, remained elusive. While the clan had not disclosed details, the participants understood the necessity of discretion, especially with many external observers present. The establishment of the Sacred Dragon List was an unexpected development, and with only the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon List eligible to challenge it for a chance to ascend, the anticipation for fierce competition was palpable. From this day forth, I shall set my sights on ascending the Sacred Dragon rankings. Oh, brother, do refrain from jesting. Do you truly believe that with your mere divine seed cultivation, this is within reach? Huh. Humph. Do not underestimate me, big brother. I am merely 15 years of age this year, fully eligible to participate in the upcoming grand competition. How can one know unless they try? What if I succeed? Alas, with only 100 slots available, I am unlikely to secure a position. However, with my efforts, I should at least strive to place within the top 100, no? Yin Gu, are you interested in the Sacred Dragon rankings? Lin Dong inquired with a faint smile, glancing at Lin Yin beside him. My ambition is to secure a position within the top 3, leading my branch of the Lin family and yinching back to the main family. Since this ranking is linked to the grand competition, I cannot afford to disregard it, Lin Yin asserted resolutely. His objective has remained unchanged, and the addition of the potential for the hidden dragon rankings has little impact on him. Hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze also reflected determination. My goal is to restore the Lin family of Fuqing to its former glory. Therefore, should we encounter each other during the grand competition, I shall not show any mercy. Ha ha ha, indeed. I too shall not hold back. Both of them aimed for the top 3, intending to lead their respective branches back to the main family. Thus, despite their amicable relationship, if they were to cross paths in the 3rd segment of the competition, they would not show leniency. This was the utmost respect they held for one another. Talents possessed their own pride. They would never permit the other to intentionally hold back, as that would be an affront to their honor. Lin Yin and Lin Dong embodied this sentiment. They accepted their failures, yet they could not tolerate victories achieved through the mercy of others. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyu had thoroughly explained the general process and rules of the grand competition. The true commencement of the competition was about to begin. Lin Tianyu's resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. The first segment of the grand competition, the test of will, begins now. As Lin Tianyu's words fell, a number of Lin family stewards appeared above all the participants, encircling them. Once surrounded, the stewards stood motionless, resembling soldiers awaiting orders, solemnly poised in the air, anticipating the next command from Lin Tianyu, their commander. What is the meaning of this? Observing this scene, many participants wore expressions of confusion. However, Lin Tianyu soon clarified the purpose behind it. The first segment of the grand competition is the test of will. Shortly, these stewards will serve as your examiners. They will exert a continuous pressure upon you, and your task is to withstand it using solely your own strength for a duration of 1 minute. Any participant who employs means beyond their own strength to resist will be deemed cheating and disqualified. Furthermore, those who are overwhelmed or faint during the test will also be eliminated, forfeiting their chance in the subsequent segments of the competition. Of course, if you feel unable to persist, you may choose to withdraw without any penalties. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words, some participants scoffed. Is that all? So simple? Surely, this is a mere formality. Heh, indeed, with such a test, not to mention a minute, I could manage 10. Exactly. Shoo. Be cautious not to let the elders hear you, or you may lose your qualification to compete. Little did they know. With the cultivation levels of Lin Tianyu and the others, their whispered remarks were far from concealed. In their eyes, it was akin to speaking aloud. A subtle, enigmatic smile crept upon Lin Tianyu's lips. Begin. Lin Tianyu spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, the stewards received the signal. In the next moment, a formidable wave of pressure emanated from their bodies, crashing down upon the thousands of participants below. Although these stewards were merely at the venerable realm, their power was sufficient to impact these young participants, the highest of whom barely reached the cave heaven realm. Boom. The sudden onslaught of immense pressure caught many participants off guard. Several were immediately forced to their knees. Ugh, damn it, rise. Fortunately, they were not completely overwhelmed. Otherwise, they would have faced immediate disqualification. However, those like Lin Yan, who were always on guard, stumbled momentarily but quickly regained their composure, avoiding any significant distress. Clearly, the family intended to issue a warning rather than unleash their full might from the outset. Otherwise, if all were eliminated at once, what purpose would the competition serve? They would be the subject of ridicule from other factions. Observing the plight of the struggling participants below, Lin Tianyu's smile grew more pronounced. Just wait, I'll show you. The test continued. Each of the 10 or so stewards was responsible for only 1,000 participants, as their cultivation levels varied greatly. To ensure fairness, the intensity of the pressure had to be adjusted accordingly. This required the stewards to expend mental energy to control the pressure exerted on each participant, leading to a situation where these venerable realm stewards could not feasibly manage too many participants simultaneously. The limit of 1,000 per steward was already their maximum capacity. As for why higher-level saints were not appointed as examiners, the Lin family saw no necessity. If a task could be accomplished by venerable realm cultivators, why burden the saints? Were they to assign every task to the saints? What would be the purpose of nurturing venerable realm practitioners? The pressure is increasing. Someone suddenly shouted. Simultaneously, all participants felt the weight pressing down upon them intensifying. What had once been manageable now became substantially more challenging. Beads of sweat began to form on many foreheads. However, for the seed candidates such as Lin Jinyin and Lin Beixian, they maintained their composure, evidently still able to withstand the pressure without significant strain. Equally composed were Lin Yin and Lin Dong, two lesser-known members of the branch family. As time ticked away, the pressure upon everyone steadily grew stronger. At the 29th second, a participant could no longer endure and was forced to the ground, becoming the first to be eliminated. Lin Wu, eliminated. The steward responsible for Lin Wu promptly lifted the pressure weighing down on him and announced loudly. He then waved his hand, gently escorting Lin Wu to the arena's edge. where several stewards responsible for attending to injured participants hurried to assess him. After determining he was unharmed, they administered a healing pill before escorting him to the viewing area. Lin Wu's elimination was merely the beginning. Soon, others began to falter and were eliminated, while some chose to withdraw voluntarily. Lin Bei, eliminated. Lin Ying, eliminated. I can't hold on any longer. I choose to withdraw. I too shall withdraw. This is far too arduous. It is nothing like my usual comfort. I refuse to continue. I withdraw. Lin Shi proactively withdrew, canceling his qualification for the competition. Lin Dong also chose to withdraw, relinquishing his place in the contest. In the air, Lin Tianyu gazed down at his clansmen who, despite not yet reaching their limits, had chosen to surrender, shaking his head in disapproval. These clansmen are destined to receive no substantial training from the family. There is no need for it. The Lin family requires true warriors, not mere decorative figures who retreat at the first sign of adversity. In contrast to those who voluntarily withdrew, they are far more inclined to nurture those who endure to the end, even if they are ultimately eliminated. Even if their innate talents and foundations are somewhat lacking, they possess qualities that the others do not: unwavering determination and formidable willpower. Moreover, with the Lin family's possession of the spirit cleansing pool and the primordial divine tree, innate talent is no longer an insurmountable issue. One of the reasons this competition differs from previous ones is indeed related to these treasures. With their existence, the Lin family's cultivation of its members will no longer be confined to the constraints of innate talent. They now place equal, if not greater, emphasis on the character and virtues of their clansmen. If one possesses both exceptional talent and exemplary character, they become prime candidates for family cultivation. Conversely, if their character is outstanding but their innate talent is lacking, the family will still invest heavily in their development, striving to enhance their abilities and alter their destinies. Chapter 94. The Lin Family Competition. However, the Lin family does not intentionally remind them of this. They wish to witness their true selves. At this moment, the clansmen who have given up remain unaware that this seemingly minor decision will irrevocably alter their futures, transforming what was once a promising destiny into one of utter mediocrity, lost to the currents of time. Furthermore, they will find themselves distanced significantly from their peers until they become virtually unreachable. Fortunately, this group of clansmen constitutes only a small fraction of the over 10,000 participants, perhaps merely a few hundred. This ratio is quite commendable, and in comparison to other factions, the Lin family's percentage is relatively low. This reflects the Lin family's long-standing commitment to instilling upright values and enforcing strict family regulations from the outset. Among the 6 major quasi-emperor level factions present, they have undergone similar trials, yet their ratios are at least double that of the Lin family. TCH, is there something wrong with the Lin family? Why must the patriarch make us come here? A young man from the Lu family scoffed. His voice, though not loud, resonated sharply, drawing the attention of several other factions and the Lin family. Instantly, the members of the other factions regarded the Lu family with looks of incredulity, particularly the leaders of the major factions, who cast scornful glances at Lu Hai, the leader of the Lu family delegation. Is Lu Hai mentally impaired? How could he bring such a fool here? What occasion is this? Isn't he unnecessarily provoking the Lin family? They thought. How audacious. Not only do you harbor contempt, but you also dare to voice it. Now, you've offended the Lin family for no reason. The other factions reveled in the spectacle, adopting expressions of gleeful anticipation. At this moment, Lu Hai, leading the Lu family, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Internally, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the offending individual. Yet outwardly he commanded, "Silence. Speak again, and you shall face the family's punishment." He then hastily stood and turned to Lin Tianhai, offering an apology. Patriarch Lin, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to properly educate the younger generation. This is a holy emperor weapon. Please consider it a token of our Lu family's goodwill. I hope you can forgive him this once, given his youthful indiscretion. Upon hearing this, the young man realized his mistake and hurriedly approached, pleading for forgiveness. Senior, I was wrong. It was my foolishness. Please, spare me. He repeatedly slapped his own face, terrified that Lin Tianhai would execute him on the spot. After all, this was the Lin family's territory. To them, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Lu Hai could offer him no protection, nor did he dare to. Lin Tianhai's brow furrowed slightly, and a voice laced with coldness emerged. This patriarch may overlook this incident. However, I trust Elder Lu will keep a close watch on his people. Next time, not everyone will be as accommodating as I am. The warning was unmistakable. Faced with Lin Tianhai's admonition, Lu Hai could not retort and could only repeatedly agree. Thank you, Patriarch Lin, for your magnanimity. I shall ensure that the younger generation is properly guided, and such incidents will not occur again. After all, they were in the wrong. and Lin Tianhai's warning was irrefutable. If they were to provoke the Lin family further and face their wrath, it could spell disaster for them. In the Lin family's domain, if Lin Tianhai chose to eliminate them, they would have no hope of escape. The brief interruption in the air did not affect the proceedings of the competition below. By this point, 50 seconds had elapsed, and the pressure was exponentially greater than at the start, now reaching the theoretical limits of what they could endure. Yet, everyone could sense that oppressive weight steadily intensifying. To date, over 1,000 participants had been overwhelmed and eliminated, while several hundred had chosen to withdraw, forfeiting their competition qualifications. The remaining participants struggled to endure, each one drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if on the brink of collapse and imminent elimination. However, they were unwilling to concede, gritting their teeth and striving to hold on. I must endure. This is not the limit of the Lin family's strength. I can persist. I shall ascend the sacred dragon rankings. Not only the other clansmen began to sway, nearing their limits, but even the seed candidates such as Lin Beixian and Lin Jinyin found themselves laboring to hold on. Nevertheless, they were individuals of indomitable will. Even so, their gazes remained resolutely steadfast, their expressions unchanged. Even as their feet sank into the ground under the weight, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascaded down, and veins bulged on their foreheads, they maintained their composure, uttering not a sound. Haha, Patriarch Lin, your Lin family truly embodies exceptional talent and potential. These few youngsters not only possess extraordinary gifts, but their willpower is remarkably strong. Their futures are boundless. A woman adorned in a flowing red robe, exuding both beauty and maturity, praised Lin Tianhai from her ethereal throne in the Phoenix Fairy Palace. This woman, Yang Rong, the second elder of the Phoenix Fairy Palace, led the delegation. Despite her feminine appearance, her strength was formidable, reaching the 9th level of the Great Sage realm. In terms of cultivation, she was not inferior to Lin Tianhai, though in terms of strength, they had yet to face off. However, Lin Tianhai was confident he would not be outmatched. Indeed, Elder Yang speaks in jest. Your palace is home to countless prodigies, including the contemporary Saintess, a top-tier talent renowned throughout the Heavenly Dragon Empire. These youngsters of mine pale in comparison to your revered Saintess, Lin Tianhai replied. As for envy, it is I who envy your esteemed palace. Lin Tianhai responded with a smile. As for the words spoken by the other party, he certainly wouldn't take them to heart. They were merely compliments and should not be taken seriously. Chief Lin, you flatter yourself. Elder Yang speaks the truth. These young ones are indeed remarkable. If they were not of noble birth, I would have been tempted to take them as my disciples, he sighed. Alas, what a pity. Indeed, Chief Lin, you mustn't be so modest, haha. Haha, Chief Lin, I have heard that the young master of the nobility is the foremost genius of the Lin family, possessing concealed strengths. Yet, today, I fail to see this. Might you allow us a glimpse of the extraordinary talents of Lin family's #1 genius? Oh, so you were waiting for this, Lin Tianhai thought, realizing they sought to probe Xian's background to gauge the potential for the Lin family's future. What a clever scheme they had devised. Listening to the flattery, Lin Tianhai could not help but snicker inwardly. However, his demeanor remained unchanged as he slowly began. My esteemed friend's jest. How could my son possibly be compared to the heirs of your esteemed factions? Of course, they were not comparable. For your heirs are not worthy to carry my son's shoes. My son, Lin Xuan, possesses the potential for immortality. Such were Lin Tianhai's thoughts. He continued. As for the suggestion made by Elder Tong Ming, I must apologize. My son is currently in seclusion at a critical juncture in his cultivation, and even I, as his father, do not know when he will emerge. However, rest assured, once he does, I shall personally bring him to visit all of you esteemed friends and your factions. Lin Tianhai glanced at Elder Tong Ming, who had proposed to meet Lin Xuan, and engaged in a bit of back and forth. Yet, he was not lying. His son, Lin Xuan, was indeed in seclusion, and he had been busy organizing the various affairs of the grand competition, leaving him little time to monitor Lin Xuan's activities. The others, unaware of Lin Tianhai's true thoughts, interpreted his words to mean that Lin Xuan was inferior to their heirs. They had never considered that a newly ascended noble heir could rival the top heirs cultivated over millions of years by their established factions. In their eyes, even if Lin Xuan possessed some talent, he was destined to be subdued by their heirs. Haha, Chief Lin, you are far too modest. Our heirs are indeed commendable, but the young master of the nobility is equally impressive. Exactly. As the esteemed figures above engaged in their tug of war, the trial below entered its final countdown. With only 5 seconds remaining, merely 1,000 contestants remained, while the rest had either been eliminated or had voluntarily forfeited their qualifications. In those final moments, Lin Beixian and his companions were hunched over, their faces flushed, feeling as if their bodies were burdened by immense weight. Other contestants, less capable than Lin Beixian, were already half-crouched on the ground, on the verge of collapse and elimination. The rules dictated that only those completely subdued would be disqualified, which explained why this group had yet to be eliminated. Although they were on the brink of being ousted, they knew they were just a step away from defeat, and they had reached their limits. Yet, with only 5 seconds left, how could they resign themselves to failure at this critical juncture? Thus, despite their bodies creaking as if on the verge of collapse, and the excruciating pain coursing through them, they were resolute in their determination to endure those final seconds. Lin Yin and Lin Dong also gritted their teeth, channeling their spirit power to form a protective shield around themselves. Lin Yin's shield was ablaze with spiritual fire, while Lin Dong's was composed of various forms of spirit power. These shields alleviated some of the pressure on them, enabling them to persist until now. However, their performance exceeded all expectations, even surprising Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai in the sky. Their display was even more remarkable than that of the seed contestants like Lin Beixian. As for Lin Yin and Lin Dong, the onlookers realized they knew nothing about them. They were indeed 2 thorough dark horses. Chapter 96, A Test of Character. After a moment of surprise, Lin Tianhai sent a message to Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, who are these 2 young ones? Their current performance is even more impressive than that of Zai and Beixian. The information regarding the contestants had been recorded and verified by Lin Tianyu, while Lin Tianhai was responsible for oversight and arrangements. Thus he lacked familiarity with the participants. Upon receiving his elder brother's message, Lin Tianyu quickly searched his memory. Moments later, he recalled the information about Lin Yin and Lin Dong and promptly relayed it back. Elder brother, those unexpectedly impressive young ones are named Lin Yin and Lin Dong. The one in the black robe carrying a long staff is Lin Yin, while the other, who can wield various forms of spirit power, is Lin Dong. Interestingly, both hail from our Lin family's branch in the Wanzhou domain. Lin Yin comes from the Yinqing branch of the Kanglin dynasty, while Lin Dong is from the Fuqing branch of the Tianyin dynasty. Their branches have not developed much, and they came to participate in the competition entirely on their own without any escort. Thankfully, they encountered no dangers on their journey. Otherwise, our family would have lost 2 talents. Having shared this information, Lin Tianyu couldn't help but express his concern. After listening to Lin Tianyu, Lin Tianhai gained a preliminary understanding of Lin Dong and Lin Yin. Upon realizing they came from branches in the Wanzhou domain, he recalled the circumstances of those branches. Although the Lin family had many branches, as the patriarch, he was aware of their situations. The branches from which these 2 came were merely ordinary clan members whose talents had been exhausted, sent to establish branches in the Wanzhou domain. Over the years, they had struggled to develop, and in the last few decades, they had not even sent anyone to participate in the decade-long clan competition. Were it not for the family's timely support, they would have doubted whether those branches still existed. I see, he said. Tianyu, after this competition concludes, regardless of what results Lin Yin and Lin Dong achieve, keep a close eye on them. I have a feeling their futures may not be simple. Lin Tianhai conveyed. This sensation was reminiscent of the feeling he had when Lin Hauran returned from the secret realm. Now, encountering Lin Yin and Lin Dong, he could not afford to overlook them, especially since Lin Hauran had recently transformed completely, exhibiting a remarkable surge in both cultivation speed and combat prowess. Originally comparable to Lin Beixian, Lin Zai, and Lin Yuan, he has now far surpassed them, both in cultivation and strength. Recently, during a sparring session with Lin Beixian, Lin Zai, and Lin Yuan, even when he suppressed his cultivation to their level, Lin Hauran easily defeated them. Only against Lin Xian did he frequently face setbacks, being effortlessly toyed with. All right, brother, after the tournament concludes, I will discreetly assign someone to protect them, hoping they will not disappoint us, Lin Tianyu said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Boom. With the resounding chime of a bell, the first event, the test of willpower, officially concluded. Time is up. Congratulations on enduring until the end. You have successfully qualified for the next round of tests, Lin Tianyu announced promptly. As the testing period ended, several steward members of the Lin family instantly retracted their oppressive aura, bowing respectfully to Lin Tianyu before departing the scene. As the weight of their presence dissipated, participants like Lin Yin felt a sudden lightness, collapsing onto the ground, some even sprawling unceremoniously while gasping for breath. In those final seconds, they truly felt as if their bodies were about to fall apart, the immense pressure rendering them nearly breathless. Huff, huff, huff. I did it. Ha ha. Finally, it's over. I could barely hold on for another second. The many Lin family participants who persevered until the end erupted with excitement. Yet, they forgot that this was merely the first event. Indeed, before the joy could linger, Lin Tianyu continued to announce, the second test will be a trial of temperament. It will commence in half an hour, which means you have half an hour to recover and prepare. With that, he slowly raised his hand, drawing everyone's gaze to it. In his palm rested a petite and exquisite treasure tower, emanating a mysterious and faint glow. This tower is called the Heart Refinement Tower. Shortly, all of you will enter this tower to undergo the second temperament trial, Lin Tianyu stated softly. With a wave of his arm, he gently tossed the small tower forward. What was initially no larger than a palm suddenly sped away as if endowed with some magical force. Simultaneously, as the little tower descended, its size began to expand at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the tiny tower transformed into a colossal edifice soaring several dozen meters high. Boom! With a thunderous roar, it sounded as though the very earth trembled. The giant tower landed firmly before the participants, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the magnificent tower loomed before them, resembling an insurmountable mountain, instilling an invisible sense of oppression. After completing this series of actions, Lin Tianyu fell silent, standing still as he awaited the passage of half an hour and the commencement of the trial. Is this the second test? The Heart Refinement Tower? What purpose will it serve? Many participants pondered, glancing at the tower with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. However, after observing the giant tower for a while, without gleaning any further understanding, they began to sit cross-legged to recuperate. After all, they had all exerted themselves significantly, with some participants sustaining various degrees of injury in their efforts to avoid elimination. If they did not recover properly, how would they face the upcoming trials? Yingu, let us quickly recover so we can tackle the next test, Lin Dong suggested, beginning to replenish his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lin Yan also commenced his recovery. Their bodies had not sustained injuries, merely a significant depletion of spiritual energy, so they needed only to restore that. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all participants had fully recovered, eagerly awaiting Lin Tianyu's command to commence the next trial. Chapter 97, Truth and Illusion. At a certain moment, Lin Tianyu's voice resonated once more. Everyone, enter the tower. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy surged toward the giant tower. In the next instant, the entrance to the tower appeared before nearly 10,000 participants. Upon seeing this sudden portal, the participants hesitated to enter, seemingly reluctant to take the lead. Of course, the truth was that those with lesser strength were unsure of what awaited them inside and wished to observe the experiences of others first. Meanwhile, those confident in their abilities felt no urgency. Since no one wants to go first, I shall scout the way for everyone. A clear voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. At this, everyone turned to the source of the voice. A striking young man clad in a purple robe emerged before them. It was Lin Zai. The crowd instantly recognized him as one of the main contenders for the family championship alongside Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan. As the onlookers focused on Lin Zai, he confidently approached the entrance and, without hesitation, stepped inside. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Before anyone could react, another voice called out, "Old Xian. Old, ye have already gone in. We cannot fall behind." It was Lin Yuan, who then dashed into the portal. Lin Beixian sighed. Really, everyone is so quick. No one even thinks to wait for me. He followed closely behind Lin Yuan into the Heart Refinement Tower. Yingu, I can't wait any longer. Let us go. Lin Yan declared, and with that, he and Lin Dong disappeared as well. Following suit, Lin Jinyan and the others also took flight, entering the tower one after another. Witnessing the seed contenders entering, the remaining participants could no longer remain seated and surged forward. In a mere half-minute, the arena that had once held nearly 10,000 participants had grown desolate, leaving only a handful of hesitant individuals. Seeing these few unwilling to proceed, Lin Tianyu's stern voice echoed once more. If you do not enter the Heart Refinement Tower within 1 minute, you will be disqualified from the competition. 15 seconds remaining. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words, the hesitant participants panicked and rushed forward. Their cautious nature was not enough to deter them from elimination. The first to enter, Lin Zai, slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a rather opulent room, lying atop a jade bed. What is happening? Am I not participating in the family tournament? How did I end up here? Lin Zai felt perplexed. He recalled that upon entering the colossal tower, he could scarcely discern anything before darkness enveloped him. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the current scene. A mirage? Yet, how could it feel so authentic? Lin Zai pondered inwardly. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden knock resonated from outside, accompanied by a voice. Old Yi, hurry out. It's time to see the clan leader. The unexpected interruption shattered Lin Zai's musings, and he hastily rose to open the door. Old Yuan, weren't we supposed to be competing in the grand tournament? What is happening? He inquired, gazing at Lin Yuan before him. Lin Yuan shrugged and replied, Old Yi, surely you can't be daft? Or perhaps you've lost your memory. The tournament concluded over a week ago. Do you recall how, upon entering that massive tower, we were attacked by a 9-tailed leopard cat at the 9th level of the Dharma realm? Moreover, the second elder announced that our challenge was to join forces and slay that beast. Despite our numbers, our cultivation levels were vastly inferior. with the highest among us being at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, like you and me. Even when we united, it took a tremendous toll to bring it down, leaving many clan members grievously injured. Fortunately, the clan is adept at rescuing severely wounded members in times of peril. You, too, were inadvertently gravely injured and fell into a coma. I merely called out a couple of times, and to my surprise, you finally awoke. Lin Xuan paused, then, with a worried expression, continued. Old Yi, you aren't truly suffering from amnesia, are you? Is there anything else amiss? We can have the elders examine you shortly. Lin Xuan kept speaking, but Lin's eye furrowed his brow. Could it be that I genuinely lost my memory? Yet if this were a mirage, the sensations felt so palpably real. As Lin Xuan nudged him, Lin's eye distinctly sensed the presence of a tangible person. He had undergone various trials and mirages before. As the Lin family possessed a dedicated training ground for such purposes, he had experienced it many times, but those mirages, though the content appeared vividly real, always emanated a sense of falseness. This, however, lacked any semblance of that falsehood. Old Yi, don't frighten me. Come, we must go see the clan leader, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Sensing Lin's eyes continued silence and growing anxious, attempting to pull him away. Oh, Old Yuan, it's all right. I think I'm just a bit disoriented, Lin's eye stammered, unsure how to respond, acquiescing to his companion. If this were a typical mirage, the mere awareness of it should mean the dissolution of the illusion was imminent. Yet, in this instance, despite his mind insisting this was a mirage, nothing changed. Everything remained strikingly real, devoid of any fluctuation. Thus, he resolved to temporarily accept this reality as genuine. Soon after, Lin's eye accompanied Lin Yuan to meet the clan leader, Lin Tianhai. Chapter 98. The first to emerge. In the days that followed, Lin's eye's life was remarkably tranquil. Aside from cultivating, he engaged in tasks and sparred with clan members. Everything was as it had always been, simple yet fulfilling. All felt so natural and harmonious. Gradually, the defense he had once erected within himself began to crumble without him even realizing it. As time passed, day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year, he seemed to have long forgotten the initial doubts and wariness that had once plagued him. Perhaps all those experiences had merely been a fleeting dream. Father? He uttered, puzzled. Wait, wasn't I participating in the grand tournament? How did I suddenly return? Lin Yan looked at Lin Xuan before him, confusion etched on his face. Upon entering the heart refinement tower, he had abruptly felt as though engulfed in endless darkness, and when his vision returned, he found himself in the current scene. He stood atop an array, while Lin Xuan and the other members of the Yinqing Lin family stood outside the array, gazing at him with palpable excitement. Yingu, you've finally returned. Young master, welcome back. Heir, it's good that you've come back, Lin Xuan said, his eyes brimming with concern that was almost palpable. Are you truly my father and the members of the Yinqing clan? Lin Yan asked sharply, his gaze wary as he scrutinized them. Although their auras were indeed identical to those of his father, that was precisely what unsettled him. You cheeky brat, have you grown wings? How dare you speak to your father like that? Lin Xuan exclaimed, ready to charge at Lin Yan. Head of the family, please calm down. Young master was merely jesting. Yes. Lin Yan hesitated, instinctively sensing the tension. Dong you've returned. Come, quickly help us pack. Today we move back to the main family. Lin Dong's father, Lin Mang, bellowed with unrestrained glee. The suddenly bewildered Lin Dong, feeling slightly dazed, nodded instinctively. Dong we owe your return to the main family being impressed with you. You truly are the good fortune of our branch, a Qilin child, Lin Mang excitedly proclaimed. Suddenly, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, directly obliterating Lin Mang. A voice, youthful yet resonant, echoed, Great Desolation's prisoner finger. As Lin Mang perished, Lin Dong noticed the surroundings rapidly beginning to collapse, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. He found himself standing within a space exuding a peculiar aura, surrounded by members of the Lin family participating in the grand tournament. However, they were now all in a stupor, their eyes vacant and devoid of consciousness. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice emerged. Congratulations, you have passed this mirage trial. You may now exit the heart refinement tower. Please refrain from disturbing others. It was the voice of the tower spirit. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, is that all it takes to pass? I thought this mirage trial would involve some sinister entity masquerading as an elder. Turns out it was merely an illusion. He glanced back at Lin Yan, still ensnared in the mirage, silently wishing him luck before he began to make his way towards the outside world, leaving behind a figure of extraordinary demeanor. This mirage was far too simplistic. How could my father, that brute, possibly recognize the word Qilin? He mused. By the way, how is Qilin written again? I'll have to ask Yin Gu to teach me later, seeing as he has attended the clan school for 9 years. He should know well enough. In the outside world, clan leader, Who do you think will emerge from this trial first? Lin Xuan inquired with keen interest, glancing at Lin Tianhai. For cultivators of their stature, most of their time was consumed by training or managing their clan's affairs, leaving little leisure. Now that he had been tasked with observing the younger generation of the Lin family, he found himself with a rare moment of respite, eager to engage in casual banter as a typical cultivator would. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's question, the leaders of the 6 major quasi-imperial forces eagerly joined the discourse. Oh, Elder Lin Xuan, as the patriarch of the Lin clan, no matter who emerges first, he would surely be elated. Moreover, the young talents from the Lin family are all exceptionally gifted, making it anyone's game to be the first to step out. Your remark seems to put the Lin patriarch in a bit of a predicament, Elder Yang from the Phoenix Immortal Palace chuckled, seamlessly intertwining his observations with praise for the Lin family. Since the arrival of various powerful factions, Lin Tianhai has been keenly observing their reactions to gauge their attitudes toward the Lin family. From his observations over this period, he surmised that among these factions, only the Phoenix Immortal Palace maintained a somewhat amicable stance towards the Lin family, while the Lu family of the Quasi-Emperor clan exhibited a rather indifferent attitude. Other factions, such as the Luo family of the Quasi-Emperor clan, the Holy Palace, the Tongtian Tower, and the Biyun Palace, displayed a lukewarm disposition towards the Lin family. As for the Tianlong Empire, Lin Tianhai felt little need for conjecture. Despite Lin Xuan's seemingly favorable demeanor towards Lin Tianhai, exuding warmth and laughter without overtly creating difficulties, there remained an unmistakable arrogance in his eyes, a palpable disdain for lesser powers. It was evident that the Lin family had never been regarded as equals. Their interactions bore the hallmark of a commanding superiority, merely a master's scrutiny of subordinates. In their eyes, communicating with the Lin family was nothing more than an exercise in observation, a reflection of the Tianlong Empire's will that the Lin family was bound to obey, or else face dire consequences. This condescending attitude did not sit well with the Lin family, yet they could only endure for the time being, biding their time until a great emperor might emerge from their ranks, liberating them from the confines of the Tianlong Empire and rendering their stance irrelevant. Since everyone here shares such refined interests, allow me to indulge as well and make a guess. I believe that young Lin Beixian will emerge first. A voice suddenly resonated from the void throne of the Holy Palace, belonging to Elder Sunday. I venture to say that young Lin Jinyan has an even greater chance, chimed in another elder. I firmly believe that young Lin Yuan will undoubtedly be the first. As the elders speculated, a figure gradually materialized, astonishing the gathered crowd. Who is that? I recall his name is Lin Dong. I believe he hails from a minor branch of the family. Lin Dong. Chapter 99, Astonishment. The first to emerge is actually this young lad. His willpower and temperament are commendable. I wonder how his strength measures up, regardless of his current power. He certainly possesses the potential to be nurtured into a pillar of the family in the future. Indeed, that companion of his is also quite promising. I believe his name is Lin Yan. Both are worthy of significant investment. A smile crept across Lin Tianhai's lips as he resolved that, regardless of the outcomes for Lin Dong and Lin Yan in this great competition, he would ensure their return for meticulous training. Allowing them to languish in the minor branch would only squander their talents. As Lin Dong stepped into the outside world, he immediately felt the intense scrutiny from all directions. The gaze of the powerful figures from the main family, coupled with the probing stares of formidable outsiders, was impossible to ignore. While the main family's experts exhibited no malice, merely concern and curiosity, the glances from those seated high upon their thrones were laced with an invasive intensity, as if they intended to dissect him from the inside out. This overwhelming attention caused him to feel a surge of alarm, for he harbored a significant secret. Should they see through him, he would be in peril. Fear not, young one. With the family behind you, they dare not act recklessly. Moreover, this is the domain of the Lin family. Any who covet our kin must be prepared to face dire consequences. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind, startling him. He quickly looked up to see the patriarch, Lin Tianhai, seated at the pinnacle of the void throne, emanating an aura of formidable power. In Lin Dong's eyes, Lin Tianhai appeared calm and amiable, his gaze filled with the appreciation and concern of an elder for his junior. Clearly, Lin Tianhai had noticed Lin Dong's unease and directly reached out to reassure him. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Dong instinctively nodded, his thoughts racing. I can't believe I've caught the patriarch's attention, and he personally conveyed his reassurance to me. He had heard tales of this patriarch's prowess, a being of the saint realm, and was astonished that such a legendary figure would engage with an inconspicuous junior like him, displaying no airs of superiority. Thank you for the reminder, Patriarch. I am immensely grateful. Lin Dong respectfully expressed his gratitude. Haha, press on, young one. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. You need not worry, Patriarch. I shall not disappoint you. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 6 factions, after scrutinizing Lin Dong repeatedly, found him to be an unremarkable talent, leading them to doubt their own perceptions. Could it be that I have misjudged? They pondered. Yet, given their cultivation levels, discerning the attributes of a junior should not have been overly challenging. The higher-ups of the Lin family, having noticed the subtle shifts in the expressions of those leaders, could not help but smirk inwardly. However, they maintained their composure, continuing to engage in casual conversation with them. Who might emerge next? Someone suddenly inquired, igniting the curiosity of the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the giant tower's entrance, eager to see who would be the second to step forth. As time ticked by, a minute after Lin Dong's emergence, the entrance stirred once more. Though the commotion was slight, it immediately captured everyone's attention. Who could it be? In the next moment, a figure stepped out from the luminous portal, becoming clearer as they approached. Before the crowd could fully discern the person's features, Lin Dong, who had emerged first, playfully exclaimed, "Haha, Brother Yen, I made it through first this time. Unexpectedly, my dear brother passed the test so swiftly. I am truly impressed," replied Lin Yen, stepping out from the light with a black measuring rod on his back. His expression was calm, and though he acknowledged Lin Dong's jest, he remained unperturbed. In stark contrast to their composure, the onlooking members of the Lin family were once again struck with amazement. Another previously unremarkable branch family member had emerged. It seemed the minor branches were concealing a wealth of hidden talents. This competition is indeed teeming with potential. Haha, the more hidden gems, the better. It indicates that the younger generation of the Lin family is on the rise. Indeed, the greater the number of prodigies, the stronger the future of our Lin family will be. Though the first 2 emerged from the branch family, the members of the Lin family felt no particular discontent. Rather, most of them embraced the notion that the more black horses from the branch family, the better, engaging in lighthearted banter. Simultaneously, some members jested about the main family's prodigies. Lin Zai and others. "Hey Zai, Bei Xian, Lin Yuan, look at these young lads. They used to flaunt their superiority before us. But now they've been thoroughly overshadowed by our 2 branch brothers. Indeed, they pranced around here like peacocks, and now, apart from the young master and that Hao Ran, 2 more branch brothers can put them in their place. Haha, just thinking about their humbled expressions brings me such delight." At that moment, the third to emerge, Lin Beixian, immediately caught wind of their unabashed laughter and teasing remarks. Instantly, the joy he felt from successfully passing the trial evaporated without a trace. With a face flushed with indignation, he shot a glare at those members before approaching Lin Yin and Lin Dong, extending a friendly greeting. "I am the main family's Lin Beixian. I must express my astonishment at the prowess of my 2 branch brothers." In response to the esteemed greeting from this top prodigy of the main family, Lin Yin and Lin Dong both clasped their hands in respect. "We are Lin Yin and Lin Dong. Honored to meet you, brother." Lin Yin then humbly remarked, "We merely had the fortune of coming out before you, nothing more." He continued, "Your innate talent and strength are evident to all." Lin Dong chimed in, "Indeed. What my brother says is true. Beixian, no need to flatter us, huh?" The 3 soon engaged in amiable conversation as more members of the Lin family emerged from the Heart Refinement Tower, one after another. In Chapter 100, Possessed, the Demon Emperor. Following Lin Beixian, Lin Yuan emerged within half a minute, radiating confidence. However, he was immediately met with Lin Beixian's teasing. "Old Yuan, are you alright? Why so slow? I've been waiting for quite some time." Unable to endure Beixian's smug demeanor, Lin Yuan retorted, "Oh, please. I was fierce when you didn't see it. And it sounds like you're so much better than me. But look at you, left behind by our 2 branch brothers. Oomph. If I'm not capable, then neither are you, Lin Beixian." Before Lin Beixian could respond, a voice rang out from the luminous gate. "Hee, my 2 elder brothers are in such high spirits." It was Lin Jinyan. The surrounding Lin family members instantly recognized the voice belonging to Lin Jinyan of the Lingxi branch. Soon after, another figure stepped out. "It seems my little sister is still a step behind her brothers." A girl clad in a blue celestial gown sighed with a hint of disappointment. This young lady was none other than Lin Shi, the strongest prodigy from one of the 3 most powerful branch families, the Tianhai branch. "Haha, Lin Shi. You're not slow at all." Shortly after Lin Shi, the strongest prodigy from the Nanyang branch, Lin Ruoshui, followed suit, stepping out of the Heart Refinement Tower. The frequency of Lin family members emerging from the tower increased, sometimes appearing in groups of 3 to 5. As the number of those who passed the trial grew, the crowd began to notice the absence of Lin Zai, one of the main family's most promising candidates for victory. "What's going on? Where's Zai? He should have emerged by now." Many spectators who had high hopes for Lin Zai began to murmur. "He is on par with Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan, logically. He shouldn't be delayed like this." Even Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan, who were closest to Lin Zai, began to feel anxious. As first-hand experiencers, they knew that this trial had a time limit, and if one exceeded it without emerging from the illusion, they would be disqualified and lose the chance to compete further. The time limit was set at 1 hour. What on earth is Zai doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? There are only 10 minutes left, Lin Xuan exclaimed, his worry palpable. Although they were rivals, he did not wish for Lin Zai to falter at this stage. He hoped for a fair contest in the final showdown. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he is facing some challenge, Lin Beixian reassured, though his anxious expression betrayed the turmoil within him. Lin Yan and the others, having had little interaction with Lin Zai, felt uncertain about what to say but silently cheered for him. They too wished for a fair duel with one of the main family's top 3 prodigies in the final contest. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient and mysterious Heart Refinement Tower, Lin Zai stood as if carved from stone, his eyes vacant and devoid of consciousness. It seemed as though his very soul had been extracted, rendering him utterly motionless. However, a closer inspection would reveal a significant transformation from his previous state. Sweat beads dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and soaking his garments. His brow was furrowed tightly, as if he were enduring immense agony. His jaw clenched so hard that his cheeks bulged, and his body trembled involuntarily, though his facial expression appeared lifeless. A keen observer would discern an uncontrollable rage surging from the depths of his being, quickly spreading across his features. Moreover, as time passed, his expression twisted into a grotesque semblance of madness. More astonishingly, a faint, shadowy aura began to materialize around him, swirling like smoke and exuding a chilling, ominous presence. This is bad. Brother, Zai may be succumbing to demonic possession. As one of the overseers of the Heart Refinement Tower, Lin Tianyu was the first to detect Lin Zai's abnormality and immediately sent a message to Lin Tianhai. As another overseer, Lin Tianhai also recognized the anomaly. But upon receiving Lin Tianyu's communication, he found himself at a loss. In such a situation, even if they forcibly awaken Lin Zai, it would be futile. The seeds of inner demons had already taken root, and awakening him would not eliminate them. If Lin Zai could not find his way out on his own, the inner demons would only consume him gradually, leading him to complete possession. Moreover, those who fell into demonic possession through their inner demons were far more terrifying than those who were corrupted by external forces, surpassing them in speed of cultivation and destructive potential by countless magnitudes. Millions of years ago, in the land of Nanming, there emerged an unparalleled demon lord known as the Heavenly Demon Emperor. His cultivation and prowess were rumored to have surpassed the limits of the Nanming continent, reaching the realm of immortals, thus bringing unending calamity to the realm. The unification war instigated by the Heavenly Demon Emperor swept across all races of Nanming, leading to the annihilation of countless cultivators and factions, with many races vanishing from the annals of history. Under the leadership of this formidable demon, the path of demonic cultivation reached unprecedented heights. Following the onset of the war, countless demonic cultivators began a frenzied slaughter of all races. The overwhelming strength of the Heavenly Demon Emperor rendered any opposition futile. Even when all races united against the demonic forces, they faced relentless defeat. Just as it appeared that the Heavenly Demon Emperor would completely unify the continent, a legendary figure named the Nanming Celestial Emperor emerged, engaging the Heavenly Demon Emperor in a fierce battle that lasted an entire year. During this tumultuous time, the once unified Nanming continent was shattered, resulting in its current division into 5 separate lands. The titanic clash between the Nanming Celestial Emperor and the Heavenly Demon Emperor ultimately concluded with the former's victory. However, the Nanming Celestial Emperor could not entirely eradicate the Heavenly Demon Emperor and was left with no choice but to seal him within the demon suppression abyss in Central Continent, guarded by both the human and demon races. Thus, the brutal war continued for 5 years before finally coming to an end, while the whereabouts of the Nanming Celestial Emperor became a mystery. In the end, it was revealed that this formidable demon lord had originally been the scion of an inconspicuous family. Following a cataclysmic event that led to the annihilation of his clan, he succumbed to his inner demons and, through an astonishingly rapid rise, became the fearsome demon emperor who shook the world. From that point forward, both humans and demons, along with other races, not only sought to eradicate the demonic powers, but also launched extensive hunts against those who had succumbed to their inner demons, determined to prevent the emergence of another Heavenly Demon Emperor. As for how to distinguish those who had succumbed to their inner demons, it can only be said that the world is never devoid of prodigies. After centuries of collaborative research and deduction among countless factions, a magical artifact known as the Demon Discrimination Disc was successfully created. From that moment on, it became the nightmare of countless demonic cultivators who had fallen prey to their inner demons. Chapter 101. Lin Xuan takes action. Alas, Tianyu, our best course of action now is to patiently await developments. Should the situation turn dire, we must promptly awaken him forcibly. While we may not be able to expunge his inner demons, We can assist in suppressing them to delay his descent into madness. Of course, this is our worst-case scenario. Perhaps he might emerge on his own accord. Ultimately, the outcome rests upon Zai's fate, sighed Lin Tianhai, feeling rather helpless. If all else fails, we will have to forcibly awaken him and employ means to temporarily suppress his inner demons. This would at least grant us more time to seek a solution. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu was not taken aback, merely sighing. If Zai truly approaches the brink of madness, I will immediately activate the heart-refining tower to awaken him. The rest shall depend on you, elder brother. I only hope our Lin family's prodigy does not meet a premature end. Meanwhile, within Lin Zai's illusory world, he knelt upon the ground, drenched in blood, cradling the lifeless corpse of a cold body in his arms. His hair was disheveled, alternating between howling at the heavens and laughing maniacally, appearing utterly deranged. The surroundings were a scene of devastation, littered with the ruins of palaces and lifeless corpses, flames soaring into the sky, rivers of blood flowing, resembling a hellish inferno. It turned out that Lin Zai had spent 10 years within this illusion. He had long forgotten his initial vigilance, and as time passed in this extraordinarily realistic world, he had come to regard it as his true reality. On the 10th anniversary of his time spent in this world, he bore witness to the tragic fate of his clan, their annihilation. Having witnessed countless clansmen being ruthlessly slaughtered on their ancestral grounds, and seeing the clan leader and elders fight valiantly against their formidable foes, ultimately perishing, as well as the ancestors sacrificing everything, even burning their lifeblood to battle fiercely, only to be unable to contend with their adversaries, Lin Zai, fortunate enough to have survived, gazed upon the once magnificent clan grounds, now a hellish landscape, and the unblinking corpses of his kin. The last remnants of his resolve shattered, plunging him into madness. Ha ha ha, demons. What a grandiose pretext. Since you all claim my Lin family to be demonic, then today, I shall transform into the very embodiment of despair for you all. The world cannot accommodate my Lin family, so I shall henceforth become a demon and slay all under heaven. Ahaha. Endless demonic energy began to swirl around him, infused with darkness, bloodlust, and fury, countless negative emotions. This demonic energy was exceedingly pure and potent, far surpassing that of other demonic cultivators, even overwhelming those similarly consumed by their inner demons. It could be foreseen that should he truly succumb to madness, he would likely become an unparalleled demon lord seldom seen throughout history. As the demonic energy surrounding Lin Zai intensified, an equal surge of demonic energy began to manifest within his true body in the heart-refining tower. He was on the verge of truly succumbing to madness. This is bad. We cannot wait any longer. Lin Tianyu thought to himself, preparing to take action. Just then, the demonic energy enveloping Lin Zai suddenly vanished, as if nothing had transpired at all. What is happening? Could it be that Zai has triumphed over his inner demons? Seeing this, Lin Tianyu, who had been poised to act, hesitated, his mind filled with confusion. Shortly thereafter, within the heart-refining tower, the previously inert Lin Zai began to stir once more. Upon regaining his faculties, he expressed profound gratitude, saying, Lin Zai, I am eternally grateful for the rebirth bestowed upon me by the young master. Huh, Xianu? Did he do this? Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai, who had witnessed the entire scene, were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Lin Xuan absent from the grand competition? How could he assist Lin Zai, who was within the heart-refining tower? Just a moment ago, Lin Xuan, who had been leisurely enjoying the company of beautiful attendants, suddenly received an alert from the system. Ding! Warning! A member of the Lin family, Lin Zai, is on the verge of succumbing to madness. What? Lin Xuan was taken aback and immediately sat upright. His reaction startled the attendants, who promptly knelt in fear, exclaiming, Young master, have we done something to displease you? Cough. It's not your fault. All right, you may withdraw for now. I require some rest, Lin Xuan replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Yes, young master. After dismissing the attendants, Lin Xuan promptly activated the formation, turning his attention to the system to ascertain the situation. System, what is going on? Ding. In response to the host, the situation is as follows. The system quickly recounted the series of events to Lin Xuan. After comprehending the entire sequence, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. This situation left him at a loss for solutions. Perhaps, Lin Xuan promptly inquired of the system, is there any way to resolve Lin Zai's current predicament? As he had anticipated, the system soon presented several potential solutions. Ding. Yes, host. Currently, the solutions available are 1. Purifying Spirit Pill. The Imperial-grade elixir possesses the remarkable ability to clarify the mind of its user, effectively dispelling inner demons and restoring mental tranquility, with the potential to elevate one's state of mind further. Its price, 300,000 clan fortune points. 2. The Heart Restoration Pill, a quasi-emperor grade elixir. is capable of remedying deficiencies in the state of mind, albeit at a slow pace, requiring a lengthy duration of up to 3 years. Furthermore, it is important to inform the host that inner demons arise from these deficiencies. Once the flaws in the mind are eradicated, the demons will dissipate. Its price, 170,000 clan fortune points. 3. The Purifying Talisman, a quasi-emperor grade talisman, can eliminate inner demons but cannot mend the state of mind, leaving open the possibility of their resurgence. Its price, 180,000 clan fortune points. Upon reflecting on the options presented by the system, Lin Xuan found himself in a quandary. Which should he choose? Undoubtedly, consuming the purifying elixir would be the optimal choice. However, his financial resources were rather limited. Although he currently possessed exactly 300,000 clan fortune points, he could not afford to expend them all, as he needed to reserve some as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he was left with the latter two options, each bearing its own merits and drawbacks, one being time-consuming, the other susceptible to recurrence. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately resolved to select the third option, despite the risk of relapse. It was preferable to the second option, which demanded 3 years, a duration far too protracted, especially during a time of rapid advancement for the Lin family, as such a mental flaw would undoubtedly impede Lin Xuan's cultivation. As for the third option, while there existed a chance of recurrence, it was not guaranteed. Who knows? Perhaps Lin Xuan would be fortunate? If relapse were to occur, he would likely possess ample clan fortune points by then to address the issue. System. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 Purifying Talisman. Clan fortune points, 180,000. With the decision made, the process became straightforward. Lin Xuan instructed the system to establish a communication link between himself and Lin Xuan, after which he promptly utilized the Purifying Talisman. Chapter 102. Entering the Fractured Little World. Young master, haven't you already? Within Lin Xuan's illusory realm, he had been on the brink of madness, teetering towards eternal darkness, when he suddenly noticed a shift in the surrounding scenery. The once nightmarish human realm had vanished, replaced by a pristine, enigmatic expanse. In this space, there existed only Lin Xuan and the figure of Lin Xuan before him. Sigh, it appears your composure requires further refinement. However, fear not, for I am here to ensure your safety. Observing Lin Xuan enveloped in demonic energy, Lin Xuan could not help but shake his head and sigh. He then drew forth the Purifying Talisman, channeling his spiritual energy to activate it before placing it upon Lin Xuan's forehead. As the effects of the talisman took hold, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped Lin Xuan, instilling clarity within his mind. The bloodthirsty, violent, and dark negative emotions swiftly began to dissipate. As the saying goes, the system produces only the finest quality. Not long after Lin Xuan employed the talisman, all traces of demonic energy vanished from Lin Xuan, who regained his lucidity. No longer in a state of madness, everything had returned to normal. As for whether inner demons would resurface in the future, that depended on Lin Xuan's own fortune. Thank you, young master. Once restored, Lin Xuan comprehended the perilous situation he had just escaped. He was eager to express his gratitude to Lin Xuan. However, he found that Lin Xuan had quietly departed during the process of dispelling the demons, as if he had never been there at all. Moreover, Lin Xuan realized he had long since exited the illusory realm, his consciousness returning once more. Although he was unaware of how the young master had accomplished such a feat, he promptly expressed his gratitude to the heir. I, Lin Xuan, am eternally grateful to the young master for this rebirth. He believed that since Lin Xuan could offer aid from afar, his gratitude would surely be acknowledged. Though he could not express his thanks in person, he felt compelled to do so, for such a profound favor deserved recognition. Furthermore, he intended to seek out Lin Xuan later to convey his appreciation face to face. From this day forth, whether facing perilous challenges or engaging in fierce battles, as long as the young master uttered a word, he would willingly risk his life to fulfill any request. Outside, Lin Xuan slowly emerged. Old Yi, you've finally come out. If you hadn't then, Old Yi, you're really something, taking so long. Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan, two of Lin Xuan's closest companions, felt a weight lift from their hearts upon seeing him emerge. Though secretly pleased for him, they couldn't resist teasing him. However, before they could finish their banter, Lin Xuan, having exited the Heart Refinement Tower, immediately turned to Lin Tianyu and bowed respectfully, his face etched with shame. Second master, I have been eliminated. I will voluntarily withdraw from this competition shortly. He felt he had let down the family's nurturing and the expectations of those who believed in him. Although only Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai were aware of his earlier predicament, while others remained oblivious to the fact that without Lin Xuan's intervention, he would never have emerged from the Heart Refinement Tower before time's end. His pride forbade him from attempting to deceive or evade responsibility. Before Lin Tianyu could respond to Lin Zai's actions, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan stared at him in disbelief, rushing to his side with urgency. Old Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? We were just joking. We didn't mean to mock you. Even if the time was extended, it doesn't signify anything serious. Old Xian is right. Old Yi, what are you talking about? We agreed to compete together in the final showdown, didn't we? Lin Zai offered a faint smile, but shook his head, saying, Old Xian, Old Yuan, I have let you down this time. I can no longer compete alongside you in the final showdown. I truly lack the qualifications to continue in the competition. With that, Lin Zai slowly made his way out of the competition arena. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianyu's voice echoed throughout the venue. Lin Zai, due to special circumstances, is no longer qualified to participate in the next phase of the competition. Lin Zai is eliminated. What? The second master actually approved this. What is happening? Who knows? But if the second master, as the host of this competition, has spoken, surely something significant must have transpired that we are unaware of. This year's competition had indeed been rife with unexpected developments. A multitude of discussions erupted, causing the previously tranquil venue to stir with excitement. Suddenly, Lin Tianyu cleared his throat, and the lively atmosphere rapidly subsided into silence. Then, the crowd heard Lin Tianyu announce, Ahem. Time's up. I hereby declare the mental fortitude assessment concluded. A total of 6,832 participants have passed the assessment, while 4,089 have been eliminated. Those who have passed will gain eligibility to participate in the next significant event of this competition. Upon hearing this, the participants who had passed felt a surge of excitement. They were now one step closer to the ultimate battle for glory and to ascend the sacred dragon ranking. Except for Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan, they were still somewhat melancholic regarding Lin Zai's situation. Now, I shall announce the second item, the rules for the practical combat segment. In this endeavor, you will enter a fragmented little world teeming with numerous low-tier demon clans and practitioners of the demonic path. Your task is to slay these demon clans and demonic practitioners to accrue points, with a total duration of 3 days. After 3 days, the family will tally your points, and the top 1,000 in the rankings will qualify for the final segment of this grand competition, thus gaining the opportunity to contend for the ultimate championship and a place on the Sacred Dragon list. The points awarded for slaying beings of different realms vary. Please refer to this list. Upon finishing his words, Lin Tianyu waved his hand, and a golden list detailing the points for slaying appeared in the air for all to see. Astonishingly, slaying a first-tier demon beast or a first-tier demonic practitioner from the Divine Sea realm only grants 5 points, while dispatching one from the 9th tier of the Divine Sea realm yields 15 points. For those in the 9th tier of the Cave Heaven realm, a whopping 100 points await. Those Lin family members who successfully advanced began to memorize the information on the list, as it was intrinsically linked to their fate and thus could not be taken lightly. Half an hour later, a familiar bell tolled once again. Simultaneously, Lin Tianyu's voice followed. The second item of this grand competition, practical combat, officially begins. All shall enter. With the sound of Lin Tianyu's voice, a spatial entrance slowly opened in midair. In an instant, the spatial portal stabilized, and an aura distinctly different from that of the southern underworld emanated from within, allowing the crowd to glimpse a fragment of the icy world beyond. Observing this scene, thousands of Lin family members momentarily froze before soaring into the air, transforming into streaks of light as they plunged inside. Thus commenced their adventure. Who would seize the first position this time? The Golden Scales realm, originally a diminutive world tethered to the southern underworld, where practitioners could ascend to the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm before soaring to the southern underworld. However, this once pristine world fell into disrepair due to the aftermath of an unknown saintly powers battle, losing all hope of ascension. Centuries later, it was discovered and claimed by the Lin family, becoming one of their sources of low-tier resources and a training ground for its members. The Golden Scales realm was initially a territory for demon clans, inhabited solely by demon beasts. Yet, in preparation for this grand competition, the Lin family had begun capturing low-tier demonic practitioners years prior and casting them into the Golden Scales realm. Over the course of several years, these demonic practitioners have established a foothold within the realm, though they remain inferior to the demon beasts and are not entirely exterminated. Simultaneously, the thousands of Lin family members entering the Golden Scales realm were randomly dispersed throughout, embarking on their 3-day hunting expedition. However, in comparison to the vast number of demon beasts and demonic practitioners within the Golden Scales realm, the Lin family members were indeed few, leading to the possibility of either hunting or being hunted. Nevertheless, the Lin family was not reckless enough to send their members to their demise without measures for their safety. The token bestowed by Lin Tianyu was one such safeguard of the Lin family, should a Lin family member crush it. They could be directly transported back to the Lin family, though it would mean forfeiting their qualification to continue participating in the competition. Moreover, in the event of significant casualties among the Lin family, the elders would forcibly breach the realm to rescue everyone, a decision reserved for the most dire circumstances. If only a handful of family members were to fall, the Lin family would refrain from such actions, for without the trials of life and death, one could never truly grow into a competent powerhouse. In the Golden Scales realm, within the domain of demon beasts, Lin Dong stood upon the surface of a vast lake, feeling the fragile nature of the surrounding world. Is this truly a small world? The fabric of space is so delicate. I, at the 7th tier of the Divine Sea realm, feel as though I could shatter it at any moment. In the central continent, with his cultivation, he could not even cause a ripple in space. Here, he felt that with all his might, he could easily break it, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. He soon found himself presented with an opportunity for experimentation as a demon beast emerged. Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, a massive black serpent, several dozen feet long, suddenly surged from the tranquil lakebed, opening its cavernous mouth wide to devour him whole. Lin Dong, it's the black-scaled water serpent. The voice of Grandpa Meow jolted him back to reality. Lin Dong quickly regained his composure, deftly evading the serpent's lethal strike. A black-scaled water serpent at the 8th tier of the Divine Sea realm, is it? He muttered, furrowing his brow. With a furious roar, the serpent, realizing its ambush had failed, twisted its gigantic body and lunged at Lin Dong once more. How dare you, a mere black mud loach, attempt to sneak attack me? You seek death, Lin Dong declared, unleashing his formidable skill, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Finger. A colossal finger imbued with mysterious runes descended from above, laden with a palpable aura of death, aimed directly at the black-scaled water serpent. The power of this strike far exceeded the bounds of the Divine Sea realm, rendering the serpent, despite its 8th-tier prowess, incapable of withstanding it. Feeling the imminent threat, the serpent hastily dove into the lake, abandoning its pursuit of Lin Dong. Witnessing this, Lin Dong let out a cold snort, trying to escape. Too late. With a resounding crash, the serpent was pierced through the head by the giant finger, extinguishing its life. A creature that had dominated this lake for over a century met its end due to a moment of hunger-driven folly. The instant Lin Dong defeated the black-scaled water serpent, a number 12 appeared on the token at his waist. He quickly grasped the token, realizing its function. It recorded the points accrued by participating family members. So this is one of the purposes of the token issued by the elders, he mused. Moreover, he soon discovered additional information from the token. It not only recorded points for slaying demon beasts or demonic practitioners, but also featured a leaderboard displaying the points accrued by other participants, along with his own ranking. He could also crush the token in a dire situation to teleport out of this little world, albeit forfeiting his qualification to continue in the competition. Oh, Brother Yin has already amassed 50 points? It seems I must hasten. Seeing Lin Yin ranked first with 50 points, while he himself languished at 12 points in 36th place. Lin Dong felt invigorated. He was not one to concede easily. He too desired to vie for the top position. With that resolve, Lin Dong departed from the lake, embarking on a journey to hunt demon beasts and demonic practitioners, eager to amass points with fervor. In the ensuing time, wherever Lin Dong traversed, no demon beast survived. Even those merely passing by, who dared to glance at him, were instantly dispatched with a mere flick of his finger, sent to meet their ancestors in an instant. In the territory that Lin Dong roamed, tales of his formidable reputation and fearsome notoriety rapidly spread among the demon beasts. Within a small forest, a group of lesser demons congregated, fervently discussing the latest rumors. Moo, have you heard? A terrifying human has recently emerged, slaying every demon beast in sight without mercy. Indeed, that human is utterly fearsome. I heard that even the peak of the Divine Sea realm, the king of boars next door, was slain and turned into barbecue. Exactly. His name has become infamous throughout our region. He is referred to as the Demon Beast Slayer. Let us hope we do not encounter him, or we may. The Great Desolation's Prisoning Finger. Chapter 104, Current Situation. As a faint voice echoed, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, targeting the location of the lesser demons. The speed of the giant finger was astonishing. The little demons had no time to flee and were directly impaled. Boom. A tremor shook the earth, and after a moment, tranquility returned to the area. The once lush forest was now stripped bare, leaving behind a vast pit, over 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. These demon beasts are quite commendable. They know to gather together, making it convenient for me to amass points. Good performance. Let us continue this next time. Lin Dong's figure gradually materialized in the air, observing his handiwork below, a satisfied smile curling his lips. To the slain demon beasts, is this your home? Another 100 points were added, not bad at all. Unfortunately, I am still 20 points behind Yin Ge. Lin Dong mused as he glanced at the rankings displayed on his token. Lin Yin, 1066 points. Ranking, 1st. Lin Beixian, 1050 points. Ranking, 2nd. Lin Dong, 1046 points. Ranking, 3rd. At that moment, half a day had elapsed since everyone entered the shattered small world, and all had plunged into a frenzied mode of point accumulation, resulting in constant fluctuations in the rankings on the tokens. Particularly among those of middling rank, their standings were rarely stable. One moment, they might hold a particular position, only to be overtaken by others in the next, plummeting several places. In contrast, the rankings among the leading participants remained relatively stable. Although fluctuations occurred, they were not frequent. However, infrequent changes did not imply a lack of fierce competition, quite the opposite. Take, for instance, the top 10 participants. Their point differences were minimal, and any lapse in diligence could swiftly lead to being surpassed by those trailing behind. By the way, little weasel, does my slaughtering of demon kin disturb you? Lin Dong suddenly inquired of the purple weasel perched on his shoulder. After all, the little weasel was also of the demon race, and he was uncertain if the slaughter would weigh upon its conscience. Yet the weasel remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Kid, you are still too young." Setting aside the fact that the demon race can never unite as one, there are countless clans within the demon race. The death of a few insignificant ants has no bearing on the whole. Moreover, in our race, strength is revered above all. The law of the jungle prevails. Apart from their own clans, the survival of other demon races is of no concern to us. Many powerful demons routinely prey on those of lower rank. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. In my eyes, these crawlers do not even merit my attention. After speaking, the weasel cast a disdainful glance at the corpses of the demon beasts. That gaze was akin to a noble demon emperor regarding mere ants, detached and cold. Upon hearing the weasel's words, Lin Dong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he departed with the weasel, continuing his journey of slaughter, as everyone frantically accumulated points. Slaying one demon beast after another, the appearance of the Lin family drew considerable attention from both demon beasts and magic cultivators alike. Soon, various teams of demon beasts and magic cultivators initiated a hunt for the Lin family members. With the emergence of these teams, the difficulty of point acquisition for the Lin clan members significantly increased. Despite their status as members of a prominent family, equipped with numerous means, they found themselves compelled to retreat in the face of the overwhelming numbers of demon beast and magic cultivator teams. They could only avoid confrontation and hunt down solitary demon beasts or magic cultivators. In a larger gathering place of magic cultivators, within a certain palace, have we apprehended any of those from the opposing forces? Inquired a leader among the magic cultivators. Reporting to Lord Xuanmao, we have located one individual, but he possesses numerous abilities, and my subordinates have yet to subdue him. A magic cultivator knelt, his voice trembling with fear, as if the person before him was a monstrous flood, ready to engulf him at any moment. Useless. With so many of you, you cannot capture one. What good are you? Boom. At these words, the leader named Xuanmao erupted in fury, and with a single palm strike, he reduced the reporting magic cultivator to a mist of blood. The other magic cultivators in the hall recoiled in fear, prostrating themselves, terrified of incurring Xuanmao's wrath and facing a similar fate. Conversely, Xuanmao displayed no change in demeanor after the execution. He issued a chilling and brutal command to those present. "Humph. I do not care what methods you employ. You must bring that person before me today, or else." The attendees trembled, hastily assuring him, "Rest assured, Lord Xuanmao, we shall certainly bring this person to you." They then hurriedly fled the hall, leaving Xuanmao alone within. At a certain moment, he began to speak to himself. This suddenly appearing human must be connected to the forces that brought me here. They undoubtedly possess the means to leave. I must obtain it. I cannot bear to remain in this desolate and wretched place any longer. In a certain valley, kid, where do you think you're running? It would be wise to come with us to meet Lord Xuanmao, lest you suffer unnecessary pain. A group of over a dozen magic cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of the Divine Sea Realm shouted at the fleeing figure ahead. "Damn it. I had no intention of causing trouble or provoking you, but do you really think I am afraid of you?" Lin Jinyan was feeling quite incensed at this moment. Initially, he had no desire to engage with these evidently organized magic cultivator teams, preferring to hunt down scattered magic cultivators and demon beasts instead. After all, that approach was much easier and safer. Yet who could have anticipated that this fool Xuanmao would be so intent on capturing him, disrupting his ability to peacefully accumulate points? After enduring for so long, he decided he could no longer tolerate it. "No matter your identity, if you provoke me, you shall pay the price." Spirit-infusing divine fist. Die. As those pursuing demonic cultivators witnessed Lin Jinyan not fleeing, but instead charging towards them, they were momentarily elated. Hee hee, little one, allow this demon to truly cherish you. They cackled. Demonic shadow claw. Demonic lotus of sitting. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Uft. How is this possible? Chapter 105. What constitutes a demonic cultivator? The scenario that numerous demonic cultivators had anticipated, a simple capture, did not materialize. Instead, under the relentless onslaught unleashed by Lin Xuan, they found themselves falling one after another. They had pursued him for quite some time, believing him to be merely a weakling, only to discover that they could barely withstand 10 exchanges before being left bloodied and on the brink of death. Damn it, you boast such prowess. Yet you concealed your true strength. Had I known, I would never have pursued you, thus sparing my life. The regret and fury of the demonic cultivators as they met their demise were palpable. In their final moments, they cursed Lin Xuan and that old dog Xuanma, along with all their ancestors, 1,000 times over. Scene transition. In the cycle of hell, a gruesome and blood-soaked melee is about to commence. A horde of fearsome ancestors from the Lin family encircled a handful of weak and helpless souls of demonic cultivators, their chilling laughter echoing ominously. Lin family ancestor. Oh, little ones, we've heard you have grievances against us old fellows. Demonic cultivators, we assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Please believe us. Believe you? If I did, I wouldn't bear the surname Lin. Slap, slap, slap. I beg you spare my life. Please, no more slapping. Amidst the chaotic melee, onlookers murmured, goodness. This is brutal. These newcomers are quite audacious, daring to provoke the Lin family bandits. They're finished here. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the Lin family bandits hear you. Huh, you dare slander the Lin family and tarnish our esteemed reputation? Prepare to die? Wah, it was our mistake. We want to do it again. Kind sirs, please let us go. What? There will be a next time? Keep hitting them. After dispatching them all, Lin Xuan took care to erase any traces of his presence, ensuring that the old dog Xuanma would not disturb him again. Xuanma, you had best not provoke me again, or I shall spare no effort in seeing your end. Lin Xuan vowed through gritted teeth. He then departed, continuing his quest for scattered demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts to accumulate points. Unfortunately, reality often unfolds in ways one least desires. Among the demonic cultivators, there existed some anomalies. Several hours later, as Xuanma grew increasingly agitated, a demonic cultivator with a semblance of insight into the mysteries of heaven was brought before him, inciting an uproarious laugh from Xuanma. Ha ha ha, my young friend, rest assured, if you can help me locate that person, I shall not treat you poorly. Thank you, my lord. A strangely formed man expressed his gratitude hastily. In the eager gaze of Xuanma, the man began his divination using a piece of demonic flesh imbued with Lin Xuan's aura. Half an hour later, the man, who had kept his eyes shut, suddenly spewed forth blood, his complexion paling visibly, his aura diminishing drastically, leaving him looking feeble. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. The man then conveyed the location he had divined through his consciousness to Xuanma. Ha! Excellent, excellent. I shall certainly reward you. Xuanma laughed heartily, approaching the man. The man, believing Xuanma was about to bestow a reward, grew excited. Yet, as Xuanma drew near, no reward was forthcoming. Instead, he clutched the man's head with his right hand, unleashing a wave of sinister demonic energy and devouring force. Xuanma ruthlessly refined and absorbed the man. His methods were exceedingly cruel, epitomizing what it meant to be a demonic cultivator. Becoming a part of me is not a small favor. He cackled, his chilling laughter sending cold shivers down the spines of surrounding demonic cultivators, who recoiled in terror. After a prolonged silence, Xuanma ceased his laughter and turned to his remaining demonic cultivators, inquiring, how many are left in our ranks? Reporting to you, my lord, including yourself, there are 30 remaining. The others have been dispatched to execute your orders. Upon hearing this, Xuanma frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his features, though he ultimately chose not to voice his grievances. Very well, with me around, it matters not whether those useless ones remain. You lot, accompany me 300 miles east to capture that individual. Yes, my lord. Under Xuanma's command, 5 peaked demonic cultivators followed closely, pursuing Lin Xuan's current location. At this moment, Lin Xuan, still engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast, remained oblivious to the impending crisis targeting him. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan, positioned within the territory controlled by the beasts, faced his own siege. This latest wave of beastly onslaught marked the 16th he had encountered. Having obliterated the previous 15 assaults, he had vanquished all the beasts that attacked him, earning substantial points, a key reason he maintained his position atop the leaderboard. Flame technique, Inferno True. As Lin Xuan deftly evaded the beast's attacks, he discerned a flaw in a peaked demonic cow beast, wielding his blackshri with precision. A brilliant flame shot forth, cleaving through the heavens towards the cow beast's head. Uffed. The peaked cow beast, caught off guard, failed to evade in time and was struck down. Its body severed and falling lifelessly to the ground. Roar. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining beasts howled in fury, launching an even more fervent assault upon Lin Yan, intent on reducing him to rubble. Yet, endowed with a superior speed, Lin Yan, having mastered a high-tier movement technique, easily evaded their attacks. Comparable in swiftness to a cultivator of the 9th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Against beasts that barely reached the 2nd layer of the Cave Heaven realm, Lin Yan's speed became his greatest asset. Of course, with his strength, he could confront these beasts head-on without fear. However, such a method would be far more exhausting. He resolved to first eliminate the 3 Cave Heaven realm beasts in front of him. Surveying the beasts surrounding him, Lin Yan fixated on the 3 Cave Heaven realm beasts, making a silent determination. In the face of this onslaught, aside from the 3 Cave Heaven realm beasts, he regarded the others with indifference. After all, with his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm, he could essentially disregard the attacks of these divine sea realm beasts. Even if he stood there and allowed them to strike, he would remain invulnerable. Subsequently, Lin Yan, with a clear objective, ceased his assault on other beasts and focused solely on the 3 Cave Heaven realm creatures. He evaded the attacks of lesser beasts whenever possible, and when evasion was not an option, he simply withstood their blows. Without the presence of other beasts to absorb Lin Yan's onslaught, the 3 Cave Heaven realm beasts found themselves under tremendous pressure, retreating step by step. Soon enough, they were reduced to a state of near death, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of Lin Yan, who struck them down with a disdainful flick of his wrist. Only then did Lin Yan turn his attention to the remaining divine sea realm beasts, a cold smile gracing his lips. Humph, it seems you've had enough time to play. Now, let you taste my next few moves. With a roar, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks, each beast falling helplessly before him, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. Wave after wave, he decimated them. In the wake of this slaughter, Lin Yan's score soared to an impressive 206 points, firmly establishing him at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, a staggering 200 points ahead of the 2nd-place contestant, Lin Dong. The fluctuations in Lin Yan's score had become a focal point of intrigue for all the competing clansmen ever since he claimed the top position. Thus, many were quick to notice his latest surge in points. On the outskirts of a small beast clan, Lin Dong, who had been observing the situation, could no longer contain his impatience upon seeing Lin Yan's substantial lead. Damn, how has Brother Yan suddenly become so formidable? I can't wait any longer. Whatever the situation with those unicorn behemoths, I'll take them down, he declared, pointing decisively. Wait, you haven't fully assessed the situation yet. What if there are hidden powerful behemoths? Little Weasel shouted in alarm from behind. Yet, Lin Dong paid no heed, adopting an attitude of reckless abandon, determined to charge ahead. In the northern expanse of the Golden Scales realm, within the territory of the Snow Ape clan, a petite girl exuding a pure and elegant aura, clad in a flowing azure gown, was engaged in a fierce battle against dozens of snow apes of varying strengths. Surrounding her were the lifeless bodies of snow apes. From the body refinement realm to the pinnacle of the divine sea realm, this bloody scene stood in stark contrast to the girl's delicate beauty. Alone and resolute, she, with her cultivation at the 1st level of the Cave Heaven realm, dared to take on a small clan of snow apes that featured 2 Cave Heaven realm creatures, having already slain numerous foes without revealing any sign of defeat. Truly, she was a remarkable heroine. Wow, the gap has widened even more. This Lin Yan truly is impressive. No matter how hard we try to catch up, we cannot surpass him, and now he has added even more points to his tally. He is undoubtedly one of the biggest dark horses in this competition. Lin she mused to herself, having noticed the changes on the scoreboard. In her mind, Lin Yan and Lin Dong were undoubtedly the 2 most surprising competitors in this grand contest. While she had heard of others like Lin Yan from the Branch family, Lin Yan and Lin Dong were unfamiliar to her until today, sparking her curiosity about them. Not just them, but all the contestants within the top 20 of the leaderboard hastened their pace in hunting. These elite talents were imbued with pride, unwilling to fall behind or concede easily. However, not all members of the Lin family who entered the Golden Scales realm found success in slaying beasts and demonic cultivators. It required both formidable strength and a modicum of luck. As of now, hundreds of Lin family members had been forced to shatter their tokens by demonic beasts or cultivators, with many sustaining severe injuries and unable to escape in time, narrowly avoiding death. Ultimately, it was the vigilant elders of the Lin family who intervened to rescue them from their peril. Yet, such events were far from over, continuing to unfold across the Golden Scales realm. Hiss, what a charming little human girl. She will be mine, cackled the demonic figure. Humph, human brat. I will give you one last chance. Reveal the method to leave this place, or the consequences will be dire. At a waterfall, Lin Xuan stood with one foot planted on the face of a demonic creature, unleashing a torrent of fury. The demonic creature lay battered and bruised beneath her, utterly powerless to retaliate, only able to glare at her with eyes filled with rage and resentment. You think you're tough just because you're at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm? How quaint. Lin Xuan scoffed, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, in another part of the Golden Scales realm, Lin Xian faced a formidable demonic figure. You dare to block my path, you pitiful creature? Do you not fear for your life? He taunted. Humph. A mere child at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm dares to speak so boldly. The older demon retorted, brimming with confidence. I know you are from the faction that captured us. You must have a means to leave this place. Hand it over, and perhaps I will spare your life. Do you really think you possess the strength to command me? Lin Xian shot back defiantly. Die. The demon launched a ferocious attack. In the southern region of the Golden Scales realm, a charming woman beckoned Lin Xuan into her noodle shop. Come inside. My noodles are unlike any others, beneficial for your cultivation. Confronted with her enticing offers, Lin Xuan erupted. Do not attempt to sway my resolve. Lin Xuan suddenly erupted, directly slaying his opponent with a single strike, after which the entire scene shattered. The illusion collapsed, returning to reality. Before him stood a beguiling succubus wielding a long sword, lunging fiercely towards Lin Xuan, now within a mere meter of him. Just as the succubus was poised to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Xuan shattered her illusion. Her sword strike missed its mark, causing her to panic and flee. Although the succubus was adept in illusion, her inherent strength was generally lacking, often inferior to ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Faced with a prodigy like Lin Xuan, she was far outmatched. Thus, upon her illusion being dispelled and failing to slay him, she decisively chose to escape without a moment's hesitation. She knew that should he pursue her, her demise was inevitable. Humph. Think you can escape? It's too late. Demoness, perish. Shattering palm. Lin Xuan would not allow her to flee. He immediately unleashed a technique of the highest order. The succubus, having scarcely fled, was obliterated into a mist of blood by his colossal palm. Humph. This is the price for disturbing my resolve. Chapter 107. The 3rd segment, the contest, is about to commence. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the numerous participants had spent 3 days within the Golden Scales realm. The 2nd segment, the practical combat, was nearing its conclusion. Over the course of these 3 days, many participants had been forced to shatter their tokens or were saved by the elders of the Lin family, resulting in increasing eliminations. At this moment, fewer than 3,000 participants remained in the Golden Scales realm, having lost over half of their number. This clearly illustrated that without significant prowess, not only was it challenging to secure a high ranking, but merely surviving 3 days within the Golden Scales realm was a formidable task. After all, only a little over 6,000 members of the Lin family had entered, while the demonic cultivators and beasts vastly outnumbered them. Boom! A familiar bell tolled, instantly drawing the thoughts of the spectators back from the projection of the Golden Scales realm to the present scene. Simultaneously, Lin Tianyu erupted with holy power, forming seals with his hands, and a resounding voice emanated from him. This round of the contest has concluded. All participants proceed through the light gate and return to the outside world. At that moment, the remaining 2,000 participants from the Lin family heard Lin Tianyu's announcement echo in their ears. Subsequently, a radiant gate appeared abruptly before everyone. Seeing this, the participants wasted no time, halting their actions and stepping through the light gate in unison. In the outside world, a group of Lin family youths suddenly materialized on the arena, instantly capturing the attention of all present. They've returned. Many exclaimed. All participants, surrender your tokens. The family will tally your scores and rankings. The top 1,000 will earn the right to participate in the final segment of this grand competition. Those ranked beyond 1,000 will be directly eliminated, Lin Tianyu declared. Upon hearing this, the participants promptly complied with the rules and handed their tokens to the designated steward of the Lin family for tallying. Who do you think will be the first place this time? One queried. In my opinion, it must be Lin Xian. After all, he is a renowned prodigy of our Lin family. Aside from the young master and Lin Hauran, even Lin Yuan and Lin Zai cannot outshine him. Not necessarily. Lin Yuan is no pushover. I think Lin Jinyan also has a chance. It has to be Lin Shi. I have a feeling that none of them will take first. Wherever there are gatherings, there are always those who speculate. As the Lin family steward continued tallying, the surrounding members of the Lin family began to conjecture. The steward worked swiftly, and soon one approached Lin Tianyu, handing him a jade slip. Lin Tianyu examined the slip carefully, then waved his hand, announcing, the top 10 are as follows. First place, Lin Yan, with 8,564 points. Second place, Lin Dong, with 8,352 points. Third place, Lin Beixian, with 8,009 points. Fourth place, Lin Yuan, with 7,807 points. Lin Jinyan, Lin Shi. 10th place, Lin Yunhui, with 4,500 points. For other rankings, please refer to this board. Lin Tianyu gestured for everyone to look towards the golden board beside him, which displayed the rankings and scores of all participants. Haha, I said my premonition was correct. The first place is indeed not Lin Beixian or the others. The spectators focused on who had secured first place, while the participants were concerned with whether they ranked within the top 1,000, as this determined their eligibility for the final stage of the competition. Thus, aside from the top 10, the remaining 2,000 participants began searching for their names on the board. 305th. Haha, I've advanced. Hehe, I'm 250. I'm 520. 1001. Who is in the 1,000th position? After this competition, I, Lin San, will challenge you to a duel. Soon. Those who failed to make the top 1,000 left the arena dejectedly, leaving only the top 1,000 to await the next instructions. Congratulations to you all for advancing to the final stage of this competition. You will have one day to rest. Tomorrow morning, attend promptly. The remaining participants, based on your performances and results, will receive corresponding rewards, which will be distributed to everyone after the competition concludes. I also hope you do not lose heart. Strive to cultivate diligently, for the future is uncertain. Lin Tianyu first congratulated the 1,000 participants who successfully advanced to the final project. Then he offered words of encouragement to those who had been eliminated, expressing his hopes for them. The following day, at dawn, boom, the resounding bell echoed throughout the Lin family, heralding an exciting competition ahead. In the same location, on the same arena, only 1,000 participants remained, rendering the vast arena exceedingly spacious. The uninvited forces had not departed either. They lingered within the Lin family for another night, appearing exceptionally early today, as if unwilling to miss a single moment to observe the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin Yin and the other participants arrived early at the scene, awaiting silently. After a night of rest, those who had endured 3 days of fierce combat now brimmed with energy, filled with vigor and enthusiasm, eager for the challenge ahead. Hehe. Brother Yin, today is the arena battle. I hope we do not encounter each other prematurely. Let us settle it in the final showdown. However, I will not hold back. Lin Dong remarked to Lin Yin, a fierce battle intent rising within him. Haha, I hope, as my junior said, that I will not show mercy, Lin Yin replied, his own pure battle spirit radiating forth. The initial goal of both was to aim for the championship, and a clash between them was destined to occur. They conversed quietly, seemingly unbothered by the presence of those around them hearing their audacious words. However, after enduring the previous trials and engaging in practical combat, the individuals present could hardly underestimate these two unexpected dark horses of this grand competition. No one would dare to belittle them. Rather, they were all convinced of the duo's confidence and capabilities, firmly believing they possessed the prowess to contend for the championship. Even Lin Beixian and others did not regard Lin Yin and his companion as mere boastful contenders. Instead, they held them in high esteem. Nevertheless, they too harbored ambitions and confidence regarding the championship. Chapter 108, The Battle for the Championship. Before long, Lin Tianhai and the senior members of the Lin family, along with representatives from the 6 eminent quasi-imperial factions, gathered in attendance. The esteemed members of the Lin family and the elders of the 6 quasi-imperial factions stood tall in the sky, radiating resplendent holy light and exuding an overwhelming aura. They appeared supremely dignified. Greetings, patriarch and esteemed elders. Upon seeing the arrivals, the crowd bowed in respect. Lin Tianhai and the others nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then gestured for everyone to rise. Subsequently, after a round of courteous exchanges, the senior members of the Lin family and the elders of the 6 quasi-imperial factions took their seats, awaiting the formal commencement of the competition. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Tianhai turned to Lin Tianyu beside him and said, Tianyu, since everyone is present, let us begin. Yes, elder brother, Lin Tianyu replied with a nod. Before soaring into the air, as Lin Tianyu ascended, all eyes shifted towards him. Today, we shall conduct the final segment of our Lin family competition, the battle for supremacy. The rules remain unchanged, with participants drawing lots for 1v1 matches. You are all familiar with the specifics, so I shall not elaborate further. Let us commence the drawing. Upon Lin Tianyu's announcement, the 1,000 contestants, including Lin Yin, lined up to draw their lots. Number 8. I wonder whom I shall face. I hope my luck holds, and I do not encounter any of those seed contenders right away. By the spirits of heaven and earth, may I avoid those freaks like Lin Yuan. Number 68. That should be safe, right? Haha. Brother Chuanquan, don't be superstitious. What is meant to happen will happen. I just saw that Lin Yuan drew number 68. What the hell? My mindset is shattered. Don't worry, brother, you have He Zi with you. He will be facing that extraordinary dark horse, Lin Dong. He might end up as a pig's head. Lin He damn. Are you serious? Brother Yan. What number did you draw? Lin Dong inquired as he approached. 86. And you, cousin? That's good. We won't face each other in the first round. I drew number 195. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan sighed in relief. He preferred not to confront Lin Dong in the opening round, not because he doubted his abilities, but he believed it would be better for both if they faced each other later. After all, they bore the weight of their respective family destinies and wished to avoid an early encounter. Soon, all participating members had completed their draws. The top 100 from this competition would not only gain substantial rewards, but would also earn a spot on the Sacred Dragon list. I hereby declare the battle for supremacy officially commenced. Contestants who drew numbers 1 to 50, take to the stage. Lin Tianyu proclaimed. Number 1, Lin Yushu. Who is fortunate enough to duel with this clan member? Haha, Yushu brother, I am Lin Tuo, and I am honored to battle you. Quickly, the contestants who drew numbers within the top 50 took their positions on the respective stages, meeting their opponents. 50 Lin family attendants promptly took their places above each stage, acting as judges and safeguarding the fighters. As the sounds of battle began echoing, the 100 Lin family members on the platforms sprang into action. For the sake of their honor and the substantial rewards of the competition, every contestant exerted themselves to the utmost, striving to overcome their opponents and advance to the next round, thus earning greater distinction. Hey, ha, bang. Everyone poured their energy into the fight, unleashing a dazzling array of powerful, vibrant attacks akin to brilliant fireworks that erupted across the peak. There were intense close-quarter brawls alongside various artifacts clashing, as well as fierce exchanges of martial techniques. A series of spectacular battles unfolded before all, igniting fervor among the spectators. Even Lin Tianhai and the formidable figures from various factions found themselves nodding in approval. Although these youths appeared to them as mere ants in strength, they could not help but reminisce about their own youthful days, filled with vigor and brilliance. The first 50 contestants displayed no overwhelmingly superior strength, resulting in an overall atmosphere of contention, with no decisive victories emerging for a considerable time. Most fights concluded only when both sides were utterly exhausted, with victory going to those who secured a subtle advantage. After determining the 25 advancing contestants, the second batch of 100 family members, including the favored Lin Yuan and Lin Yan, took to the stage. Lin Yuan faced an unremarkable youth named Lin Xuan, who was at the 8th stage of the Divine Sea realm. The moment Lin Yuan stepped onto the platform, his opponent resigned without hesitation. I concede. Stage 68, Lin Yuan. Victory. The officiating attendant announced. Just as Lin Yuan was about to make a move, he had no choice but to retract his hand and calmly descend from the platform. Hey, Xuan, what are you doing? Are you not up for it? Ha. Xuan, you're too timid. As Lin Xuan conceded, the surrounding Lin family members, reveling in the spectacle, could not resist teasing him. The cacophony of laughter and mockery left Lin Xuan's face flushed, and after a moment, he managed to retort, "Humph. I call this being wise to the times. You all understand nothing." In response, the crowd erupted into even more uproarious laughter. I can't take it. I'm getting dizzy from laughing so hard. Meanwhile, on another side, Lin Yan had also concluded his battle. I concede. Stage 86, Lin Yan victory. Sigh. Lin Yan's strength is indeed formidable. Even if I exert all my effort, I cannot touch him, remarked his elder cousin. You jest, it was merely luck. Thus, Lin Yan and Lin Yuan both effortlessly advanced to the next stage. Contestants numbered 100 to 150 take to the stage. Shortly thereafter, the third batch began to ascend the platforms. After a while, another 25 advancing contestants were determined. The fourth and fifth batches of contestants continued to mount the stage, battling their respective opponents, all vying for a spot in the next phase. However, compared to the ordinary contenders, who had to engage in fierce battles merely to scrape by, the favored seed contestants like Lin Yin and Lin Dong found the process to be far less arduous. A small number of those who faced them promptly conceded, while most would exchange a few techniques, only to realize their futility in overcoming their opponents, subsequently yielding and allowing Lin Yin and Lin Dong to advance to the next round with minimal effort. The second round consists of 500 entrants narrowing down to 250. And once again, the draw did not yield any encounters among the seeded competitors. Consequently, Lin Yin, Lin Dong, and Lin Beixian effortlessly advanced to the next round. Following this, the third and fourth rounds commenced. Chapter 109, the semifinals. The first match of the round of 16, on arena number 1, pits Lin Yin against Lin Yu. The voice of the Lin family steward echoed throughout the venue, drawing everyone's gaze to arena number 1. What followed would be a true contest of titans. igniting immense anticipation among the spectators. After all, those who had reached this stage were undoubtedly formidable, and their clashes promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Moreover, this match featured one of the biggest dark horses of the tournament, Lin Yin, going head-to-head with the illustrious Lin Yu, heightening the excitement to its peak. Everyone was eager to witness whether Lin Yin would continue to create miracles and overpower Lin Yu, or if the well-known Lin Yu would utilize his absolute strength to thwart Lin Yan's ascent, causing him to falter among the top 16. Lin Yan, my dear cousin, what a surprise it is to encounter you here. You have truly astounded everyone. On the arena, Lin Yu did not rush into action, but instead engaged in casual conversation with Lin Yan. Merely fortunate to be here. To contend with my esteemed cousin is already a rewarding experience, Lin Yan humbly responded. In response, Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, refraining from further commentary, and directly said, "Cousin, please." Acknowledging this, Lin Yan nodded, eschewing any further pleasantries and decisively launched his attack. Yellow Spring Finger. With a thunderous boom, an immense finger imbued with the aura of the yellow spring descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Lin Yu. Lin Yan raised his hand, unleashing a strike potent enough to rival a full-powered blow from the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Sensing the tremendous threat posed by that colossal finger, Lin Yu dared not underestimate it. He fully unleashed his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm without reservation. With a resounding tremor, Lin Yu's figure reappeared. "Cousin, continue." Though Lin Yu spoke lightly, the tremor in his right hand betrayed the effort he exerted to withstand Lin Yan's onslaught. This time, Lin Yu chose to take the offensive. He activated his storm spirit body to its utmost, enveloping the entire arena in a tempestuous storm. Some members of the Lin family, whose strength paled in comparison to the two combatants, found it increasingly difficult to discern the unfolding spectacle on the arena. In the next moment, the two engaged in fierce combat. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and the clashes between offense and defense produced a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom, bang. Simultaneously, on the other 7 arenas, 7 pairs of figures were locked in intense battles, each surpassing the previous encounters. The audience of Lin family members erupted in excited cheers, witnessing battles that exceeded all prior ones. After a fierce contest, the 8 finalists emerged. On arena number 1, the victor was Lin Yin. On arena number 2, the victor was Lin Shi. The 8 champions, Lin Yin, Lin Dong, Lin Beixian, Lin Shi, Lin Yuan, Lin Jinyin, Lin Ruoshui, and Lin Hai, constituted the top 8 of this grand competition. The subsequent 3 rounds, culminating in the ultimate honor of the championship, would soon reveal their champions. Alas, it is a pity for that young Lin Zai. With his strength, he could have easily secured a spot among the top 8 had misfortune not befallen him. Indeed, it is a shame. Many members of the Lin family expressed their regret for Lin Zai, who they regarded as a formidable contender for the championship. Yet, with the reality before them, all they could do was shake their heads and lament. After the top 8 emerged, Lin Tianyu announced, "You will have a half hour to recuperate. After half an hour, the draw for the quarterfinals will commence." "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Elder," the 8 competitors responded respectfully. They then seized the time to recover. Lin Yin sat cross-legged, retrieving a bottle of spirit recovery pills to replenish the spiritual energy expended in the earlier battle. The others followed suit, striving to restore their strength to face the crucial upcoming matches. Half an hour later, the quarterfinals commenced. "Competitors, please take to the arena." Arena No. 1 featured Lin Beixian against Lin Hai. Arena number 2 saw Lin Yin facing Lin Shi. Arena number 3 had Lin Dong battling Lin Yuan. Arena No. 4 presented Lin Jinyin against Lin Ruoshui. Just moments earlier, Lin Yin and the others had drawn their opponents, and, upon Lin Tianyu's announcement, they leaped onto the arenas. Without unnecessary words, as the referee signaled, they instantly erupted into fierce combat. The intensity of their battles surpassed previous encounters, revealing to the many Lin family members, oblivious to their true strengths, that the earlier fights had merely been warm-ups. Those eliminated contestants, witnessing the formidable prowess of the competitors, could only shake their heads in resignation, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of such disparity. After a period of time, the first victor emerged from arena number 1. On arena number 1, the victor is Lin Beixian. "Brother Lin Hai, I concede." Lin Beixian bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Initially taken aback, Lin Hai, upon hearing this, regained his composure and wryly remarked, "I thought I could defeat my cousin this time, but it seems the gap between us remains substantial." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yin and Lin Jinyin also triumphed over Lin Shi and Lin Ruoshui, successfully advancing to the top 4. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Lin Yuan continued their fierce struggle, with no clear victor yet discerned. After over 100 exchanges, Lin Dong unveiled his trump card, manifesting an enormous hand imbued with the essence of the wilderness. This formidable hand shattered Lin Yuan's strongest attack, leaving him utterly defeated. On arena number 3, the victor is Lin Dong. Congratulations to the 4 of you for successfully reaching the semifinals. You will have half an hour to recuperate, after which the semifinals of this grand tournament will commence. With the steward's declaration, Lin Tianyu subsequently announced, half an hour later, on arena number 1, Lin Yin will face Lin Jinyan. On arena number 2, Lin Dong will take on Lin Beixian. All competitors, please ascend to the arenas. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others almost simultaneously leaped onto the arenas, standing opposite one another. Begin. As the referees' voices rang out, for powerful auras instantaneously filled the 2 arenas, spreading outward. Lin Yin, my cousin, please indulge me in this technique. Heaven and Earth Great Hand Seal. A massive gray handprint, akin to a meteor, shot towards Lin Yin at incredible speed. This move from my cousin, I shall receive it, Lin Yin declared, brimming with fighting spirit. He showed no inclination to evade, but chose instead to counterattack head-on. A colossal hand engulfed in flames transformed into a blazing comet, hurtling toward his opponent. Boom. The 2 combatants' attacks collided with a resounding crash, unleashing a tremendous roar accompanied by rippling shockwaves. Fortunately, the arena was fortified by a protective formation that contained the aftermath of their clash. Although the formation was of only the 6th tier, it was sufficient to deter peak practitioners of the law manifestation realm for a brief period. For the group of youths, none of whom had surpassed the earthly paradise realm, it provided a safe haven for an exhilarating battle, free from concerns of disturbing other arenas or being affected by external forces. The tentative strikes exchanged between the 2 ultimately balanced each other out, leaving neither with an advantage, a result they had anticipated. Those who had reached this stage could hardly be deemed weak. They were not foes to be easily vanquished. Again, Lin Jinyan shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he hovered above Lin Yan, accompanied by countless golden light needles that shot forth the moment they materialized. Though diminutive, each needle possessed formidable power, capable of slaying any practitioner beneath the 6th level of the earthly paradise realm. At that moment, hundreds, if not thousands, of these needles filled the air, threatening to pierce any ordinary cultivator into a beehive of wounds. Yet, Lin Yin was no ordinary individual. His fighting spirit surged, igniting flames around him, the inferno's terrifying heat causing the temperature of the very heavens and earth to spike dramatically. Confronted by Lin Yan's blazing onslaught, Lin Jinyan could distinctly sense the peril and ferocity of the flames, the searing heat enveloping him, deepening his gravity of expression. Lin Yan, embodying the Lord of Countless Fires, commanded the flames of this space to unleash a relentless barrage upon Lin Jinyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, 2 figures clashed with equal fervor, exchanging blows and then retreating. Their powerful martial techniques collided, erupting with intensity that rivaled that of Lin Yin and Lin Jinyan. 2 fingers shattering mountains and rivers. Boom. Following their collision, Lin Dong and Lin Beixian were both jolted back, but swiftly retaliated with another rapid strike. After stabilizing himself, Lin Beixian countered with a punch of his own, breaking the void fist. The 2 acted almost in unison, their attacks executed with remarkable speed, devoid of hesitation. Their battle awareness was indeed evenly matched. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous sound reverberated once more as both fighters were forced back. Yet they quickly regained their footing and launched into a new round of combat. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 blows. The spectators, already exhilarated, were captivated by the extraordinary spectacle of the 4 combatants, their hearts racing with fervor. Truly, those who had reached this stage possessed the potential to claim victory. It remained to be seen who would ultimately triumph. Given the current pace, swiftly determining a victor seemed unlikely. As time passed, Lin Yin and the others had been embroiled in combat for an entire hour. The once murky situation began to clarify, the scales of victory tilting gradually. It became evident that, at some point, Lin Jinyan, who had been evenly matched with Lin Yin, was now on the back foot, struggling to withstand the latter's ferocious assault. At a critical moment, younger brother, what follows is my final trump card. Should I fail to best you with this, I shall concede defeat. Breathless, Lin Jinyan straightened himself, his voice resolute and imbued with a sense of determination. 8-armed Vajra. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed as a colossal 8-armed golden figure materialized behind Lin Jinyan, its overwhelming presence forcing Lin Yin back a step. Very well, I shall accompany you to the end, Lin Yin retorted fiercely. Countless ethereal flames began to converge towards his black staff, an imposing aura emanating from it. Go, Lin Jinyan commanded. In an instant, the 8-armed Vajra sprang into action, swinging a massive battle axe toward Lin Yin with ferocity. Extreme flame break. Seeing this, Lin Yin swiftly evaded and positioned himself above the 8-armed Vajra, bringing his flame-enveloped black staff down with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the arena. Who has won? All eyes were fixed in anticipation upon that space. Break for me! Lin Yan's youthful voice rang out. The crowd beheld in astonishment as the 8-armed Vajra was cleaved in two by the black staff, which continued its descent toward Lin Jinyan. However, just as the staff was about to strike him, Lin Yin halted its momentum. I have lost. Younger brother, you are the victor. Lin Jinyan gazed at the black staff, now merely 10 centimeters from him, momentarily stunned before murmuring softly. He appeared somewhat despondent, but soon acceptance washed over him. Losing is inconsequential. I shall strive harder in my cultivation and reclaim victory in the future. Brother, I concede, Lin Yin replied, retracting the black staff and offering a respectful bow. The victor is Lin Yin. Upon the referee's announcement, both combatants exited the arena. Shortly thereafter, on the opposite platform, Lin Dong and Lin Beixian also determined their outcome. The victor is Lin Dong, the referee announced, casting a glance at Lin Beixian, who had been knocked off the stage. Lin Dong had ultimately triumphed over Lin Beixian, a renowned prodigy of the main family, successfully advancing to the finals. Congratulations on defeating your opponents and entering the final championship battle. The finals will commence in 1 hour. Lin Tianyu observed the two luminous dark horses with an unmistakable expression of satisfaction and admiration. Yes, elder. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the fervent fighting spirit reflected in the other's eyes, before bowing in respect to Lin Tianyu. An hour later, in the final battle of this grand competition, Lin Yin would face Lin Dong. The one who prevails shall be crowned the champion of this grand event. Now, please step onto the ultimate stage reserved for the championship duel. The decisive battle begins now, Lin Tianyu declared. As he finished, two figures surged forth, landing in the center of the grand and magnificent arena, the ultimate battleground for the martialists. A stage symbolizing honor and hope. Chapter 111, Champion. Upon the stage, Lin Dong addressed Lin Yin. Brother Yin, I have finally encountered you in this final showdown. His tone was seemingly calm, yet carried an undercurrent of significance, a reflection of his long-held desire to face his rival. The decisive battle could not be better. I feel the same, Lin Yin responded with a smile, his fighting spirit intensifying. Brother Yin, let us dispense with the preliminaries and unleash our full strength. Agreed. As you wish. With that, the two made their pact, foregoing any preliminary testing of their abilities and opting instead for an all-out assault. Lin Dong was the first to make a move, unleashing a terrifying divine technique. Devourer of heaven and earth. A small, peculiar black orb, imbued with a consuming force, suddenly materialized in the air and surged towards Lin Yin. Everything in its path was devoured, even the essence of spiritual energy and particles of dust. This formidable technique was the result of his collaboration with a mysterious stone talisman. Although still in its nascent stages and somewhat immature, its power was by no means negligible. Such an enigmatic attack, combined with its terrifying devouring strength, left few cultivators of the same realm capable of withstanding it. In previous competitions, this move had proven nearly infallible, with only Lin Yuan and Lin Beixian managing to endure it. Even they had suffered considerable losses when confronted with this technique, instilling in them a profound apprehension towards Lin Dong's prowess. Upon witnessing the opponent's initial formidable assault, Lin Yin was equally resolute. He exuded an overwhelming aura, his hands weaving through intricate motions. Dual Dragon Inferno. Suddenly, a powerful dragon's roar resounded as two vividly lifelike fire dragons, reminiscent of true dragons, erupted from either side of Lin Yin, radiating an intense heat and a momentum capable of incinerating all in their path, charging towards the black orb. This technique was also crafted by Lin Yin through the fusion of spiritual flames. Although it still required refinement, its might was not to be underestimated. During his match against Lin Xi in the top 8, it was this very move that led to Lin Xi's defeat, underscoring its formidable nature. As the fire dragons soared forth, the black orb retaliated, and the two forces collided instantaneously, engaging in a fierce struggle. One side sought to engulf the other entirely, while the other aimed to obliterate it. Neither party was willing to yield. The fire dragons relentlessly assaulted the black orb, which began to weaken under the onslaught, its power diminishing. However, the black orb simultaneously absorbed the energy of the fire dragons, rendering them increasingly fragile. Ultimately, neither could gain the upper hand, their energies depleted and dissipating into the air. Though this spectacle appeared to stretch on, it transpired in mere seconds. Following this exchange, Lin Yin and his opponent resumed their fierce combat, opting for close-quarters strikes. One wielded a black ruler, while the other brandished an ancient halberd, their figures darting and weaving as they shook the very arena to its core. After several dozen exchanges, they abandoned their exclusive focus on close combat, instead unleashing their abilities freely, the fight now driven solely by the desire to triumph over one another. Their singular aim was to conquer, seizing any opportunity to exploit an opening or an advantage. Congratulations, clan leader Lin. You've produced two exceptional prodigies. Although the elder from the Liu family feigned congratulations as he observed Lin Yin and his opponent below, his insincerity was palpable. A barely perceptible glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, though he concealed it well, ensuring that Lin Tianhai and the others remained oblivious. Prodigies? As long as my Liu family has won, that's sufficient. Ah, Elder Liu, you flatter me. While these two young talents from my Lin family are impressive, they cannot possibly compare to the long-established elite of noble lineage, Lin Tianhai humbly replied, skillfully navigating the currents of social niceties. In contrast, Elder Liu's demeanor shifted dramatically at the mention of praise for his family's young master, his ego visibly inflating as he insisted, "Oh, it's merely a slight edge they possess." Lin Tianhai silently scoffed at the spectacle while maintaining an air of indifference. Clan leader Lin. Several others began to engage him in conversation, primarily regarding Lin Yin and Lin Dong. Within the hall of the young master, Lin Xuan observed the unfolding battle between Lin Yin and Lin Dong on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems fortune favors the Lin family, he mused. Through the system, he had already scrutinized the circumstances surrounding both young men. Though they hailed from the branch family, they were undoubtedly destined individuals, marked by exceptional fortune. Even without external influences, they would inevitably rise to prominence and become top-tier powerhouses. With his intervention, their growth would be accelerated, and the Lin family would gain two formidable experts. Having recently acquired some beneficial items, he resolved to inform his father to include them as rewards for the competition. However, he could not help but perceive their current struggle as somewhat akin to children squabbling. A sudden wave of frustration washed over him. What was this? Lin Yin and Lin Dong battled for a full hour without a victor emerging. Neither side had faltered, leaving the onlookers astonished. Could it be that they truly could not determine a winner? A draw? As the combatants themselves felt a sense of helplessness, each yearned to claim victory. Yet their combined efforts had failed to decisively defeat the other, exacerbating their torment. Only those who had experienced such a situation could fully comprehend the anguish of the stalemate. Brother Yin, continuing like this is futile. Why not settle it with a single decisive blow? Lin Dong proposed, recognizing that neither of them would concede, and that prolonging the fight served no purpose. They resolved to unleash their ultimate techniques. Agreed. And so, both prepared to deliver their most powerful strikes to determine a victor. Great Wilderness Prisoning Palm. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. In the next instant, both shouted in unison. Lin Dong's hand descended with force, while Lin Yin hurled the four-colored Fire Lotus forward. The two attacks, transcending the realm of ordinary prowess, collided with a thunderous roar. In a brief standoff, a tremendous explosion ensued. The shockwave shook the arena's formation violently, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Fortunately, the formation held firm. As the dust settled, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Who would emerge victorious? The crowd watched with bated breath, their anticipation palpable. When the haze dissipated, two somewhat disheveled figures appeared before the audience, Lin Yin and Lin Dong. Both were clad in tattered robes, although they had not sustained grievous injuries. Their spiritual energy was entirely depleted, leaving them unable to continue fighting. A draw. The crowd was taken aback. The reality stood before them, and there was no room for dispute. What would the clan decide? Would there be another match to determine the outcome, or would it unfold differently? Soon after Lin Tianyu convened a discussion with Lin Tianhai and the elders, a judgment was rendered. In this battle, Lin Yin faced Lin Dong, resulting in a draw. Given that both contenders ended in a stalemate, after deliberation among the elders and the clan leader, it was decided that in this grand competition, Lin Yin and Lin Dong shall share the first place. Both Lin Yin and Lin Dong are crowned champions of this event, with identical rewards and honors bestowed upon them. Chapter 112, The Semi-Imperial Clan, the Lin Family. With Lin Tianyu's declaration, the members of the Lin family, initially taken aback, erupted into jubilant cheers. Lin Yin, Lin Yin, Lin Dong, Lin Dong. They were utterly astonished that the outcome would result in a tie between the two, especially since both were youths hailing from lesser branches of the family. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it inconceivable. The fact that Lin Yin and Lin Dong, with such humble origins, achieved such remarkable success undeniably ignited a fervor within all members of the Lin clan present. Those ordinary clan members, who had previously felt hopeless, now saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their gazes toward the two were filled with admiration and eagerness. Many young women of the Lin family gazed at them, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. Ah, Lin Yan is so handsome. I wish to be closer to him. No way. My brother Lin Dong is the most handsome. Lin Yan is so dashing. You all are just being foolish. Let me seize the opportunity first. Despite the fervent cheers and ardent gazes surrounding them, Lin Yan and Lin Dong appeared oblivious. Their expressions largely unchanged. They struggled to rise to their feet, exchanged a glance, and then bowed respectfully to Lin Tianyu, saying, "Thank you, elder and the family." "Oh, you need not be so formal. This is a victory earned through your own strength, and it is rightfully yours." Lin Tianyu waved his hand, smiling. Through his observations over time, he felt immensely satisfied with the two. Not only were they exceptionally talented and powerful, but they also possessed resolute character, remaining humble and composed, demonstrating remarkable social acumen, truly rare talents. With a bit of nurturing, they might well surpass his own troublesome nephew. As for Xian, that was another matter altogether. His nephew was not one to be easily compared to. Even Lin Tianyu found himself increasingly unable to fathom him. An hour later, all competitions concluded, and the rankings were finalized. The next phase would be the awarding ceremony for the grand competition. Lin Tianhai rose slowly from his throne, received a list from Lin Tianyu, and proclaimed, "The Lin family's grand competition has concluded. I shall now announce the rankings and rewards." Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on their clan leader in anticipation of the rewards. Then, Lin Tianhai's voice resonated. "The champions of this grand competition are Lin Yan and Lin Dong. Their rewards are as follows: 1 million family contribution points, the privilege to study any technique from the scripture pavilion for free, 3 scrolls of martial arts or divine abilities, the choice of 2 esteemed weapons from the armory, free access to family cultivation grounds and secret realms 3 times, personal guidance from a clan elder at the Saint King level for 1 week, along with a mysterious prize. Moreover, the branches of Yinxing and Fuqing are permitted to return to the main family and will ascend to the Saint Dragon list, ranking 3rd and enjoying all associated benefits. Lin Yan, Lin Dong, we are grateful for the family's generosity. We, the younger generation, shall strive harder in our cultivation and contribute more to the family, ensuring we do not disappoint your expectations." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and Lin Dong suppressed their excitement and spoke earnestly. Seeing this, Lin Tianhai nodded in satisfaction and continued. "The second place, the runner-up, is Lin Beixian. His rewards are 500,000 family contribution points, the privilege to study any technique from the scripture pavilion for free, 1 scroll of martial arts or divine abilities from the armory, free access to any cultivation ground or secret realm once, and personal guidance from a clan elder at the Great Saint level for 3 days, placing him 4th on the Saint Dragon list, enjoying all corresponding benefits." The rankings and rewards for Lin Jinyan, Lin Yuan, Lin Shi, and Lin Ruxue followed swiftly. With all rankings and rewards announced, accompanied by 2 grand lists, the competition rankings and the Saint Dragon list, suspended in the air for all to see. This allowed everyone to clearly understand each ranked individual's standings and rewards, motivating them to diligently pursue their own cultivation. It became apparent why Lin Yan and Lin Dong, despite being champions, were positioned 3rd on the Saint Dragon list. The top 2 were none other than Lin Xian and Lin Hauran, one being the clan's most enigmatic young master, and the other having gained mysterious fortunes, rapidly advancing to be second only to the young master. The main family members, aware of the actual circumstances, harbored no objections regarding the rankings. The younger members from the branches, however, were puzzled by the situation but refrained from voicing their confusion. They believed that since the clan placed the 2 in such high regard, they could not possibly be ordinary individuals. After all, the family was not foolish. Indeed, the main family had even stronger prodigies yet to emerge. Upon seeing those 2 names on the list, Lin Yan and Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the same determination in the other's eyes. A pure and intense fighting spirit emanated from both. They etched the names Lin Xian and Lin Hauran into their minds. They were not the type to concede easily. Although they may not currently match these 2, they were confident that in the future, they would not fall short. Now, the clan leader officially declares the Lin family grand competition concluded. With a resounding chime, the Lin family's decade-long clan competition came to an end. Following this, individuals from the 6 semi-imperial powers and the Heavenly Dragon Empire took their leave from the Lin family. Although they had not encountered the legendary young master of the Lin family, they had gained insight into the general situation of the younger generation and deemed their journey worthwhile. Thus, they did not linger any longer. After the competition, the Lin family gradually returned to a state of calm. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the Lin family experienced no significant events, instead quietly expanding and strengthening at a rapid pace. During this time, The branches in Yinxing and Fuqing returned to the main family, and Lin Yan and Lin Dong remained. As they delved deeper into the Lin family's affairs, they were increasingly astonished. The main family's strength was far more formidable than it appeared on the surface, particularly as they learned more about the young master during this period. Their curiosity about him grew. In the meantime, having digested the rewards from the competition, both Lin Yan and Lin Dong had seen a significant surge in their strength, each attaining the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Meanwhile, within the young master's hall, Lin Xuan, who had been meditating, suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The family has met the criteria for promotion to a semi-imperial clan. Ding! Congratulations to the Lin family for officially becoming a quasi-imperial clan. Ding! Due to the elevation of the host family's status to a quasi-imperial clan, a special reward is granted, an exclusive luxurious gift package for the quasi-imperial clan. Chapter 113, The Luxurious Gift Package. The 9-clawed Golden Dragon of Fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately awoke, his previously closed eyes snapping open with a gleam of joy. He promptly accessed the system panel. Clan Luck System. Bound Family, Xianxiao Lin Family. Family Rank, Quasi-Imperial Clan. Host, Lin Xuan, 9th layer of the Monarch Realm. Clan Leader, Lin Tianhai, 2nd layer of the Saint King Realm. Strongest Clan Member, Lin Xianxiao, 5th layer of the Quasi-Imperial Realm. Clan Fortune, 560, 900. Number of Clan Members, 540, 809. Clan Luck Points, 412, 000. Evaluation, Newly Promoted Quasi-Imperial Clan. Upon seeing the family rank clearly marked with the 3 characters of Quasi-Imperial Clan, Lin Xuan realized that the status of the Lin family had indeed changed. No longer merely a holy clan, they had achieved their long-cherished dream of becoming a quasi-imperial clan. Moreover, with the family's ascension to quasi-imperial status, he discovered that the daily accrual of clan luck points had increased from the previous 1,000 per day to a remarkable 10,000 per day. The rate of accumulating clan luck points had undoubtedly surged. Now, excluding the points gained from clan members breaking through their cultivation and other methods, he could draw from the clan luck lottery every 10 days based solely on the points generated daily. Subsequently, he examined the conditions required for promotion to an imperial clan. Quasi-imperial to imperial clan. Promotion conditions. 1. Possess 3 Emperor Realm cultivators. 2. Have 15 Quasi-Imperial Realm cultivators. 3. Have 60 Saint Emperor Realm cultivators. 4. Clan Fortune must reach 1,500,000. These conditions are indeed daunting. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh upon reviewing the requirements for promotion to an imperial clan. However, he firmly believed that with the system as his ally, it would not be long before the Lin family could ascend to the status of a true imperial clan. After finishing his review, Lin Xuan turned his attention to the gleaming gift package within the system backpack. As a reward for becoming a quasi-imperial clan, it surely wouldn't disappoint. System, open the reward package. Lin Xuan commanded. Ding. Opening the exclusive luxurious gift package for the quasi-imperial clan for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 clan luck points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 imperial level cultivation techniques. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine beast of fortune. The 9-clawed golden dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 supreme dragon vein of imperial grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 imperial grade spiritual herbs. These rewards are indeed straightforward and abundant. How lavish they are. As he beheld the stream of rewards flashing before him, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Truly, as the exclusive luxurious gift package for a quasi-imperial clan, every item within was of no lesser standing than the holy grade. Yet, his primary focus remained on the divine beast of fortune, the 9-clawed golden dragon. Such a creature is exceedingly rare. 9-clawed golden dragon, a divine beast of fortune, inherently endowed with extraordinary luck, possessing the ability to condense, suppress, and refine luck, making it an invaluable ally for ensuring that a power's fortune remains robust and steadily develops. It is widely acknowledged that while luck may be intangible and invisible, it forms the foundation of any force. A power with abundant fortune is destined to flourish, ascending to unprecedented heights, while a power whose luck wanes perilously risks calamity and misfortune, potentially leading to its annihilation. Of course, just as powers can possess luck, individuals and even all beings in the world are similarly endowed with their own fortune, each varying greatly. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that every formidable being possesses a significant measure of fortune, a fact beyond dispute. Otherwise, they would have perished in their weakness long ago. Furthermore, luck is not immutable. It can be influenced by various factors. For instance, if a power's fortune is thriving, Its members will also experience a corresponding enhancement in their own luck. Such is the case for the Lin family today. In the Forbidden Land, Heavenly Cloud Sea. Congratulations to the third ancestor for breaking through to quasi-imperial status. The achievement of becoming an emperor is imminent. A group of clan elders joyfully congratulated Lin Xuan, who had just completed his lightning tribulation. Congratulations, third brother. Lin Xianxiao and Lin Xianxia also expressed their happiness for their younger brother. Simultaneously, the weight in their hearts finally lifted. At this point, only the three of them remained among their generation. The others had either perished in battle or succumbed to the passage of time. It was a rare occurrence for them to have two individuals with whom they could converse without restraint, and naturally, they wished for no one else to fall behind. Fortunately, now that they had all ascended to the quasi-imperial realm, their lifespans had significantly increased, even if they remained stagnant for the rest of their lives. They still had over 30,000 years to look forward to, freeing them from concerns about their lifespans for a considerable time. Moreover, given the current trajectory of the Lin family's development and Lin Xian's occasional windfalls, it seemed improbable that their paths would remain confined to the quasi-imperial realm. In response to the elders' congratulations, Lin Xuan smiled and waved his hand, modestly stating, "It's merely a small breakthrough. Had it not been for the fact that the cultivation technique reached perfection, I would have achieved this quasi-imperial status long ago, perhaps half a month ago." The crowd. In response, Lin Xianxiao and Lin Xianxia could only shake their heads helplessly. Then Lin Xuan turned to the gathered elders. "I am truly delighted to have broken through to quasi-imperial status, so let you little ones experience the warmth of my care." Who will be the first, however? Before he could finish, the elders had already scurried away. "Third ancestor, my great-great-grandson was born today. I must go and guard him. So I shall take my leave. Third ancestor, I have an epiphany and am on the verge of breaking through. You may find them." "Third ancestor, I have a duel scheduled with the elder of the Jin family today. I must excuse myself." "Oh, you ungrateful little ones. Where are you running off to? I wouldn't eat you." Lin Xuan watched as they vanished in a flash, his beard bristling with indignation. "These little rascals are driving me mad. Next time, I shall catch each one and give them a good spanking." While Lin Xuan continued to grumble, resembling a mischievous old child, Lin Xianxiao and Lin Xianxia exchanged exasperated glances. "It's not surprising they run away, especially since you often tease these youngsters," Lin Xianxia remarked. "Humph, I only show them care," he retorted. "Never mind these uninteresting old folks. I heard that the younger brother of that fellow Tianhai seems to admire me. I believe his name is Lin Tianyu. It's time he experiences the warmth of my care." Chapter 114, The Chaotic Sea. With the conclusion of the Lin family competition, the young talents of the Lin family, having digested the rewards from the contest, each experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their strength. Yet, it is often the younger generation that finds it most intolerable to endure the monotony of closed-door cultivation. They yearn for the vast and unpredictable realms of the cultivation world, eager to explore the unknown. Thus, following their enhancement in strength, the younger generation of the Lin family could no longer remain idle. One by one, they departed from the Lin family, embarking on their own journeys of adventure and trial. Among the young members of the Lin family venturing outside, while a minority chose to go alone, the majority preferred to embark in pairs or small groups. The Chaotic Sea, a realm notorious for its intersection with the demon domain, is frequently beset by battles between humans and demons, attracting countless infamous characters from all walks of life, hence earning its name as a place of turmoil. Here, absolute order is a mere illusion. Only strength prevails. At this moment, several figures darted swiftly across the sea's surface, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. The dark aura emanating from them betrayed their identities as practitioners of the demonic path rather than humans. "Damn it, it's that madman, the Banner Demon. What a stroke of bad luck today," one of the demonic cultivators lamented. Upon hearing this, a rat-faced demon could no longer contain himself and retorted angrily, "Humph. This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on killing those human children, we wouldn't have attracted the Banner Demoness attention. Enough. The Banner Demon could catch up at any moment, and you still have the leisure to bicker." One of the demons, whose aura was particularly potent, interjected with a grim voice. Seeing the two still poised to argue, he coldly warned, "If you continue to squabble, I won't wait for the Banner Demon to strike. I will deal with you myself." After a moment of silence, one of the previously quiet demons finally spoke up. "Captain, you mentioned that the Banner Demon clearly doesn't seem to wield human artifacts. Logically, he should be a demon cultivator, but why is he aiding humans?" At this, the two who had been bickering nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this Banner Demon has already slain thousands of our kind in the demon realm this month, and rumors say he has turned these comrades into puppets to serve him. He clearly appears to be one of us, yet he spares humans while slaughtering us instead. Truly infuriating." Just then, a chilling voice echoed from ahead. One of us? You dare to claim kinship with me? At last, I've caught up with you, a few wretched demons. Running quite swiftly, I see. Upon hearing this, the demons halted, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. They beheld a figure cloaked in a hood, holding a mysterious banner, descending from the sky to block their path. This is bad. The banner demon has caught up. What shall we do? The demons exclaimed in panic. Only their leader managed to maintain a semblance of calm, attempting to persuade the figure. Comrade, we are all demon cultivators. Why must we resort to mutual slaughter? Why not let me go, and should you have any future demands, we shall respond without hesitation. I've already stated it countless times. I am not one of you. Lin Xuan replied, exasperated. Do these fools not understand human speech? They even bestowed upon me the title of Banner Demon. He was nothing like a demon cultivator. He was undeniably just. Hearing his words, the demons rolled their eyes in disbelief, muttering, you, with that banner in your hand, exuding dark energy, clearly wield a demonic artifact. Which righteous cultivator would employ such a tool? Seeing that the other party had no intention of backing down, the leader's face darkened as he shouted, and so what if we are demon cultivators? Do we deserve to die? Yet, Lin Xuan merely replied serenely, if you do not die, then shall I? With that, he ceased further discourse and activated the imperial banner. Instantly, dozens of soul slaves materialized, encircling the group of demons. Witnessing this, the demons' faces turned ashen, realizing the dire situation they were in. Attack! With Lin Xuan's command, the swarm of soul slaves surged forward to assault the demons. Naturally, the demons were unwilling to surrender easily and engaged in fierce combat with the soul slaves. Ugh, these ghostly creatures are far too numerous. Lin Xuan smirked as he watched the demons gradually succumb to the relentless onslaught of the soul slaves. Though each soul slave was not particularly powerful, their overwhelming numbers proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can take down an elephant, even if individual soul slaves were weak. When dozens, hundreds, or even thousands attacked simultaneously, even cultivators a couple of realms higher would have to retreat. Moreover, these soul slaves were particularly troublesome, as they could not be easily killed. Even if defeated, they could swiftly recover through the imperial banner, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Of course, their recovery was contingent upon Lin Xuan having sufficient spiritual and mental energy. Ample spiritual energy was required for the soul slave's swift recovery, while abundant mental energy was essential for controlling them. Under the siege of the soul slaves, the demon cultivators, after several minutes of resistance, ultimately could not hold out any longer and were torn to shreds. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xuan utilized the imperial banner to absorb their souls, feeling his cultivation level rise once more. Alas, it seems I still require a considerable amount of energy to break through to the 5th level of the Dharma realm. Lin Xuan sighed. After cleaning up the scene, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the entire sky darkened and ominous clouds gathered. As a voice imbued with a terrifying demonic presence resonated from the void, Kid, hand over that banner. I shall not pursue you for the massacre of my kind, and I will leave you with a complete corpse. In the next instant, the void shattered, and a colossal hand, suffused with a dreadful aura, reached out towards Lin Xuan. He attempted to flee but found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to move a finger. Just as the monstrous hand was about to grasp him, a sword chi suddenly erupted from another part of the void, slicing through layers of space to sever the demonic hand. Simultaneously, a cold, murderous voice drifted down from above. Humph. A member of the Lin family is not someone you, a mere minor demon sovereign, can touch. In the next moment, the void from which the sword chi had emerged exploded with a thunderous sound. Two figures radiating immense power descended, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Xuan. In stark contrast, the unidentified demon sovereign, who had just lost an arm to the unexpected sword chi, howled in pain. Ah, damn it, who dares to ambush me? Suddenly, a figure enveloped in dark, demonic energy tumbled from the void, materializing before Lin Xuan and the others. It was none other than a 9th-level demon sovereign. Grimacing in agony as he clutched his severed arm, the Jinhua demon sovereign glared with malice. He quickly channeled his demonic energy, and in no time, his arm regrew. However, it was inevitably inferior to the one honed over millennia, bound to affect his future combat prowess. I shall see who dares to ambush me. I will make you wish for death. After the restoration of his severed arm, the Jinhua demon saint immediately turned his gaze toward this direction, eager to discern which fool dared to launch a surprise attack against him. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes as he focused his stare on Elder Lin Tianxiang, who stood before Lin Xuan, as well as on the presence of Tiandu. Elder Lin Tianxiang, known as the 9th Elder, was appointed by the Lin family to protect Lin Xuan, while Tiandu had been specifically dispatched by Lin Tianyu for the same purpose. The previously arrogant demeanor of the Jinhua demon saint faltered upon recognizing the two formidable protectors alongside Lin Xuan, his brows knitting together in concern. However, when he discerned the cultivation levels of the two, his bravado dissipated, and he turned to flee without a second thought. Cursed be this day. A human sovereign and a powerful beast of the same rank. The Jinhua demon saint cursed inwardly. He was originally an ancestor of a demonic sect of saint-level practitioners from the Chaos Sea, merely passing through when he stumbled upon a few lesser demons being pursued by a young human, initially indifferent to such trivial matters. His interest peaked upon spotting Lin Xuan's human emperor banner, igniting a singular thought. This banner is extraordinary. I must seize it. Thus, the Jinhua demon saint, who had intended to depart, suddenly aimed to snatch the treasure. Little did he anticipate that not only would he fail to acquire the coveted item, but he would also attract the attention of a human sovereign and a formidable beast. Truly a wretched turn of events. Uncle Nine, he's escaping. Lin Xuan shouted upon witnessing the Jinhua demon saint's retreat. Ha, worry not, young Xuan. He cannot escape. Elder Lin Tianxing replied with a smile, then turned to Tiandu. Friend Tiandu, shall you pursue, or shall I? Upon hearing this, Tiandu let out a hearty laugh. No need for you to trouble yourself, Elder Nine. Allow this old serpent to take care of it. With that, he sped after the fleeing demon. With his current cultivation at the second heaven of the Saint Realm, chasing down a demon of the ninth heaven of the Saint Realm was a trivial task. Before long, he had intercepted the Jinhua demon saint. You wretched creature. How dare you lay hands on the progeny of my master? You must be courting death. Do you not realize this could jeopardize your path, old snake? You dare to envision the destruction of your grandfather's path? There is an adage among humans. To ruin another's path is akin to murdering their parents. So tell me, how shall I deal with you? Shall I beat you first, and then kill you? Or shall I kill you, and then beat you? Tiandu's cold voice echoed like the judgment of hell, sending a chill down the spine of the Jinhua demon saint. You, the Jinhua demon saint began to respond. But before he could utter another word, Tiandu had already reached him, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Subsequently, Tiandu's figure darted about, treating the Jinhua demon saint like a mere ball, kicking him back and forth while berating him. You, this dog of a demon, dare to ruin your grandfather's path. Do you have the audacity to anger me? After a while, he exclaimed, Oops, I accidentally killed him. Never mind. Let us continue beating him. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Domain, ruled by the Thunder Emperor Palace, two young figures were racing toward the Qishui mountain range at an astonishing speed. One was clad in a black robe, bearing a black ruler, while the other wore a light golden battle robe, wielding an ancient halberd. If any members of the Lin family were present, they would recognize them as Lin Yin and Lin Dong. The two seemed to be in a hurry, racing toward the Qishui mountain range with urgency. Brother Yin, it's about time. Hurry and prepare your fire lotus. When we reach the Huang family, just toss it. Lin Dong urged for the third time. Lin Yin, somewhat exasperated, responded, Do we really need to? Of course we do. If I could use your technique and had access to the heavenly spirit fire, I would have prepared a dozen or so by now and thrown them as soon as we arrived. They won't stand a chance. Lin Dong lamented, regretting not possessing such a high damage, pre-prepared attack method. If only he could prepare a few before every brawl. He could unleash them before the opponents even realized what was happening. What a delightful sensation that would be. 5 days had passed since Lin Yin and Lin Dong arrived in the Thunder Domain, during which they had gained a preliminary understanding of the territory. By coincidence, in a small town named Leifesen, they encountered a branch of their Lin family, which was notably weak, with its strongest member merely at the Yuan Dan realm. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a group oppressing this branch of the Lin family, attempting to abduct a young girl. Although initially unaware that these were members of their own family, Lin Yin and Lin Dong, driven by their sense of justice, intervened to chase away the assailants. Later, during a conversation with the head of the local branch, they discovered it was indeed part of their Lin family. They learned that the assailants were from the Qishui Huang family, who frequently bullied this branch, prompting Lin Yin and Lin Dong to resolve to eliminate this malignant tumor. Thus, they hurried toward the Qishui mountain range. According to the words of the local branch, the strongest member of the Qishui Huang family was merely at the fifth heaven of the cave heaven realm, and with Lin Yin and Lin Dong's strength, they could easily handle the situation. Hence, they proceeded without hesitation, directly arriving at the territory of the Huang family without any disguise. Furious Fire Lotus. Great Wilderness Prisoning Skyfinger. Lin Yin and Lin Dong wasted no time upon their arrival, unleashing their pre-prepared attacks. The Huang family members, initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two above their territory, had just begun to shout commands when the duo launched their assault. Panic ensued as they cried out, Oh no, it's an enemy attack. Quickly summoned the ancestors. As chaos erupted among the Huang family, a powerful aura emanated from the fifth heaven of the cave heaven realm, and an elder, accompanied by a group of high-ranking Huang family members, appeared above their domain. It's the Ancestor and the clan leader. We're saved. Humph. How dare these two come to wreak havoc in my Huang family? The Ancestor will never let them off. The Huang family members felt a sense of relief upon seeing their Ancestor emerge. In their eyes, he was an invincible presence within the region. Anyone daring enough to offend the Huang family was doomed to perish. However, the Huang family Ancestor was far from calm. Quickly activate the clan's protective formation. Everyone, join forces. We must fend off their attacks, or it will be our family that perishes today. As soon as he appeared, he cried out anxiously. Upon witnessing the two terrifying attacks, he realized that their strength was insufficient to withstand such power. The only hope lay in the clan's protective formation. With the elder's command, a yellow barrier began to rise slowly. Yet, before it could fully materialize, Lin Yin and Lin Dong's attacks were already upon the Huang family members. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed through the air. With the thunderous sound of two immense explosions, two colossal mushroom clouds erupted above the Huang family territory. The terrifying energy unleashed instantaneously ravaged the entire Huang family estate, obliterating every structure, including its inhabitants. The members of the Huang family scarcely had time to scream in agony before they were torn to dust by the horrific force. The massive disturbance immediately drew the attention of all cultivators within a radius of several miles. A multitude of cultivators hurried towards the Huang family estate, eager to ascertain the cause of the upheaval. After a brief period, the scene gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Done, Brother Yan, let us wrap this up, Lin Dong remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the ruins of the Crimson Water Huang family, seemingly satisfied with the swift annihilation of their clan. Let us be off. It's likely that many will come to investigate shortly, and I would prefer to avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Yan suggested. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, causing a collection of Huang family spatial rings to soar into his grasp. Though the members of the Huang family had perished, their spatial rings remained intact, containing resources that they intended to deliver to the branch family in Laifu Town, as they had no use for such low-tier resources themselves. Before departing, they even extracted the mid-grade spiritual vein from this location, planning to hand it over to the Laifu Town branch as well. Having completed their tasks, Lin Yin and Lin Dong did not linger, vanishing from the spot in an instant. A few minutes later, news spread. The Huang family has been annihilated. Who could be responsible for this? In Laifu Town, members of the Lin family pondered. The two main family scions, do they not intend to stay for a few days? It would be courteous to entertain the branch family in Laifu Town. After all, without your interference, we might have. Never mind. We plan to continue our training in the Thunder Domain in 1TM pose. We'll gather again when the opportunity arises. Lin Dong chuckled. Having resolved their affairs, the two resumed their journey of cultivation. Brother Yan, where shall we head next? Lin Dong casually inquired. They had no specific destination or route, opting instead to go wherever the journey took them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan suddenly recalled some news he had overheard at a market a couple of days prior. Cousin, I heard that in 3 days, the Thunder Emperor will hold a grand competition in the Thunder Domain. It will feature not only martial arts contests, but also alchemy competitions. Rumor has it that the champion of the alchemy contest is a rare sacred fire. I intend to see if I can acquire it. Furthermore, this grand competition is intended for young cultivators aged 16 to 20, with most participants being loose cultivators and small factions. The major powers rarely participate, as they often regard such events with disdain. Thus, the rewards are of little interest to them, but that sacred fire would certainly be beneficial for me. Cousin, if you find it uninteresting, you may explore the Thunder Domain on your own. I will seek you out once I conclude my endeavors. Considering Lin Yan's words, Lin Dong pondered briefly before responding with a light smile. Huh, Brother Yan, you mentioned a martial arts contest as well. Since you are going for the alchemy contest, I shall take part in the martial arts competition, and we shall see who achieves the better results. With an opportunity to engage in combat without the threat of being pursued for it, Lin Dong was naturally intrigued. The prospect of fighting with a reputation on the line was too enticing to resist. Let me, Lin Dong, test my mettle against the talents of the Thunder Domain. Hearing that Lin Dong would also participate, Lin Yin chuckled. Haha, splendid. Let us see who ultimately garners the superior results. With their decision made, the two set off towards the venue of the Thunder Domain Grand Competition, Thunder Emperor City. According to their estimates, they would arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest, just in time for registration. At the Lin family estate, Lin Tianhai summoned Lin Xuan in haste. Xianer, we have received word from the border of the Demon Clan that a celestial presence has been detected in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. This aura is unfamiliar and does not resemble that of a living being. Therefore, the human emperors speculate that a significant opportunity may soon arise. Various factions are dispatching their prodigies, and our Lin family cannot afford to lag behind. Thus, our ancestor has decided that you must prepare swiftly and then head to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range to seize this opportunity. Lin Tianhai succinctly explained. This time, not only will there be human emperors and even celestial-level prodigies, but there will also be extraordinary talents from the Demon Clan. Currently, you are the only one in our Lin family capable of competing with them. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's explanation, Lin Xuan did not hesitate for a moment. Father, I need no preparation. When do we depart? I have long wished to confront these so-called super prodigies, and now I have the chance. Very well, Xianer. You shall accompany second ancestor to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Lin Tianhai replied gently, leading Lin Xuan to the Tianyan Sea. Before long, the figures of Lin Xuan and Lin Xianxia vanished from sight. The realm barrier serves as a protective shield of the will of heaven and earth, preventing external invasions. Its fortitude is extraordinary, far beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to breach. The southern underworld continent, a world capable of producing celestial emperors, possesses a barrier so robust that even peak celestial cultivators cannot budge it in the slightest. Those below the quasi-emperor realm cannot even come into contact with the barrier. Yet, in a moment that defied expectation, with a resounding crack, the seemingly impenetrable barrier shattered. Instantaneously, several mysterious figures entered the southern underworld continent. Miss, young master, we have arrived in the southern underworld continent. This realm is too weak to contain my presence. From now on, these celestial-level servants will ensure your safety. No need, withdraw. Suddenly, a cool, melodious voice from a young woman interrupted the elderly voice. Very well, miss, the elderly voice conceded, and with it, the celestial-level servants vanished. The barrier slowly began to repair itself, restoring tranquility. Yet, amidst this calm, two mysterious figures remained. One was a woman, so breathtakingly beautiful that even a mere glance could dim the heavens and bring the sun and moon to a standstill, a woman of unparalleled grace. With skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade, she could easily be likened to the moonlight by the pond, her elegant wrist embodying the frost and snow. Chapter 117, Thunder Emperor City, 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. The other mysterious figure was a man with his arms crossed. He surveyed the southern underworld continent, perplexed. In such a barren realm, will that one truly arrive? The ethereal voice of the extraordinary woman resonated once more, and she began to walk in a particular direction, stepping lightly as if gliding through the air, and with a single step, she vanished from sight. Hey, wait for me. Sister. The man, momentarily abandoning his confusion, immediately pursued her. As the two figures departed, the space truly returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired at all. Thunder Emperor City. This is the largest and most prosperous city in the Thunder Domain. Lin Dong gazed upon this colossal metropolis, which seemed to stretch endlessly. And even though it was not his first encounter with such an immense city, he could not help but feel a twinge of awe. In terms of scale, only the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City could rival what they had witnessed. During this period, he and Lin Yan had traversed numerous places, their experiences far surpassing anything they had encountered in the Wanzhou domain. It was only upon witnessing the true grandeur of the central continent that they comprehended the vastness and splendor of the outside world. In stark contrast, the Wanzhou domain they had previously inhabited appeared as a mere corner of the earth. The disparity was immense. Indeed, it was magnificent and prosperous. Upon hearing Lin Dong's musings, Lin Yan gazed up at the towering, ancient city walls adorned with intricate lightning patterns, exclaiming in admiration. Their demeanor, however, caught the attention of other cultivators waiting to enter the city, who immediately mistook them for unsophisticated bumpkins, bursting into derisive laughter. Clearly, they have never seen such a grand city before. I bet a spirit stone that they haven't set foot in a place this large. Absolutely. In my opinion, they probably haven't encountered a city of this magnitude at all. What is there to pay attention to? Just a couple of rural peasants. The spirit stones they possess surely amount to less than what my esteemed family's dog consumes in a meal. The laughter was unabashed and loud, and Lin Yan and Lin Dong naturally heard every word. Lin Dong, with his straightforward nature, could hardly contain himself and immediately turned to the most contemptuous speaker among them. A cultivator surnamed Ma. What is your name? His bold inquiry silenced the crowd, their gazes shifting towards the two. The Ma cultivator, taken aback by the audacity of these peasants, scoffed. I am Ma Lu from the Ma family. The serious expression on Lin Dong's face cracked, and he erupted into laughter. Not only he, but Lin Yan and even those surrounding them joined in, some laughing so hard they doubled over, clutching their stomachs. You insolent fools! Your laughter is utterly outrageous, Ma Lu roared. Yet, it was of no avail. The laughter only grew louder. Ma Lu's face turned a deep shade of fury, and he charged at Lin Dong. You peasants will pay for this. Die. However, the next moment, He found himself sent flying by Lin Dong's kick, meeting his end instantaneously. Such was the fate of Ma Lu. Those who had mocked Lin Dong and Lin Yin just moments ago were now terrified, hastily distancing themselves from the duo, fearing they might receive a similar fate. We still wish to live a few more chapters. Nevertheless, Lin Dong refrained from further confrontation, recognizing that the earlier incident was merely self-inflicted folly on the part of his adversary. The intended intimidation had already been established, and there was no need for further entanglement. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that they stood at the entrance of the Thunder Emperor city, where the authority of the Thunder Emperor Palace was not something to be trifled with, lest they be deemed provocateurs and face immediate execution by the city guards. After this brief interlude, Lin Dong and Lin Yin proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the city, parting the crowd as they went. Thus, they bypassed the queue and arrived directly at the entrance. 10 medium-grade spirit stones. A guard called out, halting their progress. After promptly paying the required spirit stones, they entered the Thunder Emperor city. Their purpose for visiting was to participate in the Thunder Domain Grand Competition, and upon entering, they immediately sought information regarding the specifics of the event. Subsequently, they made their way to the registration area. Through their inquiries, they discovered that the registration for the Thunder Domain Grand Competition was located at the Thunder Emperor Square in the heart of the city. After spending 200 medium-grade spirit stones to use the teleportation array, they quickly arrived at the Thunder Emperor Square. Due to the ongoing competition, the square was already bustling with people, all there to register for the event, including scattered cultivators and members of smaller factions. Lin Yin and Lin Dong casually joined a queue, embarking on a lengthy wait. Fortunately, the efficiency of the cultivators responsible for registration at the Thunder Emperor Palace was commendable, and after waiting for an hour, it was finally their turn. The palace cultivator glanced at Lin Yin and inquired, "Name? Age? Do you belong to any faction?" Yin Ling, 17, scattered cultivator. Place your hand on this spirit stone for assessment of your bone age and cultivation level to prevent any deceit. Without hesitation, Lin Yin complied. The results confirmed his honesty, prompting the palace cultivator to call out, "Next. Name? Age? Do you belong to any faction?" Lin Dong, 17, scattered cultivator. In no time, both completed their registration. Afterward, they chose not to wander aimlessly but instead rented 2 caves to cultivate while awaiting the commencement of the Thunder Domain Grand Competition. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Wanyao mountain range, Lin Xuan and the second ancestor, Lin Xianxia, after 2 days of travel, finally arrived at this majestic mountain range that bridged the realms of humans and demons. The Wanyao mountain range, a colossal expanse rivaling an imperial dynasty, spanned half within the human territories and half within the demon realm, serving as a buffer zone between the 2 races. Both sides maintained heavy guards, with emperors from both factions stationed there year-round to prevent surprise attacks from one another. After all, although humans and demons had briefly collaborated against the demon emperor and the demon realm in the past, peaceful coexistence was far from feasible. Were it not for the looming threat of the demon realm, the 2 races would have long been embroiled in conflict. How could it be as it is now? With mutual restraint, striving to avoid major clashes, so that the demon realm might not profit from their discord? Truly, the Wanyao mountain range is magnificent. Gazing upon the sprawling peaks, ancient trees reaching for the heavens, and the awe-inspiring grandeur of the mountains, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He suddenly pondered what kind of timeless poetry the ancient poet from his previous life would compose upon witnessing such breathtaking scenery. Just as Lin Xuan momentarily lost himself in thought, Lin Xianxia spoke. "Xianer, seeing the tranquil state of the Wanyao mountain range, it seems we have arrived before the opportune moment. Let us head to Wanyao City to rest." While Lin Xuan could not perceive the broader situation of the mountain range, Lin Xianxia, being a quasi-emperor, possessed immense spiritual awareness, enabling her to grasp the general conditions of the Wanyao mountain range. Although many powerful cultivators had gathered, no signs of an opportunity had yet manifested, indicating that the moment had not yet arrived. "Yes, I shall defer to the judgment of the second ancestor." With that, Lin Xianxia led Lin Xuan towards Wanyao City. Chapter 118. The Heavenly Blade Emperor. Taking disciples? In Wanyao City, within a certain tavern, many were engaged in discussions about recent events. "Ah, my friend, do you know what has been happening lately? Why has Wanyao City become increasingly lively? Moreover, many core figures from major factions have flocked here. I am equally curious. You wouldn't believe it, but just yesterday, I spotted the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Long Outyin, in Wanyao City. What could such a significant figure be doing in this remote place? Not only that, but today a contingent from the Thunder Emperor Palace has also arrived, one of whom is their imperial son. Sai, why speculate so much? Even if there are significant events or good fortune, they will only be divided among those powerful factions. Ordinary folks like us will have no opportunity to engage." "Quite right. Indeed, outside the city of 10,000 beasts, the fabric of space shattered as two figures suddenly materialized in midair, instantly captivating the attention of the multitude below. These two figures were none other than Lin Xuan and the second ancestor, Lin Xianxia. Which faction do they belong to? That female elder exudes a terrifying aura. This presence is exponentially more formidable than that of the sacred emperor Kongmu I previously encountered. She must be a fearsome quasi-emperor. Hiss, a quasi-emperor. I am a wandering cultivator from the heavenly dragon empire, and this elder is an ancestral figure of the Lin family, a newly ascended quasi-emperor of our heavenly dragon empire. I never anticipated that this elder had already stepped into the legendary realm of quasi-emperors. Ah, I see now. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for enlightening us. The sudden appearance of such a powerful being inevitably caused a stir, yet Lin Xianxia paid it no mind. She cast her gaze toward the depths of the city of 10,000 beasts, where a terrifying aura lingered, concealed yet palpable. She understood that this was the current guardian of the city, the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade, who was also speculated to be the one behind the imminent emergence of great opportunities. Xianer, let us proceed to pay a visit to Elder Tian Dao. Yes. As they journeyed, Lin Xuan had already heard the second ancestor's introduction to the city of 10,000 beasts and was well aware of the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade, who had watched over the city for nearly a millennium. According to the second ancestor, a great emperor has always been stationed at the city of 10,000 beasts, changing every 1,000 years, primarily responsible for defending the city and monitoring the movements of the demon race. Cities like the city of 10,000 beasts, specifically tasked with guarding borders, abound along the vast and endless frontier between the human realm and the demon domain. Some smaller cities may only have a sage-level cultivator to guard them, while larger super-cities, like the city of 10,000 beasts, are invariably protected by an emperor. Aside from the city of 10,000 beasts, there are 4 other such super-cities, each firmly guarding the 5 most critical borders of the human race. As long as these 5 super-cities remain unbroken, the first line of defense for humanity will not collapse, and the demon race's ambitions to invade humanity will remain thwarted. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures vanished, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Lingyun Peak. Lin Xianxia guided Lin Xuan to the temporary abode of the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade. At the mountain's base, Lin Xianxia clasped her hands before her and declared, I am Lin Xianxia, accompanied by my junior, here to pay respects to Elder Tian Dao on behalf of the heavenly sacred Lin family. Moments later, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from Lingyun Peak. Enter. Thus, the 2 gradually stepped into Lingyun Peak. Upon entering, Lin Xuan was astounded to find the surroundings transformed. What had appeared utterly unremarkable from the outside now radiated an imposing grandeur. The spiritual energy was so dense that it rivaled even the finest imperial dragon veins of the Lin family, and the internal space was far more expansive than what one could perceive from the outside. The methods of a great emperor are indeed extraordinary, Lin Xuan mused inwardly. Soon after their arrival at Lingyun Peak, they found themselves in a courtyard. There, seated at a stone table in a modest yet unassuming manner, was a figure with closed eyes. Younger generation Lin Xianxia pays her respects to Elder Tian Dao. Younger generation Lin Xuan pays his respects to the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade. To think this little fellow has already ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. I presume that young friend Lei Huang is not far behind, the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade remarked, opening his eyes and fixing a profound gaze upon Lin Xianxia. It was evident that the Emperor recognized the 3 siblings, especially Lin Xianxiao, who had gained considerable renown in Zhongzhou due to his unparalleled combat prowess, having even bested heirs of various imperial factions in his rank. Back then, many emperors sought to take the 3 siblings under their wings, but they turned down all offers, as their hearts were devoted to the Lin family, which was struggling to maintain its standing during that tumultuous period. Thanks to the elder's blessings, my elder brother has also ascended to the quasi-emperor realm and is currently overseeing the Lin family. Before my departure, he specifically instructed me to convey his regards to you. Lin Xianxia said with a gentle smile. Young friend Lei Huang has a good heart. If only you had not declined all invitations back then, with your talents. Especially young friend Lei Huang, you would likely be on the brink of the Emperor realm by now, the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade reminisced with a sigh. Elder jest. At that time, our Lin family faced internal and external strife. My siblings and I could not abandon our family, nor, moreover, would it be fitting to say what a pity, for had it not been for our choices back then, how could we have welcomed Lin Xuan, such a prodigy? In the past, we could only aspire to the Emperor realm, but now, it seems there are no bounds, even to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Following this exchange, the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade turned his attention to Lin Xuan, who had remained silent thus far. You, young one, are quite remarkable. From my observations, you are likely not inferior to the prodigies of the imperial factions, and you may even stand shoulder to shoulder with the exceptional talents of the dominant powers. The Emperor of the Heavenly Blade offered a high commendation of Lin Xuan. In truth, he could not see through Lin Xuan, but he understood that those who were difficult to fathom often posed the greatest threat. He felt a desire to take Lin Xuan as a disciple. And before Lin Xianxia could respond, he inquired, "Young lad, would you be willing to become my disciple? To be my sole apprentice?" Fearing a rejection, he hastily added, "And do not be misled by my lack of affection. I am but half a step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even those dominant factions must show me respect. In Zhongzhou, you may act freely, and I shall take care of everything." The Emperor of the Heavenly Blade rambled on. But Lin Xuan and Lin Xianxia precisely captured a shocking piece of information. This emperor was merely half a step away from breaking through to the esteemed realm of the Heavenly Emperor. "Congratulations, Elder. I extend my heartfelt wishes for your imminent breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor realm, which will add another superpower to our human race." Lin Xianxia promptly clasped her hands in congratulations. The Heavenly Emperor realm represents the pinnacle of existence in the southern underworld continent, each possessing terrifying might and standing as the zenith of power. Should the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade break through to this realm, even those dominant factions with Heavenly Emperors would refrain from provoking him, for an unencumbered Heavenly Emperor is a formidable presence that no dominant power wishes to confront. The fact that the Emperor of the Heavenly Blade spoke so confidently indicated that he possessed significant assurance of his impending breakthrough. Thus, he did not refute Lin Xianxia's congratulations, merely waving his hand casually. "I have yet to break through. You may come to congratulate me again once I do." He then turned his focus back to Lin Xuan, continuing his pursuit of an apprentice. "Moreover, young lad, I possess countless treasures. Thank you for your kindness, great Emperor. However, I practice the path of the sword, and it may not be suitable for me to inherit the Emperor's blade techniques. Furthermore, I intend to forge my own path, so I must respectfully decline." Lin Xuan felt a sense of helplessness as he delivered his polite refusal. He even intentionally revealed a hint of his sword intent, so the Emperor would understand he was not fabricating excuses, but genuinely dedicated to the path of the sword. Upon witnessing this scene, the Emperor of the Celestial Blade found himself momentarily frozen in place. Had he, yet again, been met with rejection? In his lifetime, he had only sought to take on disciples twice, and both times he had been turned away, both from the same family. First, it was that young lad, the Thunder Emperor. And now, it was the grandson of that very boy who had declined his offer. What madness is this? Is the Lin family allergic to accepting disciples? Or perhaps they harbor an aversion to my very presence? Am I, then, a harbinger of misfortune that they choose to keep at bay? The Emperor of the Celestial Blade fell into a deep spiral of self-doubt. Noticing the prolonged silence from the Emperor, Lin Xuan once again expressed his apologies. "I sincerely regret this, Your Excellency." Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia sighed in relief before suggesting, "Senior, there are other promising juniors in my Lin family. Perhaps I could bring them to you on the following day for your consideration? One of them may indeed be suitable for you." Upon hearing this, the Emperor regained his composure and sighed inwardly. He was not one to impose upon others. If they were unwilling, he could only acquiesce. With a lackluster demeanor, he replied, "Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall let it go. As for others, they do not meet my standards. The legacy of the Celestial Blade must be preserved with utmost discernment." Lin Yan, Lin Dong. "Old man, do you find the competition too overwhelming?" The Great Desolation Prisoner's Finger. Lin family prodigies. "Old man, you may disregard me now, but in the future, you shall not be able to reach my heights." Unperturbed by the banter, Lin Xianxia merely closed her mouth in resignation, while Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly. Disregarded? Humph. The conversation shifted away from this topic, redirecting toward the matter of the impending aura of the Heavenly Emperor. "Senior, will there truly be opportunities on par with the Heavenly Emperor's appearance?" Lin Xianxia inquired. The Emperor of the Celestial Blade, known for his calm demeanor and sense of justice, never hesitated to share beneficial information concerning mankind. Those who inquired of him would invariably receive his insights, fostering a bond of goodwill. After all, as a solitary cultivator, maintaining amicable relations with these factions was essential. Thus, in response to Lin Xianxia's question, he shared his speculation. "Based on my estimations, there is a 70% chance that locations such as the Celestial Emperor's Cave, the Celestial Emperor's Dojo, or the remnants of the Celestial Emperor will manifest. As for the specifics, that remains uncertain." After their visit with the Emperor of the Celestial Blade, Lin Xuan and the second ancestor Lin Xianxia departed from Linyun Peak, awaiting developments in the city of 10,000 beasts. The following day, boom, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by violent tremors, emanating from the 10,000 beasts plain within the 10,000 beasts mountain range. Brilliant beams of imperial light shot forth, heralding a terrifying imperial might that pierced the heavens. Within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, countless beasts, possessing lower intelligence, scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. This colossal disturbance swiftly captured the attention of both human and beast kind. In the beast domain, within the grand city of Urin, which lay in stark contrast to the city of 10,000 beasts, countless figures surged forth, each radiating an aura of fearsome beastly energy. Hastening toward the 10,000 beasts plain. Ha ha ha, opportunity. This holy sun has arrived. This chance is destined for my Tianpeng clan. I anticipate the participation of the human race. It has been far too long since I have savored the essence of their prodigies. Simultaneously, within the city of 10,000 beasts, a multitude of cultivators embarked on their journeys, traversing space, soaring on swords, or treading upon the void, leaving the city behind. Given this commotion, it is likely that many prominent and superlative powers will make an appearance. Xianer, you must exercise caution, prioritize your safety above all. Lin Xianxia admonished as she guided Lin Xuan through the fabric of space. Rest assured, second ancestor, I will be vigilant and nothing will befall me. Lin Xuan assured her with a nod. On the 10,000 beasts plain, the earlier tumult, while diminished, continued to resonate. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh rang out. Ha ha! Where are the human brats? Have they lost their courage to come? Before them appeared several gigantic lions engulfed in flames, which then transformed into a group of rugged men, mockingly deriding their opponents. The Flame Frenzy Lion Clan, a group on the verge of becoming an imperial clan, was led by the young Master Shimming, accompanied by a powerful figure from their ranks. Soon after, another voice, laced with beastly energy, chimed in. Friend Shimming, there is no need to speak so brazenly. Let us grant them some semblance of dignity. Ha ha ha. The Purple Gold Giant Wolf Clan, the Qingming Serpent Clan, and various other formidable beast clans emerged, rapidly filling the space with their presence. Humph. A pack of brutes dares to question the courage of my race. Do they truly believe we are without champions? A sudden cold scoff reverberated from the distant void. In an instant, figures of human cultivators materialized, swiftly filling the opposing half of the void. Not only were there quasi-imperial forces like the Lin family and Fengxian Palace, but also imperial forces such as the Celestial Dragon Empire and Thunder Emperor Palace, alongside numerous well-informed holy monarch-level factions. Beastly scum, you dare to speak ill of my kind? Once we enter the realm of opportunity, this imperial son shall surely slay several of your imperial sons, as retribution, declared the young master of the Thunder Emperor Palace, Lei Jia, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I, Gongsun Sheng, will stand alongside you, brother Lei. Haha, how could the Tsongfeng Empire be absent from such matters? I, Tsong, shall join as well. I, Long Out Yin, shall invite the beasts to their demise. Chapter 120. The Celestial Emperor's Paradise? Mysterious figures appear. In that moment, the heirs of various imperial forces from the human side, the imperial sons, swiftly materialized before the gathered crowd, their formidable presence unreservedly bearing down upon the opposing beast clans. Like brilliant stars, they obscured the majority of the radiance emanating from both the beast and human prodigies. Observing this spectacle, Lin Xuan wore a knowing smile, yet chose not to step forth like the other ostentatious prodigies. Instead, he remained in the background, intrigued by the unfolding events, akin to the two figures in the void. Lin Xuan's gaze drifted toward a certain point in the void. There, two auras surpassed even the heirs of the imperial forces, embodying the figures of the imperial sons. If he was not mistaken, they were likely the two superlative prodigies from those dominant factions. In another corner of the void, two imposing figures suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar gaze had swept over them. However, before they could discern its source, it had already withdrawn, leaving them puzzled. Someone noticed us. Indeed, it seemed among the youthful elite present, aside from the two beasts, there were others of remarkable potential hidden among them. How intriguing. I look forward to discovering who this individual might be. These non-top-tier beast prodigies found themselves unable to contend with the top-tier human prodigies. As the expressions of the lesser beast prodigies contorted under pressure, the imperial prodigies of their clan arrived, setting themselves against Lei Jia and the other human prodigies. Lei Jia, do you think you can slay us? The outcome remains uncertain. A formidable polar thunder tiger suddenly manifested, transforming into a man with a fierce glare directed at Lei Jia. It is Hushan from the Polar Thunder Tiger clan. Our imperial prodigies have finally arrived. Ha ha, let us see how the human race continues to be so arrogant. Brother, who is right? How dare the mere humans act so brazenly before our beast clan? A nine-colored scorpion transformed into an enchanting woman, standing gracefully beside Hushan, embodying the essence of a deadly siren. Subsequently, the top-tier demon clans, such as the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan and the Qingwan Clan, witnessed the emergence of their contemporary prodigies, standing toe-to-toe against the likes of Lei Jia and Long Ao Tian. Just as tensions escalated to the brink of confrontation, A radiant and overwhelming imperial light suddenly erupted from the center of the Wanyao plain, its brilliance intensifying to dozens of times its previous strength, illuminating the entire expanse. The entrance to the land of opportunity is taking shape, a voice exclaimed unexpectedly. In the midst of the Wanyao plain, a colossal spatial rift spanned the sky, where terrifying forces of space intertwined with the might of the Heavenly Emperor, gradually forming an entrance beneath the influence of these two formidable powers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, neither the human nor demon factions could maintain their focus on confrontation as they swiftly soared into the air several miles away from the spatial entrance. With the eager gazes of both races upon it, a magnificent spatial entrance transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, ultimately manifesting in its entirety. However, at the moment the entrance fully formed, the dazzling imperial light that had previously raged across the Wanyao plain vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yet, both the humans and demons remained cautious, refraining from making any hasty moves. Given their ignorance of the restrictions within this land of opportunity, they understood that recklessly charging in would be tantamount to courting death. After a prolonged silence, a commanding voice emerged from the extreme Thunder Tiger clan's leader, Hu Shan. Addressing a few demon clans in the corner, "You lot, go in and take a look." His tone was devoid of any emotion, his gaze cold and unfeeling, as if he were regarding mere insects. The expressions of those demon figures darkened dramatically. The command felt akin to a death sentence. Yet, they dared not resist, for they hailed from minor great sage clans and possessed no means to defy the might of the Imperial clan. If they refused to comply, they risked inciting Hu Shan's wrath, which could spell disaster for their clans. Thus, the few demons resignedly approached the spatial entrance. Not only the demons, but the human side also sent beast tamers to control spirit beasts to venture inside and explore, under the watchful eyes of many. These expendable pawns stepped into the spatial entrance. However, the instant they crossed the threshold, before they could even take stock of their surroundings, they were immediately obliterated by an invisible force of rules. After a prolonged silence, both factions began sending waves of expendable pawns into the entrance. Finally, after sacrificing several groups, they deciphered the rules and conditions within. This land of opportunity resembled a small world cave, the precise size of which remained unknown. The entry stipulation stated that humans under 30 years and demons under 100 years could enter. Furthermore, any being of greater power than the King Realm would have their strength suppressed to the 9th level of the King Realm. Armed with this newfound understanding, both the human and demon factions swiftly organized their eligible prodigies to step inside and vie for opportunities. The demon youths under 100 years rushed into the cave to seize their fortunes. Meanwhile, human cultivators under 30 were permitted to enter the Heavenly Emperor's cave to contend for opportunities. Instantly, a multitude of demon prodigies and a significant number of human prodigies erupted into action, their faces alight with excitement as they soared towards the spatial entrance. Charge! The opportunity belongs to my demon clan. Whether I, Zhang San, can turn my fortunes around hinges on this moment. No one dares contest this opportunity with me, or they shall know my wrath. Lei Jia, little one, Hu Yi awaits your demise within. Hu Shan cast a bloodthirsty, provocative glance at Lei Jia before being the first to charge forward. Humph, just a little thunder cat. Does he truly believe this imperial son cannot defeat him? In an instant, Lei Jia surged forward. Demon scum, I hope you don't perish too quickly in my hands, Long Ao Tan boasted with an air of arrogance. Second Ancestor, I shall enter first. Lin Xuan, witnessing the continuous influx of demon beasts and cultivators, hesitated no longer. After exchanging a word with Lin Xianxia, who hovered above in the void, he soared towards the spatial entrance. Lin Xuan moved swiftly, weaving past numerous demon beasts and cultivators. Just then, two figures, moving at an astonishing speed, darted from the distance. Before the protective powerhouses of the major factions could react, they arrived in an instant. As Lin Xuan approached the spatial entrance, he instinctively turned his head to the left. His pupils dilated, focusing on a mysterious woman clad in a pale blue celestial dress. Her countenance veiled. When the wind lifted a corner of her veil, it revealed a visage of breathtaking beauty that could stun the world. A glance felt like an eternity. Had other cultivators been fortunate enough to witness this moment, they would undoubtedly have been struck by those words. Regrettably, apart from Lin Xuan, none were privileged to behold such a stunning sight. The two mysterious figures zipped past Lin Xuan and vanished into the spatial entrance. Before Lin Xuan could fully comprehend the situation, he collided headlong into the entrance, entering the Heavenly Emperor's cave. Chapter 121. Hu Shan's provocation? To be slain. The appearance of the two mysterious figures might not have stirred much of a commotion among the young prodigies entering the Heavenly Emperor's cave or the surrounding cultivators who were ineligible to enter. However, within the shadows, the Dindi protecting their respective prodigies and the powerful figures like the Heavenly Blade Emperor and a certain Demon Emperor, who were wary of one another in the depths of space, felt a tremendous upheaval. Though they could not discern the identities of the figures, they sensed their presence, realizing, who were those who just rushed in? Their speed was such that we could only perceive them, having no time to react. A hidden Jingdi, astonished, murmured to the other concealed Dindi powerhouses. In response, the other concealed Jindi also began to voice their thoughts. I did not see anything either. Merely sensed two figures flash past and breach the Heavenly Emperor's cave. I too experienced the same. Yet the fact that they could enter signifies that they are undeniably from the younger generation, possessing abilities I have never witnessed before. Not merely unseen, but unheard of. Even the legendary Nanming Heavenly Emperor could not achieve such a feat within the age of 30, a remarkable achievement that has left a group of Jindi at a loss. Who could they be? How terrifying they are. Could it be that they are the prodigies secretly cultivated by those major factions? A Jindi suddenly speculated. Before any response could come, two voices echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. Humph. If we had such abilities to cultivate such prodigies, we would have long extinguished the demon and devil paths, rather than wait until now to reveal ourselves. If our conjectures are correct, those two are likely prodigies from the upper realm. These were the voices of powerful figures from two dominant factions, dispelling rumors. What? The upper realm? How could this be? The passage between our Nanming continent and the upper realm was severed long ago. Hence, no one has ascended to immortality in the past million years. The Dindi of those imperial factions gasped in shock. Clearly, the individuals from these imperial clans were privy to far more secrets than others, as the non-imperial deer looked on in bewilderment. Such hidden secrets exist within the Nanming continent. Lin Xuan thought, astonished. Now that this secret had been exposed, the powerful figures of the two major factions no longer felt the need to conceal their thoughts, speaking openly. Indeed, such is the case. Yet how could the methods of the upper realm be fathomed by us mere mortals of the lower realm? What we deem impossible may not be beyond their capabilities. In that moment, the assembly found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. True, we cannot resolve the issue of the severed passage. But it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the upper realm possesses means to transport individuals to the southern underworld continent, within the Heavenly Emperor's cave. While the outside world was stirred by the machinations of a mysterious entity, Lin Xuan had already entered the depths of the Heavenly Emperor's domain. To his astonishment, the place resembled a realm engulfed in flames. After soaring several dozen miles, he found himself amidst a desolate expanse, littered with terrifying, unnamed flames. These flames, although appearing ordinary, were exceedingly perilous. He had just witnessed a beast of the ninth heaven in the cave realm succumb to mere contact with a small cluster of flames. Instantly reduced to ashes, the sight sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators and beasts alike, compelling them to retreat in fear of these infernos. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan surmised that this could not represent the entirety of the cave's visage. Otherwise, what fortune could one possibly uncover in such a barren wasteland devoid of even a blade of grass? He resolved to continue his flight in search of a way out of this treacherous wasteland. Several hundred miles ahead lay a domain of thunder. At that moment, within this stormy expanse, two figures disregarded the tempestuous lightning and engaged in a fierce confrontation. The air crackled with thunderous roars and rampant electricity. Get away, Xianxia! I discovered this thunder spirit's sacred source first, roared Xuan, infuriated as he was forced back, now reverted to his primal form as the Arctic thunder tiger. His colossal eyes fixed menacingly on Xianxia, as if he yearned to devour him whole. Just because you discovered it first, does that make it yours? Don't be so naive, Xuan. Here, strength speaks volumes. Xianxia retorted with derision. Thunderstorm fury. With that, he unleashed another formidable attack directed at Xuan. Boom. Roar. I will see you dead. Xuan, unwilling to let his opponent escape, had no choice but to unleash his full power. The Thunder Spirit sacred source was a treasure of immense value, bestowing great benefits to thunder cultivators and thunder attribute beasts alike. For cultivators, it enhanced the quality of their thunder spiritual power and elevated their cultivation level. For thunder attribute beasts, it stimulated their bloodlines, offering a chance to elevate their bloodline rank, or at the very least, boost their cultivation. However, the Thunder Spirit sacred source was exceedingly rare in the southern underworld continent, with its genesis occurring only within natural thunder domains, and even then, the quantity was typically scant. The stringent conditions for its emergence rendered the Thunder Spirit sacred source extraordinarily scarce. Even those of imperial lineage like Xuan and Xianxia had only managed to consume it once. After several hundred exchanges, the battle between Xianxia and Xuan reached an impasse. However, Xianxia cunningly lured Xuan into a preset formation, temporarily ensnaring him. Seizing the opportunity, He swiftly appropriated the Thunder Spirit sacred source and made a hasty exit. Ha ha ha, foolish tiger, this Thunder Spirit sacred source is now mine. Before departing, he brandished the sizable Thunder Spirit sacred source before Hu Xuan in a taunting manner. Soon after, the formation imprisoning Hu Xuan erupted violently. Roar! Ah! Lei Jia! I, Hu Xuan, shall one day flay your skin and shatter your bones into 1,000 pieces. Upon breaking free, Hu Xuan transformed into a frenzied tiger, rampaging and obliterating everything in his path. Not long after, 2 human cultivators happened upon this chaotic scene, inadvertently encountering the enraged Hu Xuan. The already volatile Hu Xuan, upon seeing the human cultivators, felt his rage surge anew, and he charged at them without hesitation. The 2 human cultivators, who intended to circumvent the confrontation, barely had time to flee before falling victim to Hu Xuan's savage jaws. From that moment on, any human cultivator passing through would face Hu Xuan's ferocious assault, with none escaping unscathed. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan arrived in this thunder domain. Initially intending to investigate the area, he was soon met with an unexpected attack from Hu Xuan. Clang! Lin Xuan deftly parried the sharp claws of the enraged tiger with his sword, coldly addressing, "Beast, why do you assault me without cause? Provide me with an explanation. Or else." Boom! Hu Xuan forcefully repelled Lin Xuan and bellowed, "Humph. Why? Because all humans deserve death. Encountering this tiger is your misfortune. Prepare to die." Thunderstorm Tiger's fury. In response, Lin Xuan slowly raised his sword and coldly declared, "If that is the case, then I shall slay you." Chapter 122. Slaying Hu Xuan. Slay me? Ha ha ha. How audacious. Hu Xuan scoffed derisively, a sneer curling his lips. In his eyes, this human was nothing more than an inconsequential ant, daring to utter such words, a testament to his ignorance of his own insignificance. Hu Xuan bore no recollection of Lin Xuan, and it was inconceivable that he could be a prodigious figure among the human imperial powers. After all, he had heard of the top talents within those factions, and none matched this individual. However, just as Hu Xuan believed he could dispatch this arrogant insect with a single strike, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, calmly observing the powerful attack approaching him. With a mere flick of his sword, he effortlessly severed Hu Xuan's formidable blow as if it were made of paper. With just one sword strike, Hu Xuan's overwhelming attack was effortlessly extinguished. What? Hu Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of shock. He could not fathom that this human possessed such terrifying strength. "You little ant have truly surprised this prince." After a moment, Hu Xuan regained his composure, though his expression remained grim. Yet, before he could voice further astonishment, Lin Xuan, exuding an icy killing intent, surged forward with his sword drawn. The glimmering blade radiated a lethal aura as it aimed for Hu Xuan's throat, intent on a swift execution. Fortunately, Hu Xuan reacted swiftly, arching his neck just in time to narrowly evade the deadly strike. However, Lin Xuan, undeterred by the failure of his initial attack, delivered a swift kick to Hu Xuan's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Uffed! Hu Xuan immediately spat a mouthful of blood, crashing violently to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. The sheer force of the kick was formidable indeed. Boom! Ant! I shall see you dead. Hu Xuan erupted with fury, wiping the blood from his lips, his crimson eyes locking onto Lin Xuan with a fierce glare. "With your capabilities? You are unworthy," Lin Xuan replied coldly, disdain evident in his demeanor. Roar! Divine Tiger's Thunder Prison. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the colossal form of Tiger Mountain trembled slightly. Its immense tiger head suddenly rearing high, jaws agape, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the skies. In an instant, the weather shifted dramatically. The once clear blue sky darkened ominously, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Subsequently, countless dazzling bolts of lightning interwove like frenzied silver serpents in the air, swiftly morphing into formidable thunder tigers. These thunderous behemoths, enveloped in blinding electric light, lunged ferociously towards Lin Xuan, encircling him in an instant. Meanwhile, the space surrounding Lin Xuan was ensnared by an intricate network of terrifying lightning, a web so dense it sent shivers down one's spine. This electric net exuded an overwhelming aura of power and destruction, resembling an impregnable prison of thunder that confined Lin Xuan, rendering him unable to escape. From a distance, Tiger Mountain coldly regarded Lin Xuan, who was trapped at the center, a smug grin gradually spreading across his grotesquely twisted visage, filled with a sense of assured victory. It was known that this was one of his most formidable secret techniques. With his cultivation having reached the 5th level of the King Realm, he unleashed it with full force. Even an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the King Realm would undoubtedly perish. Over the years, countless arrogant beings attempting to challenge him had met their demise under this very move. Each time he recalled the despairing and fearful expressions of those who had opposed him in their final moments, a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment surged within Tiger Mountain. Thunderous booms reverberated through the air like rolling thunder, causing discomfort to the eardrums. The raging bolts of lightning surged forth like wild stallions, mercilessly bombarding Lin Xuan. Each bolt harbored terrifying energy, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains and rending the earth asunder. The ferocious thunder tigers launched relentless and brutal attacks against Lin Xuan, their sharp fangs and claws glinting ominously in the lightning-esque glow, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Tiger Mountain observed the scene with a cruel smile curling at his lips, just as he reveled in his triumph, convinced of Lin Xuan's inevitable demise. A faint voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Divine avoidance. A melodious sword chant resonated throughout the realm. In the next moment, the multitude of ferocious thunder tigers was instantaneously annihilated, and the terrifying thunder prison was cleaved in two. Then, in the astonished gaze of Tiger Mountain, a figure erupted from the shattered prison, swiftly appearing before him. Before he could react, Lin Xuan, wielding a terrifying sword imbued with dark red lightning, struck him fiercely. With a single blow, Tiger Mountain's head was severed from his body. Life rapidly ebbed away, his head rolling onto the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. "I promised to sever you, and I shall indeed do so," Lin Xuan asserted, sheathing his sword with an air of dominance. Chapter 123, The Third Heaven. Tiger Mountain, even in death, could not comprehend how this man was so terrifying yet had never been heard of before. His decapitated head bore an expression of shock and disbelief. Filled with resentment, Lin Xuan, casting a glance at the dismembered body of Tiger Mountain, ignited it into flames with a casual flick of his wrist. Then, he slowly turned his gaze towards the rear, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "If you do not come out now, you shall die." As Lin Xuan spoke, several human practitioners hurriedly emerged from behind a mountain, panic evident in their voices. "Please, please, we are coming out right now. We beseech you, my lord, do not strike." "Indeed, my lord, rest assured, we saw nothing earlier and will never utter a word regarding your presence. We humbly ask for your mercy." The human practitioners, upon emerging, bowed and pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down their faces, terrified that Lin Xuan might strike them down with a single sword. They insisted they were merely passing by. Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless, reminiscent of the fear displayed by his uncle's pet, the heavenly poisoned Xianxian python. Both were similarly terrified of death, though that serpent was far more sinister. "Begone," Lin Xuan commanded tersely. He chose not to slay the few individuals, not out of kindness, but rather because it was unnecessary. The extermination of the demon race would only please the human race, after all, as it eliminated a potential future powerhouse of the demon race, thereby curtailing their strength. As for the demon race, what could they do if they found out? Would they dare instigate a racial war? Tiger Mountain was not substantial enough, nor was the Polar Thunder Tiger Clan, to warrant such a response from the demon race. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the few human practitioners, having just witnessed his terrifying prowess, dared not linger any longer. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude and fled the scene. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing us." Once the humans had retreated, Lin Xuan continued onward, traversing the realm of thunder. After running a considerable distance, the few human practitioners finally came to a halt, exhaling deeply. "Phew, that was terrifying. I thought we were done for today." "Indeed. How fortunate that unknown demon spared us." "But who was that person? Such terrifying power." "That was Tiger Mountain, the crown prince of the Polar Thunder Tiger Clan. A being capable of contending with top talents like the heir of the Thunder Emperor Palace, and yet he was slain by that individual in mere moments." Enough pondering. These matters concerning the demons have nothing to do with us. We must focus on ourselves. But remember, today's events must remain secret. No one is to utter a word, or I shall not be merciful. I do not wish to be dragged down by you. Rest assured, boss. Lin Xuan remained in the realm of thunder for an hour before departing from the vast expanse of lightning. Within the realm, he had discovered numerous treasures of the lightning attribute, though he only collected the rare and precious ones, including items of the Saint, Quasi-Emperor, and even Emperor grades. Among them, he found only one Emperor grade treasure, a fist-sized inferior quality thunder crystal, suitable for refining weapons. It must be said this place, suspected to be a celestial opportunity akin to the abode of a heavenly emperor, was extraordinarily resource-rich. Yet, despite the abundance of treasures, acquiring them was no easy feat. Lin Xuan had endured the terrifying lightning to retrieve these items, suffering countless strikes in the process. Fortunately, his formidable strength and numerous abilities ensured he remained unharmed. After leaving the realm of thunder, Lin Xuan finally arrived in an area resembling the outside world. Thus, he began to explore this new territory. Subsequently, he encountered numerous practitioners from both races. Among them, The human practitioners, devoid of any conflict of interest, naturally did not seek to provoke him. Conversely, the demon practitioners had suffered significant losses at his hands. However, he only targeted those who actively provoked him. He could hardly be bothered with those demons who kept their distance. He wished to ascertain the situation in this place quickly, not wanting to waste time. He believed that regardless of whether this place was the abode of a heavenly emperor, it would undoubtedly not be as simple as it appeared. Clang! Boom! At a certain moment, Lin Xuan was suddenly alerted by the sounds of combat emanating from ahead, prompting him to investigate the source. He soon arrived at the entrance of what appeared to be an ancient ruin, teeming with individuals from both the human and demon races. However, the sounds of fighting did not stem from a conflict between the two factions. Rather, an unusual silence enveloped them as they all focused intently on the scene before them. As Lin Xuan surveyed the area, he beheld a colossal stone door resembling a remnant of an ancient civilization, flanked by a lengthy stone corridor stretching over 1,000 meters in length and several hundred meters in width. On either side of the corridor stood 2 rows of towering stone sentinels, armed with stone spears, resembling soldiers at attention. At the forefront of the corridor, 2 humans and 2 demons were attempting to traverse the passageway, but were halted by the formidable stone sentinels. Although Lin Xuan did not recognize these 4 individuals, he could discern that their cultivation levels were all at the king realm, suggesting they were renowned prodigies from imperial factions. After all, only imperial powers, or those with the might of a celestial emperor, could nurture such young king realm cultivators. Naturally, the exception to this rule was the Lin family, which had its own unique advantages. Unsure of the current situation, Lin Xuan casually approached a nearby human cultivator, offering several high-grade spirit stones in exchange for information. "Friend, could you enlighten me about what is transpiring here?" he inquired. As the saying goes, money can even persuade a ghost to push a millstone. "Ah, certainly." The human cultivator responded cheerfully upon receiving the spirit stones. "You see, about an hour ago, someone stumbled upon this place, mistakenly believing it to be a site of ancient inheritance. However, upon stepping onto the stone corridor, they were immediately attacked by those stone sentinels. Each sentinel is extraordinarily powerful, rivaling a 5th-tier king realm cultivator, and their formidable toughness renders ordinary attacks ineffective. Consequently, that individual was swiftly defeated and had no choice but to retreat. Unwilling to accept defeat, they began to spread the word that this place harbors a legacy, and soon a multitude of cultivators arrived, yet none have successfully passed through. It was only when 2 mysterious figures appeared that the sentinels refrained from attacking them. Remarkably, those 2 soon reached the stone door, whereupon countless enigmatic lights materialized, coalescing into golden characters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately recalled the breathtaking figure he had glimpsed upon entering. Indeed, there had been a male figure alongside that enigmatic woman, and it seemed they were the mysterious individuals in question. Their ability to evade the sentinels' attacks suggested they possessed knowledge about the nature of this place. Through the golden characters, they discovered that this location was merely the first layer of an entire celestial realm, which was divided into 3 layers in total. To progress to the second layer, one must first pass through this area and enter the stone door. Lin Xuan's heart raced at this revelation, as he had anticipated that this celestial realm was far from ordinary. Chapter 124, Entering the Second Layer. As for what lay beyond the stone door, it remained a mystery. While all eyes were fixed on the unfolding information, the 2 mysterious figures had already entered, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. Intriguingly, despite the presence of so many prodigies from imperial factions and even those of celestial emperor lineage, no one seemed to recognize the identities of the 2. Thus, one could either continue exploring this first layer or venture into the stone door to the so-called second layer. However, to enter the stone door, one must first contend with the stone sentinels guarding the corridor. Lin Xuan interjected, expressing his disinterest in the identities of the mysterious figures, deeming them irrelevant to him. "Indeed, my friend," the other cultivator acknowledged, unfazed by the interruption. "Nevertheless, I suggest you proceed with caution. Observe that the crown prince of the Zhongfeng Empire, the crown prince of the Huang family, and the 2 demon princes have been attempting to breach the corridor together for a full 10 minutes. Yet they have only managed to reach the midway point and appear to be on the verge of faltering." Lin Xuan surveyed the scene and nodded in agreement. His companion's words held merit. The corridor was guarded by hundreds of stone sentinels, and even the closest dozen sentinels had successfully repelled the 2 humans and 2 demons, leaving them in a state of disarray. In no time, they were forced to retreat from the corridor. How infuriating. There are simply too many of them. Sanqing, the crown prince of the Zhongfeng Empire, lamented upon exiting, his frustration palpable. Huang Zhong, the crown prince of the Huang family, along with the 2 demons, displayed similarly displeased expressions. They had arrived not long ago, and upon hearing of the situation, had disregarded the warnings of others, confidently charging in, only to realize the gravity of the challenge. Ha ha ha, Sanqing, Huangzhong, and the two of you, now do you believe? Taunted some of the earlier advisors, reveling in their misfortune. Humph, you deserve it. Humph, you aren't faring any better. The group retorted defiantly, as the heirs of these imperial factions exchanged barbs. Four exceptionally gifted and imposing youths suddenly appeared above them, 3 males and 1 female. It was the imperial princess of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, the enchanting Qinghua, alongside the crown prince of the Nangong Imperial Clan, Nangong Batian. Instantly, several human cultivators recognized their identities and gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, the demon race also identified the other 2 figures, the young king of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the prince of the Flame Dragon Clan. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Nangong Imperial Clan, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, and the Flame Dragon Clan were all formidable celestial emperor powers, dominating the continent. Any one of these factions could cause tremors throughout the central continent with a mere stomp of their feet. The 4 individuals before them were the heirs of these terrifying powers. In the past, such figures were rarely seen, yet now 4 had arrived simultaneously. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes around them, the 4 exchanged glances. Qinghua, shall we venture through the stone corridor together? Inquired Nangong Batian, clad in golden armor and radiating an imposing aura, as he gazed tenderly at the elegant and stunningly beautiful girl in the green dress beside him. His voice soft and inviting. Nangong Batian's eyes were fixed intently on Qinghua, filled with admiration and anticipation for her response. As the saying goes, falling flowers have intentions, while flowing waters remain indifferent. Despite his inquiries and fervent gaze, Qinghua did not glance his way, her expression remaining as tranquil as still water, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, Nangong Batian remained oblivious to her indifference. After a prolonged silence, Qinghua finally spoke. Crown Prince Nangong, please refer to me as the Imperial Princess Qinghua. Without waiting for a response, she turned towards the 2 demon lords and proposed, gentlemen of the demon race, why not temporarily set aside our differences and join forces to traverse this stone corridor? It would undoubtedly lighten our burden. After all, 2 individuals would take significantly longer, whereas we 4 could accomplish it with greater ease. Agreed. Let it be as the Imperial Princess suggests. I have no objections, replied the young king of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Prince of Flame Dragon, both of whom did not decline the proposal. After all, what she said was indeed true. While the 2 of them could potentially succeed, it would require considerable time and carry the risk of injury. Thus, it would be more prudent to accept the suggestions of others, for they are not afraid of each other's cunning. Qinghua and Nangong Batian intended to say something more, but the 3 of them had already soared towards the stone corridor, leaving him no choice but to follow silently. Look, Nangong Dizzy and his companions are on the move. The actions of Nangong Batian and his group instantly captured everyone's attention. As they turned to gaze, they witnessed the moment the 4 stepped onto the stone corridor, when a dozen colossal stone sentinels charged forward, launching a ferocious assault against them. Yet, these 4, being the most exceptional prodigies of the Naming continent, handled the aggressive stone sentinels with remarkable ease, shattering multiple sentinels in a single encounter, something even the imperial heirs of the previous Sanqing faction struggled to manage. However, the tenacity of the stone sentinels lay in their ability to regenerate within mere seconds, even after being destroyed. As the 4 made their way through the stone corridor, Lin Xuan was also assessing them. All had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the King Realm, their foundation surpassing that of the heirs from the imperial factions, proving themselves as true prodigies emerging from the celestial emperor's domain. Lin Xuan mused silently. Nevertheless, he did not overly concern himself. In his eyes, these 4 remained well within the range of his suppression. With a powerful push, Nangong Batian and his group swiftly traversed the stone corridor in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, arriving before the stone gate. The gate then slowly opened a gap wide enough for 2, and under the curious gazes of the crowd, they quickly entered, the stone gate closing behind them. We cannot afford to wait any longer, or else the opportunities of the 2nd tier will be completely scavenged. Someone suddenly exclaimed. We should lower our defenses and cooperate to breach the stone corridor, do you all agree? Sanqing Dizzy of the Songfeng Empire frowned as he spoke. The numerous heirs of imperial factions hesitated, realizing their strength was no match for Nangong Batian and his group. Just 4 or 5 individuals could not hope to succeed alone. Only by joining forces could they have a chance. However, they were all wary of betrayal, eyeing each other with suspicion. Agree or disagree? Speak up. If you don't want the opportunities of the 2nd tier, then I want to say another word. Sanqing snapped coldly. Fine, my demon clan agrees to join forces. But you humans best not play any tricks, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Humph. That warning should be directed at your demon clan. Soon, the heirs of both the human and demon clans began to form teams, grouping into threes of 8 to venture into the stone corridor. This time, they indeed faced no setbacks. Although it took them some time, they all passed through unscathed. Thus, all the heirs entered the second tier, leaving the remaining onlookers in a state of anxious anticipation. Chapter 125, Seizing Opportunities. Defeating Long Out Yin. Before long, these quasi-imperial forces, holy sovereign forces, and loose cultivators sought to emulate Qing Yue and her companions and planned to join forces as well. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, charging into the stone corridor. This figure was none other than Lin Xuan. He was unwilling to wait any longer. His audacity astonished the onlookers, who soon began to scoff and ridicule him. Who is that? How arrogant to attempt to breach the stone corridor alone. Humph, he knows not his own limitations. Even the prodigies of Qing Yue's dominating force had to join forces. Does he truly believe he can succeed on his own? He should consider his own strength. Indeed, just watch. He might end up dead in there, haha. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xuan demonstrated what true strength was. With a sword in hand, he faced the oncoming stone sentinels, dispatching one after another with ease. What appeared to be impervious and nearly indestructible to others crumbled before him as though it were mere tofu. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. In less than a minute, Lin Xuan traversed the 1,000-meter-long stone corridor, moving with such speed that those around him stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. By the time they regained their senses, Lin Xuan had already entered the stone gate, vanishing from sight, leaving them with no opportunity to discern his identity. Who is this person? Such terrifying strength. Hiss. Even Qing Yue and the others had to cooperate, yet he managed to breach it alone, and at such speed. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, he had already arrived in the second tier. Is this the second tier? The spiritual energy is even more abundant. Surely, the opportunities here must be greater and more valuable. He then casually sought a direction to pursue his fortune. Not long after, he found himself atop a peak, where he discovered a 9-colored heavenly mysterious fruit tree. The 9-colored heavenly mysterious fruit. What a treasure. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This fruit is a superior imperial-grade spiritual plant, known for its ability to aid in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Directly refining it can enhance the success rate by 15%, while concocting it into a 9-colored heavenly mysterious pill can further boost the success rate by 30%. Truly a coveted treasure sought by every faction. In the outside world, the 9-colored heavenly mysterious fruit is nearly extinct, with any remaining specimens typically held within the grasp of dominant factions, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to encounter. To find it here suggests that his fortune is indeed favorable. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the air. Roar. Lin Xuan then spotted a group of red demon apes surrounding the 9-colored heavenly mysterious fruit tree, glaring at him with hostility, baring their fangs and clawing at the air in an attempt to drive him away. There were 156 red demon apes, among which 8 were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the King realm, and one leader was half a step into the venerable realm. Observing them, Lin Xuan contemplated quietly. Due to the rules of the cave, these red demon apes were unable to break through to the venerable realm. Having accumulated their strength at the King realm for an indeterminate amount of time, their power should not be underestimated. He estimated that the 8 Apex King realm red demon apes would not be weaker than cultivators at the 2nd level of the venerable realm, while the leader, who somehow defied the rules and took a half step forward, would likely be comparable to cultivators at the 5th level of the venerable realm. Lin Xuan believed that the red demon ape leader would likely pose a challenge even for Nangong Batian and his companions if they faced him individually. Roar. As Lin Xuan pondered, another furious roar rang out from below. What are you yelling about? Are you courting death? Lin Xuan snorted softly. He then drew his sword and made his move. Since they had revealed themselves, he was determined to claim the 9-colored heavenly mysterious fruit for himself. Instantly, a formation-like pattern appeared beneath his feet, followed by countless spiritual swords coalescing, enveloping the red demon apes above. Descend. With Lin Xuan's calm command, a multitude of spiritual swords surged downward, aiming to annihilate the red demon apes. The red demon apes, witnessing the rain of swords, hastily organized their defenses. They first united to form a red barrier of spiritual energy above them, then unleashed beams of spiritual energy from their mouths, attempting to disrupt Lin Xuan's sword formation. The clash of power echoed loudly, drawing the attention of Long Out Yin, who was several miles away. He heard the commotion and was instantly intrigued. That noise suggests there is something valuable over there. Haha, whatever it is, it belongs to this prince. He then hurried towards Lin Xuan's direction. Lin Xuan acted swiftly to prevent attracting unnecessary trouble. Thus, unleashing his full might, he spent just a few minutes to eradicate the entire group of red demon apes. As he prepared to harvest the 9-colored celestial fruit tree, a sudden attack surged towards him. Halt! Remove your hands from the nine-colored celestial fruit of this prince. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Xuan decisively abandoned his efforts to collect the tree and turned, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the incoming assault. Who dares? Lin Xuan's face was shrouded in frost, murderous intent radiating from his being. To dare ambush him was to court death. Insect! Can't you hear this prince's command to leave my nine-colored celestial fruit alone? Long Outyin appeared 1,000 meters away, his countenance brimming with arrogance as he bellowed. Unfamiliar with Lin Xuan, he deemed him merely an insignificant pest from a minor faction. After all, only those of prodigious talent beyond the imperial level merited his recognition. Hence, he felt no trepidation. What could be the consequence of seizing from someone so inconsequential? Unbeknownst to Long Outyin, he had yet to witness Lin Xuan's terrifying prowess during the battle with the Crimson Demon Ape. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. Upon recognizing Long Outyin of the Celestial Dragon Empire, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with malice. Leave behind your spatial ring, and I might consider allowing you to retain your life. In response, Long Outyin erupted into a furious laughter. Ha! A nameless wretch daring to utter such boasts. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he launched a punch towards Lin Xuan. Instantly, a colossal dragon fist surged forth, powerful enough to obliterate a cultivator at the 7th level of the King Realm. Alas, for Lin Xuan, it was insufficient. He retaliated with a punch of his own, effortlessly dispersing Long Outyin's assault. Humph! You possess some strength. No wonder you dare to boast. But with this alone, you are unworthy of arrogance. Long Outyin snorted coldly and charged forward, activating his mysterious Dragon Emperor body. Yet, contrary to his expectations of overwhelming dominance, he found himself utterly powerless against Lin Xuan, suffering a barrage of blows that left him battered and bruised, crying out for mercy. In less than half a minute, Lin Xuan seized him by the throat, lifting him into the air. Long Outyin resembled a lifeless dog, devoid of any strength to struggle. His visage was a ghastly sight, bloodied and bruised. A far cry from the noble prince of the Celestial Dragon Empire he once was. Is this all the strength of the Prince of Dragons? It seems utterly unworthy of your earlier arrogance. Lin Xuan mocked, tightening his grip. Humph! If you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, one day I shall be the one to slay you. Long Outyin roared defiantly. His bravado was nothing more than a facade. Come at me, if you can. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to end him, several beams of light erupted from within Long Outyin. Aimed directly at Lin Xuan's forehead, these were likely powerful techniques left behind by the Emperor of the Celestial Dragon Empire. Fortunately, Lin Xuan reacted swiftly, activating a defensive Imperial artifact concealed upon his person, along with an Imperial-grade protective talisman, successfully blocking the incoming assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Long Outyin had already ignited his essence blood, employing a secret technique to flee to a distance. Humph! I will return. At that time, this prince shall defeat you. With that, he departed in disgrace. Lin Xuan, unable to pursue, resumed his focus on the 9-colored celestial fruit tree, collecting the 9 ripe fruits into a specially crafted jade box before uprooting the entire tree along with its soil, storing it within his spatial ring. Having completed his task, he departed the area, continuing his exploration in the 2nd layer of heaven. Chapter 126, The Legacy Ruins. While Lin Xuan was engaged in his quest for fortune within the cave, Lin Yin and Lin Dong began their journey to establish their renown in the Thunder Domain. Brother Yin, I'm heading out first. Once I subdue that little Karami, I'll come cheer you on, Lin Dong said to Lin Yin. You little brat. Who knows who will be cheering for whom? Lin Yin retorted with a laugh. Haha, Brother Yin, no need to watch. I'll definitely be faster than you. With that, he set off into the distance. In the 2nd layer of heaven, after Lin Xuan's departure, he discovered numerous treasures, including imperial herbs and other imperial-grade treasures. It must be said that the opportunities in this 2nd layer far exceeded those in the 1st. It wasn't just Lin Xuan. Any cultivator who could breach the 2nd layer was reaping rewards. Consequently, a faction of individuals emerged, unsatisfied with their gains, seeking to acquire even more. Thus, these individuals resorted to robbing others. Many cultivators' hard-earned treasures were mercilessly plundered, with some even losing their lives in the process. Lin Xuan encountered several robbers himself, but each time, they met their end at the edge of his sword. Their belongings, both personal and stolen, found their way into Lin Xuan's possession. My lord, a legacy ruin has appeared. Come quickly. While Lin Xuan was en route, he suddenly felt the communication jade slip at his waist tremble. Upon checking, he discovered this urgent message. You stay there and assess the situation. I will arrive shortly. Lin Xuan replied through the jade slip. He immediately turned and flew towards a specific direction at full speed. 15 minutes later, Lin Xuan arrived at a vast ruin. At this moment, The area was already teeming with cultivators from both human and demon races, including even the prodigies from the four dominant factions led by Nangong Batian. They were all engrossed in deciphering the powerful protective array surrounding the ruins. My lord, you have finally arrived. Shortly after Lin Xuan's arrival, a stout man with a round face approached him respectfully. This was one of the pawns Lin Xuan had deliberately subdued to scout for treasures within the cave. He had captured a total of 6 individuals, this rotund man being one of them. All 6 had previously attempted to rob him. Most were slain by Lin Xuan, leaving only these 6, upon whom he planted soul seeds, controlling their lives at his whim. He subsequently dispersed them to seek treasures and relay information on his behalf. What is the current situation? Lin Xuan inquired, nodding slightly. Reporting to my lord, the ruins have only recently appeared, but they are encased in a formidable array. Even with dozens of imperial heirs and hundreds of cultivators attacking together, they have been unable to breach it. Thus, everyone is currently researching how to unravel this formation. The stout man replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan understood that he had not arrived too late. Good, you have performed well this time. After this expedition, I will consider retracting the soul seed and granting you your freedom. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The stout man immediately bowed profusely, visibly elated. Who wouldn't he desire freedom? Who wouldn't he wish to master their own fate rather than having their life dictated by others? Found it. Suddenly, one of the cultivators studying the array shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Daoist Liang, have you discovered a weakness in the formation? The 4 celestial maidens, including Qinghua, immediately inquired of an ordinary-looking man. This man, named Liang Shang, was the foremost expert on formations in this area, leading a group of knowledgeable cultivators in their efforts to crack the array. Certainly, however, as previously agreed, in addition to the promised spirit stones, I must be allowed to select a treasure from within first. Liang Shang nodded, then spoke with earnestness. After exerting such effort to break the formation, it was only reasonable that he would reap some benefits. Haha, rest assured, fellow Daoist Liang. We have sworn an oath and shall certainly uphold our word. Indeed, we would never jest with our own paths to enlightenment. Upon hearing Liang Shang's declaration, the other cultivators chimed in, expressing their agreement. As long as the formation could be breached, allowing the opponent to choose first posed no issue. As for the spirit stones, that was even simpler. Aside from a few solitary cultivators, who among them was not a wealthy scion or young lady, spirit stones were the least valuable of their possessions. With the assurances from the crowd, Liang Shang commenced the process of dismantling the formation. He produced a formation disc, and soon a grand array materialized before the onlookers. He was indeed using a formation to break another formation. A minute later, with a resounding crack, boom, the protective array of the ruins shattered, and the crowd immediately surged forward. Fortune, here I come. Haha. Though the ruins sprawled over a vast area, only a handful of structures remained intact, amidst hundreds of cultivators, creating a scenario where the wolves were plentiful but the meat scarce. As Lin Xuan witnessed the formation's collapse, he promptly dashed inside, hastily selecting a well-preserved building to enter. Following closely behind him were several dozen cultivators, including Long Outyin and Nangong Batian. Whether by fortune or fate, they fortuitously entered a grand hall housing legacies. Upon entry, Lin Xuan beheld countless white orbs of light suspended in the air. He swiftly grasped one and examined it. Second-tier martial technique, Great Monument Hand. It appears these are of inferior quality. He then lost interest and ascended to the second level. The second level housed azure orbs, their number half compared to the first. Lin Xuan casually grabbed one for inspection, discovering a noble tier cultivation method. Not particularly useful, he continued his ascent to the third level. Soon, he realized this layer contained legacies aimed at the Holy Realm, offering some value to the Lin family, albeit limited. Thus, he collected several of the brightest orbs and moved on. The actions of Lin Xuan did not provoke interference from Nangong Batian and the others trailing close behind. They too found these items beneath their notice. However, a dozen or so self-aware cultivators frantically gathered orbs on this level, knowing that anything higher was beyond their reach. They could only wait for these prodigies to finish before hoping to glean some leftovers. As Lin Xuan had anticipated, the next level corresponded to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Featuring over 100 purple orbs, Lin Xuan disregarded everything else and focused solely on the 20 brightest orbs, swiftly securing them in his spatial ring without a second glance, completing his task in one fluid motion. Damn it, who is this person? His speed is astonishing. Nangong Batian's expression darkened. Quasi-Emperor level legacies were undeniably significant, even within his Nangong clan, and witnessing this individual seize the best 20 orbs left him in a foul mood. However, recognizing their lack of extreme rarity, he refrained from attempting to snatch them back, merely collecting 20 orbs himself, indifferent to the displeasure of others behind him, and pursued Lin Xuan. Chapter 127. Let go? You dare. Defeat Nangong Batian. On the 5th level, Lin Xuan was the first to rush in, greeted by over 40 golden orbs hovering in the air, emanating an aura of profound mystery. One glance revealed their extraordinary nature. Yet, as Lin Xuan prepared to collect them, he discovered that these orbs could evade capture. This significantly prolonged the time required to gather them. Fortunately, they were not exceedingly fast, and in just a few breaths, he managed to seize several golden orbs. At that moment, Nangong Batian charged in as well. Good. I see there are still nearly 40 orbs left, he sighed in relief. Stop. Don't be too greedy. Seeing Lin Xuan's intent to collect more, he bellowed, simultaneously launching a fist towards him. Get lost. Lin Xuan waved his hand to disperse the attack, responding coldly. Damn it. Who is this person? Not only is he incredibly fast, but his strength is formidable as well. Seeing his full-powered strike easily neutralized, Nangong Batian's countenance darkened further. This strike, even among the sons of Emperor-level factions, would demand serious attention, and weaker ones might not withstand it at all. Yet, this individual had effortlessly countered it, indicating that even if he was slightly weaker, he was not far off. Realizing this, Nangong Batian chose to abandon further aggression against Lin Xuan. Otherwise, if the others caught up, his spoils would diminish even further. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, noting that his opponent had ceased hostilities, continued swiftly gathering the orbs. Just as Lin Xuan collected his 13th orb and Nangong Batian his 7th, Long Outyin and his companions arrived, immediately commencing their own competition for the remaining 20 orbs. This is mine. Yours? This clearly belongs to this imperial prince. Get away. No one is allowed to touch this prince's fortune. Boom. Humph. Long Outyin, Nangong. I dare not vie with you, but you need not fear the imperial prince. Bang. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan, upon noticing the arrival of the others, decisively abandoned the collection of legacy orbs. He realized there was a passage leading to the upper levels. Earlier, with only he and Nangong Batian present, he had been in no rush to ascend, as these emperor-level legacies held significant value for the Lin family at present. Meanwhile, Nangong Batian, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xuan, had a surprisingly similar thought. The two of them turned to leave almost simultaneously. After all, possessing 7 emperor-level legacies was ample for Nangong Batian. Quickly, they vanished from sight, reappearing at the entrance of the passage. Get lost. Lin Xuan launched a surprise kick to Nangong Batian's face, sending him flying. In his previous life, as one adept in subtle tactics, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to strike without hesitation. Such ambushes were merely a show of his capabilities. He was typically too disinterested to act this way. Ah, insect. You seek death. Having been pampered throughout his life, Nangong Batian had never been kicked in the face. At this moment, he was on the verge of madness. While Nangong Batian erupted in fury, Lin Xuan had already entered the passage. Before long, he arrived at the final layer. Only 3. Before Lin Xuan stood 3 orbs radiating resplendent purple-gold light. If his guess was correct, they should be the legacies of the Heavenly Emperor level. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan began to collect them. However, gathering these Heavenly Emperor-level legacy orbs proved even more challenging than the previous Emperor-level ones, as their evasion speed was exceedingly swift. Lin Xuan exerted considerable effort to successfully secure one, just as Nangong Batian, fuming with rage, charged up behind him. Yet he did not immediately confront Lin Xuan. Instead, he began collecting the legacy orbs himself. After all, these legacy orbs were of utmost importance. By the time Nangong Batian secured his first orb, Lin Xuan had already claimed the last one for himself. Having completed his collection, Lin Xuan planned to depart without delay. From the moment just now, Nangong Batian, who had been seething with anger, was not willing to allow Lin Xuan to depart so easily. Boom. Humph. Released the legacy of this imperial prince. A terrifying fist of spiritual energy surged directly towards Lin Xuan. Release? You think you're worthy? Lin Xuan coldly retorted, with a gentle flick of his sword. The colossal fist of spiritual energy was instantly cleaved in two, dissipating into the air. Refusing to relinquish the legacy? Then you shall die. Nangong Batian bellowed in fury, his aura surging violently, the essence of a 9th-tier monarch erupting without restraint. Dominant Saint Fist, a golden fist, far more powerful than the previous one, thundered towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, equally unleashing his 9th-tier monarch aura, boldly met the attack head-on. Confronting the terrifying fist, he simply slashed with his sword. Aurora, under the speed of the nearly invisible strike, the formidable punch, capable of defeating a 3rd-tier venerable, exploded before the astonished gaze of Nangong Batian. What? How could this be? Nangong Batian's face was one of disbelief. Sword shadows. Lin Xuan paid no heed to his shock, delivering another decisive slash. Instantly, multiple afterimages identical to Lin Xuan appeared, all slashing towards Nangong Batian. Xian Wu Guardian. Witnessing this, Nangong Batian immediately activated the strongest defensive technique of the Nangong Imperial family. A majestic Xian Wu phantom emerged, securing him within its protective embrace. Although he had only achieved half-step minor completion, its defensive power was still immensely formidable. Even a full-force strike from a fifth-tier venerable beast had failed to shatter it. He was confident that Lin Xuan could never breach his defenses. If he could, I shall eat 100 pounds in public. The next moment, Lin Xuan's attack struck the Xian Wu phantom. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed throughout the entire hall. The terrifying aftershock shattered the highest level, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. What is happening? There's a fierce battle above. The immense commotion startled everyone below, who gasped in astonishment. Crack! A crisp sound rang in Nangong Batian's ears, causing his pupils to dilate. In the next instant, his proud divine defense shattered before him. He was momentarily stunned. His esteemed defensive technique had actually been breached by a practitioner of the same realm nonetheless. However, before he could fully comprehend the shock, a cold gleam rushed towards him, snapping him back to reality. Lin Xuan's sword was now merely half a meter away. Damn it! Nangong Batian cursed inwardly and swiftly retreated, distancing himself. Huh? Why the retreat? Have you become cowardly? Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with mischief and mockery. This ignited a fierce anger within Nangong Batian, who immediately re-engaged Lin Xuan in battle. Die for me. Ant. Boom. Clang. The clash between the two instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, one was Nangong Batian, from a dominating power, attracting immense interest. Why does it feel like Nangong Batian is on the verge of losing? The spectators watched the two combatants, equally astonished. The figure they regarded as a prodigy, Nangong Batian, was now at a disadvantage in battle. What's more, this opponent was not one of the other three prodigies from dominating powers, but rather an obscure young man. Soon after, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nangong Batian was struck in the chest by that young man's sword, losing all ability to continue fighting. Hissed the once mighty Nangong Batian, renowned among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, had actually been defeated. Chapter 128. A chance encounter again. That the Imperial Prince Nangong had fallen to an unknown youth. When this news reaches the outside world, it will surely send shockwaves throughout Zhongzhou. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such an outcome. I am quite curious about where this person hails from. Is there anyone familiar with him? Suddenly, someone voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Others exchanged glances, and most shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize him. Just as disappointment settled among the crowd, a voice emerged from a corner. I believe I know who he is. Instantly, everyone turned to look at the man in the corner. Fellow cultivator, please enlighten us. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd rifled through their memories of all the imperial and dominating powers in the Nanming continent. Ultimately, they discovered there was no Lin family. Lin family. It seems no imperial family bears the surname Lin. Could it be a hidden imperial family? But that doesn't make sense. If it were truly a hidden family, it would be impossible for you to have any contact with them. Just as the crowd scratched their heads in confusion, the man in the corner quickly clarified. Fellow cultivators, you're mistaken. The Lin family is neither an imperial family nor a hidden one. Rather, it is a newly established quasi-imperial family within the Tianlong Empire. What? The crowd was taken aback. The individual was merely a quasi-imperial family within the Tianlong Empire. Moreover, it was a newly established one. This revelation regarding young Master Lin's background was indeed surprising. Who could have anticipated that young Master Lin, hailing from such modest origins, could defeat the imperial prince of a dominating power? How terrifying must his talent be? Hissed the moment this was mentioned. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. While the onlookers were astonished by Lin Xuan's identity and talent, Nangong Batian clutched his bleeding chest, glaring at Lin Xuan with a face full of malice. Humph. In response to Nangong Batian's glare, Lin Xuan merely scoffed. He then disregarded him, shaking the blood off his sword with a surge of spiritual energy. Turning away, he sheathed his sword. With a slight glance, akin to observing an ant, he regarded Nangong Batian before soaring towards the other intact structures. Lin Xuan's scoff and his gaze, reminiscent of looking down upon an insect, deeply insulted Nangong Batian. Enraged, he bellowed, Lin Xuan, you wait for me. Next time I shall slay you. Subsequently, Lin Xuan explored several intact buildings, only to find most either utterly ransacked or completely devoid of treasures, filled only with dust. He encountered numerous robbers along the way, but dispatched them all without mercy. Among the dozens of intact buildings, only a few were empty, with just a handful of opportunities present. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators here exceeded several hundred, with so many wolves and so few sheep. They had undoubtedly been completely pillaged by now. Realizing this, Lin Xuan decided against lingering. After instructing the plump companion to continue gathering information and seek opportunities, he departed the area. In the second tier, by a certain lake. At this moment, two figures stood suspended above the water's surface. Sister, do you think the third tier might not exist at all? Otherwise, how could we have searched for so long without finding the entrance? A strikingly handsome young man clad in golden robes, exhibiting an air of noble elegance, spoke with a hint of agitation. It cannot be. Our family has no reason to deceive us, and that esteemed ancestor has indeed fallen. In contrast to the restless youth, a stunningly beautiful woman nearby appeared remarkably calm. Her voice, cool and melodious, floated softly through the air. However, let us continue our search separately. You head east, and I shall venture west. The enchanting woman seemed disinterested in further discourse, promptly interrupting him as she soared towards the west. Left with no choice, the young man set off towards the east. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan was gliding over a vast, seemingly endless lake, resembling an ocean. Suddenly, a thunderous commotion erupted from afar, immediately capturing his attention. Could it be that an opportunity was arising? He hastened towards the source of the sound, eager to investigate. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at the vicinity of the disturbance. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal stone gate, reminiscent of the relics from the first heaven, slowly rising from the waters, accompanied by identical stone corridors. In front of it stood a woman clad in a light blue celestial dress, wielding a peculiar, mysterious disc, fervently channeling her energy. Clearly, the noise was a result of her efforts. Lin Xuan speculated that this might be the passage to the third heaven. However, he refrained from revealing himself, opting to observe from a distance. After approximately a minute, the entire structure finally emerged, quietly hovering above the water's surface. The exquisite woman's eyes glimmered with delight at the sight. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her delicate brows furrowing as she turned to face Lin Xuan's direction. Who goes there? Step forth. Her previously soothing voice now carried a hint of icy chill. In an instant, she conjured 3 ice arrows, launching them towards Lin Xuan. Swish, swish, swish. The trio of ice arrows darted towards him with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Xuan no choice but to reveal himself. With a swift motion, he severed the arrows with his sword and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the enchanting woman. I beg your pardon, fair maiden. I meant no intrusion, nor harbored any ill intent. I merely chanced upon this location upon hearing the commotion. Humph. Ice crystal dance. The stunning woman uttered with a huff, launching another attack. However, this strike bore no lethal intent. In the depths of her heart, she acknowledged the prowess of this young man from the lower realms. He was no ordinary individual. It was essential to note that her true cultivation level far exceeded the 9th heaven of the king realm. She was merely constrained by the local rules. The strength she could manifest was undoubtedly beyond this realm. With her recent strike alone, she could easily vanquish a 7th heaven practitioner of the honorable realm. Yet this young man had effortlessly neutralized it. This undoubtedly piqued her curiosity and competitive spirit. She was eager to ascertain the limits of this lower realm cultivator. Upon witnessing her direct assault, Lin Xuan was initially taken aback, but quickly discerned that her attack lacked malice. The exquisite woman merely sought to gauge his strength. A subtle smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. How intriguing. Chapter 129. Lin Xuan battles the mysterious woman. Ice spikes erupted from the surface of the water, hurtling towards Lin Xuan with remarkable speed. Lin Xuan, wielding his long sword, unleashed a wave of sword energy, shattering the ice spikes in their wake. The beautiful woman, witnessing the futility of her technique once again, was not surprised. She never anticipated a single move would suffice to defeat Lin Xuan. Ascending gracefully, she reached the same altitude as him, and they faced each other from afar. Lin Xuan grasped his long sword, its blade aglow with a soft golden light, exuding boundless power. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, fixed upon the enchanting woman before him. Clad in her ethereal blue dress, she resembled a fairy amidst snow, radiating an aura of piercing cold that seemed to freeze the very air around her. Your sword is formidable, she remarked, her tone as cool as a mountain spring. Among those of the same tier, it surpasses that of most young supremes from the upper realms. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. She undoubtedly hailed from the upper realms. Lin Xuan mused inwardly. With a composed smile, he replied, Yet, fair maiden, your ice is equally impressive. If I am not mistaken, you must be one of the most powerful prodigies in the upper realms. The beautiful woman chose not to respond, but sometimes silence serves as the most eloquent affirmation. Allow me to present this for your appraisal. Sword that shatters the heavens. Without delay, Lin Xuan's figure flickered, and he swung his long sword with great force. unleashing a golden sword energy that roared forth like a dragon, aimed directly at the woman. As the sword energy passed, the air was rent asunder, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The woman's eyes brimmed with seriousness as she swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, the chilling energy surrounding her coalesced into a massive ice wall, standing defiantly before her. The next moment, the golden sword energy collided violently with the ice wall, generating a thunderous roar. Though the ice wall cracked under the impact, it ultimately remained intact. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the remarkable strength of this woman. Beneath her veil, the corner of her mouth curved upward slightly as she once again formed hand seals, softly reciting, "Ice Dragon Break." As her words fell, the ice wall shattered into countless shards, coalescing into a colossal ice dragon that roared towards Lin Xuan. As the ice dragon surged forth, the air was instantaneously frozen, and a thick layer of ice formed atop the water's surface. Lin Xuan, refusing to underestimate the threat, swiftly maneuvered his longsword, its blade shimmering like a rainbow, forming a golden barrier before him. The ice dragon crashed against the barrier with a thunderous roar, the clash of ice and sword light erupting in a dazzling display. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Xuan felt his inner energy surging wildly. With a powerful tremor of his sword, the sword light expanded dramatically, transforming into a gigantic sword shadow that descended upon the ice dragon. Break! With a resounding cry, Lin Xuan's sword shadow collided with the ice dragon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ice dragon gradually disintegrated into countless ice crystals, dissipating into the air. The woman, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise before quickly regaining her composure. Once more, Lin Xuan smiled. "Fair maiden, feel free to unleash your full strength. I shall gladly engage." The woman, no longer inclined to converse, swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Ice crystal storm." As her voice echoed, the temperature plummeted, and innumerable ice crystals coalesced around her, shooting forth to create a colossal ice storm that swept towards Lin Xuan. As the ice storm approached, freezing everything in its path and ruthlessly destroying all, Lin Xuan felt the overwhelming chill and destructive force. He understood he could not afford to relent. Suddenly, his longsword erupted with dark red lightning, a terrifying sword intent ravaging the heavens, its potent aura radiating from the blade. The next instant, divine evasion, Lin Xuan bellowed, his longsword quaking violently as dark red sword light and lightning surged forth, culminating in a powerful strike aimed directly at the ice storm. Boom! The clash between the sword energy and the ice storm resonated with a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens. Under the relentless assault of the dark red sword energy, the ice storm began to shatter, while the dark red energy itself gradually dimmed in the wake of the storm's overwhelming force. Ultimately, neither side managed to vanquish the other, and both dissipated into the ether. The stunning woman observed this with a flicker of complexity in her gaze. She refrained from making another move, softly proclaiming, "Let this be the end for today. You are remarkably strong. This realm cannot confine you." With that, she fell silent again, resuming her frigid, aloof demeanor that kept others at a distance. In response, Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and replied indifferently, "As you wish, fair maiden. Let this day conclude here." He harbored no objections. It sufficed for him to have grasped the terrifying prowess of the celestial elite. Although he remained unaware of the exact standing of his opponent among the younger generation of the upper realm, it was undeniable that she was indeed formidable, far surpassing the likes of Nangong Batian. This battle, albeit intense, saw both combatants holding back, resulting in a stalemate. Then, it dawned on Lin Xuan that he did not even know the name of his counterpart, and the back-and-forth exchange had grown somewhat awkward. Thus, he took the initiative to inquire, "I am Lin Xuan. May I be so bold as to ask for your name, fair maiden?" Fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, he hastily added, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely..." "Yi Bingning." The exquisite woman interjected, effortlessly articulating her name with 3 melodious syllables. Upon uttering her name, she felt a twinge of regret, perplexed as to why she had divulged such personal information to a stranger. In the upper realm, she had never voluntarily shared her name with anyone. "Ah, so it is the esteemed Yi Fairy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Lin Xuan greeted with a nonchalant bow. "Lin Gongzi, the pleasure is mine," Yi Bingning replied, maintaining her frigid facade, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. The atmosphere fell once again into silence. Lin Xuan felt a sense of exasperation. She was simply too cold. He had never encountered anyone with such an icy demeanor. Soon, Lin Xuan noticed that the entrance to the 3rd celestial layer had materialized, yet Yi Bingning had not yet made a move. Although he too wished to enter the 3rd layer to discover its mysteries and seek treasures, it was clear that she possessed a greater understanding of the situation. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he decided to remain still, opting to wait for her to enter first, ensuring a safer approach. Chapter 130, Xiaoyan, entering the third celestial layer. Half an hour later, a figure approached at remarkable speed from the distance. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the scene. Lin Xuan recognized it as the man who had appeared alongside Yi Bingning. "Sister, my apologies for being late," the man said, a sheepish smile gracing his features as he scratched his head. "Let us proceed. We are ready to enter," Yi Bingning replied tersely, making her way toward the stone corridor with her graceful, elongated legs. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, the man called out, "Wait a moment. Sister, who is this pretty boy? Is he an intruder from the lower realm?" As he spoke, he brandished a silver spear, his gaze turning menacing as he fixed it upon Lin Xuan, seemingly poised to strike. "Humph. This brat must be coveting my sister's beauty. He needs to be taught a lesson." Given Yi Bingning's breathtaking beauty, she had attracted countless talented youths and young supremes in the upper realm, all of whom approached her under various pretexts. The man typically dealt swiftly with those who harbored ill intentions, ensuring they dared not return. As for those who were formidable, he kept a close watch on their every move, preventing them from getting near his sister. In his eyes, only those who could suppress all other talents were worthy of her. At this moment, Lin Xuan could only feel bemusement. "Pretty boy, are you referring to me? Is it a crime to be handsome?" He then spoke directly. "You are mistaken, sir. I merely happened to pass by, encountered the fair Yi, and intended to enter the stone door shortly, not to disturb her." Lin Xuan maintained his composure, unafraid of the man, as he simply wished to avoid trouble. Though Yi Bingning was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, even eclipsing the renowned Qingyue fairy, regarded as the most beautiful among the 10 in Zhongzhou, Lin Xuan was not the type to become entranced by mere beauty. He was not the sort to behave like a lovesick fool. Women would only impede his swiftness in drawing his sword. "Humph, pretty boy, you say you're not bothering my sister? Then how do you know her surname?" the man retorted, his temper flaring. "Today, you shall learn that some individuals are beyond your reach." With that, he lunged forward, spear in hand, as if unleashing a dragon. Seeing the man's unreasonable aggression, Lin Xuan felt his temper rise. If reason would not suffice, then he would have to subdue him through strength. With his right hand forming a grasping motion, his sword appeared in an instant. Divine evasion. Recognizing that this man was nearly as powerful as Yi Bingning, Lin Xuan held nothing back from the outset. Just as the two were about to engage fiercely, a cool voice rang out. "Halt, Yi Haoyan. Have you not caused enough trouble?" Yi Bingning glared at the man, her aura turning even more frigid. At her words, the once imposing figure of Yi Haoyan immediately deflated, and he had no choice but to cease his attack. "But sister, enough. What Lin Gongzi stated is the truth. He did not disturb me. You are merely overthinking things. Go apologize to Lin Gongzi," Yi Bingning commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Xuan, witnessing the cessation of hostilities, refrained from further action. He stood where he was, a slight smirk on his lips, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "What, sister? You want me to apologize to that pretty boy? Absolutely not. I would rather die than do so." Hearing Yi Bingning's words, Yi Haoyan immediately protested. He was the esteemed son of the Yi family, a young supreme of the upper realm. The thought of apologizing to a lower realm pretty boy was utterly inconceivable. "I say, even the emperor would have no sway over me in this matter. Last chance, will you go or not?" "No. If you refuse, upon our return, I will confine you for 3 years." He was not the type to remain idle. Confinement would be tantamount to death for him. Yi Haoyan began to panic. He understood that while he was the son of the Yi family, his family held the utmost affection for the imperial daughter, Yi Bingning. He genuinely feared being punished. "Why? Why must you favor that pretty boy over your own brother?" Reluctantly, Yi Haoyan muttered a barely audible apology to Lin Xuan. "Such a soft apology. I shall begrudgingly accept it, little blackie." Lin Xuan replied with a hint of smugness, his eyes glinting with a touch of provocation. "Little blackie? Damn, pretty boy. You are only slightly fairer than me." Yi Haoyan glanced at the fair and handsome Lin Xuan, then at his own sun-kissed skin, gritting his teeth in silent reproach. "Young Master Lin, my apologies. It was my brother's recklessness just now. I hope you will not hold it against him." At this moment, Yi Bingning also expressed her contrition towards Lin Xuan. "Haha, there is no need for such formality, fair Yi. I have not taken it to heart." Lin Xuan replied with a serene smile. "Thank you." After this brief interlude, the group resumed their course, flying steadily toward the stone gate. As they traversed the stone corridor, Lin Xuan noted that even Yi Bingning and her companions were under attack from the stone sentinels, indicating a clear shift in the rules compared to before. Moreover, he observed that the strength of these stone sentinels had escalated from the 5th tier of the King's realm to the 9th tier, their resilience far surpassing what he had previously encountered. The ease with which Lin Xuan had passed before was now replaced with palpable pressure. Nevertheless, Such challenges were not insurmountable for him. Sword domain, Tempest. Suddenly, a vast sword domain materialized around him, enveloping dozens of stone sentinels. In the next instant, countless white spiritual swords coalesced within the domain, erupting forth like a tempest, sweeping across the expanse and piercing through the stone sentinels with ease. Seizing the opportunity created by their obliteration, Lin Xuan swiftly advanced, distancing himself from Yi Bingning and the others. This young man's power is astonishing, Yi Haoyan marveled, taken aback by Lin Xuan's might. He had not anticipated that a cultivator from the lower realms could possess such formidable strength. Now you understand why I intervened earlier. Should he unleash his full potential, you would not be his match. Yi Bingning spoke slowly, observing Yi Haoyan's astonishment. How can this be possible? Sister, even if he is strong, I am one of the young supremes of the upper realm. It is inconceivable that I could be outmatched by him. Yi Haoyan clearly struggled to accept this reality. Do not underestimate the world. The lower realms also harbor prodigious talents. Throughout history, there have been lower realm cultivators who have suppressed all upper realm geniuses and ultimately emerged as forbidden existences. Take the legendary Emperor Fengtian, who rose from humble beginnings to vanquish all upper realm prodigies and became invincible. Even my Qin family, under his leadership, became a formidable imperial clan that shook the heavens. Yi Bingning admonished sternly. She could not allow her brother to become arrogant and dismissive. Such hubris would inevitably lead to his downfall and even endanger their family. The Yi clan. Although the Yi clan was one of the most powerful forces in the upper realm, an ultimate imperial clan at the pinnacle of celestial powers, it did not exempt them from the possibility of ruin. Sister, I understand my mistake, Yi Haoyan conceded, realizing he had indeed underestimated others, just as she had pointed out. With Emperor Fengtian serving as a prime example. 5 minutes later, Lin Xuan arrived at the stone gate first, shortly followed by Yi Bingning and her companions. Together, the three stepped inside, entering the final, third tier. Is this truly the third tier? Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, filled with confusion. The figures of Yi Bingning and Yi Haoyan had vanished, leaving him in a peculiar space. This space was enveloped in chaos, with only a colossal, spiraling staircase reaching into the heavens, vanishing into the void. No signs of life were present, not even traces of past existence. Only endless chaos, the staircase, and profound silence. What an extraordinary space, Lin Xuan mused, realizing he stood at the very bottom of the staircase. The first step alone extended for thousands of meters in length and several hundred meters in width, rendering Lin Xuan minuscule in comparison. He attempted to summon his spiritual power, confirming that this was not an illusion, and struck at the chaos and staircase around him, but his attacks met with no response. It was as if they had sunk without a trace. It seems I must ascend this staircase, Lin Xuan concluded, reluctantly choosing to climb upward, as he had not detected any imminent danger. Gazing up at the towering staircase, Lin Xuan soared upward without hesitation, quickly reaching the second step. Yet, the moment he set foot on the second step, a gravitational force twice that of the first step bore down upon him. The sudden shift caught Lin Xuan off guard, causing him to stagger momentarily, though he quickly regained his balance. This pressure, Lin Xuan had not anticipated such a feature of the staircase. However, it posed no challenge for him. The double gravity was trivial, and he leaped upward once more, disregarding the weight pressing down upon him as he ascended to the second step. Upon reaching the third step, the gravity once again increased, now tripling. Lin Xuan did not pause, briefly acclimating to the new pressure before continuing his ascent. The fifth, sixth, and seventh steps followed, each adding an additional layer of gravity. Just as Lin Xuan began to think this staircase was straightforward, an ethereal figure suddenly blocked his path upon his arrival at the 10th step. Defeat me, and you may proceed. The spectral figure intoned, devoid of any discernible emotion. This apparition appeared to be a youthful warrior clad in armor, wielding a black spear, a formidable presence at the same level as Lin Xuan, both standing at the 9th tier of the King's realm. Yet, Lin Xuan could perceive that the aura emanating from this figure far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th tier cultivator. In comparison, the likes of Nangong Batian seemed like mere fireflies against the moon. The overwhelming sense of invincibility radiating from the apparition was awe-inspiring, even while it stood still. This was an unparalleled genius. Though merely an apparition, Lin Xuan would not underestimate it. Then let us engage in battle, Lin Xuan declared calmly, his combat spirit unyielding. Gripping his long sword, he exuded an air of unmatched prowess, his white attire billowing as he appeared invincible. In an instant, Lin Xuan stepped forward, materializing before the apparition, his sword slicing through the air and shattering the void. The armored youth transformed into a war god, launching a fierce counterattack against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, undeterred, embodied the essence of an extraordinary sword immortal, each strike imbued with unparalleled strength and intensity. The clash between the two was fierce, their every move tearing through the fabric of space itself like fragile parchment. The apparition was powerful, yet Lin Xuan was even stronger. Initially, the apparition could hold its ground against Lin Xuan's assaults, exchanging blows with remarkable skill. However, as Lin Xuan began to unleash his full power, the apparition gradually found itself on the defensive, forced to retreat step by step. Ultimately, after 300 exchanges, Lin Xuan delivered a decisive blow, obliterating the spectral warrior, who dissipated before his eyes. Having vanquished the armored youth's apparition, Lin Xuan continued onward, ascending to the next step. Meanwhile, Yi Bingming and Yi Haoyan found themselves in a space identical to that which Lin Xuan had encountered, standing upon the same staircase. The three individuals find themselves in spaces that, while identical in appearance, exist as distinct realms, akin to three independent yet similar dimensions. At this moment, both have reached the 10th tier, where they are obstructed by the ethereal figure of a warrior clad in armor. These two descend to the mortal realm on a mission, and they shall not relent until their objective is achieved. Any impediment that stands in their path will be met with immediate force, or even annihilation. With their formidable strength, they are more than capable of vanquishing the apparition, but they are nonetheless delayed significantly by Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, in the second heavenly realm, the entrance to the third heavenly realm has finally caught the attention of other cultivators. In no time, a throng of practitioners from both clans converges, effectively sealing off all escape routes. Ha ha ha, the entrance to the third heavenly realm is a boon from the heavens. One exclaims, if the second heavenly realm offers such abundant opportunities, surely the third heavenly realm is even richer in treasure. Even if it is not, it must be close, given the plethora of treasures found in the second heavenly realm. Fellow cultivators, shall we collaborate to breach the stone corridor? Indeed. Fellow cultivators, let us advance. We have previously succeeded in the second heavenly realm. How difficult can the third heavenly realm be? The numerous practitioners from both clans, who have tasted victory, find themselves utterly defenseless against the potentially greater treasures of the third heavenly realm. They band together, launching themselves into the stone corridor, including figures like Nangong Batian, the celestial maiden Qingyue, the young king of the demon clan, and Yin Mia, along with Long Outyin, who is hellbent on avenging himself against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, await my arrival. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be returned 100-fold. Long Outyin has learned that the one who bested him belongs to a mere minor faction within the territory of his Tianlong Empire. In the eyes of the Tianlong Empire, the Lin family, a quasi-imperial clan, is nothing but a small force. This revelation drives him to madness. Had it been another imperial power or a dominant faction, he might have accepted it, but the fact that it was a member of a mere small faction, one that is beneath the banner of his own Tianlong Empire, is simply intolerable. The cultivators from both clans mistakenly believe they can achieve victory through sheer numbers as they did in the first heavenly realm. But the colossal stone guardians they now face are beyond their capability to defeat. Indeed, the once confident practitioners are swiftly overwhelmed when confronted with these formidable stone guardians. Each at the 9th tier of the king realm, many of the weaker cultivators from both clans are slain on the spot, sending the remaining practitioners fleeing in panic from the stone corridor. Cursed be this stone guardian's strength. Ah, brother, save me. Big brother, I'm sorry. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will take good care of you. The stone guardians, all at the 9th tier of the king realm, pose an insurmountable challenge. Everyone retreat. Chapter 132. Nangong Batian and his companions enter the heavenly ladder. The 100th step. The practitioners from both clans stand no chance against the assault of the stone guardians. They are utterly helpless, with no means to resist. Even those of king realm cultivation at the 5th or 6th tier, who possess some combat prowess, find themselves unable to hold their ground against the sheer numbers of the stone guardians, which number in the hundreds. Even Nangong Batian, Qingyue, the young king, and Yin Mia are forced to retreat under relentless pressure. This is intolerable. At this rate, we will never make it through. Young king exclaims, his countenance darkened. As a prodigy of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, he has never felt so humiliated. Alas, despite his best efforts, he finds himself at an impasse. Cursed be this situation. Yin Mia growls, his expression grim. A minute later, all the cultivators who had previously entered the stone corridor are in full retreat, returning to the outside. At a certain moment, Nangong Batian addresses the numerous prodigies of non-dominant factions, esteemed friends. Would you be willing to lend your full strength to assist me in entering the third heavenly realm? In return for your assistance, regardless of whether I obtain treasures or legacies there, the Nangong Imperial Clan shall bestow generous rewards upon you all upon our return. Furthermore, You and your factions shall become allies of the Quasi-Imperial Clan. He is indeed imploring everyone to unite in aiding his passage into the third heavenly realm. To this end, he even promises grand incentives. If hundreds of prodigies combine their efforts to hold back the majority of the Stone Guardians, with Nangong Baishan's strength and skills, success is indeed plausible. Upon hearing his words, Xingyue, the young king, and Xianxia's eyes light up, and they join in, making promises to the assembly. The prospect of forming ties with a dominant faction proves enticing, as it could safeguard their lives or the lives of their respective factions in critical moments. Thus, many cultivators willingly agree to assist, recognizing that their own strength is insufficient to breach the third heavenly realm. Better to forge a connection with a dominant faction's heir. Nangong Imperial Prince, I am willing to assist you. Celestial Maiden Xingyue, it is my honor. Your Highness Young King, Lord Xianxia, as a member of the Demon Clan. I shall surely aid you. Soon, hundreds, nearly 1,000 cultivators surge into the stone corridor, effectively intercepting the majority of the Stone Guardians for the four. They press forward with all their might towards the stone gate. Ultimately, they succeed. Once the four, Xingyue, Nangong Batian, the Young King, and Xianxia, successfully enter the stone gate, Lin Xuan, after defeating the second apparition, lifts his gaze to the towering heavenly ladder. Such a mere ladder cannot impede my progress. With a light chuckle, he strides forward. Ascending to the 21st step, boom, a wave of oppressive weight descends, as if a mountain has settled upon his shoulders. However, such gravity is but a trifling annoyance to Lin Xuan. He remains undeterred, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly surging to the 30th step. Buzz. At the 30th step, an ethereal figure begins to materialize, a young man wielding a long spear, his gaze icy and his aura commanding. Defeat me, and you may continue your ascent, the apparition declares coldly, brandishing his spear towards Lin Xuan. A smirk plays at the corners of Lin Xuan's lips. He does not even draw his weapon, but merely raises his hand to unleash a sword strike. The young apparition retaliates fiercely with his spear, and they engage in a fierce battle. Boom. Buzz. This apparition is considerably stronger than the previous two, yet Lin Xuan, embodying the essence of a transcendent sword sage, cares not for identity. He simply cleaves all before him. In an instant, Lin Xuan's sword aura tears through the apparition's defenses, shattering it to pieces. Not sufficient. Lin Xuan shakes his head, continuing his ascent. The 20th step, the 30th step, the 40th step, his momentum remains unyielding, as each tier's gravitational pressure is inconsequential to him. The obstructing celestial apparitions are no exception. One by one, they are vanquished. Meanwhile, on another front, Yi Bingming and Yi Haoyan are also making their way up the heavenly ladder. Yi Bingming's movements are as graceful as a swallow, each step appearing to tread upon clouds. Elegant and composed, her attacks are terrifyingly powerful, freezing everything in her path. Though her speed does not match Lin Xuan's ferocity, her every step is steady as a mountain, indicating her utmost confidence. Yi Haoyan advances with equal determination, exhibiting remarkable valor against the apparitions, his speed slightly lagging behind that of Lin Xuan and Yi Bingming. Relying on the collective strength of the four cultivators, the celestial maiden Xingyue and her companions pressed forward under immense pressure towards the heavens. Alas, upon reaching the 10th step, they encountered the spectral figure of the armored youth. The once invincible quartet, brimming with confidence, finally grasped the meaning of true power and authentic invincibility. Excluding Nangong Batian, who had been schooled by Lin Xuan, the four exerted every ounce of their strength, yet could not inflict even a scratch upon their foe. Ultimately, they were all cast down from the celestial ladder, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan bulldozed his way upward, swiftly ascending to the 90th step. The gravitational force here had intensified to 90-fold, and even he felt the oppressive weight bearing down on him. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, undeterred by the daunting challenge ahead. The specter at the 90th step should prove interesting, Lin Xuan murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure slowly coalesced before him. Clad in a black robe and wielding a blood-red long knife, the man emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. The formidable presence he radiated, coupled with an ominous aura, surpassed even that of the divine phoenix woman he had vanquished at the 80th step. Before this black-robed figure, Nangong Batian might not even last 10 exchanges. Without a word, the black-robed man unleashed a swift strike, his blood-colored blade cleaving through the air like a streak of lightning, aiming directly at Lin Xuan. A flicker of battle intent ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes as he drew forth his own weapon, a longsword, with a resounding chant. A terrifying sword intent erupted from his being, causing everything in his vicinity to retreat in submission to this overwhelming force. In the next instant, A flash of sword light surged forth, a white sword energy infused with his formidable sword intent colliding violently with the blood-red blade. The resulting explosion was akin to the roar of thunder, shaking the very heavens. "This is getting interesting. Let us do this," Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, his figure darting towards the black-robed man. The man, undeterred, charged at Lin Xuan in kind. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their sword and blade intertwining in a dance of devastating energy. After several hundred exchanges, the black-robed man ultimately succumbed, as Lin Xuan delivered a decisive blow, shattering the specter's form. Still not strong enough, Lin Xuan mused, shaking his head as he continued his ascent. Before long, he finally reached the 100th step. Here, he discovered a dead end, the final threshold of the celestial ladder. The gravitational force had escalated to 100 times, and even Lin Xuan felt the staggering heaviness. Under such pressure, movement became exponentially more arduous. Yet, his gaze remained fixated ahead, his battle spirit igniting with palpable intensity. Before him, a figure gradually materialized, soon fully formed. It was a striking young man clad in white, his features handsome and his gaze profound, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. "Is this the last one?" Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the ethereal presence before him, murmuring in awe. He could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from this being. This presence was undoubtedly the most formidable he had encountered thus far. In an instant, the man in white, his expression impassive and his eyes devoid of emotion, suddenly appeared without warning. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Lin Xuan. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar erupted. And alongside this bellow, a colossal golden hand, encircled by a dragon, surged forth towards Lin Xuan with astonishing speed. The sheer force was staggering, and as it passed, the surrounding space fractured, creating a massive black rift. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Lin Xuan knew he could not afford to be complacent. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his inner energy, and with a fierce swing of his long sword, he unleashed a radiant sword light. Aurora! The sword light sliced through the night sky like a streak of lightning, directly confronting the incoming giant palm. In the next moment, the two collided violently in midair. The resulting explosion sounded like two comets colliding, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance, as the fierce energy waves created craters across the ground of the 100th step. Thus, Lin Xuan and the mysterious figure in white engaged in a breathtaking duel, each strike and counterstrike imbued with terrifying power. Yet, as time progressed, Lin Xuan not only displayed no signs of fatigue, but instead grew more resolute, gradually gaining the upper hand. Finally, amid the fierce combat, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into one final strike. Divine avoidance. The red sword beam, crackling with crimson lightning, surged towards the opponent's head. This strike was as unstoppable as a rainbow piercing the sun. The white specter had no time to evade, and in the next instant, crack. The sound of shattering echoed as the white figure succumbed to Lin Xuan's overwhelming force, dissipating into nothingness. Breathing a sigh of relief upon vanquishing his foe, Lin Xuan exhaled a long breath, his external appearance slightly weary, yet his bright eyes sparkled with an undeniable exhilaration. After defeating the figure in white, Lin Xuan retrieved a medicinal pill to restore his energy. Although he had sustained no injuries, his spiritual power had been significantly depleted, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to maintain his strength at peak capacity. Meanwhile, Yi Bingning had also reached the final step of the celestial ladder, encountering the specter of the man in white. "So powerful," she gasped, her enchanting icy gaze reflecting astonishment, her brows knitting slightly in concern. The sense of peril emanating from the white-clad figure was unprecedented among her peers. At that moment, she inexplicably recalled her previous encounter with Lin Xuan, who had ultimately held back in their battle. If he were to unleash his full power, he might not be any weaker than this specter. Yi Bingning contemplated silently. As she pondered Lin Xuan, the white-robed figure charged at her, compelling her to set aside her musings and confront her adversary earnestly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, in the midst of restoring his energy, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! A bit bewildered, he rubbed his nose, narcissistically pondering, "Which celestial beauty is thinking of me?" A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xuan finally returned to his peak condition. Rising slowly, his gaze drifted forward, and he noticed that the once empty 100th step had inexplicably transformed, revealing a peculiar passageway. "The origin space?" Lin Xuan murmured softly. Just moments after defeating the white-clad figure, a voice had resonated in his mind, revealing that there was no so-called third tier to this celestial realm. The celestial ladder was merely a bridge to the origin space of this hidden realm. By entering this passageway, he could access the origin space. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to step inside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Bingning, despite sustaining considerable injuries, exerted herself to successfully defeat the ethereal figure of the man in white. Similarly, a passage leading to the source space appeared before her, and clearly anxious. She entered without waiting for her wounds to heal. Thus, Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning almost simultaneously stepped into the source space. On the other side, Yi Haoyan relied on his formidable strength to overwhelm the preceding 9 powerful phantoms. However, upon encountering the 10th ethereal figure of the man in white, he no longer exhibited his previous momentum. Initially able to counter the opponent's attacks, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage as the battle wore on. How infuriating! Why is this last one so powerful? In the source space, which had been tranquil, 2 figures suddenly appeared, shattering the stillness. It was none other than Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning. It's you. It's you. They both exclaimed simultaneously, their voices tinged with surprise. The glances they exchanged were imbued with astonishment, for they had not anticipated encountering each other here again, and with such fortuitous timing. Fairy Yi, what a coincidence, Lin Xuan remarked. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Yi Bingning responded, and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. One was at a loss for words, while the other, with her cool demeanor, was not particularly loquacious. Just then, a sudden, ancient laugh resonated. Ha ha, 2 amusing little ones. Before them, not far away, the ethereal figure of an elderly man abruptly materialized. They instantly turned to look. Descendant of the Yi family, Yi Bingning, pays respects to the imperial ancestor. Yi Bingning suddenly bowed respectfully, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes. In the upper realms, it is said, the imperial ancestor of the Yi family must be an immortal emperor. What is an immortal emperor? It is the sovereign among immortals, the emperor among the celestial beings, the most exalted in all heavens, an invincible existence. Imperial ancestor. Lin Xuan, taken aback by Yi Bingning's reaction, was astonished. He had not expected this suddenly appearing elder to be a member of Yi Bingning's family. Regardless of Lin Xuan's reaction, Yi Bingning was overwhelmed with excitement. At last, she had encountered this once great figure of her clan. This was the ultimate goal of her descent to the lower realms. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. You surpass even my expectations from years past. The elder scrutinized his junior with a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Her innate talent and foundation far exceeded those of his time. Ha ha ha, it seems my Yi family has not fallen into decline. There are successors indeed. Little Bingning, how fares the family these days? Upon hearing this, Yi Bingning immediately replied, Imperial ancestor, you jest. How could I, a mere junior, compare to you? Everything in the family is well. In the presence of this former supreme being, Yi Bingning dared not claim to surpass him from his era. Every cultivator who reached such heights was anything but ordinary. Each had dominated the heavens, suppressing an era like a super prodigy. Haha, I am not jesting. The 10 phantoms you encountered on your ascent were all formidable prodigies whom I had to expend tremendous effort to defeat, and they have coalesced into guardians of the staircase. Their strength no less than in life. Your condition after defeating them is far superior to what I was during my time, the elder said cheerfully. His eyes filled with appreciation for his descendant. The ancient ice immortal body, I never expected such a legendary constitution to manifest in my Yi family. Perhaps she can indeed lead us to unprecedented heights. The elder's astonishment grew with each passing moment. This junior truly possessed extraordinary talent. The ancient ice immortal body, a special physique that ranks among the top 3 in the immortal realm, had only appeared 3 times throughout history, each time dominating all and astonishing the annals of antiquity. However, if one were to speak of something truly terrifying, it would be. The elder's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Xuan beside Yi Bingning. In his calm eyes, there was an imperceptible shock. Talent, inscrutable. Physique, inscrutable. Strength, inscrutable. Even at the level of a mortal emperor during his lifetime. He could not see through this young man. Shock. This was undoubtedly the most astonishing moment of his life. What kind of extraordinary talent could elude his perception? Or perhaps this youth was backed by a transcendent existence beyond immortal emperors, shielding him from sight? Yet he had never heard of such a presence appearing. May I ask, from which power in the immortal realm do you hail? The elder inquired, fully aware that this young man was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, who had been scrutinizing the elder, noted the absence of malice in his inquiry. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Junior Lin Xuan greets you, elder. As for my origins, I am from the southern underworld continent. What? The elder was instantly taken aback. A native cultivator from the southern underworld continent? In such a small realm, a lower world could produce such a terrifying prodigy. How could he not be astonished? He had witnessed numerous prodigies rise from lower realms, but none could compare to this one. After all, this was the first time he had been unable to see through a young man. This individual's future achievements would likely be extraordinary. You possess unparalleled talent. Your future accomplishments shall undoubtedly be remarkable. The elder praised Lin Xuan. In response, Lin Xuan smiled modestly and said, "Elder, you flatter me. I merely have had a stroke of good fortune." Haha, indeed, indeed. Exceptional talent, coupled with a commendable disposition. Were I not already deceased, I would certainly take you as my disciple. However, the remnant soul of the Yi family's imperial ancestor first laughed heartily. Then a glimmer of peculiar light flashed in his eyes. If he could establish a connection with such a prodigy, it might yield unexpected benefits for his Yi family in the future. A talent he could not perceive was certainly worth cultivating. And the best way to foster such a relationship. Young friend, might I inquire if you are already betrothed? No, not at all. What do you mean? Elder? Lin Xuan was somewhat bewildered. Surely this elder was not interested in him? One moment he was talking about accepting a disciple, and the next, he was inquiring about marriage. Lin Xuan cast an odd glance at the elder and subtly distanced himself, positioning himself behind Yi Bingning, the Yi family's imperial ancestor. Seemingly oblivious, brightened at Lin Xuan's response and bore a mysterious smile. What do you think of my little Bingning? Do you fancy her? Would you like me to play matchmaker? The best way to cultivate a relationship was to directly make the other party one of their own. Ha ha ha. Imperial ancestor. You should find a partner for yourself instead of dragging me into this. Yi Bingning interjected, clearly displeased. The records of the Yi family noted that the Emperor of the Void was naturally affable and easygoing, which was why she dared to joke with him. Though Lin Xuan was indeed somewhat handsome, she was not one to be swayed by appearances, especially since they had only just met and had no emotional foundation. She would not casually bind herself to someone without any emotional grounding. Upon hearing this, the Yi family's imperial ancestor immediately attempted to persuade her. Alas, Xiao Bingning, you do not comprehend. Blah blah blah. Senior, while Yi Fairy is indeed remarkable, my sole focus lies upon the sword path and my family. Lin Xuan declared with a serious expression. His words interrupted the two, who turned to gaze at him in unison. The patriarch of the Yi family bore a look of helplessness, even letting out a sigh. It seems that my Yi family is fated to have no connection. I can only hope that we do not become adversaries in the future. The Emperor of Heaven, will he become your successor? Meanwhile, Yi Bingning remained as cool and noble as ever, exuding an ethereal presence, the only difference being her slightly furrowed willow brows. Haha, it appears I have become overly concerned. Let us return to the main topic. As you can see, this so-called Heavenly Emperor's cave is merely a small space I casually created before my fall. The so-called third heaven is a trial I established. Only by ascending the heavenly ladder can one arrive at this primordial space and meet this remnant of my soul. The patriarch of the Yi family spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan could not help but marvel at the immense power of the patriarch. Such a vast cave was merely a product of his casual creation. At that moment, Yi Bingning urgently interjected, Patriarch, what truly transpired back then? With your cultivation, why did you suddenly fall? Your fall sent shockwaves through the family. The patriarchs were enraged and immediately ordered the entire clan to investigate the matter throughout the immortal realm, but alas, to no avail. Ultimately, after tens of thousands of years of exhaustive investigation, we finally uncovered a trace of your presence, leading us here. Lin Xuan remained silent, silently contacting the system, preparing for contingencies just in case. The Yi family patriarch showed no inclination to withhold information, slowly turning away from the two, letting out a soft sigh. Back then. Chapter 135. The Truth. The Sudden Change. The remnant soul of the Yi family patriarch stood with his back to Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning, his gaze profound, as if piercing through endless time and space, returning to a distant era. His voice was deep and slow, imbued with an indescribable weight. In those days, he began, his tone laced with a sense of ancient sorrow. While traveling through the immortal realm, I stumbled upon a hidden rift in the world, from which emanated an exceedingly bizarre aura. That day, it radiated an intensely dark, brutal, and bloodthirsty essence, as if it were the source of all negative energies. Though I felt a sense of foreboding, I resolved to explore further. Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning held their breath, listening intently. Yi Bingning's eyes were filled with tension and concern, while Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying unease. Upon entering the rift, I discovered it to be an eerie expanse of darkness, devoid of light, filled with an unfathomable power that seemed capable of devouring all brightness and vitality. This dark essence possessed a terrifying and bizarre corrosive force, capable of plunging one into darkness. What fate awaited those who succumbed, I could not say, but I surmised it would not be pleasant. The voice of the Yi family patriarch grew increasingly grave. Fortunately, with my strength, these strange dark energies posed little threat. However, the ominous aura emanating from the depths of the space dissuaded me from delving deeper. After all, I had the Yi family to consider. My demise would undoubtedly strike a devastating blow to them. Thus, I resolved to return to the Yi family and summon allies from various factions in the immortal realm to investigate this locale. Yet, just as I prepared to withdraw, a shadow materialized unexpectedly, an entity unlike any I had ever encountered, shrouded in darkness as if one with the very space itself. A mysterious being? Yi Bingning could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Yi family patriarch nodded, continuing, "This entity possessed terrifying power, rivaling my own. It proclaimed itself the Dark King, a being from a realm known as the Dark Realm. Its objective was to devour the immortal realm, turning all into darkness." "What?" Yi Bingning exclaimed, her eyes wide with horror. Lin Xuan felt a jolt of shock within. He had never heard of the Dark Realm, but he was aware of the immortal realm, rumored to be where cultivators from the southern underworld could ascend upon reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. Yet, for over 1,000,000 years, no cultivators had ascended from the southern underworld. The immortal realm was said to be filled with countless formidable beings, capable of annihilating numerous southern underworld continents with ease. The audacity of such a dark entity to threaten the immortal realm was nothing short of staggering. Naturally, I could not stand idly by and engaged in a fierce battle with that dark being. The voice of the Yi family patriarch carried a hint of fatigue. The battle raged for an entire year, annihilating the very fabric of that space. Alas, the mysterious dark being proved exceedingly powerful and elusive. Ultimately, I had no choice but to sacrifice myself to vanquish its corporeal form, sealing its remnant soul beneath this space. Sealed? Yi Bingning's eyes widened. "Patriarch, are you saying that the dark being did not perish entirely?" The patriarch nodded, a complex expression crossing his face. "Indeed, the power of that mysterious dark being was exceedingly peculiar. Though I destroyed its corporeal form, I could not obliterate its remnant soul. Reluctantly, I had to seal it away at the cost of my own existence, leaving behind this fragment of my soul to guard this space." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a surge of respect. The Yi family patriarch had sacrificed himself to protect the immortal realm. Such noble righteousness was truly admirable. However, a lingering sense of unease stirred within him. If that dark being had not perished completely, could it still break free from its seal? At that moment, the patriarch's voice suddenly turned urgent. "This is bad. The remnant soul of that dark being has escaped the seal." "What?" Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning exclaimed in unison. The next instant, the entire space began to tremble violently, a thick aura of darkness surging from beneath, rapidly enveloping the entire area. "Quickly, come behind me. Do not touch that dark mist, or with your cultivation, you may be swiftly engulfed and succumb to the darkness," the Yi family patriarch declared gravely. Hearing this, Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning hurriedly positioned themselves behind the patriarch, their expressions alert as they observed the terrifying dark mist. In the next moment, from within that dark aura, a low, sinister laughter echoed, as if rising from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down their spines. "Hee, Yi Kongming, did you truly believe you could seal me forever?" A chilling voice resonated through the space. "I have long since broken free from your seal. Today, I shall reclaim my existence." As the voice faded, a shadow began to rise from the ground, gradually coalescing into a vague human form, shrouded in darkness. With only a pair of crimson eyes glinting ominously, the dark being, Yi Bingning's expression turned grave, her willow brows tightly knitted. "Children, there is no need to panic." The voice of the dark entity carried a hint of mockery. "Today, I am in a good mood. Should one of you willingly offer up your physical form, I shall spare your lives. What do you say?" "Not a chance," Yi Bingning retorted coldly, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Lin Xuan let out a derisive laugh. "You wish to usurp my body? You think yourself worthy?" Both were extraordinary individuals, despite the terror emanating from the entity. They knew it was far beyond their current capabilities to confront, yet fear would not grip them. They possessed confidence, believing that with time, they would ascend to such heights. Confident that when that day came, they would crush it as one would an ant. Upon hearing their defiance, the dark entity narrowed its blood-red eyes, dripping with disdain. "Two mere ants dare to act insolently before me? Very well, I shall come to claim you myself." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the remnant soul of the dark entity vanished abruptly, only to reappear before Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning in the next instant. A massive hand, shrouded in dark mist, lunged forth, aiming directly for them. However, just as the claws were about to make contact, a celestial light surged forth, forcefully repelling the dark entity's remnant soul. "Humph! To plot against my descendants in my presence, you truly underestimate my power." Chapter 136, Annihilation of the Dark Entity. "Humph! Yi Kongming, dare you obstruct me? Then I shall first extinguish your remnant soul." The dark entity's voice was laced with intense malice and fury. The ancestor of the Yi family chuckled coldly. "Though I am but a thread of remnant soul, I am not one to be trifled with." As the words faded, The Yi family's ancestor's remnant soul erupted with formidable energy, colliding fiercely with the dark entity. The two forces intertwined in the air, unleashing a thunderous roar. The eerie dark mist that had begun to suffocate the entire space was forcefully pushed back. Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning found themselves staggering backward. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of their terrifying presence, their hearts filled with astonishment. Impressive, young friends. Bingning, I shall open a passage to the outside for you. You must leave this place swiftly. The voice of the Yi family ancestor was tinged with urgency. The power of this dark entity far exceeds your imagination. In my current state, I cannot guarantee I can seal it again. I can only choose to delay it for now. You must hurry. In the next moment, a spatial passage suddenly appeared not far from them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart sank. He understood that the Yi family's ancestor's remnant soul could not hold out much longer. If they did not leave promptly, they would surely fall into a dire predicament. Yet, just as he prepared to escape with Yi Bingning, the dark entity's voice rang out once more. Want to flee? It won't be so easy. In an instant, the dark entity's figure split into two shadows, one blocking the Yi family ancestor, while the other surged towards the spatial passage. Not good. The Yi family ancestor's expression changed dramatically as he hastened to intervene. However, his remnant soul's power was limited. After blocking one shadow, he attempted to impede the other, but was a moment too late. The spatial passage shattered under the terrible force of that shadow, severing Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning's escape route. Just as the shadow prepared to strike at them, the Yi family ancestor finally caught up and intercepted it. Both sides realized they could not evade one another, and thus, a fierce battle erupted. In an instant, the entire space reverberated with the clash of two formidable powers, exploding in dazzling brilliance. Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning stood at a distance, anxiously observing this earth-shattering confrontation. Yet, none noticed the flicker of an unusual light that briefly glimmered in Lin Xian's eyes. As the conflict between the Yi family ancestor's remnant soul and the dark entity intensified, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Though both were remnants, their strength still approached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the celestial emperor realm, yet they were diminished to a fraction of their former glory. The two forces clashed repeatedly, producing ear-splitting booms as spatial fissures spread, threatening to collapse at any moment. Though the Yi family ancestor's remnant soul was powerful, it was not in a condition to match the dark entity, and its strength waned. Gradually, under the relentless assault of the dark entity, his figure became increasingly ethereal, his aura growing ever weaker. However, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. Yi Kongming, your remnant soul cannot endure much longer. Why persist in this futile struggle? The dark entity's voice dripped with mockery and disdain, its form flickering in and out of the shadows, as if it could devour everything at a moment's notice. The Yi family ancestor's expression remained unchanged. His voice, though feeble, still carried an unyielding authority. Even as a mere remnant, I shall not allow your malevolence to wreak havoc upon this world. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Yi family ancestor's remnant soul erupted with a radiant brilliance, as if igniting its final life force. His figure shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the dark entity. Once again, the two powers collided, bursting forth in a blinding display of light that illuminated the entire space momentarily. However, following this clash, the Yi family ancestor's remnant soul noticeably dimmed, his form nearly transparent, as if he might vanish at any moment. His aura had dwindled to its lowest ebb, clearly at its limit. Yi Kongming, you are ultimately defeated. The dark entity cackled, its voice filled with triumph and madness. Its form coalesced once more, dark mist swirling like a ferocious beast ready to devour, lunging towards the Yi family ancestor's remnant soul. The Yi family ancestor sighed softly, a flicker of helplessness and regret flashing in his eyes. He understood that he could fight no longer and could only watch helplessly as the dark entity approached. At this critical juncture, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Soul-devouring pearl, go." As the words fell, a shadowy light erupted from Lin Xian's hand. It was a pitch-black orb, adorned with enigmatic patterns, seemingly capable of consuming all remnant souls. It was the soul-devouring pearl, a one-time treasure obtained through the system's sign-in. It possessed the ability to devour any remnant soul, albeit usable only once. Lin Xian had previously underestimated it, carelessly storing it in the system's space. And it was only when he inquired about a method to deal with this mysterious entity's remnant soul that the system reminded him of its existence. Thus, he hastily refined it, preparing to confront the enigmatic dark entity. Fortunately, it arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would all have perished. The soul-devouring pearl traced a dark arc through the air, swiftly reaching above the dark entity's remnant soul. What is this? The dark entity's voice trembled with fear. sensing an eerie power encroaching upon its soul, as if it were to be utterly consumed. The power of the soul-devouring pearl erupted instantly, enveloping the dark entity's remnant soul in a terrifying wave of absorption. The dark entity's body began to tremble violently, dark mist spilling forth as if forcibly stripped away by an unseen force. Its form grew increasingly insubstantial, its aura rapidly diminishing. "Get away from me," the dark entity roared, unleashing a terrifying force in a desperate attempt to escape or even destroy the soul-devouring pearl. Yet, no matter how it resisted, the soul-devouring pearl remained unscathed, while its remnant soul continued to weaken. The dark entity screamed in agony. "Damn it! What cursed thing is this?" The voice of the dark being was rife with resentment and fury as it struggled desperately, attempting to free itself from the binding of the soul-devouring pearl. Yet, the might of the soul-devouring pearl was too overwhelming. Its struggles were ultimately futile. The lingering soul of the Yi family's ancestor observed this scene with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned his gaze to Lin Xuan, his voice frail yet tinged with approval. "Young friend, well done." He did not inquire about the nature of the artifact or how a mere cultivator from the lower realms possessed such a treasure. This was Lin Xuan's secret, and probing further would only antagonize him. "Senior, you flatter me," Lin Xuan replied with a slight nod, his attention unwaveringly fixed on the dark being. The figure of the dark entity grew increasingly ephemeral, its dark essence dissipating. Its voice had become exceedingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, laden with deep-seated unwillingness. "I, the sovereign, refuse to accept this fate. How could I perish at your hands?" Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the power of the soul-devouring pearl erupted with finality, and the remnants of the dark being's soul were instantaneously consumed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. The entire space fell once more into a tranquil silence, leaving only the lingering souls of the Yi family's ancestor, Lin Xuan, and Yi Bingning. Chapter 137. The Final Instructions. With the dark being's remnants entirely devoured by the soul-devouring pearl, the atmosphere finally regained its tranquility. The suffocating aura of darkness gradually dissipated, replaced by a soft celestial radiance, as if heralding the arrival of victory. The lingering soul of the Yi family's ancestor exhaled softly, yet his form appeared even more insubstantial, as if on the verge of vanishing. He slowly turned to face Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning, his eyes reflecting a mix of solace and exhaustion. "Young friend, I am grateful," the ancestor's voice, though frail, still conveyed an undeniable authority. "Had you not acted promptly, I fear my soul would have been shattered. Moreover, allowing that being to escape would undoubtedly spell disaster for all living beings." Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining composed. "If not for your guidance, I would not have had the opportunity to wield this artifact against that mysterious dark entity. However, your condition, senior." Lin Xuan gazed at the ancestor's form, which was nearly imperceptible, realizing that he could not endure much longer. "Ancestor, I shall contact the elder stationed outside the southern underworld continent and have him escort you back to the clan. The family will spare no effort to aid in your recovery." Yi Bingning, too, had noticed her ancestor's plight and promptly produced a command token, preparing to shatter it to reach the elder. She understood that, although the dark being had been vanquished, the ancestor's soul was at its limit. If she did not summon the elder soon, it would not be long before the ancestor's spirit dissipated entirely, leading to his ultimate demise. The Yi family's ancestor sighed lightly, a hint of resignation gleaming in his gaze. "Little Bingning, there is no need to waste time. My soul has exhausted its final reserves of strength and will not last much longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Bingning's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She stepped forward quickly, her voice trembling. "Ancestor, the family will undoubtedly find a way." "Enough, little Bingning. The state of the ancestor is best understood by the ancestor himself. I have lived an invincible life and have long since come to terms with life and death. Death is not something to be feared." The Yi family's ancestor smiled faintly, reaching out to gently stroke Yi Bingning's head, his tone imbued with tenderness. "Bingning, the future of the Yi family rests in your hands. Though I may no longer be able to protect the family, I believe you will lead us to a more glorious future." Yi Bingning bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stubbornly withheld them from flowing. Lin Xuan stood nearby, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Though his acquaintance with the Yi family's ancestor was brief, he was deeply moved by the elder's sense of righteousness and spirit of sacrifice. "My remaining soul is on the verge of dissolution. Thus there are matters I must convey to you." The Yi family's ancestor's gaze turned profound, as if peering through endless time and space, catching sight of the terrifying rift in the world. He spoke slowly, his tone grave. "In the past, I was too occupied battling that dark entity to seal the rift. I am unaware of its current state, but I worry that if it is not addressed promptly, other dark beings may descend from it. Therefore, little Bingning, upon returning to the Yi family, you must promptly report this situation to the current overseer and urge them to contact the various powers of the celestial realm to jointly address this matter. As it pertains to the existence of the entire celestial realm, we cannot bear this burden alone. Yi Bingning furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She quickly replied, "Yes, Ancestor. I shall return to the family immediately after this mission and report the matter. However, Ancestor, where exactly is that rift located within the celestial realm?" The Yi family's ancestor nodded, his voice heavy with significance. The rift lies in the extreme northern region of the celestial realm, within a forbidden area known as the Abyss of the Heavens. The Abyss of the Heavens is a perilous zone. Even quasi-emperor level cultivators dare not tread lightly there. Yi Bingning, upon hearing this, nodded resolutely. "Ancestor, I will report truthfully and ensure your efforts do not go in vain." Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as that rift is resolved and peace is restored to the celestial realm, I shall die without regret. The Yi family's ancestor laughed heartily, though his form grew increasingly ethereal. "Now, my time is limited. Consider this a gift for you." He slowly raised his hand, and a translucent jade slip appeared in his palm, inscribed with ancient runes that emitted a gentle glow. "This is the legacy jade slip of my lifelong teachings, containing my cultivation insights and the portions of the supreme legacy that have been lost to the Yi family. Bingning, take it. You may make your own copies for future contemplation, while the original should be returned to the family." The voice of the Yi family's ancestor grew fainter, as if he were on the brink of vanishing. Yi Bingning grasped the jade slip tightly, her eyes filled with determination. "Ancestor, rest assured, I will study it diligently and live up to your expectations." The Yi family's ancestor nodded, his gaze shifting back to Lin Xuan, his voice imbued with a final admonition. "Lin Xuan, my young friend, I sincerely apologize. This legacy is a closely guarded secret of the Yi family and cannot be bestowed upon you as a token of gratitude. However, I have faith that with your talent and perseverance, you will carve out your own path. While the legacy cannot be given, this cave abode contains some resources, which I bestow upon you as thanks for your assistance in vanquishing that dark being." With that, the Yi family's ancestor waved his hand, summoning the essence of the cave abode into his grasp and presenting it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous gift, a complete cave abode. This was a celestial-grade cave, filled with resources beyond imagination, many of which were of extraordinary quality, the value of which was incalculable. It was no exaggeration to say that this single cave abode could elevate the Lin family to become a preeminent celestial family on the southern underworld continent. "Thank you, Senior, for your grand gift. I am immensely grateful. Should my cultivation reach fruition in the future, I will undoubtedly lend the Yi family a helping hand when necessary." Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The Yi family's ancestor, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of contentment in his eyes. This was precisely what he sought. Establishing a good rapport with Lin Xuan would undoubtedly benefit the Yi family. "Xiao Bingning, this is my token. When the time comes, wield it, and the ancestors of the Yi family shall not doubt your words." As if struck by a sudden thought, the ancestor of the Yi family spoke up. He then slowly raised his hand, revealing an ancient token that glimmered faintly with the etched characters Kong Ming. Yi Bingning accepted the token, nodding gravely, her voice heavy. "Rest assured, Ancestor, Bingning shall not disappoint." The ancestor of the Yi family smiled slightly, his figure gradually dissipating into the air, leaving only a faint echo in the space. "I look forward to the day you shall surpass me and become truly invincible." As the remnants of the ancestor's spirit faded, the entire space returned to tranquility. Lin Xuan and Yi Bingning stood in silence, neither uttering a word. Chapter 138. Emerging from the cave heaven. To slay Lin Xuan? What are the plans of Fairy Yi now? Breaking the silence, Lin Xuan spoke quietly. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingning did not hesitate. She slowly replied, "The purpose of this journey has been fulfilled, and with the matter entrusted by the ancestor, I shall return to the Yi family immediately." Then, her beautiful ice blue eyes glanced at Lin Xuan, hesitating for a moment before gently speaking. "Lin Xuan, I look forward to seeing you in the immortal realm." With that, she crushed a token. In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Yi Bingning, who gradually ascended and soon vanished from sight. Lin Xuan watched the gradually disappearing figure, and just as she was about to vanish completely, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "In the immortal realm, we shall meet." After she disappeared, Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze and looked down at the source of the cave heaven in his hand. The next moment, he sat cross-legged and began to refine it. An hour later, "Phew, done." Lin Xuan stood up, a smile gracing his lips. He soon realized that after refining the source of the cave heaven, the entire realm was now under his control. The beings within the cave heaven could be annihilated with but a thought. Moreover, he could see everything within the cave heaven as clearly as if he had gained the perspective of a deity. The resources of the Lin family shall not be squandered on you. With a mere thought, the two clans' cultivators inside the cave heaven suddenly felt a darkness enveloping their eyes, followed by a powerful repulsion that expelled them from the Heavenly Emperor's cave. Lin Xuan feigned a staggering demeanor, landing unsteadily on the plains of 10,000 beasts like the other expelled prodigies. What happened? Why were we expelled? Damn, I was just about to collect that imperial herb. Curse it, my imperial crystal. The once bewildered crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations as they surveyed their surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan kept his head down, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Soon, the powerful figures of various factions appeared, bringing their prodigies forward to inquire about the situation inside. Those factions whose prodigies had fallen could only wear grim faces, their anger having nowhere to vent. After all, this was a contest within the cave heaven. If they fell, they could only blame their own inadequacies, whether in strength or fortune. Alas, such is the world. Some accept it, while others cannot. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, causing many low-ranking cultivators to feel their breath hitch. They looked up to see a colossal phantom of a thunder tiger looming in the sky, beneath which stood an enraged middle-aged man. Lin Xuan, return my imperial son's life. A roar shook the very heavens. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, inwardly lamenting, for the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan had come knocking so swiftly. The powerful member of the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan had somehow discerned his connection to Tiger Mountain. Old fool. Tiger Mountain fell due to his own lack of skill. It was deserved. Moreover, this is merely a contest between juniors. Do you also wish to intervene? Lin Xuan boldly retorted, standing tall and unyielding. It is a grave taboo for elders to intervene in the contests of the young. Otherwise, if you slay my junior, I shall slay your prodigy. What future is there for the world if it descends into chaos? Thus, it is generally understood among the various factions that their powerful members are not permitted to interfere in matters of the younger generation. Yet, it was clear that the Quasi-Emperor of the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan was prepared to disregard this unwritten rule. Enough of your prattle. For killing my clan's imperial son, you shall pay with your life. The Quasi-Emperor of the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan scoffed, and the phantom of the Thunder Tiger above him suddenly extended a massive claw, descending upon Lin Xuan with the might to obliterate worlds. Just at that critical moment, a cold voice rang out. How dare you lay hands on a member of the Lin family? Boom. In the next instant, countless snowflakes fell, instantly freezing the monstrous claw, which then exploded into ice crystals that scattered across the ground. In the next moment, Lin Xuan felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure in white had already positioned itself in front of him. Second Ancestor, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Lin Xianxia, clad in pristine white, held a crystal-clear long sword, its blade shrouded in a chilling aura. She coldly regarded the Quasi-Emperor of the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan. Hu Xiaotian, do you not feel ashamed, as a Quasi-Emperor, to strike at a junior? Lin Xianxia, your Lin family's descendant has slain my clan's imperial son. If you do not hand over Lin Xuan today, the Arctic Thunder Tiger clan shall not rest until we are avenged. Hu Xiaotian's voice brimmed with fury. Lin Xianxia let out a cold snort. In the contest of the cave heaven, life and death are fated. Your clan's imperial son was killed due to his own inadequacy. Who else can be blamed? Well said, life and death are indeed fated. Hu Xiaotian laughed furiously. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being rude. However, he knew that he alone could not surpass Lin Xianxia to slay Lin Xuan. So he turned his gaze towards other powerful beings of the demon clans. Fellow demon cultivators, this human child is ruthless. If he is not eliminated today, he shall become a great threat in the future. Lin Xianxia's brows furrowed at Hu Xiaotian's words, and as his voice faded, several powerful auras descended. The Yuming Leopard Clan, the Qingyun Sparrow Clan, the Nine-Headed Flood Dragon Clan. Lin Xuan observed these quasi-emperors of the demon clans with an utterly indifferent expression. Ha! Lin Xianxia, let us see how you protect this little wretch today. Hu Xiaotian laughed triumphantly. At that moment, a peculiar voice rang out. Indeed, Lin Xuan is excessively arrogant. Within the secret realm, he not only slaughtered the prodigies of the demon clans, but also gravely injured the prodigies of the Quasi-Imperial Clan and killed human cultivators. In my opinion, he has likely succumbed to demonic corruption. It would be better to hand him over to the demon clans for disposal, thereby eliminating this scourge and avoiding a conflict between our two races. The crowd turned to see Nangong Batian feigning righteousness while secretly grinning at Lin Xuan. Beside him, Long Outyen echoed. Indeed, this child is ruthless. Leaving him among the humans is a calamity. Lin Xuan sneered inwardly. These two defeated foes, who had been reduced to nothing in the secret realm by his hand, now sought to kick him while he was down. Lin Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold light. A junior of the Nangong family. You have no place to speak here. Nangong Batian instinctively took a step back, intimidated by Lin Xianxia's imposing presence. But he soon puffed out his chest. Senior Lin, I speak for the greater good of the human race. Just you? Lin Xian scoffed. Nangong Batian, you merely harbor resentment due to your defeat at my hands in the secret realm. A narrow-minded person like you is hardly fit to discuss the greater good of the human race. You, Nangong Batian, found himself once again pierced at his vulnerable point. His face flushed crimson, yet he was utterly unable to retort. The fact that he had been vanquished by Lin Xuan was an undeniable truth, a stain upon his life. Observing this, Hu Xiaodian immediately fanned the flames. It seems there are many within the human race who wish to deal with this child. Lin Xianxia, do you believe you can protect him? Ha! Fellow Taoists, let us go. Let us slay this detestable brat. In an instant, several figures, alongside Hu Xiaodian, surged forth, intent on annihilating Lin Xuan. Alas, what a pity it would be for a prodigious talent capable of defeating Nangong Batian to perish here. Many righteous cultivators lamented. Yet their insufficient strength rendered them powerless to intervene. They could almost envision Lin Xuan meeting a tragic end before their very eyes. As they charged forth, Lin Xianxia was about to make her move when suddenly, a sharp blade light cleaved through the heavens, piercing through layers of space, emanating from the direction of Wanyao City. Everyone felt an unparalleled pressure, compelling even the assembled quasi-emperors to involuntarily retreat. This emperor shall see who dares to harm the prodigy I have set my sights upon. Before the voice faded, a resplendent blade light from Wanyao City streaked across the sky, fracturing the void and dimming the world. As though time itself had momentarily come to a halt, the blade light ultimately coalesced into a towering figure, standing majestically in the void. It was a robust middle-aged man, his countenance stern, exuding an air of dominion over the world. He wielded an ancient long knife, its blade shimmering with a chilling luminescence, as if capable of severing all. Though his form was but a phantom, the pressure he radiated left all present, including the quasi-emperors, trembling with trepidation. The Blade Emperor. Someone gasped in astonishment. The Blade Emperor, one of the foremost powers of the human race, renowned for his mastery over the blade, had once slain a demon emperor with a single strike, instilling fear throughout Zhongzhou. How could the crowd be unfamiliar with him? His appearance rendered the entire venue silent. Younglings of the demon race, Lin Xuan is a prodigy favored by this emperor. You shall either retreat or face death. The Blade Emperor declared imperiously, dismissing his opponents entirely. Hu Xiaodian and his cohorts turned pale, halting their advance, too fearful to take another step. They were well aware of the Blade Emperor's formidable reputation. Even as a mere apparition, he was beyond their capacity to confront. The Blade Emperor, this child has slain our clan's young master. His crime is unforgivable. Moreover, our clan is not without its own emperor. Hu Xiaodian, suppressing his fear, gritted his teeth and questioned. The Blade Emperor cast a cold glance at him and replied indifferently. In the contest of the cave, life and death are fated. Your young master was simply outmatched and deserved his fate. If your Extreme Thunder Tiger clan is dissatisfied, you may have Hu Zhan seek me out for an explanation. Hu Zhan, the emperor of the Extreme Thunder Tiger clan. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoyan's face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter another word. He had long heard of the Blade Emperor's tyranny. If he continued to provoke him, he might find his own life at risk. Just then, a resonant cry echoed through the sky as if it could penetrate the heavens. Following this, a golden light descended from the firmament, transforming into a man clad in golden robes. The man was strikingly handsome, with a golden flame mark between his brows, radiating a fervent aura, as if the sun itself had descended. The Golden Crow Emperor. The crowd exclaimed once more. The Golden Crow Emperor, a paramount figure of the demon race from Yuan City, wielding the true fire of the sun, possessed unfathomable strength. His appearance intensified the already tense atmosphere. Blade, you have overstepped your bounds. The Golden Crow Emperor spoke softly, a hint of displeasure lacing his voice. The Blade Emperor chuckled coldly. Overstepped? I merely defend the prodigy of my human race. How can that be deemed overstepping? It is you, demon race, who shamelessly strike at the young. The Golden Crow Emperor furrowed his brow, surveying Hu Xiaotian and the others, and coldly declared, this matter ends here. The contest of the cave has concluded. The lives and deaths of the young prodigies are fated. No further inquiry shall be made. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoyan's complexion shifted, and he urgently protested. Emperor, this child has slain our clan's young master. How can we simply let this go? The Golden Crow Emperor shot him a chilling glance. Humph. Should you be dissatisfied, you may seek the Blade Emperor for clarification. However, If this leads to your demise or ignites a war between our clans, the consequences are yours to bear. If you seek death, I do not wish to be cut down. The blade of the emperor is not to be trifled with. Hu Shaodian was left speechless, daunted into silence. The Golden Crow Emperor's stance was unmistakably clear. If he persisted, he would find himself bereft of the emperor's protection and might not even know how he met his end. However, as a member of the Imperial Clan, supported by an emperor, Hu Shaodian was unwilling to depart in disgrace. He boldly declared, "Blade Emperor, our clan's emperor will seek justice for our young master." After uttering this, he hastily withdrew from the scene. Observing this, the Blade Emperor regarded him with indifference, stating, "Come as you wish, as long as Hu Zhan is unafraid of death." With that, he waved his hand, enveloping Lin Xuan and Lin Xianxia in a blade light, swiftly vanishing from the location. The Golden Crow Emperor watched them depart, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He turned to the demon race's powerful figures present and calmly instructed, "This matter ends here. All of you return to Yuan City." In response to the Golden Crow Emperor's command, the demon race's strong individuals began to disperse. The various human factions observed this and also retreated with their respective prodigies. On the Wanyao Plains, the previously tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, leaving only a few scattered cultivators engaged in fervent discussion. No one had anticipated that the Blade Emperor would personally intervene to protect Lin Xuan. What exactly was this young man's background? It was said he had defeated Nangong Batian within the cave and even slain the young master of the extreme Thunder Tiger clan. Truly remarkable. The Lin family had indeed produced a prodigious talent. As the journey within the cave concluded, the events that transpired swiftly spread. Within a single day, the news of Lin Xuan's overwhelming defeat of Nangong Batian and the slaying of the extreme Thunder Tiger clan's young master reverberated throughout Zhongzhou like a thunderclap. Lin Xuan's name shone forth like a brilliant star, illuminating the entirety of Zhongzhou. Have you heard? Nangong Batian was defeated in the cave by a sword cultivator named Lin Xuan. Not merely defeated. It is said that Nangong Batian had no means to retaliate and was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Xuan. What? How could this be possible? That is Nangong Batian, the young master of the Quasi-Imperial Clan. How could he lose to a sword cultivator of unknown origin? You may not believe it, but this was witnessed by my brother himself. Who exactly is Lin Xuan? How could he be so formidable? Indeed, who is this Lin Xuan? How could he render Nangong Batian powerless? I heard he hails from the Lin family. The Lin family? Is that an elusive clan? No wonder they could nurture such a monstrous prodigy. No, my friend, you misunderstand. The Lin family is not an elusive clan. It is said that Lin Xuan comes from the newly established Quasi-Imperial Clan of the Tianlong Empire, and he is the young master of the Lin family. Simultaneously, various major factions across Zhongzhou were shaken, with the Tiange directly placing Lin Xuan in the 5th position on the Zhongzhou prodigy list, usurping Nangong Batian's place. The update of the prodigy list propelled Lin Xuan's reputation to unprecedented heights. Indeed, it has proven true that who in the world does not recognize you? In a fleeting moment, Lin Xuan's name became the center of fervent discussion among the masses. Conversely, Nangong Batian found himself the object of ridicule. The illustrious son of the Nangong Imperial Clan had been unexpectedly defeated by an obscure sword cultivator, a blemish that would undoubtedly mar his entire life. Nangong Batian, you have truly disappointed your father, lamented the clan leader of the Nangong family, his face etched with disappointment as he turned and strode away. Batian's countenance turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. His heart swelled with rage and resentment, yet he found himself rendered speechless. To be vanquished by Lin Xuan was a humiliation he would carry for eternity. Once the clan leader departed, the grand hall was left in silence, with only Nangong Batian remaining. Lin Xuan, the disgrace you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. He vowed fiercely. I, Nangong Batian, swear I shall not be a man until I have slain you. In that instant, Batian's anguished roar pierced the sky, his eyes aflame with vengeful fury. Meanwhile, the Lin family basked in the glory of Lin Xuan's astounding performance, transforming from obscurity to the focal point of attention among the powerful factions of Central State. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. He is destined for greatness. Some exclaimed. With such a prodigy in the Lin family, their rise to prominence is imminent. However, Lin Xuan himself did not indulge in self-congratulation. He understood that the true challenges lay ahead. Although the journey to the celestial domain had thrust him into the limelight, it had also placed a target on his back, attracting the attention of countless formidable talents eager to step on him to ascend and make a name for themselves. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan remained unafraid, for he wielded but a single sword. Chapter 140. The Finals of the Thunder Domain Competition. Lin Yan emerges victorious. That day, under the imposing protection of the Heavenly Blade Emperor, Lin Xuan returned to Wanyao City alongside Lin Xianxia, standing side by side before the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Both bore expressions of respect and gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. I am profoundly grateful," Lin Xianxia expressed, bowing deeply. Had it not been for the Heavenly Blade Emperor's intervention, their fate could have been dire. The Lin family owed a debt of gratitude to him, one that would eventually need repaying. Fortunately, the Heavenly Blade Emperor was known for his sense of justice, and Lin Xuan believed he would not make things difficult for their family. Haha, no need for such formalities. I can never stand by while my kin oppress your human race. Moreover, this young man truly piques my interest. Though we lack a master-disciple bond, I cannot help but admire him. The Heavenly Blade Emperor's voice resonated with power, each word brimming with immense strength. His gaze toward Lin Xuan radiated appreciation and a mentor-like fondness. With a slight smile, Lin Xuan retrieved a jade slip glowing with a soft radiance and presented it with both hands. "Esteemed Emperor, this is a fragment of enlightenment I acquired within the Celestial Emperor's domain. I offer it to you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance just now." This jade slip was derived from Lin Xuan's experience in the Celestial Emperor's domain. He did not wish to owe anyone a favor, so he decided to replicate a portion of his findings as a gift in return. He understood that the Emperor would find such knowledge invaluable. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Blade Emperor's eyes sparkled with surprise. He accepted the jade slip and began to absorb the profound essence contained within, nodding in admiration. "Excellent, excellent. This fragment of enlightenment is indeed a rare opportunity for me." He did not feign humility, promptly storing the slip away. His gaze fell back upon Lin Xuan, now filled with even greater admiration and resolve. "Lin Xuan, your talent is indeed monstrous. Even if you do not wish to be my disciple, I appreciate you. Take this communication token. Should the Lin family ever require assistance, simply activate it, and I shall come without hesitation." Lin Xuan accepted the token, his heart racing with astonishment. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that, compared to the enlightenment that would expedite his ascension to the Celestial Emperor realm, this promise was a minor gesture for the Heavenly Blade Emperor. After all, once he achieved that level of power, who would dare disregard him? Should the Lin family encounter trouble, it would only take a word from him to resolve it. As long as the situation did not reach a point of irreconcilable enmity, no one would risk offending a being of Celestial Emperor stature on behalf of the Lin family. Simultaneously, far away in the Thunder Domain, Lin Yin and Lin Dong were preparing for the final showdown of their competition. Lin Yin stood on the stage of the alchemy contest, facing off against the young master of the Quasi-Emperor faction, Yao Hai of Yaowang Valley. The task before them was to refine a source spirit pill, a 6th grade lower grade pill of considerable difficulty. Dressed in a pristine white robe, Yao Hai stood tall like a pine, exuding an innate air of arrogance and self-importance, as though the outcome of this competition was already firmly within his grasp. "Yin Ling, I never imagined a mere scattered cultivator like you could reach this stage. I must admit, you are indeed a noteworthy figure, but alas, today you face me, and defeat is your only fate." A sneer curled at the corners of Yao Hai's lips as he waved his hand lightly, igniting a magnificent flame in the exquisite alchemical furnace before him, illuminating the entire arena with its brilliance. In the face of Yao Hai's brazen provocation, Lin Yin remained calm and composed, unaffected by the taunts. He took a deep breath and swiftly formed intricate and mysterious hand seals. As his gestures transformed, the flames within his furnace surged violently, roaring upward like a dragon unleashed upon the heavens. Both competitors poured their utmost effort into the challenge, showcasing their alchemical prowess to the fullest. The dancing flames resembled spirited sprites, sometimes intertwining, sometimes separating and coalescing, while the rare herbs introduced into the furnace gradually melted and merged under the intense heat, each subtle change embodying profound mysteries. Time slipped away unnoticed, each moment stretching into eternity. At last, Yao Hai completed the alchemical process first, a triumphant expression gracing his face as he retrieved a round, aromatic pill from the furnace. Upon closer inspection, the pill was translucent and shimmered with a radiant glow. A remarkable 6th grade middle grade source spirit pill. To elevate a commonly seen 6th grade lower grade pill to a 6th grade middle grade level was no small feat, and one could not deny Yao Hai's skill in alchemy. Ha 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 ha. Yao Hai's laughter echoed through the arena. "Yin Ling, do you see? This is my true strength. Your defeat is certain." However, in response to Yao Hai's arrogant display, Lin Yin merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Suddenly, the furnace in his grasp began to tremble violently, and a dazzling light shot forth. As the brilliance faded, the spectators gasped in astonishment, for a pill more resplendent than Yao Hai's emerged. Hovering gracefully in the air, it was an exceedingly rare 6th grade upper grade source spirit pill. This is impossible." Yao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pill in Lin Yan's hand. The audience erupted into a frenzy, all taken aback by Lin Yan's remarkable achievement. Murmuring in astonishment, a 6th grade upper grade pill. He actually refined a 6th grade upper grade source spirit pill. Yao Hai, the heir of the Medicine King Valley, has astonishingly been defeated by this nameless rogue cultivator, bringing immense disgrace to the valley. Lin Yan, having stowed away the elixirs, cast a scornful glance at Yao Hai, proclaiming, Yao Hai, the art of alchemy is not determined by one's lineage, but rather by one's own diligence. You are remarkably weak. This provocation nearly drove Yao Hai to the brink of fury. The triumphant voice of the referee from the Thunder Emperor Palace reverberated throughout the venue, continuing to announce, the champion of this Thunder Domain Grand Competition in the alchemy contest is none other than Yin Ling. With the judge's declaration, the entire arena erupted in fervent cheers. Yin Ling, Yin Ling, Yin Ling. Oh my goodness, Yin Ling is so handsome. I want to bear his children. From this moment forth, Yin Ling shall be my idol. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood upon the final arena of the martial arts competition, facing his opponent. The young master Tianqing from the Quasi-Emperor Power, the Heavenly Gate sect. Clad in azure robes and wielding a long sword, Tianqing bore a stern countenance. Lin Dong, you are merely a brute. How dare you challenge me, Tianqing? He scoffed. Unfazed, Lin Dong inhaled deeply, unleashing the full power of his 9th layer in the cave heaven realm, charging towards Tianqing like a ferocious tiger. Damn it, can't you let me finish my words? The unexpected assault incensed Tianqing. Boom. Lin Dong's fist met Tianqing head-on. You call me a brute? Yet who is the one who babbles? Forced into action, Tianqing had no choice but to retaliate. He had intended to mock his opponent and display his prowess before the crowd, but that opportunity had vanished. Damn it, wretched brute, perish. Clang. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the fierce battle between the two escalated to a fevered intensity. The sharp sword light and powerful fist shadows intertwined, each violent collision unleashing earth-shattering roars and bursts of astonishing energy waves. Lin Dong stood like a war god, the very space beneath him trembling under the weight of his formidable aura. Surrounding him, spiritual energy surged like a mighty tidal wave, while behind him, the 9 layers of mysterious and profound cave heavens manifested, akin to 9 blazing suns radiating brilliant light, illuminating the entire realm. With swift hand seals, Lin Dong unleashed a deep, resonant roar, great wilderness prison sky finger. At the sound of his fierce cry, all the spiritual energy in the vicinity seemed to be drawn towards him by an overwhelming gravitational force, converging at an alarming rate. In an instant, a colossal golden finger descended from the heavens, gleaming with resplendent light, its tip entwined with ancient and obscure symbols, exuding an unparalleled pressure capable of subduing all living beings. Faced with such a ferocious assault from Lin Dong, Tianqing's expression turned grave, yet his response was as swift as lightning. He moved like a wraith, his sword gleaming coldly as it was drawn. In that instant, a rich azure light enveloped the blade, resembling a long-dormant azure dragon awakening, exuding an aura of unmatched authority. With a flick of his wrist, Tianqing thrust his sword upwards, softly intoning, Azure Sky Sword Technique, Azure Dragon Break. The sword light morphed into a 100-foot azure dragon, its scales distinctly visible, its claws rending the void as it surged towards the golden finger. At the moment of collision, time seemed to still, followed by an explosion of blinding brilliance, with spiritual energy waves cascading like a tsunami, debris soaring into the sky, causing even the protective array of the arena to tremble violently. Lin Dong's eyes glinted coldly as he vanished, reappearing behind Tianqing, where he gathered a ball of pitch-black flames in his palm, growling, soul-devouring flame. The flames coalesced into a black fire dragon, its gaping maw seemingly intent on consuming everything. Tianqing reacted instantaneously, slashing backward with his sword. The clash between the sword light and the fire dragon produced a deafening roar. Yet, the black flames crept up the sword's blade, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. Tianqing's expression shifted as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping himself with a blue barrier to separate the flames. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it, how can this wretched brute be so powerful? Grasping his sword with both hands, the blade expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal sword that pointed skyward. He bellowed, heavenly sword slash. Lin Dong gazed upward, his battle spirit ignited, his hands clasping together as the full power of his 9 layers of cave heaven erupted, proclaiming, Universe Seal. A massive seal appeared, its intricate patterns glowing with the essence of cosmic truth. The seal collided with the giant sword, producing a cataclysmic sound that echoed throughout the realm. as a storm of spiritual energy swept across the battlefield, reducing it to ruins. As the dust settled, Lin Dong and Tianqing faced each other from a distance. Tianqing's aura was disordered, whereas Lin Dong appeared relatively unscathed, evidently having gained the upper hand. Yet, he refused to allow himself to be defeated by a mere rogue. He charged forward once more, and the two resumed their fierce clash. Tianqing's swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike seemingly capable of tearing the fabric of reality. However, Lin Dong's attacks were even more domineering, each blow infused with boundless strength, as if capable of shaking the heavens. Time passed, and Tianqing's swordplay was increasingly suppressed by Lin Dong's relentless onslaught, leaving him battered and in disarray. Ultimately, Lin Dong delivered a decisive blow, sending Tianqing's sword flying. And the young master himself was hurled backward, crashing heavily beneath the arena. Lin Dong, victorious. The referee's voice resounded throughout the venue. In an instant, the spectators, previously immersed in the fierce combat, erupted like a powder keg, unleashing thunderous cheers and shouts. Tianqing has been defeated, someone among the crowd shouted. And the words spread like wildfire. The crowd buzzed with excitement, various discussions erupting. The illustrious young master of the Heavenly Gate sect has fallen to a mere rogue. How infuriating, ha ha ha. Lin Dong, Lin Dong. The onlookers chanted in unison, their voices echoing as if to shatter the very sky. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle, with Lin Dong as the central figure. In their eyes, a mere rogue achieving victory in the Thunder Domain Grand Competition was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Dong had undoubtedly made a name for himself in the Thunder Domain. Countless gazes converged upon him, some filled with admiration, others with envy. Undoubtedly, after this battle, Lin Dong's name would resonate throughout the entire Thunder Domain. Yet, Lin Dong remained unaffected by the multitude of stares, completely ignoring Tianqing's venomous glare as he turned and departed the arena. A defeated foe was unworthy of his concern. As Tianqing lay on the arena, he found it impossible to accept the bitter truth of his defeat. Now, witnessing Lin Dong completely disregard him, he was driven to madness. Oh, Lin Dong, Lin Dong, Lin Dong. Impossible. This cannot be happening. It's all a lie, all of it. How could I, the young master, possibly be defeated? I am invincible. Invincible. Ha 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 ha. Invincible, invincible. Oh no. This is a sign of a shattered Dao heart. Young master. Several elders accompanying the Tianmen sect rushed onto the arena, eager to assist Tianqing in regaining his composure, but their efforts proved largely ineffective. Damn it. How are we going to explain this to the sect leader? Humph. There's a cause for every grievance, a master for every debt. The next day, in Thunder Emperor City. Here you go, my young friends. This is the reward for your performance in the grand competition, said an elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace, smiling as he handed 2 spatial rings to Lin Yin and Lin Dong. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lin Yin and Lin Dong accepted the rings with knowing smiles, bowing respectfully. Haha, this is well deserved, the elder chuckled heartily, then continued, with your exceptional talents, might I inquire if you would consider joining my Thunder Emperor Palace? With your gifts, I can guarantee you a place as core disciples. Here it comes. Lin Yin and Lin Dong thought to themselves. They anticipated this moment, but, as members of the Lin family, they had no intention of joining the Thunder Emperor Palace. They promptly recited their prepared refusals. Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize. I have grown accustomed to my freedom, and I fear I am not destined for your esteemed sect. Forgive me, esteemed elder, but I, the elder of the Thunder Emperor Palace, felt helpless. Was his sect truly lacking in allure? Alas, it seems I must relent. My Thunder Emperor Palace does not force the unwilling. As the clamor of Thunder Emperor City faded into the distance, Lin Dong and Lin Yin walked side by side, embarking on a new journey. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them, elongating their shadows. Cousin, your strength has grown once more. Tianqing could hardly stand against you, Lin Yin remarked with a grin. Lin Dong smiled modestly, replying, it was merely luck. Tianqing is no weakling. His arrogance led him to underestimate his opponent. Lin Yin playfully rebuked him. Luck has nothing to do with it. A win is a win. Suddenly, Lin Yin's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he scanned their surroundings warily. Cousin, do you sense something amiss? Lin Dong remained silent, yet his steps had already come to a halt. His gaze sharpened like a blade, sweeping through the dense forest surrounding them. An indistinct aura of malice hung in the air, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. In the next moment, a chilling laughter echoed from the void. Instantly, several figures emerged from the emptiness, led by a few elders from the Tianmen sect. Their eyes glinted with malice, their faces betraying their murderous intent. You are quite perceptive, one elder sneered, but alas, you shall not leave here alive today. Another elder seethed with rage. You wretched creature, you shattered our young master's Dao heart, and you think you can leave unscathed? If we do not tear you apart today, what face will the Tianmen sect have left? Lin Dong and Lin Yan remained calm, though a glint of coldness flickered in their eyes. Die! One of the Tianmin elders roared, his figure launching forward as he struck at Lin Dong with a palm. The force carrying the weight of annihilation, clearly intending to kill with a single blow. Yet, Lin Dong and Lin Yan did not budge. Just as the elder's palm was about to reach Lin Dong, a voice, ancient yet commanding, suddenly resounded. You dare raise your hand against the descendants of the Lin family, mere initial stage Saint Kings? Before the words faded, a figure appeared before Lin Dong like a specter, waving a hand dismissively, causing the elder's attack to dissipate into nothingness. A terrifying pressure surged forth, sending the elder crashing backward, hitting the ground hard, blood spewing from his mouth. Mid-stage Saint King. The remaining elders' faces paled, fear etched in their eyes. The newcomer was a venerable elder of the Lin family, draped in gray robes, his hair and beard white, yet his gaze was electrifying, exuding a suffocating dominance. He cast a disdainful glance at the Tianmin elders, his tone laced with scorn. Is this all the Tianmin sect can muster? One elder gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why do you obstruct us? Do you not fear the wrath of the Tianmin sect? Oh, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. And what of the Tianmin sect? I fear nothing. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished abruptly. In the next instant, he stood before the elder, delivering a palm strike. The elder had no chance to react, struck squarely in the chest, and was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a tree, his breath extinguished. Attack together! The remaining elders shouted in unison, launching their assault. In an instant, blades of light, shadows of palms, and gusts of fists intertwined, surging toward the Lin family elder. Yet, he remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, moving like a phantom amidst their attacks. With each strike, an elder was sent flying. In mere moments, all the Tianmin elders lay on the ground, breathless and devoid of strength to retaliate. The Lin family elder cast a cold glance at them, deriding. Is this the extent of the Tianmin sect's elders? One elder, struggling to lift his head, filled with malice, spat. You don't be so smug. The Tianmin sect will not let you go. Unfortunately for you, you won't be around to witness it. Die. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that engulfed the remaining elders. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a sound, reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. The Lin family elder retracted his hand and turned to Lin Dong and Lin Yan, concern lacing his voice. Are you two unharmed? Lin Dong and Lin Yan shook their heads. Thank you for your timely intervention, esteemed elder. We are fine. The elder chuckled. You are the future of the Lin family. It is my duty to protect you. However, let this incident serve as a reminder. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and one must never let down their guard. The two cousins nodded, a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Rest assured, esteemed elder, we understand. The elder nodded in satisfaction, then gazed into the distance, his tone imbued with deeper meaning. The Tianmin sect will not rest easy. Consider whether you wish to continue your training in the Thunder Domain. But fear not, staying here is permissible. I will protect you. As long as they are not late-stage Saint Kings or stronger, I will ensure your safety. After a pause, he added sternly, however, I will only intervene when your lives are in danger or when other shameless old fools strike. As for battles among the younger generation, you must rely on your own strength. Lin Dong and Lin Yan exchanged glances, responding in unison. Esteemed elder, rest assured. In battles among peers, if we lose, it is solely due to our lack of strength. As for whether to remain in the Thunder Domain, we would prefer to leave. After all, the central continent is vast, with numerous places for training, and we can broaden our horizons. The esteemed elder of the Lin family nodded in satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at the two individuals before his figure gradually faded away, retreating into a certain void, silently guarding Lin Dong and his companions. Cousin, our next destination is the Flame Domain. Shall we proceed? Let it be decided by Brother Yan. Chapter 143, The Current State of Lin Zai, the Ancient Battlefield of Dongzhou. With the conclusion of the Heavenly Emperor's cave expedition, Lin Xuan had undeniably made a name for himself in Central State. During this period, the threshold of the Lin family was nearly trampled by various powerful factions. Countless forces flocked from all corners, eager to pay their respects to the Lin family, wishing to witness the emergence of this extraordinary prodigy. Even some imperial-level factions and several dominant powers sent envoys to recruit Lin Xuan into their ranks. Unfortunately, he consistently declined their offers, leaving them to return empty-handed. Nevertheless, many factions still aimed to cultivate a good relationship with the Lin family, hoping to reap benefits when Lin Xuan eventually ascended to prominence. In addition to these formidable factions, a multitude of Central States prodigies arrived at the Lin family, challenging Lin Xuan to ascertain whether he was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Among them were particularly numerous sword cultivators, sword demons, sword masters, and sword kings, each boasting grand titles and reputations. Regrettably, Lin Xuan held them in contempt, too apathetic to engage with them, often merely brushing them off with a casual display of skill. Yet, despite their impressive-sounding titles, these so-called sword demons could not withstand even a single strike from him. Several even had their resolve shattered, left in a state of hopelessness. As Lin Xuan's prowess became evident, the number of challengers dwindled, yet they never ceased entirely. Today, once again, someone sought to challenge Lin Xuan. Young master, that so-called Northern Underworld sword sovereign has been lurking at our doorstep for several days now. Initially, it was tolerable. But now that you have not shown yourself, he is proclaiming that you are afraid to engage, casting aspersions on your reputation. It is infuriating. A mate of the Lin family exclaimed indignantly. Lin Xuan merely smiled faintly. Very well, I shall first dispose of this trash, then return to my cultivation, lest they disturb the tranquility of the Lin family. Outside the Yi family, Lin Xuan stepped forth slowly. Humph. Lin Xuan, the coward, finally dares to show himself. Ma Baiming scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. He believed Lin Xuan to be nothing more than a facade. Make your move. Lin Xuan, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, replied coolly, you first. Since you refuse, then I shall initiate. Sword Shadow. Lin Xuan, I fear you not. Northern Underworld Sword C. Crack. In an instant, Ma Baiming lay sprawled on the ground, alive, yet defeated, his sword shattered, and one of his arms severed. Huh. This Northern Underworld sword sovereign was so boastful. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from young Master Lin. How laughable. In the eastern state, northern region, amidst the vast, desolate land stood an ancient city, Tianhuang City, one of the most prosperous cities in the northern region of eastern state. However, today, Tianhuang City was unlike any other day, enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity. The streets bustled with cultivators clad in various attires, some in groups, others solitary, all hastening towards the city's outskirts. These cultivators were the elite disciples of various forces in eastern state, their purpose being the imminent opening of the eastern state ancient battlefield. The eastern state ancient battlefield, rumored to be the site of a cataclysmic battle between the eastern state human race and the nether race during ancient times, is said to harbor countless opportunities and treasures, opening once every millennium, drawing numerous cultivators to explore its depths. At this moment, in a secluded corner of Tianhuang City, a young man clad in a gray robe stood quietly, his gaze penetrating as he stared towards the city's exterior. This individual was none other than Lin Zai, who had arrived from Central State. After recognizing his shortcomings during the family competition, Lin Zai resolutely embarked on a journey of refinement, intending to temper his resolve through experience. He had traveled to Eastern State to broaden his horizons, and now, having practiced for nearly a month, he found himself fortuitously positioned for the opening of the ancient battlefield. How opportune, Lin Zai murmured to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had only intended to pass through Tianhuang City. Yet fate had aligned him with the opening of the ancient battlefield, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. However, although he had broken through to the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm, the strength within Eastern State was not to be underestimated. It was equally teeming with formidable individuals and prodigies. While his abilities were commendable, they were not particularly exceptional. Moreover, this expedition to the ancient battlefield included elite disciples from powerful factions, many of whom were at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, and even some monstrous talents at the sovereign level. He needed to tread carefully. Moments later, a vast, desolate plain lay 1,000 miles beyond Tianhuang City, where a colossal portal materialized, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This was the entrance to the Eastern State ancient battlefield. At this time, before the portal, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered, individuals from various forces in Eastern State, as well as numerous rogue cultivators, each radiating formidable energy, their gazes sharp and focused. Dear friends, the Eastern State ancient battlefield is about to open. In this venture, life and death shall be dictated by fate. I hope you all exercise caution. An elder clad in black robes declared gravely before the portal. He was an elder of the Tianhuang Emperor sect, the leading force in the northern region of Eastern State, overseeing the opening of the ancient battlefield. Enough of the formalities. The ancient battlefield is now open. Please proceed. The black-robed elder waved his hand, and the portal erupted with brilliant light, slowly parting. In an instant, nearly 10,000 youths surged towards the portal. Lin Zai, mingling among the crowd, followed suit into the glowing entrance. After a dizzying whirl, Lin Zai found himself on an expanse of barren land. This was the Eastern State ancient battlefield. Surveying the surroundings, he saw only dilapidated ruins, the air thick with the stench of blood, as if echoing the horrors of the ancient battle that had once raged here. Truly, this was no ordinary battlefield. The palpable aura of murder was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan attuned himself to the lingering, ancient murderous intent, silently cautioning himself. He knew that in such a place, a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. I shall explore slowly, Lin Xuan resolved in his heart, swiftly dashing towards the distance. Half an hour later, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. Lin Xuan's heart tightened, and he hastily concealed his aura, cautiously approaching the source of the commotion. Not far ahead, two cultivators were locked in a fierce duel, one clad in white wielding a large blade, his strikes swift and ruthless, while the other donned yellow, brandishing a long staff, delivering powerful blows. These two were at the 8th level of the cave heaven realm. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, silently assessing the situation. As he observed, Lin Xuan's attention was drawn to a spirit herb not far from the combatants. It was a vibrant crimson herb, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, clearly extraordinary. Crimson blood, celestial orchid. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. Chapter 144, The Intriguing Maneuver of Lin Xuan. The crimson blood celosia serves as the principal herb in the concoction of the crimson blood pill, a rare elixir capable of significantly enhancing the vitality of cultivators, particularly those at the cave heaven realm, making it exceptionally suitable for them. Its scarcity in the outside world renders it a treasure of unparalleled value. To Lin Xuan's astonishment, upon entering the ancient battlefield, he encountered such an opportunity, which filled him with delight. The two cultivators clearly sought the crimson blood celosia as well, and given Lin Xuan's current strength, seizing it from the grasp of two formidable opponents at the 8th heaven of the cave heaven realm would not pose significant difficulty. Yet, the prospect of benefiting as a bystander was indeed enticing. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes as he swiftly vanished from sight. In the distance, the battle between the two cultivators escalated to a fervent climax, each exerting their utmost efforts to vanquish the other. After several hundred exchanges, both were heavily injured and ultimately engaged in a fierce clash that left them mutually devastated. The moment had arrived. Fools, you squandered such an opportunity. Suddenly, a figure surged from above, racing toward the crimson blood celosia, accompanied by a thick rolling mist that obscured the vision of the two combatants and shielded their spiritual senses. What an exquisite smoke screen! Who dares? Both cultivators gasped in astonishment, halting their confrontation to gaze at the intruder. Unfortunately, the yellow mist prevented them from discerning the identity of the figure, though they could ascertain from the voice that it belonged to a male cultivator. Lin Xuan moved with remarkable speed, reaching the crimson blood celosia in the blink of an eye, plucking it from the ground before vanishing once more. When the mist dissipated, the coveted herb was nowhere to be found, and even the earth had been uprooted. Curse it! Someone has beaten us to it, the white-clad cultivator bellowed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Pursue. Whoever dares to steal our opportunity must pay the price. The yellow-clad cultivator's expression was equally grim as they both raced after the shadow that had vanished. However, despite their relentless pursuit, they found no trace of the figure. Damn it! He escaped. The white-clad cultivator seethed, smashing a boulder in frustration. Curse him. If I find him, he will learn the cost of snatching my opportunity. The yellow-clad shouted angrily, then disdainfully huffed at his companion before turning to leave. The white-clad cultivator's expression darkened further. Had it not been for you, I would have captured him already. Next time you meddle, I will ensure your demise. I await your challenge. Meanwhile, in a concealed location not far from them, Lin Xuan stood quietly, clutching the crimson blood celosia, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I never expected it to be this easy, he chuckled softly. Lin Xuan sought only opportunities and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have had no need to flee. Yet, aware that the ancient battlefield was fraught with peril, he remained vigilant. Resolute, he decided to find a secure location to refine the crimson blood celosia and elevate his strength. Over the next few days, Lin Xuan cautiously explored the ancient battlefield, encountering numerous opportunities which he unabashedly claimed for himself. As for how he acquired them, well, he simply shrouded them in smoke. Those cultivators willingly offered them to him. For those more unruly who sought to spar with him, he kindly escorted them to meet their ancestors. He thoroughly embodied the Lin family's tradition of kindness, friendliness, and a willingness to assist others. Throughout these days, fierce battles among cultivators erupted across the ancient battlefield, with various opportunities emerging, drawing frenzied competition. Notably, the imperial forces and dominant factions from the northern region garnered the most attention, claiming the majority of the top-tier opportunities. Other factions and solitary cultivators, limited in power, could only relinquish their ambitions for the prime opportunities and instead compete for more ordinary ones. The ancient battlefield was set to remain open for 8 days, and with 6 days already elapsed, the urgency among cultivators to seek and seize opportunities intensified as the closure approached. All sought to reap greater benefits within the ancient battlefield, aiming to return with enhanced strength and acquire greater status and power in the outside world. Amidst this fervor, a piece of news ignited the desires of many, compelling nearly every cultivator to rush toward the center of the ancient battlefield. This unusual occurrence immediately captured Lin Xuan's attention, prompting him to halt a solitary cultivator at the first heaven of the cave heaven realm. What do you want? I have nothing of value. You can see for yourself. The cultivator, perceiving Lin Xuan, a formidable figure at the seventh heaven of the cave heaven realm, feared for his life and promptly surrendered his spatial ring. Well, Lin Xuan sighed, somewhat exasperated. He pushed the ring back and tossed the cultivator a mid-grade heavenly spirit ginseng, capable of aiding those at the fourth heaven of the cave heaven realm in their cultivation, and inquired, "Tell me, what is happening? Why is everyone rushing in that direction?" The cultivator, sensing Lin Xuan's intent, eagerly divulged all he knew. "Young master, it is like this. 1 minute later, the ultimate realm is opening." "How intriguing. You may go now." Lin Xuan dismissed him, swiftly making his way toward the center of the ancient battlefield. The ultimate realm, rumored to be a legacy left by an ancient power, had thwarted countless cultivators in their quest for inheritance due to its formidable restrictions. Now, signs indicated that this realm was finally set to open. This was precisely why the throng converged on the central area of the ancient battlefield. As Lin Xuan arrived at a discreet hilltop, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of cultivators, at least 10,000 gathered here. Those must be the elite teams from the eastern states' great powers, he mused, spotting the foremost groups, including the team from the Tianhuang Emperor sect, the leading force overseeing the ancient battlefield's opening. These teams represented the fiercest competition in this area, and Lin Xuan knew he must remain vigilant. With the restrictions not yet fully lifted, he silently awaited the moment. An hour later, the final barrier dissolved, and the ultimate realm opened at last. Opportunities. Here I come. No one shall dare snatch my inheritance. As throngs of cultivators surged forward in pursuit of opportunities, Lin Xuan merely revealed a subtle smile before quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. Chapter 145, The Betrayal of the Masses. Lin Xuan seizes the opportunity. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Xuan's gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the distant horizon. His fingers trembled slightly, and invisible array patterns silently merged into the earth below. These patterns spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire ultimate land. "Seize it, haha," he murmured softly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the heavens reverberated with a deafening roar. A resplendent beam of light surged into the sky, illuminating the dim atmosphere. Within the radiance, a fist-sized orb of light slowly ascended, emanating a disquieting aura. The inheritance orb. A grand opportunity has manifested. Shouts of astonishment erupted from all directions. Figures raced frantically towards the beam of light, igniting a frenzy across the ancient battlefield. The princes and prodigies of various factions unleashed their prowess, darting like lightning towards the orb. The loose cultivators, not to be outdone, followed closely behind, their eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. In an instant, the sky was aglow with spiritual light, artifacts soared, and the battle cries echoed thunderously. "Step aside. That inheritance orb belongs to my Tianxian Emperor sect." A young man clad in purple robes bellowed, brandishing his sword, the sword aura slicing through the air, cleaving several loose cultivators in half. What is the Tianxian Emperor sect to us? That orb shall belong to my Moyan Emperor sect." Another man in black sneered, conjuring a colossal serpent of black flames that lunged at the purple-robed youth. Boom! The clash of sword aura and flames erupted with a cataclysmic roar, warping the surrounding space. Meanwhile, members of other factions joined the fray. Boom! This is the opportunity of my Imperial Clan, the Feng family. Whoever dares to contest with this prince is an enemy of the Feng family. Nonsense. Whoever claims it shall keep it. What does the Feng family matter? Does my Wang family fear you? A scream pierced the air as a cultivator was pierced through the chest by sword aura, blood gushing forth. Yet, this did not deter others. Instead, it incited their ferocity. A woman in white, wielding a jade flute, produced a haunting melody imbued with lethal intent, causing foes to collapse where the sound waves traversed. A burly man wielded a giant axe, each swing capable of rending the very fabric of reality, exuding immense might. Amidst the chaos, blood splattered, and severed limbs flew through the air. Some had just seized the orb, yet before they could secure it, multiple attacks struck, instantly transforming them into a mist of blood. The orb ascended once more, falling into another's grasp, only to meet the same grim fate shortly thereafter. 3 hours later, the tumultuous battle raged on, but the ground was now littered with an abundance of corpses, all fallen in the struggle. Lin Xuan, observing this spectacle with unwavering calm, finally ceased his finger movements, The intricate 9-square formation was complete. This formation had consumed 3 full hours of his effort, with each pattern meticulously calculated to ensure absolute precision. Almost there, he murmured. At that moment, from the distant melee, a figure suddenly burst forth, racing toward the inheritance orb. It was a young man clad in purple robes, encircled by 9 violet halos. He was the holy son of the Xixiao sacred land. It's the Xixiao holy son. Block him. Several figures lunged towards the Xixiao holy son, only to be repelled by the force of the 9 violet halos. Humph. The Tianxiao shall not succeed. You think you can seize this opportunity? Do you truly believe my Tianhuang Emperor sect is absent? Instantly, more figures surged forth, among them the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuang Emperor sect, Xianxiang, alongside several heirs from the imperial factions of Eastern State. They all launched their attacks to intercept, while simultaneously seeking the opportunity to claim the inheritance. Boom. Curse it. The Xixiao holy son was forced back, compelled to abandon his pursuit of the orb to fend off the attacks of several others. As they battled, many attempted to seize the orb, but each time their efforts were thwarted by the relentless onslaught of others. A quarter of an hour later, Xianxiang, leveraging his formidable prowess, finally broke free from the throng and reached the vicinity of the inheritance orb. Ha ha ha. This opportunity ultimately belongs to me, the barbarian. Xianxiang smirked coldly, reaching out for the inheritance orb. Witnessing this, the others attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Time was not on their side. In that moment of frustration and fury, boom. Just as Xianxiang's fingers were about to graze the orb, the entire ultimate land trembled violently. 9 colossal beams of light erupted from the ground, sealing off the entire area. This is an array. Xianxiang's expression changed dramatically. What is happening? Why is my spiritual energy not flowing smoothly? A loose cultivator shouted in terror. Not good, it's an array. Someone has set up a great formation. Another prodigy exclaimed, panic-stricken, hastily attempting to break the array, only to find their spiritual energy suppressed and unable to unleash their full strength. Ha ha ha, everyone. Do enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. Lin Xuan's voice echoed mockingly from beyond the array. Who dares to scheme against us? Xianxiang roared, his eyes blazing with fury. A mere loose cultivator dares to covet the inheritance orb? Seeking death. The Xixiao holy son snorted coldly, gathering his attack once more. But before he could strike, countless sword auras surged forth from the array, bearing down upon him. Uft. The Xixiao holy son, caught off guard, was struck by the sword aura, spitting out blood as he was sent reeling backward. This array is astonishingly powerful. Panic surged through the hearts of the crowd as they desperately activated their protective artifacts. Yet the array's assaults surged forth like an unrelenting tide, impossible to resist. Lin Xuan stood outside the array, observing coldly. The formation he had laid was a complex interlocking array, a fusion of confinement, slaughter, and illusion, wielding formidable might. Even those princes would find it exceedingly difficult to break free in the short term. It is time to claim the opportunity, Lin Xuan whispered, and in an instant, he dashed into the array. The individuals within the array were now preoccupied with their own survival, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Lin Xuan moved as if in an uninhabited realm, heading straight for the inheritance orb. The inheritance orb is mine. A fervent glint sparked in Lin Xuan's eyes as he reached out and grasped the orb. Swiftly, he exited the grand formation and vanished into the distance. 10 minutes later, the great formation that had ensnared the masses was finally dismantled. The crowd stumbled out of the array, disheveled and disoriented, yet the inheritance orb had long since vanished. Countless souls had been ensnared and perished within the array, especially the loose cultivators. Even the prodigies from various factions appeared utterly ragged, their expressions grim. Damn it! Who has taken the inheritance orb? The young man in purple robes roared, his eyes aflame with rage and resentment. That individual laid such a formidable array. It is evident they had long been plotting. We have fallen into their trap. Another growled through gritted teeth. Investigate. We must uncover the identity of that person. When the time comes, they shall know the consequences of seizing our opportunity. Xianxiang declared coldly, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Indeed, this emperor finds it hard to believe that, with our vast array of powers, we cannot uncover the identity of a mere thief. Let us mobilize everyone to conduct a thorough search for this individual in the remaining time. Excellent. Chapter 146, The Third Heaven of the Venerable. The Heavenly Blade Emperor breaks through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. In the Lin family. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Xuan, who was seated on the meditation mat, opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged from his body. The third heaven of the venerable realm, quite commendable. Lin Xuan assessed his strength, and a faint smile graced his lips. It had only been a week since his return to the Lin family, and after his earlier exploits, the number of challengers had diminished significantly, allowing him to finally cultivate in peace. Today marked yet another breakthrough in his cultivation, successfully reaching the third heaven of the venerable realm. He chuckled. The holy realm is not far off. In high spirits, Lin Xuan prepared to engage in a few draws. Let me see what treasures await in the prize pool. Before long, a panel for the clan's fortune lottery materialized before Lin Xuan. His gaze immediately fell upon the 3 resplendent golden items at the top. 1. Inferior grade immortal weapon. Frostblade. 2. Peak Emperor experience card. 3. Heavenly Emperor edict. System, let us start with a tenfold draw for a warm-up. Lin Xuan declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Ding. The clan fortune tenfold draw is in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black silk stockings for cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious empress's belly band. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 maids. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Xuan was left speechless, immediately cursing the system for its frivolity. Damn it. System, do you think I need these? I require an immortal weapon, an emperor experience card, a heavenly emperor edict. Do you understand? What am I to do with these? I am not a pervert. Blah, blah, blah. System, give me another round. I refuse to believe this. After chastising the irreverent system, Lin Xuan resolved to try again. Ding. The clan fortune tenfold draw is in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 quasi-emperor weapons. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of quasi-emperor pills. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 peak emperor experience card. In the final moments, Lin Xuan finally struck it big. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Those 200,000 clan fortune points were well spent. Lin Xuan rejoiced. He now possessed an additional trump card for survival. Although it may not be as formidable as the Heavenly Emperor Edict, it is far more flexible and can last an entire day. Satisfied, he returned to his cultivation. Based on Lin Xuan's past experiences with lotteries, once a good item is obtained, it is wise to refrain from further attempts, for such endeavors only lead to losses. One must learn to be content and find joy in simplicity. 1 month later, in the central continent, within the desolate regions, terrifying lightning tribulations continuously struck down, seemingly striving to thwart something. Beneath the wrath of the lightning, a man wielding a long blade stood tall and imposing, radiating unmatched dominance. Faced with the terrifying lightning, he exhibited not an ounce of fear. He even charged at the storm clouds with his blade. Before long, an overwhelming and magnificent aura erupted in the desolate area, spreading across the entire central continent, startling countless powers and cultivators. The Heavenly Emperor realm, my Heavenly Blade, has succeeded. Less than a day later, the news of the Heavenly Blade Emperor's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor realm reverberated like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the central continent. This unparalleled powerhouse, who had guarded the city of 10,000 demons for nearly a millennium, had finally taken that monumental step, ascending to the ranks of the most formidable beings in the central continent and throughout the southern underworld. A peerless powerhouse of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The moment the news spread, the entire central continent trembled. In the demon domain, deep within the blood demon sect, in a pitch-black palace, the peak Emperor Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within. The blood-red long blade in his hand quivered slightly, as if sensing its master's fury. Why? How can you, Heavenly Blade, surpass me in breaking through? The voice of the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor was low and icy, laced with boundless murderous intent. The Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor had also cultivated the path of the blade to an extraordinary depth. He had long sought to rival the Heavenly Blade Emperor, striving to defeat him and claim the title of the true master of the blade in their generation. Alas, every time he believed he could surpass the Heavenly Blade Emperor, the latter would always remain a step ahead. He was unwilling. He was indignant. This time, he had anticipated breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm before his rival, only to discover that the latter had already achieved it. How could he accept this? The breakthrough of the Heavenly Blade Emperor signified an enhancement of human power, further obstructing the unification plans of the demon domain. Consequently, other strong figures within the demon domain displayed expressions of rage, as if the Heavenly Blade Emperor's breakthrough was a provocation against them. In the Monster Clan, the reaction was equally pronounced. Within the City of Humans, several powerful beings of the Monster Clan gathered in a valley, discussing the breakthrough of the Heavenly Blade Emperor. With the Heavenly Blade Emperor's ascension to the Heavenly Emperor realm, the protective power of the city of 10,000 demons will be even more formidable, and the strength of the human race will rise once more. When shall our Monster Clan add another such top-tier powerhouse? One voiced, a hint of helplessness in their tone. The other powerful beings of the Monster Clan nodded in agreement, clearly feeling apprehensive about the Heavenly Blade Emperor's breakthrough. They were wary of the Heavenly Blade Emperor. wary of the strength of the human race. Among the human race, the responses from various factions varied greatly. Jian Wuhan, the head of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, one of the dominant powers, displayed a glimmer of joy upon hearing the news. Having maintained a good relationship with the Heavenly Blade Emperor, he expressed his congratulations upon learning of the breakthrough. Jian Wuhan gazed towards the direction of the city of 10,000 demons, a smile gracing his lips. The Heavenly Blade has broken through, and the human race gains another top-tier powerhouse. This is a fortuitous event. At the Xianxian Emperor sect, the Xianxian Ancestor appeared indifferent, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Standing atop the sect's peak, he looked towards the city of 10,000 demons and murmured to himself, "The Heavenly Blade Emperor is indeed extraordinary." The Xianxian sect did not have a close relationship with the Heavenly Blade Emperor, but the Xianxian Ancestor understood that the breakthrough of the Heavenly Blade Emperor was a boon for the human race. Within the Quasi-Imperial Clan, the elders gathered and conversed. The Heavenly Blade has actually broken through, not a concern. He is merely a solitary cultivator and poses little threat to the status of our Quasi-Imperial Clan. Indeed, we can simply send someone to extend our congratulations. There is no need to overthink it. As for the ordinary cultivators in the central continent, their reactions were far more direct. The moment the news spread, countless cultivators flocked towards the city of 10,000 demons, eager to witness the splendor of the Heavenly Blade Emperor. In the skies above the city of 10,000 demons, a throng of cultivators soared on their swords, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Some shouted with excitement, "The Heavenly Blade Emperor has broken through. Our human race has gained another Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse." Others expressed their profound emotions. The Heavenly Blade Emperor has safeguarded the city of 10,000 demons and the human race for nearly a millennium. Now, he has finally broken through. Truly a blessing for our kind. The entire central continent seemed to come alive with fervor due to the breakthrough of the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Chapter 147. Invitation to the Heavenly Emperor. Attend the Heavenly Emperor ceremony. On the second day following the Heavenly Blade Emperor's breakthrough, golden rays of light streaked across the sky, akin to falling stars, landing precisely at the gates of various major factions throughout the central continent. It was an invitation card, gleaming with the essence of the Heavenly Emperor's sword intent and radiant golden light, adorned with enigmatic runes. This was the invitation from the Heavenly Sword Emperor, each card forged from the very power of the celestial sovereign, imbued with a heart-stirring pressure. "The invitation from the Heavenly Sword?" murmured the gathered dignitaries of various factions, as they promptly retrieved their cards. The instant they unfolded the invitations, several golden characters, exuding the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, conspicuously emerged. The calligraphy on the card, flowing like dragons and phoenixes, seemed to encapsulate the pinnacle of sword intent. Merely gazing upon it for a moment was enough to cause a stinging sensation in the eyes. A week later, at Lingyun Peak, the Heavenly Emperor's grand ceremony, these mere 10 words ignited a fervor throughout the entire central continent. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, a golden invitation card was seen hovering above the ancestral grounds. Though modest in size, it captured the attention of every member of the Lin clan. What could it be? Is it a conspiracy from some faction? Instantly, a myriad of astonished voices erupted within the Lin family. Unthinkable. The Lin family has wronged no one. And with our current strength, we have no fear of ordinary factions, declared one clan member, his face brimming with pride for the might of his family. The Lin family of today was no longer the same as it had been just a few months prior. To the ordinary clansmen, the most palpable evidence of their family's burgeoning power was the once rare sight of Saint and Great Saint realm experts, who had now become almost commonplace. Even the previously enigmatic and exceedingly scarce Saint Kings and Saint Emperors were no longer shrouded in mystery, their numbers surpassing all previous records. The frequent occurrences of tribulations only served to deepen the ordinary clansmen's understanding of their family's rapid ascendance in strength. The Lin family could truly be described as a realm where kings roamed freely and revered ones were as numerous as dogs, with only those of the Saint realm barely qualifying as mid-tier powerhouses. However, while the ordinary clan members were unaware of the intricacies, the higher-ups of the Lin family were not so oblivious. Suddenly, Lin Tianhai, accompanied by a group of elders, approached the invitation. "This is an invitation?" he exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sword intent emanating from it. Despite having attained the 8th heaven of the Saint King realm, he felt as insignificant as an ant before this overwhelming sword intent. The master of this sword intent must possess extraordinary prowess, at least that of an emperor. Lin Tianhai mused. His sentiments were echoed by the elders behind him, all of whom had also vastly surpassed their former strengths, with the weakest among them now at the 9th heaven of the Great Saint realm, and most having reached the Saint King realm. Just then, 3 figures, their auras concealed like ordinary mortals, suddenly appeared before the invitation. It was Lin Xiao and his companions. We pay our respects to the ancestors. The trio nodded respectfully without further ado, their gazes fixed on the golden invitation. This is the sword intent of the heavenly sword, Lin Xiao remarked. I've just heard that the heavenly sword emperor has successfully ascended to the exalted realm of the heavenly emperor, and now this invitation has arrived. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Lin Changfeng was the first to speak up, to which Lin Changxiao and Lin Changxue also nodded in agreement. Clearly, the rumors held substance. Lin Tianhai and the others had not interacted with the heavenly sword emperor and were thus unaware of the significance. But Lin Changxiao and his companions had considerable dealings with him and immediately recognized the sword intent and the aura belonging to its master. Lin Xiangxiao promptly took the invitation and opened it. A week later, at Lingyun Peak, the Heavenly Emperor's grand ceremony, the 10 golden characters reappeared. The Heavenly Sword Emperor not only looked after us three in the past, but he also assisted Xian and our second sister during the Heavenly Emperor's cave expedition. It is only fitting that we present our congratulations upon his breakthrough. A week later, I shall personally attend to convey our regards. You may select a few juniors to accompany me, allowing them to broaden their horizons, Lin Changxiao decisively proclaimed with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals responded in unison, yes, Ancestor. 1 week later, at the bustling city of Wanyao, which was already teeming with life, the atmosphere was even more vibrant than usual. Cultivators from all directions flocked in droves, eager to catch a glimpse of the newly ascended Heavenly Emperor. The sky was alight with shimmering lights, while the ground was a sea of heads, the sounds of hawking, discussions, and exclamations intertwining to create a unique prelude to the grand event. Have you heard? This ceremony only permits forces of emperor level and above to enter Lingyun Peak. Naturally, that is the sacred ground of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. The Emperor's domain is not a place for the common folk to tread. Those without invitations cannot even approach. Within a tea house, several loose cultivators gazed enviously at the towering Lingyun Peak in the distance, shrouded in mist, where golden light flickered amidst the clouds, resembling a realm of immortals. At that moment, a resplendent carriage, pulled by 3 Saint King realm dragons, soared in from the eastern horizon, bearing a battle flag stained with blood, upon which the character Lin shone brilliantly in the sunlight. It's the Lin family from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, someone exclaimed. Indeed, the young master of the Lin family is a formidable figure, currently ranked 5th on the young talents list. Even the prince of the Quasi-Imperial Clan cannot match him. One wonders if he will attend this time. The Lin family is indeed fortunate to have produced such a prodigious talent as the Sword God. Once the Sword God matures, they will undoubtedly ascend to become a new dominant force. Isn't that the truth? How enviable. Alas, why does my own family lack such a prodigy? After Lin Xian's renown spread throughout the central continent, some well-meaning individuals conferred upon him the title of Sword God, which swiftly gained traction. And now nearly everyone among the younger generation is aware of this remarkable talent. The Sword God, Lin Xian. The Lin family, too, entered the public eye thanks to Lin Xian, thus achieving a unique kind of fame. Within the carriage, Lin Changxiao, the patriarch of the Lin family, sat in serene contemplation. Clad in an immaculate robe, his features as sharp as if chiseled by a knife. Although he had lived for over 10,000 years, he appeared to be in his early 50s. His aura, though restrained, exuded an unfathomable depth. Opposite him sat 4 young individuals, the most outstanding of the current generation of the Lin family. Leaning against the window, Lin Xian gazed through the clouds at the increasingly near Wanyao city, a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. Brother Xian, what do you think of the Heavenly Sword Emperor? The former emperor, now the Heavenly Emperor. I'm fortunate to witness the legendary Heavenly Emperor. Lin Xuan leaned in, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Having heard of Lin Xian's experiences in the Heavenly Emperor's cave, he was well aware that Lin Xian had met the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. The Heavenly Emperor is but a human who has ascended through cultivation. What more can be said? He is simply a predecessor who has taken a step ahead. Of course, the Heavenly Sword Emperor has been kind to our Lin family, so we must show him due respect. Chapter 148. The Heavenly Emperor's Grand Ceremony. In Lin Xian's eyes, the Heavenly Emperor was merely a person, albeit one who had advanced further along the path. There was no need for excessive glorification, though one must still harbor a sense of reverence, as he was a predecessor who had shown kindness to the Lin family. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then he laughed. Just wait until I break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. The spectacle will be tenfold greater. Currently, at the 9th heaven of the King realm, he was on the verge of breaking through to the revered realm, with the Heavenly Emperor realm within reach. Lin Xian replied, 666. What a lofty ambition, cousin. Lin Yan joined in, adding to the excitement. Ha ha, cousin, once we transcend to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, Let us together topple this vast firmament. Lin Dong, the boorish fellow, remains as steadfast as ever. When a brash man encounters an unruly sixth brother, it is indeed a perfect match. He, brother Lin Dong, come. Let us have a word. Observing these two peculiar individuals, who leave countless cultivators exasperated, Lin Xuan and Lin Yan exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads in resignation. Finally, Lin Xuan mustered the courage to voice his inner confusion. Brother Xuan, what is your current cultivation level? Why is it that I, having reached the 9th heaven of the king realm, still cannot fathom your strength? Upon hearing this, both Lin Yan and Lin Dong turned their curious gazes towards Lin Xuan. They too were intrigued as to the cultivation level of the young master, the undisputed first among the younger generation of the Lin family, the legendary sword god of Zhongzhou. And how vast the chasm between them truly was. Currently, both Lin Dong and I are at the 4th heaven of the king realm, while brother Howren is at the 9th heaven. What is the extent of our disparity with the young master? Lin Yan pondered privately. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Lin Xianxiao, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them and remarked nonchalantly, "We have arrived." He then surveyed Lin Howren and the others, feeling immense satisfaction with them. They are indeed rare talents in this world. He then turned his gaze to Lin Xuan, a trace of barely perceptible wryness flickering in his eyes, which soon transformed into overwhelming excitement. "You little rascals have done exceptionally well, but in comparison to Xuaner, you still fall significantly short," he admitted. After all, he had already comprehended the sacred path and the power of heaven and earth. Hiss! What the heck? Brother Xuan, are you even human? Lin Howren exclaimed in astonishment. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xuan playfully slapped the back of his head, scolding him with a smile. The sacred path and the power of heaven and earth are the two distinguishing characteristics that separate the sage realm from the venerable realm. Any cultivator aspiring to ascend to the sage realm must first comprehend these two aspects. Lin Yan, noticing Lin Dong's bewilderment, promptly explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Dong said, realization dawning upon him. Cousin, you didn't know? These family teachings are common knowledge, aren't they? In the South Underworld continent, this isn't a secret. The major powers wouldn't go so far as to conceal such information. After all, knowing it doesn't matter if your talent is insufficient to comprehend it. If one cannot grasp it, ascending to the sage realm is utterly impossible. Those little tadpoles made my head spin. I truly couldn't bear it. I forced myself to endure for 2.5 years before giving up. So Lin Dong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Lin Yan could only facepalm in exasperation. So, Brother Xuan, are you already a formidable expert in the sage realm? Lin Howren's envy was palpable. Haha, not quite. I still need to face the sage thunder tribulation. I plan to attempt it upon my return, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Wow. You're showing off again, Brother Xuan. How infuriating. As they approached Lingyun Peak, the carriage passed through an invisible barrier, and the scenery before them transformed dramatically. The clouds and mist they had seen from a distance were now mere arm's length away, composed entirely of pure spiritual energy, allowing them to feel their cultivation subtly rising with each breath. What a grand display! Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Lingyun Peak floated in midair, surrounded by 12 slightly smaller floating mountains, forming a profound formation. The main peak was adorned with resplendent palaces, and the most striking feature was the towering black stone blade that pierced the clouds, radiating a chilling sharpness. That is a replica of the heavenly blade, the divine weapon of the heavenly blade emperor, Lin Xianxiao explained. It is said that the true heavenly blade can cleave the heavens themselves. The carriage descended onto a platform at the edge of Lingyun Peak, where attendants awaited them. These were the usual attendants of the heavenly blade emperor. Upon spotting the Lin family insignia, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe swiftly approached. Elder Lin, your presence graces us, bringing splendor to Lingyun Peak. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, his gaze briefly lingering on the younger members of the Lin family, particularly on Lin Xuan. Lin Xianxiao nodded slightly. I appreciate your guidance. As the attendant led the way, Lin Howren and the others began to truly feel the extraordinary nature of the Heavenly Emperor's Dao ground. Lin Xianxiao and Lin Xuan, having visited this place before, exhibited no signs of surprise. The seemingly ordinary stone slabs beneath their feet contained a certain rhythm, imparting an illusion of resonance with heaven and earth as they walked upon them. The exotic flowers and rare herbs lining the path, if placed in the outside world, would be worth their weight in gold. Is that the 9 turns soul recovery grass? Lin Howren pointed to a patch of grass shimmering with 7-colored light in the distance, his voice tinged with astonishment. The attendant smiled. Young Master Lin has a keen eye. That is indeed the 9 turns soul recovery grass, brought back by the Heavenly Emperor from an ancient ruins, and it has now been cultivated into a large patch. Lin Howren, Lin Yan, and Lin Dong were left speechless. The 9 turns soul recovery grass is a divine herb capable of resurrecting the dead, and one could scarcely find a single stalk in the outside world. Yet here there exists an entire field. As they ventured deeper, more wonders unfolded before their eyes. Waterfalls suspended in midair, pavilions that moved of their own accord, and stone carvings exuding the essence of the Tao, each showcasing the extraordinary means of the Heavenly Emperor. Turning a corner, a vast square appeared before them, at the center of which stood a high platform adorned with a throne carved from a single block of spiritual jade, evidently intended for the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Surrounding the square stood numerous individuals, each exuding formidable auras, the weakest among them being juniors of the Cave Heaven realm. That is the leader of the Heavenly Sword Emperor clan, Lin Xuan. Look, the Void Thunder Emperor of the Thunder Emperor Palace has also arrived. Even the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion has sent someone. Could that be their Grand Elder? Numerous quasi-imperial powers entered, their gazes drawn to the distinguished figures they had only heard of, gasping in astonishment. Half an hour later, a melodious bell rang out, resonating through the heavens. Dong! The bell's sound was enchanting, as if it had emerged from the depths of antiquity, carrying a certain Tao rhythm that jolted everyone present, prompting them to fall silent in unison. The Heavenly Emperor has arrived. With a loud proclamation, the clouds in the sky parted, and a beam of golden light cascaded down. All present instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the approaching golden figure. The Heavenly Emperor's grand ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 149. The Heavenly Emperor's grand ceremony begins. Golden light poured down like a waterfall from the 9th heaven. Before the figure fully materialized, the entire Lingyun Peak began to tremble. Rocks hummed, and plants bowed low, as if the entire mountain were worshipping that figure. Thousands of cultivators in the square simultaneously felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a vast ocean of stars. Those with weaker cultivation found themselves compelled to kneel on one knee. Is this the might of the Heavenly Emperor? Lin Xuan marveled. He struggled to lift his head, catching sight of Lin Xuan, who stood tall and composed, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. Exuding an air of calmness in the face of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Xianxiao waved his sleeve, enveloping the Lin family members in an invisible barrier, urging them to focus and meditate, for this was the Heavenly Emperor's Tao rhythm, beneficial for your cultivation. As the golden light gradually receded, the true visage of the Heavenly Blade Emperor was revealed. He appeared to be just over 30, clad in a long robe, his black hair casually tied up with a wooden hairpin. The most striking feature was his eyes, within which a glimmer of blade-like radiance danced, causing pain to anyone who dared gaze too long. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your breakthrough. Congratulations to the Heavenly Blade, Senior, on ascending to the Heavenly Emperor. The square resonated with harmonious sounds of congratulations. The Celestial Blade Emperor smiled faintly and raised his hand in a gesture of modesty. There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed guests, I am profoundly grateful for your presence at my ascension ceremony. I hereby declare the Celestial Emperor's celebration officially commenced. His voice, though soft, was distinctly heard by all, as if it echoed directly in their minds. As he seated himself, the 12 floating mountains illuminated with runes, intertwining to form a luminous web that enveloped the entire Lingyun Peak. The concentration of spiritual energy surged dramatically, and many cultivators displayed expressions of delight, recognizing this as the first gift bestowed by the Celestial Blade Emperor upon all attendees. Subsequently, various influential factions presented their tributes. The first to step forward was the Celestial Sword Imperial Clan. The clan leader, Lin Xuan, held a jade box aloft, from which a stream of sword chi soared into the heavens, manifesting a wondrous sight of myriad swords resonating in unison. The Celestial Sword Imperial Clan offered a Sword Soul Xian Emperor Crystal as a token of congratulations for Brother Celestial Blade's achievement of the Great Path. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. Since returning to his ancestral home, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world, including countless top-tier treasures previously unknown to him. The Sword Soul Xian Emperor Crystal was a supreme treasure for sword cultivators, capable of aiding practitioners in comprehending the sword path. Even a thumbnail-sized piece was worth a fortune, while the one Lin Xuan presented was the size of a fist. More astonishingly, the celestial sword phenomenon distinctly contained a trace of the sword intent from the Celestial Emperor realm, indicating that this crystal was of exceptionally high grade. In all of Zhongzhou, it was likely only the Celestial Sword Imperial Clan could afford to present such a gift, as it was indeed their unique treasure. Brother Jian, your generosity is deeply appreciated. The Celestial Blade Emperor acknowledged, nodding as the crystal floated into his sleeve. Their camaraderie was considerable, and thus, the Emperor expressed gratitude without any pretense, directly accepting the offering. Brother Jian, please take your seat. Haha, certainly. Next came the Nangong Imperial Clan. This time, they brought along an ancient powerhouse of the Celestial Emperor realm, known as Nangong. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, 9 phoenix apparitions roared forth, entwining in the air to form a fiery orb. The 9 Phoenix Divine Pearl, containing the true essence of 9 phoenixes. I hope it finds favor with you, brother Celestial Blade. You jest, my friend Nangong. I am indeed exceedingly satisfied. Please, take a seat. In the ensuing moments, several other dominant forces, along with numerous factions, presented their tributes. Rare treasures were unveiled, each eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Among them, the offerings from the major dominant factions were the most precious, as their status demanded that they not lose face. The human race in Zhongzhou was home to 7 major dominant factions, collectively referred to as 1 pavilion, 1 alliance, 2 sects, and 3 clans. The 1 pavilion is the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the 1 alliance is the 100 Arts Alliance. The 2 sects are the Jiuxian Emperor Sect and the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and the 3 clans are the Celestial Sword Imperial Clan, the Nangong Imperial Clan, and the Battle Emperor Clan. Among the 7 dominant factions, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is the most enigmatic, with few aware of its headquarters or the extent of its power. The Battle Emperor Clan is similarly mysterious, remaining largely hidden from the world. The 5 dominant factions that frequently engage with the public include the 100 Arts Alliance, which boasts the highest prestige, while the Nangong Imperial Clan is the most domineering. The Celestial Sword Imperial Clan excels in swordsmanship, and the Jiuxian Emperor Sect and Ziwei Imperial Palace maintain a more understated presence. The Jiuxian Emperor Sect presented the Xian Huang materia, reputed to nurture all things, while the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion offered a heaven's destiny compass, capable of revealing glimpses of celestial secrets. Witnessing this spectacle, cultivators from other factions could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. The depth of these dominant factions is indeed remarkable. Any one of their offerings could incite fierce battles among countless cultivators, their rarity and value being unparalleled. Indeed, even a single item from them would be beyond our means in the empty Xian sect. Even if we were to sell everything we own, one lamented. Alas, it is the same for us, another echoed. Of the 7 major dominant factions, 6 have arrived. But, Grand Ancestor, why have we not seen the Battle Emperor Clan? Lin Dong counted on his fingers. Lin Xianxiao cast a meaningful glance at him. That clan has always been mysterious, remaining largely hidden. It is unlikely they would make an appearance. Before he could finish his sentence, a war horn suddenly sounded from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a war chariot, drawn by 9 battle beasts, tearing through the void. The clan leader of the Battle Emperor Clan, Zhang Quan, arrived to extend congratulations on his friend's breakthrough to the Great Path. In the next moment, an imposing figure stepped out of the chariot and respectfully saluted the Celestial Blade Emperor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Battle Emperor Clan rarely involved themselves in external matters, but to their surprise, they had come in person this time. The Celestial Blade Emperor also rose to welcome him. Zhang Clan leader's presence honors us. Zhang Kuang nodded slightly, then waved his hand. A small token of my esteem, nothing more. A piece of celestial iron essence appeared before the assembly. This is celestial iron essence. An elder from an imperial clan explained to a younger companion. Incorporating it into one's innate emperor weapon can enhance its power significantly. However, the means of acquisition are exceedingly scarce, making it extremely rare and expensive. It is unexpected that the Battle Emperor Clan would generously offer it as a gift to the Celestial Blade Emperor. Another elder from an imperial-level force remarked. It seems the previous rumors were indeed true. The Celestial Blade Emperor must have saved the previous Battle Son's life. Otherwise, how could the Battle Emperor Clan be so magnanimous? Even the Celestial Blade Emperor displayed a hint of surprise. Clan leader Zhan, your friend's breakthrough to the Celestial Emperor realm is a momentous occasion for Zhongzhou, especially since you once saved my son's life. Please accept this humble gesture. Zhang Kuang smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a friendly demeanor. If that is the case, then I shall accept it. Please, come inside. Haha, indeed. Chapter 150, The Celestial Emperor's Discourse. After the members of the Battle Emperor Clan took their seats, the other imperial-level forces also presented their tributes. Although they could not match the value of the major dominant factions' offerings, they were still rare treasures. The Celestial Blade Emperor expressed his gratitude to each and invited everyone to sit. Lin Xianxiao adjusted his attire and approached with Lin Xuan and the others. He retrieved a jade vial, transparent enough to reveal the silvery sand swirling inside. The Lin family presents a vial of 9 radiant star sand, congratulating the Celestial Blade Senior on ascending to the pinnacle. A hush fell over the square, followed by an even more intense wave of astonishment. Star sand, 9 radiant? Legends say this is derived from the core of foreign stars. Adding a bit during weapon forging can elevate the quality of the treasure by a tier. What background does the Lin family have to possess such a treasure? The Celestial Blade Emperor's eyes sparkled. Young friend Lin, this gift is indeed too extravagant. Senior, you once guided my 3 siblings in their cultivation, and your kindness is something I shall never forget. Moreover, not long ago, outside the Celestial Emperor's cave, you aided my brother Xian and my second sister. This humble gift is truly insignificant, Lin Xianxiao solemnly stated. The Celestial Blade Emperor laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. I shall remember this bond of friendship. Moreover, with the previous kindness from young Lin Xian and this essential treasure you have provided, it seems I am indebted to your Lin family, making it hard to repay, huh? Just as he broke through to the Celestial Emperor realm, he urgently needed to enhance the grade of his Celestial Blade with Zhang Kuang's Celestial Iron Essence and now this 9 Radiant Star Sand. He was confident he could elevate the blade to the status of a top-tier Celestial Emperor weapon, thereby further augmenting his strength. Subsequently, the Celestial Blade Emperor also publicly vowed, from now on, the Lin family shall have my protection. Should anyone dare to infringe upon you, they shall be deemed an enemy of the Celestial Blade. This declaration startled numerous factions gathered there. Hiss, what kind of assistance does the Lin family provide to the Heavenly Blade Emperor that compels him to publicly pledge his support? With such a formidable protector, the Lin family in Zhongzhou is practically invulnerable. Who would dare to offend them? Alas, I can't help but envy the Lin family. Why does our Shiman family lack such fortuity? This preferential treatment immediately attracted countless gazes. Lin Howren and his companions felt slightly uncomfortable, but they soon regained their composure. Lin Xianxiao, having lived for over 10 millennia, naturally maintained his calm, while Lin Xian thought to himself, we have connections. There's no need to panic. The ceremonial offerings lasted a full hour. When the last faction withdrew, the Heavenly Blade Emperor rose, and the entire venue fell silent. Thank you all for being here today. He spoke with a gentle yet powerful voice. During this grand assembly, I shall impart my teachings for 3 days as a token of my gratitude. The extent to which you comprehend will depend solely on your own fortune. As his words faded, countless runes illuminated the entirety of Lingyun Peak. The replica of the colossal blade, standing atop the peak, vibrated with a resonating hum, emanating an overwhelming aura of blade intent. The clouds in the sky swirled under an unseen force, forming a vast vortex. Observing this, many began to sit cross-legged, calming their minds to listen, especially the lower-tier cultivators, whose excitement was palpable as they seized this rare opportunity to hear the Heavenly Emperor's teachings. The venue fell into a profound silence, and soon after, the voice of the Heavenly Blade Emperor, imbued with the essence of the Tao, began to resonate through the heavens and the earth. The swordsman is the sovereign among weapons. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the world trembled. Each word transformed into tangible golden runes, swirling in the air. Those of high cultivation were enthralled, while the majority of lower cultivators displayed signs of anguish. Only a few were able to immerse themselves in the experience, for not everyone could withstand the Emperor's teachings. Though Lin Xian practiced the sword path, the blade teachings of the Heavenly Blade Emperor still offered him significant insight. Sitting in a meditative posture, he fully immersed himself in the profound sounds of the Tao. His sword intent began to circulate spontaneously within him, resonating in harmony with the blade intent in the air. Gradually, he entered a wondrous state, as if witnessing countless trajectories of the Tao intertwining before his eyes. Hence, the Heavenly Blade's 9 transformations can sever the sun, moon, and stars. As the Heavenly Blade Emperor's words flowed, Lin Xian's sword intent began to undergo a metamorphosis. What was once a sharp edge now possessed a touch of smoothness, akin to tempered steel that wraps around the finger with grace. A faint halo appeared around him, accompanied by the indistinct sounds of dragon cries and sword melodies. Lin Xianxiao was astonished to discover that Lin Xian had entered a state of enlightenment. Such prodigious comprehension is rare even in a lifetime. Not only he, but the powerful figures from the Quasi-Imperial Clan also took note of this extraordinary phenomenon. A glint of malice flickered in Nangang Emperor's eyes, while Jian Wuhan nodded appreciatively. The teachings continued until sunset. As the final rune dissipated, numerous individuals directly entered a meditative state to break through, and streaks of lightning lit up the sky, signaling tribulations. The Heavenly Blade Emperor observed this spectacle with satisfaction, gently waving his hand as 12 floating mountains simultaneously descended beams of light, safeguarding the breakthrough cultivators. Today's session concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow, the Heavenly Blade Emperor stated, gradually fading from view. The crowd began to stir. Various factions engaged in conversation, discussing the insights gained that day. However, more eyes were drawn to Lin Xian, who remained in a state of enlightenment, his surrounding halo not diminishing but growing ever more resplendent. The sword goddess son truly lives up to his reputation. It is said he defeated Nangang Emperor's son in the Heavenly Emperor's cave, Indeed, the rumors hold true. With such comprehension, he is undoubtedly qualified. It seems the Lin family is poised for a grand rise. Amidst the discussions, several figures approached the Lin family, led by Jian Wuhan of the Heavenly Sword Emperor clan. Young friend Lin, it is an honor to meet you, he greeted with a smile, though his gaze lingered on Lin Xuan. Your talents are exceptional. Might you be interested in engaging with our Heavenly Sword Emperor clan's princess? Such a proposition clearly intended to bind Lin Xuan to their cause. The others present silently cursed his audacity. Just as Lin Xianxiao was about to respond, a cold scoff emanated from another direction. Old sword. There are more tactful ways to recruit someone. A female heavenly emperor from the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the Divine Phoenix Emperor, strolled forward, surrounded by divine phoenixes. Young friend, she addressed Lin Xuan, who had just emerged from his enlightenment. My Quasi-Imperial Palace does not accept male disciples, but I am willing to make an exception for you. Would you consider it? Furthermore, look at my daughter, Qingyue. She is equally enchanting and would make a fine match for you. This scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. Two dominant factions were openly vying for a young man. Naturally, Lin Xuan could not acquiesce and respectfully replied, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of both esteemed seniors. But my current focus is on my family's cultivation, and I have no plans for marriage at this time. I sincerely apologize. Seeing Lin Xuan's resolute stance, both Jian Wuhan and the Divine Phoenix Emperor could only shake their heads in resignation. Jian Wuhan, however, did not take offense. Instead, he nodded in admiration, unpretentious and composed. Excellent. He produced a sword-shaped jade pendant and handed it to Lin Xuan. Should you have some leisure time, feel free to visit the Heavenly Sword Emperor clan. We shall always welcome you. My Quasi-Imperial Palace extends the same invitation. While this side was abuzz with excitement, the atmosphere on the other side was grim. Nangong Emperor's son coldly observed everything, the wine cup in his hand cracking under pressure. As night fell, Lingyun Peak was ablaze with lights. Various factions mingled in pavilions or contemplated their insights in secluded chambers. The next morning, the Heavenly Blade Emperor resumed his teachings as usual. However, today he spoke of the Sacred Realm's path, a subject too profound for the current younger generation. Consequently, the audience was noticeably half compared to previous days. The young elites from various factions were arranged on a nearby minor peak. At this moment, the minor peak was illuminated by the divine radiance of the heavens, cascading down like a waterfall, casting a celestial glow over the entire mountain, resembling a divine realm. This was indeed a rare Heavenly Emperor convention, with factions gathered in attendance. And the young prodigies exuded an air of confidence, proud as dragons. Look, that's the Grand Prince of the Heavenly Sword Emperor clan. It is said he has reached the 9th level of the King Realm. In terms of cultivation, he is not at all inferior to Nangong Batian and other super prodigies, though his strength is slightly lacking. Such a terrifying aura. What is his standing among the younger generation of the War Emperor clan? Is this the famed Qingyue fairy, one of Zhongzhou's 4 beauties? Truly, she is as breathtaking as the rumors suggest. Rumor has it that Nangong Batian has been pursuing Qingyue fairy. Do not harbor any unwarranted thoughts. Rest assured, my friend, I would not dare entertain such notions. The Nangong Imperial Clan is not something a mere Quasi-Emperor clan, like mine, can provoke. The crowd buzzed with discussions, punctuated by gasps of admiration. Amidst these brilliant stars, a figure in white stood out remarkably. Lin Xuan, clad in white, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor serene as he engaged in casual conversation with Lin Xuan and the others. Though he hailed from a Quasi-Emperor clan, his fame had soared after defeating Nangong Batian in the Heavenly Emperor's cave, propelling him to the 5th position on Zhongzhou's prodigy rankings. Thus, even as he merely chatted with Lin Xuan in a corner, he remained the focus of countless cultivators' attention. Xingu, it seems that many are intrigued by you today. Lin Xuan stood beside Lin Xuan, his gaze sweeping across the various scrutinizing eyes around them. Lin Yan grinned. This is only natural. Our young master has triumphed over Nangong Batian, a feat that has inflated the pride of these so-called prodigies, making them unwilling to let anyone tread upon them easily. Indifferent, Lin Xuan replied with a slight shake of his head, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. At today's grand affair, we shall merely observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Nangong Batian cast a glance at Lin Xuan, the memory of his earlier public humiliation at the hands of Lin Xuan resurfacing in his mind. The carefully maintained image of a modest gentleman was on the verge of shattering. However, the presence of the enchanting Qingyue fairy beside him compelled him to suppress his wrath and humiliation, striving to uphold his facade. Qingyue, why not accompany me? Before Nangong Batian could finish, the previously obstructed Qingyue fairy gracefully bypassed him, her steps light as she proceeded towards a certain direction. As she passed, a fragrant breeze enveloped her, prompting the crowd to part ways. To everyone's astonishment, Qingyue Fairy had surpassed Nangong Batian. Where was she headed? The crowd was taken aback, their eyes following her to the pavilion where Lin Xuan and his companions resided. Noticing the commotion, Lin Xuan and his group quickly became aware of her approach. Upon looking up, they saw Qingyue Fairy standing before them. The four were somewhat perplexed, as they did not recall any prior acquaintance. The Lin family and the Quasi-Imperial Palace had minimal interactions. At this moment, Qingyue Fairy revealed a fresh smile, her previously frosty demeanor replaced by warmth. Quasi-Imperial Palace S. Qingyue greets the distinguished young gentleman. May I inquire if Qingyue could take a seat here? As the renowned beauty appeared before them, Lin Xuan and the others were momentarily stunned, but soon realized the implications, exchanging knowing smiles with Lin Xuan and rising in joviality. Haha. It is a pleasure to finally meet the illustrious fairy, please. With that, Lin Yin and Lin Xuan each took one of Lin Dong's arms, leading him away. Haha. I just remembered we must go admire the sunrise over there. You two have a delightful chat. Lin Xuan was left exasperated by his three companions, who had so readily abandoned him. What's this? Does it seem that Lin Gongzi is not welcoming to Qingyue? One of them teased. Is Qingyue a disturbance? Not at all. Lin Xuan thought, maintaining a smile as he waved his hand. Ha! Fairy, you jest. That is simply untrue. Might I ask what brings you here? Qingyue Fairy huffed softly. What? Is it forbidden to get acquainted with the legendary sword god if there is nothing else at hand? That is not my intention. Those are merely hollow accolades. Yet, you truly deserve your reputation as one of the four beauties of Zhongzhou. Your grace is unparalleled. Thus commenced a mutual flattery exchange. Giggle. Lin Gongzi certainly knows how to flatter. Qingyue Fairy appeared thoroughly pleased with Lin Xian's compliments, her countenance brightening into a charming smile. While she had received countless praises throughout her life, particularly after becoming the imperial daughter of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, she recognized that many of these admirers coveted her beauty or her status. Thus, she had never taken such compliments to heart. However, today, Lin Xian's words struck her differently. She sensed a hint of insincerity, unlike the ardent desires that typically accompanied the gazes of those who sought her affection. This distinct absence of such intentions piqued her curiosity about Lin Xuan. TSK. Could it be that the imperial daughter of Ziwang has taken a liking to our Xiange? Lin Xuan and his companions, observing from afar, were thoroughly entertained. Oh, but it appears our young master is not particularly enamored of her, one remarked. Sigh, Xiange, are you up to the task? If not, I shall step in. It is a pity that these fairies fail to recognize the excellence of our dashing young man, Lin Xuan added, striking a pose in front of the reflective water. This scene did not escape Nangong Baishan's notice, igniting his fury. Damn, he exclaimed, shattering the wine cup in his hand, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged lion. Eyes ablaze with fury, he had pursued Qingyue Fairy through countless means over the years, yet she had never graced him with even a smile. Now, she laughed radiantly in the company of Lin Xuan, and he seethed with jealousy. Qingyue, you are mine. Mine alone. No one shall take you from me. Lin Xuan, it is all your doing. Not only have you usurped my reputation, but now you seek to take my woman as well. I will not let you escape unscathed. Just then, a sharp female voice cut through the noise. Who dares to flaunt their arrogance? Oh, it is merely a despicable coward who resorts to underhanded tactics to achieve victory. The crowd parted as a woman clad in a purple gown approached, her beauty striking yet marred by a scornful expression. Trailing behind her were several attendants from the Zhou clan. It is Zhou Xianxia. Someone gasped, Nangong Baishan's most ardent admirer. Zhou Xianxia's infatuation with Nangong Batian had reached obsessive levels. She had publicly declared her intent to kill any woman who dared to approach him. Huh, just based on her? Just because she is from the Zhou clan? As Zhou Xianxia drew near, she coldly laughed. Lin Xuan, if you had not employed some underhanded means, how could you have possibly defeated Brother Batian? Prove your worth today in an honorable duel. She regarded Lin Xuan and Qingyue Fairy with disdain, thinking, this pair of wretched lovers, one toying with Brother Baishan's affections, the other resorting to vile methods to best him, now shamelessly flirting in public. They must be exposed. Today, I will reveal the truth about you, Lin Xuan, you hypocritical scoundrel. Humph. With my cultivation at the 4th level of the King Realm, coupled with the undetectable burning spirit pill, I shall unleash the power of a 1st level venerable. Lin Xuan, prepare to meet your doom. Zhou Xianxia's malevolent thoughts swirled. But as she recalled the side effects of the burning spirit pill, she hesitated momentarily. Yet, the thought of winning Brother Baishan's affections after exposing Lin Xuan spurred her on. The burning spirit pill would allow the user to burn through their full potential, experiencing a temporary surge in power for a day, but at the cost of their lifetime cultivation. Zhou Xianxia's arrival silenced the crowd, all eyes now riveted on this unexpected confrontation. Whispers began to circulate, and as seconds ticked by under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, not even lifting his eyelids, as though the buzzing fly before him was of no consequence. Such disregard was far more insulting than any words, causing Zhou Xiangxi's face to flush crimson. What? Are you afraid to accept the challenge? She raised her voice. Unless you can defeat me, you shall be known as the despicable coward you are. The entire Zhongzhou will know that you, Lin Xuan, are merely a waste who relies on underhanded tactics to secure victory. Lin Xuan finally lifted his gaze, his eyes as frigid as a millennium of ice. What are you, to dare challenge me? This simple utterance caused the temperature around them to plummet. Zhou Xiangxi, struck as if by lightning, watched her complexion shift from crimson to pallid, and then to a ghastly hue. Trembling with rage, she exclaimed, Lin Xuan, today I shall unmask you. Her voice pierced the air. Is this the Lin family? The esteemed young master relies on despicable tactics for victory, yet dares not admit it, nor face me in combat. The young masters of this family are nothing but cowardly scoundrels. It seems the Lin family is no better, truly a family of worthless wretches. Ha ha. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes, just as Lin Howard stepped forward. For such trash as you, why must Brother Xuan intervene? Lin Howard spoke coldly. Anyone from the Lin family can teach you the meaning of your insignificance. Indeed, Lin Yan also advanced, his body adorned with flickering flames. Is the Lin family and its young master someone you can insult? I am Lin Dong, he bellowed, his imposing aura erupting. Zhou Xiangxi, seeing this, was nearly driven to madness. Lin Xuan, how dare you humiliate me so? You send a worthless warrior of the 4th rank to face me? Lin Dong had already entered the arena, coldly stating, I am more than sufficient to deal with you. Seeking death, Zhou Xiangxi laughed in fury, ceasing her words as she formed seals with her hands. A bolt of purple lightning materialized from thin air, striking directly towards Lin Dong's head. The force of this strike was formidable, something a common warrior of this realm could scarcely withstand. Among the onlookers, some had already closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending disaster. Yet, Lin Dong's figure flickered and vanished like a specter. The purple lightning cleaved through the air, creating a deep crater in the ground below. Not bad, Lin Dong's voice resounded from behind Zhou Xiangxi, but regrettably, too slow. Zhou Xiangxi was taken aback, hurriedly turning to see Lin Dong's palm already pressing toward her chest. In her haste, she could only cross her arms in a feeble attempt to block. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Zhou Xiangxi staggered back 7 steps, her arms numb. She stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Dong, not granting her a moment's respite, moved again, unleashing a series of exquisite strikes from the 8 Desolation's palm. In Lin Dong's hands, this technique multiplied in might, each strike carrying the force to shatter mountains and sever peaks. Though Zhou Xiangxi had forcibly elevated her cultivation to the respected realm, her combat experience and martial prowess paled in comparison to Lin Dong's. She found herself in a frantic retreat, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Damn it! She gritted her teeth in anger, suddenly biting her tongue and spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood transformed in midair into countless fine needles, raining down upon Lin Dong. Unfazed, Lin Dong swiftly formed seals with his hands, a faint golden barrier manifesting around him. The blood needles struck the barrier, producing a sound akin to rain on banana leaves, yet they could not penetrate. Is this all you are capable of? How dare you insult the Lin family and its young master? Lin Dong scoffed, suddenly withdrawing his defense and launching himself at Zhou Xiangxi like an arrow released from its bow. Zhou Xiangxi, caught off guard, engaged in a flurry of exchanges with Lin Dong, the sounds of their strikes echoing continuously, the air pressure forcing the onlookers to retreat. It's impossible. I am clearly in the respected realm. Zhou Xiangxi grew increasingly alarmed as she realized that no matter how she attacked, she could inflict little damage upon Lin Dong. Conversely, each of Lin Dong's strikes left her struggling to cope. How infuriating. Just a mere 4th-rank warrior. How can you possess such strength? Zhou Xiangxi's fear escalated. Before long, after exchanging dozens of blows, Zhou Xiangxi found herself thoroughly outmatched. Defeat was merely a matter of time. After several more exchanges, Lin Dong declared, Enough, Vixen. This is where it ends. Great Desolation prison finger. Soaring to a height, he thrust a finger downwards. Boom. A gigantic spiritual finger, radiating a terrifying aura, descended swiftly towards Zhou Xiangxi. No, I am the imperial daughter of the Zhou family. I am a girl. You cannot treat me like this, she shouted in panic. Humph. Being a woman is of no consequence. The next moment, the ground shook violently. As the onlookers regained their composure, they saw Zhou Xiangxi, reduced to a pitiful state, devoid of any fighting spirit, resembling a defeated dog. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. A fourth-rank warrior defeating someone of the respected realm? This shattered all their preconceptions. Were all members of the Lin family this formidable? Zhou Xianxia struggled to rise, blood spilling from her lips, her eyes filled with malice. Cough. Cough, you. Lin Dong approached slowly, his voice chilling. Now, apologize to our young master. Never. Zhou Xianxia screamed hysterically. You must have used some foul sorcery. Brother Batian will not lose to you. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes as he prepared to strike again, but at that moment, Nangong Batian arrived. Enough. Is it not humiliating enough? Brother Batian. Zhou Xianxia's heart leaped at his approach. However, Nangong Batian merely cast her a cold glance, then fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan for a moment before commanding his men to escort Zhou Xianxia away. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan secretly smirked, acknowledging her lack of awareness. After Nangong Batian and his entourage departed, Lin Dong returned to Lin Xuan's side, bowing slightly. Young master, I have not let you down. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Haha, my clan brother's strength has grown remarkably. Hee, it's not bad. Now, let us not concern ourselves with those foolish birds. Come, let us drink. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. A mere ordinary genius from the Lin family could surpass Zhou Xianxia, who had reached the respected realm through mysterious means. How terrifying must Lin Xuan's strength be as the young master? Those who previously doubted Lin Xuan's ability to defeat Nangong Batian fell silent, realizing that if even a regular genius from the Lin family possessed such power, how could the young master be weak? Chapter 153. The Fool. Who ends up with nothing? Yang Han battles Nangong Batian. Brother Batian, I'm sorry. Xianxia didn't mean to embarrass you. I merely wished to publicly expose Lin Xuan's hypocritical facade to avenge you. Please, don't be angry. Forgive me just this once, alright? Zhou Xianxia strained to maintain her weak stance, leaning against Nangong Batian while speaking in a coy tone. However, Nangong Batian's thoughts were far removed from her. His attention fixated on Lin Xuan, or more precisely, on the fairy Qinghua. Qinghua, I know your interest in Lin Xuan is fleeting. You shall return to my side, for we are destined to be together. Nangong Batian mused inwardly. Though displeased by fairy Qinghua's interaction with Lin Xuan, he refrained from displaying his displeasure in order to maintain his image before her. Brother Batian, be kind to me. Look at how injured I am. But at that moment, Zhou Xianxia continued to seek Nangong Batian's sympathy. The next instant, a loud slap echoed through the air as Zhou Xianxia fell to the ground. Brother Batian, why? Immediately, she covered her right cheek, gazing up at Nangong Batian with a pitiful and incredulous expression. However, Nangong Batian showed no sign of mercy. Bellowing fool, who gave you the authority to challenge Lin Xuan on your own? You've caused me to lose face. To others, Zhou Xianxia was considered one of his own, and thus the shame she brought upon herself was a reflection of his own disgrace, which fueled Nangong Batian's fury. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xianxia attempted to explain, Brother Batian, it's not what you think. I just wanted to. However, Nangong Batian had no desire to listen. Enough. I do not wish to hear another word. Humph. Were it not for the fact that your Zhou family is a subordinate force of my Nangong Imperial Clan, I would have already rendered you utterly incapacitated. Now, get out of my sight, and do not ever dare to appear before me again. With that, Nangong Batian cast a cold glance at Zhou Xianxia before striding towards the exit of the venue. Watching the resolute departure of Nangong Batian, Zhou Xianxia felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, No, Brother Batian, I was wrong. Please don't leave me. How can I live without you? Yet, Nangong Batian showed no inclination to turn back, continuing his swift march towards the outside. This scene was witnessed by numerous onlookers, who shook their heads and sighed in disbelief. Who could have imagined that after nearly a decade of adoration, Zhou Xianxia would find herself in such a lamentable situation? It was indeed pitiful. They were unaware that Zhou Xianxia's plight was far worse than they could comprehend. Her talents had been squandered, and in the ruthless competition of the Imperial Clan, the consequences were dire. A devoted admirer, left with nothing in the end. Just as Nangong Batian was about to exit the venue, a soft chuckle pierced the air. Hee, Brother Batian, why the haste to depart? The emergence of this voice instantly disrupted the atmosphere in the hall, prompting everyone to turn towards its source. It was none other than the Tianxiao ranking's 10th place, the Frost Prince, Yang Han. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about what he intended to do. This commotion also caught the attention of Lin Xuan and his companions. Lin Xuan glanced up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Lin Yin chuckled in agreement, while Lin Howren had already begun munching on seeds, eager for the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Nangong Batian turned around to see Yang Han, clad in white and holding a folding fan, standing not far off with a subtle smile. Humph, Yang Han, you had better have a purpose. Nangong Batian replied coldly, his hand swinging dismissively. Yang Han lightly waved his fan and said, I have heard of Brother Batian's extraordinary prowess. Unfortunately, I have been feeling rather restless lately and wish to experience your renowned techniques. Would you be so gracious as to impart your wisdom? Though Yang Han spoke with a smile, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. In his heart, he scoffed, thinking that if even Lin Xuan could defeat you, then you, Nangong Batian, are hardly formidable. With that statement, silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone recognized Yang Han's blatant provocation. In the past, he would never have dared to speak to Nangong Batian in such a manner. However, after Nangong Batian's recent defeat in the Celestial Emperor's cave, his reputation had significantly diminished, emboldening those who once feared him to emerge from the shadows. Gasps filled the air as the crowd realized that Yang Han was indeed challenging Nangong Batian. The color drained from Nangong Batian's face, his fury palpable as veins throbbed on his forehead. Very well. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. He sneered. Do you truly think any mere insect can trample upon me? Yang Han, come forth and meet your demise. Nangong Batian leapt onto a nearby arena, his roar echoing through the venue. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Yang Han's eyes as he gracefully leaped up, landing lightly on the arena. He sheathed his fan and drew a gleaming, supple sword from his waist. Brother Batian, please bestow your teachings upon me. Without further ado, Nangong Batian summoned a black gold long sword, its blade igniting in black flames. Black flame, annihilation. With a single slash, the flames coalesced into a roaring fire dragon, hurtling towards Yang Han. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the blade, infused with searing heat, enveloped Yang Han. Unfazed, he twirled his soft sword like a serpent, crafting a perfect circle before him. Ice shield. A wall of ice materialized, intercepting the fire dragon. The collision of ice and fire produced a sizzling sound, and white mist began to rise. Brother Batian, once more, Yang Han called, his soft sword suddenly shifting direction, thrusting at an awkward angle towards the side of Nangong Batian's ribs. Frost spike. Nangong Batian's rage intensified. You seek death. He unleashed his full power, the energy within him surging wildly. Gripping his sword with both hands, he leapt high into the air, executing the 9 slashes of the dominant blade. 7th slash, shattering heaven. 7 beams of light surged forth, sealing off all of Yang Han's escape routes. Each beam brimmed with destructive power, rending the very fabric of space. However, Yang Han, ranked 10th on the Xianxiao rankings, was no weakling. Despite the ferocity of Nangong Batian's attack, it was not beyond his capabilities. He moved swiftly, parrying and dodging, his sword slicing through the air as he nullified the 7 assaults one by one. Understanding that he could not easily subdue Yang Han, Nangong Batian wasted no time and pressed the attack once more. Heavenly Desolation Grip. The arena shook with the force of their battle, each strike escalating in intensity and precision. After hundreds of exchanges, Yang Han's expression finally shifted, his earlier confidence evaporating as he found himself gradually on the defensive. Damn it, how is this possible? His complexion darkened considerably. In stark contrast, Nangong Batian exuded an air of arrogance, taunting Yang Han. With such feeble strength, how dare you prance before me? Prepare for defeat. King's Overlord Fist. In a moment of desperation, Yang Han hastily summoned a protective artifact, a bronze ancient mirror. Mystic Light Shield. The mirror emitted a blue glow, forming a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, Nangong Batian's attack struck true, sending Yang Han spiraling backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he collided heavily against the edge of the arena. Struggling to rise, he realized he could not stand, his body too battered to continue. I concede, he uttered begrudgingly. Nangong Batian stood tall, his voice cold and disdainful. You dare to challenge me, yet you are nothing but a waste. Get out of my sight. Although he had triumphed, he knew better than to underestimate Yang Han, for the latter was rumored to be a disciple of an esteemed elder from the 100 Arts Alliance. The audience erupted in astonishment. Nangong Batian has emerged victorious. Truly, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Hiss, if Nangong Batian is this formidable, how terrifying must that sword god be? Upon returning to the outer arena, Nangong Batian immediately sat cross-legged, consuming a medicinal pill to restore his energy. Soon, he was fully replenished, casting a cold gaze around before preparing to leave. Just as he thought that no one would dare to challenge him again after his earlier display, another voice rang out. Hee, Prince Nangong, why the rush to depart? Why not indulge me with a few exchanges as well? A figure clad in azure attire approached, his countenance austere, revealing none other than Feng Wu. Ranked 7th on the Celestial Talents list, Nangong Batian opened his eyes, bloodshot and brimming with fury, his teeth clenched tightly, resembling an enraged lion. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Did they truly believe that after one defeat he could be treated like a soft persimmon, easily manipulated by anyone? To think they could tread upon him to ascend. Feng Wu, begone. Otherwise, do not blame this prince for being ungracious. In response, Feng Wu remained unfazed. A mocking smile gracing his lips, a dignified air of the Quasi-Imperial Clan. And this is all he has? Hardly impressive. Very well. I have little interest in the timid. This remark ignited Nangong Baishan's wrath entirely. Continuously belittled, how could the already furious Nangong Batian endure further provocation? He ceased his words, leaping onto the arena, drawing his long blade once more. I shall make you regret your decision today, Nangong Batian declared coldly, his blade pointed at Feng Wu. With a semblance of triumph, Feng Wu surged forward. Regret is only known through battle. Today, I shall trample you to reclaim my 6th position. If a mere quasi-imperial like Lin Xuan could defeat you, I can certainly do the same. Without further ado, Feng Wu formed seals with his hands. And a tempest suddenly enveloped him. Wind God technique, 1000-blade storm. Instantly, countless blades of wind materialized, shooting towards Nangong Batian like a torrential downpour. With a roar, Nangong Batian wielded his long blade in a flurry, shattering the wind blades one by one. Yet, Feng Wu's relentless assault continued, with angles so acute that several blades still grazed Nangong Baishan's garments, leaving streaks of blood across his skin. Haha, enjoy it well. Feng Wu scoffed, abruptly changing tactics with his wind god leg. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Nangong Batian, delivering a sweeping kick. Nangong Batian, taken aback, spun hastily, blocking the kick with the blade, yet was still forced back several steps by the immense force. He was astonished. Feng Wu's speed surpassed his expectations. It seems I have overestimated you in the past, Feng Wu taunted further, the 6th on the Central Continent's talents list? Laughable. Very well. You have successfully enraged this prince. Nangong Baishan's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes turning crimson. No longer on the defensive, he fervently summoned the spiritual energy within him, the black flames on his blade surging threefold. Destruction of the heavens. A blade of black light, dozens of feet long, cleaved through the air, distorting the very fabric of space. Feng Wu's expression shifted as he hastily evaded, but still felt the residual energy of the blade, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Now this is more like it. Feng Wu wiped away the blood, his fighting spirit intensifying. Phantom windstorm. His form suddenly became ethereal, as if merging with the wind, his speed escalating once again. The ensuing battle was nothing short of brutal. Nangong Batian entirely forsook defense, each strike a tempestuous assault, lethal with every blow. Meanwhile, Feng Wu, employing his ghostly agility, evaded and sought an opportunity for a decisive strike. On the arena, black flames and raging winds intertwined, the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. The spectators below were left aghast, the intensity of this clash far surpassing that of his previous battle with Yang Han. Boom. After yet another fierce collision, both combatants were hurled backward. Nangong Batian bore a grievous wound on his right shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, while Feng Wu's chest was charred from the black flames. Yet, neither paid heed, quickly re-engaging in combat. 10 exchanges, 100 exchanges, 1,000 exchanges. Half an hour passed. They were still fighting. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Nangong Batian gasped for breath, nearly depleted of his spiritual energy. However, the fire of rage within him blazed hotter. Those who once dared not face him now sought to challenge him. All of this was because of that damned Lin Xuan. Yet, even as he refused to admit it, his previous defeat had left a crack in his resolve, hindering his full potential, placing him at a disadvantage against the 7th-ranked Feng Wu. Ah! Nangong Batian suddenly howled to the heavens, this cry echoing as the last vestige of his remaining spiritual energy surged forth. As the roar resonated, every muscle in his body tensed, his already formidable stature appearing even more imposing. He intended to determine the outcome with this one final clash. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, a powerful aura erupted from him. This force surged forth like a volcanic eruption, captivating all who beheld it. Annihilation of the heavens. Nangong Batian bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Simultaneously, he charged forth like a black meteor towards Feng Wu with astonishing speed. Feng Wu, sensing the overwhelming strength of Nangong Batian, felt his expression grow grave. The power of Nangong Batian exceeded his expectations, causing a momentary flurry of panic within him. Nevertheless, Feng Wu was no ordinary opponent. He quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply, forcing down his trepidation, and summoned his own ultimate technique, Wrath of the Wind God. As he shouted, layers of azure whirlwinds capable of rending the very fabric of space encircled him. In the next instant, these whirlwinds surged forth like a colossal azure dragon, claws bared, rushing toward Nangong Batian. Boom. A thunderous crash ensued, akin to the heavens themselves shattering. The assaults of Nangong Batian and Feng Wu collided midair, unleashing a staggering surge of energy. This force swept across the arena like a tidal wave. In an instant, the arena crumbled under the onslaught, debris and dust scattering in all directions. Hiss! What a terrifying blow. They have reduced the arena to ruins. Who could possibly prevail? This spectacle ignited the surrounding spectators, the atmosphere erupting with excitement. Soon, as the dust began to settle, the onlookers discerned the dire situation on the field. Feng Wu lay amidst a pool of blood, his body battered and motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Nangong Batian knelt on one knee, gripping his bloodied blade, using it to prop himself up. His body was riddled with wounds, blood seeping from them, staining his attire a deep crimson. Despite this, Nangong Batian's gaze remained resolute. He fixated on Feng Wu, as if attempting to pierce through him. It is Nangong Batian. He has emerged victorious. A thunderous cheer erupted among the crowd, reverberating like thunder across the venue. Chapter 155. Is this the height of arrogance? Lin Xuan defeats Nangong Batian once more. Initially, the crowd was struck into silence, but soon erupted into fervent discussions. Though Nangong Batian emerged victorious, the struggle proved arduous, starkly contrasting his previous effortless triumphs. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. Despite having exhausted his spiritual energy, his mind was clearer than ever before. After 2 consecutive battles, he had once again demonstrated to the world that he remained the once invincible Nangong Batian. The confidence stemming from this victory fortified the resolve that had faltered after his defeat to Lin Xuan. Nangong Batian's eyes widened suddenly as he sensed the spiritual energy within him beginning to circulate autonomously and at an increasingly rapid pace. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from Nangong Batian, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him in a frenzy. His aura escalated rapidly, ultimately shattering an invisible barrier. He had ascended to the first level of the venerable realm. The son of the Nangong Imperial Clan exclaimed in excitement. The onlookers around him were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that after a fierce battle, Nangong Batian would instead break through to a new realm. Has he truly achieved a breakthrough? This Nangong prince possesses such fortuitous destiny. Truly, he is the most extraordinary individual of the current Nangong Imperial Clan, capable of advancing even in such dire circumstances. Alas, I find myself lacking in comparison. Does this mean that the Nangong prince is now the first among the contemporary prodigies to reach the venerable realm? He has unequivocally become the foremost figure of the younger generation. Upon reflection, it seems that within the current youth of the central continent, no one has ever been reported to have broken through to the venerable realm. The most elite among them are merely at the pinnacle of the king realm. Nangong Batian was immensely satisfied with the reactions of those around him, particularly relishing the compliments directed towards him. As he felt the surging power within his body, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Ha! I have broken through. I, Nangong Batian, have ascended to the venerable realm. I am the foremost individual of this era. I, Nangong Batian, am the strongest. Ha ha ha! Clenching his fists, he reveled in the unprecedented strength coursing through him. At that moment, he felt invincible. Even Lin Xuan, who had previously defeated him, seemed insignificant in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The source of his endless humiliation, the detestable Lin Xuan, was present at the scene, wasn't he? Lin Xuan, Nangong Batian bellowed, turning his gaze like lightning to scan the crowd, quickly locking onto Lin Xuan's figure. Come down. Today, I shall crush you. He scoffed. The humiliation you brought upon me shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. The audience gasped in astonishment. No one had expected Nangong Batian, having just broken through, to directly challenge Lin Xuan. After a brief moment of silence, a languid voice emerged from the corner, eager for a fight right after a breakthrough. Nangong Batian, are you a masochist? Are you not afraid that this young master will send you plummeting back down from your hard-won realm? Although Nangong Batian did not fully comprehend the latter part of Lin Xuan's words, he recognized it as a blatant insult, prompting him to retort coldly. Lin Xuan, I have now broken through to the venerable realm, becoming the foremost individual of this generation. You are but an ant in my eyes. Lin Xuan, who had been seated, let out a derisive laugh, and then spoke to the fairy Qinghua. Fairy, I have some trash to deal with. Please excuse me for a moment. I apologize. Young Master Lin, this matter also involves a portion of Qinghua's karma. Allow me to handle him. The fairy Qinghua expressed with a hint of regret. No need. Such a person is simply inflated with arrogance and deserves a beating, Lin Xuan replied with a faint smile. Nangong Batian's fury intensified upon seeing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, last time,
I was careless, which allowed you to win by a fluke. Today, I shall torment you as one would a dog." Lin Xuan shook his head, chuckling lightly. "So you've become arrogant just after a breakthrough? It's merely the first level of the venerable realm. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Enough talk." Nangong Batian leaped onto the arena, challenging, "Dare you fight me?" With a sigh, Lin Xuan leisurely ascended the arena. "Since you are so insistent on a fight, this young master shall oblige." Arrogant. Nangong Batian wasted no time and summoned his blade, striking out. After breaking into the venerable realm, the purple flames on his Batian blade had transformed into a deep black, emanating such heat that the surrounding space trembled. Baishan's world destruction slash. He unleashed his most powerful attack. A deep purple blade light stretching for 100 zhang, as if to cleave heaven and earth asunder. The audience below turned pale. The power of this strike was at least tenfold stronger than before. Yet, in the face of this terrifying blow, Lin Xuan did not even draw his weapon. He merely raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and casually waved. Crack! With a light sound, that seemingly cataclysmic blade light was shattered by Lin Xuan's 2 fingers. What? Nangong Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Lin Xuan shook his head. "Your power has indeed increased, but unfortunately, it is still insufficient. You are far too weak." As he spoke, he suddenly vanished from his position. Nangong Batian frantically expanded his divine sense to search, but could not capture Lin Xuan's trace. In the next moment, he felt a kick to his backside, propelling him forward nearly to the ground. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd. Embarrassed and enraged, Nangong Batian turned and swung his blade, only to strike nothing but air. Lin Xuan appeared like a phantom behind him, delivering another kick to his rear. "Lin Xuan, how dare you humiliate this prince so?" Nangong Batian roared. "Huh, unfortunately, I find pleasure in witnessing your furious yet impotent expression," Lin Xuan replied. The ensuing battle was nothing short of one-sided. The newly ascended Nangong Batian appeared as a stumbling toddler before Lin Xuan, who toyed with him at will. No matter how he attacked, he could not even graze the edge of Lin Xuan's clothing, while Lin Xuan incessantly mocked him in various ways. Oh, finally, unable to endure any longer, Nangong Batian erupted in fury. "I will have you dead." Baishan's ninefold calamity. He ignited his blood essence, unleashing the forbidden technique of the Quasi-Imperial Clan. 9 bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, merging into his long blade. This strike was powerful enough to severely injure an average 7th-level Venerable Realm warrior. "Now, this is more like it." Lin Xuan maintained an air of effortless ease. Divine avoidance. Lin Xuan's voice was soft, yet it resonated in the ears of the crowd like thunder. The dark red sword light reappeared, causing the entire venue's sword aura to hum. In the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed past, and all of Nangong Baishan's gathered power dissipated into nothingness. His long blade snapped with a crack, flying from his hand, leaving a deep sword wound across his chest. Bang! Nangong Batian crashed heavily against the opposing peak before plummeting to the ground. "This is impossible. I have broken through to the Venerable Realm." Nangong Batian knelt on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. His full-strength strike after breaking through to the Venerable Realm had been effortlessly shattered by Lin Xuan's sword. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and remarked coolly, "At present, you lack even the qualification to compel my seriousness." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Nangong Batian dazedly kneeling on the arena. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was awestruck by the absolute strength exhibited by Lin Xuan. Nangong Baishan's formidable challenge after breaking into the Venerable Realm had been effortlessly deflected, as if it were child's play. At that moment, no one doubted Lin Xuan's power, for this scene would soon spread throughout the central continent. Chapter 156. The conclusion of the grand ceremony. The Red Lotus Calamity of Flames. On the 3rd day, the final day of the grand ceremony, after the Celestial Blade Emperor concluded his teachings, the various factions began their departures. "Ha ha ha, Brother Celestial Blade, do stay. You must visit my Celestial Sword Imperial Clan sometime." The clan leader of the Celestial Sword Imperial Clan, Jian Wuhan, chuckled heartily. "Certainly, Brother Jian." The Celestial Blade Emperor nodded with a smile. Among the entourage of the ZY Imperial Palace, the leading Divine Phoenix Emperor also extended an invitation. "The ZY Imperial Palace welcomes you at any time, my friend." The Lin family essentially belonged to the last group to depart. "Senior, I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell." Lin Changxiao respectfully clasped his hands before the Heavenly Blade Emperor. He then intended to set forth with Lin Xuan and the others. But the Heavenly Blade Emperor halted their departure. "No need to rush. I have pledged to protect the Lin family, and I shall honor my word. Take these 3 edicts. Each contains a fragment of my spiritual essence. While they may not be particularly powerful, they can buy you some time during critical moments, allowing me to arrive in time." The Heavenly Blade Emperor's expression was sincere and amiable, evidently committed to safeguarding the Lin family. Senior, Lin Xianxiao was taken aback. This was an edict personally crafted by the Emperor. While it may not directly contend with a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, it seemed more than sufficient to deal with ancient emperors. Such a gift was indeed substantial. Very well, I shall accept it. This young man is currently the center of attention in Central State, with countless individuals and factions watching him. Without some hidden cards, it would be difficult to protect him. Observing Lin Xianxiao's reaction, the Heavenly Blade Emperor promptly gestured toward Lin Xuan, his tone growing somber. Hearing this, Lin Xianxiao paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure. What you say is true, Senior. In that case, I extend my gratitude. Acknowledging the truth in the Heavenly Blade Emperor's words, he ceased his resistance. Watching their exchange, Lin Xuan could only shrug helplessly. As the Emperor's festival concluded, the events that transpired spread rapidly. The most discussed topic was undoubtedly Lin Xuan's victory over Nangong Batian. This prodigy, who had previously emerged with great fanfare, once again showcased his overwhelming prowess in front of numerous factions, decisively defeating Nangong Batian and shattering any lingering doubts regarding his qualifications for the 5th position on the talents ranking. Of course, while some rejoiced, others despaired. Nangong Batian and the Quasi-Imperial Clan became the subject of mockery among various factions once more. The day after the festival, the Lin family experienced a cataclysmic roar that shattered the tranquility of the family and the entire Central State. In the sky above Tianyun Sea, a saint-level breakthrough was imminent. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with the movement of stars. As he channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost, the skies darkened dramatically. The once clear sky was suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds, which were not merely gray, but an eerie blood-red hue. This was... Lin Xuan's pupils contracted as he looked toward the heavens. The red lotus calamity of fire? Simultaneously, countless Lin family members gazed up at the terrifying spectacle that resembled the end of the world, the sky ablaze with an otherworldly crimson light, leaving them stunned in place. What was happening? Was some faction attacking the Lin family? Who knows? Are we to meet our doom? Most members of the Lin family were oblivious to the situation, their faces filled with panic. This is the red lotus calamity of fire. It is the legendary red lotus calamity of fire. Soon, an elder with extensive experience stepped forward. It is well known that once cultivators reach the cave heaven realm, they must face a thunder tribulation with each significant breakthrough. Surviving it leads to life. And these tribulations vary in strength, with the most common being the 3-9, 6-9, and 9-9 thunder tribulations. However, there are always prodigies with extraordinary talents who may attract even more formidable special tribulations. These unique tribulations are incredibly terrifying, with few capable of overcoming them. Yet those who do are destined for immeasurable futures. The red lotus calamity of fire is among the most fearsome of these special tribulations and represents the strongest tribulation that can descend upon our southern underworld continent. Elder, has anyone on our southern underworld continent ever successfully navigated this calamity? Never have I heard of such. This tribulation has existed solely in legends throughout history. None have been known to attract it. I never expected to witness it firsthand now. I can only wonder which prodigy has invoked such a legendary thunder calamity. The ordinary clanspeople in the clan grounds were unaware of the cause, yet the higher-ups of the Lin family fully understood the gravity of the situation. The red lotus calamity of fire. How has Xianxiadrama drawn such a legendary calamity? What if? What should I do? Lu Mingxin, now a third heaven saint king, gazed at the figure beneath the blood-red calamity, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Lin Tianhai caught her just in time. Mingxin, do not panic. Trust in Xianxiadrama, he will surely be fine. While Lin Tianhai spoke these comforting words to his wife, the tremor in his hands betrayed his own worry, which was no less than Lu Mingxin's. How can I not be anxious? That is my precious child, whom I carried for 10 years and watched grow. Woe is me, you heartless one. Nearby, Lin Xianxiao and the 3 ancestral elders shared solemn expressions, their concern impossible to conceal. Xianxiadrama is the sole hope for our Lin family's ascension. If he cannot withstand this red lotus calamity of fire, I will do everything in my power to protect him. After this ordeal, the family will rely on the 2 of you to safeguard our legacy. Lin Xianxiao spoke with an air of calmness. But Lin Xianxia and Lin Xianfeng could detect the resolute determination laced within his words. Elder brother, this is an order. The blood-red thundercloud rapidly expanded, soon engulfing a radius of 1,000 miles, with no signs of abating, continuing to spread swiftly throughout the entire Central State. Lightning flashed within the clouds, each bolt a bizarre crimson, resembling blooming red lotuses. Across the southern underworld continent, countless powerful beings looked up simultaneously. The eerie blood-red light of the calamity illuminated the entire southern underworld continent. The red lotus calamity of fire. Within the depths of the heavenly sword Imperial Clan, several white-haired elders suddenly stood, their eyes ablaze with brilliance. Could it truly be this legendary thunder calamity? Someone investigate which faction S prodigy has been breaking through during this time. Yes, Ancestor. Chapter 157, A Powerful Tribulation. Lin Xuan breaks through to the Saint Realm. In the Ziwei Imperial Palace, a regal and dignified woman calculated with her fingers, her expression shifting dramatically. A realm of chaos. Swiftly ascertain which prodigy this is. At the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the most enigmatic and renowned faction for its divination techniques across the continent found their once reliable methods failing. Strange. We cannot discern any information about this individual, only a realm of chaos. However, as powerful beings from various factions attempted their divination techniques, they could only perceive an impenetrable void. The heavenly secrets were utterly concealed, leaving no one able to glimpse the true form of the one undergoing the tribulation. Within the Lin family, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the terrifying blood-red calamity above. An unwavering aura radiated from him. In the next moment, a thunderous boom erupted as the first bolt of crimson lightning struck down, as thick as a barrel, shattering the very fabric of space. Simultaneously, enveloping flames of the red lotus calamity surged toward Lin Xuan, a force capable of incinerating all. Yet, in the face of this terrifying red lotus calamity of fire, Lin Xuan did not flinch or evade. He braced himself to endure it directly with his corporeal body. With a thunderous crash, as the lightning struck Lin Xuan, faint golden patterns emerged upon his skin. The 9 transformations golden body technique was activated to its zenith, effectively dissipating the formidable lightning strike. A month ago, Lin Xuan had signed in to acquire a supreme-level body refining technique. Now, after this period, he has successfully cultivated it to a considerable degree. Coupled with his already formidable physique and surging vitality, he now finds himself capable of withstanding the first wave of the Red Lotus Calamity fire without significant hindrance. Exhilarating. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. He could sense that, despite the terrifying nature of the Red Lotus Calamity, each wave he endured subtly transformed his body, rendering it increasingly resilient and powerful. The second and third bolts of thunder descended in succession, each one more formidable than the last. Yet, Lin Xuan stood firm, relying solely on his physical prowess to endure the onslaught. Such terrifying strength. At that moment, the members of the Lin family stood frozen in place, astonished by Lin Xuan's audacious maneuvers and his formidable physique. Wow, the young master's body is simply invincible. To withstand the legendary Red Lotus Calamity fire, this is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet, the young master has truly accomplished it without a scratch. Even Lin Xianxiao and his companions, who had lived for over 10,000 years, were left speechless in shock. After a long pause, Lin Xianxiao finally uttered, "It seems I can still protect the family for a few more years." By the time the 5th bolt struck, the lightning had thickened to the size of a house, leveling the entire mountain upon impact. As the dust settled, Lin Xuan remained standing, though his garments were tattered, revealing his robust torso. The bronze-hued skin bore increasingly prominent golden patterns, flowing like living entities. The 6th bolt of calamity took noticeably longer to brew. The blood-red storm clouds roiled, gradually coalescing into a colossal sword formed entirely of lightning, pointed directly at Lin Xuan. "Is this the sword of heavenly punishment?" exclaimed an elder with vast knowledge, recognizing it as a form of calamity said to be encountered only by those who defy the heavens. As the giant sword descended, the world seemed to hold its breath. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword, Xiangyuan. Divine Evasion, a dark red sword light, honed to perfection, surged skyward, clashing with the sword of heavenly punishment. The two forces held each other in a stalemate, tearing the space apart with black fissures. "Break for me," Lin Xuan roared, his sword light suddenly surging violently, cleaving the sword of heavenly punishment in two. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Xuan was hurled back, crashing heavily into the mountainside. As he struggled to emerge, bloodied and weary, the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. At this moment, the 7th bolt of calamity followed, manifesting as 9 crimson lightning serpents, each striking from different angles toward Lin Xuan. Each serpent carried devastating power, leaving subtle cracks in the space they traversed. Shadow of the sword. Lin Xuan moved like lightning, the sword light splitting into multiple forms, slashing at the 9 serpents. Each clash erupted in deafening explosions, forcing the onlooking Lin family cultivators to retreat once more. By the time the last serpent was vanquished, Lin Xuan's sword hand trembled slightly, his palm split, blood dripping down the blade. The 8th bolt offered no respite. From the blood-red storm clouds, a massive sword, entirely forged from lightning, began to take shape. aimed directly at Lin Xuan. The sword of heavenly punishment? An elder gasped, recognizing the legendary form of calamity encountered only by those who defy the heavens. As the giant's sword descended, the very heavens seemed to still. Lin Xuan inhaled deeply, his spiritual power surging violently, all channeled into Sheng Yuan. Divine evasion. A concentrated dark red sword light shot upwards, meeting the sword of heavenly punishment head-on. The two forces clashed, creating a rift in space. Break for me, Lin Xuan roared, his sword light swelling dramatically, cleaving the sword of heavenly punishment in two. With a resounding boom, Lin Xuan was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the mountainside. When he finally clawed his way out, he was drenched in blood, his breath weak, yet the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. At this moment, the ninth bolt of calamity began to gather. The blood-red storm clouds constricted to their utmost, transforming into a 100-foot-long blood-red lightning dragon. Its eyes filled with the power to annihilate the world, surrounded by flames born of the red lotus calamity fire. This bolt of calamity exceeded even the might of a Saint King's calamity, causing Lin Xuan to smile ruefully, yet he showed no signs of retreat. He retrieved several precious pills and swallowed them, witnessing his injuries heal at an observable rate. The lightning dragon roared, shaking the entire southern underworld continent. Countless cultivators gazed skyward in terror, as if the end of days had arrived. Come. Lin Xuan planted Sheng Yuan into the ground, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Heavenly transformation, sword formation, arise. 36 spirit swords flew from his storage ring, forming an intricate array in the air. Each sword shimmered with a different hue, resonating with one another to create a formidable barrier. Yet that was not all. Lin Xuan bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood. Spatial laws, inches apart, miles apart. The essence blood transformed into peculiar runes, forming a thin spatial barrier around him. This insight, gained during the Heavenly Emperor's festival, was merely the surface of the spatial laws, yet it proved immensely effective at this moment. The lightning dragon finally dove down, ripping apart the space it traversed. The heavenly transformation sword formation held for just 3 breaths before shattering, the 36 spirit swords turning to dust. The lightning dragon, undeterred, crashed into the spatial barrier. The power of the spatial law diminished the dragon's speed, yet it continued to advance slowly. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed the heavens and earth, leaving everyone temporarily blinded. When the brilliance faded, the lightning dragon had vanished, leaving Lin Xuan kneeling on one knee, his breath at its faintest. Yet the blood-red storm clouds above began to dissipate. A beam of golden sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating Lin Xuan. He had succeeded. As the calamity concluded, an extraordinarily pure celestial energy cascaded down from above, flooding into Lin Xuan's body. His injuries healed rapidly, and his spiritual power began a qualitative transformation, evolving into a higher tier of holy origin force. When Lin Xuan rose once more, his entire demeanor had transformed. With every movement, he exuded an otherworldly charm. More remarkably, a faint red lotus mark appeared on his forehead, with flickers of firelight dancing within it. As the red lotus calamity fire refined Lin Xuan, he sensed the changes within him and smiled faintly. It seemed this daring venture was indeed worth it. Meanwhile, across the southern underworld continent, countless factions dispatched scouts in search of this mysterious prodigy who had survived the red lotus calamity fire. Major hegemonic forces even sent envoys bearing rich offers, hoping to recruit this future unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, they were destined for disappointment.